If you were to choose one legacy and inherit its abilities, which one would you pick? Would it be Sarutobi Hiruzen, revered as the god of shinobi in the third Hokage, or Sakazuki, the Navy Admiral codenamed Red Dog? At this moment, I hesitated between these two legacies, as either would elevate me to the pinnacle of the world. But when a third legacy appeared, I decisively abandoned the previous two top-tier options and chose the third without hesitation because it turned out to be Son Goku from the Dragon Ball universe. Witnessing this, thousands of teachers and students froze in place, all casting complicated glances at me. Is this guy out of his mind? Once, someone inherited the legacy of the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, and has long since become a ninth-tier master. The third Hokage, the god of shinobi, clearly exudes an extraordinary aura. Even if he falls short, it wouldn't be by much. Yet, he still didn't choose him. That's not all. Even Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, codenamed Akainu, who possesses the power of the Logia-type magma fruit inheritance, was also rejected. Doesn't he know that the Federation's guiding star, old General Duan Muhong, once inherited the legacy of Marine Vice Admiral Garp? Skeptical voices filled the air, but I paid no mind to the crowd's mockery. Had Son Goku not appeared, I might have hesitated between the other two legacies, yet the moment he did, the other two were instantly cast aside. After all, they couldn't compare to a Super Saiyan. Moreover, through my past self's knowledge, I understood that the chosen legacy doesn't define one's limits. With relentless training and unlocking one's potential, one could wield power far beyond the template of the inheritance. Take old General Duan Muhong, for example. At martial arts level 8, he single-handedly held off and repelled 3 level 8 monstrous beasts. It's important to know that a single level 8 beast can already destroy a city in one strike. But in my memory, while Garp is strong, at most he could only shatter an island with a punch. This indicates that General Duan Muhong's strength at that time had already surpassed that of Garp during the Pirate King era. I looked at the solid projection on the stage and recognized from the attire that this was Son Goku shortly after defeating King Piccolo. Although he had just reached adulthood during this period and wasn't yet that strong, it didn't diminish his limitless potential. With dedicated training, achieving Super Saiyan or even Ultra Instinct was entirely possible. I stood quietly on the awakening platform, waiting to inherit the template, when suddenly a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Host detected inheriting a legacy. Based on current selection, the battle thrill system has been activated. Immediately, a panel appeared in my mind. Name, Sun Wu, Realm, Martial Arts Level 1, Unranked, Overall Combat Power, 200, 190 from Template Bonus, Skills Acquired, After Image Fist, Solar Flare, Rock Paper Scissors, Level 1 Mastered Skills, Key Sensing, Flight, Thunder Shock Surprise, Kamehameha, Dodon Ray. It's actually a system. Looking at the panel, a gleam flashed in my eyes. In this world, martial arts realms are divided into 9 levels, and it's said there are even higher levels beyond the 9th. Those who have just awakened their heritage must undergo an initiation trial. Upon passing, they officially enter the first level of martial arts, with their combat power increasing by at most 20 to 50 points. But with the Saiyan heritage I inherited, my combat power has already surged by 190 points even before officially entering the first level. Utterly terrifying. After calming my emotions, I turned to the skills panel. After Image Fist LV1, high-speed movement leaves behind after images, making it hard to pinpoint my location. Solar Flare LV1, gathers energy in the upper body by placing hands on the forehead, converting it into an intense flash of light. Rock Paper Scissors Fist LV1, a self-created fist technique that slightly increases attack power. Sure enough, these were all classic skills from my memories, especially Solar Flare. I couldn't help but imagine how satisfying it would be to use the Destructo Disc against enemies, starting with Solar Flare to blind them, then finishing them off with the Destructo Disc for an instant kill. Just then, the mechanical voice echoed in my mind again, issuing a milestone reward task: pass the initiation trial and officially enter the first level of martial arts within 1 week. Reward, 1,000 units of Scion S cells. After everything ended, I turned and walked down the awakening platform, heading toward the martial arts hall where my original self used to work part-time. Inheritors needed resources to enhance their strength, and purchasing resources inevitably required money. The Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall had withheld my original self's wages for 2.5 years. It was time to reclaim what was mine. Since it wasn't far, I quickly arrived at my destination. At that moment, many people in the hall were watching the live broadcast of the 100 Schools Awakening Inheritance Ceremony. Just then, a voice rang out. Isn't this the guy who passed up 2 top-tier inheritances and chose a trash one instead? Everyone turned to look. It was the Chin brothers, Chun Yi and Chen Ming. The two had clashed with me before because of my good looks, which often landed me gigs as a sparring partner for wealthy young women, much to their envy and resentment. Even though they wanted to steal my clients, they couldn't do so openly, so they resorted to constant verbal provocations, racking their brains for a chance to teach me a lesson. Chan Ming, sporting a head of green hair, swaggered over and sneered, "Hey, What's your name, Suwenzi, right? What were you thinking? Passing up those 2 top-tier inheritances? His words made my eyes turn cold. I now possess Son Goku's stats and wouldn't let anyone humiliate me for no reason. Right at that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Hostility detected. Initiate combat? Based on the opponent's combat power of 36 points. Winning this battle will grant you 36 combat points. Hearing this, my eyes lit up. I hadn't expected this system to detect the opponent's combat power in such an unconventional way. But before I could make a choice, Chen Ming suddenly backtracked with an apology. Though his attitude didn't seem sincere, eager to reclaim my wages, I ignored him. Little did I know, this very action made Chen Ming assume I was still as weak and easy to bully as before. Ha ha ha, he didn't even dare to speak up after all that. What a useless loser. They burst into mocking laughter once again. Seeing this, I held back no longer. I turned and swung a slap. The crisp sound echoing through the hall. Your mouth is too foul, shut it. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone, especially Chen Ming and Chen Yi. They couldn't believe that someone like me, usually too timid to utter a word, would dare to strike. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Chen Ming muttered in disbelief. You hit me? Who gave you the courage? Seeing his younger brother struck, Chen Yi roared at me. You dare hit my brother? You're dead. With that, Chen Yi's body instantly bulged, his frail frame rapidly transforming into a muscular giant. Behind him, the phantom of a red-haired man solidified clearly. He had activated his inherited template. Kid, you've just awakened and already act so arrogantly? Forget that you haven't even reached the first tier. Even if you had, with that low-tier warrior inheritance of yours, you'd never catch up to my strongest creature on Earth legacy. Before the words faded, Chen Yi stomped the ground, channeling all his strength into a devastating right hook that tore through the air, aiming straight for my face. However, the scene I imagined, being sent flying with a single punch, didn't happen. Instead, I effortlessly blocked Chen Yi's fist. At the same time, the system detected his combat power. Battle detected. Current opponent's combat power is 64 points. Victory will grant 64 battle points. How is this possible? Chen Yi exclaimed in shock, feeling the resistance from his punch. My legacy is that of the strongest being on Earth in the muscle fighting world. Baki Hanma's lineage. And I've even passed the tier advancement trial. My current combat power is at least above 60 points. You've only just awakened your legacy. How can you block my attack? This scene also stunned the onlookers, as they all knew I had chosen the legacy from Dimension World 120. In the past, some had chosen legacies from this world, like the so-called martial arts champion, King Chappa's legacy. The name sounded impressive, but during the high school entrance trials, they were instantly killed by ferocious beasts. Others picked the so-called strongest dragon, Kiraran, only to end up with a weakling who could only spit sticky bubbles. Thus, it was clear that this world's overall strength was relatively weak, and the Dragon Ball Dimension world was consequently rated as a B-tier world, but my performance completely defied their expectations. At this moment, the corners of my lips curled slightly, the strongest on the surface. Is this all? I activated the afterimage fist technique to their eyes. I remained standing in place, but in reality, I had already appeared behind Chen Yi. With a loud bang, I delivered a fierce kick to the back of his head, sending his body crashing into Chen Ming, who was still sitting on the ground wailing. The crowd turned their gaze to the corner of the arena, only to see the two Chen brothers lying motionless on the floor. If not for their faint breathing, everyone would have thought they were already unconscious. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Sun Wu had instantly defeated Chen Yi. Chen Yi was the gym's gold standard sparring partner, famous for his endurance, yet Sun Wu had taken him down with just one kick. Meanwhile, a man dressed in a red martial arts uniform stood unnoticed in the inner hall's corridor. In the Flying Tiger martial arts gym, only instructors of a certain rank were allowed to wear such attire. Lu, who was secretly shocked after witnessing my earlier movement, he couldn't help but suspect it was an afterimage caused by extreme speed. But based on his knowledge, even during the peak era of martial arts, only those who had honed their physical bodies to the absolute limit could achieve such a feat. Moreover, from the crowd's earlier conversation, he learned that I had only awakened my power today, and no afterimages had appeared behind me during the previous fight. Lu, who concluded that I had achieved this level through my own strength rather than relying on any inherited legacy. He couldn't help but marvel. I never expected to encounter such a martial arts prodigy, reaching this level purely through physical prowess. Just as the crowd was whispering among themselves, the dojo door swung open, and a blonde-haired guy walked in. Spotting me standing in the center, he immediately put on a cocky attitude. Well, if it isn't someone I know. Heard you awaken some legacy? At that moment, a prompt echoed in my mind. Hostility detected. Initiate combat? Current opponent's combat power is 5. Victory will grant 5 combat points. Seeing the system's message, I was stunned. Even before inheriting any legacy, my combat power was 10. How dare someone with just 5 points challenge me? This blonde guy must have borrowed some courage from Fish Leon Song. Seeing that I didn't retort, the blonde guy's arrogance intensified. Listen up, kid, from now on, your sparring business belongs to my boss, Chen Yi. If you don't pay the respect fee, let's see if my boss doesn't beat you up. End of story. Yet at this moment, the hall was dead silent, with everyone casting strange looks at the blonde guy, their eyes seemingly filled with pity. Why are you all looking at me? The blonde guy was utterly confused. He was just trying to bully someone, so why were they all looking at him like that? Ouch, my head. Boss, you're crushing me. Then, a series of groans came from the edge of the hall. Hearing this, the blonde guy turned his head and saw that the source of the voice was none other than his own boss, Chen Yi. Boss, what happened? Who did this to you? But the next second, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He stiffly turned his head to look at the others, his finger trembling as he pointed at me. Don't tell me, he did this? The surrounding students nodded in unison like chicks pecking at rice. Instantly, the blonde guy's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. I walked toward him with a faint smile. Seeing me approach, the blonde guy immediately screamed, "Stay away from me. I'm warning you, my boss's boss, brother Hu, is nearby. He's the son of our coach Lu. If you dare lay a finger on me, you'll regret it." The blonde guy retreated step by step, his voice fierce but his courage faltering. Upon hearing this, Sun Wu's footsteps lurched. He had also heard of this instructor Lu. One of the three main instructors of the Fei Hu martial arts school, he was said to have reached the point where he could resist the current inherited martial arts level 5 by practicing traditional martial arts with only his physical body. Regardless of whether it was the ancient martial arts of the traditional martial arts, or the current inherited martial arts, the 5th level was not a low level anymore. Levels 1 through 3 were known as the small third realm of the entry level, levels 4 through 6 were known as the middle third realm, and levels 7 through 9 were known as the upper third realm. Ordinary people who could reach the middle third realm and survive after military service would be able to eat and drink for the rest of their lives. Martial Dao level 1 heavens, each level is 5-10 times higher than the previous level. Martial Dao level 5 is any lower, there are more than 100,000 combat power. I had heard before that this group of theirs had some relationship with the upper echelons of the martial arts school, and it turned out that they were actually the head of the teaching staff, which was not good enough to do too much hard work. At this time, he had not yet awakened the Super Saiyan, and he had not yet entered the rank, not even the first level of martial arts. It was still inappropriate to offend such a strong person prematurely. But a scum with a combat power of 5, it's fine to fight, it's not that bad if you've already done it anyway. Which instructor Lu? At that moment, a voice rang out. Naturally, it's Instructor Lu Hu Lu. How is it? Scared? After Yellow Hair replied, he realized that the question was not asked by Sun Wu in front of him, but from behind him. He subconsciously looked back when he saw the person who asked the question. He was so scared that he could not stand up and fell to the ground with a thud. Piety? How come I don't know? The person who asked the question was dressed in a red instructor's practice uniform. His face was like a ferocious tiger, and he was not angry, and at this time, a pair of eyes were staring at Yellow Hair. A special pressure emanated from him, as if there was a giant tiger emanating an ancient aura that appeared in the field, and all the people around him were trembling in cold. Pressure added body, Yellow Hair feel as if really was a hang-eyes white forehead tiger stare. Paralyzed on the ground appeared a piece of wet mark slowly expanding, actually on the spot scared urine. I didn't lie. It was Tiger that said to honor you, let us charge the chaperone 10% of each person's salary as a filial. I really don't know. Under the pressure of Lu Hu's authority, Yellow Hair intermittent explanation, finally finished after a loose body, actually fainted on the spot in fear. Just at the tense moment when Lu Hu's mighty pressure was ravaging the entire field. Squeak! At that moment, the door swung open and another man pushed his way in. The crowd turned their heads at the sound, only to see the person coming in a black short-hit power suit, height of 1 meter 8 or so, tiger back and waist, face but slightly tender, about 17 or 18 years old. It is not someone else, it is Lu Hu's son, Lu Xiaohu, the boss of the boss in the mouth of Yellow Hair, the boss of Tiger. As soon as he came in he saw two of his minions huddled under the ring in an odd position with blood all over their heads, obviously beaten up. Who did it? Lu Xiaohu's heart was on fire, and he had just raised his hand to lash out when he saw the reddish instructor's practice uniform on the other side. Looking at the face again, it turned out to be his father. At this moment, his own father looked at him with a frosty face, and the fierce tiger shadow on his body flickered, which was a sign of his father's anger. Seeing the fainted Yellow Hair at his father's feet, Lu Xiaohu's heart thumped, secretly saying that it was not good. Come here. Lu Hu's voice containing anger came out. Lu Xiaohu immediately lost the arrogant look that just entered the door, walked to Lu Hu's side in a disciplined manner, shrinking his neck like a quail. When did I ask you to receive any piety? What? What kind of filial piety did I not receive? Lu Xiaohu was baffled. Humph. I've lost all my face to you, go back and explain it to me. Lu Hu finished reprimanding Lu Xiaohu with a furious face, and then clasped his fists facing the crowd present. All students, chaperones, were bullied by Xiaohu, hurt, loss of interests. Later on I'll find the steward registration. I Lu Hu one by one to compensate you. I Fei Hu martial arts hall is not what the triad, will not do this kind of bullying things. Canine son made a mistake, I will be severely punished. I cannot apologize to all of you. I Lu Hu is here to apologize to all of you. After saying that, Lu Hu glanced at Sun Wu, revealed an apologetic expression, and twisted Lu Xiaohu as if he was lifting a kitten, walking towards the inner hall. The people in the room were first quiet, and then all of them were happy. The chaperones who made a living at the martial arts school were not good mixers, and the job of being a sandbag was supposed to be hard. Originally, the small group of gangs, and there is a martial arts school instructor and other big shots stand, they did not even think of resistance. Anyway, every month is only a little bit of star coins, all is less earned, more is not as good as less. I did not expect that today because of Sun Wu actually closed this matter. Lu Hu is the head of the teaching staff, in front of so many people, regardless of whether he really did not know before or fake did not know what Lu Xiaohu did. Now that this promise is made, someone will naturally help him to carry it out in the future. This will be everyone has taken Sun Wu's favor, even if the mouth does not say, more or less secretly thanked a lot. Ending the farce, and taking advantage of the incident, Sun Wu smoothly got his paycheck from the steward. A full year, a full 130,000 star coins. According to the steward said, this wage arrears also have Lu Xiaohu thing in it, as for the details of which Sun Wu was too lazy to listen to, their own share to get their hands on it. After Sun Wu left, the martial arts center gradually became lively again, and there was no shortage of images discussing Sun Wu's fight just now. There are also to the subsequent students who came in the martial arts hall to tell the cause and effect of the incident, leading to the latter to come in did not see the scene of a few students in a row. And in the corner of the martial arts center, green algae head and red hair monster were sitting miserably crouched on the ground, one of them touching the 45-yard big footprint on the back of his head secretly weeping, and the other one's mouth had swollen bigger than his head, and his whole head was a circle bigger than before. The steward of the martial arts school was standing beside them at the moment, holding a book and recording something. Chunyi, Zhenming, you two destroy 8 wooden human stakes, 10,000 star coins each, totaling 80,000 star coins. 13 floor tiles totaling 20,000 star coins. The damage to one of the junior ring posts is valued at $90,000. Plus $10,000 for the ground cleanup, that's a total of $20,000. Are you transferring the money or swiping the card? Ah. Lord Steward, unjustly these things are all damaged by that Sun Wu Why do you want us to pay for it? I don't care about that, I just saw your two asses and heads smash the stake, break the floor, and break the ring post. I'll give you 3 days to settle your payments or I'll sell you to the subspace scouts as daredevil pioneers. The Dimensional Exploration Team, the first group of people who go in to explore every time a new dimensional world appears. There are all sorts of dangers in such new dimensional worlds, and the survival rate is extremely low, basically equivalent to sending people to their deaths. The survival rate of going to the front line to kill ferocious beasts is higher than this scouting team. Supervisor. Don't. Chapter 6 Entering the Ranks. Still. To go before becoming a Super Saiyan. On the other hand, Sun Wu, who had left the martial arts school, returned to his residence. It was a rental area farther away from the school, almost close to the edge of the energy shield that enveloped the entire district. The Devil's Capital District was considered a safer area of Blue Water Planet, and the ferocious beast disasters rarely managed to reach the Devil's Capital District, but the wilderness was still unsafe as well. So this place near the edge of the city, the edge of protection, is basically only inhabited by some poor people, and the rent is relatively much cheaper. Formerly a war orphan, the Federation's pension totaled more than 1 million star coins in bits and pieces. It would have been enough for him to live comfortably until the end of his senior year of high school and the end of college to serve in the military. Unfortunately, the predecessor had a brain fart and used it to buy the top inheritance to that scum girl Lin Jingjing. Thinking about this, Sun Wu looked back. This is my money? Figured I'd have to follow up and get the money back. Didn't the scumbag woman say she'd make it up? I'll have to go recoup it sometime. Then opened the system panel to look through the records. Before things were sudden, he hadn't had time to check. The end of the battle gave quite a few battle points to come. Defeat a powerful enemy and gain 36 battle points. Defeated a powerful enemy and gained 64 battle points. Defeat a powerful enemy and gain 5 battle points. Combat power 5 is also a strong enemy? Sun Wu secretly spat. Combat sharp system. Current battle points, 105. Name, Sun Wu. Realm, martial arts level 1 not yet in rank. Upgrade experience value, 100 plus. Combined combat power, 200. Remnant Fist LV 1 plus. Sun Fist LV 1 plus. Packing Shear Hammer LV 1 plus. Skills to be realized at the next level: Chi Perception, Dancing in the Air, Universal Amazing Palm, Turtle Qigong, Heaven and Earth Penetrating Fist. Sun Wu noticed something different from before. The optional plus sign appeared after the experience value and skills. Focus your mind on the plus sign after the experience value. Upgrade experience value, 1 battle point increases experience by 1 point. Seeing the prompt, Sun Wu's heart was delighted. Didn't this mean that he didn't need to participate in that What's It All entry trial and could directly upgrade to the entry ranks? Without immediately tapping down the upgrade, he first looked at the plus sign on the skill below. Is it possible to upgrade the current skill Residual Image Fist LV1? It requires 100 battle points to be consumed. Not realizing that skill upgrades required so many battle points, Sun Wu then gave up and directly tapped on the plus sign for experience value. System. Extra points. Show me your limits. Upgrade experience value, 105-100. Detected that the data experience value is full and meets the criteria for entering the rank. Is it possible to enter the rank immediately? Is. However, after a minute after clicking yes, Sun Wu didn't feel any change in his body, and looked at the panel still showing the uninitiated rank. What's the situation? Sun Wu looked at the panel with a head full of doubts. At this time, the panel after the virtual illusory up, a small number of panels appeared, vaguely floating a line of prompts. This entry is not in the entry trial space, please enter the trial subspace, the conditions are insufficient to enter. Zip. Sun Wu instantly recognized that it was the 4-dimensional attribute panel that would be generated after obtaining the awakening inheritance, which he had learned in class from his predecessor's memory. Sun Wu thought that the original panel had been replaced by the system and was long gone, but he didn't expect it to appear again. I don't know if it's my own illusion, but it always feels as if my system is beating up that inheritance panel? Fighting. Yes. The host meets the entry requirements. Beginning to enter the ranks. Sun Wu felt a special energy converge from the heavenly spirit and began to infiltrate every cell of his body from top to bottom. Wherever the energy swam, every muscle fiber grew in value wildly, and the speed of cell division caused his body temperature to soar to appalling levels. The short hairs that were originally inches started to grow wildly, and the body hair all over his body seemed to have thickened a bit. There was a tingling at the tailbone, as if something was about to come out. A circle of faint chi waves surfaced around the body, rippling outward in all directions. A Monkey King's silhouette appeared behind Sun Wu, gradually moving closer to him and fusing together. In the end, the faint energy stayed in the body, slowly hidden into the limbs and bones. Entry completed. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of entering the ranks. Reward, 1,000 units of Scion S cells, issued with the rank entry process. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Chi Sense. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Air Dance. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Universal Shocking Palm. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Turtle Qigong. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Heaven and Earth Penetrating Fist. Name, Sun Wu. Realm, Martial Arts Level 1. Upgrade Experience Value, 1000. Combined Combat Power, 1000. Number of Scion S cells, 1000. Scion Bloodline improves physical recovery, resistance to blows, near-death recovery will dramatically increase combat power. Current skills: Rect Image Fist, Sun Fist, Bag Shear Hammer, Chi Perception, Dance in the Air Technique, Universal Shocking Palm, Turtle Qigong, Heaven and Earth Penetrating Fist. Next level of comprehended skills: Chi Yuan Zhang, Chi Yuan Zhang Six-Edged Blade, Chi Mines, Prince's Battle Tactics. Obtaining stage reward tasks. Please make a breakthrough to the middle 3 realms within 1 year and proceed to the middle secret realm trial. Reward, 10,000 units of Scion S cells. Scion S cell count reaches 10,000 units or more, base battle power reaches the standard, and Super Scion Form 1 is opened. The system prompts kept brushing the screen, and it was overwhelming. Sun Woo looked at the mirror on the closet aside. The mirror showed himself bulging with muscles and a fit body, a head of black hair without wind, a smile outlined on his handsome face. Feel a little like Dart? Sun Woo was very satisfied with his current look in his mind, kind of like the look of a large 10x who had returned from the future, and he secretly decided to get a sword to carry on his back in the future as well. Handsome is for life. The previous entry level was thought to be unsuccessful, but I wonder why it succeeded later? The next stage of the task was to break through to the middle third realm, which meant that one had to reach at least the 4th level of martial arts while passing the 4th level of the breakthrough secret realm trial. The thought of being able to transform into a Super Saiyan made Sun Woo's heart incomparably excited, and he couldn't wait to immediately upgrade to the 4th level of martial arts. But you have to eat your meal one bite at a time, and calm down to look at the skill you just got. Ki perception, gain the ability to perceive ki, manipulate it, and use it. Qi is the most fundamental energy in living organisms. Positive qi, evil qi, courage, vitality and other spiritual forces are all qi, which is the potential life energy of all things and can make the physical body exceed its limits. It is the life energy underlying all things and can push the physical body beyond its limits. Pre-skills for Kamehameha Qigong Wave, Jiyuan Chop, Yuan Qi Bomb, etc. Instantly, in Sun Woo's perception, a large and small qi point appeared. At this time, a level 1 qi perception had a surprising range of a staggering 1 kilometer range, which could be said to be basically equal to a full map radar. Those were the residents living around them, some with large air masses and some with small ones, and you could tell their strengths and weaknesses directly from the air masses. The colors of the qi clusters varied, with the occasional 1 or 2 black qi that gave off an evil aura. After feeling the qi induction, Sun Woo withdrew the qi and looked to the next skill. Chapter 7 Lu Xiaohu's Inheritance Template. Dancing in the air, a secret flying technique created by the Crane Immortal Stream, which can be practiced after comprehending qi and being able to manipulate it. Luck is released at the feet, and one can fly when the qi one releases is able to support oneself. Sun Woo subconsciously tried the dancing air technique, and the hidden qi within his body was activated, not just from the soles of his feet, but emanating from all of his limbs. Sun Woo's body slowly floated around the room. The joy of flying made Sun Woo unable to resist flying a few laps around the room. It looks like you've directly gained the full skill of the dancing air technique, so you can use it directly, huh? In the original, Gohan teaches Pitari to fly for the first time, and the air currents are blowing the lawn around. However, his air dance technique was silent, as if it was a floating technique. Sun Woo played indoors for a while, ending the dancing air technique and checking up on the few other skills left to come. Universal Shocking Palm, storing up power and using qi to gather in both hands, converting it into a powerful electric current to hit the enemy, stiffening them and preventing them from moving, and causing a reduced or no effect on those whose combat power is higher than yours. Demon Sealing Wave Pre-Skill. The Universal Amazing Palm, which in the original story was used by Kame Sennin's pre-incarnation as Takeda-sensei when he fought Goku Jr. Later, due to the storage time is long, are not much to see, this skill some specific occasions is estimated to be quite good to use, and the follow-up skills of the Magic Seal Wave that is a god skill. Kame School's Qigong Wave gathers the user's entire body's qi, condenses it in both hands, and fires it out. This skill is not stackable with King's Fist. The Sun family's signature skill, how can you not have a Turtle Pie Qigong Wave with your own last name, Sun? I just don't know how powerful it is, it's too late now, I'll find a chance to test it tomorrow. Look further down. Heaven and Earth Penetrating Fist, gathering the strength of the whole body to blast out with a single punch, comes with the superimposition of the will of the great apes in the body to cause damage, for all creatures that cannot withstand the spirit of the sleeping great apes in the Scion bloodline to cause crushing level of damage, with strong attack power and average speed, can directly attack the spiritual body. Skill Dragon Fist Pre-Skill. This skill Sun Woo still has the impression that it was the move that little Goku used to defeat old Piccolo Demon King. Look at this skill description. Is this something that can directly cause damage to mental bodies? I wonder if it can cause damage to those who have chosen a natural fruit. Follow-up skill Dragon Fist? Isn't that an original skill from Dragon Ball GT? I didn't realize that this skill could be comprehended as well. This move is quite a pull, damage or no damage first, handsome is really handsome. After checking all the harvest, Sun Woo went to the cabinet to change into a set of black clothes and walked out the door. As to why, naturally, just in case. The sun hadn't gone down for long, and it was the time when the sky was dim, so Sun Woo collected his breath and harnessed the dancing air art to quickly traverse over the city, relying on his qi sense to avoid those powerful qi masses that might discover him. It soon arrived over the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center. In the perception of qi, there were hundreds of qi clusters in the martial arts center, varying in size, 2 of which were as conspicuous as light bulbs. One was in the open-air martial arts arena of the inner hall, while the other was hundreds of meters deep underground in the martial arts hall. Sun Wu more tightly convergence of their own breath, slowly floating to the martial arts pavilion and the pavilion martial arts arena in the air, through the night color to measure up the yard that too large and a small air mass of the master. The atmospheric mass was no other than the daytime martial arts school instructor, Lu Hu. There was also a figure kneeling across from him, and it was clearly that Lu Xiaohu. Humph. Bastard, what do I want in my martial arts school that I don't have? And you're exploiting the chaperones? I'm going to lose my old face to you, and if a few other martial arts schools know about this, they won't know how to laugh at me. Don't contact me with your unsavory friends. Cut them off at once. Those guys I also went to find out about are obviously interested in approaching you. You'll kneel here until the day the entry-level trial begins, and I'll have the stewards bring you your meals. Remember that. I'll break your legs next time. And this entry-level trial, at least bring me back the top 10, do you hear me? Lu Xiaohu knelt on the ground, pressing down and not daring to look up at his father. Do you hear me? Answer me. Heard that. Humph. Lu Hu flung his sleeves back into one of the houses in the courtyard and heavily closed the door. Only Lu Xiaohu was left kneeling alone on the courtyard martial arts field. You did this? Abruptly, Lu Xiaohu muttered to himself. Sun Wu, hidden in mid-air, was startled in his heart, thinking that Lu Xiaohu had discovered him talking to him. Then, after waiting for a while and realizing that Lu Xiaohu was still talking to himself, he reacted. This Lu Xiaohu was talking to himself. Lu Xiaohu secretly said in his heart that he was unlucky, and was inexplicably reprimanded by his father today. He probably knew what was going on. He'd had another self in his body since he was a child, and it used to come out only once in a while. Since last year, he awakened the template of Rommel Scythe Cavendish, which was inherited from the pirate world. His other self becomes extremely active, always doing things with his body when he doesn't know it. He hadn't been going to the entry-level trial, intending to advance his family's martial arts Dao to martial arts level 2 before going to the entry-level trial. By then he would be invincible in the trial and could gain more benefits. As a result, the other one in his body has been up to no good, causing him to remain at the peak of level 1 to this day. At this moment, a figure gently pushed open the door of the martial arts arena and tiptoed in. It is actually the yellow hair that was scared by Lu Hu during the day and passed out. With every step he took, he looked twice toward the closed door of Lu Hu's room, fearing that Lu Hu would come out of it again. Coming next to Lu Xiaohu, who was kneeling on the ground, he bent down and fawned. Tiger, you have to do right by us. The steward wants me to pay more than $10,000 in compensation for cleaning costs. It's just a matter of mopping the floor. How can I ask for so much money? And also, that Sun Wu simply doesn't know the heights of heaven. Before he injured the boss, I mentioned your name, but he was disdainful, threatening to say that he would beat you up even if you were in front of him. You see how much he doesn't regard you in his eyes. You can't let him off the hook. He really said that? Lu Xiaohu lowered his head, and Yellow Hair couldn't see his expression. Where Yellow Hair couldn't see, Lu Xiaohu's pupils abruptly changed from black to blue-yellow, and his entire aura suddenly changed. When? Of course. Yellow Hair's voice had a slight tremor, but he still said it firmly. The mid-air Sun Wu's eyes stared at his words. I thought to myself that I had come to the right place. This dog thing also planted evidence to frame him. If Lu Xiaohu finds someone to deal with him, it is really a trouble. Kneeling on the ground, Lu Xiaohu slowly raised his head. His face could not see any expression, only his mouth with a strange smile. The veins on his arms slowly rippled. He turned his head to the groveling Yellow Hair. Come here a little. Yellow Hair was overjoyed, thinking that Tiger was going to arrange a job for him, and immediately took a step forward to hear what Tiger was going to say. After all, Instructor Lu was in the house, and it would be bad if he was heard too loudly. Just as Yellow Hair leaned over to make a sideways ear, a strong wind swept through. Boom! Pop! Lu Xiaohu suddenly threw a punch to Yellow Hair's head as he leaned over. This fist power is strange. The fist flashes a fierce tiger shadow. Yellow Hair fighting strength originally pulled down, body fragile, how to withstand this long-stored power of a punch. In an instant, his head was like a watermelon that had been smashed, the rind scattered and the juice splashed all over the place. Suddenly, Lu Xiaohu's complexion changed and his pupil color turned black again. Lu Xiaohu, who came back to his senses, looked at the blood on his hands and the yellow hairs on the ground, and reacted to the fact that he had come out again. Lu Xiaohu shook off the blood staining his hands, operated the communicator on his arm for a few moments, and summoned the steward over to clean up the scene. That Sun Wu, having just awakened his inheritance, could have the strength to defeat the Chen brothers in a single move. It was obvious that inheritance wasn't as weak as the others had said. This kind of explosion of combat power without having entered the rank was usually a manifestation that only appeared in those very top-tier legacies. This kind of person, either directly now when he was weak, strike with all his might and settle it once and for all, or don't make an enemy of him. This yellow hair made him an enemy without authorization. It's better to die. Moreover, if his father did not do anything, he himself was not sure that he could directly take down that Sun Wu. It wasn't like he and that Sun Wu had any life and death grudges, so he might as well turn it into something else. You go and warn the Chen brothers not to give me nothing to worry about, and that Sun Wu, don't mess with him again. If they don't listen, let them accompany this yellow hair. And send me a gift to that Sun Wu, just say it's the compensation from before. Those pumping Cheng is the people underneath go to do it privately, I don't know about it. After instructing the steward, Lu Xiaohu continued to kneel in place, looking down at the ground not knowing what he was thinking. Lu Hu's house, on the other hand, was motionless, as if it was oblivious to what was happening outside. Just now, when he saw that scene where Lu Xiaohu struck out, Sun Wu's breath trembled slightly. This was the first time he had seen a killing scene, and he did not expect this Lu Xiaohu to be able to be so ruthless. And this guy gave Sun Wu a kind of twisted feeling, although this person did not seem to want to find him trouble, but Sun Wu still left a heart. Just as Sun Wu was about to leave to verify another matter, creepy feelings suddenly flooded his mind, as if some danger was about to befall him. What's the situation? He was in the night sky, and convergence of breath, she sensed perception range, in addition to the house of Lu Hu and the ground Lu Xiaohu, also did not see other people. Suddenly, Sun Wu's eyes narrowed. Nope. There was an air mass within the range of chi perception that suddenly disappeared just now. Chapter 8. The air mass that was previously probed 100 meters deep underground in the Fei Hu Martial Arts Hall had disappeared at this time. Alarm bells rang loudly in Sun Wu's heart, and he scurried outward with full power of his dancing air technique. In one breath, he flew dozens of kilometers until he could not perceive the feeling that made him tremble with fear, and then he relaxed. What is it? So scary. Sun Wu secretly wiped his sweat, and thought to himself that he should be more careful next time. Coming to this world hadn't happened anything to alert him, and his mind was a little too relaxed. The death of that yellow hair just now, and this terrifying aura reminded him that this was the high martial world, where the weak and the strong were the norm. That aura just now was presumably some expert from the Flying Tiger martial arts school, but how did he discover himself? With just that hint of breath disturbance? At this moment, the desire to become stronger in his heart was 1 point stronger. This feeling of being chased by danger was really not good. In the end, he was still too weak. If now he had the kind of fighting power of Frisia Great King, these people shall not obediently kneel in front of him and sing conquest? Then he uttered the words, I don't eat beef. Why finished, Sun Wu flew directly to a place, ready to carry out the plan he had started with. About 10 minutes later, inside the rental house. Sun Wu sat cross-legged on the bed of the rental house. At the moment he had a cage of hamsters and a couple of roosters in front of him. These were the ones he had just gone out shopping for quite a while to get. This world is full of ferocious beasts, and these kinds of ordinary animals are relatively rare instead. As for why he bought these, it was because he wanted to experiment with one thing. At this point he had a hamster in his hand, dead, and a rooster that he had beaten half to death. Sun Wu looked at his system panel. Name, Sun Wu. Realm, Martial Arts Level 1. Upgrade Experience Value, 1000. Combat Points, 1. The experience for upgrading to Martial Arts Level 2 had been doubled tenfold, and although it was also only a matter of defeating 20 redheads before upgrading, it was a real tenfold increase. Now it's 1000, what about the next level? Does it become 10,000? How many red hairs does that brush? And for the moment he focused his attention on the combat record. Encountered a strong enemy, won the battle, gained 0.0001 battle points. Encountered a strong enemy, won the battle, gained 0.00001 battle points. Battle points gained are shown as 1 if they have not reached the full one. Really? You can get battle points for that? After a few more hours of research, Sun Wu probably understood the rules for calculating battle points. All creatures he defeats give him combat points. The number of combat points depends on the size of the creature's combat power. And only the first defeat counts for the same creature. That plan of Sun Wu's to grab the red-haired monster and beat it violently 20 times went out the window. The good news, though, is that there are a large number of ferocious beasts to defeat outside of the city's shields, all of which are big battle points. It's the possibility of encountering ferocious beasts that are far beyond one's strength and may be dangerous. It's better to stay in school honestly at this stage. It was said that there would be hordes of ferocious beasts for them to practice on in the entry-level trial space in 5 days, and that would be a good time for him to frantically brush up on his experience. The night was silent, and the next day, Sun Wu was awakened by a message on his communicator. When he opened it, it was a message from that steward of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall. It turned out that the compensation Lu Xiaohu ordered yesterday had arrived. The message said that he was given access to a high-level martial arts training room and offered a bottle of high-level tiger bone nourishing liquid as compensation. But since he didn't know where Sun Wu lived, he sent Sun Wu to the second Budo High School in the Magic City district and asked him to go to the school to pick it up. Rao Sun Wu knows that today Lu Xiaohu will send someone to give him compensation, but also in his heart smacked this Lu Xiaohu big money. The Advanced Martial Arts Training Room, the signature building of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School. Inside there are such as combat dynamometer, energy strength tester, gravity cultivation device, cellular activation fatigue repair cabin such as high precision and auxiliary instruments. There are also 1-2 professional massage masters, all of whom have awakened their medical type heritage on standby around the clock. In this high-level martial arts training room, it can be said that you can practice with complete peace of mind, not afraid of any injury or illness, and after practicing all the aches and pains, injuries and pains are all relieved by someone for you. This business of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center used to be offered to the public at a price of $400,000 a day. Now it was actually open directly to him? And there's no mention of a period of use in this message. Furthermore, this advanced body nourishing liquid is worth talking about. Nowadays, the mainstream awakening inheritance is to enter the subgenre to get baptized and directly obtain the power template. This gained power boosts quickly and diversifies abilities, so most people focus on template development and enhancement. But with that comes a failure to keep up with the development of the body itself. There are special subspaces in which all abilities except the physical body are suppressed. This is when the cultivation of the physical body becomes especially important. The commoner underclassmen were all thinking of awakening a top-tier inheritance and being satisfied. The big families were different, and would also require their children to also practice ancient martial arts to strengthen their bodies. The body-nourishing liquid is a secret medicine that has been passed down from generation to generation by the major martial arts schools of the traditional martial arts path of ancient martial arts, and each martial arts school produces a different effect. The tiger bone nourishing liquid from the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School was the first choice for increasing the strength of the flesh and enhancing power. The ones circulating on the market were usually primary body nourishing liquids that had been diluted 1,000 times, and a bottle would cost more than 10,000 to 20,000 star coins. This kind of high-level body fluid, basically is simply impossible to be ordinary people to buy, are all by the big families of the big power round. If you really want to take it out and sell it, $4 million a bottle is all you can sell. Although he received such a great gift, Sun Wu's defense against this Lu Xiaohu in his heart went up another level. Thinking of Lu Xiaohu's ruthless determination yesterday, Sun Wu secretly said in his heart, in the future, even if you don't make an enemy of him, once hostile definitely want to cut off the roots. Got up and made a whole chicken dinner with the chicken that died yesterday from the experiment. Simply ate, found a sparsely populated direction, and directly unfolded the dancing air technique to fly around the school and landed, heading towards the school. There was still a block away from the school when they saw a lot of students crowding around the entrance of the school. In the crowd 2 men in silver-white practice uniforms stood straight in front of the school's main entrance, one of them holding a glass case the size of a basketball in his hand. Inside the left hand case was a golden card, and in the right hand case, a strangely shaped goat's white jade vase sat on its end. Whoa, this is the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School escorts, right? I heard that they're all martial arts level 3 experts, huh? Isn't this outfit awesome? What are they holding in their hands? That bottle, it seems to be a body-nourishing liquid, right? I've watched my big brother drink it before, but it's not quite the same. My big brother's one is a white porcelain bottle, and this one seems to be jade in general. Nourishing liquid? That's something only rich kids can afford to drink. A bottle costs $10,000 or $20,000, right? Which family is so willing to buy this good stuff for their children? Humph. A bunch of bumpkins. At this time a voice sneered out. The few students who had been discussing earlier sniffed and looked toward the person who had made the sound with unfavorable expressions on their faces. Chapter 9, Lin Jingjing's car rollover. only to see a line of 3 people behind them, 2 men and a woman coming toward the crowd. That woman, Sun Wu still recognized all of them, was none other than the ex-girlfriend of the predecessor, Lin Jingjing. Lin Jingjing was raising her hand to lift her long hair behind her ear. The waistline of her align-pleated skirt was stuck extremely tightly, strangling her slender waist, and underneath was a pair of long polished legs. At this time, her upper body shirt retracted upward with the movement of lifting, revealing a snow-white waistline, waist and stomach, attracting a lot of male students to focus their eyes. Lin Jingjing, the scummy girl, still had some poise in her, otherwise the predecessor wouldn't have been so dead set against her. Look at what? Look again? Do you believe I'll cut you? The visitor pushed his way through the crowd and kicked a classmate who couldn't get out of the way in time. When several students saw the man's appearance, they were instantly jealous and kept their mouths shut. One by one, they put their heads down and stopped looking around, and the crowd automatically dispersed to make a path for this line of people to come in. This person was the notorious dude of the second martial arts school of the Magic Capital District. His name is Tang Xiaojie and he is the third oldest in his family. The Tang family behind him was said to have connections with some local military bigwig with his hand in the pie, causing this person to usually be used to running roughshod over his classmates in school, often bullying them. Aya, don't be angry brother Jia, what are you bothering with these bumpkins, or have they seen this high-grade stuff? You've seen a lot of things, quickly give us a talk and a long insight. Look at Ms. Lin waiting for you to explain it to brother Jia. At this time, the boy who followed the duo with a doggy style coincided with the occasion and bragged about Tang Xiaojie. This person is called Li Jianren. I do not know how to climb up to Tang Xiaojie. In the school and Tang Xiaojie is master and servant, there is Tang Xiaojie in the place, there is bound to be him behind. Tang Xiaojie was very flattered by what he heard, and looking at Lin Jingjing who was also looking at herself as if she was waiting for her words, she immediately straightened her stance and said with a straight face. This one, it's not one of those $10,000 or $20,000 hybrids on the market. This is my brother Lu Xiaohu's house, the centuries-old signature of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School, Tiger Bone Nourishing Liquid. It is the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Museum collection of many tiger beasts in the sub-dimensional realm of the bone. With the secret medicine blend, there are muscles and bones to enhance the effectiveness of the fighting force, but also increase the efficiency of some energy class inheritance of energy in the body. One bottle is worth 4 million star coins, and it's still priced to sell. Lin Jingjing's eyes lit up slightly when she heard 4 million. Wow, so all of Jay's friends are this good. She took half a step forward and walked in front of that Flying Tiger Martial Arts School escort, standing on the same side as Tang Xiaojie. A scent of minty hand cream mixed with body heat enveloped Tang Xiaojie. The taut buttons of the white shirt in front of her chest trembled with her movements, as if it was going to be unsupportable the next moment, and Tang Xiaojie's eyes went straight as he watched. Li Jianren suddenly squeezed between the two, to say that young master Lu Xiaohu, but with our brother Jia. Brother Ren, don't interrupt. Lin Jingjing gently touched Tang Xiaojie's calf with her knee. I just want to listen to brother Jia. Tang Xiaojie's throat rolled, swallowed a mouthful of spit, and suddenly ripped open his collar to dissipate the heat. This is nothing, this one on the side, is the VIP gold card of the Fei Hu Martial Arts Center, which can directly call the Advanced Martial Arts Training Room of the Fei Hu Martial Arts Center. It was important to know that the startup cost of this high-level martial arts training room of the Fei Hu Martial Arts Center to the outside world for a single day could be as high as 400,000 star coins. Inside there are state-of-the-art recuperation bins, cellular reinforcement devices. You'll get stronger even if you lie inside and sleep for a day. Wow, really envious. I don't know who's so generous. Another tiger bone nourishing liquid in this VIP gold card for Advanced Martial Arts Training Room. Lin Jingjing leaned forward half an inch and surveyed the gift box in the escort's hands, seemingly muttering enviously, unlike me, I don't even know which way the door to the martial arts center opens. Xiaohu and I are lifelong brothers. Jing Jing, if you want it, it's just a phone call from me. Tang Xiaojie patted his chest and reached out to grab Lin Jingjing's hand and said. Really? Brother Jia, you're too nice. Lin Jingjing's hand didn't move and curled up a bit, not letting Tang Xiaojie have his way. Please make way. At that moment, a voice came from behind the trio. Tang Xiaojie was about to continue to grab that Lin Jingjing's jade hand, when he heard someone disturbing him. His heart was on fire. Which ungrateful one? The lapdog Li Jianren also immediately stood out to stop in front of the visitor. No, are you blind? Can't you see that Jie Xiao is picking up a girl? You guys do what you want, I don't care if you're just making babies here, but you're in the way of me getting my delivery. Sun Wu swept a glance and was about to cross over a few people to receive the things sent by the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School. Stop right there. Who told you to go over there? Li Jianren looked up and down. Sun Woo was wearing a slightly outdated school uniform, and his communication meter was also a basic old model, so he immediately had a bottom. Kid, you made Jie Xiao unhappy, give you a chance, now beg Jie Xiao to be generous and let you go. Jie Xiao is happy right now, maybe he won't bother with you. It's over, there's really a rash person to mess with this Tang Xiaojie, huh? The last time that sophomore teacher reprimanded Tang Xiaojie for bullying his classmates, I heard that he got both of his legs broken straight away, and he didn't even keep his teaching position, did he? Who's this guy? He doesn't look like a freshman. You don't even know Tang Xiaojie? There was a lot of talk around them when they saw that someone still dared to come up and disturb Tang Xiaojie's good deed, and then someone recognized Sun Woo. He looks a bit familiar, I have some impression. It seems to be that Sun Woo who didn't choose the double top inheritance yesterday and took a waste inheritance off? Is this person sick in the head? How else would the legacy not pick the top one and dare to find trouble with Tang Xiaojie? Sun Woo? Then I know. It's because of that Lin Jingjing. It's the thief pretty one behind Tang Xiaojie. That Sun Woo, I remember he's been presenting himself as Lin Jingjing's boyfriend. Hey, so that's how it is, rushing to the red face. Unfortunately. You also have to see if the anger is angry up this barbecue. Onlookers heard a knowledgeable person to say the reason, half for Sun Woo sorry, this Tang Xiaojie is vindictive, the hand is very ruthless. Li Jianren heard the crowd murmur and looked at Lin Jingjing, he's your boyfriend? He was aware of Tang Xiaojie's preferences. You have a boyfriend? And for 3 years? Tang Xiaojie's face was grim, his tone unkind. He loves to play with these some self-proclaimed innocent virgins and throw them away when he's tired of them. Before looking at Lin Jingjing, is because looking at Lin Jingjing quite pure, is a chick, originally intended to play well. I didn't expect to be lied to. For 3 years? Isn't it a broken shoe? He has never been interested in these kinds of men who have had men, and he never has the time to play love scenes with her. Lin Jingjing blanched, not expecting Tang Xiaojie to react so strongly. Jai, listen to me explain, nothing happened between me and him, he's just a lick. Explain, you paralyzed. Tang Xiaojie raised his hand and slapped Lin Jingjing in the face. Splat. The sound of a crisp slap made the surrounding students who were watching quiet for a split second. Lin Jingjing covered her face, a bright red palm print instantly surfaced on her white face as she looked at Tang Xiaojie incredulously. You hit me? Beat you? Lousy still wants to you. Tang Xiaojie grabbed Lin Jingjing's hair and yanked her towards his arms. Can run. Hold down this concubine for me. I'll do her here today. Kenny Lee froze, then laughed sardonically. He had long been unhappy with Lin Jingjing, on the basis of having a few good looks. What kind of innocence was she pretending to be in front of him? Now it's still not going to be played by Jie Xiao? Maybe there's still a mouthful of soup for you when it's over. Alright Jie. Li Jianren rubbed his fists and was about to pounce on Sun Woo. Chapter 10, Deterrence. Kid, be honest here and watch Jie Xiao play with your woman, let Jie Xiao get high and I'll spare you. Otherwise, I'll let you know what happens if you mess with Jie Xiao today. Li Jianren laughed, an arrow step rushed toward Sun Woo, raised his hand as a fist, thinking to give Sun Woo a little bit of powerful look first. His awakened heritage was the Inuyasha fruit, and he would have graduated long ago when he should have gone to Budokai University. In order to climb up Tang Xiaojie's relationship directly gave up going to Budo University. The medicine Tang Xiaojie had rewarded him with coupled with the traditional martial arts techniques had caused his combat power to reach more than 150 points, almost reaching the peak of the first level of martial arts. To deal with a rookie student who had just awakened a waste inheritance and had not yet entered the rank, wasn't it a handful? Combat detected, current opposing creature has 150 combat points, victory will be awarded 150 combat points. This guy is a little better than Chun Yi from that martial arts school. But now that he had 1000 combat points in hand, he could crush him with a casual move. However, this was the entrance to the school, it was still not too safe to kill someone in public, and this world also had a law and order law, although this law and order law was virtually non-existent for the big families. Li Jianren's fist carried the sound of wind and went straight to Sun Woo's face. Sun Woo just gently lifted his foot. Before Li Jianren's fist touched Sun Woo, his entire body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, smashing heavily on the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Ah! Li Jianren screamed miserably, covering his stomach and rolling on the ground, his face was pale and his forehead was filled with cold sweat. He felt that his internal organs had shifted, his mouth full of blood could not be restrained from gushing out, and the pain was so great that he almost fainted. Jianrunli struggled to get up, wanting to use the inheritance template to transform into the Inuyasha fruit husky form, but found himself so weak that he could hardly even move his fingers. The surrounding students were stunned, each with their mouths so wide open it looked like they could fit an egg in it. Is this still that punk Sun Wu? A single kick sent Li Jianrun flying? This power is too terrifying. I remember that Li Jianrun is a martial arts level 1 strength, right? Didn't he awaken a garbage inheritance? He used to be a commoner and had no place to practice martial arts? How can he be so strong? Tang Xiaojie also froze. He didn't expect that this weak-looking Sun Wu was so powerful. Li Jianrun had at least been with him for so long, and he still knew the combat power and all that. Although he couldn't be ranked in his big brother Tang Xiaolong's #1 martial arts high school in the Magic City district, but getting this #2 martial arts high school full of pariahs could still hold up. You dare to hit my people? Tang Xiaojie colored. If you're sick, go fix your brain, and I'll stand and let you beat me? I'm not just going to hit your people, I'm going to hit you? Sun Wu approached step by step, making a gesture to hit. Let me tell you, I'm a member of the Tang family. My big brother is Tang Xiaolong. If you dare to touch me, my big brother won't let you go. Tang Xiaojie moved his backstage, hoping to scare Sun Wu. Although he awakened inheritance on the use of top inheritance card, got a very powerful natural system fruit inheritance, but did not enter the rank before basically no combat power and hedonistic habit. He couldn't eat the pain of traditional martial arts, ancient martial arts, and at the moment, his fighting strength was not as good as Li Jianrun's. Tang Xiaolong? Never heard of it. Your big brother is Valen. Do wait until I'm done fighting first. Sun Wu laughed coldly. There was no such person in his memory. Before Tang Xiaojie could figure out who Valen was. Pop! He slapped Tang Xiaojie across the face. Tang Xiaojie was hit and spun around in place 3 times, a mouthful of blood froth interspersed with a few teeth flying out. You! My dad is Don. Tang Xiaojie covered his face, his eyes filled with anger. Pop! Another slap. My dad is a school board member. Pop! 3rd slap. Tang Xiaojie was beaten to a bruised face, and he couldn't even say the words of fear, afraid of another slap when he opened his mouth. Get out! Sun Wu kicks Tang Xiaojie in the ass, sending him flying. Straight away, he swept past Lin Jingjing, who was crying like a pear. This woman is still a little bit of heart. Just now when Tang Xiaojie stormed out she was still a little bit flustered. Wait until Sun Wu was in a big hurry but instantly pretended to be pitiful, wanting to attract Sun Wu's attention. In her eyes, Sun Wu is still the same lickspittle trying to win him back. However, he didn't expect Sun Wu to even look at her and walked straight to the escort of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School. The identity card was revealed to Lin Jingjing's incredulous eyes. I'm Sun Wu, here to get my stuff. You. Hello, Mr. Sunday. The escort was also surprised by Sun Wu and hurriedly handed over the gift box in his hand. I didn't realize that such an expensive thing that young Master Tiger had called for a gift was for a student, and this student acted in such a reckless style. If he wasn't mistaken, the one just now was the 3rd young master of the Tang family, right? Although it was known in the big families that this bastard son of the Tang family was not well received, he was at least a member of the Tang family. If the Tang family anger down, this little student is afraid of a bad day. In the end is young and vigorous. But are all students so good these days? Sun Wu took the gift box and checked the VIP gold card and tiger bone nourishing liquid and directly took it and left. The students, who had gathered around, automatically moved out of the way. Everyone looked at him with awe. But when Sun Wu left, everyone talked. Wow! That Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center's VIP gold card and advanced body nourishing liquid are Sun Wu's stuff? Really? Didn't he say that the body lotion alone costs $4 million? How did he afford it? I remember last month the Sun Wu was borrowing money from someone in the same class? Could it be that he bought this? Tang Xiaojie, who was bruised and swollen, climbed up from the ground and saw Sun Wu take away the gift box, and was so confused that he forgot all about the injuries on his face. Then, that the VIP gold card of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Museum and the Tiger Bone Nourishing Liquid are for him? How is this possible? Tang Xiaojie's heart set off shock waves. He'd heard the comments of the people around him, but he knew that wasn't possible. As a son of the Tang family, he only used to use intermediate body nourishing liquid, and he could afford to pay for advanced body nourishing liquid, but the important thing was that this thing was not circulating on the market. What's more, even if ordinary people could afford to borrow money to buy the advanced body nourishing liquid, the VIP card for the advanced martial arts training room of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall was not something that ordinary people could get. The Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center looked like it was just an ordinary martial arts center, similar to the large and small martial arts centers in the Magic City district, but in reality, the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center should be called the Flying Tiger Sect. Before the popularization of the awakening inheritance and other heavenly objects, the Flying Tiger sect relied on a single fierce tiger illusory beast fist to cultivate to the extent that it could withstand the current stage of level 7 ferocious beasts, and it was a real top-level fist technique. The benefits of being able to get a VIP gold card in his family's advanced martial arts training room were not just as simple as this advanced martial arts training room. The Tang family also only had big brother Tang Xiaolong with a VIP gold card. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have gotten into trouble. Looking at the way Sun Wu was still emboldened when he heard his background just now, he was afraid that he didn't have a big head? No, I have to go back and ask my big brother. Tang Xiaojie couldn't care less about Lin Jingjing and turned to run. Only Li Jianrun was left wailing weakly on the ground. Chapter 11, Even Licking Dogs Have Opponents. On the other hand, Sun Wu walked into his classroom, the VIP gold card was kept close to him, and the gift box of tiger bone nourishing liquid was too big to hold in his hand. Sun Wu's seat was in the back row of the classroom by the window, home of the classic king. Wu, you're here. Hey, what are you holding here? Not waiting for Sun Wu to sit warmly, a strong overly built figure, all a bit rounded, sat on a chair and rode over like a horse. The visitor's name was Li Yi, a dead friend of the predecessor and a debtor of the predecessor. In addition to the 5 million loan sharks, a large portion of the remaining money from the front of this simple-looking big fat man. This fat man is the son of the owner of a weapon store in the Magic City district. Although it is not a rich family, it is also considered a rich family in the second college of this Magic City district. The reason as to why you can play with the predecessor is that the fat guy is also a lickspittle. This Li Yi and the predecessor extremely have a common language, the two belong to the same sickness in school. The difference was that the predecessor had also previously had the title of boyfriend and girlfriend with Lin Jingjing. This Li Yi is a one-sided pure licking, the woman did not even look at him. But this fat man is nice. Normal people you ask him to take out a few million star coins to lend to a classmate, I'm afraid it's unlikely. Moreover, the predecessor had clearly told him to buy Lin Jingjing the top-tier inheritance qualification, and he still borrowed it without hesitation. Wait, why does this bottle look so familiar? Without waiting for Sun Wu to reply, Li Yi directly jumped up from his chair and Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center's Advanced Body Nourishing Liquid. Ah Wu, you're not going to sell your body, are you? Where did you get this? Are you going to give it to that Lin Jingjing again? Don't worry, I got this from someone else. Sun Wu saw that his expression was pompous, but actually implied concern, and had a smile in his heart. The former body is not good at anything, but it makes good friends. Ha! Who's so generous? How come no one gave me a gift? I'm still using that intermediate level body nourishing liquid until now, and it's still just 1 or 2 bottles a month. My old man can't afford to buy me high-grade goods. Li Yi was astonished. He basically knew the ones that Sun Wu knew, and he thought about it for a while but couldn't figure out who would send Sun Wu such an expensive thing. Take it then, it's yours, it's a gift, it's all to pay your debt. Sun Wu would like to pay back the debt of the predecessor in passing. This Li Yi is a good person, worthy of deep friendship. Then I don't want it, how expensive it all is. I've made a lot of money with this debt you're paying off. You'd better keep it for yourself, I don't lack this. Li Yi rejected Sun Wu's offer and purposely changed the subject in order to prevent Sun Wu from bringing it up again. Enough about that, what happened to your awakening yesterday? You don't choose between 2 top-tier legacies, you choose a legacy that's proven to be a garbage world? You can't give up on yourself like this, can you? What if you have to serve in the army? Also, I'm telling you, that guy Luo Cheng awakened a Konoha Ninja Village Human Pillar Power Whirlpool Naruto's legacy behind you yesterday. Out of the altar with its own terrifying 9-tailed fox shadow, obviously did not enter the rank to obtain a considerable amount of combat power, is the legendary Supreme Inheritance Ah. He also said he wants to duel you, and whoever wins is worthy of continuing to pursue Lin Jingjing. Sun Wu froze after hearing that. Whirlpool Naruto? The prince's legacy? And from what Li Yi said, this inheritance comes with 9 tails? Sun Wu was becoming more and more curious about how this awakening inheritance was actually done. There was also this one called Luo Chang, which Sun Wu also recalled. The predecessor to be Lin Jingjing licking dog is also stalking. At that time Lin Jingjing had numerous licking dogs, this Luo Chang is also one of them. In the end, Lin Jingjing was pestered and had no choice but to pick the most handsome one, the predecessor, from a bunch of licking dogs as a shield. From then on, Luo Chang hated the predecessor and fought against it in everything. Hey, why should licking dogs be difficult for licking dogs? This Luo Chang does not mess with him even if, really come let him try spiral pill right over my turtle faction Shigong wave. The two didn't wait long to continue talking, class was in session. A tall, upright and sturdy middle-aged man walked up to the podium. He is the class teacher director of this class, Zui Yuanlong. Quiet everyone, today is the last class of high school, let me explain the do's and don'ts of the entrance trial in 4 days. The entry-level trial is a semi-rewarding trial given to all newly awakened scholars prior to the great examination competition. On the day of the trial, all of you will enter through the trial replicate entrances at each of the major schools and teleport into the dimensional rift. Each trial of entry is basically different, with very few randomizations to worlds that have appeared in the past. The reason why this will be a semi-rewarding trial is because as soon as you enter your copy of the trial, you will go straight into the rank. It's equivalent to you guys going in there and being martial artists of the first level of martial arts. Then you can start killing the ferocious beasts inside the trial space. According to the rules of the previous entry-level trials, killing a ferocious beast that has not yet entered the rank counts for 1 point, killing a level 1 ferocious beast counts for 10 points, and killing a level 2 ferocious beast counts for 1000 points. At the end of the final trial, the higher the points the more rewards are awarded. There are unique laws of heaven and earth within all the copies, and if you get the top places in them, the laws of heaven and earth will directly imbue you with experience, allowing you to soar straight through. This was also the reason why the inherited martial way advanced faster than the traditional ancient martial arts and gradually took over the mainstream. In the past, there have been talented students who came out of the first place in the entry trial and directly broke through to the second level of the martial arts path, so teacher hopes that you guys will cheer up as well. And the Star Martial Federation took out a large amount of resources to supply the schools participating in the entry-level trials. Rankings affect the allocation of resources to individual colleges and universities. The top 10, each of whose affiliated colleges and universities gets a share of federal resources. The top 3 get more, and the first place gets 50% of the total resources alone. That's why teachers want you to move up the rankings as much as possible, and if any of you can get a top 10 ranking on the leaderboard, the school will have a special extra reward. However, all of this is predicated on surviving. I suggest that when you see a level 2 ferocious beast, run as far away as you can. Saving your lives is your first priority. As long as one comes out of the entry trial alive, one is automatically advanced to the first level of martial arts. The subsequent high school entrance exams will be more certain, and the road ahead will be longer. The last sentence was added by Zui Yuanlong himself. The second college in the Magic City district is basically the children of some civilian families. These students basically had no gateway to practicing traditional martial arts before they awakened their heritage, meaning that they were equal to having no combat experience before entering the rank. Trying to get them to enter and start killing the ferocious beasts straight away was just too strong. Alright, that's it for the last class, class dismissed. All students can go home now, and recuperate to prepare for the entry-level trial. With the class teacher's order, the classroom was once again bustling with talk about the entry-level copy in a few days. Is Takeshi going to eat? I'll treat you to dinner at the East Pavilion. Li Yi ran over on his butt. His mouth donga is his dream goddess Lu Balian family restaurant. Li Yi, nothing to run there, has long become a VIP customer there. Basically all his friends he invited them to eat, or often go to the kind of. No, I'm going to the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center. Sun Wu picked up the tiger bone body nourishing liquid, intending to go to the Flying Tiger Martial Hall to see the advanced martial arts training room, and in the meantime, use this body nourishing liquid. I heard that the advanced martial arts training room has some kind of instrument that works wonders with this body nourishing liquid. Ha? And go as a sandbag, ah? That work you quit it, every day was beaten face, and not like me every day I've treasure medicine can cure, you just go to my home part-time work is also okay, ah, do not let go of face well. Li Yi thought that he was going to work part-time at the martial arts center again and wanted to persuade him. No, I'm going to use this one this time. Sun Wu took out the VIP gold card of the Fei Hu Martial Arts Center from his bosom. A touch of gold color that emanated an earthy aura pierced Li Yi's eyes. Where did you get this? This? Li Yi's eyes glazed over. A hand took the gold card, held it in his hand and carefully scrutinized it back and forth for a while, confirming that it was real. Incredulously, he looked up at Sun Wu again, and then down at Jinka. My old man wants this gold card like crazy, never bothered to spend the money to get one, and this thing is from someone else too? Aha! My god, You're just a little mood swinger without a hum. This is the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center's VIP gold card. Li Yi looked skeptical. Is there something wrong with you? After a moment's thought, Li Yi intended to verify this and opened his communicator to make a video call. A big head with a beard, eyebrows, and hair so thick that it was joined together like a hairball appeared on Li Yi's communicator. Dad, a friend of mine gave me one of these, a VIP gold card for the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School. Li Yi put the gold card in front of the communicator and showed it to his dad. Only to see the eyes that showed under the thick hair on the opposite side flash with disbelief. Who is so generous? Which son of the family? Should Dad go return a little thank you gift? Right. Can you lend me your card for a couple days? You don't know, next door, Neo's old man got a silver card and flaunts it in front of me every day. I'm going crazy. Good son for your father to use. You later go to become a licking dog. Father will not stop you. Father full support. It's all right for you to be the king of lickers. No, Dad, I lied to you. It's someone's card. I'm taking it to pretend to be something I'm not. Bye. Pops. Li Yi turned off the communication device, but the communication device flashing drip beep, indicating that the opposite of his father's mood may not be very beautiful. Chapter 12 Super Saiyan Form 1. Regardless of the beeps and vibrations that kept coming from the communicator, Li Yi looked at Sunwoo. I've decided, I'll follow you to see what's going on. I can't believe I gave up my goddess for such vanity. I'm impure. In front of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center. Stepping into the martial arts hall again, Sunwoo saw two familiar figures inside the hall doing tiling work on the floor, holding several marble floor tiles that were being matched seam by seam. Woo, coming. Takeshi, you're here so early today? You guys got out of school already? Quite a few familiar chaperones also came over to greet Sunwoo when they saw him. What Sunwoo had done before had benefited all of them along with him, and everyone still remembered it in their hearts. However, they all still subconsciously thought that Sunwoo was here to be a part-time chaperone, and it was only when the crowd saw Sunwoo walking towards the passageway of the inner hall that they reacted. Woo, where are you going? We can't go into the inner hall, it's full of VIP customers of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center. There's no room for us to accompany the trainers from the outer hall. Someone spoke out to remind him, and Sunwoo turned around and smiled at him, taking out his VIP gold card and swiping it on one of the monitors at the entrance of the inner hall passage. Advanced Martial Arts Training Room, current remaining usage time permanent. The electronic voice sounded, and the few people who were familiar with Sunwoo looked at each other. Permanently? Did I hear you right? There's a permanent VIP gold card for this? I remember that this Advanced Martial Arts Training Room of the Feihu Martial Arts Center does not sell permanent privileges to the public. There was a rich kid whose family was in the Federal Military District who wanted to buy a permanent one and couldn't even get one, so he ended up just buying a one-year one. A few chaperones watched Sunwoo's back as he entered the inner hall and murmured. Permanent VIP? Hiss. The Chen brothers, who were repairing the floor, sucked in a breath of cool air when they heard the comments of the people around them. The two looked at each other, both seeing fear in the other's eyes. Chen Ming cautiously approached Chen Ye's ear. Brother, have we messed with some big shot? Shut up. Do your job. Chen Yi scolded in a low voice. He panicked a batch in his mind, but as an older brother, he had to be steady. What exactly is this Sunwoo's origin? Chen Yi secretly grumbled in his heart. This Sunwoo with them as a chaperone has also done 2 or 3 years, in addition to that girlfriend he has seen a glance, indeed beautiful excessive, the other with them these mudlegs is also similar. With this background, why did you come to be a chaperone? If I had told you earlier, he wouldn't have dared to mess with you. Now well, not only was brutally beaten, but also to compensate for the loss of the martial arts hall, which if Sunwoo again misses. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and the movements of his hands slowed. Hurry up and do it. Dawdling, want to be sold to the subspace scouting team? The steward's voice came from behind him, frightening Chen Yi and hastily accelerating his speed. Meanwhile, Sunwoo entered the inner hall through the connecting passage. The decor of the inner pavilion is clearly more than a notch higher than the outer pavilion. Corridor on both sides of the wall, but also hung with a variety of famous calligraphy and painting. The ground is covered with soft carpet, the air is filled with a light incense, a row of several dressed in Cheongsam beautiful appearance of the beauty of the guest of honor standing in the museum. Seeing Sunwoo, a beautiful woman in a Cheongsam greeted him. Hello sir, how may I help you? I'll use the Advanced Martial Arts Training Room. Sunwoo presented his VIP gold card. Yes, please follow me. The beautiful woman led Sunwoo to a special room. the outside of the room still has that quaint feel to it. Inside the room, however, was a full range of high-tech equipment. Combat dynamometer, energy strength tester, gravity cultivation device, cell activation fatigue repair chamber. It was the first time Sun Woo had seen these things in his 2 lives, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. You are free to use any of these devices, the instructions for use are intelligently presented, so feel free to call me if you need to. After the beautiful woman finished speaking, she bowed slightly and retreated. Waiting for the beautiful woman to close the door, Sun Woo walked over to the combat dynamometer. He planned to try his current power first. Taking a deep breath, he directly threw a punch. Boo! The dynamometer displayed a number that kept jumping and finally settled on energy strength 998. The system gave him a combat strength of 1000 points, which was the strength of the energy tested in this world. Everyone else in this world has to synthesize their own 4 dimensions and combine them with a dynamometer to estimate their own combat power. Sun Woo was not surprised by the result. If the system had just given him the exact value, he'd believe that the 2 points of error must be a machine problem. He walked over to the energy strength tester on the side again, an apparatus specifically designed to test the strength of energy waves, elementalization, and other attacks. Turtle. Pi. Che. Gong. Standing still in the testing area, Sun Woo put his hands together and placed them behind his side, condensing chi in his palms. A ball of chi light gathered in the fingers of both his hands. The chi of his whole body slowly gathered. A wave of energy was slowly nurtured in it. Boom! A blue-white wave of light shot out to impact the energy tester in front of him. On the energy tester, the numbers jumped wildly, finally settling at 1996. A 2-fold increase in combat power? Sun Woo was a bit surprised, not realizing that the power of the Turtle School Qigong wave was so great. According to the original setting, the power of the Kamehameha Chakra wave depends on the strength of the user's chi, and there doesn't seem to be a fixed multiplier for the increase. It seemed that this world's Turtle Pi Qigong wave had been optimized by the system to be even more powerful. He tried the skills such as the Universal Shocking Palm and others one by one, and none of them could reach the strength of the Turtle Pi Qigong wave. Next, he experienced the gravity cultivation device and the cell activation fatigue repair chamber. The gravity cultivator adjusts the gravity multiplier. Sun Woo tried 10 times gravity and felt like his body was carrying a small mountain, and his actions became sluggish. This stuff, it's good for exercising your body. In the original story, Son Goku and Vegeta and the others also used the gravity chamber a lot to practice, but he remembered that Goku reached such a horrifying statistic as 100 times gravity on his way to Narmix. Of course, the gravity device in this martial arts training room could only reach 30 times at most, and it still couldn't be compared to Dragon Ball's technology. The cellular activation fatigue repair pod, on the other hand, accelerates the body's recovery and eliminates fatigue, as well as repairing smaller injuries to accelerate wound healing. Sun Woo lay in and experienced, felt warm, indescribable comfort, but he did not feel too much change without injury, a little mountain pig eating fine chaff. Supposedly the most valuable thing in here is this? After experiencing all the equipment, Sun Woo took out the tiger bone nourishing liquid. It's kind of the highlight of the day. Open the cap and a strange scent hits you. It gave Sun Woo a feeling of facing a fierce beast directly, as if a tiger was radiating its breath in front of you. It was followed by a strange medicinal scent. Sun Woo tilted his head and drank the body-nourishing liquid in one go. A hot current rose from the belly and quickly spread to all the limbs. Sun Woo felt hot and dry, and his skin became red as if it was about to burn. The sensation of ripping and growing cells all over his body that he felt when he entered the rank came once again. Sun Woo felt his muscles in all parts of his body cheering and frantically absorbing this medicinal power. But what came with it was a terrifying tiger-shaped shadow that flashed in his mind, incessantly impacting his mind and soul. What's the deal? And no one said anything about drinking a pill and all that. Sun Woo, a burst of wonder, in the end is short-sighted. This tiger bone body nourishing liquid should also have any precautions. The predecessor of the bumpkin pressure simply do not understand, they have no way to know. This Lu Xiaohu is also really, do not send a manual or something, make first so difficult. Sun Woo wasn't too worried. This tiger-shaped spiritual shadow did have an impact on himself, but it didn't cause any actual damage, it was just slightly difficult. Instead, his spirit and flesh seemed to be gradually growing stronger under this onslaught. Exogenous energy detected, synchronization successful. Experience value plus 300. Name, Sun Woo. Realm, Martial Arts Level 1. Upgrade experience value, 305-1000. Combined combat power, 1000. Number of Scion S cells, 1000. Combat points, 180. What's going on here? The system suddenly appeared and turned this medicinal power directly into experience value. At the same time, the discomfort in Sun Wu's body disappeared. The system is still hurting me. I didn't realize that this tiger bone nourishing liquid is so ruthless. It directly adds 300 points of experience? So if I drink a few more bottles, won't I go straight to martial arts level 2? Your spirit took part in a cool fight. Receive the rewards Super Saiyan Form 1 experience one time. Chapter 13 Wu Feng. Sun Wu was stunned. He didn't expect to just drink a medicine. He thought that it would just boost his experience by a few hundred points to save a fight, but as a result, it directly gave him a Super Saiyan Form 1 experience card? Combat Sharp System, is that what it turns out to be? Does it count if I fight the ladies? After all, it's still fighting, and it's cool. Throwing away the thoughts cluttering his mind, he immediately tapped on the system to check it out. Super Saiyan Form 1 experience card. Gain Super Saiyan Form 1 transformation, which increases the total combat power of the body by 50 times. Consumption of Saiyan S cells per minute, 100 units. Continues until Saiyan S cells are consumed and closes automatically, cannot be paused after opening and use, and can end the transformation. Seeing this description, Sun Wu couldn't wait to use up this experience card immediately. But in the end, I held back. With this Super Saiyan experience card in hand, won't you be able to whoever you want in the next entry-level trial? With a 50-fold increase, his regular combat power today was 1000, and using this Super Saiyan experience card directly skyrocketed to 50,000 combat power. That's 50,000 combatants. Regular inherited martial artist, 150 combat points at martial Dao level 1 was basically the upper level. Kenny Lee, who he had previously dispatched, was of this caliber. After breaking through the martial arts ranks, those who are well talented will increase their combat power by 5 to 10 times over the previous rank. Even so, the combat power of a martial arts level 2 would hover around 1500 at best. This 50,000 combat power of his was directly comparable to the top martial arts level 3, and he could even go through with some weak martial arts level 4s. Just to see which ungrateful one messes with his head. Of course, it's still a good idea to save what you can. After all, it consumes 100 S cells per minute. His current stock of S cells could only last for 10 minutes, and if he used it up, his own long-lasting expectations of transforming into a Super Saiyan would be delayed again. It's tantamount to doing everything you can to catch fish. There's still a difference between having a good time once and having a good time again. Acquiring a huge undercard at once, Sun Wu was tremendously refreshed physically and mentally. At that moment, a loud explosion came from outside the door. Sun Wu immediately walked out of the room to check, only to see that several waves of people were facing each other with arrows drawn in the ancient courtyard just now. A man collapsed on a shattered wigwam, and just now it was this wigwam that had been blasted with the sound. When Sun Wu saw the person clearly, his eyes turned cold. The one who fell on the wigwam was no other than Li Yi. At this time Li Yi is covered with burn scars, clothes scorched black exposing a large area of flesh, the corners of the mouth overflowed with blood, one hand propped up on the wigwam trying to move the body. Opposite Li Yi, there were 3 people standing, the leader of the man in a white suit, his mouth holding a rude electronic cigarette, lightly grinning, the corner of his mouth was showing a disdainful smile to Li Yi. He also had a very familiar woman in his arms, and it took Sun Wu some thought to remember. Isn't this Li Yi's goddess with a crush, the daughter of the owner of that East Pavilion Hotel, Lu Balian? At this moment, Lu Balian was tied tightly by a technological metal rope, and her mouth was gagged by an electronic gag, her eyes full of fear and despair. Bah! The man who was straddling the bound Lu Balian spat towards Li Yi. No, which onion are you? Learning from others to save the beauty? Don't even piss on yourself, are you worthy? Said, reaching out his hand on Lu Balian's white face, this little pussy is good, oh, white and tender, much more beautiful than the last time I played the Cherry Blossom District High School, no wonder someone is willing to mess with me for you. Li's eyes were bloodshot and his teeth were bared. You stop! He struggled and was about to get up to fight for his life, but he watched as 2 of the man's men on either side of him stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, easily restraining the red-eyed Li Yi and holding him down with their backhands. Ha ha! Why is this little beauty your concubine? But why does she look like a chick to me? Oh, I get it, dog licking, huh? How about this then? How about I give you a good time when I've had my fun? Wu Feng laughed, and the corner of his mouth suddenly pulled out a cruel arc. Forget it, how can I reward you for what I use? It's better to scrap it. Only to see him raise his foot, a kick was about to be delivered to the crotch of the immobilized Li Yi. Boo! At that moment, a hand appeared in the middle of a few people, stopping the severing kick, and with 2 casual punches, he knocked back the 2 people who were holding Li Yi down. Eh? Wu Weifeng drew back and looked up and down at Sun Wu, who had suddenly appeared, another one to die. Ah whoa, Li Yi struggled to stand up, but stumbled back down helplessly. You rest first. Sun Wu patted Li Yi's shoulder and a stream of qi entered his body to help stabilize his injuries. Wu Weifeng had a teasing smile on his face, as if he had seen something happy. What? You want to play too? He said as he lifted Lu Bailian's hand up, surprisingly lifting the person in mid-air with just one arm. Kid, I see that you're also from the VIP area, so I'll give you a piece of advice. I'm Wu Weifeng, don't give your family a hard time. Wu Weifeng. Never heard of it. Sun Wu was unimpressed and was about to take this person down with his hands directly, but he was pulled back by Li Yi, who was seated. Takeshi, don't. Li Yi's pupils clenched and filled with despair when he heard this name just now. This Wu Weifeng was a previous graduate of the Magic City First Martial Arts Academy and had now entered the Star Martial Federation University. His uncle, Wu Shan, was a war-ranking senior general of the Magic Capital Military Region Division, with martial Dao level 6 strength and a terrifying inheritance ability. Wu Shan's legacy template is named Third Captain of the World's Strongest Pirates Diamond Jaw's Shining Fruit ability. This inherited ability had a terrifying and incomparable defense, allowing Wu Shan to serve as a great general with the strength of the middle third realm of the 6th level of martial arts. One must know that the great generals of the Devil's Capital military region all required the strength of the upper 3 realms of the martial Dao at the 7th level or above in order to qualify for the position. Influenced by Wu Shan, originally in the Magic City District deep cultivation for 100 years, the Wu family is even more so. The Magic City District large and small officials, military officers, all walks of life have the Wu family. Can be said that the Wu family is considered one of the Magic City District emperor of the soil. Earlier, when he saw Lu Bailian being tied up to be dragged towards the room, Li Yi rushed up without much thought. At this time, knowing the identity of the other party, he realized that this person was actually Wu Weifeng of the Wu family. The pain in his heart at this time was incomparable. His beloved woman was about to be insulted, but he could do nothing about it, and he didn't even dare to continue resisting. He knew that with the other party's power, not only would it be of little use for him to resist, but he might even involve his own family and parents. Although his heart was full of resentment, he could only pull his brother back from making a fool of himself. Wu, don't go, he's from the Wu family, his father's martial arts level 6, and the Wu family is powerful, we can't afford to mess with them. Li Yi's teeth bit through his lip, turning his head back to not look at Lu Bailian, who was being held up in the air, and braced himself to say these words, tightly gripping Sun Wu's arm. Don't worry, it's up to me. Sun Wu's mouth smiled blandly as he removed Li Yi's hand and continued to face Wu Weifeng. Chapter 14, Lu Hu's appearance. The Wu family? Is martial arts level 6 very powerful? Piss him off and just go out and explode with him. Now that he had the Super Saiyan Form 1 experience card in his hand, he spelled out not to lose his life to go out and directly beat up all the students of the martial arts school, and he would at least get thousands and thousands of battle points, directly upgrading to the 3rd or 4th level of the martial arts path. When the time comes to directly use the Super Saiyan experience card, coupled with the Turtle School Qigong can also increase the current combat power of 2 times the attack power, regardless of what you 5 level 6 level all to you yang. Moreover, this is not in front of the face of Wu Shan, just his nephew, thinks so much to do. Watching Sun Wu make up his mind to stand up for Li Yi, Wu Weifeng was also slightly stunned. With him declaring himself, there were still very few people in the Magic City District who dared to go against the Wu family. Seeing that Sun Wu also came out of the VIP Advanced Martial Arts training room just now, I wonder which family he belongs to. However, no matter which family, in the Magic Capital District, except for a few old and undead martial arts level 7s, this place is where he, the Wu family, calls the shots. Dare to cause him pain, teach him a lesson and also give him a lesson. Wu Weifeng signaled the 2 wretched henchmen to carry Lu Bailian, craned his neck to move his arms and legs, and stepped forward, when suddenly countless blood vessels burst out around his eyes, and a pair of eyes suddenly turned pure white. Kid, where are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? Do you really want to turn against my Wu family for this chick? Sun Wu instantly recognized that this Wu Weifeng was actually using the white eyes of the Hyuga clan from Naruto, he just didn't know whose inheritance template it was. If you meet a strong enemy, you can earn 1,500 battle points for winning. Sun Wu's expression was solemn, he didn't expect this dude to have such a high combat power? Obviously a mid to upper 2nd level of martial arts combat power now. However, he had the remnant image fist around, and the turtle pai qigong that doubled his attack power, so it wasn't like he didn't have a chance. If you can't, you can just use the Super Race experience card to explode with him. Stop! Just then a bellowing cry came out, interrupting the two men's saber-rattling stance. Lu Hu appeared in the middle of the two men in a red practice suit. Instructor Lu? When Wu Yifeng saw Lu Hu, he gathered his arrogance and replaced it with a smiling face. What brings you here? Lu Hu ignored Wu Yifeng and instead looked at Sun Wu with a slight hint of eagerness in his eyes. Little brother, were you the one who was in that advanced martial arts training room just now? Yes, what is it? Sun Wu had no doubt. No, we'll talk more about that later. Are you humanly okay? It's fine. Sun Wu waved his hand. He could see that the fight shouldn't be able to be fought. This Lu Hu should be here to persuade the fight. When Wu Yifeng saw Lu Hu talking so politely to Sun Wu, his heart froze. There's still this guy in the Magic City district? What's this kid's origin? Can he make Lu Hu so polite? He was arrogant, but he knew the importance of lightness. Just now Sun Wu came out. He also observed, although it is a high-level martial arts training room out, but the clothes all over the body cannot see what the seed. There was no information about this figure in his memory either, and out of caution he reminded the other of who he was. It turned out that this person simply did not know the Wu family, which was a bit unlikely. How many of those who came to the Magic City district did not know the local groundlings? But Lu Hu was also so polite to him, which really puzzled him. Although the Fei Hu martial house was now in decline, the Fei Hu sect was once brilliant. Even to the point where there was only one martial arts school left, the Fei Hu sect's headmaster, Lu Zhinshan, who was also the head of the school, was still an upper third realm expert at the 7th level of the martial arts path. Although the Wu family was powerful, they didn't dare to easily offend the Fei Hu sect. This was also the reason why Wu Yifeng was spending money in this Fei Hu martial arts hall, wanting to take the opportunity to get close and draw in Lu Zhinshan, an expert. Lu Hu turned his head to look at Wu Yifeng. His tone was icy cold. Wu Yifeng, this is the Fei Hu martial hall, you family disciples. I can't control you if you engage in these disgusting things outside, but not in my Fei Hu martial hall. Instructor Lu, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Wu Yifeng hurriedly explained, I'm planning to spar with this brother, nothing else, haha. Cutting? Lu Hu sneered, do you think I'm blind? You need to tie someone up for a duel? He pointed at Lu Balian, who was being held up by Wu Yifeng's two servants. Wu Yifeng's face stiffened. He didn't expect Lu Hu to be so faceless. Instructor Lu, my uncle is Wu Shan, you see. Wu Shan. Lu Hu frowned. Even if Wu Shan comes, he still has to abide by the rules of my Fei Hu martial school. You. Wu Yifeng was so angry that his face turned blue, but he didn't dare to attack. He knew that if something really went wrong, his uncle would definitely not fall out with the Flying Tiger martial arts school for him. Wu Yifeng gritted his teeth and signaled his men to let go of Lu Balian. Untying the rope, Lu Balian rushed to Li Yi's side to help him up. Li Yi, are you alright? Lu Balian looked at the injuries on Li Yi's body. Her heart rippled, and she didn't know why she had a feeling of heartache. I'm fine. Li shook his head, his eyes full of gratitude. I didn't expect things to turn around so quickly. Wu Yifeng looked at the several people. A trace of resentment flashed in his eyes, but Lu Hu was present, so this trace of resentment was hidden by him. Wu Yifeng threw out his sleeves and led two subordinates out of the martial arts hall in a grayish manner. Sun Wu noticed Wu Yifen's gaze on his way out and knew that the bastard must not be holding his farts. One could only keep a watchful eye and wait for him to come out of this entry-level trial to find trouble with him. I have some business to discuss over here. Can you please take Li Yi to the hospital? Sun Wu helped his good brother with an assist and limped to the hospital with half his body on top of Lu Balian in Li Yi's thankful eyes. Little brother son, let's talk somewhere else. After Lu Hu instructed the steward to repair the damaged wigwam and clean up, he went out and brought Sun Wu to a quiet courtyard in the inner hall. Little brother son, please take a seat. Lu Hu was also not polite, and directly found a stool next to a stone table in the courtyard and sat down. Lu Hu looked at Sun Wu with a hint of probing in his eyes. Little brother son, you just tested the energy strength in the advanced martial arts training room? Aha! Sun Wu admitted. That 1996 value, did you type it out? Lu Hu asked. Yes. Little brother hasn't participated in the entry rank trial yet, right? Yes, there are still 4 more days to go for this entry-level trial. Sun Wu nodded. Lu Hu heard that, although he already knew it just now, but at this moment, hearing Sun Wu say it himself, he was still slightly shocked. To strike an attack with an energy intensity of up to 1996 before entering the rank? This would have been something he would have only considered a pipe dream before. But now he had just seen that set of data himself, his own dynamometer, and couldn't fake it. One must know that the topmost heavenly pride of the martial Dao Grade 2 was estimated to have only this energy intensity. Each level of martial arts level was like a rift in the sky between them. A gap of 5-10 times per level wasn't something that could be bridged so well, but he had never heard of it before. Can you show me, little brother? Chapter 15, He's Giving Too Much. Lu Hu brought Sun Wu to the previous advanced martial arts training room once again. Sun Wu once again stood in front of the energy tester. The chi of the entire body began to converge toward the palms of the hands with the starting posture of the turtle Qi Kung wave. A ball of energy light began to appear in Sun Wu's hands. Is this is it? Chi. Lu Hu was secretly shocked, but then he was ecstatic in his heart. They, the Feihu sect, had always focused on traditional ancient martial arts, and then the ancient martial arts inevitably weakened due to the descent of the Sublime Rift, when the inherited martial arts began to flourish. Traditional ancient martial arts, because of the upper limit of the human physical body, reaching the 7th level of martial arts was basically the limit of this path. As for the inherited martial Dao, with those inexplicable rules of the heavens and earth within the various sub-dimensional spaces augmenting it, it was especially easy to break through realms. Traditional martial arts cultivation to the 7th level of martial arts often took time measured in hundreds of years. Inherited martial arts may go through a dozen or so copies of the subgenre and reach level 7 of the martial arts directly, which may take a tenth of the time of traditional martial arts in between. His father, Lu Zhinshan, was the top genius of the Feihu sect back then, and it had also taken him nearly 70 years to reach the 7th level of martial arts. But that's as far as it goes. There is a limit to the power of the flesh after all. Although his father had subsequently entered the subgenre and obtained the inheritance of a pirate rubber man, the proceeds of the inheritance had been stuck at the 6th level of martial arts due to his age and the fact that he was not accustomed to the way the inherited martial arts progressed. And that rubber man inheritance could only be used as an aid and a wonder weapon, and could not sway the battle. For this reason, the Flying Tiger sect and the major traditional martial arts schools have been looking for ways to break through the ceiling of ancient martial arts. Decades ago, an ancient martial arts sect's genius heir sent out a message that, based on the way he had discovered some peculiar energies operating within the sublime inheritance martial way, they had discovered that the ancient martial arts should still have room for improvement. An energy called Qi is brought up, that which is deep and ubiquitous in the body. But just knowing that, no one has been able to systematically discover how to use Qi. Lu Hu, who originally thought that Sun Wu was just a genius and thought to see if he could take on an apprentice, did not expect to directly see a mature method of Qi operation today. Boom! Between Lu Hu's thoughts, a blue-white wave of light shot out from Sun Wu's palm and hit the energy tester. Energy strength 2000, a string of numbers set in, this time exactly twice Sun Wu's battle strength. There was no error of a few points like last time. Spare Lu Hu was prepared, but still was surprised by this value, did not expect to see Sun Wu did not take much effort to reach this point with a single blow. Little brother Sun, did you utilize Qi in that move just now? I wonder how did you get it? Lu Hu couldn't help but ask. You guys know about Qi too? My inheritance template comes with it. Sun Wu replied unexpectedly. Didn't this world all say it looked down on the Dragon Ball world? How is it that there are still people who know about Qi, and there doesn't seem to be any knowledge of it in the memory of the predecessor? Inheritance? Lu Hu was stunned. He had heard of that 120th subdimension. Didn't he say that the inheritance of the output was weak? Looking at Sun Wu's previous residual image, his current turtle Pai Qigong wave, and the fact that he had reached such a terrifying strength of battle power without entering the rank before, this was properly a top-level inheritance. The most out-of-the-ordinary inheritance before seems to be that god of the ninja world Senjutsu pillar. That person who inherited this inheritance template, without entering the rank, showed unrivaled strength. I heard that the recovery power is far beyond normal, and that he can resist martial arts rank 1 when he enters the rank. But it was also far from the intensity of Sun Wu's perverted combat power in front of him. Little brother Sun, I wonder if you are interested in joining our Feihu sect. Flying Tiger sect? Not the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center? Seeing Sun Wu's doubt, Lu Hu then explained to him the past and present life of the Feihu martial arts school as well as the current situation and awkwardness of traditional ancient martial arts. Sun Wu froze. The relationship between sects and martial arts halls, this is the reason of which the predecessor is not qualified to know. Little brother, as long as you join my Flying Tiger sect, we will provide you with a tiger bone nourishing liquid every month. And if you are willing to do so, please teach us the way to utilize chi. I, the Flying Tiger sect, am willing to exchange my sex mastery, the Mighty Tiger Illusory Beast Fist technique, along with 20 million star coins. Seeing that Sun Wu didn't give a reply, Lu Hu hurriedly added. How much? Sun Wu was just recalling the ancient martial arts sect message he had just heard, not realizing that Lu Hu couldn't wait to start zooming in non-stop. 20 million star coins? A $4 million bottle of tiger bone nourishing liquid every month? How can you say no to that? As for joining the Flying Tiger sect, he didn't care. Seeing the way that Wu Weifeng was scornful before, this Fei Hu sect shouldn't be a simple one either. That Wu Weifeng's family has the backing of the 6th level of martial arts, as well as so big families do not dare to be too wanton. Obviously Fei Hu's sect is currently also the thigh for him, although he is not afraid of those people, but at the moment to embrace up can also be spared a lot of unnecessary trouble. As for teaching the use of chi, it doesn't matter, it's a no-brainer, it's all earned. Little brother, in exchange for such an expensive chi cultivation technique, my sect's secret techniques are indeed few and far between. Let's put it this way, the resources of your subsequent martial arts university all the way to graduation, we Fei Hu Wushu Hall single-handedly all-inclusive, and every time you participate in a copy of the trial secret realm, we Fei Hu sect will provide you with a copy of the city return stone. How do you see it? See, Sun Wu did not reply. Lu Hu Bamboo Tube Poor Beans General again promised a bunch of benefits. Sun Wu was really frozen this time. There is no need to say that the resources of the martial arts university for a few years are nothing compared to the 20 million star coins before, but this city return stone is something to talk about. This city return stone was the output of a peculiar subdimensional secret realm. In the trial space, encountering danger as long as it was crushed, it could be briefly invincible and directly detached from the subdimensional secret realm. The price is that all rewards within the current trial secret will not be brought out. It's a good way to save your life, even though it's no longer beneficial. Coupled with the fact that the production is small, every time it appears, it is snatched up by the major powers, and basically it is not the turn of the small clans and civilians. You can't buy one on the market for millions. It's a deal. Sun Wu immediately stopped hesitating, what he gave was just too much. Looking at Lu Hu's expression again, it felt like if he didn't agree again, he was going to give up, and it should be at his limit as well. Still, it was rather cool that he had gotten so many goodies in exchange for this lapse in concentration. Seeing that Sun Wu agreed, Lu Hu's heart was also relieved. Fei Hu's sect is still quite honorable on the outside nowadays, although his father Lu Jinshan's strength of martial arts level 7 can still suppress some curiosities. But the several big families in the magic capital district had long been eyeing the secret medicine inherited from his Fei Hu sect for a long time. The recipe and method of making tiger bone nourishing liquid, which is a chicken that lays golden eggs. That Wu Shan of the Wu clan had long been the peak of the 6th level of the inherited martial arts Dao, and relying on the ability of that peculiar flash fruit, he was able to fight against the 7th level of the martial arts Dao without being defeated. Recently, I heard that he had comprehended the unique armed color hegemony from that series of inheritances, and his strength was even higher, so it was estimated that he was not far away from the 7th level of the inherited martial arts path. If Wu Shan breaks through, with the Wu family's nature, then Wu Weifeng wouldn't be the one who only came to please him. Now that his father was not proficient in inheriting the martial arts, he could only see if the ancient martial arts could go further, and now that there was a way to cultivate chi, it was the solution to a major problem in his heart. As for some resource money, there was still time to earn it back later, and it wouldn't be a loss to invest in a seed of such genius. Sun Wu and Lu Hu decided to come back to teach the use of chi, both sides are happy, and then return to their own rental house. You have received a transfer of 20 million star coins. Current balance is 201300200 inch. Chapter 16 Loan Sharks at the Door. Looking at the account balance displayed on the communication meter, Sun Wu felt a huge sense of physical and mental relief. Lu Hu first transferred 20 million star coins directly to him. This Flying Tiger sect is so generous up and down. He still didn't understand why that Lu Xiuhu gave him a VIP gold card and a bottle of tiger bone nourishing liquid. It was just a small friction, and since the Fei Hu sect had such a large industry, why should they care about the feelings of him, a small unranked student? Do not think about these, think not understand. Now join the Flying Tiger sect, there will be plenty of opportunities to ask Lu Xiaohu. Now that he has money in his hand, Sun Wu is thinking about whether to pay back that loan shark from his predecessor. Before there is no money, thinking directly as the old man to come, now so simple to have so much money, but can directly pay off the forget, more things are better than less things. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted Sun Wu's thoughts. Sun Wu froze. This residence, basically no one was around, usually no one would come knocking on the door, and in the memory of the predecessor only Li Yi and Lin Jingjing knew that he lived here. At this time, Li Yi was still in the hospital, so was it Lin Jingjing who knocked on the door? What's she doing here? Finding out that your ex-boyfriend turned out to be a diamond in the rough and wanting to lick it back? Sun Wu went over to open the door, but the scene outside the door caused him to be slightly stunned. There was indeed Lin Jingjing standing outside the door, but there were also 5 tattoo-covered brawny men standing around her. Sun Wu didn't see what this formation was about for a moment. "You're Sun Wu, aren't you?" The leader, a bald big man out of the voice, asked. Did not wait for Sun Wu to reply, he continued to say. "That 120th subdimension that you awaken and chose belongs to the garbage inheritance, and the company activated dangerous wind control, feeling that you should be unable to repay this $5 million debt, preventing you from subsequently dying in the trial space, and wanting to repossess your loan in advance. Counting the interest for this half month, let's charge you a 6 million star coins. You hand over the money." Sun Wu didn't expect that just when he was thinking about settling this loan, this person came to his door. But how did it feel not quite right? Why was this Lin Jingjing coming over with them? "Oh. That's fine, is transferring money okay?" Sun Wu said. "Is there no money? Without money we'll activate the emergency plan." Or didn't expect Sun Wu to return the money, that bald big man only reacted to what Sun Wu said halfway through his speech. "You have money to pay off your debt?" The bald man looked confused. "Right? What's the problem? What's the transfer account number?" "No. You have money to pay off your debt? That's not right." The bald man was confused. They were from the Magic City moneylender. According to the top, the Sun Wu was not a poor man to come? Where did you get the money to pay it back? At that time, the upper general manager saw the Sun Wu come to the loan, with a dainty Lin Jingjing on the side. Just think of lending to them when the time cannot afford to pay back. Directly get Lin Jingjing over to offset the debt, warm the bed for the boss cool, and then thrown to the subordinate Extreme Pleasure Club as the head of the card. Follow up to earn more than this 5 million money certainly. If it wasn't for Lin Jingjing following at that time, Sun Wu, a poor bastard with nothing, wouldn't have been able to loan out as much as 5 million star coins. Today they first went to arrest this Lin Jingjing, ready to go to Sun Wu to take a formality here. How come this Sun Wu doesn't follow the rules? Wait, are you sure you're paying it back? What about the $6 million, huh? Bald big man again ? He is a little confused. This script is not right. The boss specified to this Lin Jingjing tonight to sleep with to come. Of course. Isn't it natural to pay what you owe? Sun Wu was a bit strange. This debt collector was so nice to talk to. Why is it different from what he remembered from his predecessor? Why does it seem like he is not happy to pay back the money? When my predecessor went to borrow money, this company was fierce and hateful. It could not wait to eat the predecessor in general. No. How can you pay it back? Where did you get the money? Bald a little anxious. This manager has given the boss a good package. They were listening to the manager's phone. Now if you can't get it right, this will not go back to be the manager life chopped? What do you care where I got the money? What's the account number? I'll transfer 6 million to you. Sun Wu frowned. No, now the price has increased. The interest is now counting you 10 million. The bald man saw that he couldn't finish the task explained by the manager, and directly asked for a lion's share of the money. Sun Wu frowned more tightly. He is now rich, said before. 1 million interest. He also recognized, after all, is the predecessor loan, is also considered to be their own, more than 1 million on 1 million. But this time is obviously not right. Empty mouth price increase. He was not happy, when their own money blowing in the wind? $10 million? You guys are robbing money? This is something I'll never pay back, just 6 million, take it or leave it. Sun Wu looked at the bald head, depressed in his heart. Forget about it. Originally, I wanted to solve the problem with you guys properly, but as a result, I was still blackmailed. I didn't realize it was still going to be the old man. Oops. The chi under his hands gathered, already ready for this bald head to strike at the drop of a hat. But without ever thinking, it was as if the bald man had heard some happy news. Good, then you don't have to return it. We'll take this Lin Jingjing away. The bald man was full of joy as he turned his head to greet a few big men and was about to set up Lin Jingjing to leave. Sun Wu. Save me. Lin Jingjing struggled away from a few people and made a flying leap to Sun Wu's feet, hugging Sun Wu's thighs to hide behind Sun Wu. I was wrong, Sun Wu. Please. Save me. I will be good to you and never be angry with you again. Please, help me. I don't want to be sold to the ultimate club. Lin Jingjing cried with pear blossoms and rain, without the previous shrewdness, and seemed to be frightened. Lin Jingjing was now incomparably terrified in her heart. After dumping Sun Wu earlier, she had hitched a ride on Tang Xiaojia's line through her best friend. Originally, I was thinking of fishing for Tang Xiaojia as a kaiju to see if I could use it as a springboard to move up another level. I did not expect that this Tang Xiaojia is really an evil spirit, since the schoolgate met Sun Wu directly after not pretending. Before, he had been with the other suitors in general, but now he had directly started going around with his men looking for his place in the school, and had even put out the word that he was looking for someone to take a turn at her. I had no choice but to hide in an off-campus house, only to be approached by the loan company people again. On her way to Sun Wu's place, she overheard their conversation and was surprised that they were looking at her from the beginning to sell her to the Ultimate Club. The Ultimate Club is the famous red light district in the Magic City area, and it is also a place where all the big and powerful families like to go to have fun. Due to the background of the sky, all kinds of perverted hobbies like to torture women inside. If she went in, I'm afraid that she would not live to see the next month. At this time, Lin Jingjing completely lost her old mind and would have been completely desperate. I didn't realize that Sun Wu seemed to be able to come up with the money to pay off his debt. Instantly Lin Jingjing was as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw and tightly hugged Sun Wu's thigh. Sun Wu looked down at Lin Jingjing, who was hugging her thighs without a single fluctuation in his heart. This woman, she changes her face quite quickly. Before, in front of her predecessor, she was like, "Don't pester me," but now she knows how to cry? Where have you been? That's a nice body though. At this moment, Lin Jingjing was tightly hugging his thighs. The two soft bouncing balls on her chest were flattened, revealing a large portion of snowy whites from her neckline. Seems like it would be nice to take it as a... Sun Wu remembered that the predecessor seemed to have never touched this woman. Chapter 17, You Take Off Your Clothes. This woman is also trying to keep her body to catch a better kaiju all the time clean, at most holding hands for her predecessor or something. But what was that strange collar around her neck? Before she was far away, she thought it was some kind of necklace Lin Jingjing was wearing, but now that she was close, it looked like a ring of metal like shackles. Kid, I advise you not to know better, don't give your face away. The bald big man's face sank. This woman, we are determined to bring her today. If you dare to stop us, do you believe that we'll even clean you up? We take men at the Ultimate Club, too, and it just so happens that you're quite handsome, so I'm guessing there are rich guys in the past who would love your ass. Before Sun Wu could state his position, the big bald man was in a hurry. Sun Wu hadn't decided to save Lin Jingjing, and when he heard this person's remarks, his face turned cold. What the? This is tolerable? My ass? This man already has a way of taking his own life. Oh? The corner of Sun Wu's mouth hooked into a cold smile. How are you going to clean me up? Give it to me. The bald big man shouted angrily and waved his hand to signal a few of his men. Take this boy back as well and throw him to the king's wife to be sold as a rabbit. A few big men laughed and rushed towards Sun Wu. Combat detected. Current opposing creature combat power is 30 points. Winning will gain 30 combat points. Combat detected. Current opposing creature combat power is 28 points. Winning would be 28 combat points. System beeps sounded one after another. Sun Wu sneered in his heart. That's it? A bunch of battle scum. How dare they be arrogant in front of themselves? A few people can't put together 100 combat power. He didn't even bother to use his chi and directly swung his fist to meet him. Boom! 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 With a few muffled sounds, several big men flew backwards like sandbags, hitting the wall and sliding to the ground. One by one, they covered their stomachs and curled up into shrimp shapes, wailing. This. The bald man was stunned. He didn't expect that Sun Wu would be so powerful. These few men of his own, although they were not masters, but at least they had practiced, how could they be as good as papier-mâché in front of this student? Now, it's your turn. Sun Wu approached the big bald man step by step. The bald big man was hairy in his heart and colorfully said, You. Don't come over. Let me tell you, our Extreme Bliss Club is the property of the Jean family. If you dare to touch me, our boss won't let you go. Jean family? Sun Wu raised an eyebrow, never heard of it. Formerly a small fart, not to mention the Jean family, even the Wu family he did not know. However, according to the Wu family's power before that, the biggest local snake, the Wu family, had been offended, and it wasn't too bad for this Jean family. You. The bald man was shaking with anger. This kid, is he really stupid or is he just pretending? In the Magic City district, there's still someone who doesn't know about the Jean family? Other than the Wu family, his Jean family was the biggest power, and the entire black industry of the Magic City district was basically manipulated by his Jean family behind the scenes. Pop. Without waiting for the big man to figure it out, Sun Wu pushed Lin Jingjing away, got up and stepped forward and slapped the bald big man in the face. The bald big man was hit and spun in place 3 times, a mouthful of blood foam mixed with a few teeth flew out, and a strange object flew out from the big man's hand as he spun around. Your mouth stinks, to think of my ass, this slap will teach you a lesson. Pop. Another, more powerful slap, and 2 or 3 more teeth flew out. The big man's entire body was jerked several meters away. This slap is you going back on your word, I've paid you back and you still dare to blackmail me? I'm a law-abiding good citizen so easy to bully? Pop. Another slap, directly jerked the bald big man who had just jerked down to the ground to stand up. This is a slap for you to even forcefully rob the people and not learn a lesson, I'll help your mom teach you a lesson. Pop. Another slap, bald big man at this time full of mouth teeth have not one left all fly out. I can't think of a reason for this slap, go back and think of one yourself. After a few slaps, the bald man had already breathed in less and out more, and was close to hiccuping on the spot. Sun Wu somewhat like this hit people specializing in the face of the feeling, before smoking that Tang Xiaojie just feel smooth, now smoking this ball but like in the gyroscope, quite with feeling. The other few people saw that the bald head was beaten half to death, and were horrified that they were about to run away. Any of you come over here and take this bald guy with you, here's $5 million, transfer yourself and take it. Get lost. Several big men rolled and crawled, assisted the bald big man, and fled as if they had left. What is this thing? After a few people left, Sun Wu picked up the object that the bald man had just flung out and examined it. The object had a small screen with several buttons on it but little textual description. Sun Wu curiously pressed one of them, but there was no response. Another button was pressed. Boing. That's when there was a call from behind her. Sun Wu turned his head, but he saw that at that moment Lin Jingjing fell softly by the door, her face flushed and breathing heavily. The corners of his mouth were slightly open, and there was still drool coming out of the corners of his mouth. Sun Wu blinked and looked at the object in his hand again. This? Is it the legendary remote control? Did the woman bring any toys of her own? And the remote control was taken? Playing so fancy? Sun Wu, don't press it, that is the remote control for the current collar they put on me. Lin Jingjing's voice was like a mosquito with a slight tremor. Oh, it was electrocuted, I thought it was something. Sun Wu hastily released the button. Thought about it and pressed it again. Lin Jingjing, who had just gotten up, was again electrocuted by the current and looked at Sun Wu with a grudging look. Sorry, put it in my pocket and touched it by mistake, hee. Sun Wu had an innocent look on his face. This scum girl to the predecessor cheated so bad, this must not give the predecessor to collect some interest, electrocute just 2 times. Putting the remote control into his pocket, he didn't say a word about giving it to Lin Jingjing. Sun Wu, please, don't kick me out. Lin Jingjing looked at Sun Wu miserably, Tang Xiaojie is now sending people everywhere to look for me, I really have nowhere to go. Sun Wu looked at the woman in front of him with amusement in his heart. Her ex-body poured his heart out to her and she treated it as if it were hers, and now she wants to come up to him? But he wasn't a predecessor and had no idea of being a lickspittle. However, this woman had a really good body, with a convex front and a thin back, big where it should be and thin where it should be. Wouldn't it be nice to keep it? The former body is really waste, guarding such a special thing, but did not even touch the hand a few times. What good is it to me if you stay here? Sun Wu seemed to smile. Lin Jingjing bit her lip, a hint of humiliation flashed in her eyes, but she still lowered her head. I can do anything. Oh? Anything? Sun Wu raised an eyebrow. Yes. Lin Jingjing's voice was as thin as a fly. Then you take off your clothes first. Huh? Lin Jingjing jerked her head up, her face full of shock. What? Not willing? Sun Wu sneered, get lost if you're not willing. Lin Jingjing's face turned pale, her hands gripping the corners of her coat so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She didn't have much room to bargain now, having misjudged the way a playboy villain like Tang Xiaojie acted before. If he fell into the hands of Tang Xiaojie, his fate would definitely be worse than death. And as it stood now, Sun Wu was her only saving grace. Although he didn't know what had happened to Sun Wu, it was true that he was completely different from the Sun Wu before. Sun Wu was now rich and powerful. The former lickspill had changed. In the past, Sun Wu could not have behaved the way he did just now. If Sun Wu had really had this vigor and guts before, she wouldn't have simply let him be a shield for so long. Now I only pray that he won't push himself to death like Tang Xiaojie did. I'll take it off. Lin Jingjing's voice trembled as she slowly unbuttoned her shirt. 1, 2, 3. The white skin was gradually exposed to the air, and the fullness of her breasts cried out. Sun Wu watched with interest, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Lin Jingjing clenched her teeth, tears of humiliation welling up in her eyes. Continue. Sun Wu had no sympathy. If he hadn't crossed over, his predecessor's future storyline would have been nothing more than a loan shark who couldn't pay back the loan and was forced to work as a black slave, perhaps even being dragged into organ trafficking, and his fate would have been extremely miserable. The only variable is that this Lin Jingjing doesn't know that the other party is looking at her before giving the predecessor loan just. Hearing Sun Wu's words, Lin Jingjing closed her eyes and violently ripped off her shirt. Sun Wu, I beg you. Chapter 18 Wu Weifeng's Revenge. Sun Wu ignored it and continued to enjoy the beautiful scenery in front of him. I have to say, this woman's body, it's superb. The skin was as white as jade, the curves were exquisite, the place where it should be convex, the place where it should be curved. Sun Wu, Lin Jingjing's voice was tinged with tears. Stop. Sun Wu finally spoke, put your clothes on. Lin Jingjing was like an amnesty and hurriedly picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on with her hands. Now, you can stay. Sun Wu said indifferently, however, you have to remember that this is my territory, and you have to listen to me in everything. Yes. Yes. Lin Jingjing lowered her head, not daring to look Sun Wu in the eyes. Go clean up the room. Sun Wu pointed to the messy bed, and make dinner. Good. Good. Lin Jingjing hurriedly answered and began to clean up the room. Sun Wu looked at Lin Jingjing's busy figure, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. This woman, she's a real. However, since she had brought herself to his door, don't blame him for not being polite. Anyway, he had no feelings for such women. It's not a bad idea to keep it for fun, he's not a saint or a nice guy. As for now, there is one more thing that needs to be taken care of. A hint of killing intent flashed in Sun Wu's eyes. Stay home by yourself and don't go out, I'm going out and I'll be right back. After instructing Lin Jingjing, Sun Wu went out to a secluded corner. Chi perception spread out, immediately locating the chi mass of those people just now. Soon, he locked onto his target. Directly executing the dancing air technique, his body slowly rose into the air, like a ghost, and traveled through the night sky. Cutting off the grass without removing the roots, this kind of reasoning, he still understands. Just now, Lin Jingjing was in his face, so he couldn't directly silence him. And it would have to wait for the group to get out of the civilian area where there was surveillance to prove that the group didn't die on him. As night falls, the city is brightly lit. Magic City District, a remote alley. A few big men assisted the bald big man and stumbled. How are you doing, boss? Damn. Pain dead old man. Bald big man covered his face, Lisp said are a little leaky wind cursed, this kid. Underhanded really ruthless. Boss, we're just going to run away? What about Lin Jingjing? A big man couldn't help but ask. What else can I do? Go back and tell the manager. Get a few bigwigs from the Jean family to get that Sun Wu killed. The bald big man roared, this account, I must settle it with him. A few people didn't dare to say anything else and continued on their way. Just then, a blue-white light fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the bald big man's few people were instantly engulfed by the light. Sun Wu's figure appeared in the sky of the alley, his eyes cold. He casually waved out a few qigong waves, destroying all the remaining traces around him. The men walked out of the lot he rented on surveillance and transferred $5 million to pay off the debt themselves. He shouldn't be able to lock himself for a while, and anyway, he had already messed with the Wu family, so it wasn't so bad for the Jean family. Kill the bald guy, let's just say the bastard's got a mouth on him, damn it. Done. Sun Wu clapped his hands and turned to fly away. At the same time, inside a luxurious box at the Club of Extreme Bliss in the Magic City District, Wu Weifeng was sitting on the sofa, smoking an e-cigarette. In front of him stood a man in black. Did you find out clearly? Wu Weifeng asked indifferently. Checked it out. The man in black replied respectfully that Sun Wu, a student of the second martial arts high school in the Magic Capital District, is an orphan, and no background was found. The just awakened subdimensional inheritance comes from subdimension 120 and is named Inferior Warrior Sun Wukong. No background? Orphaned? Isn't that a weak sub-genre world? Then how did he appear in the VIP room of the Fei Hu Martial Arts Center? And that Lu who doesn't even show me any respect, but he's so nice to that Sun Wu? This subordinate does not know. The man in black lowered his head and, according to our investigation, Sun Wu had been a poor man before, and half a month ago he took a loan sharking of 5 million star coins from Jean Dajia of the Polar Club. Recently, I don't know how, but I suddenly got a VIP gold card for the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School's premium martial arts training room. Can you find out where he got the VIP gold card for the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center? This subordinate is still investigating. Rubbish. Wu Yifeng cursed angrily. What's the use of having you guys if you can't even find out this little thing? The man in black lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. After a while, looking at Wu Yifeng as if his anger had subsided, he carefully said, Young Master Feng, when we were investigating, we discovered that the Tang family's third young master, Tang Xiaojie, seems to be investigating Sun Wu as well. Tang Xiaojie? Wu Yifeng froze. What's that punk doing investigating Sun Wu? This subordinate does not know. Go, bring me Tang Xiaojie. Wu Yifeng ordered. Yes. Moments later, Tang Xiaojie was brought before Wu Yifeng. Brother Feng, you're looking for me? Tang Xiaojie had a fawning face. He couldn't find Lin Jingjing today and was getting angry, so he came to the Ultimate Club to find a new fledgling intending to have fun and dissipate the fire. Just after taking off his pants, Wu Yifeng's men kicked open the door and brought him over, almost not giving him a frightening shriveled up. Tang Xiaojie, let me ask you, why are you investigating Sun Wu? Wu Yifeng opened the door. No, Feng Xiao, I. Tang Xiaojie was so scared that he quickly knelt down. I didn't know that he was your man. If I knew, give me 100 guts wouldn't dare to investigate him. Tang Xiaojie remembered the gift of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Museum VIP gold card and thought that Wu Yifeng was the backer behind Sun Wu. My man? Wu Yifeng froze, then reacted, You've misunderstood, I have nothing to do with him. Never mind? Tang Xiaojie was even more confused than you. Let me ask you, why are you investigating Sun Wu? I've had some problems with him. A festival? Wu Yifeng raised an eyebrow. What kind of festival? That Sun Wu, in front of the school gate in public, slapped me 3 times. Tang Xiaojie gritted his teeth. Tang Xiaojie had always wanted to save face, and Sun Wu had given him 3 slaps in front of so many students, causing him to now feel like there were people pointing behind his back when he walked around the school. Then Sun Wu took the VIP gold card of the Fei Hu Martial Arts Museum, and he couldn't figure out whether Sun Wu had any power, which is why he sent someone to investigate Sun Wu's bottom line. Wu Yifeng interrupted Tang Xiaojie's thoughts. Let me ask you, do you want revenge? Want to? Of course I want to. Tang Xiaojie nodded his head in a hurry. He couldn't wait to get Sun Wu killed now. But also because no one under their own hands is more powerful than Li Jianrun, they cannot beat that Sun Wu, and do not know the details of Sun Wu, do not dare to call out the big brother to help. That's good. The corner of Wu Yifeng's mouth hooked up into a cruel smile. In a few days, it'll be the entry-level trial. At that time, you find me an opportunity and finish him off. Ah? Tang Xiaojie froze, but Feng Xiao, I can't beat him. I knew you couldn't beat him, so I got you some help. Wu Yifeng handed Tang Xiaojie a watch and said, On the day of the entry-level trial, you will turn on this signaler when you enter the trial space, and they will find you. They're all students from the number 1 martial arts high school in the Magic Capital District, so take them and get that Sun Wu for me. This. Tang Xiaojie hesitated a little. He wants to revenge is good, but Sun Wu has that Fei Hu Martial Arts Museum VIP gold card. He also a bit under the uncertainty, for fear of causing trouble for the family. Although he was arrogant and accustomed to it, he was also measured. That was also arrogant inside the second martial arts high school of the Magic City District. All of them were some assholes, and he was the sky, so he didn't have any scruples. This would tell me to just get rid of this Sun Wu, who may have an unknown background, and indeed there is some hesitation. What? You're not willing? Wu Yifeng's eyes went cold. No, I'm willing. Tang Xiaojie said in a hurry. Very well. Wu Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. Remember, this matter is not to be told to anyone. Yes, Mr. Peak. Go on. Wu Yifeng waved his hand. Tang Xiaojie was like an amnesty and hurriedly got up and left. Wu Yifeng looked at Tang Xiaojie's departing back, a cold smile flashing in his eyes. You go and ask Jean Deya again what exactly is going on with that Sun Wu and his loan. Wu Yifeng once again instructed the man in black. Sun Wu, huh? Chapter 19, A Bed. Early the next morning. The first rays of sunlight poured through the window and onto the messy bed. Sun Wu slowly opened his eyes, only to feel a heavy weight on his waist. Looking down, a head of long black hair scattered on the pillow, Lin Jingjing was wrapped around himself like an octopus. The two white rabbits on his chest pressed against his own uncovered little Sun Wu. Well, Lin Jingjing also seemed to feel something diaphragm her chest, let out a lazy nasal sound, and slowly opened her eyes. As the four eyes met, Lin Jingjing's eyes gradually changed from confusion to shock, and finally settled on horror. Ah! A scream cut through the early morning quiet. Lin Jingjing sat up violently, her hands gripping the quilt tightly to cover her chest, looking at Sun Wu with a panicked expression. How did you get here? How did we sleep together? Sun Wu rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned, looking at Lin Jingjing with an innocent face. This is my home, my bed, of course I came back to sleep. You! Lin Jingjing was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently, but she didn't dare to snap, so she could only grit her teeth and ask, why am I here? You fell asleep last night, wasn't it you who slept in my bed? Sun Wu had an expression of taking things for granted. Lin Jingjing struggled to remember and blanched as she recalled those ferocious big men from yesterday. Because of the daytime around to avoid Tang Xiaojie, and at night by the few bald head scared, physical and mental fatigue, after cooking, directly collapsed in Sun Wu's bed to fall asleep. Probably too tired. Sun Wu shrugged. Anyway, he didn't suffer, it was not a matter of concern. He took care of the aftermath of those debt-collecting skinheads yesterday, and when he came back, he saw Lin Jingjing sleeping like a pig. Sun Wu is naturally cheap not to take advantage of it, he is not a righteous man. What's more, Lin Jingjing's body and face were considered superior, so how could he let this opportunity go? So naturally, he climbed into bed and slept all night with his arms around Lin Jingjing. Of course, he hadn't done anything out of the ordinary, he'd simply held her in his arms and slept. What did you do to me? Lin Jingjing's voice carried a hint of trembling. What can I do to you? Sun Wu rolled his eyes. It's not like you don't know, but I've always been devoted to you. How would a decent person like me take advantage of someone? Well, I'm really a gentleman. A beautiful woman sits on her hands, huh? After saying this, Sun Wu himself believed it. Lin Jingjing was silent. Of course she knew how good Sun Wu used to be to her, well, don't think so much. Sun Wu sat up from the bed, stretched, and looked at Lin Jingjing, who was obviously going to be limp with neglect. I'm going to train at the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center, do you want to come along? Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center? Lin Jingjing froze for a moment. What are you doing there? In Lin Jingjing's impression, Sun Wu had been working as an accompanying trainer at the Fei Hu Martial Arts School, and it was just over 10,000 star coins a month. Last night he didn't hesitate to take out 5 or 6 million star coins. Obviously he is rich now. How come he still wants to go as a chaperone for odd jobs? I am now a VIP member of the Fei Hu Martial Arts School. Sun Wu smiled proudly. VIP member? Lin Jingjing's eyes widened, and it was only then that she remembered that before, at the entrance of the school, that Flying Tiger Martial Arts Gym's VIP gold card had ended up being taken away by Sun Wu. There was also a bottle of tiger bone nourishing liquid at the time. $4 million coming up. Yeah, want to go check it out together? Sun Wu asked again. Sun Wu decided to pretend in front of this little green tea, and since he worshipped gold, this would be simple. Money is for women. What you couldn't accomplish in the predecessor, then I'll do it for you. Lin Jingjing hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. She naturally didn't dare to stay home alone now, fearing that Tang Xiaojie would look for her and that the people from the loan company would come looking for her again. Following Sun Wu was probably the safest option at the moment. The two of them washed up and went out together. Sun Wu brought Lin Jingjing to the Fei Hu Martial Arts Center. Walking lightly through the gate, Sun Wu glanced at the two red and green colored Chen brothers. I'm not working on the tiles today. I'm just putting a stake in the ground. Seeing Sun Wu come in, the two of them shrunk their heads like quails, not daring to raise their heads at all. Sun Wu was also too lazy to care about such a minor character. A few familiar chaperones gave Sun Wu a greeting, and Sun Wu responded one by one, leading Lin Jingjing to the inner hall. It was still the ancient courtyard, and the wigwam that Wu Yifeng had destroyed before had been repaired at this time. Or that Cheongsam Beauty greeted up. Sun Wu was just about to pull out the VIP gold card when he saw that Cheongsam Beauty open her mouth. Young Master Sun, the pavilion master has sent word that from now on, you can just come in directly, you don't need a gold card anymore. Also the pavilion master said to bring you to him when you arrive. Pavilion master? Sun Wu was puzzled, then remembered that this pavilion master was Lu Hu's father, that is, that Lu Jinshan who was at the 7th level of martial arts. It was then that he noticed a familiar cloud of chi within the range of chi perception, in one of the inner hall's boxes. It was the massive chi that night underneath the Fei Hu Martial Arts Center that somehow managed to detect the hidden chi and scared him so much that he flew far away. Little brother Sun, it's really you who's here. I'm still surprised that my father let me out, come with me, I'll take you to him. Without waiting for the welcoming Cheongsam Beauty to take Sun Wu inside, Lu Hu had already come out from the inner hall to greet Sun Wu. Lu Hu was still strange, his father suddenly said that Sun Wu came, I did not expect to go out to see really Sun Wu. Lin Jingjing saw Lu Hu, but also did not dare to come out of the atmosphere. Lu Hu is a martial arts style 5th level expert, an aura in the eyes of ordinary people that is amazingly powerful. I didn't expect this person to be so polite to Sun Wu. Lin Jingjing was secretly shocked. The three then walked to the door of a box. Before entering the door, there was a sound of chewing. After entering, Sun Wu caught a glimpse of a strange little old man who was hugging a meat bone and feasting on it. The old man's body was lean but dry and thin, very much against the grain, wearing a somewhat tattered set of white practice clothes, as if he hadn't washed them for a long time, and his head of white hair was blowing up like a hairball. This image had nothing to do with the martial arts expert in Sun Wu's mind, the master of a pavilion. In Sun Wu's imagination, Fei Hu Martial Arts Hall, Fei Hu Door of the Master, not immortal style and bones also have to be in Lu Hu so steady and decent, right? How did it turn out to be such an unkempt old man look alike? Father. He's the little brother Sun Wu who can use chi, as I said yesterday. Lu Hu, however, didn't care about his father's appearance, as if he was used to it. Young man, quickly. Teach me to use that what laborious chi. Agu, hurry up and kill me. Have you eaten yet? Do you want to have some to taste? Hearing Lu Hu's words, the old man looked up and left the meat bones in his hands, his mouth still dripping with oil. Taking the bone, he rushed to Sun Wu. This old man was only about 1 meter 5'6" in height, and just standing gave a special sense of joy. It was not at all like a martial arts level 7 party power bigwig. Looking at the meaty bone raised in front of him, with some teeth marks from tearing teeth on it, Sun Wu's face looked strange. Chapter 20 Lu Jinshan. Lu Hu saw Sun Wu's embarrassment, and quickly opened his mouth, my father is a little. Well. Unconventional, that's Sun Wu little brother you don't mind ha. Lu Hu also didn't know how to introduce his father to outsiders. His father was a genius in practicing martial arts, and there are very few traditional martial arts that can be cultivated to the 7th level of the power battle inheritance martial arts. The upper, middle and lower realms, each breakthrough was a hurdle, and those who could reach the upper 3 realms were invariably geniuses among geniuses. That Wu family's Wu Shan was also considered a genius, but he was still stuck at the peak of the 6th level of martial arts for several years without being able to advance an inch. It's just that compared to his father's martial arts talent, his father's emotional intelligence is strange. Over 80 years old, he's still the same as a child. The nice way to say it is to call him an old coot, but in fact, his opponents out there are calling his father a retard. I also wonder how his father managed to chase his mother back then. Hey little brother, don't you want to eat? It's delicious. This is the meat of the 6th level beast yen tiger ha, it's delicious. It tastes hot and spicy. Seeing that Sun Wu didn't move much, this little old man seemed to sigh a little and stuffed the meat bone into his own mouth again and gnawed on it. Sun Wu is nothing to his ears because he doesn't know the value. On the other hand, Lin Jingjing on the side had her eyes rounded. The price of the beast meat in the market were all strangely high. These beast meat were all valuable in their own way, most of them could enhance their physical attributes if eaten, and some of them were said to be able to obtain some special abilities if eaten. She had purposely inquired about those of value on various markets to prevent not recognizing the high-class goods in the hands of wealthy gentry. This includes the meat of ferocious beasts. Normal level 1 and level 2 ferocious beast meat and primary body nourishing liquid were about the same price. 10 or 20,000 would be able to buy about 10 pounds, and the effect wasn't too far off. All of them were able to slightly enhance one's physique. The ferocious beasts above the 3rd level were not easy to find, and most of the prices had doubled 10 times or so. Like this level 6 beast, that is even more priceless. How many people in the entire magic capital region can hunt level 6 beasts? With a class 6 fierce beast in front of them, it would be good to survive, let alone hunt it. Also, this inferno tiger, if she remembered correctly, was the kind of meat of special ferocious beasts that had a chance of awakening their fire powers if eaten. This kind of ferocious beast meat, even if it's a level 1 or 2, it's still a sky-high price of 10 million star coins. After all, who wouldn't be tempted if they could directly obtain a special ability? I didn't realize that in this old man's hands there was no difference with ordinary meat bones, and just sent it out to Sun Wu to eat? Lin Jingjing was completely stunned. How she wished the little old man had asked her. She didn't mind. Well. Pavilion Master Lu, I won't eat it. Let's just teach you the method of qi, and then you give me that what's his name fierce tiger fist. Sun Wu politely declined the large bone that seemed to still have saliva on it, forcing a change of subject. In that case, I guess you don't like meat, so this is for you. You taught me something, I have to pay and I taught me. Seeing that Sun Wu didn't eat, the little old man reached out and handed out a red glass ball-like bead. Sun Wu reached out and took it, realizing that the bead was crystal clear, as if it were a ruby, and had a somewhat warm and moist feeling in his hand. And inside this bead, there was even a tiger silhouette with flames all over its body, which was looking up to the sky and whistling, as if it had seen Sun Wu and was still showing its teeth to him. What is this? Sun Wu held the beads and looked at them for half a day without seeing a clue, turning his head to Lu Hu, expecting him to explain. But see Lu Hu this time, eyes stagnant, full of heartache in the face of the appearance, mouth murmured My. This is a ferocious beast crystal core? He didn't wait for Lu Hu's reply, but it was Lin Jingjing's voice full of shock that rang out next to him. This is a ferocious beast crystal core that only special ferocious beasts can conceive, and ferocious beasts that can conceive this kind of crystal core are usually powerful ferocious beasts of the upper third realm. The meat of special ferocious beasts has a chance of awakening supernormal abilities when eaten, and this ferocious beast crystal core, as long as it is taken and refined, it is basically 100% awakening of the supernormal abilities attached to the ferocious beasts, which is equal to one more awakening inheritance out of thin air. The more Lin Jingjing spoke, the more excited she became. Her eyes were almost pinned on that ferocious beast's crystal core. This is the crystal core of the peak level 6 inferno tiger that father killed earlier that attacked the magic capital region's shield. It was then that Lu Hu's voice came over, a hint of heartache mixed in his voice. He had been coveting this crystal core for a long time, and he thought that his father would give it to him, so how come he gave it away? His awakening legacy is the Burning Fruit ability saber, which is a perfect match for this crystal core. If he took the crystal core to obtain Yan Hu's ferocious inflammation supernormal ability, it would be the icing on the cake, doubling his battle power, and he might not be able to cause a handful of geniuses, able to break through the 6th level of the martial arts path before the age of 60. Now it's all gone to hell. Seeing Lin Jingjing and Lu Hu's performance, Sun Wu instantly understood that this thing was a good thing and immediately pocketed it. Do not want for nothing. You see that Lu Hu and Lin Jingjing eyes are falling in. Originally, I had come here today to teach the Dharma of Qi, and this was a complete windfall. Ignoring Lu Hu's strange expression, Sun Wu immediately began to discuss the method of Qi operation with the little old man, and by the way, he also taught him the air dance technique. The old man then began to maneuver. This little old man is also a real genius. With his mouth gnawing on a meat bone, he actually listened to it once and detected the sense of Qi. Immediately afterward, a special wave of airflow began to emanate from his body in all directions. It blew the people in the room a little unsteadily. The room's decorations fell to the east, and the tables and chairs were blown and crammed into one corner of the wall. It made a clunking sound. The little old man also slowly floated up, actually succeeded once, directly realized the Qi, and learned the air dance technique. Ha ha ha! I can fly. I don't need to break through to the 8th level to fly. In this world's traditional ancient martial arts, it was generally only when one reached the 8th level of martial arts that one could condense their strength and step into the air. After the sublime inheritance came out, many of them were born with the ability to fly, so gradually flying wasn't a particularly rare thing anymore. But Lu Xinshan awakened his heritage as a rubber man, and flying was nothing for him. At this time the little old man was very happy, as if he had found some fun toy, flying back and forth in the room. The large and small objects in the room were sent flying everywhere by the rush of Qi he released, and the windows were blown out. Lu Xinshan. Just as the old man was obliviously experimenting with the dancing air technique, a loud roar came through the door. Then a woman about 5'7" came into the room. The woman was dressed in a Zhongshan suit, looking very neutral, showing a patriarchal demeanor between her walks, as if she was the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School's head pavilion master. Lu Jinshan, what are you doing? The little old man who was hovering recklessly in the house heard the sound and fell from mid-air with a jolt, smashing into the furniture that had just been flying about. Ouch, near eye. I didn't do anything. The little old man unprecedentedly lost the feeling of not fixing his face just now, and at this time, it was like a brat who had committed a crime and was being disciplined. Regularly, he walked up to the 1-meter-7 woman. What have you done to my room? You practiced and fixed it all for me, or you'll be punished for sleeping by yourself at night. After the woman finished her lecture, she ignored Lu Jinshan's expression as if he had lost his life and turned to Sun Wu's 3 people. Lu Dahu. You don't care if your father is like this? You just let him get away with it? Lu Hu was now in a state of bitterness. Just now he was immersed in the pain of losing the crystal core. How can he care about this? This woman is his mother, Lu Yani. Usually the martial arts museum things, human affairs are all she is in charge of. His father, Lu Jinshan, was said to be the head of the pavilion, rather than just a #1 fighter. Then Lu Yani learned about Sun Wu's things, after knowing the causes and consequences, also did not too much to criticize the little old man. Let Lu Hu called for people to fix the house. They went to open the intention to invite Sun Wu them to dinner. After Lu Yani left, Lu Hu then remembered something. Little brother Sun, I've made you laugh. Go to the martial arts practicing room, let me teach you the fierce tiger illusory beast fist of this sect. Lin Jingjing on the side was already numb at this point. What she had seen in the day-to-day was just too shocking for her. The fierce tiger illusory beast fist was actually something she knew, the signature fist of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School. Even without the awakening legacy, this set of fists was a top-level technique capable of being cultivated to the 7th level of the martial arts path. Before in front of the school he said he had never heard of this Fei Hu Martial Arts Hall or pretending to Tang Xiaojie, so that Tang Xiaojie have room to play. The Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center was flattered by all the major families and was close to them. Besides the tiger bone body nourishing liquid, this fierce tiger illusory beast fist was also a part of it. I didn't expect Sun Wu to change so much all of a sudden, and these things that were out of her reach in the past are now casually drilling into Sun Wu's arms one by one. Lin Jingjing suddenly thought how nice it would have been if he hadn't dumped Sun Wu a few days ago. Then aren't these all yours? Chapter 21 Tiger Illusory Beast Fist. A few people helped the bitter little old man return the objects in the room that had been blown away by the breath of his dancing air technique. Dahu, teach little brother the secrets of this sect, I have something to go out. Just as everyone had finished their busy schedules, the little old man threw down a sentence to Lu Hu, explaining that he would teach Sun Wu the fierce tiger illusory beast fist, and couldn't wait to take off again. Like a child impatient to show off his new toy, he shot straight up into the sky, leaving behind only the trail of clouds breaking over the martial arts center. Little brother Sun, I've made you laugh. Lu Hu looked at Lu Jinshan, who was nowhere to be seen, in a flash, and helplessly snapped at Sun Wu. Let's go to the martial arts practice room. Leading Sun Wu and Lin Jingjing towards the depths of the inner pavilion. After turning around 7 times and passing through several corridors, the 3 of them came to a spacious martial arts practice room. The walls of the martial arts training room were hung with all kinds of weapons, the floor was covered with unknown ferocious beast skins, a huge force measuring device was placed in the center, and next to it stood a few wooden stakes made of alloy, which were covered with fist marks and palm marks. If the wooden stake in the hall was of this alloy, I guess that the Chen brothers wouldn't need to do labor to pay off their debts? Sun Wu wondered why his thoughts suddenly diverged and guffawed. This is the martial arts training room for our Fei Hu martial school's own people, usually the disciples practice here. Lu Hu introduced with a smile on his face. Sun Wu looked around, his eyes fell on the force measuring device. This thing is the same as the one in that advanced martial arts training room before, only this one is a physical and energy force measuring instrument 2 and one a little more advanced. Lu Hu said that it is a special force measuring device made for this sect's mastery. Other supporting facilities are rather less comprehensive than the advanced martial arts training room. The fierce tiger illusory beast fist is our Fei Hu sect's town school mastery. There are a total of 9 stances, each of which corresponds to a form of a fierce tiger with infinite power. Lu Hu walked to the center of the field and set up his stance. Watch this. An illusory tiger shadow appeared around Lu Hu. The tiger shadow walked towards Sun Wu. His tail was a little bit in the center of Sun Wu's eyebrow, leaving a tiger head mark. This is a boxing prelude, named Enlightenment. Mighty Tiger Illusory Beast Fist, focusing on the word illusion, is about the fluttering of the body. The fist moves at will, the intention to the fist out like a tiger down the mountain, unstoppable. The fierce Tiger Illusory Beast Fist, not to mention its name, is actually a package of stakes to cultivate, moves and techniques to use against the enemy. Lu Hu explained, while giving a set of Qi and blood running handling method, while demonstrating boxing, did not care. Lin Jingjing on the sidelines, onlookers do not have the tiger soul enlightenment, is unable to comprehend his flying tiger's fist magic of the wonders. His figure was as athletic as a cheetah, sometimes as powerful as a tiger, and sometimes as light as a spirit cat. Boxing show, really like a fantasy, dazzling, the field seems to really have a fierce tiger coiled, tiger power since the contain. Sun Wu watched intently, memorizing every move Lu Hu made in his mind. After one demonstration, Lu Hu collected his momentum and stood, looking at Sun Wu. See how much you understand? As Sun Wu recalled the fist technique he had just seen, the system panel in his mind slightly moved to pop up a prompt. Understand some of it. Sun Wu nodded and once again recalled Lu Hu's movements in his mind, trying to set up a starting stance. His figure sank slightly, his fists clenched, and his eyes became sharp, like a fierce tiger locking onto its prey. Detected that the host is learning Fierce Tiger Illusory Beast Fist. Fist of the Mighty Tiger, successful. LV1 Mighty Tiger Fist has been mastered. The system prompt sounded in his head. Sun Wu's heart moved. The system is so buggy? Skills learned straight away, huh? He thought it would take a long time to learn it. With the mastery of the Mighty Tiger Illusory Beast Fist, a large amount of experience and memory suddenly emerged in Sun Wu's mind as if he had been practicing this fist for a long time. Or the tiger's pile experience of stepping on the three talents position and quenching the bones by drawing in the earth's fury. Or the astral energy around his body condensed into a tiger, implicitly matching the experience of the innate 8 trigrams Tiger Rock Royal Defense. Or the experience of how to use punches and kicks against someone and how the move should be inspired. Sun Wu had thought that it was nothing more than acquiring a skill, and even if there was an improvement, it was just an additional skill, and it was probably not worth mentioning compared to these skills like Turtle Pai Qigong Wave. I did not expect this fierce tiger phantom beast fist is so marvelous. He previously against the enemy will only rely on its own high combat strength, a force to reduce 10 will, swinging the king's fist to people dry waist. Even the various skills such as residual image fist such, but also simply will inspire, use a little, as if a young child with a pistol general, just will use, but shall not be able to do so. Now after learning this fierce tiger illusory beast fist, he had gained countless experience against the enemy out of thin air, and also gained the method of cultivation. In the future, if there is a fight, it is even easier, like someone who owns a gun and has mastered the art of subtle shooting. Immediately, he followed the system prompts and mobilized the Qi in his body, trying to perform the fierce tiger illusory beast fist's punches. At first the movements were still a bit raw and slightly stiff, but with the flow of Qi in his body, Sun Wu quickly found the feeling. His figure gradually became fluid, and his punches began to take on a bit of a fierce tiger's downhill aura, a fierce tiger with golden fur silhouette vaguely surfacing around him. Boo! Sun Wu struck his fist out, hitting the force gauge. The wind whistled like a tiger's roar, and the air seemed to be torn apart. The force gauge on the side rang in response, and the numbers on the screen jumped rapidly, finally settling on the astonishing value of physical attack 1582, energy strength 1600. This. Lu Hu looked at the number on the force gauge and stared at it with wide eyes, his face full of incredulity. You actually learned it so quickly? Lu Hu's voice was trembling a bit with a hint of disbelief. Even though Lu Hu was prepared in his mind, he was shocked at this time. When I was a child myself, I learned this fierce tiger illusory beast fist, and it took nearly a month to get started before and after. Even his father, Lu Zhinshan, who had the reputation of being a genius, seemed to be a week away from getting started. This Sun Wu just watched him explain it once, and he actually learned it straight away? And, the force. Lu Hu looked at the numbers on that force gauge. Physical attack 1582, energy strength 1600. The former is the strength of physical attacks and the latter is the strength of energy attacks. The energy attack of the Mighty Tiger Phantom Beast Fist technique benefits from the user's mental power, and is a masterstroke capable of countering invisible mental bodies. Relying on this fist technique, the Feihu sect was able to rampage across the magic capital district at a time when inherited martial arts were prevalent, with those natural fruit ability users and elementalized enemies watching intently. This Sun Wu spirit energy is also so powerful? You're just starting out and you've reached this level? It's scary as hell. Sun Wu closed his fist and stood, feeling the power rushing through his body, and a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. Chapter 22 Lin Jingjing's Thoughts. This fierce tiger illusory beast fist had really given him a lot of surprises. Originally teaching the little old man the dancing air technique and the usage of Qi, he hadn't thought that there would be such a big return. I still have to thank Instructor Lu for teaching me well. Sun Wu said modestly. Lin Jingjing, who was on the side, was even more stunned by the scene in front of her. She only knew before that Sun Wu had awakened his inheritance and his strength had increased greatly, but she didn't have a clear idea of exactly how strong it was. Yesterday, in front of the school, Sun Wu had easily defeated Tang Xiaojie's lapdog Li Jianrun, and she had thought that Sun Wu would at most be able to reach the first level of martial arts. After all, Li Jianrun's strength wasn't considered top-notch in the first level of martial arts. However, right now, Sun Wu casually punched out an energy intensity of 1600, which was already far beyond the realm of a level 1 martial artist, proper level 2 martial artist combat power. One must know that throughout the entire second martial arts high school of the Magic Metropolis district, a grade 1 martial artist that was also a phoenix-like existence. Most people only reached the first level of martial arts after the entry-level trial. Even in an aristocratic school like the first martial arts school in the Magic Capital district, it was unknown if there was even a single level 2 martial artist. And Sun Wu, who was just a struggling bottom-tier chaperone before, in just a few days' time, had transformed into a powerhouse whose strength was comparable to that of a second-tier martial artist. While Lin Jingjing was shocked in her heart, a hint of gratitude and a hint of remorse also rose. Thankfully, she's staying with Sun Wu for now and hasn't completely fallen out. The regret is that she was too short-sighted before, even for the sake of a mere 5 million star coins, almost missed such a potential unlimited golden son-in-law. Who wouldn't be a big shot? Tang Xiaojie, a kind of evil young man, a bad operation may directly end up in a miserable end. Sun Wu at least knew his roots, was powerful, and was genuinely interested in her, and looked like he had unlimited potential and a promising future. Thinking of this, Lin Jingjing's eyes became complicated as she looked at Sun Wu. It was just that Lin Jingjing didn't know that this wasn't Sun Wu's limit. If Sun Wu used the Turtle School Qi Gong wave, he could directly reach 2000 points of energy intensity. Lu Hu took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner shock. He walked quickly to Sun Wu with surprise in his eyes. "Little brother Sun, you are truly a wizard in practicing martial arts. I, Lu Hu, have taught many students, but this is the first time I've seen one as gifted as you." Lu Hu heartily praised that Sun Wu was definitely a martial arts genius that was rare to come across in 100 years. This fierce tiger illusory beast fist is a secret technique that has been passed down for 100 years by my Feihu sect, and according to our research, performing it in this world will carry a trace of an enchantment similar to the will of the world. This will enchantment made this set of punches not only powerful, but also capable of inflicting damage on elementalized enemies and even some mental bodies. This is also why, in today's world where inherited martial arts are prevalent, ancient martial arts still have a place. Lu Hu paused and continued, "This set of boxing techniques, my father also spent several days back then before he could barely get started. And you, just by reading it once, have mastered it straight away and are able to utilize such a powerful force. It's incredible." Lu Hu was overwhelmed with emotion, and his gaze towards Sun Wu became a few points more fervent. "Instructor Lu is too kind, I'm just lucky." Sun Wu humbly responded, but in his heart, he was very clear that it was not his talent, but he was open. The system ding-donged a direct second will. However, this fierce tiger illusory beast fist S was indeed a subtle technique, helping him to comb through the various skills that the system had given him before, so that he was no longer like a child holding a gun over the market. "Little brother Sun, with your current strength, you will definitely be able to achieve good results when you participate in the entry rank trial afterward. Those who enter the rank trial are at most at martial artist level 1, I think you have a great possibility of taking the title of this rank trial." Lu Hu patted Sun Wu's shoulder and said with anticipation, "If you meet my son Xiuhu, please take care of him for a while, and please don't take it to heart that Xiuhu caused you some trouble before." Hearing what Lu Hu said, Sun Wu's heart moved slightly. Lu Hu didn't know that Lu Xiuhu had given him a VIP gold card worth $4 million of tiger bone nourishing liquid and a premium martial arts training room? Between him and Lu Xiuhu was just a subtle little friction, not to talk about any deep hatred. What's the normal thing to worry about with this kind of compensation down the line? How could Lu Hu not know this? This is natural. Now that we are all fellow disciples, if Lu Xiuhu encounters danger, I naturally won't sit idly by. Sun Wu responded without moving, deciding to wait until he encountered Lu Xiuhu before asking carefully. After discussing some more experiences with Lu Hu about the mighty tiger illusory beast fist, the time was already in the afternoon near dusk. Saying goodbye to Lu Hu, Sun Wu and Lin Jingjing walked on their way home. With a distance between them, the atmosphere was a bit peculiar. Lin Jingjing stole a glance at Sun Wu beside her. Her heart was full of mixed feelings. The experience of the past 2 days was like a dream to her. The once poor boy who had been so obedient to her had transformed into the guest of honor of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School, with great strength and a promising future. That Sun Wu. Finally, in front of Sun Wu's rented house, Lin Jingjing finally gathered her courage and broke the silence. "Thank you for yesterday." Sun Wu cast a sidelong glance at her, the corners of his mouth curved up in a smile-like arc, finally unable to resist. "He brought Lin Jingjing to the Fei Hu Martial Arts Center today, wasn't it for this?" "Thank me? For what? Thanking me for helping you get rid of the people from the Ultimate Bliss Club? Or for letting you, a simple little girl who doesn't know which way the door of a martial arts school opens, see the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School?" Lin Jingjing was choked for a while, a look of embarrassment on her face. She knew that Sun Wu was deliberately mocking her. Yesterday she deliberately pretended to be ignorant in front of Tang Xiaojie. By the looks of it was also seen by Sun Wu. No, I was wrong before, I shouldn't." Lin Jingjing's voice became lower and lower, almost inaudible. "Shouldn't what?" Sun Wu pressed step by step, unforgiving in his reasoning, putting his face in front of Lin Jingjing's eyes, staring into her eyes. "Shouldn't have abandoned me for money? Shouldn't have lied to me about the awakening inheritance card? Or shouldn't treat me as a spare tire?" Lin Jingjing's head hung even lower, and moisture began to swirl in her eyes. She knew that what Sun Wu said was true. She was powerless to refute it, and she had no face to do so. She was very sorry indeed now. "Sun Wu, I know I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong." Lin Jingjing's voice was tinged with tears. "I will never be like that again, please. Please forgive me, okay? Can we still go back to before?" Sun Wu stopped and turned around, condescendingly looking at Lin Jingjing. "What are you talking about in your sleep? Forgive you?" Sun Wu sneered. Do you think it's possible?" Lin Jingjing's body trembled slightly as she raised her head and looked at Sun Wu with tearful eyes. "Have you forgotten all the wonderful memories we had these 3 years?" "Oh?" Sun Wu raised an eyebrow and snorted. "Didn't you say to just assume I have a good memory? What, your own memory is bad by this point?" Lin Jingjing was dumbfounded. The conversation that Sun Wu had had with herself on the playground back then flashed through her mind. Chapter 23 Standardized Women Kneeling. For a moment she hated to slap her former self for being so unforgiving, with no room for redemption. Lin Jingjing bit her lips tightly, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. She took a deep breath and slowly knelt in front of Sun Wu. "Sun Wu, I beg you, give me a chance. I will listen to you in everything from now on, okay? I've also awakened a top-tier inheritance, so I definitely won't be useless in the future." Sun Wu looked at Lin Jingjing, who was kneeling in front of him, without a single fluctuation in his heart. He's not a saint or a good person. He had no sympathy for such gold-digging and snobbish women. He also guessed that Tang Xiaojie from before probably wouldn't let go of this Lin Jingjing. Yesterday, that Extreme Bliss Club would probably hit on her again as well, and this woman saw that he was like a guest at the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center today, and took him as a lifesaver. Plus, with her gold-digging personality, she's probably trying to sell herself for a good price again. When she said she was giving it a chance, wasn't she hitching a ride on his boat for future takeoff? But a girlfriend was out of the question. This woman had a nice body, and keeping it as a bed partner seemed pretty good. Anyway, he had money now, and it wasn't hard to keep a pretty woman. After all, it's been a long time since I've been a meathead myself. Thinking of this, a meaningful look appeared on Sun Wu's face. "Want a chance?" Sun Wu's voice was low and full of temptation. "It's not impossible, of course it depends on your sincerity." "What? Sincerity?" Lin Jingjing's voice trembled a little. "What else do you have?" Sun Wu laughed, a somewhat evil laugh. "What do you think? What else can you do now? What do you have that I need?" Lin Jingjing's face instantly turned white. Of course she knew what Sun Wu meant. Wasn't it this body and good looks that she had relied on before to get her way left and right? She bit her lip tightly, her nails pinched deep into her palms as all sorts of emotions tumbled through her mind. Though she had expected this moment to come, the choice to actually arrive still left her with mixed feelings. But she had no choice. Offended Tang Xiaojie, "The school is completely unsafe. If caught, is not Sun Wu so good to talk? The probability that he will be Tang Xiaojie's circle fork and then thrown to the henchman circle fork, not to mention that the last also have to be sold to some of the underground club to go outside the school, and there is that extreme club people watching, if caught directly one step into the clubhouse." The current collar around her neck hadn't been removed yet, and the cold metallic touch was still a constant reminder. She didn't have any other options right now. No. Lin Jingjing's voice was as thin as a mosquito fly. "I will listen to you in everything." Sun Wu nodded in satisfaction and walked into the rental house, bringing Lin Jingjing in and closing the door to the room. Very well. Sun Wu's voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. Remember what you said, in the future, you have to listen to me in everything. Lin Jingjing's body trembled slightly as she slowly nodded. Standing in the room, a little anxious, she also did not expect Sun Wu to change so much, before Sun Wu would not talk to her like this. What are you waiting for? Sun Wu sat on the bed and looked at Lin Jingjing. Come here. Lin Jingjing bit her lip and slowly walked over. Untie me. Sun Wu ordered, pointing to his belt. Lin Jingjing obediently unbuckled Sun Wu's belt. Kneel down. Sun Wu's voice sounded again. Lin Jingjing's body trembled slightly as she took a deep breath and slowly knelt down in front of Sun Wu. Hold up. Sun Wu pointed at himself. Lin Jingjing's face flushed a shade of red and white as she hesitated, but she still extended her hand. Sun Wu lowered his head and looked at Lin Jingjing's delicate and humiliated face, an inexplicable pleasure rising in his heart. It was as if he had suddenly broken free of some kind of shackles mentally and suddenly cleared his mind. I didn't expect there to be an unexpected surprise? Sun Wu thought in surprise. The predecessor surprisingly still had this unknown obsession in place, which had completely dissipated at this moment because of Lin Jingjing's softening. You know what to do, don't you? I'm on fire right now. Returning to his senses, Sun Wu looked towards Lin Jingjing's flushed face, his voice low. Lin Jingjing's body trembled slightly as she coiled her long, drooping hair behind her head and slowly lowered her head. Omit 3,000 words here. I'll start a group if you really want it. Early the next morning. Sunlight poured through the window and onto the messy bed. Sun Wu slowly opened his eyes and removed the coat of the baby granary that covered his face, only to feel a sense of relief. He turned his head and looked at Lin Jingjing, who was lying beside him, the corner of his mouth curling into a playful smile. Last night was a rare moment of wantonness after he crossed over, and Lin Jingjing, a woman who was such a snob, deserved to be punished by him with a big stick. Reaching out, he rubbed the two portions of the towering, waking Lin Jingjing up. Lin Jingjing opened her eyes, felt the warm big hand, saw Sun Wu looking at her, and remembered yesterday's madness. Her face showed shyness. She didn't expect Sun Wu to be so strong in combat, and she was still weak in her legs. She was uninitiated, but she had inquired early and in advance about one of the tricks of such a thing. Just in case the rich person you subsequently meet has a hidden illness, you can act like one when the time comes. Sun Wu's fighting strength had clearly transcended the norm, and was more terrifying than anything he had ever inquired about. Awake? Sun Wu's voice was a bit lazy. Aha! Lin Jingjing lowered her head, not daring to meet Sun Wu's eyes, for fear of attracting Sun Wu's sexual arousal. At this time, she who had just broken her body really couldn't afford to eat again. How does it feel? Sun Wu asked. Lin Jingjing's voice was as thin as a mosquito fly. I am okay. Okay? Sun Wu raised an eyebrow and moved his hand. Looks like you're still enjoying yourself. Lin Jingjing's face instantly turned red as she hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to speak again. Sun Wu smiled and didn't say anything else. He sat up from the bed and stretched, then began to get dressed. Lin Jingjing also got up in a hurry, started to clean up the room, and began to take the ingredients in Sun Wu's refrigerator to cook. Sun Wu looked at the busy Lin Jingjing and secretly reminisced in his heart. This woman, she tastes good, and she's a chick. It's a cheap shot that the predecessor didn't take it down for so long. Now this woman was quite obedient, and it would be good to keep her as a bed-warming maid and a saucy maid. However, he wasn't going to let that make him feel anything for her. To him, Lin Jingjing was nothing more than a plaything. When you get tired of playing with it, you can always discard it. Warning! 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 Unknown subdimensional cracks appear within the city's energy defense shields in the Mordor district. All citizens are urged to proceed to the underground shelters and not to leave the shelters until you are told to do so. Just as Lin Jingjing finished everything and ate up breakfast with Sun Wu, a city alarm sounded. The comms in both men's hands also began to send out non-stop warnings. This is? Sun Wu was startled. A sub-dimensional invasion alert? Chapter 24, Ghost Brainworms. Sun Wu recalled the memory of his predecessor. Apart from that massive dimensional rift descent 100 years ago, dimensional rift descents were now very rare. Some Federation scholars have hypothesized that it may be that space has stabilized, and that subdimensional rift descents are now rare. Generally, the locations where these types of dimensional rifts appeared were randomized, and the chances of them appearing directly in human gathering areas were even smaller. The last time a dimensional rift descended on the magic capital district was 30 years ago. A subdimensional invasion is when a new subdimensional rift has appeared, and that rift has appeared within the shields of a densely populated city. There were usually all sorts of ferocious beasts and exotic beasts with subdimensional qualities in the subdimensional cracks, so I wonder what kind of ferocious beasts appeared in the subdimensional cracks this time? The results in the past for cities that have seen the phenomenon of subterranean invasions can be less than stellar. The ferocious beasts kept pouring out of the dimensional rift like a disaster movie, and there was no telling how many people would die when the disaster was over. Thinking of the tragic situation in his predecessor's memories of those sublime invasions occurring after the ferocious beasts had ravaged the city, Sun Wu's heart flinched. Immediately, he took Lin Jingjing and quickly rushed towards the nearest underground refuge area. The place where he lived was a civilian area, and there was still a short distance from the nearest underground refuge area, and checking the system panel on his way to catch up, Sun Wu realized that he had even triggered a system reward last night. You had a soothing fight. At this moment, within the general command room of the Magic Capital Region's military headquarters. What's the situation? This dimensional rift hasn't unfolded for decades, why did it suddenly appear in the Magic Capital Region this time? Furthermore, doesn't our Magic Capital Region have an energy shield that inhibits the creation of the dimensional rift? A middle-aged man in a white military uniform with a majestic figure sat at his desk. His brow furrowed, his voice cold and calm, he opened his mouth to question the adjutant at the side. This man was none other than Wu Shan of the Wu family, the War Position Grand General of the Magic Capital Military Region Division. At this moment, his diamond-formed knuckles, constantly tapping on the desktop, showed that he was not at peace in his mind. The news came from the side of the testing academy that there was an error in the spatial docking of this entry-level trial, and that it collided with the present world. It just so happened that the other day that Class 6 Fierce Beast Inferno Tiger had attacked the city shield, causing a breach in the regional energy shield, and was unable to inhibit the subdimensional rift from taking shape. That's what caused the space rift to appear directly over the civilian area. An adjutant in officer's uniform on the side, at this time, kept pointing back and forth on the hand communicator, inquiring about something. The space for this entry trial has been randomized? An entry-level trial space? That level shouldn't be too high? What type of ferocious beasts are in the leaking cracks? Hearing that it was a crack created by the space of the entry-level trial, Wu Shan put down his heart. The entry-level trial was generally some first-level and second-level ferocious beasts. Any random person could eliminate them, and stick to the city's energy shield to recover and directly isolate the effects. According to the information provided by the Testing Institute, it should be the entry-level trial space, dark altered space and time, that appeared once 50 years ago, and the ones appearing in the cracks right now are all Spectre-type ferocious beasts. Most of the specific energy intensities are concentrated between level 1 and level 2. Hearing the adjutant's reply, Wu Shan's newly calmed brow wrinkled once again. Dark space and time, he still has an impression of this entry-level trial. The sub-dimensional space is pitch black, never see the sun, and darkness is incomparable, abounding in all kinds of darkness, ghost system, shadow system of all kinds of ferocious beasts and beasts. Although, because it was an entry-level trial space, the energy intensity was not high, and the strongest was only around third-level ferocious beasts. However, most of these ferocious beasts and exotic beasts did not have a solid body, with energy bodies occupying the majority, so they were exceptionally difficult to eliminate. Traditional Wudao ancient martial arts, you need to get to the 6th level of Wudao and condense the will of Wudao in order to have the means to attack the energy body, the spectral class of ferocious beasts and exotic beasts. The inherited martial Dao had means, and the ones that could attack ghost-type shadow lineage fierce beasts were also extremely rare. 50 years ago during that trial of entry, basically all the students of that class were wiped out, and only a few students with elementalization abilities survived. His inheritance template was a defensively strong ability like the Shining Fruit, and had it not been for his recent awakening of Baji, a special skill of the pirate world, he would have lacked the ability to effectively kill such ferocious beasts. He had inherited the peak of the 6th level of martial arts, but the traditional martial arts ancient martial arts hadn't reached that level yet, and hadn't condensed the will of martial arts. And what kind of ferocious beast is the invading one? It's a ghost-type fierce beast, shadow bugs, and looking at their path of movement, it's obvious that there are brain bugs present. Upon hearing this, Wu Shan's frown tightened. This shadow bug was a rare swarming ferocious beast that basically didn't have much intelligence and acted on instinct. In order to evolve into ghost brain worms, shadow worms of the same race prioritize killing each other, with largely negligible damage to human cities. But when one of the colony devours each other and mutates a ghostly brainworm, everything is completely different. The ghost brainworm is the intelligence side of the evolutionary line, with a higher level than all the shadow worms, but with extremely weak combat power. The only problem is that he is of the ghost lineage, and normal physical attacks can't attack the ghost brainworm. All shadow worms will follow the orders of this brainworm and form a shadow worm swarm, devouring all flesh and blood creatures wherever they go. Although they were only first to third level ferocious beasts, if they didn't kill the brainworms, these shadow worms would keep absorbing the free energy in the air and multiply indefinitely, so it was basically impossible to kill them all. Of course, even if it was a ghost brainworm, for him, a great general who inherited the 6th level of martial arts and had comprehended the hegemony, killing it would be nothing more than a casual strike. However, the problem was that this swarm was reproducing extremely fast, and it was not generally difficult to find the ghost brainworm in this dense swarm. And a trace of ruthlessness flashed across Wu Shan's face. Compress the range of all the energy shields in the magic capital district by half, just envelop the rich district, let the gang in the civilian district fend for themselves, and prioritize the preservation of my Wu family's industries. Sir, isn't this out of order? Give a statement to the public that the Magic Capital District's energy shield is damaged. The strength of the energy covering the entire city is not strong enough to withstand the ferocious beast swarms. Shrinking the area of protection will increase the strength and prevent the swarms from wreaking havoc, and let the people in the civilian areas evacuate towards the rich areas on their own, so that they will hold out until the energy shield is repaired. He only needed to keep the industries of a few big families in the Magic Capital District, so that when the time came to be re-elected as a Grand Admiral or promoted to Grand Admiral of the headquarters, he would have someone to support him. As for the civilians, just consider them sacrificed for the good of the Federation. And isn't that Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center outside the rich district? That old miscreant likes to show off so much, so let him do it. To snatch away one's own ferocious beast in front of so many people, humph. Thinking of the rank 6 Inferno Tiger that had attacked the Magic Capital Region's shield earlier and was snatched away by Lu Zhenshan with a single strike, Wu Shan's heart was filled with murderous anger. Chapter 25 Getting the Battle Sharp Bonus, Battle Renewal. The target's face value is 96 points, and his body is 92 points, so he meets the standard for combat coolness. You had a soothing fight. Reward, Combat Continuity Pseudo. Combat Renewal Pseudo, passive skill, after exhaustion, gain extra stamina to continue to act for a certain period of time, which can dissolve a death and revive the body to fight again. Battle Sharp bonus items cannot be upgraded. Sun Wu looked at the battle records in the system and was in an unbelievably happy mood. I didn't realize there was such a reward for snogging. Combat Continuity? Why does this skill feel so familiar? There seem to be a lot of spirits in the Fate world that have this skill? But why is there a pseudo at the end, and no way to upgrade it yet, sadly? This skill was equal to an extra life, huh? One more point of security for one's future battles. And this skill seems to be a heavenly match with one's Scion bloodline, right? Scion bloodline improves physical recovery, resistance to blows, and near-death recovery will dramatically increase combat power. One near-death resurrection ability, combined with a Scion bloodline near-death will dramatically increase combat effectiveness. It's a little exciting to think about the scene later on when your enemy puts his best foot forward to defeat you, and then finds himself on his feet again, and stronger. But this figure is only a 92? What kind of horrible look would a 100 have to be? Sun Wu touched Lin Jingjing, who was holding her in his hands, and felt the towering Q-bomb in his hands. Just now, fearing that he wouldn't be able to run away in time, he directly picked up Lin Jingjing and performed the dancing air technique to start heading to the nearest underground refuge area. At this moment, he was holding Lin Jingjing from behind as he flew rapidly through the sky. Boing Lin Jingjing was still in the shock of Sun Wu will fly just now. To know the traditional martial arts ancient martial arts can briefly step in the air is the performance of the 7th level of martial artists, the 8th level in order to fly, even if the awakening of the heritage of martial arts, flight are also powerful rare ability. I didn't realize that the weakling inheritance that Sun Wu awakened even had the ability to fly? Is that really a trash inheritance? Her awakened inheritance, thanks to the blessing of the top-notch inheritance card that Sun Wu had previously purchased, was the Pirate World Grand Admiral Green Pheasant Freeze Fruit ability. She should also be able to elementalize when she enters the rank, and I don't even know if she can fly? Suddenly, Sun Wu made a sudden unruly attack and pinched her, causing her to resist calling out. Lin Jingjing's face turned red, not knowing what Sun Wu wanted. Flying high in the sky at this point, does he want to be in the sky? How can this be? Thinking of this, Lin Jingjing immediately clamped her legs together, her face blushing as she twisted her body. Sun Wu glanced down at Lin Jingjing, who had made the noise, and secretly laughed in his heart. This little ninny, so reactive after touching it? Stop squirming, if you keep rubbing, you'll be responsible if he has to get up? Lin Jingjing stiffened and instantly didn't dare to move again. Just as the two were about to fly to their destination, a translucent blue energy light shield appeared in the sky. Zip sounded. Sun Wu flew in mid-air and saw clearly. In the distance, that light shield was shrinking dramatically from far away, and the curtain of light cut through the area where the two were, finally stopping at the junction of the outer city between the rich district and the slum district. This is? Sun Wu's eyes stared. The energy shields in the Mordor district have shrunk in size? It's not that. Sun Wu looked back at the civilian area where he came from, and by now the shield had disappeared. Densely packed, maggot-shaped black bugs surged out of a broken rift in the suspended sky. The number was so great that it instantly flooded the street where his rental house was located. What is that thing? Lin Jingjing pointed in horror at the black swarm of bugs that came out like a tidal wave in the distance. Sun Wu also couldn't help but look grave. These bugs were black in color and somewhat maggot-like in appearance. The head had two scarlet eyes, the circular mouthparts were open and filled with a ring of sharp teeth that did not fit the maggot's shape, and a thin layer of black breath lingered on his body, writhing on the ground at an extremely high speed. It seems like shadow bugs? Sun Wu said in a deep voice. There weren't many memories of ferocious beasts in this subgenre in the original body's memories. It's all textbook knowledge, and this shadow bug classroom teacher made a point of mentioning it in class. Shadow worms were one of the few low-grade, semi-ghostly ferocious beasts. He is half ghost, half darkness, and comes from a dimension called dark heterodyne. Although this kind of ferocious beasts were not of a high grade, most of them were between grade 1 and grade 2, they reproduced extremely fast and were extremely numerous. What was even more troublesome was that this kind of ferocious beasts that were tied to the ghost system, physical attacks were much less effective against them. In this short period of time, this swarm of insects had already covered the street below Sun Wu and Lin Jingjing at this time. If not for the fact that Sun Wu was flying above the sky at this moment, he would have already fallen into the swarm of insects. But residents of other civilian neighborhoods are not so lucky. Although the shadow worms were writhing, with the help of that black mist, they were like black smoke gliding at an extremely fast speed, and within Sun Wu's visual range, he saw that a few slow runners had already been swamped by the swarm. Ah! Help! Don't eat me! The screams rose and fell, echoing chillingly through the empty streets. Those who were caught up by the shadow bugs were instantly drowned in the black tide of bugs, not even a crumb of bone was left. It's too scary. Lin Jingjing stayed in Sun Wu's arms. Seeing this scene, her face turned pale, subconsciously hugging Sun Wu tightly, her body trembling slightly. Sun Wu also had a chill in his heart. Although he was strong in combat, dealing with most of these shadow bugs at level 1 was not a difficult task. But his physical strength also had its limit. Facing such a huge number of ferocious beasts, in case he was not careful for a moment and was surrounded by a swarm of insects, he was afraid that he would not be able to get any good results. Just then, a violent energy fluctuation appeared in Sun Wu's chi perception range, as well as several familiar chi. There's someone fighting over there. Is it Li Yi? Sun Wu's heart fluttered, and he hurriedly reversed his direction and flew towards the place where the energy fluctuation came from. Mordor District, civilian area, corner of a street. Li Yi and Lu Balian were struggling to fend off the attacks of the shadow bugs around them. Li Yi's weapon was a hammer. It shouldn't be a weapon he was good at. It looked like a blacksmith's guy thing for making iron. Every time he swung his hammer, he managed to send a few shadow bugs flying, but the ones that were sent flying fell into the swarm as if nothing had happened and came charging in again. The shadow bugs were extremely resistant to physical damage, plus Li Yi hadn't entered the rank, and his combat power was only 20 to 30 points at this point, so he could only barely knock away the shadow bugs that were rushing towards him. As the shadow bugs came in like a tidal wave, the hammer in his hand became heavier and heavier. Lu Balian was also just not yet in the rank, and could only help fight off a few leaky insects from the side. But her face was pale, and she was obviously not in very good shape either, not as good as Li Yi. Chapter 26 Tiger Phantom Beast Fist First Battle. Behind them were Li Yi's parents, as well as dozens of civilians from the civilian area. Li Yi's father, Li Taizhan, at this moment, his thick hair was covered in all sorts of bug body fluids, and the weapon he used was a huge hammer that could smash a piece of shadow bugs into mush with every swing. Li Yi's mother, Wang Shuhua, on the other hand, was a middle-aged woman with a skinny figure, and her weapon was a peculiar short knife with a blue halo flashing on its body, which was able to chop a few shadow bugs into 2 pieces with every swing. Both of them were experts in the inheritance Dao, and both of them had the strength of martial Dao level 3, but they also felt overwhelmed by such a huge number of shadow bugs. The skills they unleashed with all their might were only able to kill a few level 1 and 2 shadow bugs, and this kind of semi-ghostly ferocious beasts were just too much of a restraint for people like them who only had physical attacks. Among the dozens of people from the civilian area who fled together, there were also quite a few inheritance martial Dao level 2 existences, and at this point, having retreated all the way up to this point, all of them had long since become physically and mentally exhausted as well. "Here, White Lotus, you guys lead everyone to go first." Li Taizhan roared. A rich blood-colored light appeared on his hammer, waving it and smashing a piece of shadow bugs away. "Dad, I'm not leaving." Li Yi gritted his teeth and said, "If you want to go, go together." "Nonsense." Li Taizhan angrily shouted, "You guys are still young, there is still hope for the future, you can't die here. Being here is just a drag, after you guys leave your mom and I can let go to escape. Get out of here while the walls of the streets on both sides can still hold, or the walls will collapse from the bug's crush, and you won't be able to run if you're surrounded on all sides." The good doesn't work and the bad doesn't work, and before the words fell, the walls of the alleyway on both sides instantly collapsed and shattered. Large swaths of shadow bugs poured into the crowd from all directions. Li Yi was horrified in his heart and subconsciously hugged Lu Balian to protect him behind him, frantically swinging the hammer in his hand, hoping to block the swarm's attack. Li Taizhan and Wang Shuhua also saw the wall collapsing behind them, and their eyes turned red. Just as the two were about to fight for their lives, a silhouette descended from the sky and landed in front of Li Yi. Boo! 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 The silhouette carried a tiger-shaped shadow on its body, as fast as lightning, charging back and forth through the swarm of insects in front of Li Yi, instantly knocking away dozens of shadow bugs in front of it. The black mist on the body of the shadow bug that was struck all dissipated, falling to the ground for a few moments and losing its breath, freezing in place, actually killing it with one blow. "Sun Wu?" Li Yi and Lu Balian exclaimed at the same time. The person who came was none other than Sun Wu, and when he finished clearing the shadow bugs that were pouring in front of Li Yi, he stretched out his hands just in time to catch Lin Jingjing, who was falling down in a shocked cry. Just now, time was urgent, so he directly threw Lin Jingjing up high into the air, solved the bugs and then caught Lin Jingjing, all in one go. "You follow them in the direction of the shield." There was no time to catch up with the two, and while putting Lin Jingjing down, he explained to a few people that they were fleeing towards the rich area shield area. Sun Wu once again performed the fierce tiger illusory beast fist to help Li Yi's parents make a break. Li Taizhan and Wang Shuhua were also surprised for a moment when they saw that the visitor was Sun Wu. The two of them naturally know Sun Wu, usually their own children play the best is this Sun Wu. But I didn't expect this Sun Wu to be able to kill the shadow bug. The two of them were both at martial Dao level 3, and they put in a great deal of effort, which barely allowed them to kill the shadow bugs, but every time they did so, they had to spend a great deal of extra effort. Li Taizhan looked at the tiger-shaped shadow on Sun Wu's body and was surprised in his heart, as if this tiger-shaped shadow that enveloped his body had a special attack effect on the black mist of that shadow bug. Only to see that where Sun Wu's fist peaks past, the tiger spirit shadows were like living creatures, and one bite at a time, they dispersed the black mist on that shadow bug's body. Could this be a unique technique of those martial arts schools? The dozens of people present were all surprised in their hearts, but they all kept their hands unceasingly, cooperating with Sun Wu to quickly clear a safe distance. The crowd then chased after Li Yi in the direction they retreated in unison. "Thank you, little brother, for lending a hand." "Thank you, this student. I don't know which school you are from. When the infestation passes, I will definitely send a banner to your school." On the way to catch up, these people thanked Sun Wu. "Xiao Wu, which martial arts school are you worshipping? This gongfu can even injure the dark insect, it shouldn't be a mortal thing." Li Taizhan asked Sun Wu while carrying the hammer forward quickly. "Yes, Uncle Taishan, I am now a member of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School, and what I just used was the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School's unique fist technique, the Fierce Tiger Illusory Beast Fist." Sun Wu replied while distractedly checking his system panel. At this moment, Sun Wu discovered a problem. Just now he had killed hundreds of Tier 1 shadow bugs to say the least, but surprisingly, he didn't have any battle points in his account. Li Taizhan and Wang Shuhua looked at each other with surprise in their hearts. They knew about the Fei Hu Martial Arts School, the only one that had opened in a civilian area. It's not that this martial arts hall is not strong enough, the Flying Tiger Lu family is also considered to have a great reputation in the Magic City district. Pavilion Master Lu Jinshan had the reputation of being the #1 expert in the Magic City district. This Flying Tiger Martial Arts School was said to have voluntarily placed the martial arts school in the civilian area, close to the outer shield, as the first security stronghold against the ferocious beasts, in order to protect the safety of all the people in the Magic Capital District. If it wasn't for the fact that they lived too far away from there, everyone would be evacuating towards the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center at this point. I didn't expect Sun Wu to have this kind of great luck, that he had gotten in touch with such a great power. This Sun Wu and his own family-child friendship has been an honest and willing to suffer the child, at this moment can have the opportunity to soar. The two are also very pleased. The crowd steadily advanced, but soon saw Li Yi and the others who had stopped ahead. Yi. Why don't you guys run? What are you stopping for? Li Taizhan couldn't help but inquire. But he suddenly raised his head and looked ahead of Li Yi and the others. It was the Mordor district, the street where the rich neighborhoods met the civilian neighborhoods. Only to see that on the street in front of Li Yi and theirs, a crowd of 100 people had gathered at this time. All of them were blocked by a blue light curtain connecting heaven and earth, and were not allowed to advance an inch. These guys. They actually shut down the access to the energy shield. Li Taizhan instantly turned pale and cursed when he saw the blue light screen. Area energy shield, which could withstand the ferocious beasts that appeared in the dimensional rift. The previous notification said that the protection range of the energy shield had been contracted, but I didn't expect that this group of high-ranking officials who were corpses would just close the access. Now there were more than just a few hundred people outside the shield, and there were surely more people in other directions who had not yet gone in for shelter. Someone in the crowd knew what was going on and had already explained the situation to those around them. As the swarm got closer in the distance, the scene began to get out of control and the crowd rioted. What are we going to do about this goddamned bunch? Are we going to die here? No, I don't want to die. Fear and despair were in the eyes of most people. Sun Wu walked to the light curtain and reached out to touch it, and it was blocked by an invisible force. This is troublesome. Sun Wu frowned. Although he himself was able to utilize the fierce Tiger Phantom Beast Fist's ability to attack mental bodies, along with his own 1000 points of combat power, he was able to kill the shadow bugs in almost seconds. But just by killing hundreds of shadow bugs just now, one's spirit was already a bit exhausted. It was obvious that he was having some trouble keeping up with the exertion of the punch. If he can't get inside this shield, he can't die. The big deal is that he can fly away with the dancing air technique, but these people in front of him are all dead. At most, he could fly back and forth a few times to save a few familiar faces, but it was too late for more. Roar! At that moment, a long, shocking whistle spread throughout the streets. Chapter 27 Rubber Fruit Lujinshan. In the distant sky, two silhouettes approached the crowd sharply one after the other. Li recognized from the chi cluster perception that one of them was actually Lujinshan from the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School. There was another chi mass that Li had not perceived, but it was surprisingly not much weaker than Lujinshan. Lujinshan flew over the crowd and came to a huffing halt. Only to see him flinging his hand, his originally dry and thin arms suddenly grew long against the wind, elongating like a rubber slingshot. It instantly lengthened by thousands of meters, stretching beyond the reach of the crowd's eyes. Then a layer of tiger beast silhouettes appeared on this hand that looked like a long dragon. Immediately afterward, the long hand swept horizontally across the ground like a windshield wiper across glass. The waves of insect swarms that had been surging in the distance in treacherous waves were instantly swept away after that long hand swept by. As far as the crowd's eyes could see, all the tumbling pests were turned into ashes under this blow. This is Luffy's rubber fruit? Sun Wu looked at the little old man whose arm was like a rubber slingshot and was amazed. I didn't realize that this little old man had awakened the rubber fruit. But thinking of the little old man's old-fashioned personality, Sun Wu wondered if there was a Nika fruit in this world as well. I just don't know if the legacy chose him or he chose the legacy at that time. I don't think the original Luffy could even do such a big rubber stretch before his 5th gear, though, right? The length of that hand stretching out just now was almost several kilometers away by visual estimation. It's a pity, still haven't killed that brain bug. Old man Lu, I think it's better to give up, go straight into the inner circle, wait until the shields are recharged. These first and second level swarms can naturally bounce off without attacking, so why bother flying around here? At this time the person who flew behind Lujinshan also followed and said to Lujinshan. This person was an old man, although his eyebrows and beard were all white, but one could vaguely tell that he had sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and he must have been a handsome man when he was young. At this moment, he was wearing a white practice suit with gold trim, looking extremely luxurious and tawdry. Instead, his hands were now transformed into a pair of bird-like wing molds, flapping uncontrollably to maintain his body flying in mid-air. This person's name was Wang Zhangdao, a close friend of Lujinshan, and the owner of a martial arts school in the Magic City district, the White Crane Martial Arts School. His awakening inheritance is the pirate world of bird fruit ability, able to fly, in front of Lu Zhenshan show off for a long time. After Lu Zhenshan learned the air dance technique from Sun Wu, he couldn't wait to go to him to show off. This was followed by the incident of the shadow worm ferocious beasts coming in. This was already the 5th time Lu Zhenshan had struck out, each time exterminating all the shadow bugs within a few kilometers, but none of them had struck the mutated ghost brain bug. I don't believe it anymore. I'll exterminate hundreds of thousands of him at a time. I'll exterminate them one by one. I don't believe I can't find that brainworm. The little old man Lu Zhenshan withdrew his long hand and changed back to his original form, his lips pouting as he felt a little annoyed. He was just about to fly away to go to the next place, but as if he suddenly sensed something, he looked down at the crowd below. Seeing that it was Sun Wu here, he immediately flew down. Little brother Sun, why are you here? Do you want me to take you to the martial arts center to take refuge? Sun Wu was also stunned when he saw that the little old man had directly sensed himself. He didn't teach this little old man to be angry, did he? How did he sense himself? Before that too, that time in the sky above the Feihu Martial Arts Center he had clearly restrained his chi and would still be discovered by him. There's no need for that. Haven't you already cleared the surrounding shadow bug swarms with your strike just now? There doesn't seem to be a need to take refuge, right? Li came back to his senses from the little old man's attack just now that was like the means of a god, and came over to Sun Wu's side and said, don't know how to die. Wang Zhengdao transformed his hands from wings to human form and landed beside Lu Zhenshan, snickering and interrupting Li Yi's words. Old man Lu just made a move, but it was only to clear a few kilometers of bugs in a radius. This mutant of the shadow worm, the ghost brain worm, isn't dead, and the rest of the worms will still reproduce rapidly, filling this area again in less than half a day. Now old man Lu can only go around killing bugs and hoping that he will happen to hit a brain bug. Li Yi froze. He thought the crisis was over. Little brother, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm going to find that brainworm and slaughter it. Lu Zhenshan glared at Wang Zhengdao unconvincingly and made a gesture to take off again. Sun Wu hurriedly stopped him. Pavilion Master Lu, take it easy. I seem to be able to sense the location of that brainworm. You? Wang Zhengdao looked at Sun Wu, his face full of disbelief. Little fellow, do you know what a ghost brainworm is? That thing hides in the swarm, it's shadowless and invisible. How can you sense it? The template of the pirate inheritance has the word seeing color hegemony, but it also covers 100 or 10 meters at most, so don't amuse the two of us. You can sense it? Then quickly tell me. The little old man, however, ignored Wang Zhengdao's words and stopped his movements, looking at Sun Wu with an expectant face, but he did not doubt Sun Wu's words at all. Sun Wu ignored Wang Zhengdao's skepticism as he closed his eyes and his chi perception spread with full force. In the distant swarm, each shadow bug had a sliver of chi connected to one place. The whole swarm, like a whole. No wonder there's no reward for killing bugs, so this entire swarm counts as a whole? The bugs that I killed just now are just limbs that they keep rebirthing. Sun Wu opened his eyes and pointed in a direction, over there, about 5 kilometers away from here. He is probably scared by your attack just now and is moving fast at this moment. Your attack just now almost killed him. 5 kilometers? Lu Zhenshan's eyes lit up. Good boy, you can really sense it? Go, take me there. As he grabbed Sun Wu's arm, the dancing air technique was activated, and his body instantly drew up, carrying Sun Wu straight up into the clouds. The 4 shots of air blew Li Yi and the others around. Hey, wait for me. Seeing this, Wang Zhengdao also hurriedly turned his hands into wings and followed. Pavilion Master Lu, be careful when you strike, don't kill that brainworm, leave me a breath. Letting the little old man grab himself and fly, Sun Wu did not forget to remind him on the way. Leave a breath? Lu Zhenshan was stunned. Why do you need that? This worm doesn't have much meat. I just ate one and it wasn't good either. If you want to eat it, I'll go to the ferocious beast-infested area for you sometime and strike down a few tasty ones for you to come. Naturally it's not to eat, I'm useful. Sun Wu sweated. How did this little old man associate it with eating? He didn't want to let others make up for it, or else he wouldn't get anything out of it. With such a large-scale swarm, the reward battle points should be quite a lot, right? Maybe there will be additional rewards? Although the little old man didn't understand Sun Wu's intention, he still nodded. Okay, listen to you, but if you want to eat it you remember to tell me how. The two of them were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they flew to the location that Sun Wu had pointed out. Below, densely packed shadow bugs, like a black tide, churned endlessly. Where is it? Where is it? Lu Zhenshan monkeyed around, looking down. It's down there, that location. Sun Wu pointed to a bump in the sea of insects below. Lu Zhinshan fixed his eyes on the swarm, and indeed found that in the center of that swarm, there was a black mist that was even denser than the surrounding mist, and the swarm was stacked up several meters high above. Chapter 28, Sun Wu lays down the dog, Lu Zhinshan gets the MVP. Good guy, hiding really deep. It's finally let me find it. Lu Zhinshan muttered excitedly. His arm stretched out again and his palm suddenly ballooned in size. Instantly a huge palm that covered the sky appeared and slapped it in the swarm of insects there. Pop! With a loud sound, all objects within a radius of several hundred meters all flattened out, and the palm of the hand lifted up, and all the bugs below all turned into a pile of meat paste. In the soup made up of worm body fluids, a worm as clear as amber was wriggling and trying to escape. The bug was transparent, with a huge head that took up half of its body, and it was covered with dense compound eyes that looked exceptionally oozy. This is the ghost brain worm? Sun Wu frowned slightly as he looked toward the writhing, disgusting worm. The textbook only mentions the existence of this brain worm, but it doesn't come with a picture. That's right, that's it. Lu Zhinshan nodded slightly. I only used my physical strength to slap just now, and didn't attach the illusory beast fist's punching intent with my own martial will, and you wanted to keep a breath, so, here you go. Lu Zhinshan put Sun Wu down, and Sun Wu flew himself over the brainworm. Sun Wu activated the Fierce Tiger Phantom Beast Fist. A fierce tiger shadow enveloped him and punched at the slowly writhing ghost brainworm on the ground. Combat detected, current creature combat power is 0, no combat points awarded for victory. What the hell? How come it's 0 combat points? Sun Wu was disappointed in his heart. His own thoughts of letting someone be crippled and mending himself fell flat. But it's all come down to this, so go ahead and kill it. A punch was thrown at the spectral brainworm, but it only hit lightly. The tiger-shaped vapors on his body persisted for a moment as they made contact with the brainworm before disappearing with a shake. At once, Sun Wu felt like he had a headache, as if he was going to die suddenly after staying up all night for 10 days or so in his previous life, and he was about to fail to harness the dancing air technique, and was about to fall into the soup of bug corpses below. Ha, young man, what are you showing off for? At this time, Wang Zhangdao, who had just flown over, lifted his wings and quickly stepped forward, just in time to catch Sun Wu. So your old man Lu's protege, you're just getting started with this mighty tiger illusory beast fist, and the additional spiritual power is just equal to yours, and it seems to me that you haven't entered the rank yet either, right? This ghost brain bug was not high in rank, though it was only at the level of a 3rd level fierce beast. It was a brain-evolved mutant, and its attack power might not be as high as that of an ordinary shadow bug. It has a pure ghost body with physical immunity, and with the addition of high mental power from its high intellectual evolution, it also has extremely strong defense against energy and mental attacks. Unless a ferocious beast with a higher spirit level than it, it would still be quite difficult to defeat it. Although I don't know why you're trying to force your way out, it's still too much of a stretch to try to collect and clean it up by relying on your entry-level mighty tiger phantom beast fist, so it's better to let old Lu Tu do it. Relying on the strong recovery power of the Scion bloodline, Sun Wu regained his clarity in a moment, and his head didn't hurt much anymore. I didn't realize it was almost guttural. Hearing Wang Zhengdao's words about the spiritual power level, Sun Wu's heart stirred. He seems to have a skill level that's quite high? Heaven and earth penetrating fist, gathering the strength of the whole body to blast out with a single punch, comes with the superimposition of the will of the great apes in the body to cause damage, for all creatures that cannot withstand the spirit of the sleeping great apes in the Scion bloodline, causing crushing level of damage, with a powerful attack and average speed, can directly attack the spiritual body. Skill Dragon Fist Pre-Skill. It seems to be possible to try out the heaven and earth penetrating fist. It just so happens that usually there is no opportunity to experiment with these skills. This will have Pavilion Master Lu, can also feel free to boldly experiment with it, to save Rusty when encountering the enemy with it in the future. Wait, Pavilion Master Lu, let me try again. Sun Wu spoke out to stop the little old man who was ready to step in and settle the brainworm. Wang Zhengdao looked at Sun Wu and frowned slightly. Old Lu Tu, how is it that this protege of yours is even more stubborn than you? I'm looking at one more time, he won't become an idiot by overexerting his mental power, right? Son, little brother, are you sure you still want to try? Although the little old man Lu Zhinshan is usually out of tune, but normal or no a little bit of weight, this Sun Wu just that performance, once again he is also afraid of what happened. It's okay, I can do it. Seeing Sun Wu's insistence, the two of them did not say anything else, but just located themselves beside Sun Wu in advance, ready to aid at any time. Wang Zhangdao secretly sighed in his heart, AI, this old man Lu disciple is also a stubborn seed, forget it, just take it as a meet and greet gift. How long has this old man not taken in a disciple? Surely he is precious. He took out a medicine bottle. It was his White Crane Martial School's secret medicine, Tian Yuan San, which had a special healing effect on mental power damage, and was ready to give it to Sun Wu at any time. Sun Wu used the heaven and earth penetrating fist skill, but he suddenly felt a horrifying sense of tyranny suddenly welling up in his heart. A ferocious aura surged through his own heart, instantly becoming red-eyed, as if he wanted to destroy everything in front of him. A berserk ancient scion giant ape silhouette appeared behind him, making a roar to the sky. Roar! Heaven and earth penetrating fist. Sun Wu's entire body's strength seemed to launch out at once. The body moved along with the fist, directly piercing through the body of the brainworm, and instantly, the body of the brainworm seemed to be crushed over by some behemoth, as if it was broken like a bubble and dissipated in the world. Strong enemy defeated, current creature combat power 0, no combat point bonus. Stopping his forward momentum, Sun Wu looked at the system prompt that popped up and was slightly lost. The idea of trying to drill a hole to fill in and grab a headshot fell flat. If this worked, he was going to ask the little old man for help and go around fighting crippled level 5 or 6 ferocious beasts to give him battle points, unfortunately. You played a lay-down game. Laying down and winning, one of the most enjoyable ways to fight. Meets combat sharp. Getting rewards. Rewarded, laying down dog. Lay down dog single consumable card. After using this skill, you can comfortably lay down a win with a big brother on your side, storing one attack of equal combat power from a big brother once. Currently available, Lu Jinshan, Wang Zhengdao. Is it stored? Combat sharpness bonus cannot be upgraded. Aha! There's a surprise? I was expecting to experiment with the power of the heaven and earth penetrating fist, and I had detected that it said that the brainworm still had 0 combat power left, so I had thought that there wasn't much loot left. But what does it mean to be a lying dog? If I hadn't put in the effort, could they have found the brainworm? How does the system rate this? Alienated me from what I was paying for. But when all is said and done, this storage is still used. Immediately selected Lu Jinshan as the target and stored an attack. Obviously the little old man is a bit stronger, that goes without thinking. With this strike in place, there was one more life-preserving card. Moving his attention away from the system panel, just now the full force strike was a bit off. This heaven and earth penetrating fist looks like it will be used sparingly in the future. It's a bit taxing and laborious. How is this possible? Wang Zhengdao rubbed his eyes and couldn't believe what he was seeing. A little guy who hadn't even entered the rank yet was able to take out a 3rd-level ghost brainworm? This thing, even if it was him, he would have to put in some effort to get rid of it. Could it be the will of the martial arts? Although he had heard of the legend of condensing martial will before level 6, it still surprised him to actually see it in reality. Sun Wu's punch possessed a nascent form even if it wasn't martial will. Ha, old Wang, how is it? This disciple of mine is not bad, right? Lu Jinshan laughed triumphantly and patted Sun Wu's shoulder. I told you, this kid has a future. Sun Wu humbly smiled, but in his heart, he was a bit puzzled. No, didn't I join the Flying Tiger School? When did I become your disciple? However, looking at Lu Jinshan's one hand behind his back frantically waving his hand in greeting, he couldn't help but feel a burst of amusement in his heart. This little old man spaced out and pretended, so he responded with a compliant cupping reply, it's all because the master taught me well. At once the little old man's face smiled even more happily. Chapter 29, The Crisis is Over. Wang Zhengdao came back to his senses and looked at Sun Wu with eyes that started to get complicated. Shock, admiration, and a touch of eagerness. He had lived for so many years and had seen everyone, and a talent like Sun Wu's was definitely top-notch. Although he didn't know how the quality of his awakened inheritance was, but just based on the fire of this unknown fist technique that broke the ghost brainworm, his achievements in the ancient martial arts in the future would definitely not be lower than his own. Such a talent, if you can pull in your own family. Wang Zhengdao's mind came alive. He himself was old and his days were numbered, and once he died, the relationship between the entire Wang family and the White Crane Martial Arts School and the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School would essentially be severed. Several of his sons, none of them have become successful, the strongest boss is only at the 5th level of martial arts, and the other several are even mixed in the 3rd level of martial arts waiting to die, they simply can't hold up the facade. It seems like it's time to let Juer that girl step in, young people should be close to each other. Wang Zhengdao had an idea in his mind. His granddaughter, Wang Yu, was not only beautiful, but also gifted, and was a top student at the #1 martial arts college in the Magic City district. The heirs of several other families were racking their brains to woo his granddaughter. If she could get her and Sun Wu on good terms, then after he was gone, the Wang family should not have to worry for the next few decades. For this reason, it is also possible to renew the connection with the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center, a win-win situation. Sun Wu at this time do not know what this Birdman old man in his heart, but if he knows, afraid to laugh. He never has too many beautiful women. As for what responsibility to pay later, it depends on how well you serve. Little brother Sun, thanks to you this time, or else the shadow bug wouldn't know how much of a mess it would make. Birdman Wang Zhengdao immediately intended to draw closer and said with a smile. Little brother, I see that you're also in the civilian district team. Is your place of residence also trapped in this sea of insects? Why don't you go and stay at my White Crane Martial Hall? Feel free to mention whatever you need. Right, son little brother. My disciple seems to be living in the outer city of the civilian area, but my disciple is definitely living in my Feihu Martial Arts Hall. What kind of thing are you coming over? You want to steal my disciple from me? The little old man Lu Jinshan also nodded his head repeatedly at first, then suddenly stared at Wang Zhengdao defensively. Why would I rob your damned disciple? I still need to rely on him to bring the relationship between the two families' offspring closer. Wang Zhengdao didn't see eye to eye with this simpleton and just looked at Sun Wu. Sun Wu thought about it and decided to agree with Lu Jinshan's words and go to the Feihu Martial Arts Hall for a temporary stay. He did need a place to land now. By this time, most of the outer city was covered by a sea of insects, and his own rental house was long gone. I just don't know how the landlord collects the rent. Assuming, of course, that the landlord hasn't passed away. After arranging Sun Wu's residence, Lu Jinshan and Wang Zhengdao discussed the aftermath again. Although the ghost brainworms were dead, the number of remaining shadow worms was still huge. Without the brainworm to control them, these bugs began to kill each other, posing little threat to ordinary people. But what if they devour each other and evolve a brainworm? The two decided to split up and eliminate as many of the remaining shadow bugs as possible. Old Wang Tu, you take care of the east side, I'll take care of the west side, and try to clean up these bugs. Lu Jinshan said. Alright, let's do it. Wang Zhengdao answered, and the two of them flew off on their own. Sun Wu then flew back to where Li Yi and the others were. Sun Wu, are you okay? As soon as Li Yi saw Sun Wu, he rushed up to give him a bear hug. Stop, I only accept the embrace of beautiful women, get up. Stopped by Sun Wu with one hand. Li Yi, who was stopped by Sun Wu, naturally turned back and took Lu Bailian's hand. After the life and death crisis just now, the relationship between the two seemed to be a step closer, their hands clasped tightly together. Sun Wu smiled and patted Li Yi's shoulder. I'm fine, but it's you guys, holding on so tight? This is... into it? Li Yi's old face blushed and scratched his head. Hey, sort of. For her part, Lu Bailian shyly lowered her head. That day Lu Bailian was rescued by Sun Wu and Li Yi from Wu Yifeng's men, and sent Li Yi to the hospital, and the two of them got along for a long time, and finally Lu Bailian accepted this Li Yi, who had been chasing after her for several years. Just now the two of them had lived and died together again in the bug sea, further deepening their feelings. Okay, you kid, the action is quite fast. Sun Wu flirted, congratulations, please buy me a drink later. Definitely. Li Yi nodded repeatedly. With the swarm now no longer actively attacking targets other than the shadow worms, the group set off the way they came to aid those trapped in the ruins. After working until the sun was about to set, Sun Wu talked to the subsequent rescued people, explaining to them the current situation of the sea of insects. The remaining large-scale swarms of insects were also solved by masters such as Pavilion Master Lu, and the danger had been lifted, so the people dispersed separately. Sun Wu took Lin Jingjing and returned to the Feihu Martial Arts Center. This side of the martial arts hall was crowded with many people inside. There were martial arts hall students as well as civilians who were close to the neighborhood, and the hall of the outer hall was packed to the brim. Since he really couldn't squeeze in, Sun Wu only had to perform the air dance technique to fly through the crowd, which also drew a gasp from the crowd below. The Chen brothers in the corner saw the Sun Wu that flew over the heads of the crowd, and they were even more scared to breathe. This Sun Wu was even more powerful. Now the two are afraid of attracting the attention of Sun Wu by settling scores, and would like to leave the martial arts hall earlier, but unfortunately, they still have a debt to pay. The martial arts hall is not likely to let them run away. Arriving at the inner hall, Sun Wu pulled out a rune card-like thing that Lu Jinshan had given him and handed it to the Cheongsam welcoming guest. Follow the welcome guest to a luxurious room. Lin Jingjing looked at the luxurious room in front of her with a lot of emotions in her heart. The place where Sun Wu lived before had been damaged by the shadow bugs to the point that it was impossible to live there. She herself had rented a house in the outer city, and at this point she was probably flooded by the sea of insects. How could she not expect that she would one day be able to live in the Fei Hu Martial Arts Center? The Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall's VIP rooms were specially built to supply those who came to the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall to cultivate, and they were equivalent to a top-class hotel. In order to flatter the big and small family disciples of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center, they took turns coming to brush up the performance of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center every day, and the major rooms would cost tens of thousands of star coins a day, to say the least. In the past, their ultimate goal was just to find a rich second generation of Tang Xiaojie's rank and marry into a wealthy family without any worries, and if this family was powerful and exempted from military service, then it would be even better. For civilians, military service is basically mandatory and everyone has to go, but for the big families, it's just something that can be cancelled at will. Now Sun Wu's treatment, experience, than that Tang Xiaojie do not know how many times stronger, and now so strong, the future is even more unlimited. Thinking back to Sun Wu, who had flickered around like nobody's business in the sea of insects today, a strange emotion welled up in Lin Jingjing's heart. How good it would have been if he hadn't broken up with Sun Wu at that time. Now this situation. Lin Jingjing had remorse in her own heart and began to think bitterly. She realized that her feelings for Sun Wu seemed to have changed subtly. From exploitation in the beginning, to submission, to now. Surprisingly, there was a hint of dependence and adoration? Lin Jingjing was taken aback by her own thoughts. She shook her head in quick succession, trying to shake the thoughts out of her mind. What's wrong? Sun Wu asked as he noticed Lin Jingjing's strange behavior. No. Nothing. Lin Jingjing replied in a bit of a panic. Oh, since it's nothing, it's late, let's get cleaned up. Sun Wu looked at Lin Jingjing with a bad smile and took the lead to take off his clothes himself, walking naked past Lin Jingjing into the bathroom. Lin Jingjing listened to the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, her heart was filled with mixed feelings, and in the end, biting her lip, she also took off her clothes and pushed the door to follow her inside the bathroom. Chapter 30 Strange Crystals, Opening of the Entry-Level Trial. On the following day, Sun Wu was awakened by the vibration of the communicator, and before his eyelids were fully opened, he felt his body sinking and wrapped around something like an octopus. He looked down and was happy. Lin Jingjing's entire body was hanging on him. That wonderful view, it was kinda shaky. He gently moved away from Lin. Sun Wu seems to have heard something strange. Well, it should be a hallucination. Brothers, changed more than 30 times, finally passed. Last night, this girl didn't know what kind of drug she had taken. She took extra initiative and did a lot of tricks, making him, a scion, almost surrender. The entry-level trial has opened early due to the invasion of the dimensional rift, so please gather at the schoolyard today. A message popped up on the communicator and Sun Wu froze. The entry-level trial had started early? Today? He hastily patted Lin Jingjing in his arms, preparing to wake her up. Sun Wu. No ma. Don't want it. Lin Jingjing rolled over, muttering under her breath, and she didn't know what she was dreaming about. Suddenly, as if she was electrocuted, she opened her eyes violently, and after seeing Sun Wu in front of her, her face swished to the root of her neck, and she whooshed into the quilt next to her, wrapping herself into a chrysalis. You heard it all? Lin Jingjing's voice came muffled from under the covers with a hint of trembling. Hear what? You sleep talk? I didn't hear any big what not. Sun Wu deliberately teased her. You. Lin Jingjing was even more embarrassed, itching to find a crack in the ground. Okay, not to tease you, get ready to go to the entry-level trials, they're ahead of schedule. Check to see if you've heard from your communicator as well. Sun Wu thought to himself that this woman was quite adorable now, but he wouldn't forget the way she flipped out at that time. When Lin Jingjing heard this, she couldn't care less about being shy. She hurriedly checked the message, and sure enough, she instantly became nervous. Wasn't it said that there would be 4 or 5 more days before the entry-level trial opened? Why has it suddenly been brought forward? To be honest, she hadn't thought about participating in the entry-level trial so soon. Although she herself had awakened the frozen fruit, she hadn't even used it yet. As a civilian, there was absolutely no one to guide and forewarn them on how the ability should be used, and she was completely unaware of any of the do's and don'ts involved. It's still nerve-wracking to know that you're going to start the entry-level trial. Sun Wu was eager to try. The previous killing spree in the Sea of Worms had filled him with a desire to fight, and it was just the right time to take this trial to practice. Anyway, they were all a bunch of rookies who hadn't entered the rank, and going in would only be a martial arts level, so what threat could they be? Maybe even trigger a couple of combat cool rewards, that would be comforting. After the two of them briefly washed up, Sun Wu once again took Lin Jingjing and flew towards the school. This time, Lin Jingjing was obviously much more relaxed, and even took the initiative to tighten her arms around Sun Wu's waist, and for Sun Wu's occasional mooching behavior, she just had a red face and didn't resist. Just as he entered the school gate, he saw the playground blacked out, full of students who had come to participate in the trial. The atmosphere was lively as everyone gathered in groups to discuss the entry-level trial. Takeshi. This way. Li Yi was sharp-eyed and saw Sun Wu from a distance, and quickly waved his hand in greeting. Sun Wu walked over with Lin Jingjing and found Li Yi and Lu Balian chatting furiously with a few classmates. Yo, you guys are getting back together? Li Yi asked with a gossipy face. In fact, yesterday he saw Sun Wu flying down from the sky with Lin Jingjing. He wanted to ask, he remembered that these two people did not break up a long time ago? How did they get together again? What, only you guys are allowed to show your love, not me, the old tree? Sun Wu laughed and punched Li Yi. Lu Balian was so reddened by what was said that her head was almost lowered to her chest. Li commented on the situation and also smiled sarcastically. Hey, this is not to see that you have company, as a brother I am happy. He. Please gather in the playground and stand in front of the homeroom teacher, the entry-level trial will begin soon. An urging voice came from the radio. Sun Wu's several people found Zui Yuanlong and stood in front of the line. Lin Jingjing and Lu Balian were from the next class and could only be separated temporarily. This time, there have been some accidents in the entry-level trial, there are some changes in the rules, there are some changes. Everyone listen carefully. Zui Yuanlong opened his communicator and projected a spinning prismatic crystal image. Killing a ferocious beast that has not yet entered the rank counts for 1 point, killing a level 1 ferocious beast counts for 10 points, and killing a level 2 ferocious beast counts for 1000 points. This points rule remains the same, as do the top 10 leaderboard rewards, and now an extra one is added. If anyone finds this crystal in the picture during this entry-level trial and can bring it out and hand it over to the school will reward them with 50 million star coins, as well as a guaranteed spot at the Magic Capital District Martial Arts University. A moment later the students below were talking. Holy! 50 million star coins? Isn't that getting rich? Wow! 50 million star coins. If you don't buy martial arts training resources, you'll be clothed for the rest of your life, right? A few students in the class who were also born in the civilian area were already longing for it. Look at you guys, that guaranteed place in the Magic Capital District Martial Arts University in the back is the most precious. Although the Magic City Martial Arts University could only rank 7th in the Federation, which of the top 10 universities in the Federation was simpler? 9 deaths in the normal college entrance exam trial. How many could get a good ranking to enter the Magic City Martial Arts University? This time, if we can get this crystal, it's equivalent to directly replacing the entrance examination with the entry-level trial, taking off straight away. A student who, like Li Yi, was from a slightly more prosperous family, focused on the guaranteed place in the Magic City Martial Arts University in the back. The Magic City Martial Arts University ranks 7th in the entire Federation. The college entrance examination trial requirements to reach the entire Federation ranking of the top 500 to be admitted. I heard that there is also a separate school trial examination. The Magic City Martial Arts University has a strong faculty, and there are 12 independently open secret realms of trials within the school, which can be supplied to students to try out and cultivate for advancement. A normal university would be the best in the region to have a secret world. What in the world is this? The rewards are so generous. I think we'd better not think about it. This thing is definitely in the pocket of the gang from the Magic Capital First Martial Arts High School. We'd better be honest and muddle through the entry-level trial. Yes, this must have nothing to do with us. Those people with the golden spoon grew up, not into the rank of each as a variety of body-nourishing liquid secret medicine soaked up, at least as a martial artist level. The crowd was excited and lively for a while, then it was like being poured a pot of cold water. Instantly quiet again, and it didn't take long for the various students to start studying up the current trial space. Sun Wu looked at the pattern in that projection and memorized it in his mind. It seemed like he could take a look at it when he had the chance. 50 million star coins is not a small amount of money. As for that guaranteed place, even if one's probability of not being able to use it, selling it can be exchanged for a lot of money. This wave is not a loss. Chapter 31, Entering the Dark Dimension. Silence. Zui Yuanlong's voice rose steeply. Like a muffled thunder, it exploded in the playground that was still buzzing was instantly silent. Everyone was startled by this sudden voice. Zui Yuanlong looked around, his gaze sharp as a knife. The trial space this time, because of the effects of the previous ferocious beast plague, has been basically determined to be the dark interdimensional dimension that appeared once 50 years ago. Dark interdimensional? What the hell was that? Zui Yuanlong paused, seemingly deliberately leaving time for everyone to digest this information, and continued. Dark Interdimensional, as the name suggests, is a paradise for ghost and dark-type ferocious beasts. It's so dark inside that you can't see anything, and you can barely make out anything except around the scattered glowstones. Holy, wouldn't that be like being blind? How is this even a fight? Zui Yuanlong continued, before this, perhaps most of you have only seen ferocious beasts on the internet, and without yesterday's ferocious beast invasion, you may not have even really faced a ferocious beast. The most numerous ferocious beasts in this trial space were the kind of shadow bugs from yesterday. But you guys shouldn't worry too much, these shadow bugs have ghost brain bugs in charge of them in the trial space, and they generally stay honestly in their own territory. As long as you don't go actively messing with them, they won't come after you. Of course, if you're unlucky and fall straight into the sea of worms, you're on your own. Aside from the shadow bugs, the one you need to be most careful of is the dark demon bat. These guys don't have good eyes, they rely on sound to recognize direction, and like the shadow bugs, they move in groups. Although they aren't strong individually, they can't help but be outnumbered. Once we get caught up in them, it'll be troublesome. Dark magic bats swarm to death when they hear a sound. Therefore, I suggest that you'd better team up with students who have group attack skills, so that you can kill them efficiently and safely. Remember, although the dark demon bat is the best choice for swiping points, it's also the beast that's most likely to get you all killed as a group. As for the other ferocious beasts, they are either small in number or don't live in groups, making them relatively less threatening. However, if you meet one stronger than you, don't hesitate and run. Run as far away as you can. As soon as Zui Yuanlong's words fell, the students exploded. Isn't this the one that the book said was a trial space with the top 10 survival rate? This is too backward. I've awakened my eagle eyes, and I can't see in the dark when I go in, so what's the point of playing? Fortunately, I have perception skills in my awakened inheritance, so I should be able to survive until the end. Shadow bugs are scary to think about. I just escaped from the outer city yesterday. That scene, it's a nightmare. Does anyone have a team to brush the dark demon bats? What I've awakened is the inheritance of the ninja world, and I have group attack skills after entering the rank, so it's definitely powerful. Various murmurs, complaints, and voices begging to be organized rose and fell, and the entire playground became a mess. Sun Wu glanced at that eagle eye in surprise, not realizing that there was someone else who had awakened the inheritance of this world's first great swordsman. When everyone was almost done discussing, Zui Yuanlong spoke again. When you enter the trial space, you will first undergo an initiation, and you will directly receive the template inheritance of the first level of the martial arts path, with your awakened inheritance abilities. Then, you will be randomly transported to various corners of the trial space. Remember, try to rendezvous with students you know and hug it out. In the trial space, there aren't any legal rules to bind you, so be more careful yourselves and don't get shaded. At that moment, an old voice came over the radio. It was the principal of the 2nd Martial Arts High School in the Magic City District. Students, the time has come to test you. This is the first practical test of your 3 years of martial arts study. Most of the students in our school come from the common areas. This is a valuable opportunity for you to change your destiny, so make sure you take advantage of it. Of course, coming back alive is the most important thing. Now, the joint entry trial officially begins. As the principal's words fell, a huge portal slowly appeared on the playground. Inside the light gate was chaotic, nothing could be seen, and an ancient and mysterious aura came over one's face, causing one's heart to be in awe. Line up and go in one by one. Remember, coming out alive is the king. Zui Yuanlong stood behind the line and shouted. Wu, are you nervous? Li came over and gently touched Sun Wu's arm with his elbow, his voice lowered, with an imperceptible tremor. Sun Wu gave him a sideways glance, the corner of his mouth curved up. Nervous? What's there to be nervous about? The sea of insects tripped over yesterday. Can this entry-level trial be more intimidating than that thing? Holy, Takeshi, you were flying yesterday, the bugs couldn't bite you, and I almost got chewed up. Remember to look for me when you go in. Just in case I'll be finished if I fall into the pile of shadow bugs again. Don't worry, Sun Wu patted his shoulder. Zui Yuanlong looked at the students who came in a row. His face looked calm, but secretly his hands were unconsciously tightly clenched into fists. Meanwhile, at the 1st Martial Arts High School in Queens, the portal slowly opened, emitting an eerie glow. Yo, if it isn't the elites of the 2nd grade who are at the bottom of the list every year. A greasy-haired teenager, dressed in the gorgeous uniform of the first martial arts high school, stood next to the portal, his nose turned up in the air and his face full of disdain. What, you still want to come along for the ride this year? This time, the dark interdimensional is going to kill people, so don't pee your pants, you pariahs. Behind him, a group of equally well-dressed first martial arts high school students immediately erupted into a burst of laughter, looking at the second martial arts high school team as if they were looking at a group of lambs to be slaughtered. Che, a bunch of losers who only rely on their families to smash resources, what's there to be proud of? In the second martial arts high school's team, I don't know who muttered in a low voice. Who? Who's talking? Stand out for me if you have the guts. The oil-headed teenager's face sank, his eyes glaring like copper bells as he viciously scanned the crowd of the second martial arts high school like a cat that had its tail stepped on. What, you can't afford to lose? Only you big lords and ladies are allowed to show off, but not us poor devils? A thin figure slowly stepped out from the ranks of the second martial arts high school with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. You! The oil-headed teenager was trembling with anger, pointing at the man, but he didn't dare to continue disliking him back for a moment. This skinny figure awakened is said to be the year when the Federal Enlightenment Star, General Duanmu, the same type of ability Iron Fist Kapu, there is already an army booked this student, he is not quite dare to direct action against him. Alright, all of you, cut it out. A tall, pretty-faced female teacher stood out in time, interrupting the saber rattling between the two sides. The entry rank trial is important, don't waste time here. The oil-headed teenager glared fiercely at the skinny figure, snorted coldly, and followed his group into the portal with a high heel. Let's go too. The leading teacher of the second martial arts high school grimaced and waved his hand for his students to follow. Bah, a bunch of dog-fighting guys. Someone in the second martial arts high school team cursed in a low voice. Alright, I'll cut the crap, save your strength and prepare for the trials. The leading teacher said without looking back. Hundreds of other federal districts, similar scenes are unfolding. The 100 or so schools that participated in the entry-level trial this time came from all different regions. The geniuses from all the major schools were all rubbing their fists and preparing to show off their skills in this entry-level trial. Those who were a little less powerful could only silently pray that they would come back alive. Due to the vastness of the Magic City District, the transmission points of the first, second, and third martial arts high schools in the Magic City District were not together, which avoided these conflicts that would have occurred in previous years. Chapter 32 Emperor Kai and the World's First Great Swordsman? In the live broadcast room of the 100 Schools link, the pop-ups were as crazy as snowflakes. Wow, this year's underclassmen, what kind of gods have they offended? The entry-level trial is actually dark interdimensional. Dark interdimensional? What dimensional space is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Upstairs is a freshman, right? Either that or they're not paying attention in class. The Dark Heterodyne is a notorious ghost in the entry-level trial space, with the survival rate of the trial perennially ranking in the bottom 10. Holy, that's scary? Wouldn't that mean you'd be dead if you went in? I hope that my entrance trial in 2.5 years isn't this space. It's not so bad to be dead, but the ones who make it out alive are definitely top-notch tough guys. Hey, when I think about the extreme cold space trial I participated in back then, it was also a 1 in 9 deaths. That session directly brushed off half of the people, it was simply an inferno on Earth. Extremely cold space? Old brother steady. To be able to come out alive from that kind of place is definitely a true big brother. It's rumored that the northern military region is battling against the ferocious beast swarm invading the upper space of the extreme cold space. Don't mention it. Back then, if it wasn't for me awakening my burning fruit ability, I'm afraid I would have frozen into an ice stick long ago. But it seems like the spokesperson of the northern military region hasn't sent out any news for a long time. I don't know if they're going to be able to withstand it. I don't know if this group of students can carry it off this year. I hope they all come back safely. Say, have you guys noticed that this year seems to be particularly lively? The geniuses from all the major regions are all acting as if they've been beaten up. Are they up to something? You don't understand this, do you? I've heard that this entry rank trial, the top has made a bloody effort, and the rewards are so rich that it's scary. It's estimated that the geniuses from all the regions are holding back their energy, wanting to make a splash. Really? What's the inside scoop? Share it. That's what I've heard. It seems to have something to do with a subdimensional core of some kind. A dimensional core? What the hell is that? Is it edible? Upstairs, what else do you know besides eating? Not to mention this Mediocre, the rewards from the major schools self-funding alone amount to hundreds of millions of star coins, as well as guaranteed places in the top 10 martial arts universities. Che, say it like you've seen it before. But so many rewards? If only I was in it, hundreds of millions of star coins. How many goodies would that buy? Hundreds of schools broadcasting live room lively, and the outsiders cannot see the private live room, leaders at all levels, officials composed of remote virtual image video conference quietly unfolded. The principals of the major martial arts high schools, the district governors of the regions, and the cadres of several military districts were among them, and the virtual images were intertwined in a subtle atmosphere. The representative of the Eastern Military Region was the first to speak, his voice booming. This year's seedlings are good. Queen's High School has produced a person with the same ability as old General Duanmu, a bit of fun, and has already been signed away by us. The representative of the Western Military Region sighed, a hint of fatigue in his tone. It's getting harder and harder for us in the West, waves after waves of ferocious beasts. The old are old, the young are young, and the young are not able to make ends meet. The representative of the Northern Military Region didn't say anything, and his avatar stayed gray with the word offline next to it. A few people from the military region exchanged a few pleasantries and stopped talking. After all, each family has its own difficulties, and it's useless to talk too much. On the other side, the atmosphere between the principals was much more saber-rattling. The principal of Queen's No. 1 Martial Arts High School, a virtual image as fat as the Maitreya Buddha, smiled and spoke. Principal Wang, how many bones can your second middle school get this year? Don't blame me for speaking harshly, our first middle school has a heavy fruit ability person this year. Ancient martial arts have been practiced to the second level, this time the Yuan Core, we are sure to eat it. The principal Wang he spoke of was the principal of the second martial arts high school in Queens, a skinny, bony old man whose virtual image appeared a bit blurry. In the face of the fat principal's provocation, he didn't even raise his eyelids, only staring at the live broadcast screen, as if there was something in there that attracted him even more than this fat man. Yo, that's being godly? The principal of the No. 1 Martial Arts High School in the Sakura district interjected, his tone thick with a sense of superiority. Your Queen's district infighting is great, but aren't you still crushed by our Sakura district every year? We have black technology this year, the kind that can be used in the secondary world, and this time, the Yuan Core, we, Cherry Blossom First High School, will take it. Unlike some schools that just know how to nest. The principals of the second martial arts high schools in several other districts were silent. They knew in their hearts that most of the students in their own schools, who were mostly of commoner origin, couldn't be compared to those guys who were born with golden spoons in their mouths. Zhao Long, the principal of the second martial arts high school of Magic City, had a gloomy face. It wasn't that he was afraid of these guys, he was just worried about the students at his school. This entry-level trial came too suddenly, and most of the students had little preparation, in case. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. I say, what's all the noise about, you old fellows? An authoritative voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the principal's argument. If you have this kind of time, you might as well take a good look at the students' performance. The one who spoke was the Federal Minister of Education, an old man with gray hair but hale and hearty. As soon as his virtual image appeared, the entire conference broadcast room fell silent. A heavenly rotation, Sun Wu felt like he had been thrown into a roller washing machine, his internal organs were being thrown out. It was hard for him to stabilize himself, and he realized that he was standing in a milky white shroud of light, like a giant eggshell. Shadows were all around, and a number of similar shades of light could be seen in the distance, of varying sizes, like bubbles floating in the universe. This is the space of the entry-level trial? Before Sun Wu could take a closer look, a light descended from the sky and enveloped his entire body. This is the entry-level infusion? Sun Wu felt a warm current welling up inside his body. I'm level 1 in martial arts. Inheritance template activated. The surrounding students also exclaimed. Whoa! My ninja heritage can use psionics and summon toads. Hey! Why is it so small? One of the students excitedly pressed his hand on the ground, and after a puff of smoke, a palm-sized toad popped out and croaked. Look at my sand armor. The other student was a bit more exaggerated, yellow sand flying around his body, instantly forming a solid orb of armor. Experience value plus 100. Current experience value, 405-1000. Sun Wu had simply increased his experience value by 100 points due to the fact that he had already entered the rank. Woo, I'm finished, this template of mine seems to be a piece of junk. Li came over with a crying face, his voice was tinged with sobs. At the time, I thought that Pale Blue Beast of Kiba title was pretty cool, so I picked it. Who knew that when I entered the rank it only added a bit of strength and speed, and didn't give me any skills? Li Yi looked at the template in his head with a look of despair and... There's a Chow Peacock I can't use, and there's a Grey Day Tiger and Night Kai behind it, and they all say they don't have enough prerequisites. Night Kai? Sunwoo was startled, this name was too familiar to him. Li Yi, this kid, has been hiding before, didn't say what his inheritance template is, and he didn't go to watch the live replay either. I didn't expect it to be Emperor Kai. That kick from Night Kai was a kick that almost lost the grand finale. If this were in this world, the strength of Emperor Kai's template, coupled with sufficient combat power, it wouldn't be a kick in the face of a small child? Don't worry, this template of yours has great potential, an absolute potential stock. Sunwoo patted Li Yi's shoulder. At that moment, a prompt rang out in everyone's head. You can form a squad of up to 5 people, and after a minute of random teleportation, those in the group will be teleported together. Waha! I, Hawkeye, have finally entered the ranks. Is there a group? An excited voice attracted Sunwoo. Hawkeye? The world's #1 swordsman from the King of Thieves? Sunwoo thought to himself that this was a powerful character, and there were still a few people who hadn't been confirmed, so he could consider forming a team. Eagle Eye? What ability do you have? One of the students next to him snatched the question Sunwoo wanted to ask. I'm so proficient in archery that I can shoot 3 arrows at once. Get lost. This is the dark interdimensional dimension, and in the dark, not to mention eagle eyes, you're useless even if you're clairvoyant. Sunwoo's footsteps stopped as he was just about to go over to greet him. Hoping it's not Hawkeye from the King of Thieves, it's that archery guy from Marvel? Sunwoo immediately lost interest. Chapter 33, Beginning of the Trial, Proper Use of the Sun Fist? Sunwoo swept around, his eyes quickly sweeping through the saving crowd, not finding any particularly suitable teammates, and simply gave up. He was calculating in his mind that he should bring Li Yi with him anyway, and when he met Lin Jingjing and Lu Balian, he would pull both of them into the team, with the quota reserved for now. A moment later, the milky white shroud of light enveloping the crowd disappeared, and the teleportation began, and with a flash of teleportation light, everyone was randomly teleported to various places in the trial space. After a moment of heavenly rotation, Sunwoo realized that he and Li Yi had been thrown into a black goo. It was pitch black all around, with a few glowstone shimmers in the distance, but they didn't illuminate the immediate area at all. Holy! Is this a place for people? It's darker than my basement. Li Yi yelled, his voice drifting back and forth across the empty space. Takeshi! Takeshi! Are you there? Why do I feel no different from being blind? Li Yi was a bit confused, the surrounding black, cannot see anything, to be honest, he is really a bit afraid, but he remembered that Sunwoo was also on the side to come. It's okay, I'm on your side, follow me. Sunwoo grabbed Li Yi, whose hand was touching the air and flailing about, and carried him towards the nearest fluorite. Sunwoo secretly funny this goods, this began to be afraid, this will fight the ferocious beasts can do? This place is also too netherworldly, similar to a horror movie. Approaching the range of fluorite light, the view finally became slightly clearer, and Li Yi was relieved. Li Yi used the faint light to survey the surroundings, the bare stone ground, not an inch of grass, not even a trace of insects crawling through. Is this the other dimension? Is this the real world? No sun, no plants, what do these ferocious beasts eat to live? Drink the northwest wind? Li Yi subconsciously speculated about the composition of the rules of this world, it was the first time he had entered a world of such trials. Suddenly he noticed a change on a panel in his mind that had been lit up since he entered the trial space. Someone has already killed the ferocious beast, how fast? Li Yi seemed to be surprised by what he suddenly realized. Sunwoo looked at the panel of the entry-level trial, which was next to the combat sharpness system panel, like a little daughter-in-law. First place, Queen's #1 Martial Arts College, Zhang Django Team, current points, 80. Second place, #1 Martial Arts College in the Magic City District, Lu Xiaowu's team, current points, 50. Third place, Sakura District's #1 Budo School, Ryunosuke Ito's team, current points, 45. #1 14514, Second Martial Arts College of the Magic City District, Sunwoo Squad, current points 0. As expected, the rankings of the leaderboards were drastically changing and refreshing, with people coming up and going down, and the points on the leaderboards were all chasing each other very closely. This space is so evil, it can still recognize identities? Could it be made by some big shot? I wonder who created this. Sunwoo muttered darkly. I didn't realize there were so many students participating. I'm more than 100,000 names away, so how big must this space be? Having accommodated so many students, there was no one else within the several kilometers of one's chi perception? At this time, Li, who was looking at the leaderboards, said indignantly. These people are also too fast, we haven't even been in for 2 minutes, right? This Zhang Jiaguo from the number 1 martial arts college in Queens has 80 points, this number 1 is also too fast. Humph, this one must have fallen into the pile of shadow worms, and he'll definitely die fast in a while. Li thought maliciously. Forget about looking at the others for now, let's go, I'll take you to brush up your points, I sensed a place where there are a lot of ferocious beasts. In Sun Wu's perception, there was a place where there were a lot of chi clusters and the intensity was not too high, it was just right for practicing with it first and feeling how strong this entry-level trial really was. Li, who was even afraid of the darkness of the sky, really wasn't suitable for finding a ferocious beast that was too strong. There was a stronger individual deep in the air cluster, it should be the head of this ferocious beast group, but it was only around level 1, kill it by hand to get more points and battle points. Takeshi, what's that noise up ahead? It's weirdly scary. Li followed Sun Wu forward in the dark. There was a strange sound of gobble gobble coming from the front. Li followed Sun Wu for a while, a strange sound coming from the front made him feel furtive, and he heard what sounded like 2 oily plastic skins rubbing against each other. You first close your eyes, I'll turn on a light to see. Sun Wu's voice came Li, although he did not understand what it meant for Sun Wu to turn on the light, but still did as he was told. Sun Wu placed his hands on his forehead, and she surged in his hands, finally transforming into a surge of blinding white light. Sun Fist. Li closed his eyes, but he felt a strong light, like sunbathing with his eyes closed at noon, his eyelids couldn't block it. Okay, open your eyes. Li opened his eyes, it's a ghost jellyfish, 40 to 50 unranked ones, and 1 level 1. Li recognized the name of the group-dwelling ferocious beast based on the front illuminated by the sun fist, having information in the textbook he had learned in his predecessor. Holy, Takeshi, what the hell did you just release? I almost went blind with my eyes closed. Li rubbed his eyes, feeling like he was going to burst into tears, and frowned slightly at Sun Wu's words. Ghost jellyfish? It's not easy to kill this thing, the ghost-type ones are all physically immune, and my awakened inheritance is completely useless against the physically immune ones. He himself was all about physical attacks on the physical side, and did a double take against these types of beings. You don't need to make a move, close your eyes and wait. Sun Wu stared at the circle of ghost jellyfish in his chi perception, he hadn't intended for Li to make a move either. Just now, he used his sun fist to illuminate to see what kind of ferocious beast it was, and he got 2 points? 113,000th, Magic City District's 2nd Martial Arts College, Sun Wu, points 2. You have won the battle, enemy combat strength 10, gained battle points 10. You have won the battle, enemy combat strength 10, gained battle points 10. And there was a hint in the system battle record. That meant that he had just killed a few ferocious beasts with a sun fist for lighting? So now he decided to try it out to see the exact effect of the sun fist. Keep your eyes closed and don't open them until I give the word. Li obeyed and closed his eyes, only to feel a bright light in front of his eyelids. Sun fist. Fist of the sun. Fist of the sun. If someone were to watch from a distance, they would see a blinding mass of light flickering incessantly in the darkness. Li, who had his eyes closed, was bored and noticed the brain panel numbers changing. 93,000th place, the 2nd Martial Arts College in the Magic City District, Sun Wu's team, 2 points. 22,000th place, the 2nd Martial Arts College in the Magic City District, Sun Wu's team, 8 points. 14,000th place, the 2nd Martial Arts College in the Magic City District, Sun Wu's team, 10 points. Hashtag 9320, Magic City District's 2nd Martial Arts College, Sun Wu's team, 60 points. What's the situation? Li watched as the points ranking soared, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed into the top 10,000 rankings. He couldn't help but want to open his eyes to see what Sun Wu was doing. Just opened a slit and a strong light pierced in. Ah! It's over, I'm blind. Who threw the flashbang? Li covered his eyes and let out a wail. Serves you right for telling you not to open your eyes. Sun Wu was speechless for a while, he had given this simpleton a greeting, but he still didn't listen. This place was dark, originally the pupils of human eyes would be enlarged in dark places, used to collect more light, that just now was estimated to give him a good shake. But that reminded him, wouldn't the sun fist be uniquely suited to kill in this dark place? Lee carefully opened his eyes and looked around to make sure there was no bright light before he was completely relieved. Takeshi, what were you doing? You brought a flashbang? Aren't technological weapons banned in this space? Don't care, that's my skill, hang out with me and you'll be able to brush up on your scores. Sunwoo was a little excited, not realizing that the Sun Fist was so powerful against the beasts that lived in the darkness for a long time. Ghost jellyfish that had not entered the rank were irradiated a few times and directly melted into the sun. That level 1 ghost jellyfish was also so irritated that it couldn't tell friend from foe, and he resolved it with a smooth fierce tiger phantom beast punch. Current battle points, 180 plus 530. The pile of unclassified ferocious beasts just now, one was 10 battle points, plus a first-class ferocious beast, one was 30 points, taking a total of 530 battle points. Doesn't it seem like it's too far away from upgrading yourself at this point? It felt like the end of this copy was the nail in the coffin for his upgrade to level 2, I just don't know how much experience value level 3 requires. Holy, your awakening inheritance is so powerful? It's flying again and all sorts of strange abilities. A few people in the class even said that the world you picked was a trash dump teeming with trash legacies. I think they don't know what they're talking about. When the time comes to go out and turn around and let them punch themselves in the face. Ha ha. As the words changed, Lee collapsed again. It's just a shame that this legacy of mine does seem to be not very good. Lee looked at the grayed out Night Kai and other skills on his panel, despondent. And at this time, Sunwoo had already planned where to go to brush up his points later. Since Sun Fist had a special attack on these monsters, why don't you hurry and take the opportunity to brush up your points and battle points? There wasn't such a good chance to have so many weak ferocious beasts to brush up his score outside. The ferocious beasts outside the city's shields all started at level 3 and were quite terrifying. Where are the weaklings all over the place for him to practice now? Chi Perception sensed that there were still a few places where ferocious beasts gathered, and immediately picked up Lee, who was in a dark mood, and directly lifted it by the collar to fly up and towards those places where the ferocious beasts were. Chapter 34, A Village in the Dark? Inside the 100 Schools Link Live broadcasting room, at this time, each of the students who were inside the trial space had a peculiar live broadcasting perspective outside. Countless spectators were currently observing the trials of these students. The pop-ups in the live room rolled like crazy. Due to the number of students participating in the trial, those who made it to the top 10,000 of the leaderboard were the ones who would have the live screen displayed in the drop-down list of the live room. Wow, what is the power of this current number 1 ranked Jangjo Go? How come when he stood still, those dark devil bats fell to the ground like dumplings? Not moving a muscle and letting his teammates reap the rewards? Isn't this brush score invincible? This has gone up to over 500 points, who can catch up with their squad? Look like chanting power? Ha, this is the genius of our Empress First Martial Arts High School. His was using a talent that was rare to see even in 100 years in the top inheritance, the Overlord color hegemony. As long as a ferocious beast was of a lower level than him, a single look could make it faint to death. We and Queens are bound to be at the top this year. Holy? Why haven't I heard of this? How are we going to play in this other district? Che, our Sakura District Budo No. 1 High School's Ryanosuke Ito has caught up with us. It was now in 3rd place, but it was just that they hadn't encountered the ferocious beast swarm before. His heavy fruits are no slower than whatever bully you are brushing monsters with. This year, the No. 1 martial arts college in the Magic City district has risen to the top. In previous years, it seems that the top 10 didn't even see the shadow of the Magic City district. Hey, this is just the beginning of the trial, this is just where it's at, I guess it's the opening into the pile of ferocious beasts, good luck. I guess it's going to be overtaken by teams from several other districts soon. It seems like the Magic City district's best results in previous years were only in the top 50, right? But that pretty girl in this Lu Xiaohu's team is so pretty, who knows who she is? A goddess stepped on me. It seems to be the Chen Jin of the White Crane Martial Arts School in the Magic Capital District, and it seems to be called Wang Yu. She's beautiful and rich. I advise you to forget about it. Her suitors, I've heard, line up from Queens to Sakura, and they're all the talent of each school. Then whatever, she's my goddess from today. Pull out and shoot, this is the Trial 100 School Link, not a place for you to get horny. The mouths of the students in the live feeds from all the districts didn't stop talking, cheering on their respective schools' talent like crazy. On the playground of Mordor Budo No. 2 Middle School, there were a few students focusing on whether there was their school's name in the leaderboard. Finally, someone spotted the name of the Magic City District Budo 2nd High School in a sea of live broadcasts. Look, someone from our school has also rushed into the top 10,000. Ah! A sharp-eyed student shouted, Sun Woo Squad? Who is this? I seem to have an impression, it's that classmate who awakened the 120th sublime inheritance. I remember that he gave up 2 of the top inheritances to come at that time. Ha! Is he the one who took the lead in the top 10,000? I thought it would be those few worldly dudes. After all, they even brought money to hire a few top students as bodyguards. At this time, several students realized that Sun Woo's live broadcast screen was flickering, as if he was constantly eating flashbulbs. Ha! What is this skill of his? It's also fast to swipe monsters. Look at those ghost jellyfish dying all at once. This Sun Woo, I remember him working at a martial arts school. I guess he secretly studied hard and practiced hard, and the traditional ancient martial arts were probably well practiced. It's a pity that the one who had hopes of becoming the second Chen was dragged down by that trash inheritance. Chen was a well-known figure at the second martial arts high school in Queens, a genius who came out of the commoner's ghetto. It is said that just awakening the inheritance has gained hundreds of combat power, and without entering the rank, he was able to comprehend the armed color hegemony bestowed by the inheritance template. He was discovered by the Eastern Military Region after emerging from a ferocious beast invasion, and signed a direct bond for a helicopter military university behind him. Speaking of Chen, how come Chen isn't on the rankings? Didn't even make it into the top 10? Chen, that inheritance template, is before the old General Duanmu, the same model, the template strong in the single, to the group brush monster brush points such does not seem to be what he is good at. Aya, it's a pity, how I wish we could have a great god among the commoners to destroy those second generation. And in a mansion in the magic capital district, several old men gathered in a nest, all with white eyebrows and hair. Look, this is my latest protege, you see. The punch that killed that level 1 ghost jellyfish was my tiger's fist. How's it going? Good qualifications, right? But he's only been studying for 2 days. Moreover, he has also comprehended the use of martial will, and is definitely better than several of your disciples. The little old man in the crowd who was spitting and talking eloquently was clearly Lu Zhinshan of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School. Lu Zhinshan thought of showing off at this time, although Sun Woo was not his disciple, but others do not know. The punch that Sun Woo had used to kill the ghost brainworm that day had condensed the will of the martial arts, and he would definitely not be mistaken. When are you going to blow it? Che, old Lu too, don't brag. The martial will that could only be comprehended at martial arts level 6 could be comprehended by a student at martial arts level 1? Do you think we're 3 years old? You got something to prove? Who wouldn't be able to do that with just a mouthful of words? I remember that your son Lu who hasn't comprehended the will of martial arts yet at martial arts level 5, right? An old man with a bald head but a half-meter long beard was the first to dislike him back. He was the owner of the Benlay Martial Arts Hall, and Lu Zhinshan was considered an old rival, although not the kind of enemy that fights to the death, but it was also the way that this small circle did not deal with. The two have been secretly competing in various places. You. Lu Zhinshan turned red. Old Wang Tu can testify for me. Ha, the old king's head sent his precious granddaughter to the trial space. People are not here, it's still not up to you to blow? The bald old man unceremoniously reveals that your grandson hasn't broken through the second level yet, has he? Seeing that you're going to be overtaken by my grandson, you want to find an apprentice to hold up your end? Who would believe it? The little old man Lu Zhinshan was choked and blew his beard and eyes, and did not know how to argue, so anxious to stomp his feet. The whole person like a balloon gas for a while, big and small. He would have been only the kind of person who can only fight, anxious to beat this bald man directly. The chatter on the internet had nothing to do with them. Inside the live streaming conference room of the 100 schools joint trial, representatives from all sides studied the performance of each student in the trials, whispering and whispering. Representatives from several military districts were discussing with each other over the live feed of Zhangzhou Go. This Zhang Jiaowu is also not bad, It feels like it can be received into the military region. This ability of his to grow up to clean up those ferocious beast tides is very useful. It's nice, but you guys in the Eastern War Zone shouldn't try to steal it from us. You've already signed a talented next-generation Iron Fist. One size fits all. One specializes in ranged attacks and the other in decapitation actions. No conflict, no conflict. To each his own, haha. And off to the side of them, several top-ranked high school principals were bragging about each other together. See? Our school's Zhang Jiaguo is sure to take first place this time. The fat principal of the Queen's District's #1 martial arts high school was currently losing his eyes to smiles as he proudly scanned the room, letting out laughs from time to time. He was especially happy today. He didn't expect Zhang Jinggu to be so powerful, directly opening all the way to the lead. According to the current situation, this time the first place in the entry-level trial is stable. He glanced at the principal of the second martial arts high school in Queens, and his tone was instantly contemptuous. Where's your what's-his-name Su Chen? How come you can't even get into the top 100 now? Hey, it's a pity. I'm afraid your school won't be able to get any resources this year, and we'll take all of them in our first school, huh? The principal of the second high school of martial arts in Queens didn't reply, but just silently looked at a certain live broadcast after the 100th place and secretly clenched his fist. Humph. Seeing that the other party was ignoring him, the principal of the number 1 martial arts high school in Queens made a fool of himself and stopped bothering with him, turning his head to discuss with the others about the distribution of federal reward resources. On the other hand, the principal of the Sakura District Budo No. 1 High School, who had previously spoken out to squeeze him, had a gloomy look in his eyes, and even though their school's Ryanosukido was also ranked high, he didn't speak out to show off. Humph. I'll let you be arrogant for a while now, and when that time comes, I'll make you all cry. Their Sakura District's first and second high schools all joined together this time, and with the special equipment their Kamikaze Subdivision Daredevil team had obtained from that sub-dimension, they were sure to bag the top 10 this time. Meanwhile, inside the trial space, Lin Jingjing and Lu Balian are not doing well. The two crossed over and fell right into a bunch of dark demonic bats, and the two were nearly mobbed and torn apart on the spot. Fortunately, in the moment of crisis, Lin Jingjing used her frozen fruit ability to create an ice wall to wrap the two of them like an icebox, temporarily delaying the attack. It's over. White Lotus were afraid we're not going to die here, although they're all dark demon bats that haven't entered the rank, but the number is too much. I can't support this ice wall for long. Lin Jingjing felt the ice wall she created keep thinning from the attacks and was terrified in her heart. She had just entered the rank, and was still not very skilled in the use of this frozen fruit, and now the power in her body was constantly repairing the ice wall, and at this rate of consumption she couldn't top it for long. Lu Balian was also trembling in her heart, and fear was written all over her face. The legacy she awakens is the pussycat fruit leopard form. This legacy template also has good potential for follow-through, with a focus on physical skills and a bonus to leopard's agility speed. But these are all things that need to be developed with subsequent exercise, and in this kind of entry-level space where the fighting starts straight away, it doesn't take much advantage instead. At the moment, although she also had a combat power of more than 30, she was also unable to face this overwhelming number of dark demon bats and could only hide in the icebox created by Lin Jingjing. Right at this moment, outside the dark demon bat swarm, a voice rang out. Naruto Great Fireball Technique. A huge ball of flame enveloped this large swath of dark demon bats. In an instant, half of the dark demon bats that had surrounded the icebox were dead or injured. Ha! There's someone else in this dark demon bat swarm? The sound came from far away, and 5 figures gradually approached, one of them pressing himself against the ice wall to look in. Lin Jingjing had just seen the dark devil bats being killed off and relaxed in her heart when she saw someone coming over. I didn't expect to survive the darkness. By the time she got a good look at the face plastered on the icy wall, it was her pupils that clenched violently, and she was so frightened that she was jolted. Yo! Isn't this Lin Jingjing? Chapter 35 Two Girls in Distress. Yo, I said who is this nah? Isn't this Lin Jingjing? Tang Xiaojia's voice came from outside the ice wall, and when Lin Jingjing heard it, her heart went cold. That voice wasn't anyone else, it was the same Tang Xiaojia who had previously sent people all over the world to search for Lin Jingjing. Tang Xiaojia laughed. God opened his eyes, did not find Sun Wu, but first found you. You see I have saved you. You must not serve me with your body? This Lin Jingjing escaped from the school gate last time. He had been looking for her for a long time, but this time he finally caught her. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. Originally, he had brought Wu Yifeng's men and came into the trial space to find trouble with Sun Wu. As it turned out, I didn't expect that this entry-level trial would be a dark heterospace, dark and unsettling. I couldn't see a single person for half a day, not to mention looking for Sun Wu. I didn't see a single contemporaneous trial. But I did not expect this surprise. Cannot do Sun Wu, first do this is not impossible. Ha, little sissy, don't worry, I'll open this ice wall to save you, it just so happens that there's a direct livestream here. Tang Xiaojia suddenly changed his face and said fiercely. Ling, do you live today? Damn it, I dared to fool me before, go on, open it for me. The 4 men behind him stepped forward. One pulled out a strange spherical object that suddenly began to emit a faint white light. As if a light bulb, illuminating the surrounding area of tens of meters, a few people tweed shadows elongated into the dark environment. This was a product that had been brought out from a certain dimensional space, and the locator that Wu Xiaofeng had given to Tang Xiaojie was from the same dimension. It is only these technological products that come out of the subgenre that can be used in the subgenre. These people were all students from the Magic City Martial Arts No. 1 high school that Wu Weifeng had arranged for, and had been sponsored by the Wu family since they were young. Learn the knowledge of ninjutsu, the use of chakra, the use of pirate world fruits, hegemony and other skills, and various other experiences condensed by previous generations. Just waiting to fire up after awakening the mastery ability and become a Wu family booster. These knowledge and skills, the special items brought out from the subdimensional expeditions, the technological products, and also the heritage of the lineage. Where is the rest of the civilian class to get any advanced training and knowledge to learn, let alone any treasures in the subgenre? That pirate world's ability called hegemony alone is basically impossible for the civilian class to learn without the experience of those who came before them. All four awakened their inheritance as templates for members of a certain organization in the ninja world called the Dark Sect. After mastering the energy of chakra at first level, it corresponded directly to what he had learned before, and he could master jutsu much faster than other students. The lowest combat strength of several people was 150, and the high ones reached over 200 points. If this was placed in the second high school of martial arts in Magic City, it would be a top few ranked top combatant. Normal students just entered the rank. The combat power is basically about 30-50, they have practiced ancient martial arts themselves, and there may be a 100 or so in their own strength. Those with powerful inheritance templates may have 100 plus combat power after entering the rank. Of course, this refers only to the situation of just entering the rank in the entry rank trial. When the entry rank trial is finished, going out to train, and after practicing, there will definitely be an improvement. When the combat power is raised to 500 or more, you can participate in the trial of the subspace. Meet the requirements of the trial to receive an upgrade infusion of subspace. From there, you can break through your current level and get a 3 to 10 times increase in combat power and soar to the top. One of the four stepped forward and punched the ice wall in front of him, which did not move. Lin Jingjing was slightly relieved to see this, as if her ice wall could still stall for a moment. Suddenly the man who had thrown the punch withdrew his hand and stepped back, saying to Tang Xiaojie, the defense energy level of this ice wall is probably around 50. Energy level 50, that's nothing. Tang Xiaojie disdainfully bristled. 50 points of energy level was just 50 points of combat strength, it wasn't even as good as him. Smash it open for me. Be careful to control the force, don't kill her, I still have to love her. Two of the four people stepped forward, their hands quickly formed seals. These forms of sealing they had long practiced countless times since they were young, and at this time, they were smooth and incomparable. Fire transportation How Fireball Jutsu. Wind transportation Great Breakthrough. One Ho Fireball blasts the ice wall. One uses a big break in the wind to assist the attack of the howling fireball. Two kinds of ninjutsu bombardment, the ice wall suddenly cracks like a spider web spread. And did not hurt the two Lin Jingjing in it in the slightest, the control ability is evident. Lin Jingjing's face turned pale, and her whole body shivered a little as she tightly held onto Lu Bailian's hand. This is the end. Lin Jingjing despaired, how are these people so strong? How can there be such a big difference between students who are both new to the rank? His ice wall was able to resist the dark demon bat swarm for at least half a day, but he couldn't last more than 2 minutes under the hands of these two people? Can it be that these two people's combat power reached over 100 just after entering the rank? Bang! The ice wall finally couldn't withstand the wind and fire wheels blasting into it and shattered. Seeing this, Tang Xiaojie laughed sardonically and approached step by step. Little, I see where you run this time. As the ice wall shattered, Lu Bailian also got a good look at the visitor, although he didn't recognize who the visitor was. But seeing Tang Xiaojie's evil look, and then feeling Lin Jingjing who was holding her hand and trembling slightly. How could she not understand that this person and Wu Weifeng, who kidnapped herself that day, were the same kind of people? Thinking of the despair and trepidation in her heart that day, all of a sudden Lu Bailian's heart boiled with hatred. If it wasn't for Li Yi or Sun Wu, he was afraid that he would have to live in the shadows for the rest of his life. Lu Bailian immediately had a vicious heart, these scum and dregs, all deserved to die. Seeing Tang Xiaojie close in, she secretly stored up her strength. Hair grew slightly all over her body, and faint leopard lines appeared on her face. Only to see her scatter her hand holding Lin Jingjing's and instantly disappear from her spot. Cat fruit panther form, instantly activated. Lu Bailian's slender body was like an agile feline, arcing through the air and leaving a trail of stumps rushing forward to kick. The kick had a clear purpose, pointing straight at Tang Xiaojie's lower body. This kick in the speed plus, if the kick hit, safekeeping Tang Xiaojie chicken flying eggs, can never do evil. Unfortunately, the scene Lu Balian expected did not appear, and the Tang Xiaojie in front of him did not appear to be in much of a mess, although his face was a bit panicked. Only to see the ubiquitous black shadows in the dark alien space and time around him suddenly lengthening, one of them suddenly wrapping around towards the rapidly approaching Lu Balian. Secret transmission shadow binding technique. Lu Balian's figure seemed to have been pressed the pause button. That foot stopped sharply in front of Tang Xiaojie, only a few centimeters away from Tang Xiaojie's lower body, but it was like an abyss in the sky. Why can't I move? Lu Balian was shocked in his heart. Chapter 36, Sun Wu. His own animal fruit ability was notorious for its physical enhancement abilities, and he had just acted with all his might, and his speed could not be described as fast. To react in such a short time and control her with this unknown ability? And, isn't that too much control? To know in the fruit-inspired state, he is now a leopard, the force is at least thousands of pounds, surprisingly froze without the slightest wobble, like a wooden statue. Tang Xiaojie saw Lu Balian, who had stopped in front of him, and then saw her foot raised in mid-air, and where it almost touched, and felt a coldness below. Covering his lower body, he subconsciously took a few steps back. Luckily, these people that Wu Xiao arranged for me are really powerful, or else I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep my chicken today. Well, I was only going to find this Lin Jingjing trouble, but you jumped out first, right? Martyr, I'm going to show off a double flight today. Tie them both up for me. Tang Xiaojie's chicken was born after the robbery, and he was suddenly furious. Behind Tang Xiaojie, a lean silhouette of one of those four people from before walked out from behind Tang Xiaojie. Only to see the dark shadows under his feet, as if they were living creatures, wreaking havoc and enchantment, a long tentacle of black shadows, linking him and Lu Balian. At that moment, he only saw that black shadow suddenly split into a fork, whooshing towards Lin Jingjing, who was still in place and didn't react, instantly controlling her there as well, leaving her frozen on the spot. Fine, get that over here as well. Tang Xiaojie's sardonic smile at the corner of his mouth became even more rampant. Before the words fell, she only saw Lin Jingjing unexpectedly lift her feet and walk in front of Tang Xiaojie by herself. How did I move on my own? Lin Jingjing's face was horrified as the pupils of her two eyes vibrated. She felt her arms and legs take on a consciousness of their own. She couldn't control a single thing as her body automatically moved forward. Isn't it desperate? How did you move without authorization yourself? Tang Xiaojie saw the expression on Lin Jingjing's face and his smile grew more arrogant as he glanced at the lean student beside him. The Wu family was worthy of being the strongest family in the magic capital district in terms of explicit strength, and this kind of secret inheritance could be immediately blended in when they got their hands on it. This peculiar ability to manipulate shadows was also said to be very rare in the ninja world inheritance, and it was said that only some special inheritance would come with these peculiar abilities. The name is a special inheritance of the Nara clan. These peculiar abilities were not possessed by many people in the lineage. Now you don't just have to move, you have to take yourself off and then come up and offer yourself to me, ha ha ha. Tang Xiaojie laughed lewdly and gestured towards the Nara clan heritage. Then, in Lin Jingjing's horrified eyes, her own hand actually moved without authorization. Trembling, he reached for his JK jacket and began to undo his buttons one by one. What have you done to me? Let go of me. Lin Jingjing clenched her silver teeth, wanting to break free from that invisible bond, wanting to fight against the hand that acted on its own. Nay, to no avail, like an ant trying to shake a tree, he watched as the buttons of that jacket were unbuttoned one by one, revealing the shirt inside. That black shadowy tentacle also followed the trend and directly sealed both of their mouths as well, and the two of them squeaked and whimpered without even being able to speak. Seeing this, Tang Xiaojie smiled even more happily. The trial space is unregulated by law, and everything that happens inside is not held accountable by federal law in the outside world. That's why he was able to remain so arrogant despite having the possibility of a live broadcast. Otherwise, with his past boldness, he would not have thought of doing such an act under a live broadcast watched by millions of people. At this point, it was just a few civilian children, and he would not be held accountable, so he had no fear. Now this opportunity made him orgasm just thinking about it. Just as Tang Xiaojie was fantasizing about what position he would use later. A figure suddenly passed through the crowd and directly knocked Tang Xiaojie, who was smiling lewdly and preparing to get his hands on him, away. The figure was so fast that no one in the crowd except Lu Balian could even see it. In Lu Balian's leopard form eyes, even with the feline's perverted dynamic vision bonus, she only saw a flash of black shadow smashing into Tang Xiaojie's face. Then Tang Xiaojie's face twisted and disappeared. Boom! Boo! A moment later, the sound of a sonic boom breaking through the air rang out. The 4 Wu clan ninjas on the opposite side then reacted. As for Tang Xiaojie at this moment, he had already been sent flying dozens of meters away, hitting a raised rock, and his entire body was like a puddle of muddy water stuck to the rock. Poof! Put! Puff! Gurgling blood kept gushing out from his mouth. Surprisingly not dead? Sun Wu was surprised to see Tang Xiaojie not far away. The strange lighting ball light above the heads of several people could not illuminate Tang Xiaojie's current orientation. Just now, he and Li Yi were brushing monsters along with their qi senses when they sensed Lin Jingjing and Lu Bailian's qi. Subsequently sensing the qi of Tang Xiaojie beside the 2 Lin Jingjing's body that had a previous encounter. He knew then that something bad might have happened, so he put down Li Yi for the time being and sprinted with his full strength in the dancing air technique. Just as he arrived at the scene, he saw Lin Jingjing standing in front of Tang Xiaojie, who was about to reach out for something. Although he was only treating Lin Jingjing as a plaything, but you still had to look at the master when beating a dog? Now Lin Jingjing is his woman, and it's yours to touch? Immediately a fist blasted out, did not stay hands, did not expect that this Tang Xiaojie did not die with a punch? Defeat an enemy with 60 enemy combat points, gain 60 combat points. Looking at the prompts, although he hadn't used any skills, a punch with a normal 1000 combat points hadn't killed this punk with only 60 combat points alive? At this time the rotten Tang Xiaojie was filled with horror. This state of affairs is not metaphorical, but he has really become a mess. Although he himself was only the bastard son of the Tang family, he had still gotten the top-tier inheritance card. By using the top inheritance card, he was able to obtain a swamp fruit natural fruit ability. The moment he was hit just now, under life and death, the swamp fruit's ability was automatically activated. Instantly, he transformed himself into a puddle of silt and swamp, but even so, that one attack just now still injured him. The terrifying impact only took effect for that split second before it was dodged by his own elementalized body. But it was that moment that nearly killed him alive. At this moment, if he hadn't been elementalized, he would have been cranially shattered. Returning from the dead, his heart was both panicked and angry, and it was impossible for anyone who had walked before death to endure it. His silted body barely braced itself and looked to where he had just been. At that moment the figure that had attacked him was clearly standing in the same place. Sun Wu. When he saw the visitor clearly, the anger in his heart was even more suppressed. Good. I didn't look for you, but you sent it up yourself. Get him, he's the Sun Wu that Xiao Wu was talking about. A few of the Wu family-sponsored students sniffed and directly began to form seals in their hands. In a flash 3 jutsu flew out in a quick print. These people had obviously practiced working together. 1 binds and 2 attack, working in perfect harmony. Tazuni mind decapitation jutsu. Fire transportation how fireball jutsu. Wind transportation great breakthrough. Chapter 37, 3 folds, how to fold a face. At this moment, inside a mansion of the Wu family in the magic capital district, the crystal chandelier shed soft light, reflecting the luxurious decor. Wu Weifeng was gently shaking the goblet in his hand. The scarlet wine traced an elegant arc on the wall of the glass. He just took a sip, enjoying the mellow flavor. The calm in his hand popped up with a special alert that there was a message from the locator he had sent out. This was an item that he, an envoy of the Wu family, had acquired from a strange technological subdimension, capable of transmitting information in and out of the subdimensional space. This tip, as promised, meant that Tang Xiaojie had found the target. The corner of Wu Weifeng's mouth curled up into a playful arc as he instructed his subordinates to call up the live broadcast screen of the 100 Schools link and found the channel where Tang Xiaojie was. Just in time to see Sun Wu being overwhelmed by the ninjutsu issued by several people, a malicious cold light flashed in Wu Weifeng's eyes. Sun Wu? I'd like to see what you've become? This time, the few seed students he had specially transferred from the military department there were all extremely perceptive and could learn all kinds of knowledge at once. Even if he got the #1 martial arts high school in Magic City, he would still be a top-ranked genius. If it wasn't for the fact that they came from a poor background, they might have been a few more renowned celestial pride. However, the next image in the live broadcast made his brow furrow. The 4 of them were in a neat formation, and one of them performed an earth escape, appearing at Sun Wu's feet like a ghost. Both hands firmly grabbed Sun Wu's ankles like iron pincers. At the same time, the other 2's attacks came as expected. The wind helps the fire, and the fire takes advantage of the wind. The blazing flames were mixed with the gusty winds, instantly engulfing Sun Wu's entire body as if it was going to burn him to ashes. The two people at the back, Lin Jingjing and Lu Balian, watched as Sun Wu's figure was engulfed in flames and were worried in their hearts. However, his mouth was bound by the shadow, and he could not make a sound, but could only make a muffled whimper. However, Sun Wu, who was in the center of the flames, only smiled contemptuously, exerted himself slightly, and his body's chi energy burst out. The basic use of ki, baki. Boom shoo. An invisible wave of chi centered on Sun Wu and erupted out in all directions like a volcano erupting. Just the burst of chi energy alone firmly resisted the flames coming from all around. And with the eruption of chi, it even instantly overpowered this huge flame. Like a candle blown out in a single breath, the huge ball of magnificent fire didn't even last a second under Sun Wu's burst of strength before it was blown out by the chi, turning into sparks that dissipated into the air. What kind of skill is this? The two who had released the jutsu were shocked. They hadn't controlled the power just now. Instead, he struck out with all his might, but he didn't even burn the corner of Sun Wu's coat? This is not scientific. When they broke through Lin Jingjing's ice wall, they were restraining their combat power, controlling it to around 50, but the two of them hadn't let go of a bit of water just now. With the attack power of their jutsu, the combat power energy level was at least 100 points, and with the help of wind and fire, it would only go higher. I didn't expect this Sun Wu to crack the combined attack of the two without even moving. The two of them immediately joined their hands together, preparing to make another seal. No. Think I'm a sandbag? I'm going to stand and give you guys a beating? Sun Wu looked at the movements of the two and said breathlessly, "You guys don't think you can limit me by relying on him, do you?" With that, Sun Wu moved his feet and felt the force of the restraints on them. Then with a vicious face, his feet powered up and the dancing air technique was violently lifted upwards. Straight away, the man who had grabbed himself was ripped hard out of the ground, like pulling a carrot. Looking at the horrified expression on the man's face, Sun Wu didn't talk nonsense to him and threw a cannon fist at that face. Boo! The person who used the earth escape was violently knocked back into the hole in the ground that he had just been ripped out of at a speed faster than when he came, and had a close contact with the ground. Click, click, click. A sound of breaking bones was clearly audible. The earthbound ninja was set into the ground in a bizarre position, his body showing an unnatural distortion like cardboard that had been folded 3 or 4 times. Triple folded, any way you fold it with a face. Obviously not alive. Sun Wu lands a cannon fist and sends him straight to report to Hades. Defeat the enemy, enemy combat strength 180 points, gain combat points 180. 180? Sun Wu scanned the system prompt. This man's combat power was unexpectedly high? According to his understanding of the strength of the students of the 2nd Martial Arts High School in the Magic Capital District, it would be good to have a 50-point combat power just after entering the rank. This guy actually had 180? Although this number was not worth mentioning to himself, to Lin Jingjing and the others, it was definitely a crushing level of existence. No wonder it was able to immobilize both of them. Aha! Can't move? Sun Wu noticed that Lin Jingjing and Lu Balian's postures were stiff, their eyes revealed panic, and something was obviously wrong. Earlier he had thought the two were scared silly, but now it seemed a bit wrong. On the other side, the two remaining ninjas saw their companions being killed by Sun Wu with a single punch. They backed up in unison, and the knots in their hands stopped, making a show of fleeing. But a trace of imperceptible excitement remained in the eyes of the two men. They were just drawing attention to themselves, they were waiting for their companions to make their move. Woo! Woo! Lin Jingjing suddenly whimpered eagerly, her eyes dead set on Sun Wu's feet. She saw that the terrifying black shadow that had bound her had extended another tentacle that was silently spreading towards Sun Wu along the faint glow of the orb of light. Sun Wu followed her gaze and discovered a tiny black shadow tentacle that was slowly approaching close to the ground. Within the already dark space, this one shadowy tentacle could not really be detected without a closer look. Is this shadow mimicry? I didn't realize there was someone here who had awakened the Nara clan's inheritance template. In the distance, Tang Xiaojie, who had just stopped spitting out blood, was also alarmed when he saw that Sun Wu had killed the earth-evading ninja with a single punch. This Sun Wu, is he so powerful? Luckily I have elementalization, or else I would have turned into a folding screen just like that guy just now. However, when he saw the shadow that slowly reached out to Sun Wu, an imperceptible sardonic smile appeared on his silted face. So what if you're even more powerful? A commoner is a commoner, and the heritage of a family is not something you can imagine? The Nara clan's shadow binding jutsu was silent, and I don't know how many self-righteous geniuses it took out. Those pariahs don't even know that there's this special ability until they die. This is the importance of the family intelligence. That Mordor district first high school student who had not participated in the siege of Sunwoo was none other than the inheritor of the Nara clan. At the moment, he was maneuvering the shadow on the ground to approach Sunwoo, and he was about to get his hands on him. Lin Jingjing, Lu Balian, you two close your eyes. Sunwoo suddenly spoke. The two men obediently closed their eyes even though they didn't understand why. Sunwoo pretended that he didn't see the shadow tentacle that was stalking over and put his hands in front of his forehead. Sun Fist. Chapter 38 4 Purple Flame Formation? In an instant, the gas transformed into a powerful light, like a miniature sun exploding in the darkness. Tang Xiaojie and the others were all staring intently at Sunwoo, and when they were caught off guard, they were stabbed by the sudden glare. Ah! 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 3 screams rang out at the same time. The dark environment made their pupils dilate long ago, and with this strong light, several people instantly felt their eyes stinging as if they were blind. That shadow mimicry user also covered his eyes and screamed miserably. The shadow he was just about to bind Sunwoo was also covered by the strong light and instantly dissipated. Sorry it's so dark, I turned on a light for you guys, don't thank me. Sunwoo looked at the several people who were covering their eyes and screaming miserably, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Since he knew it was a shadow binding technique, he naturally wouldn't risk his own life. What if this shadow binding spell works on you too and you can't break free? However, his own skill, Sunfist, played out better than expected in this kind of dark space. Lin Jingjing and Lu Balian regained their mobility due to the disappearance of the shadow mimicry technique. They both looked at each other, secretly grateful. Sunwoo, be careful, that Tang Xiaojie said he's here specifically to deal with you. Lin Jingjing remembered what happened earlier and hurriedly told Sunwoo. Sunwoo turned around and looked at the guys who were covering their eyes and wailing with cold eyes. Tang Xiaojie? I didn't look for you when I let you off the hook at the school gate that day, but you came to the door on your own? Tang Xiaojie's eyes were raw, and he had just regained a little bit of vision when he saw Sunwoo approaching, his face turning white with fear. He hastily pulled out a huge scroll from his silty body, with strange crystals embedded at both ends and symbols written in golden script on the outside. As Tang Xiaojie ripped the scroll away, it burned in the air and scattered into flying ash. 4 purple transparent flame-like curtains rose from the ground, instantly surrounding Sunwoo. A purple transparent flame rectangular boundary instantly enveloped Sunwoo, and the 4 corners of the boundary corresponded to Tang Xiaojie's several people. 4 purple flame formation? Sunwoo looked at the transparent boundary around him and uttered in surprise. This boundary formation he recognized. In the original story, Sanjio was surrounded by 4 of Orochimaru's men using this 4 purple flame formation, and finally lost the battle. What was that scroll Tang Xiaojie just made? It didn't look like a scroll from Naruto, but kind of like a Western wizard's scroll. You actually know about the 4 purple flame formation? Tang Xiaojie's voice was filled with disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. This was the bottom card given to him by Wu Yifeng, and it was said to be a treasure that the Wu family's envoy had gotten from some mysterious dimension. Even he didn't realize the power of this thing until after he got the scroll. Sunwoo, this kid, he investigated before, a poor guy from the civilian area, how did he know? Although I don't know how you know, since you know each other, you should know the power of this 4 purple flame formation. Dare to mess with Xiao Wu, you're dead. Tang Xiaojie also had a bit of a hard time at this time, not expecting that the earthbound user to be directly punched to death by Sunwoo. This 4 purple flame formation was originally dominated by these 4 people, and after being energized it could gain the energy intensity of 2 times the fighting strength of the 4 people. But originally, their ability to just enter the rank was not enough to navigate this formation boundary. Some experts in the Wu family had used special scrolls instead of the gates, which could be used directly by consuming some of their life force. Now that we're short a man, we'll have to go on our own. Wu Xiao. You were sent by Wu Yifeng? Sunwoo frowned. He remembered that second-generation ancestor who forcefully robbed Lu Balian outside the Fei Hu Martial Arts Center. His 1500 fighting strength should be martial arts level 2. Looking at these people he sent out, if he was really an ordinary student, he was afraid that he would really be killed by him. Thinking of this, Sunwoo had marked Wu Yifeng in his heart. This person already had a way to take death. When he went out from this trial space, there was no need to settle the score with him. Ha ha! Get him killed, he can't get out now. Even if he's strong in combat, we can still grind him to death. Seeing that Sunwoo was trapped by the 4 purple flame formation, Tang Xiaojie became arrogant again. This 4 purple inflammation formation defense is extremely strong, trapped inside the person like a turtle in a jar, cannot come out, can only be manipulated by their boundary with the ninjutsu to kill alive. Inside the Wu family mansion, Wu Yifeng watched the live streaming screen with a frown on his face. He didn't expect Tang Xiaojie to use the 4 purple flame array scrolls so quickly. This was something he had gotten out of the family treasury with great difficulty, originally just in case, but he didn't expect it to really come in handy. This Tang Xiaojie, what a waste! Wu Yifeng cursed in his heart. However, since the 4 purple flame formation had already been activated, Sun Wu would be dead. The Wu clan's improved version of the 4 purple flame formation not only fused the combat power of the 4 arrayers, but also united the power of the 4 and gained a double increase. And compared to the original version of the one in that ninja subworld, his Wu family's improved version, he was also able to shrink the boundary and directly scorch the enemy with purple flames. Those trapped inside couldn't hurt those outside at all until they broke the boundary, while those outside were able to attack with abandon. It can be described as invincible. The 4 people he sent out had a combined fighting strength of a terrifying 700 points. Now even if a 180 combatant dies, rely on that punk Tang Xiaojie to make up for it. The combined combat power of several people should also be around 600 points, combined with the doubling effect of the 4 purple flame formation. It wasn't as easy as crushing a martial arts level 1 student. Sun Wu slammed his fist on the boundary of the 4 purple flame formation, and it didn't move at all. On the contrary, the purple flames on the boundary were like sharks that smelled fishy and tried to climb up along with his fist. Don't bother, this 4 purple flame formation gathers the combat power of the 4 of us and doubles it. To break it, you need at least 1200 points of attack. No one can save you in this entry space. Tang Xiaojie saw that Sun Wu could do nothing about the boundary and gloated as if he was looking at a dying ant. Previously, Sun Wu's punch had almost killed him, and now the wind and water had turned, and it was his turn to take revenge. The remaining 3 began to form seals, injecting energy into the 4 purple flame formation. The purple flames around them instantly skyrocketed like a pack of hungry wolves, gradually shrinking to devour Sun Wu. Sun Wu felt like he had been thrown into an alchemy furnace with flames in all directions. Moreover, the intensity of the flames was more than a notch stronger than the jutsu of those guys just now. The jutsu of these people just now, even if he didn't burst his chi, with the high defense of his scion physique, he would be able to carry it hard. However, the flames of this 4 purple flame formation unexpectedly made him feel vaguely threatened. 1200, sneered Sun Wu in his heart. Not to mention his own turtle school Qigong wave, even the fierce tiger phantom beast fist, which he had just started, he had hit energy level stats of over 1600. However, in order to avoid being burned by the purple flame, Sun Wu decided to fight quickly. He took a stance, chi condensed between his hands, and a blue-white ball of light gradually took shape. Came Pai Chi Kung Wave. Chapter 39, 4 Kills. With the flow of chi energy throughout his body, a dazzling wave of Qigong light erupted from Sun Wu's hands. Like lightning that cut through the night sky, it headed straight for the boundary of the 4 purple flame formation. Those few Wu clan members were still urging the 4 purple flame formation, ready to watch Sun Wu being roasted into dryness. Never would I have thought that Sun Wu actually had such a hand. That ninja who had tested Lin Jingjing's ice wall energy level at the beginning, when he saw Sun Wu's Qigong wave, his pupils contracted violently, as if he had seen something unbelievable, and he blurted out. Careful, this energy fluctuation. He should have some kind of skill that could estimate the level of combat power energy, and saw the horror of Sun Wu's turtle Pai Qigong wave. But before he could finish his sentence, the turtle school Qigong wave had already bombarded the boundary of the 4 purple flame formation. Rumble. There was a loud, deafening bang. The boundary of the 4 purple flame formation was like glass that had been hit by a hammer, instantly covered in cracks. Ka-ching. In an instant, the boundary couldn't support it and shattered with a bang. But. Almost at the same time as the boundary shattered, Tang Xiaojie and the other 3 people who were maintaining the formation were as if they had been struck hard in the chest by a heavy hammer, and they sprayed out a large mouthful of blood in unison. The backlash brought about by the formation being forcibly broken instantly hit them hard. Like kites with broken strings, the 4 people flew backwards in a lousy manner and fell heavily on the ground, struggling for a few moments and then ceased to move, with only faint gasps proving that they were still alive. This is impossible. Tang Xiaojie was lying on the ground, his 7 orifices bleeding, his eyes lax, and shock and disbelief written all over his face. This 4 purple flame formation was a sublime treasure that had been improved by the Wu family, gathering the strength of 4 people to double the increase. Theoretically, the defense energy level was over 1200 points, so how could it be broken by a single blow? This Sun Wu, what kind of monster is he? Defeat the enemy, 150 enemy combat points, gain 150 combat points. Defeat the enemy combat strength 210 points, gain combat points 210. Defeat the enemy combat strength 160 points, gain combat points 160. The system prompt popped up in front of Sun Wu's eyes at the right time, and he casually swept a glance. A mosquito's leg is also meat. Sun Wu put away his hair wave stance and his breath was smooth, as if the shocking strike just now was just a casual act. He dusted off the non-existent dust on the corners of his coat and looked at the enemy sprawled across the floor on this. Couldn't even get him to move his muscles a little. He stepped towards Tang Xiaojie's face. Tang Xiaojie watched as Sun Wu approached, fear drowning him like a tidal wave. He wanted to struggle, to beg for mercy, but the excruciating pain in his body made it difficult for him to even move his fingers. Sun Wu stopped in front of him and looked down at him condescendingly, his voice not audible with any emotion. Wu Yifeng sent you. Without waiting for Tang Xiaojie to effortlessly open his mouth, an illusory tiger's head flared up on Sun Wu's fist, and he slammed his fist onto Tang Xiaojie's elementalized body. I was going to ask you to give him a message, but it looks like you won't get the chance. Don't worry, he'll be down there with you soon. Put. The elementalized state of Tang Xiaojie didn't utter a single grunt, and directly turned into a real mess all over the ground. After resolving Tang Xiaojie, Sun Wu didn't even look at the stains on the ground and casually shot out a few small turtle pie qigong waves in the direction of the other three, who were still lingering on the ground. Boom! 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 With 3 slight pops, those 3 people couldn't even let out a scream before they were reduced to pieces under the energy of the qigong wave. Pa! The red wine glass was crushed in excitement. How? Wu Yifeng stared at the final frame on the communicator, the image of Tang Xiaojie's horrified and twisted face before his death, as well as the image of Sun Wu shattering the 4 purple flame formation like a devastating blow before that. Shocked? No, this is beyond shock. It was a feeling that bordered on the absurd, like an ant suddenly toppling an elephant. Tang Xiaojie's live feed disappeared with his death. And Wu Yifeng couldn't calm down for a long time. The stinging sensation of crushing the cup even lingered in his fingertips, but that pain was nowhere near the horrific waves that churned inside. 4 purple flame formation. That was a powerful boundary scroll that had been improved by the family's offerings, and it had cost a small fortune to get it just to make sure that it was foolproof. The boundary formed after the scroll was activated, fused with the strength of the 4 and doubled. The theoretical defense level definitely exceeded 1,200 points, and might even be approaching 1,500 points. Even if he personally took action, he might not be fully confident that he could shatter it with a single blow without using his undercard. Even if that punk Tang Xiaojie replaced a corner, it shouldn't be too much worse in terms of combat ability level. This Sun Wu, he managed to break through it once? What kind of skill is that? How can it be so powerful? Wu Yifeng replayed the images rapidly in his mind, trying to analyze the energy layers of Sun Wu's strike, but the more he analyzed it, the more alarmed he became. That beam of light broke through the boundary without pause, and was definitely well over 1,200 points, maybe even higher. Just entered the rank and your combat power is over 1,200 points? This is outrageous. Nothing so outrageous has ever been heard of in the history of the Federation. What made his heart burn even more was that Tang Xiaojie, that stupid bastard who couldn't make things happen, had actually given himself up before. Sun Wu. Wu Yifeng repeatedly chewed on the name, his eyes shifting from initial shock to gloominess, and finally settling into an imperceptible hint of intense killing intent. This man must not be kept. This potential, it's terrifying. Wu Yifeng immediately made a decision and directly dialed a phone number with his communicator. Uncle Jean, please ask Snake Confessor to pick up the phone. Takeshi. Takeshi. Half a dozen times I felt the corpse and didn't find a single thing that was intact and working. Was thinking that the next kill would have to be done in a less destructive way, lest I not even get something useful out of it. A familiar voice came stumbling out of the darkness in the distance, sounding a little off-key. Put. A muffled thud was accompanied by a cry of pain, as if someone had fallen solidly in the darkness. Immediately after that, Li Yi rolled and crawled into the area illuminated by the ball of light, and only stopped when he crashed headfirst into the side of Sun Wu's leg. The whole man was on the ground, huffing and puffing, breathing heavily, like a dog that had just been shot a few blocks away. Phew! Phew! Holy! Li Yi raised his head, his face covered in sweat and dirt, his expression twisted. Woo. You ran too fast. Without even saying hello, he left me alone in that dark place. Do you know how scary it is? I thought there were ghosts when I reached out. He grumbled as he braced his knees and tried to stand up, only to have his legs give out and almost sit on the floor again. Chapter 40 Chi Circle Chop. If it wasn't for you. You just put another bright shiny contraption, I'd still be spinning in place at this point. Li took a breath and finally stood up straight, trembling, holding his waist with an old arm and leg look. He was just about to continue counting Sun Wu's lack of righteousness when the corner of his eye swept the scene around him, and his voice came to an abrupt end. There were a few things lying around on the ground, not so much corpses as a pile of raggedy contraptions with barely discernible human shapes, some of which were still smoldering and smelling burnt. Li Yi's eyes glazed over and he subconsciously took a step back, almost tripping over himself again. What is this? Been robbed? No, this is dead? His voice trembled a little as he pointed at the puddles of rotting flesh, and his face went a few shades of white. The fear of running blindly in the darkness just now hadn't dissipated cleanly, and now he was frightened by the tragic situation in front of him. Just as he was in shock, his eyes turned around and suddenly settled on a spot not far away. Hey! White Lotus? Why are you here too? Li instantly changed her face, the panic and complaints from earlier swept away, her face immediately piled up with a smile and her eyes lit up. He didn't care that he was still gasping for air and his legs and feet weren't soft anymore. He took a few steps and came over to Lu Bailian's side. Lu Bailian was supporting Lin Jingjing, whose face was still a bit pale. White Lotus, are you okay? Are you hurt? What happened? Li Yi surrounded Lu Bailian and shushed him, his dog-licking nature exposed. After listening to Lu Bailian's account of the cause and effect, his face also changed, itching to go to those broken corpses on the ground and kick them a few more times. It's that bastard Wooey thing again. Li Yi was shaking with anger and clenched his fists. Lifting his foot, he tried to kick at the nearest mess of rotting flesh, as if he wanted to flog the dead man again. Sun Wu glanced at him and spoke faintly, "Don't kick it, the soles of your shoes are dirty from stepping on it, don't you mind being disgusting?" Li Yi's raised foot froze in midair and looked at the unnameable object on the ground. Another look at his shoes, a hint of disgust on his face. Eventually, he put his foot down resentfully, but his mouth was still cursing. It's cheap for these scumbags. Sun Wu at this moment was focusing his attention on his system panel. After killing the ghost jellyfish swarm by himself earlier, he already had 710 battle points. Defeating Tang Xiaojie just now gained 60 points, those three ninja legacy guys gave 150, 160, 180 respectively, and the Nara clan one even reached 210 points. He now had 1,470 battle points in his hand. And his current experience value, upgrade experience value, 405-1000 plus. It's time to be able to upgrade again. Sun Wu no longer hesitated. System, add points. Experience value detected full. Is it upgraded? Yes. At that moment, the little daughter-in-law-like panel in his mind that was supposed to be next to the Battle Sharp system panel suddenly shuddered and moved. Not in a specific subspace, upgrade failed, unable to upgrade. Ha? Another situation? Sun Wu looked at the new line of hints and a question poured through his heart. Last time he had noticed that he seemed to have the feeling of having two system panels. One is the Battle Sharp system, and the other is a panel from this world's awakening legacy. As expected, only another prompt popped up in his head. Host, please wait, the combat sharpness system is substituting for the local indigenous Tendo. Fighting. Yes. A few seconds later, the panel that held the points of the people in the entry-level trial space was distorted for a moment, and then returned to normal. The aura from when he had just entered the entry-level trial space earlier was once again infused into Sun Wu's body. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new skill, Chi Circle Chop. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new skill, Chi Circle Chopping 6-Blade Slice. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new skill, Air Mines. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new skill, Prince's Warfare. Name, Sun Wu. Realm, Martial Arts Level 2. Upgrade experience value, 01 million. Combined combat power, 10,000. Number of Scion S cells, 1,000. Scion Bloodline improves physical recovery, resistance to blows, and near-death recovery will dramatically increase combat power. Current skills: Remnant Image Fist, Sun Fist, Bag Shear Hammer, Chi Perception, Dance in the Air Technique, Universal Shocking Palm, Turtle Chi-Con, Heaven and Earth Penetrating Fist, Chi Circle Chop 6-bladed Slice, Chi Landmine, Prince's Battle Technique. Current Battle Sharp bonus skills: Battle Renewal Pseudo, Laying Dog Single. Next level comprehension skill: Boundary King's Fist. Phase incentive tasks. Please make a breakthrough to the middle 3 realms within 1 year and proceed to the middle secret realm trial. Reward: 10,000 units of Scion SLs. Scion SL count reaches 10,000 units or more, base battle power reaches the standard, and Super Scion Form 1 is opened. Seeing the system's hint of that one sentence of playing on his behalf, it thundered Sun Wu to the core. Feeling that this reward is all robbed from the scene of Brother Unicorn? The local Tendo won't retaliate against me, right? But then he saw his attributes after the upgrade and forgot about it. If the sky collapses, there's Brother Unicorn to hold it up, and anyway, he's just a little Karami at the moment. Such a big boost? Looking at the new panel data, even though Sun Wu was prepared, he was still surprised in his heart. The combat power unexpectedly soared directly to 10,000 points. Scary as hell. According to the memory of the predecessor, textbooks were enshrined in the history books, and upgrades that could increase tenfold were rare. The combat power increase for a normal person moving up a level is around 3 times. With a strong base and family support, and an awakening inheritance that is not weak, there will be a 5x or more increase. But that's not everyone with such a high boost, and there don't seem to be many such 10x boosts in the Federation for centuries. Even if they did, no one can guarantee that they're getting a 10x combat boost at every level. With 10,000 combat points, it felt like he could now deal with the average martial arts level 3 or even level 4 civilian. A student born in an ordinary civilian area would only have a combat power of 30-50 after entering the rank. Without body-nourishing liquid, equipment, or feats, with luck you could muddle through dozens of trial spaces and reach martial Dao level 3, which at most would be more than a 3-fold increase per level. Compared to him, it's like a cloud. As for why we don't talk about civilians at martial arts level 5, it's because after you upgrade to martial arts level 5 you're out of the civilian ranks. Whether it's ancient martial arts or inherited martial arts. Once you reach the 5th level of martial arts, there aren't many mediocre people. Martial Dao level 5 would be a guest of honor wherever they went, and all the major clans would set up positions such as offerings and guest ministers for these types of people. After finishing his military service, he would have a modest official position if he stayed in the military district. All kinds of resources are naturally prepared for you. And this type of civilian-born martial arts level 5 was especially sought after. Generally those who could rush up to the 5th level of the martial arts path without using any resources were invariably the top geniuses in this path. After being augmented and replenished with resources, such people are conservatively estimated to increase their combat power by several times. Sun Wu then looked at the number that stood out on the panel. Isn't this next level a bit too much difference in experience value? Sun Wu carefully counted the zeros at the back. At first he thought he had misread it. 1 million? A whole million experience points shortfall, huh? That's 1 million battle points. Sun Wu secretly poked and prodded, wondering if it is the firm Unity found that it is not cost-effective to fight with the local Tendo to collect less? Forget it, regardless of him, he is now more than 10,000 combat power, when the time to match the skills and so on, when 20,000 combat power to use is not a problem. Going out to kill a 10,000 or so combat power beast outside the Magic City area is also a sprinkle of water, not just 100 of them. Sun Wu secretly consoled himself. Then looked to the few newly acquired skills. He had his heart set on the gas circle chop. The moment he saw the skill description, Sun Wu couldn't help but feel happy in his heart as well. Chapter 41, an enemy with a combat power of 15 billion. Chi Circle Chop LV1. Consuming a large amount of chi, the chi is spun and compressed at high speed into a sawblade thin disc, creating a powerful cutting force. When attacking an enemy with a combat power no greater than 10 billion times your own, ignore any physical defense and deal damage at the current combat power value. Current level LV1 can only be thrown in a straight line, unable to change direction. Next level upgraded to Chasing Tail Air Circle Chop, damage boosted to 1.5 times its own combat power. Key Circle Chop 6-Blade Slice LV1, Key Circle Chop derivative skill, fires multiple Key Circle Chops at once, but ignores defense effect removal, reduces key consumption, and gains tracking effect when upgraded to Tail Chasing Key Circle Chop. Current number of launches, 2. Air Mine LV1, lay out air bomb mines underground, dealing energy damage to enemies passing by at their current combat strength. Current level 1, mind duration is 3 hours, number of minds is 5, next level doubles mind duration, number of minds is 10. Prince battle technique LV1 alias continuous Qigong wave. All time to gather chakra waves is shortened, and small chakra waves are sent out continuously with no increase in effect and a damage energy level equal to the current combat power. The damage of the released mini chakra waves is equal to the current combat strength divided by the number of mini chakra waves. Upgrading raises the minimum damage of the mini air wave, which is currently 1/10 of the combat power. Example, 10,000 combat power, release 10 small Qigong waves, each small Qigong wave has a damage energy level of 1000, release 100 of them, the minimum damage is still 1000. Here it comes. Here it comes. Divine technique Qi circle chop. It didn't disappoint, ignoring any physical defense when attacking an enemy whose combat power is not 10 billion times higher than your own? What's the difference between that and a real injury? If you have an enemy that is 10 billion times more powerful than you are, then why bother? Just wash your neck and wait to die. And if one sneaks up on someone, or if anyone doesn't duck out of the way on the basis of their high level or combat power, the Qi circle chop teaches him to be a human being. As for the six-bladed piece below, it feels a little ribbed and skimmed over. Gas mines? Sun Wu recalled it. It seemed like a skill that Goku used when he fought Jiren in Dragon Ball Super? Doesn't seem like it'll do much good. Next. Prince Warfare. Hiss. Sun Wu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. A legendary move reserved for abuse, the original manga drew 16 consecutive chakra wave images. Effective only 3 times. One of them was still used by the Demon Bu to kill all the Earthlings. Moreover, this skill comes with the status of angry, commonly known as anxious. It's even scarier in the anime, using it so much that it belongs on the same level as setting off fireworks, and the main fight is one with smoke and no injuries. Overall, this skill focuses on a handsome and clear stragglers very well. But the main thing is the greedy Qi circle chop, and the other few skills are just icing on the cake. After upgrading, Sun Wu looked at the 3 people who were still chatting and was just about to ask where he would go to brush up his points later. The entire space trembled violently without warning, as if some behemoth was awakening. An ineffable energy fluctuation spread out like ripples, and wherever it passed, even the light seemed to have been swallowed up by a few points, and the only remaining glowstone shimmering light in the space quickly dimmed. What's going on? It seems darker? Li Yi was getting close to Lu Balian to offer his attentions when he suddenly felt the visibility around him drop drastically. He subconsciously raised his head and looked around with a puzzled look on his face. Lin Jingjing subconsciously grabbed onto Lu Balian's arm and pointed at the illuminated ball of light that Tang Xiaojie and his group had left behind not far away. Look at that ball, just now it was able to illuminate that big rock over there, now the circle of light is so much smaller that it can only illuminate this little bit of area below our feet. Indeed, the ball of light that had originally provided dozens of meters of illumination was now shriveling up like a candle in the wind. Barely able to maintain a dim light for only a few meters, the darkness around them became thicker and stickier. Something's not right. Sun Wu frowned. In his Qi perception, the tremor of the entire space was becoming more and more pronounced. Not simply a physical shaking, but more like a rhythmic disturbance from space itself. He could even feel an invisible pressure slowly increasing in this heaven and earth. Could it be that the system upgrade made too much noise just now? Did it cause a problem in this dimensional space? Local Tendo is not trying to get back at me, is it? Brother Tatsuko? Is Father Tuzi here? Just as Sun Wu was secretly muttering, far away in the real world, the 100 Schools Link Live broadcasting room completely exploded. What the hell? Why is Zhang Zhougo's screen blacked out? I just saw him about to zoom in. It's not just Zhang Zhanggo, Lu Xiaohu's is blacked out too. The screen on my side is all blacked out. Where is my goddess? Where is my goddess? I've only been watching for a while and my goddess is gone. Holy, no? All the live streams went black? What's going on? The signal's gone out? The signal went out at this time? What a joke! The original Lively Live broadcast platform that was filled with all kinds of pop-ups and discussions. The full screen was instantly covered with countless question marks and exclamation points. Meanwhile, in the virtual emergency meeting room of the 100 Schools Link, the atmosphere was grave to the extreme. Report Minister. All live signals from all the trial spaces have been interrupted. Unable to reconnect. The virtual image of a staff member in charge of technical monitoring slammed into the conference room, his voice carrying an undisguised panic. All interrupted? The Minister of Education rose abruptly, his face instantly turning blue. What exactly is going on? The reason is unknown. The interspatial live signal originates from the dimensional space itself. We are only responsible for receiving and relaying it, and we do not fully grasp the technical principles. What's certain is that everything is fine with our receiving end equipment, and the problem is 100% within the dark heterodyne. The staff member spoke extremely fast and reported, Just now an urgent notification came from the testing institute, monitoring a violent and abnormal energy fluctuation within the dark interdimensional dimension, initially suspecting that it's the precursor of the interdimensional storm. Dimensional storm? These three words were like heavy bombs that exploded in the conference room. All of the top brass present, including those military region bigwigs and representatives of the lineages, all of their faces changed drastically. A dimensional storm, that was the ultimate catastrophe that was enough to destroy the dimensional space itself. Once it formed, everything inside would be torn to pieces by the raging spatial energy, and no one would be spared. How did the subterranean storm suddenly appear? Someone asked in a trembling voice. In the past, it could only appear when the space energy was depleted, that subdimension came to an end, or when it suffered an unbearable external blow. Although there are a lot of students in this entry-level trial, it's just a drop in the ocean to the vastness of the dark interdimensional dimension, so how could it possibly trigger such a drastic change? No one can answer that question. If it really is a subterranean storm, the hundreds of thousands of students trapped inside, the consequences are simply unimaginable. The faces of the heads of the major families weren't too good either, even though most of their children were equipped with city return stones. But after subterranean storm takes shape, the return stone loses its effect. It can't come back unless it's before the substorm starts. But at this moment, this bizarre situation had unexpectedly cut off all external signals within the trial subspace. The interspace communication devices that had been brought out from other dimensions in the past had all gone silent as well. There is no way to pass this message on to your children in the press. The entire conference room fell into a deathly silence, with only the sound of heavy breathing rising and falling. This spatial tremor only lasted for a short while before it gradually subsided. Except that the darker trial space just now didn't go back to when it first came in. Takashi, I realized something. How come the ranking panel is gone? At this time, Lee suddenly realized the problem and hastily spoke out. He had just subconsciously glanced at his current rankings, and suddenly realized that the points panel that had originally displayed the students' rankings had suddenly disappeared, and that place was now empty. At those words, Sunwoo looked at his panel, and it was true. The small, daughter-in-law-like panel next to the original combat sharpness system was no longer there. Enemy in transit detected. Enemy combat power, 15 billion points. How much? This was fine without looking at the panel, but after a quick glance I realized that the system had popped up a couple of prompts earlier. Looking at the time, it popped up just now when the spatial anomaly happened. Sunwoo's closer look almost didn't scare him to death. Detecting a strong enemy in transit? He had to count the zeros after that combat power in the back half the time. 15 billion? What the hell is this? Currently the will of the world is in violent revolt. The battle sharp system is solving the problem. Please rest assured, host. Just as Sunwoo was counting whether or not his sublime slash had any effect on this 15 billion terrifying enemy, the system followed up with a pop-up alert. Battle in progress. Battle in progress. Battle in progress. Chapter 42, The Flowing Blade is Fire. Then it was as if it got stuck and just stopped there. Sunwoo hurriedly tried it, the system still worked, and spent 100 battle points to point the Chi Yuan chop to LV2. Current battle points remaining, 775. Finding that the system functions were fine, Sunwoo put his heart down. The sky is collapsing with the unity of the Son of the Father to cover. 15 billion, afraid of not flicking a booger can be smashed to death. No more worrying about the ground. I don't want to think so much. Continue to brush the monsters to go. Early upgrade. Next time strive to fight by yourself, not to unite the sun to fight on behalf of. Sunwoo let go of his chi perception. After the upgrade, his chi perception range was even bigger, about 40 to 50 kilometers. It was a dark space, and there were few references, so the exact range wasn't quite clear. At that moment, at the edge of the perception range, a place attracted Sunwoo's attention. There was a dense gathering of fast hundreds of thousands of large and small gas clusters, and from the interconnectedness in this gas, Sunwoo recognized that it was the shadow bug swarm that had previously invaded the present world. Among this terrifying number of bug swarms, a few human chi clusters caught Sunwoo's attention. What's this? Lu Xiaohu? Did they fall into the shadow swarm? Sunwoo recognized one of the chi clusters, and it turned out to be Lu Xiaohu from the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School. At this moment, his chi mass was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and it was obvious that it wasn't in too good of a state. Immediately decided to go over to help a little help, took the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall so many benefits, and at that time also promised the Lu Hu instructor to take care of Lu Xiaohu. This has eaten so many favors from others, or you have to do something. Sunwoo asked Lin Jingjing to use the frozen fruit to create a wall of ice and pour it on the ground, signaling several people to go up. It then pulled them on a wild ride through this endless dark space. Deep within the shadow bug swarm, blackened insect shadows came from the darkness in all directions like a tidal wave. It's over. It's finished. We're afraid we're going to die in this hellhole. A blonde girl's voice was tinged with sobs. She was short and wore the uniform of the first high school of Budo in the Mordor district. Desperation was written all over that otherwise lovely face at the moment. She struggled to wield a huge long sword that looked like a doorstop. The length of the blade far exceeded her height, and the blade sliced through the air, cutting through a few of the shadow bugs that lunged close, but more immediately filled the void. The golden pupils were heavy with water vapor, and the hand holding the knife trembled slightly. If Sunwoo were here, he would immediately recognize that the shape of the sword was almost identical to Momochi Zabuza's decapitating machete. The length of the huge blade was already a head taller than this blonde girl. Mireya, hold on, don't give up, maybe the return stone will work later. Beside her, a saucy beauty, a head taller than her, surged forward. A head of black hair draped over her shoulders, bright eyes and white teeth, her body shape is also concave and convex just right, with a sense of a great lady. At the moment she wields a taijutsu with a dark purple hilt and oval tsuba, plain in appearance. At this moment, raging crimson flames were erupting from the blade. It turned into a rotating wall of fire under her control, firmly protecting the three in the center. As soon as the outer shadow bugs touched the flames, they emitted a ZZ sound and turned into flying ash. Wang Yu, leave us alone. You're consuming too much at this rate. Lu Xiaohu, who was lying on the ground behind the two men, looked pale, covered his chest, and cried out with a weak breath. This ability of yours called Zanpakuto has a special attack on these ghostly swarms, so you'll definitely have no problem charging out on your own. His heart was full of resentment. Who would have thought that this entry-level trial would have this kind of hellish start? It fell straight into the lair of the shadow worm. The few of them were all top students of the #1 martial arts high school in the Magic City district, and their families were well off, so naturally, they were all equipped with life-preserving city return stones. I had thought that I could brush up on my points at the edge of the swarm and teleport away immediately if the situation wasn't right. Which knew that the scale of the swarm was far beyond imagination, and beyond the glow of the fluorite was a mind-numbing endless sea of insects. A large number of unclassified and first-class shadow bugs overwhelmed them. To make matters worse, the swarm was hiding a couple of cunning level 2 shadow bugs. Caught off guard by the sneak attack, their 5-man squad instantly lost 2 men. If it wasn't for the fact that his second personality erupted when he was on the verge of death and madly decimated those level 2 bugs, I'm afraid that he himself would have already become the bugs' rations. But even so, the second personality was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep, and he himself was so badly injured that he couldn't move. What made them even more desperate was that when they tried to activate the city return stone, the stone that had originally emitted spatial fluctuations was now dull and unresponsive. This last way back was cut off. You. Am I going to die? Brother died. I'm going to die too. Mireya's eyesight was starting to blur as the tears finally broke and slid down her cheeks. Her heart felt like it was clenched by a cold hand as she remembered her brother Moroku, who had transferred here together but had been devoured by the swarm in the melee just now. The decapitating machete in her hand grew heavier and heavier, each swing draining what little strength she had left. The arms were so sore that I could barely lift them. Mireya! Hang in there! I'm here, I won't let you die. Wang Yu clenched her teeth, her pretty face looked a little pale due to the extreme mental concentration and power consumption, and sweat soaked the hair on her forehead. The power within her body was pouring into the flowing blade wakizashi in her hand. The flames suddenly blazed a few more points, forcing the approaching swarm back again and burning a brief gap. But Wang Yu's heart sank. It was almost as if she had gone with a surge of intuition as she awakened to her heritage. The Uchiha Mitsuru template, which is recommended in the family profile and comes from the Uchiha, a prominent family in the ninja world, has been abandoned. I chose this first appearance of the Yamamoto Genryusei Shigokuni Ryubi Wakabi legacy from the 140th dimension. She hadn't expected this inheritance to be so powerful that after coming into the rank trial and reaching the first level of martial arts, she would be able to unleash flames of astonishing temperatures with her first use. It could even directly incinerate ferocious beasts with a semi-ghost body like the Shadow Worm. The efficiency far exceeded the damage Lu Xiaohu needed to run the fierce tiger illusory beast fist to barely deal. Moreover, compared to the white crane sect technique that drove the family, manipulating this flame was much less physically demanding and energy-intensive. But even so, in the face of this endless sea of bugs, her power was like sand in an hourglass, and was rapidly draining away. Milea is her best friend since childhood, and Lu Xiaohu was the grandson of her grandfather's late friend and a playmate who grew up together. Ask her to leave these two important people to escape alone? She couldn't do it. Wan Yu took a deep breath, her eyes regained their determination, and the flames in her hands once again tumbled. Only that firelight made her face look even more tired. As her stamina diminished, and with some inexplicable trepidation, she wondered how much longer she could hold out. It seems like there's no way to finish the task Grandpa gave us? Oh, and I wonder what that Sun Wu really looks like. Chapter 43, Pretty Lady, can I help you? Takeshi, are you really not mistaken? Are there really living people here? The iceboard came to a violent stop, and Li Yi was almost thrown out, hurriedly holding onto a raised black stone next to him, grimacing as he stood up, feeling like his bones were going to fall apart. He rubbed his ass, which had been bumped raw, and was about to complain, but when he looked up, he choked on all his words, and his legs and stomach began to shiver again. The lighting ball that had been stripped from Tang Xiaojie and the others hung in mid-air, emitting a faint glow that could barely illuminate the surrounding 10 meters or so. Beyond the edge of the light was a breathtaking sight. The black, writhing shadow worms, densely stacked together, formed a wall of half a person high worm wall. It stretched all the way into the infinite darkness, with no end in sight. The air was filled with a burnt, fishy odor mixed with decay and some kind of protein. Holy! Li Yi's face instantly turned pale, almost rubbing back on his hands and knees, itching to shove himself into the crack of that black stone just now. How many shadow bugs are there? It's a nest of shadow bugs. Lin Jingjing and Lu Belian also turned pale, their stomachs churning as they nearly vomited. A few of the closest shadow bugs seemed to smell the scent of fresh flesh and blood, wriggling and pouncing noiselessly. Sun Wu didn't return his head, casually flicking out a few tiny qigong waves, and with a few puffs, the bugs turned into black smoke. Okay. There's an acquaintance in there, I'll fish him out. Sun Wu's tone was flat, as if he was just visiting a neighbor's house. He sensed Lu Xiaohu's aura was about 10 kilometers or so deep in this sea of insects, and although it was faint, it had not completely disappeared. He glanced at Li Yi and the others. You guys stay here honestly, slightly away from the swarm of insects, don't run around, I'll go and come back. Not waiting for Li Yi to say anything else, Sun Wu's figure has already turned into a blurred shadow. Whoosh sound rises up to the sky, straight into the numbing sea of insects. Flying into the swarm, Sun Wu truly realized the sheer size of this sea of insects. Below was an endless wave of blackness, with various forms of shadow worms huddled together, giving off a chaotic aura that almost interfered with his cheap perception. The hundreds of thousands perceived outside before now seemed to be just the tip of the iceberg. His 50 kilometers of perception range surprisingly didn't even fully cover the edges of this swarm. The distance of 10 kilometers passed in an instant, and Lu Xiaohu's faint breath was getting closer and closer. Wan Yu felt her eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and her fingers holding the hilt of the knife were already numb, almost losing consciousness. The flames emitted from the flowing blade of fire in his hand were getting weaker and weaker. The wall of fire that was originally able to protect the three of them securely had more than halved in scope at this moment. The flames around the edges were even starting to break off, and a few shadow bugs had already tried to pounce in, and were again forced back by the flames she could barely muster. She looked back with difficulty. Mireya had been completely dislodged and collapsed to the ground, the huge decapitating machete lying on its side. The girl's eyes were closed tightly, and her face still bore the traces of undried tears, so she didn't know whether she was unconscious or exhausted. Lu Xiaohu was lying on the ground, a hideous wound on his chest was still slightly oozing blood, and his breath was so weak that it was almost imperceptible. Just now, after he had exerted his last strength and killed a level 2 shadow bug that had broken through the firewall, he had completely stopped moving and his life and death were unknown. Really, is it going to end here? Wan Yu's heart was cold and flooded with thick bitterness. The mission that Grandpa had given himself, the one called Sun Wu, seemed to be out of reach. She even began to wonder if she died, her grandfather would find the fancy cover novel she had secretly hidden when he was sorting through his belongings. I'm afraid Grandpa will be disappointed that his perfect granddaughter will be reading this, too. Ugh, forget it, what's the point of thinking about it? If there is an afterlife, it might be nice to be an ordinary person. There was no need to bear the name of the Wang family's eldest miss, no need to learn those tedious manners, and no need to contact those annoying people for the sake of the family's interests. And also to have my own love and more good friends. Consciousness faded and his arm could no longer be raised. The zanpakuto in his hand clattered to the ground, the last flicker of flame extinguished in an instant. The darkness and insect shadows around them came up like a tidal wave. Just at the moment when Wang Yu closed her eyes and prepared to meet her death. Boom, swoosh, swoosh. A strange breaking sound rang out steeply, as if something had ripped through the air at high speed. Immediately after that, a strong air current exploded violently with her at the center, instantly blowing away and tearing apart a large portion of the shadow bugs that had surrounded her, clearing a small, short-lived open space. Wang Yu opened her eyes in shock. Only to see a figure wearing the white school uniform of Mordor Second Middle School hovering in midair not far in front of her. An upright figure with a face that looked unusually clear and overly handsome in the faint light of an illuminated ball? The man swept his head down and glanced at Lu Xiaohu and Milea lying on the ground, then raised his eyes to look at her. The corners of his mouth seemed to curve upward in a playful arc. Like the gaijin heroes she saw in the talking books who stepped on the colorful clouds. Oh no, they stepped on the air? Could it be that her hero had really come? Can I help you, beautiful? Sun Wu's voice was not loud, but it clearly penetrated the hissing of the shadow bug swarm and fell into Wang Yu's ears. Sun Wu was secretly glad that if he came half a second later, these few would probably have to be accounted for here. He quickly swept his gaze over. The Lu Xiaohu lying on the ground was not badly injured. The little blonde girl next to her passed out completely, leaving only the one standing in front of her still breathing. Gee, it's worthy of being a team from Mordor 1, any one of them is high quality. The unconscious little face on the floor was a cute type of beauty at the bottom despite the blood and tears. This one in front of me is even more so, with a dimpled body. Although her long hair was messy, she couldn't hide the pretty face with determination. Sweat and stains added a bit of wildness instead. There were a few more special qualities than an ordinary beauty like Lin Jingjing. Wang Yu was completely confused. 1 minute it's hell, and the next minute someone falls from the sky? Or a student in a second grade uniform? This is the hinterland of the shadow swarm, how did he get here? Fly over? Her brain went blank, the huge contrast making it almost impossible for her to think. The cold touch of death had not yet fully receded, and the ecstasy of rescue struck the shaken nerves again. She stared blankly at the boy in front of her, at his eyes that were still bright in the dim light, and lost her breath for a moment. It looks like it's needed. Sun Wu didn't wait for her to reply and nodded to himself, his body swaying to the ground. Chapter 44, Fear of Brotherhood's Bitterness and Fear of Brotherhood's Driving a Land Rover. He didn't even look at the stupidly moving bugs around him, bending down and lifting Lu Xiaohu and Milea up one in each hand as if they were carrying chicks. You, come up. He turned sideways and moved his head, signaling Wang Yu to get on his back. Only then did Wang Yu wake up as if from a dream, her cheeks burning slightly. The desperation of a moment ago and the feeling of dependence at this moment were intertwined, leaving her a bit overwhelmed. But the instinct to survive made her not hesitate, and taking a deep breath, she somewhat clumsily climbed onto Sun Wu's back. Into his hands were warm, firm muscles, and even through the fabric of his school uniform, he could feel the amazing strength contained within. A faint, minty-like scent of hand cream drilled into his nostrils, unexpectedly pleasant, washing out the blood and rotting stench around him. Is this saved? Carried on the back of a strange boy, carried like cargo with two companions, flying above an endless sea of bugs. Wang Yu didn't know how to describe this feeling, absurd, celebratory, and a hint of an indescribable flutter. In that moment just now, he really looked like the hero written in the story. Feeling the smooth flight beneath her and the whistling wind in her ears, Wang Yu subconsciously tightened her arms around his neck. Sun Wu clearly felt the increase in force on his neck, as well as the two soft touches coming up close behind him. That's a tight hug? He muttered in his mind. In the end, it's just as handsome as the reader's friends. Heroes are really a surefire way to heat things up quickly. It seems that the play of giving oneself to the other is not impossible, and not all those who are saved are to serve as oxen and horses to be rewarded in the next life. Of course he didn't know that Wang Yu was just reacting instinctively under her shock. Wang Yu didn't know that the mint flavor was stained by Sun Wu and Lin Jingjing sleeping close to each other. Without further thought, Sun Wu adjusted the two men he was carrying in his hands. With the flow of chi in his body, his speed increased once again, turning into a stream of light. Flying rapidly in the direction of Li Yi and the others, he left the churning sea of insects below far behind him. Who do you think Takeshi went to save? With all these bugs, he should be fine, right? I can't think of anyone who could make Takeshi fly there on purpose to save the day, can I? The only ones close to him are me and Lin Jingjing, right? Oi, and took that little light globe with him, and now it's dark all around. Li Yi sat on the black stone that he had held up earlier, his hands resting on his cheeks as he meditated, a bit of abandoned sultriness in his tone. It was a bit of a hairy place to be, with the only source of light being taken away by my brother. Whoosh! A clear cracking sound came from far away, breaking the silence and the darkness. Several people subconsciously looked up, only to see a figure with a shimmering light, like a ghost, swept back from the direction of the sea of insects at speed and slowly landed in front of them. It was Sun Wu. Takeshi, you're finally back. Li Yi jumped up from the stone like a spring and rushed forward with an arrow step, her face mingled with worry and grumbling. If you don't come back, I'm going to think you've been dragged away by bugs to be a squeeze. Scared me to death. He really pinched a sweat just now. Sun Wu, this go, half a day no movement, the sea of insects. That movement sounds creepy. In case something happens, a few of them are also completely helpless. Lin Jingjing and Lu Beilian glanced at each other and also rushed to welcome them. Without waiting for Sun Wu to open his mouth, the two of them had already very tacitly taken one on the left and one on the right, and carefully took Lu Xiaohu and Milea from Sun Wu's hands, gently placing them on the ground to check on their injuries. As Li Yi watched the two wounded being picked up, he didn't seem to have much to do himself, and his gaze naturally fell on the illuminated ball that hovered at Sun Wu's side, emitting the only light. Hey, this thing is pretty bright. He reached for the illuminated ball, thinking to put it in the center so everyone could shine. Whoever's hand just touched the sphere, tugged and didn't move. One more hard tug and it still won't budge. Li Yi wondered and looked down, only to realize that there was a white hand grasped behind the sphere. He looked up his arm, and a slightly distressed but still shockingly pretty face appeared next to Sun Wu's back. Li Yi's eyes were glazed over. Looking at Sun Wu's calm-side face, he also looked at the big beauty behind Sun Wu, who had obviously just experienced a big battle. Her hair was messy, and her face was still a bit black and gray, but it was hard to hide her stunning beauty. His brain buzzed and he instantly brainstormed a 10,000-word miniseries. Good for you, Sun Wu. Even the thick-browed one has rebelled against the revolution? When did you secretly meet such a beautiful girl without telling me? Still playing heroes to save the day and hide the golden house, huh? Li Yi had a pained look on his face, pointing at Sun Wu as if he had been cuckolded. I said, why did you run so fast? So it was for pretty lady. You're more of a woman than a friend. He subconsciously decided that Sun Wu had risked his life to rush into the sea of insects absolutely to save this beauty. Look at the difference in treatment. They're still carrying the pretty girl back. As he spoke, Li Yi felt something was wrong again and came closer, staring at Wang Yu's face to scrutinize it. Why does this face feel a bit familiar to me? It seems like I've seen it somewhere. His brow furrowed as he tried to search through his memories. Suddenly, as if he had been struck by lightning, he took a violent step back and pointed at Wang Yu, his voice changing tone. The little princess of White Crane, the daughter of the Wang family, Wang Yu? That universal goddess from Magic City No. 1 Middle School? Li Yi was completely dumbfounded. This is Wang Yu, the true goddess who always slaughters the boards in the forums of the major martial arts colleges in the Magic City district. White Crane Martial Arts Museum owner Wang Zhengdao's own granddaughter, a real rich white beauty, is said to be particularly good, no shelf. The people chasing after her could be lined up from the Magic City district to the Queen's district, and among them, there was no lack of heavenly pride from the major families. What kind of luck did his own brother have? Or is it that the two of them have been having an affair for a long time? You're a good kid. Doing something this big without your brother's knowledge? When did you hook up? How come I don't know anything about it? It's not enough to take me along on a good thing like this? Li Yi pounded his chest with an extremely complicated expression. Both happy for my brother and feeling like I'm missing out on $1 billion. Typical and fearful of a brother's suffering and driving a Land Rover. Take you for what? A cool female voice suddenly sounded. Lu Beilian did not know when she stood next to Li Yi, her eyes calmly looking at him. The excitement and envy on Li Yi's face instantly froze, as if he had been poured a pot of cold water, and only then did he remember that his real girlfriend was still on the sidelines. His neck craned and he snapped, scratching his head and squeezing an ingratiating smile on his face. Hey, White Lotus, I'm not happy for Wu. Nothing else, really. After saying that, he greatly came to Lu Bailian's side and didn't dare to talk more. Sun Wu looked at Li Yi's second wimpy look and shook his head with a burst of amusement in his heart. This guy. But Wang Yu? That's a good name. He looked back to the girl still on his back, who didn't seem to have quite come around. Beauty, your name is Wang Yu? Chapter 45 Lin Jingjing's Crisis. Sun Wu asked in a casual tone while slightly sidestepping. He suddenly remembered that it seemed like the Birdman who was with Lu Jinshan that day also said he was from the White Crane Martial Arts School? At that time, after solving the brainworm, that old Birdman even asked himself to stay at his place? Can't remember much about it though. Realizing that Wang Yu seemed to still be in a daze, she couldn't help but increase her voice. That. Wang Yu, big beautiful girl, it's safe, although I admit that I'm very handsome, but do you want to come down first? Though the back was warm and soft to the touch, surprisingly resilient, and really quite comfortable. But with so many people, especially Li Yi staring at him with that I get it look, Sun Wu felt that he still had to be careful about the impact. When Wang Yu heard Sun Wu's words, she woke up as if from a dream, saw the few people standing, and realized that she was still lying tightly on someone's back in an ambiguous position. A wave of heat instantly rushed to his cheeks, and even his ears turned red. She had just been in flight, her mind stirring and rambling. One hand subconsciously grasped the lighting ball, and the other hand was even more deadlocked around Sun Wu's neck, not even noticing that it had already landed. Thinking of those messy heroes and heroines in her head just now, and marrying Milkman. Messy thoughts, her face turned even redder, almost dripping blood. She panicked and let go of her arms around Sun Wu's neck and slid off his back somewhat clumsily. As soon as his toes touched the ground, his legs were still a little weak and he almost didn't stand still. Luckily, he was able to hold Sun Wu's arm in time. Thanks. For saving me. Wang Yu lowered her head, her voice as thin as a gnat, with a hint of unspeakable shyness. And at this moment, Lin Jingjing, who was standing on the side, her gaze fell on Wang Yu. The heart thumped, as if someone had thrown a pot of ice water violently, cold from head to toe. Wang Yu? This name was not unfamiliar to her, the popular figure of the Magic City's #1 martial arts high school, the granddaughter of the owner of the White Crane Martial Arts Pavilion, and the Wang family's youngest princess. In the past, in school forums and all kinds of gossip, this name was always tied up with words like goddess and proud daughter of heaven. Lin Jingjing thought that her looks were not bad, and she was considered a standout beauty among ordinary people. But compared with the Wang Yu who just escaped from the edge of life and death, with traces of woe on her face, but still can't hide her stunning beauty, that little bit of confidence was instantly crushed. Why is she trying so hard to get out of her civilian status? Why did you dump Sun Wu without hesitation in the first place? Why take the risk of contacting a second generation full of black material like Tang Xiaojie? Isn't it just to live like Wang Yu one day? Coming from a privileged background, with countless resources, he is the center of attention wherever he goes, and he doesn't need to worry about making a living, not to mention not having to look at people's faces. Originally, I thought that I had hitched Sun Wu's thigh with great potential, and my goal was already close at hand. Sun Wu's strength soared, and although he couldn't talk about how enthusiastic he was about her, he at least took her in, and even went into the trial, and came to specifically seek himself out. As long as he is good and obedient, and puts in a little more effort every night, he can always be brought back to his senses. She didn't believe that there was anyone who couldn't lick softly. As long as she licked for a long time, Sun Wu would always accept herself completely. It's not impossible to get back to where we were. But now, the plan seems to have gone awry. Watching Sun Wu descend from the sky with Wang Yu on his back. Looking at the blush that rose on Wang Yu's endearing face, and looking at Li Yi's exaggerated reaction. In thinking about the gap between himself and Wang Yu, Lin Jingjing's heart felt like it was being pierced by countless fine needles, densely painful. Obviously, I was here first. This Wang Yu, her family background, appearance, and talent, were all top-notch. Except for her body, which was comparable to Wang Yu's, she really couldn't find anything else that could be compared to Wang Yu. Sun Wu just happened to save her again, or in this heroic rescue scenario. Lin Jingjing could almost imagine the subsequent developments. Don't all men eat this? Especially when the other party is still a stunning little princess like Wang Yu. She subconsciously clenched her fists, her nails embedded deep into her palms. No, absolutely not. Sun Wu was hers, her only hope of climbing up. She couldn't let this Wang Yu who came out of nowhere ruin her plans. Her eyes swept back and forth between Sun Wu and Wang Yu, a trace of undetectable panic flashing in the depths of her eyes. She had to do something, she had to get Sun Woo to notice her, she had to solidify her position. She quietly moved forward a small step, almost sending herself into Sun Woo's arms. The arm went around his in one smooth motion, and his body pressed against it as if it were going to nestle in. The voice was put soft and gentle, with just the right amount of concern and a hint of imperceptible possessiveness. "Woo, are you all right?" I was worried to death after rushing into the swarm for so long just now." As she spoke, her eyes darted over Wang Yu, with a hint of imperceptible hostility. Sun Woo was now her only springboard, her only hope of escaping her past, and it must not be taken away from her. Wang Yu looked towards Lin Jingjing, who had suddenly leaned over, thinking that she had hidden her hostility very deeply. She had grown up maneuvering between the major families, and her ability to read people's words had long been perfected. Lin Jingjing's little bit of mind that she thought was well hidden was almost invisible in her eyes. Even if Lin Jingjing hid it well, she still saw the problem at a glance. As Lin Jingjing approached, Wang Yu clearly smelled the same faint hint of mint hand cream on her body. It was the same odor as the boy who had just carried himself. So it is. Wang Yu's heart was clear, the corner of her mouth curved a bit unnoticeably, and a hint of playfulness swept through her eyes. She had already reacted from the shyness she had just experienced, and at this moment, the calmly calmed down one was once again the perfect young lady of the Wang family in the eyes of outsiders. It's not unusual for good men to never have a shortage of women around them. Her hero, the boy who had fallen from the sky and scooped her out of despair, was indeed special. Wang Yu made an instant decision in her heart. She's going to be capricious and rebellious for once. This time, she didn't want to go through the motions, didn't want to deliberately approach anyone for the sake of her family. That mission that Grandpa explained, that Grandpa Lu's disciple, she wasn't going to touch it either. She's going to live for herself for once and pursue the love she really wants, just like in the playbook. As for the girl in front of her called Lin Jingjing, Wang Yu did not put her in her mind. She asked herself if she could be anywhere less than her. If she knew how to advance and retreat, it wouldn't be unavoidable to give her a position in the second house when the time came. Growing up in the family, she didn't mind if her man had a few more concubines. How could a strong man not have a few women around him? Looking at Sun Woo's handsome face, Wang Yu's heart rippled. But what a coincidence. Is his name Takeshi too? How nice it would have been if he was the one Grandpa told me to reach out to. The crowd found a relatively clean ground to land on, away from the sea of insects. The glow of the illuminated orb dispelled some of the darkness and brought a faint sense of security. Wang Yu carefully laid Lu Xiaohu and Milea flat on the ground. From his carry-on bag, he took out several delicate alabaster medicine bottles and several rolls of bandages. "This is the White Crane Martial Arts Center's Jade Dew-Skin Raising Powder and Rejuvenation Pill?" Li Yi's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 injury medicines. Although this thing was not as expensive as the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center's Nourishing Liquid, it was also hard currency in the market. The White Crane Martial Arts Center focuses on a variety of therapeutic injury medicine business, and the price is not as expensive as the Body Nourishing Liquid, and there are medicines of all grades, which are very popular. What Wang Yu was holding out in her hand right now were the top-notch injury medicines and chi recovery pills on the market. Powdered medicine sprinkled, Lu Xiaohu before the chest injury was even visible in the writhing as if to recover. As for the cute blonde girl, her little face was scrunched up in a frown, wondering if she was having a nightmare. She was simply unconscious from dehydration, and Wang Yu gave her the rejuvenation powder and let her continue to lie down. Lin Jingjing stood by the side, watching Wang Yu's calm and unhurried way of handling everything. Another look at the pills she took out that were worth a lot of money at a glance, and his heart wasn't in the right place. She silently walked over to Sun Woo and sat down next to him, her arm once again unconsciously holding him, pinning Sun Woo's arm hard between the peaks. Chapter 46 Belinda, Goddess of the Night. Sun Woo didn't pay much attention to Lin Jingjing's small movements, his attention was on Lu Xiaohu. Under the effect of Wang Yu's elixir, Lu Xiaohu's originally weak breath had indeed smoothed out a lot, and a trace of blood color had returned to his pale face. "It seems to be fine." Sun Woo stood up and pulled his arm out of the softness, his gaze cast into the depths of the insect sea. "I'll go and return." When he saved the day just now, his chi sense had already locked onto the core of that shadow bug swarm. The ghostly brainworm with the particularly strange scent. "I was in a hurry to save people and didn't bother, but now I'm just going back to harvest." Although he didn't know how that trial points panel was gone, the system's battle point rewards should still be there, and he couldn't waste them. "You still want to go back?" Li Yi was shocked, and her face went a few shades of white again. "There are so many bugs in that place, what are you going to do again?" Naturally, I'm going to the brain bugs in that sea of bugs just now. It's okay, I've got experience, I'll be back soon. Sunwoo didn't say much, his body shifted and once again rushed up into the sky, disappearing into the darkness. Not long after Sunwoo left, several running footsteps suddenly came from the distance. Lee looked up warily. What's that noise? Several silhouettes from far and near, speed is extremely fast, and finally close to the crowd in front of a fluorite lighting place. At the head of the group was a youth with a cold face wearing the uniform of Sakura District Budo High School, and he was followed by 4 people with the same Sakura District uniform. As soon as these people approached, their gazes locked onto Lee's location where they were, with undisguised scrutiny and malice in their eyes. And in the shadows a little farther behind them, a figure wearing the uniform of Mordor Second Middle School was quietly hidden. He's the son of the vice principal of Mordor Second Middle School, Wang Hanjian. He was cupping a palm-sized, oddly shaped radar device in his hand, and several points of light on the screen were clearly displaying the location of Lee and the others. Wang Hanjian looked at the radar and then looked up at the few Sakura District students, the corner of his mouth hooked into a grim smile. He lowered his voice and spoke into the calm. Brother Sato, the bearings are correct, a team from our school is up ahead. But my locator only shows 3 people, the rest should not be from our school. I don't know why one of them suddenly went off into the distance just now. But now is a good time to do it. You guys go up there and take care of them, I'll stay out of sight. A muffled response came from the other end of the calm. Got it. It's just a bunch of wastes from the Mordor district, it's just the right time to use it to try out the new equipment. Sunwoo flew all the way, his air dance technique in full force, weaving in and out of the endless darkness. The upgraded chi perception range expanded dramatically, like an invisible radar sweeping across tens of kilometers. Finally, the target was locked in the depths of the bug sea, about 60 kilometers away. The density of shadow worms in that area far exceeded what had been seen before, layered on top of each other, almost piled up into a writhing black hill. In the center of the swarm, a behemoth 3 or 4 times larger than the brain bugs encountered outside the Mordor district hibernated, exuding a much colder and stickier aura that was very different from the other bugs. Gee, the scale of this. Sunwoo hovered over the insect mountain, looking down at the surging tide of insects below, his eyebrows slightly raised. Isn't it said that the highest level of the entry-level trial is only a 3rd-level ferocious beast? This brainworm doesn't look like it's only grade 3, can it control so many minions? He didn't rush down, and settled directly in the sky. Da-day-day-day-day-day-day-day-day. With his hands spread out in the air, countless blue-white qigong bullets poured down like a torrential downpour. For a while, the dark space was illuminated by countless beams of light, and the explosions rose and fell in succession. The shadow bugs below fell and vaporized in pieces like cut wheat. Sunwoo did not even bother to count how many rounds he had blasted out, but only felt that he had shot out all of the energy that he had been holding back before, and had a feeling of being sound and refreshing. In just a few moments, the originally piled-up swarm of insects was hardened and he blasted out a huge vacuum, revealing the massive ghost brainworm in the center. The current enemy's combat power is 15,000 points, and winning will earn you 15,000 combat points. So high? Sunwoo was just about to find a way to solve this brainworm when the system that had been down for a long time suddenly came to life. A message popped up. It was also accompanied by a rousing sound effect as if he had returned from a victorious battle. When? Battle. Yes. The local world's will has been subdued, and the battle sharp system has brought you back the spoils of war. Acquired item, Dark Goddess of the Stars Battle Armor Lower Lining. Ha? Sunwoo froze, what's the situation? The system really went to fight with the local Heavenly Tao? And won? And even exploded equipment? He hurriedly focused his mind to check the system panel, and sure enough, there was an additional equipment category. Current equipment, Dark Goddess's Star Armor Lower Lining. There was also an extract button underneath. Sunwoo subconsciously pressed it. The next second, there was a strange touch in his palm, soft, cool, and with a certain ineffable silkiness. He raised his hand to look at it and his whole body froze. It was edgy, extremely cool and bold piece of clothing. The whole body appeared deep black, but like the night sky, it was dotted with countless fine silver points of light, as if it had been woven by kneading the stars. The edges were exquisitely intricate lace patterns, and a circle of 18 black crystal diamonds emitting ethereal light dangled below. A peculiar scent lingered on it, if anything, cold and seductive. but the shape of this thing looks familiar in any way. Sun Wu brain dangled for half a second. This is not the kind of thong that he helped Lin Jingjing put on only in the morning. He blurted out, his voice going out of tune, "The system, you're a big man. You stripped back the bottoms of someone else's goddess?" It was as if 10,000 alpacas were running wild in Sun Wu's heart. Is this a serious system? Even if you with the will of the world, you're still taking something like this by the hand? The system was unresponsive, playing dead to the end. Sun Wu looked down at the trophy in his hand, and the line of attributes underneath that made his scalp numb. Dark Goddess of the Stars Battle Armor Lower Lining Battle Damage. Artifacts. One of the parts of the Dark Goddess Belinda's personal battle armor. Belinda, the Dark Goddess, wore it close to her body for tens of thousands of years, tainted with a hint of divinity. Composed of silk threads compiled by the power of the stars, penetrating the 18 subdimensional cores. Equipment effect. 1. Hatred of the Dark Goddess. No matter where you are, Belinda, the Goddess of the Night, will always sense your presence and continue to rain down divine punishment until this item is retrieved where you are completely obliterated. 2. Gain divinity. By possessing this item, you will gain a hint of divinity. Damage dealt to you by godless creatures will be greatly reduced, and the damage you deal to godless creatures will be slightly increased. 3. Dark Shelter. Immunity to all dark attribute abilities and curses with a combat power of less than 15 billion, and gains top-tier dark attribute affinity. Sun Wu. So it's really fat? The kind that's been worn for tens of thousands of years? The kind that's been worn for tens of thousands of years? Belinda, the Dark Goddess? Is there really a god in this world? The name sounds like it's pretty impressive, but this goddess is a little too miserable. When you lose a fight, even your personal clothes are grossed out by the system. Subconsciously, he twisted the silky, cool fabric in his fingers, and it felt wonderful to the touch. One can even feel the majestic yet introverted star power and the hint of ethereal divinity contained therein. Not to mention, the goddess's feels really good. Right at this moment, an ethereal, majestic, yet female voice containing monstrous anger and extreme icy killing intent exploded directly in his soul like thunder from the 9 heavens. Mortal! How dare you? Sun Wu's body was covered in sweat, and his heart went into cardiac arrest. He jerked his head up, only to see the darkness above his head seemingly ripped apart by a large, invisible hand. A pure black pillar of light that was indescribable in its terrifying power, wrapped in an aura that was enough to annihilate everything. As if it had crossed endless space and time, it locked onto his position with unparalleled precision and fell with a loud bang. Wherever that pillar of light passed, space wailed, twisted, and shattered. Divine punishment. This was the last thought that flashed through Sun Wu's mind. Sun Wu in the sky stops thinking. In the next instant, complete darkness fell before his eyes. Sun Wu, who was hanging in midair, didn't even leave a trace of ash behind and completely disappeared into that heaven-destroying black pillar of light. Sun Wu, leash. Enjoy. Crossed over within a few days. Next moment. Chapter 47, All Kings. Ice Cold. Jiggle. You're the least qualified of the bunch. Sun Wu snapped his eyes open. Just now it seemed like he had a strange dream. It seemed like he had run into an icy train. Who the hell said I was poorly qualified? Looking back and scanning around, what just happened? There was still that infinite dark space around them, but the colors were much thinner. I just got Ed, didn't I? He subconsciously raised his hand to touch his chest. Feeling down again, well, little Sun Wu was still there too. Not a single cut shorter. It's got all the parts. What's the function? I'll go back and get Lin Jingjing to test it later. He had seen that heaven-defying black energy light pillar just now. With that kind of power, it was as if he stopped thinking without even feeling pain at the time. What's wrong with falling down? He looked up in the direction where that terrifying pillar of light had just disappeared. The dark energy that was originally as thick as ink had dispersed for the most part at this moment. The visibility within the dark interdimensional space was all weirdly increased, no longer reaching for the sky. Without the glow of the fluorite light shining through, you could barely see tens of meters away. It was as if the shocking blow just now had drained the ink in this trial space. Wait. Sun Wu's gaze froze. Out of the corner of his eye he seemed to see a strange gold color on his head. What's this? Slowly, little by little, he lowered his head. A ring emitting a soft golden light was hovering peacefully above his head. This style looks familiar, doesn't it? I became an angel? No sooner had that thought popped up than it was replaced by another, more chilling one. Isn't that the circle of light that is only on the heads of dead people in Dragon Ball 7? I'm really dead? System. Is this loot a surprise? It's a shock. Sun Wu growled in his head, Explain to me what? Call it a surprise. You just thought you'd picked up a great bargain, only to turn around and be directly pushed to death by a wave of long-range precision strikes from the rightful owner of the house? You call this a trophy? It's a death wish. The battle sharp system is only responsible for battles. There was an error with the loot, the error is being corrected, please wait. The silence system finally responded. In the next second, Sun Wu felt a blur before his eyes. A hand composed entirely of energy, which cannot be seen in concrete form, appeared out of thin air, holding a small point in its hand? The itty-bitty thing was extremely odd-looking, with a head that looked like it had been cobbled together from 2 pieces of purple on the left and right and 1 piece of blue in the center, with 2 rounded bumps for ears, and a ridiculously pocket-sized body in a purple jacket with yellow trim and a strange white stripe across the chest. This image. Sun Wu's eyelids jumped wildly. Only to see that invisible hand, grasping this little purple and blue-headed, rubbing back and forth a few times against the golden aperture above Sun Wu's head, like using an eraser. Zera. The golden light flickered a few times, and the circle of light, which represented death, just disappeared into thin air. After doing this, the invisible hand, along with that little purple and blue-headed bit, also instantly dissipated as if it had never appeared. The error has been corrected, so please be careful how you use the loot, host. The system beep sounded again, its tone flat and unperturbed, as if it had just dealt with a trivial bug. Sun Wu's entire body went numb. That one just now is a full king, right? It's definitely a full king, right? The supreme god from the Dragon Ball Super world who can destroy the universe with the snap of his fingers? What level of existence is my system? You can even grab the whole king and use it as an eraser? After the shock, Sun Wu's heart sank again. The system is great, but the spoils of war. He looked at the piece of Dark Goddess's star battle armor lower lining in the system equipment bar. That attribute of Dark Goddess's hatred was blindingly red. Even if the system can capture the whole king to erase the death status, who knows if there's a limit to the number of times it can be done? What if that Dark Goddess takes another shot next time and the system just doesn't have the time or doesn't want to care? This stuff is hot, too hot. It's like "come kill me" written all over your face. The stuff is good, a glance at the big open door. But the cost is too great. Sun Wu wanted to cry without tears. He now seriously doubt that the system so-called subdue the local world will. Is not by the way this unlucky goddess also gave a beating, and then this obscene system came up to pick up people's bottoms as trophies. That's a big knot. Affirmation: the system is not obscene, the system chooses the trophies according to the host's inner preferences. Holy, you slandered me. You slandered me. Sun Wu jumped to his feet. My preference is clearly the one above. Well, this can't be broadcast. Next. Shocked and terrified, Sun Wu suddenly remembered something and hurriedly looked down towards the bottom. When that divine punishment light pillar fell just now, that ghostly brainworm with a combat power of up to 15,000 seemed to be right below. In the field of vision, the center of the huge hollow that had originally been blasted out by him was now nothing but a charred, cracked earth that emanated a palpitating aura of destruction. Not to mention the brainworm, there's not even a worm hair left. Where's my brainworm? My 15,000 battle points. A wail of despair resounded through this empty area that had just experienced the baptism of divine punishment. On the other side, the temporary camp where Li Yi and the others were. The atmosphere was suddenly tense. 5 figures silently stepped out of the darkness in a semi-surrounding shape, surrounding Li Yi, Wang Yu and the others. They were all wearing the uniform of Sakura-ku Budo High School. At the head of the group was a youth with a cold face and fierce eyes, and he was none other than Sato. He raised his hand and placed a strangely shaped, technological one-sided goggle over his left eye. The lenses lit up with a shimmering light and began to scan everyone in front of them. Wang Yu, Lin Jingjing, Lu Balian, Lu Xiaohu and Milea who were lying on the ground, and finally Li Yi who was standing at the front. Drop! Drop! A series of subtle electronic tones sounded, and streams of data flashed rapidly across the lenses in front of Sato's eyes. Objective 1, Inheritance Template Flowing Blade of Fire, Development Progress 10%. There's still this kind of genius in the second middle school of the Magic City district? We need to focus on it later. Objective 2, Inheritance Template Frozen Fruit, 1% Development Progress? Meh, garbage, not enough to fear. Objective 3, Inheritance Template Cat Fruit Leopard Form, Development Progress 2%. It's still garbage. Objective 4, Inheritance Template Rommel Scythe Dual Personality, Development Progress 30%. Aha! This one is surprisingly so highly developed? It's a shame it's seriously injured and dying and not enough to worry about. Objective 5, Inheritance Template Kiba's Pale Blue Beast, Development Progress 0%. What kind of crap is this? %0 is the first time he's seen it too. Sato's gaze finally landed on Lee, a hint of doubt tickling the bottom of his heart. Normally a person entering the rank should have unlocked at least 0.01, right? This detector was a treasure that their Sakura sector had acquired from a certain technological subgenre, and had been improved by the Empire's top technicians to be able to roughly detect the progress of the development of the inheritor's template. Higher development progress usually means greater strength and purer use of energy. Of course, the strength of the template itself is key. But a frozen fruit with not even 1% development, and a template with 0 development. In his opinion, it was no different from a mole cricket. The only one that was 30% developed was also already down with serious injuries. It seems that the intelligence was correct, the students of the Magic City district are really a bunch of losers. Satoru sneered in his heart, more certain of the success of this operation. This time, for the entry-level trial, they had laid a dragnet in the Cherry Blossom district. Utilizing the positioning information provided by the insiders planted in the major campuses, together with this kind of detection equipment, the elite teams of other campuses are precisely hunted down and killed. Not only to bag the top 10, but also to strangle the geniuses from other regions in their cradles, clearing the way for the future hegemony of their great Cherry Blossom Empire. The Star Wars Federation may not be unable to be called the Sakura Federation. After this period, the ones who would be promoted to the major top martial arts universities would be from their Sakura district. This is the Jedi plan. Although the coordinates provided by that idiot Wang Hanjian only showed 3 people, it seemed that these 2 extra ones were irrelevant now. The 4 players behind him also showed cruel smiles and moved their wrists, a few chakras already starting to flow vaguely. In their opinion, these few people in front of them were already in the bag. Quick battle! Sato ordered in a low voice, a cold light flashing in his eyes as a pinwheel-shaped hook jade appeared in his eyes. Chapter 48 Amathras. Wang Yu's face turned cold as he sheathed his Zanpakuto, the blade instantly igniting crimson flames. Streaming blades like fire. The flames that gushed out turned into a wall of blazing fire that crossed in front of the 5 people from the attacking Sakura district in an attempt to stop a few people. At that moment, a member of the team behind Sato stepped forward with a sardonic smile. His body suddenly liquefied, turning into a puddle of gushing water, as if it were a water elemental humanoid. In a few moments, his size skyrocketed, wrapping a large amount of water waves, like a small tsunami, pouncing on the firewall in front of him. Clatter water and fire collided, making ear-piercing sounds, and in the end, the flames were undefeated and were finally completely engulfed by the current. What? A water attribute inheritance ability? Wang Yu's heart sank as her attributes were restrained. Coupled with the fact that he had overdrawn his power in the shadow bug swarm before, he had consumed too much and had yet to recover. At the moment, the power of the Zanpakuto was not even 1/10 of what it was at its full strength. If it had been before, this amount of water would have easily evaporated away from her, but now she felt a wave of weakness. After that waterman extinguished the flames, he arrogantly transformed into a water prison and trapped Wang Yu in it. Ha ha ha, what a flowing blade like fire, it's nothing more than that. Boss, leave this chick to me, I'll let her know my watery gentleness later. Wang Yu gritted her teeth and could only barely maintain a weak flame to protect herself, but she could no longer care about others. Ice seal. Seeing this, Lin Jingjing immediately took a step forward, cold air erupted from her palm, and large swaths of ice crystals spread rapidly, attempting to freeze the arrogant waterman. Amathras. The ice crystals had just spread out a few meters, when a small cluster of pitch-black flames appeared out of nowhere on the ice, like maggots possessing bones, quickly burning along the ice towards Lin Jingjing. The black flame was so bizarre that even the ice itself became its fuel, making a crackling burning sound. Lin Jingjing stepped back in horror and hurriedly cut off the connection with the ice crystal before she could avoid being stained by that black inflammation. How can this flame burn ice? She and the others were stunned by a scene that was beyond the pale. Ignorance. This is the pupil technique of our boss Sato's kaleidoscope Sharingan Amaterasu. The strongest flame that burns everything. The three-hook jade shuriken-eyed teenager named Haruno and the group laughed maniacally as he explained, looking at Sato with adoration in his eyes. They, the Sakura sector, relied on this tactical goggle that queried the development progress of inheritance templates to develop the inheritance in reverse, experimenting with which opera tie-ins and methods would enhance the development progress. Unintentionally discovering the secret that killing a loved one will enhance the development of the Sharingan eye. Sato was the ruthless man who personally killed his entire family to verify this suspicion. After killing the entire family, Sato directly opens his kaleidoscope Sharingan, and his development progress soars even more astonishingly to 50%. It has completely surpassed those top students from the #1 high schools in the metro area. It is important to realize that there are indeed masters in the history of the Federation whose Sharingan eyes have reached the rank of kaleidoscope. But that takes a long time to develop an exercise, and it's basically seen in those 6th and 7th level masters. And they, the Sakura district, can do it nowadays by opening kaleidoscopes right out of high school. If it wasn't for this mission, he, Haruno, would have gone back home to kill his own mom. The more Haruno spoke, the more excited he became. After this trial, the geniuses of the Federation will cease to exist. A genius from the Magic City district? Joke. If it weren't for the fact that he was trying to take us through this program, Boss Sato would have bailed out of the top 10 martial arts universities in the Federation. He looked aside at Sato, only to see Sato covering his bleeding left eye with one hand, and the peculiar pinwheel-like pattern in his right eye slowly rotating, giving off an ominous aura. Give up resisting, I can give you a pain in the ass. Sato's voice was icy cold. Harano, don't waste time. Sato inclined his head to Haruno, sounding a bit tired. Obviously using Amaterasu was not too taxing on him either. Just then, Lu Balian, who had been protecting Li Yi's body, moved. Her entire body was instantly covered in fine leopard-printed fluff, and her figure elongated, transforming into a half-human, half-leopard form. Cat-fruit leopard form. Whoosh! The ground under her feet sunk slightly, and her entire body disappeared into place like an arrow off the string, so fast that it only left a residual shadow. The target was the Sakura district trainee who had almost attacked Li Yi just now. Ka-ching! A crunching sound. That trainee didn't even react before his neck was directly broken by a swift whip kick from Lu Balian, and his body fell down softly. Waste! Haruno saw that his teammate was killed, but his face did not fluctuate. He just spat disdainfully, and the 3 hooks in his eyes rotated rapidly, locking onto Lu Balian who had just landed on the ground. Instead of retreating, he directly met them. Lu Balian got a hit, did not stop, once again stomped on the ground, his body transformed into a blurred shadow, circled around to the back of the original wild, containing 1,000 pounds of force of a punch straight into the back of his head. She had absolute confidence in her speed, and the explosive power brought about by the animal-type fruits could not be captured by an unusual person. Boo! A dull crash sounded. But the expected scene of a cracked skull did not appear. As if Haruno had eyes behind his back, his left hand reached back at an incredible angle, accurately blocking between the fist and the back of his head, steadily catching the powerful punch. How is it possible? Lu Balian's heart shook dramatically. Her speed had been followed? Moreover, the opponent's strength was surprisingly great. She did not believe in evil. Her figure swayed again, instantly appeared in front of the original wild body, changed her fist into a foot, and kicked the original wild's lower body vitals with an angled, tricky and vicious stomp. Boom! Another muffled sound. Haruno's right hand was as fast as lightning, and once again accurately grabbed Lu Balian's kicking ankle, the powerful force making Lu Balian unable to move. How can a non-physical heritage possibly keep up with my speed? Lu Balian was completely appalled. Her ankles were gripped in an iron-clamped grip, and no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't draw them back. Humph, dare to lay hands on me here? Looking for death. A sardonic smile surfaced on Haruno's face. Being sneak attacked on his vitals made his lower body vaguely cold, and the anger in his heart intensified. Uneducated woman. This Uchiha clan sharpening will eye of mine has superb insight. Your little bit of speed in my eyes is no different from a slow-motion replay. Before the words fell, Haruno's hand that grabbed Lu Balian's ankle violently yanked it backward and brought it along, while his right elbow slammed downward fiercely. Ka-ching! The toothsome sound of breaking bones rang out clearly. Lu Balian's right leg was smashed so hard at the knee that it was bent in reverse, presenting a terrifying angle. The sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body. Ah! Lu Balian let out a mournful scream. Her leopard form could no longer be maintained, and she changed back to her original slender young girl form, falling to the ground clutching her thoroughly deformed broken leg, her body spasming in pain, and her clothes instantly drenched in cold sweat. White Lotus. Li Yi, who had been paying attention to the battle, witnessed Liu Beilian having his leg bones broken so cruelly, and his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. An unspeakable rage erupted in his chest like a volcano. The muscles in his entire body tensed uncontrollably, making a crunching sound as his nails pinched deep into his palms, blood dripping down his fingers. He stared at Haruno dead in the face, a beastly low growl escaping from his throat, his eyes as if he wanted to eat the other alive. Open. Chapter 49 The Eight Gates of Transportation. The left side of Li Yi's brain made a slight boing sound, as if a switch had been flipped. A violent aura violently exploded from within Li Yi's body and traveled all the way up his spine. The skin flushes abnormally and the muscles throughout the body swell to a degree visible to the naked eye. First door, open, open. Li Yi didn't even know what he was shouting, his body had moved before his consciousness. Fists, like discharged cannonballs, charged into the field with fury. Unconscionable, I told you, you physical arts faculties can't escape my eyes, I can easily predict your movement trajectory. The three hooks of jade in Harano's eyes spun rapidly, Li Yi's movements were clearly captured and slowed down in his eyes. With a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, his body was slightly sidestepped, and he easily dodged Li Yi's powerful punch. It's quite fast, but it's still too young to deal with me. Haruno snickered in his heart, and with a backhanded whip kick, he accurately lashed out at Li Yi's waist-side, and... A punk who hasn't even activated his template dares to learn how to stand out? At the same time the mind pondered, I didn't expect this waist to develop a template with a progress of only 0%, but the speed was not slow, could it be a learner of ancient martial arts? But to him, it was just trash that could be crushed with his hands. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Li Yi being kicked by himself and rolling to the ground like a dead dog. Boo! There was a muffled thud, and Haruno's smile froze on his face. His whip kick did hit, but it felt like it was kicking against a thick block of steel. A recoil force traveled down his leg, shocking his calf. As for Li Yi, who was hit, his body nearly swayed, but he did not take a step back. His bloodshot eyes stared dead into the wilderness, as if it wasn't himself who was injured. Second door, Hugh's door, open. With another low roar, the aura on Li Yi's body surged once again, and his speed steeply increased by another notch. Kiba Whirlwind. Li Yi violently made a crouch, his body rotated sharply, and his right leg swept out like a steel whip, bringing up a whistling gust of wind that went straight to Yuanya's lower plate. Eh? Haruno's heart was startled, this time Li Yi's speed was obviously a cut faster, he didn't dare to be slow, and hastily jumped back to dodge. But Li Yi's attacks were continuous, one foot fell short, the other foot had already followed again and rushed directly to the face of the original wild. Haruno woefully blocked with his arm, and with a bang, a sharp pain came from his arm, as if he had been hit by a hammer. He was shaken by this huge force and retreated several steps, and for the first time, a look of gravity appeared on his face. How is it possible? This kid's strength and speed are still improving? It's already almost surpassing me. Harano was shocked in his heart, the inside of his Sharingan eyes could see clearly, but his body's reaction speed was vaguely unable to keep up. The third door, the door of life, open. Li Yi's whole body skin became even more red, and even began to vaguely have white steam from the surface of the body steam up, the whole person as a volcano was about to erupt. He lunged forward again, so fast that he seemed to have a stump. Boom 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 boom. A series of dense clashing sounds of fists and kicks rang out, and the two exchanged hands more than 10 times in an instant. Haruno was barely able to block Li Yi's frenzied attacks with his Sharingan's ability to anticipate, but every block made his arms numb and his chakra tumble. Cold sweat began to seep from his forehead. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Boss Sato's tactical goggles clearly show that he is at 0% development. What the hell is this? Haruno's mind began to lose its balance, the Li Yi in front of him had completely exceeded his understanding. The fourth gate, the gate of injury. Li Yi's eyes were crimson, as if he had lost his mind, only the most primitive rage and fighting instincts remained. Along with the two roars, the steam on his body surface became thicker, and a powerful green energy chakra wrapped his entire body. Speed. Strength. Soaring again. Not good. Harano's pupils suddenly shrunk, his Sharingan eyes frantically rotated, and Li Yi's figure in his vision was already so fast that it connected into a blur of green light. He didn't even have time to make a complete defensive stance. Really, Manhwa? Li Yi let out a beastly roar as his entire body transformed into a straight green meteor, flashing behind Haruno to kick out. Haruno's Sharingan eyes captured Li Yi's trajectory, and his brain issued a command to dodge, but his body, however, was completely unable to keep up. He could only watch as he was kicked into the air. Dying? This was the last thought that flashed through Haruno's mind. Li Yi begins a quick back-and-forth attack, nailing Haruno in mid-air with numerous strikes. Fifth gate, Dolmen. Open. With an upward and downward, powerful cannon fist, Haruno's body was hit by a high-speed train. It slammed hard into the ground, embedding itself deeply into the ground and leaving a human-shaped pit of flesh and blood. Silence. The entire makeshift camp fell into a dead silence. Whether it was Wang Yu, who was trapped by the water dungeon and struggling to resist, or Lin Jingjing, who stood on the sidelines and was at a loss for words, all of them were stunned by the sudden, furious, and incomparable battle in front of them. No one expected that this Li Yi, who usually looked a bit naive and even a bit dog-licking funny. In a violent rage, he was able to burst out with such a terrifying power, hardening that Haruno, who possessed sharpening will eyes and was strong, and blasting him head-on. The two remaining Sakura Zone players were also dumbfounded. The guy who was manipulating the water current, maintaining the water prison, stared daggers at the faraway wilderness that had turned into a puddle of rotting flesh. The arrogance on his face had long disappeared, replaced by disbelief and a hint of fear. After killing Haruno, the anger in Li Yi's heart did not diminish at all. Lu Balian was still on the ground in pain, the twisted broken leg still reminding him that it wasn't over. He jerked his head around to look at Sato. And you? You deserve to die. Li Yi once again let out a roar, and the bones in his entire body made an unbearable sound. The sixth gate, Jingmen. Open. Along with this roar, the dense green vapor on his body surged. Terrifying waves of air spread in all directions with him as the center, blowing the gravel and sand on the ground in all directions. Before Sato could recover from the shock of Haruno being killed in seconds, he was startled by an even more terrifying aura from Li Yi. Hastily, he looked to the tactical goggles over his eyes. Objective 5, Inheritance Template Kiba's Pale Blue Beast, Development Progress 50%. What? Sato was shocked in his heart. This person's inheritance development progress had directly bounced from 0% to 50%? The windmill-like kaleidoscope pattern in his right eye rotated rapidly, locking onto Li Yi to death. This power, it's still rising? Li Yi didn't give him any extra time to think, and the moment he opened the scenic gate. Stomping to crack the ground, his entire body transformed into a blur of lightning, approaching towards Sato in a hurry. The speed was too fast, so fast that even Sato's kaleidoscope-sharing will eyes couldn't fully capture Li Yi's position and could only see a remnant shadow. Toward the peacock. Li Yi suddenly appeared in front of Sato, and his two fists wildly blasted forward. The wind of the fist ignited the air, and countless fist shadows carried flames like a peacock opening its screen, yet with a terrifying aura slamming into Sato. The heat wave was already making it hard for Sato to breathe even before the fist arrived. Susanu. Sato was horrified in his heart and subconsciously tried to activate the kaleidoscope ultimate defense. Just then. Shoo! A sharp and ear-piercing air-breaking sound rang out steeply, as if something had torn through space. Immediately afterward, several figures appeared between Li Yi and Sato as if they were instantaneous. The leader of the group was not really tall, and was even slightly fat. Dressed in the uniform of the Sakura District's No. 1 Budo High School, he wore a tactical one-eyed goggle on his face just like Sato's. A cynical, lazy smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He was carrying an unconscious man in each of his right and left hands, as if he didn't care about the peacock swooping in this direction. The smile on his face remained unchanged in the face of the rain of fire fists that covered the sky and was enough to melt steel. Hands loosely dropping the two unconscious men, he lazily lifted his hand, 5 fingers spread out in a false grip in front of him. Gravity Crush. Chapter 50, Ryunosuke Ito and Sakura's Ambition. He spat out 4 words gently. The next second, something weird happened. Those burning flames and extremely fast fist shadows, when they rushed to a few meters in front of Ito Ryunosuke, it was as if they hit an invisible wall of air, and their speed suddenly decreased sharply. Immediately afterward, an unimaginably terrifying heavy pressure squeezed in from all directions. Crackle! Crackle! The air was compressed to the extreme, making an unbearable popping sound. Those flaming fist winds that Li Yi had blasted out, which were enough to shatter the mountain rocks, were actually like fragile bubbles under this invisible heavy pressure, and one by one, they were hard-pressed to explode and annihilate. The flame was extinguished like a candle in the wind, and the violent energy shockwave was smoothed out by an invisible force. A mere lift of the hand, a word. The Chow Peacock that Li Yi had fought with all his might and burned his life was so lightly dissolved by the visitor. It didn't even touch a piece of his coat. But the attack was broken, coupled with the huge backlash from forcibly opening the 6 gates. Li Yi only felt a sweetness in his throat. A large mouthful of blood was violently sprayed out, and the raging green energy on his body receded like a tidal wave. The whole person was like a puppet with broken strings, helplessly paralyzed. Dang! He slammed heavily on the ground, his whole body's muscles tearing, his bones wanting to break, and the severe pain drowned him like a tidal wave, not even having the strength to move a single finger. Consciousness beginning to blur. Oh? 8 gates of the transported armor? To actually be able to open up to the 6th gate, it's a bit interesting. There's still such a talented student in the 2nd high school of the Magic City district? Sato, you're still such a loser, you couldn't even solve the 2nd Budo High School's team? Satori, who had just come out from the edge of life and death, looked at the man in front of him at the moment but didn't dare to say anything at all. This man, the leader of the number 1 Budo High School in the Sakura district. Ryunosuke Ito, a pervert whose inherited abilities are developed to 80%. A pervert who was already able to have martial arts level 3 combat power at martial arts level 2. It was said that in the Internal Research Institute had once given him a test of his battle power energy level, and he had unexpectedly and horrifyingly reached 10,000 points, and even then, this was not even his limit. You know he's only in the 2nd level of martial arts. It was also because of the appearance of an even more perverted genius like him and his brother that caused the higher-ups in the Sakura district to start thinking differently. Ito Ryunosuke and his brother Ito Makoto were bound to surpass the shackles of the 9th level of martial arts and step into that legendary realm of the gods in a few years. At that time, it would be the time for their Sakura district to become the Sakura Empire again. Ito-kun, it was my dereliction of duty. I'm sorry. Thank you for stepping in. Sato bowed in thanks. Without caring about Sato, Ryunosuke Ito turned his attention to Li Yi on the ground. What about almost taking out Sato? You were great, what a shame you're not from our Sakura district. With that, he slowly raised his foot and aimed it at Li Yi's head. An invisible gravity condensed underneath his foot, and on that seemingly ordinary foot, a terrifying gravity that was enough to flatten a small mountain was condensed. Li Yi. Seeing this, Lu Bailian's eyes widened in anger as she struggled to crawl over, but the sharp pain coming from her broken right leg drilled through her heart, making it difficult for her to even move. Just at the moment when Ito Ryunosuke's foot was about to fall. Inside the live broadcast room of the 100 Schools link, after a brief black screen, the images were finally restored one by one. Light up, light up. Scared me to death, thought I was stuck. What happened just now? Collective dropout? Look at the leaderboards, you guys. How come the points and rankings haven't moved at all? Is there a bug? What's going on? All the names of our team in Gallia are grayed out? Not a single one left? A Gallic Zone viewer sent out a heartbreaking pop-up, instantly igniting the entire broadcast room. No? It's the same with our Roman district. The number 1 Budo High School's top student team was completely wiped out? Fark. The Stick Zone is gone. The Echidna Monkey District is also about to be massacred. Panic spreads like the plague. That's impossible. What the hell happened in those 10 minutes just now when the signal was interrupted? The subterranean storm advanced? Nope. You guys, look at Su Chen's live feed. Why is he in the hands of Ito Ryunosuke? He's even passed out. What is Ryunosuke Ito up to? Who's that guy at his feet? Looking at the school uniform, it looks like he's from Mordor too? He's going to kill someone? Is the one lying on the ground Lu Xiaohu? And inside that water balloon, it seems to be my goddess. Wait. 360 names that live room. It's the Sakura Zone team killing the Stick Zone guys. It's so hard, it's killing them all. There are 430 more. The Viet Monkey Sector squad was just destroyed by the Sakura Sector's people, and they're scavenging for loot. Those grayed out names on the leaderboards. Can't be all Sakura Zone's doing? Are they crazy? It's not illegal to kill people in the entry-level trial, but to massacre the elites of other regions on such a large scale, this is going to cause public anger. Aren't they afraid of being jointly sanctioned by all the regions? The pop-up screen completely exploded, with a frenzy of anger, horror, and disbelief. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the virtual emergency meeting room of the 100 Schools link had dropped to freezing point. How is it possible? A subterranean storm really erupted? All the students of my Gallic district are gone? The Roman district is also 1 out of 10. Even the number 1 Budo High School is seated. The principals of the dozen or so districts turned pale, looking at the names that went down in gray with their hearts in their mouths. Where's Jangjo go? Look at Jangjo go. The principal of Queen's number 1 martial arts high school's voice trembled as he stared at the leaderboards with a death glare. The leaderboard seems to have not been completely refreshed. Zhang Jiao's name still hangs in the first place, but that name has turned gray, representing death. No. It can't be. The Queen's principal sat paralyzed in his chair, losing his mind. Zhang Jiaguo, the genius of Queensborough that was rare in 100 years, had died in the entry rank trial? Even if the Dark Heterodyne was an entry-level trial space with an extremely high mortality rate, that was only for students of civilian origins. For these top students of the major number 1 martial arts high schools, this entry rank trial wasn't really too dangerous. It was because they were all disciples of lineages who had already mastered martial Dao level 1 or even martial Dao level 2 ancient martial arts without even entering the rank. Even if they didn't enter the rank, as long as they weren't surrounded by a sea of ferocious beasts, they were still able to come and go as they pleased in this dark otherworldly space and time. That's why the major principals never imagined that there could be such horrific losses. At this moment, the crowd thought that the subterranean storm had already happened just now, and that was why these students had accidentally died in the entry-level trial space. Report! The technician's voice rang out again and, according to the urgent feedback from the testing institute, there is no subdimensional storm occurring within the Dark Heterodyne. There was indeed an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation a few minutes ago, but it was extremely small in scope, unknown in origin, and inconsistent with the characteristics of a subdimensional storm. It's not a dimensional storm? Then what is it? At that moment, someone noticed the screen in Ryunosuke Ito's livestream. Is that Chen in Ryunosuke Ito's hand? The principal of the 2nd Martial Arts High School in Queens instantly perked up. Just now he also noticed that most of the student names in his school had turned gray. His heart was desolate, and at this time, when he heard Chen's name, he immediately raised his head. Principal Takahashi. What are the students in your school doing? Finally, someone noticed what the students in the Cherry Blossom District were doing. Oh? What's the problem? The principal of the Sakura District Martial Arts No. 1 High School looked indifferent, a hint of scorn on his face. This is how the entry rank trial is supposed to be. How can one become an excellent warrior without experiencing the trials of life and death, without the baptism of blood and fire? He looked around the room with undisguised contempt in his tone. I think it's you lords of the Commonwealth who have lived too long in comfort and have forgotten the cruelty of the world. 100 years ago when the space tore apart, if that great tide of ferocious beasts returns, is it still useful to rely solely on you people and the trash you've taught? The Lighthouse District was the first to set foot in the subworld 50 years ago, and has a breakneck lead in research on the subworld. It has been crushing other regions for decades, beating all the major traditional martial arts sects into extinction. Why didn't I see you guys get all indignant when the Federation was forced to carve out a separate area to become the Lighthouse Empire? Today, it's just a prelude to the rise of my great Sakura Empire. Federal law, does it ever prohibit killing in the trial space? I don't remember that, do you? The representatives of the military districts are here, so why not ask them? Why is it that since our Star Martial Federation split from the Lighthouse District and established itself as an independent nation, why is it that no one has been able to break the shackles of the 9th level and set foot on the path of the gods? It's because of you corpse-ridden wimps. I heard that even the invasion of the ferocious beasts in the entry-level space a few days ago had people hiding and shivering inside the shields. You're raising the next generation of these hothouse flowers, bloodless wastrels. A bunch of sheep, you want to be a lion? Since you are unwilling to sharpen your claws and teeth, it is I, the Sakura District, who will wield this first blade and cut off your future. As the words fell, the virtual images of Takahashi and the other Sakura District principal directly snuffed out the link and disappeared into the conference room, leaving the room full of dead silence and monstrous rage. Lily! No! Just at the moment when Ito Ryunosuke's foot was about to fall. Boom! Chapter 51. You don't talk about martial arts, you engage in sneak attacks. A deafening sonic boom exploded in the sky. A strong and unrivaled wave of air swept across, even blowing Ito Ryunosuke's feet that had gathered gravity slightly off course. Everyone looked up in horror. A figure was like streaming light, shooting from the distant darkness at a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of sound, instantly taking away the Lee at Ito Ryunosuke's feet. Boom! The earth shook violently and smoke filled the air. A figure slowly stepped out of the smoke. It was Sun Wu. He glanced at Lee, who was dying and bathed in blood, and then swept a glance at Lu Balian, who was beside him with a broken leg and tears streaming down her face. As well as the anxious Wan Yu, who was trapped in the water dungeon, and the pale-faced Lin Jingjing. Finally, his gaze fell on the slightly chubby youth who had one foot in the air and a somewhat frozen smile on his face. Sun Wu's eyes instantly became cold. He was already in a bad mood after his brainworm had been blasted out of him by some careful goddess. My Sun Wu's brother is also something you can move? Sun Wu's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Yes. Ryunosuke Ito slowly lowered his foot, the smile on his face returning to that cynical look. It was as if what had just been interrupted was not a killing, but something trivial and inconsequential. He looked Sun Wu up and down with interest, with eyes that looked like he was assessing an interesting toy. I didn't expect this trip to be a surprise. Those punk snacks from the first martial arts high school in the Magic City district were a disappointment. Instead, your second grade school is full of talent instead. You've managed to get my attention. By way of introduction, I'm Ryunosuke Ito, from Sakura District Budo No. 1 High School. He paused, as if waiting for the expected shock, fear, or some other drastic reaction to appear on Sun Wu's face. After all, the name Ito Ryunosuke represented absolute strength and status among the younger generation of the Sakura District and even the Federation. However, what Sun Wu responded to him was not words, but a heavy fist. Boo! The air seemed to be instantly drained with a dull pop. Sun Wu's figure disappeared in place, and in the next instant had appeared in front of Ito Ryunosuke. There was no fancy stance, just a simple straight punch that solidly blasted him in the face that still had a smirk on it. Pfft, click. The smile on Ryunosuke Ito's face instantly froze and twisted. A few bloodied teeth mixed with spit sprayed out, arcing briefly through the air. His entire body flew out backwards like a cannonball, and he was about to headbutt a black stone wall a dozen meters away. At the last moment he caught himself with a gravity field, which prevented his head from exploding. Bah, cough. Cough. Ryunosuke Ito slid to the ground, covering half of his rapidly swelling face as blood continued to gush from his mouth, mixed with pieces of broken teeth. He raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief and fury, the calm and collected demeanor from a moment ago gone. UING. Didn't hear who I am? How dare you make a sneak attack? He never dreamed that after he reported his name, the other party, instead of not having the slightest scruple, did not even say half a word of nonsense and directly made a move. And the power, too, is truly outrageous. Even if he finally reacted and used gravity to diffuse the force in his fist. Sun Wu's punch still made his brain buzz. As for Sato, who was on the side, his brain was almost blank at the moment, and his eyes were so wide that they were about to fall out of their sockets. Edo Koen was punched away like a sandbag? Those were teeth, right? He had just subconsciously driven his Sharingan eyes in an attempt to capture the movements of that suddenly appearing figure. But what was the result? All that was captured in the field of vision was a blurred to the extreme residual shadow, and then the blood blooming on Edo Koen's face and the teeth flying out. Fast. Too fast. So fast that his dynamic vision couldn't keep up at all. Who the hell is this guy? And how is it that his template development progress is only 1%? Target 1, Inheritance Template Scion Inferior Warrior Current Development Progress percent 0.1. When did Mordor Second Middle School produce such a monster? Sato looked at the information he had just measured on the tactical eyepiece with a horrified look on his face, and waves of shock tumbled through his mind. 0.1% of the Inheritance Template Development Progress was able to achieve such a terrifying power? What kind of horrible potential does this template called Scion Inferior Warrior have? Oh? I heard you were Ryunosuke Ito, right? Sun Wu shook off the hand that had just hit the man, as if it had been stained with something dirty. A harmless smile appeared on his face, and he even took half a step closer, his tone so sincere that it seemed like he had really just heard it. Oops, you said that earlier? Why didn't you say you were Ito Ryunosuke earlier? Wouldn't I have known if you had said so? Ryunosuke Ito struggled to get up from the ground, half of his face swelled into a pig's head at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his mouth smelled so strongly of blood that he leaked air when he spoke. He felt as if his jawbone was cracked, his ears were buzzing, and he was seeing things with heavy shadows. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. When has he ever been treated like this? U-ing. He was just about to growl, to question if the other man was deaf, to let loose with harsh words. Put. Before the words fell, the silhouette in front of him blossomed, and an irresistible huge force violently blasted on his belly. Sunwoo did a standard downward diving rocking dodge to avoid his subconsciously raised blocking arm. The other fist was like a siege hammer, pounding solidly into his stomach. Wow! Ryunosuke Ito felt like his internal organs were going to be shifted by the punch, and his stomach turned over. A large mouthful of blood mixed with gastric juices spurted out directly, even with some undigested food residue. The whole person once again lost his balance and flew out backwards like a broken sack. This time he finally hit the hard, cold, black stone wall a dozen meters away with a heavy thud. Thud. The muffled sound. His whole body like a mural stuck on the stone wall, and then slowly slid down, paralyzed on the ground. His eyes are lax, his brain is blank. There was only the sharp pain from his abdomen and the fishy sweetness that kept rising in his throat. Clueless. Who am I? Where am I? Am I not here to hunt geniuses and clear the way for the empire? How come the script is reversed? We're being beaten unilaterally? This man is not reasonable. What kind of person sneaks up on you without even saying a word? You don't preach martial arts, you engage in sneak attacks. At this time, the live broadcast of the Baishao link exploded. Holy, someone exposed the video of the Sakura district killing on the internet. Jang Jo-go of the #1 Budo High School in Queens was actually killed by Ryunosuke Ito. A top bright red headline caught everyone's attention, and tens of thousands of stories instantly covered below. Wasn't the signal all cut off just now? Where did he get the video from? Someone wondered. It's true. It was videotaped by someone who participated in the trial, and someone came out with a return stone, which worked again after the signal reconnected. Go check the forums. I watched that video too, it's scary. Zhang Jagwo and Su Chen had a good fight. That Ito Ryunosuke sneaks up on him and cuts Jang Jo-go in half with a straight gravity knife. That's Jang Jo-go. The one who cleared the field with the opening hegemony color buster. It's just gone, and Su Chen was captured. You guys, look at Ryunosuke Ito's live feed. The screen is back. Someone else is suffering. Wow, finished. Cherry Blossom District this time is intended to catch all the people, the few. Lying on the ground seems to be the people of the Magic City District colleges and universities, right? Hey! Who flew over from outside? This speed. Rush to send death. Ryunosuke Ito has been knocked off his feet. Which school is this new genius from? One punch. Just one punch. What a punch! Humph, that's because our Lord Ito wasn't serious about that new sneak attack. When Lord Ito reacts, he will not let him go. Our great Sakura will rise. How dare you say that people sneak attacked? It's not like we didn't see Ryunosuke Ito sneak attack Jang Jo-go in that video. A few scattered Sakura Zone IDs were still talking tough, but they were quickly drowned in a sea of pop-ups. Ah! Goddess, oh my goddess. Wang Yu. You quickly found out that the city return stone can be used. Quickly run. Goddess. Wang Yu's fans were distraught. Inside the 100 Schools Connect conference room. After a short silence, the atmosphere was even more grave than before, but there was a hidden hint of something more. The principals of the major districts looked at each other in dismay, having just been immersed in the shocking anger of the painful loss of a talented student and the indignation at the Sakura district's shameless behavior. In a flash, he saw the unstoppable Ryunosuke Ito get punched out of the air and have his teeth knocked out. That's a reversal, that's a little fast. This is a student from the Magic City District? Someone looked at those principals of the Morgor District, as the picture showed the visitor wearing the uniform of the Morgor District. Several principals in the Magic City District also looked at each other in confusion. The principal of the first martial arts high school of the Magic Capital region recognized Lu Xiuhu lying on the ground and Wang Yu who was trapped by the water dungeon, his brows furrowed and his face was unpleasant. The principal of the second martial arts high school, on the other hand, looked at the uniforms that Sun Wu and the others were wearing and tried to search in his mind, but he really couldn't recall such a fierce person in his school. Only the vice principal, Wang Ba, had his face become a bit ugly in the corner where no one was looking. His heart sank as he watched the figure in the live feed that suddenly appeared and ate up Ryunosuke Ito with one punch. His son, Wang Hanjian, should be right behind the Cherry Blossom District team at this moment, so if the Cherry Blossom District team had problems, wouldn't his son be exposed as well? But luckily Wang Hanjian seemed to hide it quite well and didn't come right out. The character templates of each world obtained from the Awakening Inheritance can only be activated when the development progress reaches 100% of the template character's full power. A development progress of more than 100% means that the power of the people in the current world has surpassed that of the original characters. And everyone inherits a different template corresponding to a different period. For example, the protagonist Sun Wu inherits the template of the Monkey King before Raditz came. Chapter 52 All Eyes on the O. Entry-level trial space. Sato and the two remaining Sakura Zone players were completely dumbfounded at the moment. The guy who was manipulating the water flow was trembling slightly with the arm that was maintaining the water prison. Another member of the team was also weak in the knees. Ito Kuan. That Ito Koen, who was nearly invincible in their hearts, had been surprised by this guy who had suddenly appeared. Like a dog, 2 punches and you're done? Where is this monster from? When did the Magic City Second Middle School have such a tough guy? That punk Wang Hanjian didn't even mention a single hair in the information he gave. Wouldn't this have instantly hammered them into meatloaf if this person had still been here when they arrived just now? The 4 figures that arrived with Ito Ryunosuke also looked at each other in disbelief. They seemed to have just seen something extraordinary. The captain had been beaten up. One of them silently held out a rope from his hand, tying up the unconscious 2 men on the ground who had been thrown out by Ryunosuke Ito and pulling them away from the center of the battlefield. Asshole. Ryunosuke Ito finally broke out of his daze. Anger and a sense of extreme humiliation washed over his sanity. You seek death. He raised his head violently, his eyes covered in blood, staring at Sun Wu with a deadpan look as if he wanted to eat him alive. You have succeeded in provoking me. Bastard. I'll show you what true power is. He hissed, pressing his hands violently into the ground. Gravity heavy. Buzz. An invisible but heavy to suffocatingly terrifying force field instantly spread out with him at the center. The air seemed to turn into a sticky glue, letting out an unbearable groan. The debris, sand and dust on the ground, and even the light seemed to be distorted and suppressed by this force. Sato and the others instantly felt as if a huge mountain was pressed on their bodies. It was hard to breathe, their bones were cackling, and they couldn't help but fall to their knees. Wang Yu, who was trapped in the water dungeon, also felt a huge pressure coming from the water dungeon, and the water dungeon's restraints all seemed to become heavier. Even Lin Jingjing and Lu Balian, who were in the distance, felt the palpitating pressure and blanched. This was one of Ryunosuke Ito's abilities, a terrifying gravity that was enough to crush even steel into a discus. He would use this absolute power to crush this scumbag in front of him, who dared to humiliate him, into mush. However, Sun Wu, who was at the center of the gravity field, only slightly raised his eyebrows. Oh? That's it? He didn't even change his posture, just a slight tremor of chi within his body. Buzz boom! An even more violent and brutal aura erupted from within him. Sun Wu exploded his chi in one burst, instantly breaking through the invisible gravity bind. The terrifying gravity field cast by Ito Ryunosuke, which was enough to crush a tank, was like papier-mâché in front of Sun Wu's simple and brutal chi, and was instantly torn apart. It felt like an ant trying to trip a rampaging elephant with a spider's silk. What? Ito Ryunosuke's eyes were glazed over, disbelief written all over his face. His gravity field was, surprisingly, broken by the other party with his chi? It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. His template was 80% developed, and with the power of the second level of martial arts, it was easy to suppress someone with a combat power energy level of 10,000 or less. Even an ordinary expert in the third level of martial arts, caught off guard, would be suppressed. What kind of monster is this guy in front of me? Didn't wait for him to recover from the shock. Sun Wu walked towards him again. Against that gravity field that Ryunosuke Ito was frantically boosting but still shaking, his footsteps were unaffected and unhurried. Every step down seemed to step on Ito Ryunosuke's heart, causing him to feel a fear originating from his soul. Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger. Panic finally appeared on Ryunosuke Ito's face, and he hissed, immediately waving his hand to draw the saber he had been pretending to keep at his waist, but never actually drew. A large swath of purple gravity waves coalesced to the extreme, instantly detached from the blade, forming a hideous blade chi with an aura that tore everything apart, chopping towards Sun Wu. This time he struck out with all his might, without any reservations. He was confident that even if someone of the third level of martial arts was in front of him, this blade would be able to cut them down. Even as strong as that Queen's #1 martial arts high school's top-ranked genius, Jang Jo-go, he was still cut in two by him, becoming a second Jang Jo-go. The light of the knife is so fast that only a purple residual shadow remains, instantly sweeping from Sun Wu's body, directly slicing Sun Wu into two halves. With a pft sound, Sun Wu's figure broke apart under the light of the blade. Ito Ryunosuke's face was happy, his tense nerves finally loosened up. It's done. No matter how arrogant you were before, you still have to be defeated by my Ito Ryunosuke. He was panting heavily, that slash just now had almost drained most of his strength. Ah Wu! Lin Jingjing saw Sun Wu being cut by the blade light, instantly her small face turned white and she almost fainted. No! Wang Yu's heart palpitated as well, her body swaying, her eyes filled with despair. The flames around her body suddenly bulged, instantly breaking through the water prison, about to rush towards the corpse. Hundreds of schools are linking up, and millions of people are crowding around to watch Ryunosuke Ito's live broadcast. It's over, this person also GA, in that video, Zhang Jiaguo was killed by this move in seconds. Our Ito Koen is the top genius in the last 50 years besides his brother Ito Makoto, his power is unrivaled, just now it was just Ito Koen being courteous and this kid sneak attacking. Now that Ito Koen is serious, take it down in one swipe. A few Sakura Zone viewers started jumping out and clamoring again, and the live broadcast room was in an uproar, with many people choking their wrists as another genius fell. The many principals in the 100 school conference room also sighed slightly. It was also true that geniuses such as Zhang Jiawu had been killed by a single slash, so how could one think that a student of the second martial high school could go against the odds? The principal of the second martial arts college in the Devil's Capital region was also tightening his heart at this moment. Although he didn't recognize Sun Wu, after all, he was also a student of his own academy. Unfortunately, with this defeat of Sun Wu, a few other students on the side were afraid that they wouldn't survive. This old principal instantly didn't even want to look at the live broadcast anymore, resentfully directly closed the link to the live broadcast, lowered his head inside. Ryunosuke Ito laughed maniacally, and even though his cheeks were swollen like big hairy bread buns, and the wounds involved were raw and painful, it didn't affect his smugness at the moment in the slightest. Sato and the others' hanging hearts also finally dropped completely. When Ito Ryunosuke was sent flying just now, their souls were almost scared out of their wits. Luckily, Ito-sama is invincible after all. That team member who was controlling the water currents even began to quietly condense the water currents again, ready to wait for Lord Ito to give the word and then regain complete control over Wang Yu. What are you laughing at? A voice with a bit of playfulness sounded behind Ryunosuke Ito without warning. It's not like Sun Wu is a little cutie. Even if his physical strength far exceeded the opponent's expectations, he wouldn't be stupid enough to stand still and hard receive the opponent's power-storing moves. Why harden yourself against something that can be easily dodged with a more simple stump punch? Ito Ryunosuke's laughter came to an abrupt halt, as if he had been violently strangled, and the smugness on his face instantly froze. His pupils suddenly tightened and his sweaty hairs stood up as if he had seen a ghost. How is it possible? He clearly saw just now. He winced and stiffened, turning a little. In the field of vision, Sun Wu stood there with good intentions, even raising his hand to pat the non-existent dust on his shoulder with a smirk on his face. Ryunosuke Ito's brain buzzed, barely able to think. A stigmata? Was that a residual image just now? Without waiting for him to figure it out, Sun Wu's figure blurred once again. Alarm bells went off in Ito Ryunosuke's heart, and he subconsciously had to activate his gravity defense, but his opponent's speed was just too fast. All he saw was a fist zooming rapidly in front of his eyes. Boo! The heavy fist was solidly planted on his chest. Sun Wu frowned slightly, the touch of this punch was not right, as if it had struck an extremely tough yet slippery mass, and most of the force had been removed. Even so, Ito Ryunosuke let out a muffled grunt and was once again blasted backwards by a huge force. With his person in mid-air, he forcefully twisted his body and mobilized gravity to stabilize himself, landing several meters away in a lousy manner, looking at Sun Wu with eyes filled with horror. You're still alive? How is it possible? He covered his chest, or a burst of air, fortunately. Fortunately, after being sneak attacked just now, he immediately laid a layer of reverse gravity field on his body as a defense. Otherwise that punch just now would definitely have knocked out his internal organs. Even so, that reverse gravity field was hit with a violent fluctuation and almost collapsed. How could this person's power be so strong? To be able to directly shake the repulsive force field that he was maintaining with almost all his strength? Ryunosuke Ito forced down the shocking waves in his heart and tried to straighten his body, trying to maintain his demeanor as a strong man. "Humph, no matter how you survived, the current you can't hurt me." He colored and spoke, his voice seeming a little slurred from the swelling of his face and the shock of what had just happened. "You were able to defeat me before, but only because you took advantage of my surprise to sneak up on me." He stared at Sunwoo dead on, trying to find a trace of gravity or scorn in the other party's eyes to back up his judgment. "Judging by your attack just now, you should be a physical art inheritance template, right? Your combat power energy level is, at best, comparable to mine." The more he talked, the more it made sense, as if he'd gotten some of his confidence back. "Now that I stimulate the reverse gravity field at all times, you can't even touch me. You're bound to lose." He admitted that the man in front of him was ridiculously strong, especially with that brute strength. However, as long as the opponent could not break through his gravity field and attack his own body, then he was invincible. Long-range gravity attacks are enough to slowly drain the opponent. "Oh? Really?" When Sunwoo heard his words, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. "Then watch." He slowly raised his hands and placed them open in front of his forehead. "Watch carefully. See how I broke your defense with this move." Ryunosuke Ito sniffed and perked up. With his eyes dead set on Sunwoo's hand placed in front of his forehead, he pushed the gravity field around him to the extreme, preparing for Sunwoo's next attack. Sato and a few others also subconsciously looked at Sunwoo, keeping a close eye on what Sunwoo would do next. Lin Jingjing, however, thought of something and hurriedly stopped Wang Yu, who had just rushed halfway, pulling her with her to hide on the ground next to Lu Balian, an ice wall covered in foam enveloping several people to block the surrounding area. A smile pulled at the corner of Sunwoo's mouth. "Just thinking about what I'm going to do next makes me want to laugh." Sun Fist. Chapter 53 2.5 Ito and Ryunosuke. Sun Fist. A blinding white light violently erupted between Sunwoo's hands. The strong light instantly engulfed the field of vision, as if a miniature sun had exploded out of nowhere, illuminating this dark space as if it were day. The brunt of the attack was borne by Ryunosuke Ito, Sato, and a few of the remaining Sakura Zone players. They were staring intently at Sunwoo. Ito's eyes were even wider open, intending to defend against Sunwoo's attack, and it was too late to close them at the moment. One by one, they only felt a white blur before their eyes, and a burning, sharp pain came from their eyes. X7. My eyes. What the hell? Miserable screams rose and fell. 7 or 8 figures covered their eyes at the same time, howling and rolling in pain, instantly losing their ability to fight. Wang Hanjian, who had been secretly observing with his instruments in the shadows in the distance, was not spared either. Stung by the sudden glare, he let out a suppressed cry of pain and almost dropped the radar in his hand. Lin Jingjing, Wang Yu, and Lu Balian were not substantially harmed because Lin Jingjing had done a good job of blocking the ice wall in advance and also reminded Wang Yu to close her eyes, although they also felt the light enhancement. Before the strong light completely dissipated, Sunwoo had already condensed a high-speed rotating, cicada-like thin energy disk in his hand. Buzz. The energy disk made a toothsome, high-frequency vibrating sound, and the edges glinted dangerously. Cheese circle chop. Sunwoo casually waved his hand, and the key circle chop came out of his hand, noiselessly slicing through the air and shooting straight towards Ito Ryunosuke, who was still covering his eyes and trying to regain his sight. But an extremely slight sound, like a blade cutting through cloth, rang out. Ito Ryunosuke, who was trying to blink his eyes in an attempt to get rid of the effects of the white light, suddenly felt a lightness in his body, followed by a spinning of the sky. The lower half of the body seems to have lost consciousness? He barely opened his stinging eyes, and the first thing that came into his blurry vision was a pair of thighs wearing the same pants as the ones he was wearing, and the warm liquid that kept spurting upward. This is my leg? How did my body separate? Doubt, bewilderment, disbelief, and finally a cold fear that swept through his body. Impossible. Where's my reverse gravity field? Why was the repulsive force field, that was strong enough to withstand a 10,000-point energy level attack, sliced through so easily? This was the last thought Ryunosuke Ito had before his consciousness completely dissipated. The defenseless nature of the cheese circle chop completely ignored the gravity repulsion field that he was proud of and covered his entire body, and cut him off like tofu. The unrivaled Ryunosuke Ito was completely transformed into two parts, Ito and Ryunosuke. Wow! A large amount of guts and blood gushed out of the break and spilled all over the ground. When Sato and the others managed to recover from the severe pain and dizziness, what they saw was the two still slightly twitching bodies of their own captains, as well as the bloodstains all over the messy ground. Team? Captain? How is it possible? Ito and he. Sato, that water ability person, and the other two members of the team were as if they had been strangled, their faces were pale, and their bodies were shaking as if they were leaves falling in the wind. Fear, like a cold viper, instantly wrapped around their hearts. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Satori threw his head back violently, the hooks of his shuriken eyes spinning wildly in his eyes as he tried to see through something. Right. It's an illusion. Ito is so powerful, how could this be done to him? He was incoherent, like he was grasping at the last straw, trying desperately to convince himself. The four members of the team that followed Ryanosuke Ito here were even more scared out of their wits. They had witnessed the captain's death with their own eyes, and the two severed bodies told them plainly that it was not an illusion. This time, the entrance trial is dark otherworldly. This space is the space that will produce the sublime core. According to past experience, if anything, killing the ferocious beasts didn't explode the sublime core. The odds are that it will be rewarded at the end by space to the top 10 people on the leaderboard. So this time we will definitely take the top 10 in the rankings of the entry trial. This time, it is an honor to have me lead you all into the entry trial together. Ito Ryanosuke, will surely be the man who becomes a god in the future. If you delay me from becoming a god, you'll all suffer. All get serious. Today their plan went very well. Not only did they kill the top teams of the three regions, he also killed the queens, the claimed number one hegemonic color hegemony awakening, Chang Jango. It even captured that little Duanmu Su Chen, and a student who controlled a strange demon fox energy body. Some of them in the higher echelons of the Sakura sector had relied on the technology of the tactical goggle world to work out a way to deprive them of their inheritance templates. Originally, after the entry-level trial was over, everyone would be teleported to the entrance of the altar when they came in. However, they just need to use the bound return stone in the final stage. It would be possible to take someone to the Sakura area and then strip them of their template. The Sakura zone immediately gives you access to the same tech and legacy of General Tatsuki. That not-so-weak demon fox energy body was also very powerful. Maybe it will be distributed directly for use by people like yourself. Just now, all of them were fantasizing about getting the dimensional core, obtaining a spot to enter the dimensional worlds, and following Captain Ito to those strange worlds to grow the Sakura Empire. The captain's spirited and instructive appearance before departure was still clearly imprinted in his mind, and in the blink of an eye he was a mess. Strip the template? Dominate the Federation? Become a god? It all seemed like a big joke now. Run! That team member who had previously tied the captive with a rope reacted the fastest. He violently threw away the rope in his hand, and the two unconscious Su Chen turned around and ran wildly towards the darkness. The captain is dead. To stay is to wait for death. His movement was like a signal, and the remaining three reacted instantly. One slumped down into the shape of a jackal and ran quickly. A hands clapped, the body twisted and deformed, and actually turned into an ugly skyhorse covered in pink with black spots? Flapping its wings is about to take off. There is also a more simple, head to the ground, like diving, the body actually directly into the hard ground, using the swimming fruit ability to quickly dive in the earth and stone to escape. Horse fruit? Or a spotted horse? Gee, that's ugly. It's the bearded wolf fruit again? There's quite a lot of animal faculties. The one underground is a swimming fruit, right? There are quite a lot of tricks. Sunwoo looked at the several people who fled in all directions with little expression on his face. Dancing air jutsu was activated. The figure instantly disappeared in place. Boom! In midair, the pink celestial horse, which had just flown up not much higher, was viciously smashed by a fist that fell from the sky. Chapter 54, Shock in the Live Broadcast Room. It fell to the ground like a meteorite, smashing a crater in the ground, twitching twice and then ceasing to move. The head seems to have been smashed right through. Ow! That Beowulf form ability had just run a few dozen meters when a foot stepped on his spine from behind and he couldn't move. As for the one that dived into the ground, Sun Wukong's perception locked onto it and threw out a LV2 tracking chi circle chop with his backhand. The energy disc disappeared into the ground, silently. A few moments later, a short and mournful scream vaguely came from the depths of the underground, followed by the complete disappearance of the breath. The probability was that it had been cut into several pieces. Carrying the still shivering Beowulf man, Sun Wu returned to his original spot and threw him in with the first guy who escaped. It was only a few seconds before and after, for escapees, 2 dead and 2 captured. No. It's impossible. It's all fake. It's an illusion. On the other side, Sato's spirit seemed to have completely collapsed, just repeating the words over and over again, his eyes lax and full of madness. When he saw Sun Wu walking towards him step by step, the last of his madness violently erupted in his eyes. Susanu. Buzz. A layer of purple energy flames violently erupted from within his body, quickly condensing into a huge skeleton of ribs that wrapped around him. A hideous bone hand was raised, carrying an aura of destruction as it ruthlessly slapped towards Sun Wu. Inside the live broadcast room of the 100 Schools link, the pop-ups were like boiling water, rolling wildly. What just happened? Who threw the flashbang? I'm blind. Check out the replay. Ryunosuke Ito broke straight in two. Really? Oh my god, just now there was a flash of white light and Ryunosuke Ito was gone? Can someone tell me what happened? Who the hell is this guy? Killed Ito Ryunosuke in a few moves? Got it. Got it. This person is Sun Wu. Sun Wu from Magic City 2nd Middle School. Someone picked out the video of his awakening, and it was quite popular at the time. Mordor number 2 Middle School? Isn't it a school where commoners' children pile up? How come there's such a monster? There wasn't any news about it before? Look at Chen, as a genius from the commoners, his popularity is high. Didn't you guys watch the previous video? Those players from Sakura District aren't weak either. Several teams in Queens got shaded by them. That Beard Wolf Fruit ability, the video that easily tore apart a Ninja World Air. As a result, in front of Sun Wu, like little chickens. Cool. Good kill. This Ito Ryunosuke was arrogant and unbeatable before, talking about clearing obstacles, he deserved it. A death like that Zhang Jiaowu, haha, the heavens are good. How could Ito Koen lose? Look. One of the live feeds has moved. It seems like another Sakura sector squad is leaning towards them. Is this a siege? Inside the conference room of the 100 Schools link, the atmosphere was stagnant to the extreme, and after a short silence, all kinds of exclamations and discussions erupted. My god! Really killed Ito Ryunosuke? This Sun Wu, what in the world is this? Look at the leaderboard. Ryunosuke Ito's name is grayed out. It's really dead. Cherry Blossom District has suffered a heavy loss this time. It's a loss of a lady and a loss of a soldier. Good. Good kill. The principal of the number 1 martial arts high school in the Queens region slammed the table, a long-lost and unrestrained look on his face. He quickly scanned the grayed-out leaderboards. The Queens team was 1 out of 10, and the Sakura district's wolfishness was clear, so this breath, at last, was mostly out of his mouth. He cursed in his heart, this group of assholes in the Sakura district, do they really think that there is no one in the Federation? In the other secret realms in the future, he would definitely find someone to up the Sakura region scumbags to ease his hatred. The principal of the 2nd Martial Arts High School in Queens also breathed a sigh of relief that Su Chen's name was still alive and escaped. Originally watching Su Chen being captured was still full of worry, finally Shuka breathed a sigh of relief. I just don't know what these Sakura district people want. Is there any point in capturing people in the trial space? Could it be that you want to take it away with a city return stone? But out of the trial space is protected by federal law. Although this law is just a layer of cover for the major powers, but with so many powers present, then everyone still has to abide by it explicitly. The principal of the number 1 martial arts high school in the Magic Capital District was still in shock as he stared at the live broadcast screen as if he wanted to see through Sun Wu. When did Mordor Middle School produce such a demon? He quickly recalled the awakening data of Mordor 2, but couldn't recall such a person. Ito Ryunosuke's strength was by no means comparable to that of an ordinary student, and even surpassed that of many freshmen at Budo University. The Sakura district dared to do such a treacherous act, and it was obvious that they had high hopes for this Ryunosuke Ito. Sun Wu's strength was simply unfathomable when he was able to cut him down so easily. Looking at the picture again, Lu Xiaohu and Wang Yu seemed to have been sheltered by Sun Wu. He had mixed feelings in his heart, both happy and a little jealous. Why is this person not in the number 1 high school in my Magic City district? The strength that Sakura sector had shown this time also made him feel a tinge of uneasiness. What secrets did these guys hold in the subworld? At that moment, he suddenly remembered that the principal of the 2nd Martial Arts High School of the Magic Capital region had been silent since just now. and had even left the conference room early. He immediately picked up his communicator and dialed the other party's number. Oldly too, watch the live broadcast. Something big is happening. No, watching your own students get slaughtered, you have this hobby? On the other end of the phone came the principal of the Magic City Second Middle School's voice without a good mood, his tone low. No. Oldly. That student from your school, Sun Woo. He killed Ryunosuke Ito. And he also destroyed the Sakura District's squad. What? You don't joke. Killed Ito Ryunosuke? Really? 1,000 times true. The live replay is all there. See for yourself. Pop. The call was hung up hastily by the other party. Principal Lee of the Second Martial Arts High School in the Magic City District re-entered the live broadcast room with his hands full. When he saw Sun Woo's figure standing proudly in the picture, as well as the corpses of the Sakura District students all over the ground, he completely froze, his old face instantly reddening and trembling with excitement. This is really true. He couldn't believe his eyes as he watched the live screen replay of Sun Woo's clean fight, replaying over and over again the moment when Sun Woo killed Ito Ryunosuke in seconds. His own school had produced such an unbelievable genius? He's not dreaming, is he? After a brief moment of disorientation, Principal Lee snapped out of it and immediately grabbed his communicator, giving orders in an urgent tone, "Hurry! Quickly! Inform down! Prepare a welcome ceremony of the highest standard. Also, contact all the media. Make sure to focus all the cameras on Sun Woo the moment he comes out. Reward! Double the reward! No, triple it! As long as he asks for it, we, the second middle school, will fulfill him with everything we have. With Sun Woo's combat power, isn't this top 10 a sure thing? Hurry up and make the offer, so that you won't be tapped by others when the time comes." Chapter 55. On the other side, the military representatives reacted more directly and quickly. This student, he's got something, huh? That Ito Ryunosuke's energy level just now was estimated to be 10,000 to 20,000, right? Surprisingly, he was killed in seconds? Excitement shone in the eyes of the representative of the Eastern War Zone. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. This kind of good seedling couldn't be snatched away by anyone else. Immediately. Immediately. Send someone to the trial exit of the second middle school in the Magic Capital District. Remember, make sure to be the first to reach Sun Woo. Do whatever it takes to bring him into our Eastern Theater. The Eastern Theater moves fast. All in a virtual meeting, the representatives of the Western Theater naturally heard the voice of the Eastern Theater calling the shots. The representative of the Western Warzone laughed darkly and directly got up, dryly cutting off the virtual conference connection, leaving only a virtual figure still inside the conference room. His reality self, on the other hand, rushed out of the military command center at an alarming speed. Not even bothering to take the military shuttle, he directly erupted into an astonishing speed and stepped into the air, aiming straight for the Magic Capital District. There was only one thought in his mind: no matter what, he had to grab Sun Woo before anyone else. He couldn't wait to see the rankings of the entry ranking trial after Sun Woo finished. The Western Theater is so green these days and so in need of a future bearer who can hold his own. Sun Woo has that potential. This time he came in person and grabbed it for him. In the corner of the virtual conference room, the atmosphere is very different from what it was a few minutes ago. Earlier, most of those few liaison representatives from the top 10 ranked martial arts universities in the Federation looked a bit disinterested. To them, watching this kind of new student's entry-level trial was more like a routine. Those high school principals were having a conversation they were pressured to join in with no interest whatsoever. Although most of the various Budo universities are named after the regions in which they are located, the universities don't really have much to do with regions. They are more like large independent forces. Each of the top 10 Budokai universities controlled 15 separate sublime trial worlds under their hands. Each of them was like this entry-level trial space, with its own promotion mechanism. Spaces like the trial of entry where you could enter to enter the ranks, they basically had one in every school. Their major schools are now basically focusing on the subworlds they have control over. The population in those worlds added up to 100 times more than in the current world, and the geniuses and whatnot could be much more numerous than in the current world. The current world's ferocious beast-tide disaster was actually nothing more than them keeping it for practice, or else the entire population wouldn't be based on martial arts. The subdimensions that descended on the ferocious beasts back then had basically been divided up by them, and there were very few worlds that could threaten them in the new subdimensional rifts that had appeared over the years. This time, it was only because the trial space of this entry level was special and had produced subdimensional cores that could subsequently control the subdimensional worlds that they had sent people to observe it. The students fighting on the screen were even brighter, and the number of geniuses who wanted to squeeze through the threshold of their world's top 10 universities every year was as high as the river, not less than this one or two. One representative was even pulling up the latest market quotes for ferocious beast materials on the virtual interface, while another was secretly looking at the latest lace information. It wasn't until the screen of Ito Ryunosuke's live broadcast appeared abnormal, and that student called Sun Woo came out of nowhere and sent Ito Ryunosuke flying with a punch, that they raised their spirits a little. It was only when they saw that Ito Ryunosuke was easily decapitated and his name completely grayed out on the rankings that these few representatives truly changed their faces. The corner instantly exploded, the previous lethargy gone. Ryunosuke Ito is dead? Seconded by that second middle school student? The representative of the Tenkai District Martial Arts University stood up so violently that the virtual seat was almost brought over by him, and the datapad in his hand nearly flew out of his hand. 10,000 points of combat power energy level Ito Ryunosuke. Our school's research institute also had data sharing with the Sakura district side last year, and Ryunosuke Ito's potential was assessed as S rank, so how is it possible? The representative of the Kyoto District Martial Arts University's face turned pale, his fingers tapping frantically on the virtual keyboard, accessing the encrypted database. That's right, peak battle power of 11,300 points. That's Sun Woo. What kind of monster is he? This Sun Woo's profile shows that he is a pure native world naturalist who has not gone through secondary transformation, has not fused with a secondary core, and has not been template enhanced? Previously, the Sakura District University applied for nomination for Top 10 Martial Arts University qualification, saying that they had discovered a method of fusing inheritance templates and stripping inheritance templates, and that Ryunosuke Ito was one of the products of their scientific research, and they didn't expect this to be add up? Subworld 120. Inferior Warrior Monkey King template? Another delegate pulled up Sun Woo's awakening records and frowned. Didn't the previous subdimensional exploration report say that this world's energy tier is low and its inheritance potential is no more than AB grade at the highest? Did the military's report make a mistake? This performance, where is it that AB class can have? The report is wrong? I think someone is deliberately withholding information, or our perception of the 120th subdimension was wrong from the start. The representative of Tenkai University's eyes went wild, and underestimated high-energy subgenre with potential comparable to, or perhaps even surpassing, the Ninja World or the Iron Man World? The value of this is incalculable. Quickly contact the other departments and investigate all the people who were previously produced from this 120th dimension. There's a big problem with these 120th dimension produced awakening legacies. Quickly contact the principal. No, directly connect to the council. This Sun Woo, we at Tianhai University will take him. Old Zheng. You're thinking beautifully. This Sun Woo was booked by our Jing Woo. Communicate to the principal immediately and tell him to do whatever it takes. Yes, tuition is free, S-class resources are tilted, independent labs, and instructors of your choice. We at Shenzhou Wushu University offer double. We, the Star Muscle Union Martial Arts University, are out. The corner of the virtual conference room was in complete disarray. These several liaison representatives, who usually had their eyes high above the ground, were now like scalpers snapping up limited edition goods, spitting, making crazy promises into the air, and desperately dialing the communication numbers with the highest level of authority. They were only liaisons, without the power to make the final decision, and now they could only hope that the top management of their own school would move fast enough, and the conditions would be tough enough, to get a head start in this sudden battle for geniuses. Anyone who missed this Sun Woo knew that they might be missing out on a future legend, or maybe even a whole new world of high martial subgenres. The representative who was just now paying attention to the market for ferocious beast materials, at this moment, he couldn't wait to shove his communicator into his ear and growl at the other end, "Headmaster! Forget about the budget. Let's snatch the people first." Boom! Sun Woo casually waved his hand, and a Qigong wave lightly crushed Sato's last counterattack. Looking at the mentally broken, insane-like Sato, Sun Woo shook his head. It was useless to say more, and with another Qigong wave, he cleanly sent him off to reunite with Ito Ryunosuke. After resolving Satu, Sun Woo flew behind a hidden rock. What are you doing? Chapter 56 wrapping up. What are you doing? Sun Woo looked at the sneaky figure below and his tone was icy cold. Ah! Wang Hanjian was concentrating on rubbing the city return stone when he heard the sound in the cold and was scared out of his wits. With a shaky hand, the return stone almost didn't hold steady. With a shriek, he rolled back, and the things he clutched tightly in his hands scattered all over the floor. When he saw that the person coming was Sun Wu, his face instantly turned white, his eyes filled with fear, and his teeth were chattering. "Don't, stay back." What do you want?" Sun Wu ignored his pleas, but picked up a flat plate-like instrument on the ground, which was the radar that Wang Hanjian used to locate, with a few points of light on it still flickering. Sun Wu's cheap perception swept through and realized that the points of light were exactly the directions of himself and the others, instantly understanding the purpose of this thing. "A locator? Those people from the Cherry Blossom District, were you the one who attracted them?" Sun Wu's tone was calm, but it carried a chilling sense of oppression. Wang Hanjian's face was pale and he was still making a final struggle, incoherently arguing. No. I don't know anything. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. My dad is the vice principal. If you kill me, my dad won't let you go. When you get out, he'll definitely get you killed." "Oh? Is that so?" The corner of Sun Wu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. "In that case, it's better for you to die here first, saving yourself the trouble when you get out. Don't worry, I'll tell the principal the truth about what's going on here," Sun Wu said, slowly raising his hand, a trace of chi energy condensing in his hand. Just as Sun Wu was about to make his move, a transparent curtain of light suddenly unfolded in front of Wang Hanjian. Seeing this curtain of light, Wang Hanjian's original frightened expression instantly disappeared and was replaced by a grimace and resentment. After rubbing this return stone, after a short delay, it will receive a law boost from that space of the return stone. Resisting all physical damage, unless a person who condenses the will of martial arts at the 6th level of martial arts can use spiritual shock to injure the person inside. It could be said that as long as the return stone rubbed out, in this trial that could only be participated in by those who hadn't entered the rank, it was invincible. Just now, Sun Wu didn't interrupt him from rubbing the return stone, giving him this opportunity. "Ha ha! The city return stone has been activated. Sun Wu, you're dead. You wait. When I get out, I'll make sure my father gets you killed. How dare you jeopardize the Sakura Empire? I'm going to make you beg for your life, and I'm going to make you beg for your death." Wang Hanjian screamed hysterically, hiding his panic just now, as if he had already seen Sun Wu's miserable end. He was emboldened by the protection of the return stone and completely tore off his disguise. Watching this person's mouth suddenly change, Sun Wu then searched for information about this city return stone from the corner of his memory. The predecessor, as a poor man, had seen too little. This caused Sun Wu to not recognize the city return stone until the light curtain came out. He vaguely remembered that Lu Hu from the Fei Hu Martial Arts Center said he wanted to match himself with this thing. Forgot to get it. But, this return stone is resistant to all physical damage? A chi compressed to the extreme coalesced and molded at Sun Wu's fingertips, emitting a palpitating buzzing sound. Ka! ZZZZ. The Chi Yuan chop rotated at high speed, and the moment it came into contact with the transparent light screen, an ear-piercing friction sound erupted, energy sparks splashed in all directions, and the surface of the light screen swirled with ripples, but it never managed to break through. "Ha ha! It's useless. Don't waste your efforts." Wang Hanjian laughed even more wildly and got carried away when he saw that Sun Wu had no success and the physical defense of a return stone is equal to a world. Unless you can blow up the world that produces the return stones, don't even think about hurting a hair on my head. 5 seconds to go. I'm about to leave. Sun Wu, you wait for me. We'll see. Seeing Sun Wu return without any success, Wang Hanjian smiled even more arrogantly. The front of this trip today went pretty well, and what happened in the back almost didn't scare him to death. First, Big Brother Harano was surprisingly beaten to death alive by that pariah, and then His Excellency Ito Ryunosuke, who had the talent to become a god, was directly cleaved in two. Almost accounted for it myself. Luckily, the return stone rub worked. That's a real congratulations. Before the last second of the return stone going back, Wang Hanjian heard Sun Wu's voice and an inexplicable tiger roar. His consciousness suddenly stopped at that moment. Sun Wu retracted his fierce tiger illusory beast fist stance and returned to the place where he had just fought with the radar in no hurry. At this point, a big frozen lump of ice was standing in the middle of the field. Sun Wu had forgotten about this person, who had just been ready to escape in the form of a stream of water, when he was directly frozen into an ice stick by Lin Jingjing. Sun Wu walked up to the water ability person who was frozen into a pile of ice. The guy in the ice cube still kept his terrified fleeing expression vividly. TCH, performance art. He casually pointed out with a finger, and a subtle chi energy pierced through the ice and hit him squarely in the center of his eyebrow. The inside of the ice lump instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, then returned to calm. Finished with the closing, Sun Wu turned to the crowd. Li Yi had already fainted, his body was blue and purple, the traces of broken muscle fibers were clearly visible, obviously the backlash of opening the 8 doors of transportation. Lu Belian hugged her broken leg, her lips turning white with pain, but she forced herself not to cry out again, only looking at Li Yi with eyes full of worry. Wang Yu had already treated Lu Xiaohu and Milea's injuries, and both of them had stable breaths, just still unconscious. When she saw Sun Wu approaching, she greeted him with complicated eyes and handed Sun Wu 2 bottles of top-quality healing spray, signaling him to give it to Li Yi and Lu Belian. Sun Wu took the medicine, squatted down, sprayed Lu Belian's broken leg first, and then carefully sprayed Li Yi's whole body. That done, he stood up and swept his gaze over the crowd. By the way, just now there was a stupid lack of a second grade school that rubbed a return stone and ran away. It looks like this thing is working again. You guys have too many wounded, let them go out first if you have a return stone. Sun Wu thought that Wang Yu's teammates were from the first martial arts high school in the Magic City area, and they should all have the money to afford a city return stone, and Lu Xiaohu even more so, without having to say that he must have one. The city return stone can be used? Wang Yu's eyes lit up, this was definitely the best news at the moment. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately took a large handful of things out of her carry-on bag. I have them here, one for everyone. The crystal stone was about the size of a thumb, transparent, as if there was a river of stars flowing inside. It was the very stone used to return to the city to save one's life. And that's a full dozen or so when she takes it. She distributed the return stones to everyone, even the unconscious Lu Xiaohu and Milea had one thoughtfully tied to their wrists. Lin Jingjing received the warm to the touch and valuable city return stone, her fingertips slightly exerting pressure. Looking at Wang Yu's calm demeanor, and then taking out the valuable city return stones and distributing them to the crowd, the anxiety and jealousy in the bottom of her heart quietly grew again. This Wang Yu was far superior to her in everything, it was just too perfect. Even this kind of escape bottom card could be taken out a dozen or so at random without batting an eye. What about yourself? What is there but this body and that meager talent? Chapter 57, Ruyan Lu. No, can't just sit back and wait. Lin Jingjing stole a glance at the calm-faced Sun Wu beside her and secretly made up her mind. After going back, must be more active, more attentive, must firmly grasp this man. He was his only hope, and must not be compared to this Wang Yu. Perhaps, one could use that. Lin Jingjing thought of her newly awakened frozen fruit. Then without knowing what came to her mind, her face flushed steeply, but her eyes grew more determined. Sun Wu didn't care about Lin Jingjing, who was secretly blushing on the side, and the details of that distribution of return stones. His gaze fell on the other 2 people who had been brought by Ito Ryanosuk earlier. These 2 were casually thrown in a corner with injuries on their bodies, obviously taken by force. One of them, Sun Wu had some impression, it seemed to be Su Chun from the battle video that his predecessor had seen online. And another person. Sun Wu's mouth could not help but twitch. Wasn't this the licking dog Luo Chang who had been pestering Lin Jingjing before and had heard Li Yi say that he had awakened the Maelstrom Naruto inheritance? He fell into the hands of the Sakura district too? What a life! He remembered that Li Yi said that this guy still wanted to duel with himself? Sun Wu walked up to the 2 Sakura sector prisoners who were tied up solidly and scared out of their wits. These 2 guys had witnessed the entire process of Ito Ryanosuk being cut at the waist by a key genchop, Sato Susanoo being slapped to pieces, and their companion being instantly killed, and their mental defenses had long since collapsed. The 2 of them, Sun Wu pointed at Su Chen and Luo Chang in the corner and asked in a flat tone, "What are they captured for?" "I see you guys are quite attached to them." "Yes. Is Captain Ito's order." That captive of the jackal's fruit trembled like a sieve, and snatched at his answer, fearing that if he was slow, he would be silenced. He said that these 2 people's inheritance templates are very special and have great potential, and are one of the key targets of this operation. Another captive also hurriedly added, right. That one called Su Chen is the inheritance of the naval hero Iron Fist Carp, and possesses extremely terrifying physical strength and potential. His ability is the same as General Duanmu of the military region. If we can deprive him of it, we'll have a top-notch legacy. The other one is a demon fox inheritance that we encountered, which contains a huge amount of energy in its body. Captain Ito said that this man's legacy is strong as well, so as long as we go back and successfully deprive these two, it'll be a great honor. The two of them bamboo tipped their beans and told the plot of Ito Ryanosuke and the mission of the Sakura district, their words filled with the extreme fear of Sun Wu. Deprivation of specific heritage templates. Sun Wu's eyes slightly condensed. Sakura district's ambition was not small. This inheritance template could still be deprived? So, there's a chance that his scion heritage could be stripped away as well? Now that he was only at the second level of martial arts, even if his combat power was heaven-defying plus various undercards, it would still be difficult to fight against those old monsters at the 8th or 9th level. In case someone coveted their inheritance, wouldn't that be the end of it? Looks like we'll have to keep a closer eye on the Sakura district from now on. Do we have to keep a steady hand in front of the other bigwigs? He reached out again, fumbling through the already dead Ryanosuke Ito and Sato, and quickly found two tactical goggles of the same shape. He had seen Sato use this thing before, and it seemed to be able to detect the progress of someone else's inheritance development, which was a good thing. Casually putting the goggles away, Sun Wu stood up. Thanks for telling me. As soon as the words fell, two tiny qigong waves popped out from his fingertips. Put! Put! The two captives didn't even have time to scream, their heads exploded like watermelons, splattering red and white objects all over the place. Sun Wu shook off his hands as if he had just dusted off two flies that were in his way. To his enemies, he never spoke of mercy or martial virtue. Not to mention the fact that this Sakura district team didn't take other people's lives seriously, which was no fault of his. Well, get ready to send the wounded back. Sun Wu clapped his hands, signaling Wang Yu and Lin Jingjing to help. By the way, he also unbound Su Chen and Luo Chang. These two guys were unlucky, but they couldn't die for the time being. Several people combined their efforts and carefully carried the unconsciously Lu Xiaohu and Milea to a slightly open and flat place. Lu Belian, on the other hand, hopped on one leg by herself and leaned over with Wang Yu's assistance. Su Chen and Luo Chang were also holding each other, looking at Sun Wu with a shocked expression, obviously frightened by his killing decisiveness just now. Luo Chang is even more like just no Sun Wu in general. In his memory, Sun Wu was relying on a little good-looking, obedient, only to get Lin Jingjing favor as a shield. How now look at this situation, how reversed. Lin Jingjing, that performance behavior is not like words, but like Lin Jingjing in licking Sun Wu. But at this moment, looking at Sun Wu's unrelenting killing of several people, he didn't dare to squeak at all and honestly lowered his head. Wang Yu was about to activate the city return stones one by one and teleport them out. Just then, the entire dark interdimensional space, without warning, trembled again, even more violently than the previous fluctuations. Immediately afterward, a cold, mechanical, emotionless beep sounded in the minds of all the survivors at the same time. Warning! Warning! A rapid loss of space energy has been detected in this trial, below the minimum threshold to maintain the trial. This entry trial ends early. All survivors will be forcibly teleported out in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Sun Wu froze. The trial was over? Or was it because of the lack of energy? He immediately thought of the heaven-destroying dark energy shockwave from before, as well as the terrifying enemy with 15 billion combat power that his system prompted. Could it be that whatever dark goddess's attack directly drained the energy of this dimensional space? Sun Wu guessed in his mind. That time before, the entire space was as if the ink dye had been extracted cleanly and faded. At that time, the entire space had become less dark. It seemed that the energy consumption was indeed enormous. That's a relief, even saving the return stone. 3, 2, 1, transmission begins. As the last beep fell, a white light enveloped Sun Wu, Wang Yu, Lin Jingjing, and everyone present, including the corpses and ice sculptures on the ground. In the next second, they disappeared without a trace from the dark heterodyne. At this moment, the atmosphere at the entrance to the trial space of the Second Martial Arts High School of Magic Capital was gradually heating up. A large and eagerly awaited crowd had gathered. Nothing is more striking than those journalists carrying long guns and short cannons from various newspapers and news media, waiting for students returning from the dark otherworld in hopes of capturing first-hand news material. In the group of journalists, a female reporter with a delicate figure stood out. She's a reporter anchor from Federal Headlines, Ruyan Lu. Chapter 58, Ranking of Points. Ruyan Lu deliberately chose a professional suit today, a black hip-hugging dress that perfectly outlined her delicate curves. Long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and when she raised her hands and feet, she exuded a mature and charming atmosphere. She stood in the crowd unusually dazzling, attracting a lot of attention around her, and there were even male reporters from other media outlets who frequently took the opportunity to adjust the angle of their equipment and sneak a look her way. For these secret glances, Lu Ruyan had long been accustomed to them, and all of her attention at the moment was focused on the entrance to the trial space that was about to open. Headline News has a strict performance appraisal for frontline reporters, who must come up with at least one breaking news story every month, or else a severe punishment or even dismissal awaits her. Headline News is part of the Star Wars Federation, and the hidden perk of her job here is that she doesn't have to serve in the military. A fine is fine, but being fired is really the end of the line. She never wanted to be transferred to the front lines and become one of those war correspondents, much less be reduced to unimpressive cannon fodder on the battlefield. However, recently Ruyan Lu has been under tremendous pressure to perform. Her immediate boss, a horny, middle-aged man, has long been drooling over her. Several times, under the guise of work, she was implied to make some transactions. Lu Ruyan naturally understood the other party's meaning, but she had a pride in her bones and was unwilling to give in easily. After a few polite refusals, that horny boss became infuriated and directly dispatched her to the second martial arts high school of the Magic Capital District to be responsible for the interview coverage of this entry-level trial. In the eyes of those veteran journalists, there was nothing newsworthy about the second martial arts high school's freshman trials. In previous years, those who were able to enter the top 10 were almost all students of the first martial arts high school, and the second martial arts colleges, at best, could only pick up a few scraps. Ruyan Lu also initially thought that this interview was destined to return empty-handed. Maybe this month's results will go down the drain again and you'll end up having to bow down and beg that disgusting color-checking supervisor. But things seem to have taken a turn for the worse. Just a moment ago, on the live broadcast screen, a student of the second martial arts high school of the Magic City District named Sun Woo had defeated the genius of the Sakura District, Ito Ryunosuke. This news was like a thunderbolt from the ground, instantly igniting Ruyan Lu's professional sensitivity. She immediately realized that this was definitely a breaking story worth digging deeper into. The fact that a student from an ordinary second high school had defeated the son of a powerful family against all odds was full of conversation in itself. Just like that Chen of the second martial arts college in Queens, who was also from a civilian background, instantly set off the headlines of the month. The traffic heat was only one level lower than the news of the Lighthouse Kingdom launching a god-level powerhouse at that time. If we can get an exclusive interview with Sun Woo and dig deeper into his story, it can definitely be a performance guarantee for this month, and may even be a hit and become a gold medal reporter in the headlines. Maybe he can replicate that Chen pop-up too. Just as Lu Ruyan's thoughts were racing, calculating how to conduct this exclusive interview, a sudden commotion came from the front of the crowd. At the entrance of the trial space, a faint light began to emanate, and the light grew brighter and brighter, gradually forming a dazzling circle of light. It's coming out! It's coming out! So fast this time? Quick! Equipment ready! Aim for the exit! Although amazed at how different this trial was, the reporters were professional. The line, which had been slightly loose, instantly became organized, with cameras and radio equipment, all aimed at the glowing entrance. Ruyan Lu also took a deep breath and straightened her slightly messy collar, her eyes became sharp and focused, the professional anchor's quality was revealed in her. The real battle, she knew, was about to begin. The pop-ups also tumbled quickly in the 100 Schools Connection broadcast room. Hey! The trial is over? How come it's so fast? Doesn't it usually take 1 to 3 days? Yeah, it's so sudden. Then how does this ranking count? I see that the standings are as stuck as they are, no movement for half a day? It's moving! You guys, the scoreboard came to life. The rankings are starting to jump. It's just that. Can't seem to see the exact number of points anymore, a bare ranking. Only to see that the originally dead silent ranking scoreboard as if it had been injected with vigor and began to frantically change. It's as if it's trying to compress and release all the point changes from the previous jam time in this moment. One by one, the names flew up and down as if they were on a walking horse, and constantly, some ranked up and some ranked down, and it was dazzling to watch. Before that signal interruption kung fu, inside ranking changed so drastically? It's like a war. The audience stared in awe as they watched the names of the top 10 on the leaderboard flicker intensely and alternately. Eventually, the dust seemed to settle a bit, with only a handful of names left to seesaw back and forth in the top 10 of the charts. Kyoto District Number 1 Budo High School Ku Ching-han. The number 1 martial arts expert in the Tenkai District, Mr. Fong Hoshi. Yushu Ho, Mordor District Number 1 Budo High School. Wanyu, Mordor District Budo High School. Mireya, the first Budo high school in Mito district. About a dozen or so names competed in the top 10 range, and like a racehorse entering its final sprint, it was hard to see who would ultimately come out on top for a while. Hey, it looks like the results are about to come out? This competition is too fierce. Kyoto district, the little Princess Guchinhan is still as strong as ever. Before the landing are not much to see her on the list, it seems to be the back of the power, points catch up really fierce, I feel the probability of the first place is her. That Fang Xing from Tianhai district is also a tough character, the score has been biting hard, I don't know if he has a chance to make it to the top. It's a pity that both Ryanosuke Ito and Go Jangjo hung up, or else with those two's wide range clearing inheritance templates, there'd definitely be a place for them in these top few places. Wow! The Mordor district is so tops this year? 3 of the top 10 contenders are even from their school? The 3 of them from Mordor First Middle School. I just deliberately flipped through the replay, as if they fell into the Shadow Swarm's lair right after the opening, and they have been playing for their lives to brush up their scores, and they haven't stopped at all. Too hard. Huh? Falling into the Shadow Bug Swarm and still surviving? This luck is also heaven-defying. Luckily, this trial was closed early, or else they were afraid that they would really be consumed alive by the bugs. These points, they're really exchanging their lives for them, huh? The crowd in the live broadcast room looked at the ranking points that were constantly floating up and down, and they were discussing and excitedly guessing who was the ultimate winner of this trial. The atmosphere in the 100 School Link conference room, however, was somewhat polarized. The principals from the several large districts under the jurisdiction of the Southern Theater of Operations had basically wilted at this moment. They are several districts close to each other, usually not a lot of each other climbing don't seedlings, this time is one miserable. Their own school's talented seeds had suffered a heavy loss, and the Queen's side was even more disastrous, with the exception of a handful of people such as Su Chen, almost the entire army was wiped out. Not to mention competing for the rankings, it would be a blessing to be able to keep the basic resource allocation quota of the Federation this time. Each and every one of them side and side, their faces as if they were dead. Only the principal of the number 1 martial arts high school in the Magic City district was in a complicated mood at the moment, yet with a hint of suppressed excitement. Chapter 59, The Dark Horse. Unexpectedly, this time, the conspiracy of the Cherry Blossom district instead made their school blessed by the misfortune. Lu Xiaohu, Wang Yu, and Milea all had the chance to rush into the top 10, which was a great surprise. The envy and jealousy that I felt just now towards Old Li Tu's school for having produced a Sunwoo was quickly washed away quite a bit by this sudden happy news. He straightened his back, his eyes burning into the charts. On the other hand, Principal Li of the second high school of the Magic City district, whom he called Old Li Tu, was also staring at the screen nervously, his heart in a state of confusion. He was also expecting Sun Wu's name to come rushing up. After all, Sun Wu was able to take out even Ryanosuke Ito, so his strength was unquestionable. But Principal Li frowned again, carefully recalling Sun Wu's replay video. After he landed, in addition to saving Wang Yu when they cleaned up a wave of worms in passing, it seems that he did not deliberately brush any ferocious beast points. And there's a big chunk of Sun Wu's video in the back that's missing, you can't even see the replay, and I don't know what's wrong with it. And it was a short period of time, so I guess there wasn't much chance to kill many ferocious beasts, was there? Alas, it looks like Sun Wu has no chance of getting a good ranking. But on second thought, Principal Li wasn't quite so lost. After all, this time, to be able to produce such a demon like Sun Wu had far exceeded his expectations and was a heavenly surprise, and the rankings and whatnot didn't seem to be that important. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the several groups of Warzone representatives in the other corner of the conference room was quite delicate. The representative of the Eastern Warzone's face wore an undisguised elation as he turned his head sideways and said to the empty virtual image seat of the representative of the Western Warzone next to him, "Old G, look, there are also good seedlings in the children of these families this year. How about that Sun Wu? You don't want to grab it from me? I'll make the decision to let that Fang Xing from Tianhai district to your Western Warzone, how's that? Is that good enough? Old quarter? Where's the man? Seasonal?" After shouting for half a day, the virtual image of the representative of that Western Warzone remained unresponsive, like a statue. Did you drop out of the line? Or did you go to the bathroom? The representative of the Eastern Warzone muttered, shrugged, and let it go. Regardless of him, it was better to keep looking at the rankings. He turned back to the leaderboard and redirected his attention to it. Just at the moment when the viewers of the major live broadcasts were arguing fiercely about who was number 1 in the standings, and the minds of all the bigwigs were different. The change is steep. A name, without warning, tore through the scorched list like black lightning. With an almost brutal stance, it instantly crushed all the potentials that were fiercely competing for the top spot, directly parachuting into the first place of the rankings. Moreover, with the passage of time and the subsequent settlement of points, instead of this name slipping in the slightest, it was firmly nailed to the top of the list as if it were a pin in the sea, not moving at all. Entry Trial Points Ranking, the second martial arts college in the Magic City District, Sun Wu. In an instant, the entire 100 schools broadcasting live room was like a deep water bomb had been thrown into it, completely boiling over. Sun Wu? The first? Is this the same Sun Wu who killed Ito Ryanosuke in seconds before? No way? How can he be number one? Where did he get so many points? The speed at which the numbers are rising is too exaggerated, isn't it? This is almost an instantaneous ascent for him. This means that he killed a massive amount of ferocious beasts in that time back there that we couldn't see, huh? How did that happen? Holy cow! The standings seem to have completely stabilized. This Sun Wu. He really just stayed in the number one position, stalwart? Really let him take the number one spot? This points are still not seeing concrete data right now, and holy, I'm in a hurry. How many points did he swipe? How much did he leave second place behind? Finally, under the gaze of countless people who were either shocked, puzzled, or ecstatic, after a few minutes, the leaderboards completely stopped moving, and the final rankings were set. Entry Trial Points Ranking Number 1, Sun Wu, the second martial arts college in the Magic City District. Entry Ranking Number 2, Number 1 Martial Arts High School in Kyoto District, Guqinghan. Entry Trial Points Ranking Number 3, Tianhai District's Number 1 Martial Arts High School, Fangxing. Fourth place in the rankings of the entry trial points, Wanyu, Number 1 Martial Arts High School of the Magic City District. Entry Ranking Number 5, Lu Xiaohu, Number 1 Martial Arts High School in the Magic City District. Entry Ranking Number 6, Number 1 Budo High School in Shinden, Kate. Entry Ranking Number 7, Berlin's Number 1 Budo High School Stark. Entry Trial Points Ranking Number 8, Milea, Number 1 Budo High School in Mordor District. Ninth place in the entry-level trial points ranking, Star Beast District's Number 1 Martial Arts High School, Mitre. Entry Trial Points Ranking Number 10, Su Chen, Queen's 2nd Budo High School. The live broadcast room completely exploded in an uproar. Wow! What a surprise! In the end it was really this Sun Wu who took first place. How the hell did he do that? I just watched his live replay over and over several times, and aside from killing that team in the Sakura district and saving people, I really didn't see him swipe many ferocious beasts off. It's outrageous. This is definitely a historic moment. For the first time in the history of the Federation, a student from the 2nd Budo High School got the first place in the entry-level trial, right? And it's still a genius that forcefully overpowers the little princess Guqinghan, Fangxing, and these top-tier lineages. I thought before that Su Chen from the 2nd Martial Arts High School in Queens had a chance to enter the top 5 rankings this time, but I didn't realize that in the end it was the 10th one that pressed the line, and the limelight was all stolen by this Sun Wu. Mordor 2nd Middle School, Sun Wu. This name, I remember. It's awesome. In the conference room of the 100 Schools Connection. The major high school principals within the jurisdiction of the Southern Theater of War, at this moment also completely exploded, before the decadence swept away, have twisted their heads to look at the Magic City 2nd Middle School's principal Lee, eyes full of shock and disbelief. Old Lee. That's Sun Wu from your school. Your school actually took first place? A principal lost his voice and shouted, his voice changed tone. Old Lee. You guys aren't getting rich this wave, you're taking off. Taking off on a rocket. Hiss, what kind of luck has the Mordor district had this year? In the top 10, you guys in the Magic City district even took up a full 4 spots? 3 from the first school and 1 from the second. This is going against the grain. And at this moment, Principal Lee of the 2nd Martial Arts High School of the Magic Capital District, his entire body was already in a state of confusion. Ha! He looked at the name Sun Wu on the leaderboard with disbelief, and the words the 2nd Martial Arts High School of the Magic City District in front of it. Seeing Sun Wu's big kill on the live screen before already felt amazing. I didn't realize that this wasn't Sun Wu's limit. Chapter 60, The Dimensional Core in the Pocket. As the white light of teleportation dispersed, blinding light and boisterous human voices instantly replaced the darkness and dead silence of the previous dark interdimensional world. Sun Wu subconsciously squinted his eyes, and before he could fully adapt to this shift from dark to bright environment, all sorts of noisy sounds came to his ears. Out! It's coming out! Quickly. Keep the camera in focus, don't miss. Find out where Sun Woo is. Hurry up. Countless flashbulbs lit up like a rainstorm, shaking people's eyes. The densely packed crowd surrounded the exit of the trial space. Just a moment ago, that scoreboard was finalized, and the student who ranked first in points was actually in the school they were currently in. And it's the same Sun Woo who killed Ito Ryanosuk earlier. All the reporters and anchors present exploded. Those who came to this Magic City District's second martial arts high school were in a similar situation as Lu Ruyan. All of them were ostracized and sent here. At this time these people are crazy crowded toward the center, all want to be the first time to shoot Sun Woo, get the first-hand interview video, master this can make their own heaven and earth, salty fish turn over big news. My mother. Ligi had just been teleported out, although he was still unconscious, his body instinctively reacted to the noisy environment, his brows furrowed, and he let out a painful groan. Lu Belian clutched her broken leg, her face pale, subconsciously protecting Li Yi a little tighter, looking around vigilantly to prevent stepping on Li Yi. Lin Jingjing was even more startled by this battle, and subconsciously shrank behind Sun Woo, one hand tightly grasping Sun Woo's arm. Sun Woo frowned slightly, a little disturbed by the clamor that was comparable to a food market. Wan Yu Lu Xiaohu and the others were however not around. They came from the entrance of the first martial arts school in the Magic Capital District and should have teleported over there. Suddenly a person caught Sun Woo's attention. A beautiful woman in a black wraparound skirt was squeezing out her peers around her with an undeniable air of strength, trudging forward to Sun Woo. The first to pass the microphone over, the camera's lens behind her locked dead center on Sun Woo. Ruyan Lu had imprinted Sun Woo's handsome face into her mind as early as when she knew that Sun Woo had killed Ito Ryanosuk, and she had locked onto Sun Woo's position in the crowd with a single glance. Sun Woo-san. May I ask how you defeated Ryanosuk Ito, the first genius of the Sakura district? He's recognized as one of the most promising players to win the top 3 in this trial. Ruyan Lu's voice was clear, sweet and penetrating, instantly overpowering the surrounding noise. This question was like igniting a powder keg, and the other reporters immediately reacted, recognizing that the one in front of Ruyan Lu was the Sun Woo they were looking for. Mr. Sun Woo. May I ask if you discovered any special point swiping points when your points skyrocketed at the last minute and took first place in one fell swoop? Student Sun Woo. What are your thoughts on this premeditated hunt in Sakura sector? Student Sun Woo. Are you the mysterious expert who killed the ghost brainworm outside the Magic City district earlier and saved the civilian areas of Magic City? May I ask what is your relationship with Ms. Wan Yu? Do you act together? Are you a couple? The questions came like a tidal wave, one more tricky than the other. Sun Woo's brain ached from the noise. All he wanted to do now was to find a place to be quiet for a while, and in the meantime, see if the system had settled the rewards for this trial. He even thought about how this would be great if he had instantaneous movement and just ran away. Calling him a fighter was fine, dealing with the current scene was honestly a bit of a stretch for him. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Can't you see there are wounded? A mid-air roar was like a flat thunderstorm, instantly overpowering all the noise at the scene. Class teacher's Wei Yuanlong's voice contained the aura of the 4th level of martial arts. The invisible pressure spread out, the original frantic crowded group of reporters as if the pause button was pressed. The scene was instantly quiet for a moment. At a glance, Zui Yuanlong saw Sun Woo, who was surrounded by reporters in the middle of 3 layers, and saw Li Yi, whose breath was dying on the ground next to him, and Lu Belian, who was holding his broken leg and his face was pale, and his eyebrows immediately wrinkled. The crowd was roughly separated by an irresistible force, only to see Principal Li of the 2nd Martial Arts High School of the Magic City District, who was currently leading the red-faced and spiteful class teacher Zui Yuanlong, hardening a channel from the group of reporters. Principal Li was like a little transparent in the conference room of the 100 Schools Association, but here, after all, he was the head of a school, and His Majesty was still there. Medical team. Quickly. Take the wounded to be healed. Principal Li commanded in a deep voice, and several school paramedics who had already been on standby immediately stepped forward, carefully lifted Li Yi, assisted Lu Belian, and quickly left the scene. He also commanded a few school teachers began to clear the scene, although the journalists were reluctant, but in the school security and teacher persuasion, most of them were invited to the peripheral area. Principal Li knew that the school's subsequent reputation still depended on these media, but did not take things to the extreme. His eyes swept through the crowd and finally landed on Sun Woo. Mr. Sun Woo, pick a few reporters that look good to you and let's go to the conference room to talk. Sun Woo casually pointed out a few, which naturally included Lu Ruyan, who was the first to rush up just now and had a hot body. There's no way around it, it's really easy for people to get preferential treatment if they're good looking, especially in this age of face reading. Lu Rian secretly sighed in relief, a professional smile on her face as she followed behind Principal Li. The group arrived at a fairly spacious conference room. Principal Li settled several reporters and told them to wait a little while he himself left in a hurry, as if he had to deal with more important matters. Taking advantage of this rare quietness, Sun Wu immediately sunk his mind and checked the harvest from this trial. Defeat the enemy and gain 13,000 battle points. Defeated a powerful enemy and gain 350 battle points. Defeated a powerful enemy and gain 230 battle points. Defeated a powerful enemy and gain 260 battle points. A series of system alerts came out on the screen, and battle points came in, most of which were contributed by those experienced babies in the Sakura area. Ito Ryanosuke was worthy of being that whatever genius, one person provided the bulk of 13,000 points, next time this kind of genius would have to come more often. The bits and pieces added up to close to 23,000 battle points credited this time. It's a pity that the 10,000 plus brainworm was robbed of its monsters by the goddess, or else the harvest would have been even greater. Sun Wu had a little regret in his heart. However, after looking at the million experience gap needed to upgrade, these 20,000 or so battle points were just a drop in the bucket, so he didn't care too much. His attention was quickly drawn to a new gadget in the system space. Next to that, Dark Goddess's star battle armor lower lining, at some point, there was an additional compartment in which a prismatic crystal that was pitch black and emitted a ghostly light was lying quietly. Chapter 61, Someone from Magic City University. What is this thing? When did it pop up? Sun Wu was puzzled in his heart, and upon closer inspection, the shape of this thing looked a bit familiar. Isn't this the one that? Class teachers Wei Yuanlong said before the trial, the special crystal subdimensional core worth 50 million star coins in guaranteed places? How did it appear in his system space? He tried to touch the query information with his mind, and an information window immediately popped up. Trial points ranking number 1 reward. Subdimensional core, a key to unlock a specific subdimensional space, allowing the holder to gain access to the corresponding subdimension. The space within the current dimensional core is Dark Interdimensionality Fragment of the Dark Goddess's Kingdom of God. I took first place in the trial? How come I didn't know? Sun Wu was completely confused. He carefully recalled that he hadn't seemed to have done anything else in that hellhole except for killing some ghost jellyfish in the opening, blasting a large swath of shadow bugs when he saved Wang Yu later, and then taking out the gang from the Cherry Blossom District. Is that enough for first place? Just as he was puzzled, an image message was directly transmitted into his mind by the system. In the image, a pure black pillar of light that was indescribably terrifying was coalescing and taking shape in the dark space, and Sun Wu recognized at a glance that this was precisely the divine punishment attack that had been sent down by that dark goddess. With the convergence of energy columns, the entire dark interdimensional space seemed to be drained of ink, and the originally thick dark energy quickly became thin and transparent. Immediately afterward, the screen switched to the sky above a vast area, where hundreds of millions of dark demon bats were densely packed and coiled. However, in the next second, these dark magic bats were like candles encountering a blazing fire, melting in pieces, turning into the purest dark energy, integrating into the space, and then being drawn away by the terrifying black light pillar like a long whale sucking up all the water. The next few images follow in the same vein, with an endless sea of shadow bugs, ghostly jellyfish floating around, and shadow people of various shapes and sizes. All the creatures that existed in this dimensional space, no matter how strong or weak they were, no matter how many they were, all of them were transformed into the energy that made up the space under the extraction of that pillar of divine punishment light, and were ultimately sucked up to nothing. Hoping that when the dark goddess herself attacked, she drained all the ferocious beasts in this space in passing? Sun Wu instantly came to a realization. And then because of this attack, which I drew with her fat lined battle armor, the trial space counted all the points from this clearing, on me? Sun Wu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, feeling a bit ridiculous. He hurriedly took out his communicator, connected to the network, and checked the final points ranking of the 100 schools link. First place, Sun Wu. Fortunately, it didn't show the exact number of points, or else I'm afraid it would have directly exploded and caused a sensation. Sun Wu secretly rejoiced that this windfall was truly a bit outrageous. However, this dimensional core can freely enter and exit the previous dark interdimensional dimension? Doesn't that mean you can go in and brush up on your scores anytime in the future? Sun Wu thought about it again, as if the goddess had just struck that blow and killed all the living things inside. The whole space was probably empty, so what's the point of brushing? Forget it, I was thinking of turning this in for that guaranteed place at Mordor University. Sun Wu stroked his chin. Now it seems that this thing can bind a subdimensional space, and it seems to be more precious than a guaranteed place? It's better to keep it for yourself, even if there aren't any more monsters to brush. If this thing can take people and objects in, isn't this a storage device from a novel? Sun Wu didn't really have much of a say in exactly which college he went to. In the memory of the original body, the top 10 martial arts universities in the Federation have their own independently controlled sub-dimensional worlds, and in those worlds there is a mechanism similar to the entry-level trials of installation, which can help students to rapidly improve their strength. In order to upgrade and become stronger as soon as possible, being able to enter a good university was naturally the best choice. Just as Sun Wu was contemplating the future, the door to the conference room was once again pushed open. Principal Lee came back. This time he was not alone, followed by a middle-aged man wearing a dark-colored executive jacket with a slightly chubby figure and a square face. This person is about 50 or 60 years old, country face, thick eyebrows, although the face with a calm smile, but between the eyebrows own a not angry and powerful momentum, at a glance is not an ordinary character. Come, let me introduce you all. Principal Lee, with a few moments of respect on his face, sidled up to introduce himself. This is Director Chen Chen of the Combat Department of Mordor University. Everyone welcome. Principal Lee led the applause, which was sparse. The few reporters present clapped along, but their eyes were like hungry wolves seeing meat, locked onto the few people in the center of the conference room, especially the new middle-aged man. Which of the journalists who were sent to the second middle school were not doing poorly in their respective organizations? I thought I was just here today to go through the motions and report on the end of ordinary trials in ordinary schools, but I didn't expect to run into shocking news. First, Sun Wu came out of nowhere and took out the genius of the Sakura district, Ryanosuke Ito, which was already headline-level material. Immediately afterward, the scoreboard was announced, and Sun Wu surprisingly overpowered all the children of the lineage families and took the first place in the entry-level trial. This is simply explosive news, enough for them to be salted back into the mainstream. Now, surprisingly, even the director of the Combat Department of Mordor University had come in person. This is Mordor University. The top 10 ranked top academies in the Federation, truly controlling the sub-dimensional worlds, behemoths of unfathomable strength. Usually it's hard for them to even interview an ordinary teacher, but today they get to meet a real director? If this can be mentioned in the interview script, or take a group photo. No, even if there is a side profile of Director Chen in the background, it is enough for them to brag for half a day, and the script will absolutely burst into flames. Several reporters were so excited that their palms were sweating, secretly adjusting their camera angles for fear of missing any details. Sun Wu didn't feel much of the excitement around him. In his opinion, a university director? It sounded like it wasn't as imposing as Master Lu Jinshan of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School. He followed with a couple of hand claps, right along with the crowd. Lin Jingjing next to her was completely different. She didn't dare to breathe and clapped along carefully. She had seen far more than Sun Wu and knew what was behind the words Director of Magic City University. It was never as simple as an administrative position in a normal school. The Magic City University controlled over a dozen secondary worlds, each with a population no less than that of the current world, and the management within it possessed power and resources that were unimaginable. Not to mention the district governor, even those big shots in the military region with generals on their shoulders. I'm afraid they all have to give this Director Chen a few points of face. How could a big shot of this caliber suddenly appear in the second grade? Lin Jingjing's heart turned over with thoughts. Chapter 62: The Real Federation. Chen Ping swept his gaze gently over the crowd and finally landed on Sun Wu with a standard smile on his face and not much of a stance. Young student, you are Sun Wu, right? He did come here this time because he was entrusted by Principal Lee. Back then, when he had not yet made a fortune, he had received a great favor from Principal Lee's parents, and this favor had always been remembered. Earlier, Principal Lee approached him and wanted to ask him to help operate an entrance qualification to Mordor University with the Sublime Core. To him, it was just a matter of raising his hand, a small matter within his authority, and he agreed to do it. Now it seems like it's probably for this student? When I came in just now, I saw how lively it was outside, so I guess this student did pretty well in the trial? Chen Ping thought in his heart and looked Sun Wu up and down a few times. He had never paid much attention to this kind of entry-level trial for high school students. That was something for the admissions office and the people below to worry about. However, he did remember that this dark interdimensional trial seemed to have a chance of producing a dimensional core? That thing was still of some value to the university. Principal Lee had also mentioned to him that there might be a chance to get the Sublime Core to come. The subdimensional core concerns whether the university can control the new subdimensional world, and it is still a relatively important kind of strategic resource for the university. I don't know how you did in this entry rank trial? Any luck in getting that particular sublime core? Chen Ping's voice was unhurried, with a few casual inquiries. The sublime core? Sun Wu blinked with just the right amount of bewilderment on his face. What is that thing? Haven't seen it before. I was so focused on getting into a fight with someone that I came out in a daze afterward, not paying attention to any cores. He muttered in his heart, this director isn't very well informed, he doesn't even know I'm number one? Looks like he was right to hide his hand. Seeing that Chen Ping seemed to be unimpressed by Sun Wu's ordinary performance, Principal Li beside him became anxious and hurriedly stepped forward. His tone of voice was filled with suppressed excitement and pride. Director Chen. Sun Wu He's the student from our school who won the first place in the present entry trial this time. The one I mentioned to you and wanted to recommend for enrollment is him. Principal Li's voice was tinged with uncontrollable excitement, almost snatching the words out of his mouth, fearing that if he slowed down for a second, this director would lose interest in Sun Wu. The standard smile on Chen Ping's face appeared to have an extremely slight stagnation, and his gaze once again turned to Sun Wu, this time no longer casually sizing him up, but instead taking on a few moments of scrutiny. The first place winner of the current world entry-level trial? The second high school in this commoner's district had a trial first place winner? He didn't get a whisper before he arrived. He originally thought that Principal Li was just trying to stuff a relationship, but he didn't realize that he was sending a good seedling. When Principal Li saw that Chen Ping's expression had changed, a glimmer of hope flared up in his heart and he hurriedly continued. Director Chen, I know that the threshold of Mordor University is high, and I originally thought that if Sun Wu could get a chance to get the subdimensional core by chance, he might have a chance. Now, he didn't get the core, but his potential is definitely top-notch with his ability to win first place this time around. Please also look at. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. He knew very well that a character of Chen Ping's caliber, the unusual high school trial rankings would not even catch his eye. Every year, Mordor University selects several thousand new students from around the globe and a dozen affiliated subworlds, and the competition is far more intense than outsiders can imagine, with each spot being incredibly valuable. He was already operating at the limit when he was able to ride on a favor before, promising to exchange a subdimensional core for an entrance qualification. Now Sun Wu returned empty-handed. He can only hope that the weight of this first place, as well as Chen Ping is still remembering the old love for Sun Wu, but also for the Magic City Second Middle School to fight for a future. As long as the school could produce a student who entered the top 10 universities, even if it was just an ordinary cadet, it would have an immeasurable impact on the school's future prestige, resource tilting, and even federal policy support. Sun Wu listened on the sidelines, but there were no waves in his heart. He didn't have much to say about which university to go to. With the system in hand, the world is mine, where to upgrade is not to upgrade. But looking at Principal Li's look of hating his heart, this Magic City University's entrance qualification seemed to be really important? He rubbed his chin and wondered if he should play along and act more like a gifted boy eager to enter a top school. He could not help but look at Chen Ping twice more. This fat director, the power seems not small. Principal Li watched Sun Wu's unconcerned expression from the sidelines, fine sweat faintly seeping from the corners of his forehead. A feeling of powerlessness flooded Principal Li's heart, and he probably knew what Sun Wu was thinking. Nowadays, textbooks portray college as a little bit bigger. That stuff in textbooks is fine to fool the general public, but really at their level, who doesn't know what's going on? The pattern of the current world had long been completely turned upside down when the dimensional rift descended 100 years ago. The founders of those top universities, none of them were overwhelmingly powerful back then, and they had laid out the interdimensional world early, breaking new ground and laying a foundation that far exceeded that of the current world. Nowadays, every top 10 ranked university controlled a dozen or so subworlds, with abundant resources and a cloud of powerful people under their command. It even possessed a legendary god-level existence sitting in the town. The situation of the Star Martial Federation, on the other hand, was actually far less glamorous than what was portrayed in the textbook Sun Wu and the others had studied. That history of the development of the Union, forced into every student's book bag, is more of a carefully woven whitewash than a history. Between the pages of the book, the great achievements of the Federation in the fight against ferocious beasts and the development of the subdimensional realm were extremely glorified, depicting the top 10 martial arts universities as the cradle of talent for the Federation, adding to the cornerstones of the Federation's prosperity. The truth of reality, however, is skillfully concealed underneath that layer of flamboyant rhetoric. On the bright side, the Star Martial Federation was a huge human community that ruled over vast realms and possessed supreme authority. However, in the eyes of those top martial arts universities that truly wielded power, the Federation was nothing more than a coordinating body that barely maintained order. They were like 10 lofty divine mountains perched in the heart of the Federation, drawing on the resources of countless dimensional worlds and cultivating batch after batch of powerful individuals who transcended the mundane. The federal government, more like a city-state dependent on the foot of a sacred mountain, relies on the power of the university to barely maintain the appearance of peace and prosperity. I'm afraid that a heroic figure like General Duan Muhong, who is touted in textbooks, is just a kinda useful local administrator in the eyes of the real top brass at these universities. What really made them in awe were those deep in the university, those existences that were like myths and legends. Those ancestors who had started the foundation of the university, those guardians who sat in the depths of the subdimensional worlds, were the symbols of power in the true sense of the word. Chapter 63 Wang Ping Nyo. The federal government is also well aware of its own embarrassing position, but they are powerless to change the status quo, and can only keep repeating the carefully crafted lies through their propaganda apparatus. They need to maintain the public's confidence in the Federation and the roots that keep society functioning, even if that confidence and those roots are built on an illusory bubble. So the textbooks say the Union must be perfect, the Union must be great, and the top 10 universities must be for the Union even if that's just a well-intentioned lie. After all, once the people realize the truth, realize the weakness of the Federation, realize that what they rely on is only the benevolence of 10 more powerful God's kingdom, then the entire Federation, perhaps, will instantly fall apart. And this director Chen is one of the God's country, holding the real power of the figure. In the Sakura district, there were rumors of their ambitious God-making plan years ago. This year, looking at the performance of the several affiliated high schools under their command in the trial, all kinds of bizarre memes came out endlessly, obviously not empty. I'm afraid that they really got some fame in the dark. The previous video of Sun Wu interrogating those few Sakura district students was also exposed by the crowd. But even then, even if they did master some sort of forbidden technology that accelerated template development and even deprived others of their inherited templates. Even if a finished product like Ryunosuke could briefly display amazing combat power and potential, they still wouldn't dare to truly challenge the authority of the Federation's top 10 university alliance. They also only dared to play around in the territory of the Federation's current world, engaging in small maneuvers and secretly hunting down geniuses from other regions in an attempt to weaken their competitors. When it really came to the stage, facing those 10 behemoths that were like independent divine kingdoms, they still had to lower their postures and honestly submit their applications in accordance with the rules, hoping to obtain a speaking qualification to join the alliance. The difference was like a firefly and a white moon. Principal Li was now afraid that Sun Wu would say something treacherous. The smile on Chen Ping's face remained unchanged, but there was a hint of playfulness in the depths of his eyes. He tapped his fingers unconsciously on the desktop, his eyes darting between Principal Li and Sun Wu. The first-place winner of the current world's entry rank trial had killed Ryunosuke, which was truly beyond his expectations. He did know about those few jumping clowns in the Sakura district, secretly tinkering with some kind of fusion inheritance research. He had previously nominated an application to join the Upper 10 Conference, which was jointly created by the top 10 universities, and had also presented the results of his recent research on the subject. What is this Ryunosuke and Makoto Ito? Principal Li's favor seems to be a bit heavier than he thought. He spoke slowly and methodically, his voice not loud but clear to everyone's ears. Old Li, you're giving me a hard time. You know the rules of Magic City University. Principal Li's heart sank for a moment and he was just about to say something else. Chen Ping, however, turned his words around and looked at Sun Wu, a few more points of scrutiny in his smile. But well, rules are dead and people are alive. A first-place finish, especially in this dark interdimensional trial with an oddly high casualty rate, isn't bad. He paused, as if in deliberation, and... Let's put it this way, it's a bit of a shame that we didn't get the Sublime Core though. But I appreciate your strength and courage. I can give you a chance to enter the special recruitment examination of Magic City University. Special recruitment test? Principal Li's eyes snapped to life and his breathing quickened a few points. It's not a direct admission, but it's a godsend. Magic City University's special admission test, that was a qualification that only a very small number of geniuses favored by the higher-ups could obtain, and the passing rate was much higher than the ordinary college entrance examination where thousands of troops crossed the One Tree Bridge. Chen Ping smiled and nodded. That's right, the content of the test, well, naturally it won't be simple. However, I believe that the person who can get the first place in this trial should not disappoint me, right? His gaze fell on Sun Woo with some consideration and anticipation. Sun Woo raised an eyebrow. Special recruitment examination? It sounds a bit more troublesome than direct enrollment, but looking at President Lee's look of excitement on the verge of a myocardial infarction, this Mordor University looks like it's more powerful than he thought, right? A test is a test. It's just a walkthrough. It shouldn't be too difficult for you. He had the system, as long as there were resources for him to upgrade wherever he went. He was about to nod his head in response, and save Principal Lee from getting so worked up again, in case he did go over and had to find someone to give him first aid. Wait! The door to the conference room was roughly slammed open, and a voice so loud that it bordered on a growl interrupted the crowd's thoughts. Bang! The thick door panel slammed hard on the wall, emitting a dull thud that shook the wall's skin and rustled down a few pieces of ash. Everyone's eyes instantly focused over. Only to see an unusually well-built man barging in, his entire body wrapped in a set of bright pink tight-fitting leather clothes, the outline of every muscle clearly visible, especially the bulging pile in his crotch, which was exceptionally eye-catching. On the contrary, he also wore an unkempt beard, and with that rugged face, his entire person exuded an unspeakable and extremely strange visual impact. The corner of Sun Woo's mouth twitched uncontrollably for a few moments. From which interdimensional nightclub did this uncle run out? This taste is nothing short of mental pollution. The visitor completely ignored the stagnant or shocked gazes of the others in the conference room, and rushed straight to Sun Woo, his copper bell eyes standing up and down, the admiration and eagerness in his eyes undisguised. You're Sun Woo, right? Good boy, strong enough? The man's voice was strangely loud, shaking the entire conference room with a buzzing sound. Those old guys from Mordor University are just murky. What kind of assessment are they doing? Waste of time. Listen up, I'm the director of admissions at Tianhai University, Wang Fanyu. Although our school is ranked slightly behind that old 7 from Mordor University, coming in at 10th, we have all the sincerity in the world. He slapped his leather-clad chest with a dull thud. Mr. Sun Woo, there's no need for an examination. Nothing is needed. Just nod your head now, immediately. Immediately. You are our official student of Tianhai University. S-class resources are directly pulled full. Top tutors at your disposal. How's that? Is it cool enough? The moment these words came out, the conference room was like cold water thrown in boiling oil, instantly exploding. Several reporters' eyes were round, the equipment in their hands were almost unsteady. This news is getting more and more outrageous. Ruyan Lu's eyes flickered as she realized that the value of this Sun Woo could be far more than an ordinary trial first. The smile on Chen Ping's face froze as well, and his brows furrowed imperceptibly. Tianhai University? When did Wang Fanyu become so generous? Although Tianhai is at the bottom of the list, it is also a member of the upper 10 conferences, with a deep heritage and a god-level presence. A number 1 in the current world trial, even if the performance was amazing, it wouldn't be enough for them to prescribe a direct S-rank treatment, right? Could it be that this Sun kid had some secret they didn't know about? Chapter 64: The Advantages of Sublime Exploration. Seeing that Sun Woo did not react for half a day, Wang Pingniu thought that he was dumbfounded by this pie falling from the sky, grinning, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and his bushy hand wanted to reach over and pat Sun Woo's shoulder to show his closeness. Sun Woo watched the hand with pink leather gloves and thick knuckles reach out, and a vicious chill instantly ran from the soles of his feet to the sky. Almost instinctively, he jumped back a few steps and narrowly avoided it. Are you kidding me? If you are touched by someone dressed like this, will you have nightmares when you go back at night? He almost blurted out back. Back off. Back. That. Uncle, Sun Woo squeezed a stiff smile on his face and refused as politely as possible. I think it's better to forget about it. The examination of Magic City University is quite good. The main thing is that your body is too hurtful to the eyes. I am afraid that after entering your school, I have to prepare eye drops every day. Sun Woo spit in his heart. The smile on Wang Pingniu's face stagnated, but he also wanted to go forward to persuade, trying to use his sincere eyes to impress Sun Woo. Just then, without warning, fine snowflakes fluttered in the conference room and the temperature plummeted. The snowflakes hovered and converged in the air in a spot near the doorway, gradually outlining and enchanting. Or eerie human form. The visitor was equally tall, but wore a tight lace suit that was white with an ethereal blue sheen, wrapped tightly around the curves of her body. However, the lace cut out, but stubbornly drilled out thick black leg and chest hair, and that fairy spirit of the costume in devastating contrast. What's even better is that he wears a bearded brown man's face that resembles Wang Pingniu's 7 to 8%, and his long hair is permed into a tacky big wave and is casually draped. Sun Wu felt that his ability to endure had been challenged like never before. What a day! Oddball admissions directors out en masse? This visual is more effective than the Pink Warrior ever was earlier. Our Divine State Martial Arts University, Mr. Sun Wu, consider it? The voice of the visitor was a bit more civilized than Wang Pink Niu, but with this dignified appearance, it was even more strange. He came from the 9th-ranked Shenzhou Budo University. Once Wang Pink Ox saw the visitor, he immediately exploded, "Joe Black Ox. What are you doing here? First come, first served, understand? Besides, doesn't your Divine State Martial Arts University claim to only accept ancient martial arts inheritors? When did the rules change?" The lacy bruiser known as Joe Hainyo's orchid fingers flicked up, covering his mouth and letting out a soft laugh, his thick chest hair shaking with it. "Gee, Brother Pink Bull said that our rules haven't changed." Coincidence, no? Mr. Sun Wu, he's really an ancient martial arts heir. He is a disciple of the Flying Tiger sect, and that old man Lu Zhenshan, you should know him as well, right? The Flying Tiger sect? That branch of the cosmic illusory beast fist withering away? Wang Pink Niu froze at his words and resized Sun Wu, his eyes becoming even more complicated. This fist technique could be traced back to the time when the dimensional rift first descended. There is one subworld where the individuals are so powerful that it is rated as an SSS-ranked world. The creatures in it had frighteningly high combat power, and a creature called a monstrous beast was also immense in size and incredibly destructive. At that time, someone from this world brought out a boxing style called Cosmic Illusory Beast Fist, which made a great reputation in the major dimensions. However, the subsequent world did not know what had happened, and someone had actually repaired that subdimensional rift from the inside, resulting in no one being able to re-enter that world to this day. Then that Cosmic Illusory Beast Fist gradually withered away, and I heard that the Fierce Tiger Illusory Beast Fist used to be called something like Electricity Striking White Tiger Fist in the beginning? This kid got involved with that? Joe Hania puffed out his chest proudly, the lace suit being puffed out even more by his chest hair. Precisely. Therefore, student Sun Wu fully meets the admission criteria of our Divine State Martial Arts. That won't work either. There's always a first come, first served. Wang Pink Niu was anxious, spittle flying, "I was here first. Mr. Sun Wu, don't listen to him, our Tianhai University has the best conditions." Whether the conditions are good or not is not a matter of words. Zhou Hainyo was not willing to show weakness. The two of them looked at each other angrily, as if they were about to pounce on each other in a physical fight in the next second. They simultaneously turned their gazes to Sun Wu, waiting for his final decision. Sun Wu looked at these two cow brothers in front of him, and his heart was broken. Which one? It's not even a choice, it's a question of death. Going with either of these two, he felt his aesthetic and spirit would be irreversibly tainted. He would rather go to that whatever special admission test at Mordor University. At least Chen Ping looked like a normal person. He was afraid that these two would start showing philosophical images right in front of him. Just as Sun Wu's head was aching and he was about to find a random excuse to slip away first, two calm voices sounded at the door almost simultaneously, like heavenly music, rescuing him. Wait, our Star Martial Federation University is also interested in Mr. Sun Wu. Mr. Sun Wu, we at Kyoto University welcome you as well. The crowd followed the sound and saw two more people at the door. These two had finally returned to their normal drawing style, both wearing proper suits and having a calm and steady temperament, similar to the previous Chen Ping. One was a representative of the 8th-ranked Star Martial Federation University, while the other was from the 6th-ranked Kyoto University. Their appearance slightly eased the atmosphere of saber rattling in the conference room, and also secretly relieved Sun Wu. Finally, a few that can communicate properly. Tick-tock. A sharp electronic tone interrupted the delicate standoff in the conference room. Chen Ping glanced down at the communicator on his wrist, and his eyebrows moved a few times unnoticeably. He lifted his hand to connect, his voice remaining gentle, "Hello?" The person on the other end of the communication seemed to be speaking very quickly, and the expression on Chen Ping's face gradually became somewhat subtle. He only responded a few times occasionally, "Well. Got it, S-level treatment? Sure about that? Okay, I understand." Hanging up the communication, Chen Ping raised his head. The standard smile on his face seemed to freeze for a few moments, but there was an additional layer of complexity in his eyes. The scrutinizing meaning was even more intense when he once again cast a glance at Sun Wu. This kid is so hot? The call was from the admissions office side, but the message was not from the admissions office itself, but a direct instruction from higher up. They had planned to come to the person, found the record of his report, and knowing that he was here in Mordor too, they asked themselves to convey the meaning. Not only must Sunwoo be recruited into Mordor University, but he also gave a direct commitment to tilting resources at the S level. S class. This was usually a treatment that could only be obtained by geniuses who had gone through layers of selection and had topped all the final entrance exams, or who were burdened with extremely rare and strategically valuable inheritance templates. A student who had just finished the current world's entry-level trial, even if he took first place, it wouldn't be enough to startle the top into directly granting S-rank resources, would it? What concerned Chen Ping even more was another piece of information mentioned on the phone, that the subworld 120 that Sunwoo had inherited might have a major error in its rating. It was originally recorded as an insignificant B-level world, but now it seems that its potential value far exceeds expectations, and may even involve certain unknown areas. Therefore, it was requested from above that not only Sunwoo, but all students who received the 120th subdivision inheritance must be included for observation as soon as possible. Depending on each person's awakened inheritance, the difficulty of traveling to the subdimension where the inheritance is located varies. For example, if Sunwoo awakened the inheritance of the 120th dimension, then he would have an advantage over others in exploring that 120th dimension. Chapter 65. Which of your cafeterias is better? What concerned Chen Ping even more was another piece of information mentioned on the phone, that the subworld 120 that Sunwoo had inherited might have a major error in its rating. It was originally recorded as an insignificant B-level world, but now it seems that its potential value far exceeds expectations and may even involve certain unknown areas. Therefore, it was requested from above that not only Sunwoo, but all students who received the 120th subdivision inheritance must be included for observation as soon as possible. Chen Ping's eyes swept over the representatives of the other 4 universities in front of him, especially the Tunyo with their strange painting styles, and his heart was speechless. Just now, he was still holding a frame, saying what rules gave people a so-called special recruitment assessment opportunity, words permeated with the meaning of charity and test. Now it's good, the above direct requirements at all costs to grab people, give the conditions than others Tianhai University Wang Pink cattle shouting to pull down. How does this make him talk? Should he shyly say, ahem, student Sunwoo, that test just now doesn't count anymore, we at Mordor University have decided to admit you directly, also with S-class treatment and top tutors at your disposal? If he said this, not to mention how Wang Pink Niao and the others would ridicule him, where would he put his old face? The director of Mordor University is going back on his word in front of the representatives of a couple of lower-ranked schools? Chen Ping felt his cheeks getting a little hot. Fortunately, he was quite good at raising his chi, and his face remained calm. Only that finger tapping on the desktop stopped, his eyes flickering back and forth between Sunwoo and several other eyeing enrollment representatives, his mind rapidly calculating countermeasures. This man, it seems, must be taken down. It just has to be done in a way that's not too embarrassing. He was, after all, a man of long experience, and after a brief moment of dismay, he quickly adjusted. He cleared his throat, that gentle but authoritative smile returning to his face, and his gaze once again fell on Sunwoo as if the previous hesitation had never happened. Cough, Chen Ping spoke, his voice a few points more composed than just now, with a kind of well-thought-out solemnity. Mr. Sunwoo, just now, after listening to Principal Lee's introduction, and combined with the trial data that our backstage has just finished urgently summarizing and analyzing. Well, your performance this time in the dark otherworld was truly outstanding, far beyond expectations. He deliberately paused to create an atmosphere of we've just gotten the full report and made an assessment. In particular, the battle wisdom and amazing strength you displayed when facing the premeditated siege of the Sakura district, as well as this achievement of you finally winning first place in the trial under extremely harsh circumstances, are ample proof of your potential. Chen Ping's tone intensified. After the urgent consultation of our Mordor University's admissions committee, it was unanimously agreed that you are in full compliance with our university's highest level of exceptionally gifted student admission standards. He paused and looked at Sunwoo, as well as the crowd around him who had pricked up their ears, and slowly threw out the heavy bomb. So, on behalf of Mordor University, I'd like to formally extend an invitation to you. Mr. Sunwoo, you've been accepted directly into Mordor University. And, we'll give you the S-class resource treatment. Including, but not limited to, the highest amount of credits and resource points tilted, an exclusive team of top tutors, priority access to our school's core secondary worlds, muscle fighting world and mecha battle world, for in-depth trial qualifications. Snort, an undisguised snort broke Chen Ping's words. Wang Ping Niao clasped his arms and skimmed the surface of. I say Director Chen, this reaction speed of your Mordor University, isn't it a bit slow, S-class treatment? Our Tianhai University just said that it's also S-class. To talk about the secondary worlds, we also have the work world that allows student Sunwoo to enter the trials and provide raisin orc milk to ensure that student Sunwoo is strong and full of chi and blood. He patted his sinewy body, making a thumping sound, and we, Tianhai, are the place where fierce men should stay. Tianhai drinks good milk and fights the strongest fights. Muscular and simple-minded. The representative of Kyoto University, who had always been very elegant and easygoing, also pushed up his glasses at this time, and joined the fray with a smile. Mr. Sunwoo, we at Kyoto University offer the same S-class treatment. What's more, we have the Federation's top inheritance research center and battle technique database. No matter which direction you want to specialize in the future, we can provide the most systematic and cutting-edge theoretical support and practical guidance. We, Kyoto University, cultivate handsome talents with courage and skill, not just a reckless man, and we also have the Iron Man world to supply new students to try out. The representative of the Star Martial Federation University immediately followed suit. Student Sunwoo, choose our Star Martial Federation University. We're directly under the Federal Military Department, with resources directly to the front lines. The S-class treatment is just the foundation. You'll have access to the highest levels of the Federation's sub-strategic deployments and participate in the most central classified missions. Upon graduation, rank and position, at your fingertips, is the true path to controlling power and guarding the Union. These top trial worlds, according to the rules, my federation are all allowed to apply for membership, as long as you agree. It's not impossible to get you a divine world in the hands of the top 5 universities in the future. For a while, the scene once again became tense. Although the representatives of Kyoto and Xingwu Federal University were not as distinctive as Wang Pink Cow and Zhou Black Cow, the conditions they threw out were equally attractive, directly referring to the core resources and future prospects. Chen Ping's face was a little less than pretty. He didn't realize that he had thrown out the S-class treatment and the benefits of the secondary world, and instead of calming down the scene, he had attracted an even more intense scramble. These guys, are they determined to steal someone from him? Principal Lee on the side of the anxious like ants on the hot pot, constantly giving Sunwoo eyes, signaling him to hurry to take a position. Just as these various parties were wrestling and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, Sunwoo, who was the center of attention, finally spoke. There was little excitement on his face, instead he looked a little confused? Only to see him scratch his head, his gaze sweeping over the several university representatives in front of him who were itching to eat him alive, and finally landing on Chen Ping's face, he asked a question that caused everyone to nearly stumble. That? Director Chen, and the teachers. Sunwoo's tone is quite sincere. I just want to ask, which of your several university cafeteria meals is the most delicious? The entire conference room instantly fell into a dead silence. The reporter's flashes stopped. Principal Lee's face froze. Lin Jingjing opened her mouth slightly. Wang Pink Ox rounded his bull's eyes. The representatives of Kyoto and the Star Martial Federation looked at each other. The well-maintained smile at the corner of Chen Ping's mouth finally became completely strained and twitched slightly. Cafeteria? Meals? They are here to fight for their heads, promising countless top-level resources, bright future, and the result is that this kid cares about whether the cafeteria is good to eat or not. Isn't this brainwave a little too clear? Chapter 66. Or is this kid deliberately playing dumb and raising his price tag in this way? Chen Ping was also a bit confused about Sunwoo's thoughts for a while. After a short silence, it was still Wang Ping Nil who was the first to react. He slammed his thighs and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Student Sunwoo. Good question. When it comes to eating, it has to be our Tianhai University. We have a dedicated team of nutritionists who customize recipes according to each student's cultivation needs. You're guaranteed to be filled with beast meat at every meal. The flavor is even better. It's much better than any of Kyoto's fine snacks or the Federation's nutritional creams. Course. The representative of Kyoto University disdainfully said, food is never too fine. Our Kyoto University employs national banquet-level chefs, and all of the ingredients come from the exclusive pollution-free subterranean farms, emphasizing both nutritional balance and taste. Chen Ping took a deep breath and tried to make his expression look a little more sincere. Student Sunwoo, our cafeteria at Mordor University is very rich in variety, bringing together the specialties of the current world and dozens of secondary worlds, ranging from 3 Michelin stars to local snacks. You can basically eat whatever you want. Moreover, for students with S-class treatment, meals are completely free and there are exclusive restaurants and customized services. He felt that his answer should be considered the most seductive. Seeing that the atmosphere had finally eased up from the embarrassment just now, Principal Lee hurriedly seized the opportunity to round off the situation. Everyone. I see that fellow student Sun Woo just went through the trial and might be a bit tired as well. How about this, let him go back and rest for a while and think about it. We've felt all of your thoughts, and we're very grateful for your regard for Sun Woo. As he spoke, he gave Sun Woo a wink, signaling him to agree first. Several university representatives also knew that pushing too hard could backfire. Although Sun Woo's question about the cafeteria lingered in his mind, he can only let it go for the time being. Chen Ping nodded and looked deeply at Sun Woo. Good. Mr. Sun Woo, my contact information will be left with Principal Lee, so feel free to contact me anytime after you have considered it. You've seen the sincerity of Mordor University. His tone carried a hint of unquestionable meaning. Several other delegates also said they would wait for Sun Woo's reply and left their contact information. Before Wang Pingniu left, he also emphasized, Mr. Sun Woo, remember, Tianhai's milk, it's strong enough. Soon, only Sun Woo, Lin Jingjing, Principal Lee, and a group of uninterested reporters remained in the conference room. Principal Lee took a long breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, walked over to Sun Woo, and excitedly patted his shoulder. Sun Woo, ah! You really gave me a big surprise, S-rank. A top 10 university's S-rank, ah! Do you know what that means? Sun Woo did not respond to Principal Lee's face that was somewhat deformed with excitement. The reason why he just played dumb and asked that shocking question, which cafeteria is the best? It was entirely because just as Chen Ping and the others were spitting and promising S-class treatment, a deep, strong voice sounded directly in his head. Mr. Sun Woo, I'm Ji Hai, the current war-ranking Grand Admiral of the Western War Region, so don't be in a hurry to agree to any of them just yet. Find a place where we can talk privately before you decide. Sun Woo immovably dealt with Principal Lee and the reporter, and on the pretext of needing to calm down and think, temporarily left the noisy crowd. Following the guidance of the voice in his head, he arrived at a secluded school building. At this time, most of the students and teachers were still crowded at the exit of the trial space, surrounding the returning students and dealing with the follow-up matters, and the entire teaching building was empty, appearing extraordinarily quiet. Outside an empty classroom, a middle-aged man with a straight figure and wearing a straight military uniform was standing by the window with his back to his hand, and it was none other than Ji Hai from the virtual image earlier. He wore no rank insignia, but the stoic aura of a man who had been in the field for a long time could not be concealed. Seeing Sun Woo approaching, Ji Hai turned around, looked him up and down sharply, and nodded. Sit down, Mr. Sun Woo. He pointed to the chair next to him and casually sat down himself. Sun Woo didn't make himself at home, pulling out a chair and sitting across from him. Mr. Sun Woo, just now those university representatives promised so much, what did you think in your heart? Isn't it a bit strange that a first place in the entry-level trial can make them fight for it with such disregard for their status? Ji Hai opened the door with a direct tone. Sun Woo's heart was also moved when he heard this. Indeed, even if he had performed even more brightly, killing Ito Ryunosuke and taking first place, it didn't seem to be enough to cause a power of the level of Mordor University to lose its temper so much. It's not like there weren't any trial firsts in past years, but very few of them made it into the top 10 universities, let alone this scramble scene. There must be some inside information that he didn't know about. General's wise eyes, the kid does have some doubts. Sun Woo did not hide it, please also ask General to solve the confusion. The corner of Ji Hai's mouth curved up in a meaningful arc. In fact, what they really care about is not your title of first place, not you as a genius, but the source of the inheritance behind you, that 120th dimensional world. Subdimension 120? Sun Woo raised an eyebrow. It's the code name for the Dragon Ball world here, and the Dragon Ball world thing? That's right. Ji Hai's eyes became serious, you are by far the most outstanding performer among all those who have inherited the inheritance of the 120th dimensional world that we have observed. The footage of your battle in the trials was analyzed by our Warzone technical department. According to the data shown by that detector in the Sakura district, although that thing wasn't very accurate, the general direction couldn't be wrong. Your template development, at that time, should have been only about 1%, if not less. Ji Hai looked at Sun Woo and a hint of marvel flashed in his eyes. With 1% of development, you can explode with the power to easily kill Ito Ryunosuke. Sun Woo-san, do you know what this means? He didn't wait for Sun Woo to reply, so he continued on his own. This means that the energy level and power ceiling of that 120th subworld you inherited far exceeds our previous assessment. A high-energy level world with such great potential is bound to contain unimaginable resources, power systems, and perhaps even secrets of higher dimensions. And there are two hard conditions for wanting to enter these unexplored subworlds. Jihai held out 2 fingers. First, a secondary core of high enough quality is needed to stabilize and open the spatial channel between the 2 worlds. That's something that, for a top 10 university or our military district, work hard and maybe even get it. Secondly, his gaze became extraordinarily sharp as he stared intently at Sun Wu. A wayfarer is needed. Chapter 67, The Military's Conditions. An awakened who has gained the inheritance of that subworld and has a deep enough connection to that world to serve as the coordinates and key to lead others in. Otherwise, even if the passage is forced open, the entrant will be lost in the chaotic spacetime turbulence or crushed by the repulsive force of the world itself. And you, Mr. Sun Wu, Jihai said, in a single word. It's what we know of at the moment, the most eligible, the pathfinder of the 120th subworld. You are the only key to unlocking that treasure trove. Sun Wu came to a realization. What a mess, you've become the monk's meat? No, it's become a master key to open doors and pick locks. No wonder Chen Ping they are so eager, S-level treatment or casually promised, the feelings are looking at their own old home. Not right, is looking at their own cheap template old home behind the things. I see. Sun Wu nodded, digesting the information. It's not over yet. Jihai leaned his body forward slightly and lowered his voice. There's one more thing you might not know. All sublime inheritors, in our world, the present world, power is suppressed by the laws of the world. The value of your combat power is forcibly adapted to the rule system of our world. The so-called development progress is the extent to which the laws of this world and your inheritance template are adapting. If Jihai's eyes became a little fiery, if you can return to that 120th dimension world of your heritage, free from the bondage of the laws of the present world, you will obtain what is rightfully yours, that heritage template complete with the power. What kind of enhancement that would be, I'm afraid even you can't imagine. General, that's where you're wrong, that's what he seems to be able to imagine. Sun Wu's heart was shocked, it could still be like this? Return to the Dragon Ball world and get full power? Wouldn't that be? Him instantly thinking of the power manifestation in the original, if he could obtain that kind of power, then wouldn't he walk sideways in this world? 10,000 combat power in the original Dragon Ball is already capable of exploding stars, right? So, now you understand? Jihai leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms in front of him. There's certainly an element of those colleges grabbing you for your own potential. But more importantly, it's trying to get access to Subworld 120 through you. The S-class treatment they promised sounded tantalizing, but it was nothing compared to the potential value of the entire Subworld 120. Recruiting you in, providing you with good food and drink, and when the time is ripe, letting you be the road guy to bring their people in to uncover resources, that's their real purpose. Jihai's tone carried a few points of directness and mockery unique to soldiers. To put it bluntly, on the bright side, this is the rules of the game that we all created together. They are trying to coax you as if you were a key with a sense of autonomy first. Now a few parties robbing people may still be polite to you. After all, this key is not yet in your hands. Naturally, you have to coax with kind words. S-class treatment? Top tutors? It does sound scenic and makes you feel like the future is bright. But when you do choose one, and sign those enrollment agreements that seem so privileged, but are actually hidden, then step into the gilded cage they've carefully prepared for you, such as some exclusive subworld that they have complete control over and the rules are up to them. At that time, do you think you'd still be able to negotiate with them like you do now, even asking things like which cafeteria is better? Jihai looked at Sun Wu with a sharpness in his eyes that saw through the world. By then, you won't be some highly sought-after genius student, but an important pawn in their strategic blueprint, a signpost that must act in tandem. One day you're told to explore Area A of Subdivision 120, the next day you might be told to go to Area B to die and explore. The day after tomorrow, when you feel that you have too much potential to be controlled, you might even use some means to limit your growth, or simply hide you away, lest this key of yours has its own ideas and doesn't listen to the call of duty. They will hold you with resources, credits, favors, and even people close to you so that you have to listen. The so-called S-class treatment is nothing more than an upfront investment for a future return of 100 times 1,000 from the 120th subworld. At that point, not to mention freely choosing which subworld you want to cultivate in, I'm afraid you'd even have to follow their arrangements as to what you ate today and what you should practice tomorrow. Then it's really up to you who you listen to. Jihai realized that Sun Wu might not understand the actual status of the university, and gave him an explanation of the difference between a textbook university and a university in the true sense of the word. As Sun Wu listened, the expression on his face didn't change much, but a hint of realization and coldness swept through the depths of his eyes. Is this the way the world turned out to be? The university is actually 10 earthly divine kingdoms? I see, after all, his greatest value is not the first trial, but this damn road guide identity. These people saw him as a tool to open the treasure trove, and were now rushing to show their goodwill, but only because they wanted to get their hands on the tool first. Sun Wu leaned back in his chair, recalling the farcical scramble in the conference room, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved up. What Mordor University Director Chen Ping, what Tianhai University's Wang Pingniu, and representatives from Kyoto and the Star Martial Federation? Which of these people, who hadn't been in their respective huge systems for many years, managed the resources and population of more than one subworld under their hands? How could it really be as stoic and even a bit comical as it appeared to be before? Chen Ping's seemingly gentle but actually stressful smile, the subtle stiffness and rapid adjustment after learning of the instructions from above, was clearly the instinctive reaction of a person who had been in a high position for a long time weighing the pros and cons. That Wang Ping bull, that staggering style, looks rough, but is actually very shrewd. I'm afraid this is the usual admissions strategy of Tenkai University, to attract specific types of students in the most direct and labeled way. His exaggerated performance was nothing more than an attempt to stand out among the many competitors and make the deepest impression on Sun Wu. Who knows if there's a calculating heart hiding underneath those tendons? The well-mannered representative from Kyoto, with his words of intellectual superiority and his sentences about the top resources of his university, was also selling with precision. The one from the Star Martial Federation was even more direct, linking everything to military service and power, trying to impress people with the most realistic benefits. In the end, they put on a great show because they saw in him the key that could open the door to the 120th dimension. Now that the key is not in their hands, they are all playing by the default rules of the game. It's natural to use every trick in the book to cajole and entice. Once he does pick one of them and signs the agreement, I'm afraid it's out of his hands. At that time, I'm afraid that I will really become meat on the plate, allowing them to plan their route and extract value. Thinking about this, Sun Wu even felt a little amused. A group of big shots who control countless resources in people's lives and deaths, for the sake of a so-called road guide, in front of him as a high school student staged a show of seeking talent. It's a row, but it's given enough. I wonder how they will look when they realize that this key not only has its own ideas, but is also quite chunky. What the general means is that no matter which university I choose, I may end up as their tool man? Sun Wu asked, his tone calm, unable to hear any joy or anger. Ji Hai gave him an appreciative look. It's good that you can think about it so quickly. Universities have their own rules and interests, and their first consideration is the development of the university and access to resources, with personal wishes often taking a back seat. This is especially true of an individual like you who carries great strategic value. He turned the tables, but we in the military are different. Oh? Sun Wu raised his eyebrows, signaling him to continue. The primary goal of the military is to guard the Federation, maintain stability in the present world, and fight against subterranean invasions. We need strong fighters, and even more so, we need to discover and control worlds with great potential like Subdimension 120, to turn their power to our own use and enhance the overall strength of the Federation. Ji Hai's voice became solemn. We need you as a pathfinder as well, but we won't treat you as a tool that can be sacrificed at will. The military cultivates talent for real combat and meritocracy. We'll provide you with as many resources as any top university, if not more. The previous Star Martial Federal University is also considered to be a university that works closely with our military region. You may not know the current power relations of the Federation, you just need to know that the Star Martial Federal University is also considered to be the Federation on the line. We will send our most elite special operations team to cooperate with you in your exploration of the 120th subdimension and the resources that you will acquire. You don't need to be involved in combat to gather exploration, and you'll get your share of the credit. Chapter 68, The Military District. Most importantly, within the military system, as long as you have sufficient ability and merit, you will be able to obtain the appropriate status and voice, rather than passively accepting the arrangement. He looked at Sun Wu. Simply put, the university wants to raise you to be an obedient key. The military, on the other hand, wants you to be a general who holds the key in your hand and can lead us to open the treasure trove and share the fruits of war. Which one do you want to be? After Sun Wu heard this dissection from Ji Hai, his thoughts turned rapidly in his mind. Ji Hai's words should be true 70% to 80% out of 10. The way those university representatives were all monkeying around, it really wasn't as simple as just fancying him as the first in a trial. Roadrunner sounds like a lot of trouble. Those universities are crackling with calculations, and the S-class treatment sounds good, but I'm afraid it's not a bait to invite people in. Once inside, one is bound by rules and regulations, and value is extracted under the banner of nurturing. It's going to be the end of the line when you're locked up in the backyard world of those universities, screaming for your life. He, Sun Woo, was burdened with the combat sharp system and aimed for the stars. How could he be willing to be a child on someone else's chessboard? Although his current strength was not quite enough to compare those old monsters, but with the system and unlimited potential, how could he say 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river? In contrast, on the military side, although the purpose was also for subdimension 120, Ji-Hai's attitude was much more frank. The stakes were directly stated and the options given were more to his liking. Instead of being held captive as a mascot by the university, he should have taken a shot at the military. At least the military was all about strength, which coincided with the path of his system. Moreover, Ji-Hai personally appeared, a serving war zone general. This weight can be much heavier than those admissions office directors. The sincerity is there. Of course, Sun Woo wouldn't be naive enough to think that the military was some kind of charity organization. We're all foxes of 1,000 years, so what's the point of playing chatty? The world is full of people who are interested in profit. We are all in it for the benefits, and the military also values its own roadmap. Only the tactics are a little more sophisticated than those universities, and the pie given is also more realistic. He himself was more than satisfied with the military's attitude, at least letting himself be the one to understand. Thinking of this, the slight discomfort in Sun Woo's heart that had risen because he had been counted on was quickly washed away by the anticipation of the future. Who cares about the road guide or not, the key or not, as long as the strength is strong enough, the rules are all up to you. When the time comes, it's hard to say who has the keys to who. With the system in hand, he was confident that he would grow much faster than they had predicted, and would be able to grasp more initiative in the future. Having figured this out, Sun Woo no longer hesitated. He raised his head and looked at Ji-Hai, his expression calm and unperturbed. The slight confusion he felt before had long disappeared. General Ji, the kid is not a 3-year-old child, he can still distinguish between good and bad words. Sun Woo's tone was bland. The pie drawn on the university's side is even more fragrant, but it's ultimately a mirror. The military path sounds more realistic. He paused, a hint of confidence belonging to a strong man in his eyes. I, for one, don't like to be set up. Instead of being a key held in someone's hand, I'd like to see how far I can go. I choose to join the military. A trace of appreciation flashed in Ji-Hai's eyes. This kid was really through and through, and his heart wasn't low. He nodded in satisfaction. Good. Wise choice, you won't regret your decision today. He stood up and patted Sun Woo on the shoulder with a steady intensity. I will immediately contact the people over at the Star Martial Federation University and ask them to adjust the terms they offer you. You will be treated as one of our own, and the treatment will only be better than the other schools, not worse. Externally, you'll claim that you chose the Star Martial Federation University, which will save you a lot of trouble. Ji-Hai's gaze became deep. Although your current strength is at the top of your peers, when looking at the entire Federation, and even all the subworlds, it's still far from enough. The resources of the military will be tilted in your favor, but the road is ultimately yours to travel. Starwood Federal University is a good jumping-off point. It has the basics and resources you need. Study hard, work hard to get stronger, and when you graduate, the door to my Western theater is always open for you. I would very much like you to provide a contribution to the peace and stability of the present world, rather than just forgetting your roots after taking control of some subworlds, as those few university people usually do. I'll still be in the Mordor district for the next few days, so I'll make arrangements for you to dock with them, and you can notify me directly on the comms meter if there's anything going on. Kid understands. Sun Woo answered and added Ji-Hai's communication friend in passing. Broad seas of the quarter. The thought of entering the Dragon Ball world at a later stage and being able to fully utilize the original power of the legacy without being suppressed by the laws of the present world. Sun Woo's heart just couldn't help but be on fire. Granted, he's only a template for Goku and Raditz now from the period when they weren't here, but that's still science. His own current 10,000 combat power energy level was nothing more than what he had gained when the inheritance panel was unlocked by 1%. If he returns to the Dragon Ball world to unlock the legacy 100%, then he immediately gains access to all of Goku's power that he had after defeating Piccolo Daimao and before Raditz came. What was Goku's fighting power back then? It's exciting to think about. Converted to the current world's combat energy level, I'm afraid it's going to be 1,000,000 combat energy levels. And all those other sub-genre worlds, Naruto, Pirates, Shinigami, etc. Since the Dragon Balls can get in, wouldn't those Naruto pirates and whatnot from before be able to get in as well? If you have a chance to enter those worlds in the future. Hey, that's a lot of fun. Rub a pill with Naruto? Catch some tailed beasts for fun? Looking for Sauron to compete in a sword fight? Let's see what level the king of the near sea who bit off Shanks back in the day is really at. Or go pick up a leek and see if you can get the rattling thunder fruit? Going back to Reaper to see if I can get a cool Zanpakuto? Or get the exterminator to try and see who has the harder fist? Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Provided, of course, that one is strong enough and free enough. It is now imperative that you utilize this time in college to improve yourself like crazy. Get your foundation down, level up, and have the ability to defend yourself or even set the table off as soon as possible. When the time comes, it's hard to tell who's the key and who's the lock picker. Sun Wu's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved up. This world, it was more complicated than he had imagined, but it was also much more interesting. After finalizing the details with Ji-Hai, Sun Wu only felt relaxed. Although there is an additional potential problem of becoming a roadblock, this risk is nothing compared to the infinite possibilities of the future. When he returned to the crowd, Principal Lee was surrounded by a group of reporters, his face agitated and helpless, coping with the sweat. Sun Wu-san. Back. Lu Rian was sharp-eyed and spotted Sun Wu at the first time, immediately squeezing through the crowd and handing over the microphone, with a professional and flirtatious smile on her face. Congratulations on winning first place in this entry trial. May I ask what your feelings are now? Have you made a decision about which university to enter in the future? Her question instantly ignited the atmosphere, and all the cameras and microphones were aimed at Sun Wu. Sun Wu looked at the hot-bodied, sharp-eyed female reporter in front of him, and swept a glance at the flashing limelight around him, and calmly took the microphone. The sentiment is that the trials were pretty fun, just a little darker. Sun Wu spoke in a casual tone. As for the university, I've already decided to go to Star Martial Federation University. Starfleet Federal University? Chapter 69-1 Use Determination. When this answer came out, the scene was in an uproar. The reporters were a little confused. Although the Star Martial Federation University is also a top 10 ranked top institution, but in terms of comprehensive ranking and heritage, it is still slightly inferior compared to the Magic City University and Kyoto University. They had witnessed the scene of the representatives of those several universities competing for Sun Wu just now, and the conditions offered were all more enticing than one another. How did you end up choosing Starfleet Federal University? Ruyan Lu was also stunned, but her professionalism made her quickly react and ask after her. Mr. Sun Wu, can you conveniently reveal the reason why you chose Star Martial Federation University? As far as we know, it seems that Mordor University and Kyoto University have also extended top-level invitations to you. Reason? Sun Wu smiled, remembering Ji-Hai's explanation, and said casually. Because. Well, Starwood Federal University is close to home. Close to home? Reporters look at each other. This reason is not too plain and simple a bit? And isn't the closest one Mordor University? Principal Lee in the side-heard straight cover face. This kid cannot find a high point of the reason? But the result was good. To be in a top 10 university, and a Star Martial Federation university with a strong military background, was already a great thing. He hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. All right, fellow reporters, student Sun Wu just finished the trial and needs to rest. The school will follow up with a unified official announcement. Thank you for your attention. Principal Lee pushed and persuaded, finally placating the group of beat reporters for the time being. Sun Wu, on the other hand, took the opportunity to take Lin Jingjing and leave the noisy scene first. That night, the news about Sun Wu and this entry-level trial swept across the entire Federation's network like a tsunami. Historic breakthrough. Sun Wu, the dark horse of Magic City No. 2 Middle School, tops the entry trial list. Against all odds. Sun Wu, a commoner genius, beats the Sakura District's heavenly pride in a row in the trial space. In-depth analysis. Why did Sun Wu give up Mordor and Kyoto and finally chose Cebu Federal University? The major dignitaries of the top 10 universities gathered at the second middle school of the Magic City District for the secret. Why did only the bottom 5 of the top 10 universities come to recruit Sun Wu? The reason is surprisingly. Inventory of the top 10 points of view of the entry-level trial. Sun Wu topped, the Sakura District conspiracy failed, the little princess Gu Qinghan defeated. Various eye-catching headlines were all over the place, and Sun Woo's name and the photo of his handsome face, which looked slightly casual in the reporter's snapshot, instantly spread through the streets. He had become an almost overnight sensation, leaping from an obscure, ordinary high school student to a hot new star across the Commonwealth. What followed was a frenzy of netizens digging into Sun Woo's past experiences. Soon, his orphan identity, his experience of working as an accompanying trainer at the Feihu martial arts school, and even his previous bit of doggone emotional entanglement with Lin Jingjing, were all raked over the coals by the savvy netizens. A beautiful boy from the bottom of the ladder, who was bullied and even infatuated for 3 years and abandoned by his girlfriend, soared to the sky after awakening, and against all odds became a genius in the limelight. This drama-filled story is a perfect template for cool writing, and it instantly ignited the passions of countless ordinary people. It's so inspirational. This is a true grassroots rise. Woohoo, it hurts me to think that Sun Woo used to be beaten as a sandbag. Those who bullied him, does their face hurt now? So smitten, 3 years, 3 whole years, how did he get by? Oh, give mommy a hug. That ex-girlfriend who dumped him, she's probably regretting it all right now, isn't she? Serves her right. Of course, in addition to these, the hottest thing on the internet, or about Sun Woo and Won Yu's CP. The image of Sun Woo descending from the sky, heroically rescuing Won Yu, who was in a desperate situation, and saving her from the sea of insects, was completely recorded by the playback footage at the time. The upright figure of the teenager in that dim light, and the dependent eyes of the young girl, were simply natural idolater fodder. The do-gooder edited the video clip over and over again with various ambiguous BGM and text. For a while, topics such as Sun Yu CP and Woo Won match quickly occupied the hot searches of major social platforms. Aha! It's so sweet. What kind of divine plot is this? Hero saving beauty, I'm knocked out of my mind. One is a dark horse genius who came out from the bottom, and the other is the daughter of a famous martial arts school. I love this setup. Look at this Mrs. P's picture. Sun Woo carrying Won Yu and Won Yu blushing, it's a perfect match. I'm so impressed. I've moved the civil office for you, please get married in place. White Crane Martial Arts Center, inside an elegant boudoir. Won Yu looked at those CP fans on the screen of the communication device with their fervent comments and P pictures. Her pretty face was as red as a boiled shrimp, and even her fair neck was dyed with a layer of nice pink halo. She turned off the nonsense posts in frustration, but her heart was pounding uncontrollably. His mind couldn't help but replay the scene in the trial space. His figure as he fell from the sky, his broad, solid back as he carried himself, the faint smell of mint on his body. And his, "Can I help you, beautiful?" With a hint of playfulness. It turns out that the genius disciple of Grandpa Lu that Grandpa told her to contact before, that person called Sun Woo, is him? The boy who saved her life and made her feel the heartbeat described in the book for the first time was the target of her grandfather's mission? This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Won Yu covered her burning cheeks and rolled around on the bed, feeling her heart beating so fast that it was about to pop out of her throat. A wonderful sense of fatalism and a hint of snickering came over me. Is this God's destiny? She couldn't help the corners of her mouth from rising slightly, revealing a smile with sweetness and anticipation that she didn't even notice. Maybe, this time, you can really be brave for yourself for once? Meanwhile, somewhere in the shadowy utility room of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center, the two brothers, Chen Yi and Chen Ming, were cowering in the corner, looking at the overwhelming news about Sun Woo on the communicator, trembling with fear and cold sweat. Brother! That Sun Woo really became number one? Chen Ming's voice trembled, his teeth chattering. Well. Chen Yi swallowed hard, his face as white as paper, and was snatched by several top universities, and ended up going to Star Martial Federation University. The two looked at each other, both seeing extreme fear in the other's eyes. Done. It's completely over. Thinking of all the difficulties and bullying they had done to Sun Woo in the past, and then thinking of Sun Woo's murderous and ruthless methods in the trial space. Brother, he won't come back to settle the score with us, right? Chen Ming asked with a sobbing voice. How would I know? Chen Yi also panicked a batch in his heart, his voice carrying a tremor. If I had known that he was so powerful, in the beginning we shouldn't have. Regret, endless regret flooded them. But it's too late to say anything now. They only felt a cold chill on the back of their necks, as if a big invisible hand would reach out and crush them to death at any moment. Fear, like a maggot in their hocks, spread wildly in their hearts. Chapter 70. On the other side, what is our goddess Wang Yu's beloved Sun Wu doing? Inside the luxurious compartment of the inner pavilion of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Center, the air seemed to still have some kind of ambiguous moist and hot scent remaining. Gently, Sun Wu leaned against the bed, his voice carrying a hint of lazy satisfaction. That experience just now had really made him somewhat savory. Don't. Hiss. The two of them worked on the subject of thermal fusion conversion ratios. How would the temperature change from a higher temperature object to a lower temperature object feel? Anyway, the frozen fruit used by Lin Jingjing localizes the research topic of elemental scratch. It made Sun Wu instantly suck in a breath of cool air. You developed this fruit ability, but you practiced on me first? Sun Wu huffed slightly, feeling the stimulation, his mouth complaining, but his body was honest enough not to half resist. Woo-hoo! With a long, trilling exhale, Sun Wu's hand on Lin Jingjing's soft black hair was taken down. Only then did Lin Jingjing raise her head, her cheeks flushed with an abnormal blush, like she was lacking oxygen or blushing. She didn't dare to look Sun Wu in the eyes, but just beamed and wiped the corners of her mouth quickly. Eyes somewhat averted, like a frightened deer, he ran in a flash into the bathroom, where the sound of rushing water soon came from inside. Sun Wu looked at her almost fleeing back, the corner of his mouth curved up in a playful arc. This woman seems to be really stimulated by Wang Yu. After coming back from the trial space, her attitude was simply a 180-degree turnaround. The hint of distance that had been there before disappeared completely, replaced by an almost pleasing and eager initiative. All sorts of tricks that she would never have thought of before, she seemed to have no idea how to do, clumsily but extraordinarily vigorously trying them all. Sun Wu was not a little cutie. Naturally understood the reason behind this. Wang Yu's appearance, whether it was her family background, appearance, or the goodwill that flowed out of her unintentionally, was like a needle that ruthlessly stabbed at Lin Jingjing's heart that desperately longed to move up the ladder. The sense of crisis made her completely drop what little reserve she had left. Also good. Sun Wu thought indifferently. To him, Lin Jingjing is now more like a, more functional than emotional existence. Since she was willing to take the initiative, she was happy to enjoy herself. He closed his eyes for a moment to reflect on the experience of the overwhelming temperature difference he had just experienced. It had to be said that this freeze fruit ability, indeed, had an outstanding effect. The excitement of that alternating temperature was fantastic. Seems like you could give her the Inferno Tiger Crystal Core? Enhance the feeling of warmth a bit? Thinking of the Yin Tiger Crystal Core, Sun Wu's mind moved. In the little gap he had between coming out of the trial space and waiting for the school to make arrangements and reporters to harass him, he took the time to go back to the Fei Hu Martial Arts Center. Mainly, he went to fetch the city return stone that Lu Hu promised to give, and by the way, he took the crystal cores that he didn't take away before entering the rank trial. This crystal core was warm to the touch and contained quite pure fire attribute energy. The identification information given by the system made him secretly glad that he didn't directly absorb it at that time. Crystallized nucleus of the Inferno Tiger, a lowly creature scattered among the fragments of the Fire God's kingdom. When absorbed, it gains a powerful inheritance of fire abilities and can rapidly increase its strength up to the 6th level of martial arts without bottleneck. However, the cost is equally great. After absorbing this crystal, there is no fire attribute divine enlightenment, and the maximum level cap is set at level 6. Before, the system didn't have an equipment bar and couldn't appraise items, but this time it was possible. It was fortunate that he didn't rush to absorb this crystal core at that time. This may be a shortcut to the top for others. Martial Dao level 6 was considered a top expert in the entire Devil's Capital District, and was enough to change the fate of an ordinary person. But to Sun Wu, who possessed the Scion template in the Battle Sharp system, this thing was a chicken ribs, and could even be said to be poison. Locking up your future growth cap for the sake of a mere fire ability? Cootie. Talent. He can't use it himself, but it might be just the thing for some people. The bathroom door was pulled open, and Lin Jingjing walked out wrapped in a bath towel, her wet hair still dripping, and her pale skin glowing an enticing pink color from the hot water. She lowered her head, as if she was still shy about the bold move she had just made, and did not dare to look directly at Sun Wu. Come here. Sun Wu patted the bed beside him. Lin Jingjing obediently walked over and sat down next to him, her body slightly tense. Sun Wu flipped his palm, and the crimson crystal core that emitted a blazing aura appeared in his palm, illuminating the surroundings with a warm red color. This is... Lin Jingjing's gaze was instantly attracted. She could feel the majestic energy contained in that crystal core. She instantly recognized that it was that Yen Hu crystal stone given by Lu Jinshan earlier, and she fantasized about it for a long time at that time. Inferno Tiger Crystal Core. Absorbing it will give you a powerful fire psychic ability, and will help you raise up to martial Dao level 6 at the highest. Sun Wu explained in a flat tone, and at the same time, informed the side effects as well. However, after absorbing it, your potential will stop at level 6, and you won't be able to go any higher. He looked at Lin Jingjing. You choose, take it or leave it. Lin Jingjing's breathing instantly became rapid, her eyes staring at the crystal core as if it hid everything she had ever dreamed of. Martial Arts Level 6. That was a height she hadn't even dared to think about before. As for the potential ceiling? She hadn't even stabilized the first level of martial arts right now, and the so-called potential was too distant and illusory for her. It's only practical to seize the power that's right in front of you. With hardly any hesitation, Lin Jingjing raised her head fiercely, her eyes filled with longing and an almost fervent determination. I want it. Her voice was small but decisive. Sun Wu looked at her without hesitation, and his heart was clear. For someone of Lin Jingjing's background, who was determined to break away from the status quo, a definite high point that can be reached is far more attractive than an illusory potential. It was also good that a combatant who could consistently reach level 6 might come in handy later on. He casually tossed the crystal core to Lin Jingjing. Lin Jingjing was like holding a rare treasure, her hands stretched out to carefully catch it, and she didn't care even if the bath towel slipped off. The warm touch came from her palm, making her fingertips tremble slightly with excitement. She clutched the crystal core as if she were clutching her future destiny. Looking at her look of excitement and ambition, Sun Wu just smiled faintly and didn't say anything more, redirecting his attention to his system panel. 1 million experience points. Sun Wu looked at the astronomical upgrade demand and silently gave the system a middle finger. How long will it take to save up? Forget it, not wanting to think about this bad thing. Compared to the distant upgrades, Sun Wu planned to upgrade his skills first. Chapter 71 Skill Upgrade. He pulled up the list of skills. Chi Perception was good comrades, following the level automatically without having to worry about it. Gotta prioritize feeding the eaters. Turtle Style Qigong, simple and brutal, the core of the output Qi round chopping, ignoring defense, specializing in all kinds of tin cans and fancy sun fist, strategic level field control techniques, escape essential medicine. These three must be prioritized and pulled full. Well, with the current combat points, pulling LV3 first is the limit. To go from LV2 to LV3, you need 1000 battle points for one skill? This pricing by the system is simply more ruthless than the black-hearted capitalists. Sun Wu muttered in his heart, but his hand movements were not slow at all. Ding! Turtle Style Qigong LV1 upgraded to LV3, consuming 1100 battle points, current effect, condensed Qigong waves, inflicting 5 times the damage of combat power. 5 times. Sun Wu's eyes lit up, this enhancement can be done. It was only twice the damage at LV1 before, so it's not a bad way to spend 1000 points. Ding! Qi Circle Chop upgraded to LV3, consumes 1000 battle points, current effect, condenses high-speed rotating discs of Qi, cuts the target, inflicts 2 times the damage of combat power, ignores physical defense. Qi Circle Chop was LV2 before, and the damage was increased again after the upgrade, and the characteristic of ignoring physical defense was still there, specifically restraining those enemies who relied on hard defense or special abilities. Ding! Sunfist is upgraded to LV3, consuming 1000 combat points, the range and duration of the effect is increased, with the additional special effect Sure Hit. Very good, Flashbulb Power Enhanced version. Next time who dares to stare at the eyeballs with what pupil magic, directly let him experience what is called brightly blind your dog's eyes. And this must hit. Sun Wu read the introduction, meaning that the main target of releasing the skill could be blinded by Sunfist even if his eyes were closed. That's a 6. Sun Wu smacked his lips. This thing belonged to the rules category, right? After spending 3200 points in one breath, Sun Wu looked at the remaining 19,000 or so battle points and rubbed his chin. Other skills can't be left completely unattended. Remnant Image Fist, Bao Sheer Hammer, Universal Shocking Palm, Heaven and Earth Penetrating Fist, Qi Circle Chopping Six-Edged Blade, Qi Landmine, Prince's Battle Technique. These skills are not as core and commonly used as the first three, but they are skillful and may come in handy in a pinch. All first up to LV2 mean it. Anyway, LV1 to LV2 as long as 100 points cheap and affordable, cost-effective. 7 skills, a total of 700 points, it's just a drop in the bucket. Especially after the prince's battle technique was upgraded to LV2, the damage of the burst of small air bombs was also increased from 1/10 of the combat power to 2/10, so it was a nice boost to clear the stragglers more efficiently in the future. Looking at the rows of LV2 and LV3 skill icons in the skill list, Sun Woo nodded with satisfaction. Although the skill full level is still far away, but the mosquito leg is also meat, accumulation of less into more. Ding 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 ding. A series of system beeps rang out, and the battle points in Sun Woo's account clattered down like running water. 7 skills, 700 battle points, gone in the blink of an eye. Sun Woo smacked his lips, this money really can't be spent. However, looking at the description of the column of skill effects that had been slightly improved, the heart was still a bit comforted. Skill LV1 to LV2, enhance the effect is better than nothing, mainly for the skill icon looks a little more eye-catching, obsessive compulsive disorder set a book to meet. Name, Sun Woo. Realm, Martial Arts Level 2. Upgrade experience value, 0.1 million. Combined combat power, 10,000. Current battle points, 19,260. Number of Scion S cells, 1,000. Current template. Scion Bloodline improves physical recovery, resistance to blows, and near-death recovery will dramatically increase combat power. Current skills. Remnant Image Fist LV2, Sun Fist LV3, Bag Shear Hammer LV2, Universal Amazing Palm LV2, Turtle Style Qigong LV3, Heaven and Earth Penetrating Fist LV2, Qigong Circle Chop LV3, Qigong Circle Chop 6-Edged Slice LV2, Qigong Landmine LV2, Prince's Battle Technique LV2, Qigong Perception, and Dancing in the Air Art. Current Battle Sharp Bonus Skill. Combat Renewal Rose Pseudo, Laying Dog Single. Next Level Comprehension Skill, Boundary King's Fist. Current Reward Tasks. Please make a breakthrough to the middle third realm within 1 year, and perform the middle order mystic trial to receive the reward S cells 10,000 units. Currently owns items, Dark Goddess's Astral Battle Armor Lower Liner, Subdimensional Core Bound Dark Goddess's Divine Kingdom Shards. The Chi Circle Chop has been upgraded to LV3, and not much else has changed, except that it can now deal 2x combat damage. The Kamehameha Qigong Wave LV3 effect did the same thing, going from a 2-fold increase to a 5-fold increase in damage to combat power. And the minimum minor chakra wave damage of Prince Battlemage LV2 has been increased from 1/10 to 2/10 of the combat power. After upgrading his skills, Sun Woo's gaze finally landed on the 2 exceptionally conspicuous trophies in the system's storage space. Dark Goddess's Star War Armor Lower Lining, and Sublime Core. In the former case, the black lace thong that emitted ethereal starlight and had an excessively cool shape was currently lying there quietly, as if it were an ordinary piece of clothing, yet it carried a palpitating aura of divinity. Sun Woo looked at this thing and the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. This thing is a hot potato right now, or rather, a hot god's potato. Not to mention wearing it, even if he took it out and shook it, the dark goddess named Belinda would probably be able to cross the space and time in the next second and give him a divine punishment extermination package. Last time I didn't die because of the system. If I do it again, who knows if the system still cares about the after sales. Staying in system space as a high-level mascot seems to be the only option at the moment. But Sun Woo stroked his chin, his eyes flashing with a hint of cunning. This stuff can't be used by itself, but it's not all bad. Someday if you really encounter a tough opponent who can't be beaten, or if you are surrounded and can't run away, pull it out in the cold and put it over the other person's head. Or maybe just throw it into the crowd as a divine punishment summoner that kills everyone? Sun Woo vaguely remembers that in a novel he read in his previous life, there was a use of the phrase "when things are not decided, Leo's Law." Gee, the picture is too beautiful to think about. Sun Woo couldn't help but shiver, and felt that the idea seemed quite feasible. Surprise, attack, and use the goddess's intimate clothes. Sun Woo secretly nodded, this goddess panty bomb plan silently memorized in a small notebook, as one of the hidden tricks. His attention then turned to another item. That pitch-black prismatic crystal, the Sublime Core. With a thought, Sun Woo took it out of the system space. The moment he entered his hand, a bone-piercing coldness struck him, as if he was holding a piece of 10,000-year-old basalt ice, and at the same time, he also exuded a darkness, if anything, that made people not too comfortable. He concentrated and his consciousness sank into it. In an instant, as if his soul was out of his body, his perceptions were pulled into an incomparably vast, yet deadly silent and dull space. Faint dark energy filled the sky and earth like a thin mist, but beyond that, it was empty. No insects, no bats, not even a hint of wind. Chapter 72, 100,000 combatants? No. I'm the king of fists 10 million. The whole world was terribly quiet, permeated with a sense of emptiness after the energy had been completely drained. Sure enough, that map cannon shot from the goddess is clearing the place out completely. Sun Wu smacked his lips in some regret. I was hoping that I could come in later to brush up on the monsters and earn some battle points, but now it seems to be a lost cause. At this time, the scene opened up in Sun Wu's mind, as if the darkness had been lifted. He saw the outline of the entire dark interdimensional world, like a simple game map unfolding in his head. At the edge of the map, the red dots representing residual energy are dimming, spreading outward to dissipate. Sun Wu immediately focused his mind and locked onto the location marked by a red dot. The consciousness traveled for a moment and he saw a surprising sight. Not empty, but large swaths of shadow bugs, dark magic bats, ghost jellyfish. Countless ferocious beasts that could not be named, like ice melting, were collapsing, turning into wisps of black gas that merged into the void, as if feeding back into this space. The goddess shot, and it didn't even clean up? Sun Wu's heart was shocked, secretly thankful that he came in time, and then a step later, I am afraid that the particles will really not be harvested. In just this small amount of time, countless more ferocious beasts slowly dissipated within the space. Can't hesitate any longer. With a thought, Sun Wu's figure suddenly disappeared from the bed of the luxurious chamber, and the moment his consciousness returned to his physical body, he was already in the familiar dark interdimensional world. As far as the eye could see, there were all the ferocious beasts that were melting away, rapidly disappearing like an ebbing tide. There was no time to lose, and Prince Sun Wu's battle method was unleashed in full force. Not bothering to save, and without the need to aim, his hands were like phantoms, and the qigong waves poured out wildly as if they didn't need any money. The orange-yellow light tore through the darkness and blasted into the dissipating group of ferocious beasts, accelerating their demise like the hot sun scorching the remaining snow. Time seemed to have lost its meaning as Sun Wu mechanically released qigong waves until there was no longer a single intact ferocious beast in the entire space, and the mini-map in his mind had become pitch black, with not a single red dot blinking anymore. Only then did Sun Wu stop his bombing spree with a gasp, his arms slightly sore. He immediately turned his attention to the system panel. Current battle points, 1,020,000. $120,000? Sun Wu's eyes instantly rounded and his breathing stopped for a split second. He double-checked that number a few times, and yes, it really was 7 digits. Just now, he was still lamenting over the goddess robbing the monsters and fretting over that million experience gap, but in the blink of an eye, the battle points had directly exploded? The peak came so suddenly that it gave him a feeling of unreality. It's a hit. This is really hairy. A huge surprise washed over his nerves, and his previous depression was swept away. System. Give me a raise. Upgrade. Show me your limits. Sun Wu practically roared out, excited beyond words. The 1 million battle points that had just arrived and hadn't even been warmed up yet instantly disappeared like a flood that broke the dike. Experience value detected full. Is it upgraded? Yes. Sun Wu confirmed without hesitation. This time, it wasn't as quiet as last time when the upgrade was ordered. In his field of vision, the small panel representing the local awakening legacy shuddered violently for a few moments, as if it was twitching. But in the end, it didn't dare to make any blocking moves and dutifully popped the prompt. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for realizing the skill, KAI King's Fist. The next level of comprehension skill is not available at the moment, and the comprehension skill for entering the middle 3 realm martial arts level 4 is instantaneous movement. Current combat power, 100,000. Gas sensing range extended to 100 kilometers. Current experience value, 100 million. Huh? What happened this time? The combat sharpness system didn't come out to beat it up and it just let the upgrade happen? Sun Wu looked at the small panel's honest appearance and muttered in his heart, could it be that he was overcome by the last beating? Admitting defeat? But what the heck? The boost from this upgrade is real. The combat power directly doubled tenfold, reaching a staggering 100,000. What's more, he gained the KAI King's Fist, which is considered to be an external divine skill in Dragon Ball. Sun Wu couldn't wait to see the introduction of the Boundary King's Fist. King of the Realm Fist, a move taught to Goku by the King of the Realm of the North, which can multiply his strength, speed, attack power, and defense in an instant, but it puts a large strain on his body when it's turned on. When the elevation multiplier exceeds the body's tolerance limit, it will cause a huge load or even collapse on the body. This skill has no level cap, and the number of times it can be turned on is affected by the body's strength, the theoretical maximum number of times it can be turned on without regard to the damage, 100 times. The current template Inferior Warrior Monkey King before the arrival of Raditz restricts the number of times the King's Fist can be safely turned on to 2 times. Sun Wu's heart thumped. The Kai King's Fist. It's Goku's signature stance from his first mid-period. 100,000 combatants, turned on twice, that is 200,000. If you spared the risk of serious injury or even death, you could even theoretically explode 100 times your power if you directly opened a 100-fold Boundary King Fist and exploded with him? Wouldn't that be 10 million combatants? Sun Wu sucked in a breath of cool air. This was a ING to IN this world, it was absolutely messy to kill. Just isn't this next level of experience a bit much to ask for? $100 million? It's too much. He seriously suspected that this little local system panel was tripping him up. He didn't believe that other people needed this much experience to upgrade. He looked at the small, aggrieved panel next to the combat sharpness panel in his mind, and wondered in his heart if he should let the combat sharpness system teach it a good lesson. However, at this time, the surging power and the possible 100-fold enhancement of the Realm King's Fist made him feel as if this experience was not a lot. The huge power boost filled Sun Wu's body with an explosive sensation, and every cell was cheering. He was now desperate to find an opponent to vent this upgraded agitation and power. Hands itching for a fight. He raced through the empty, dead, dark interdimensional space, probing around, trying to find even a single leak. Unfortunately, this space was now nothing but big and empty. The ferocious beasts that were melting away just now were already the last ripples of this world. That strike from the goddess, coupled with his crazy mending earlier, had truly reduced the place to nothingness. The excitement from the upgrades had nowhere to be vented, making it a little hard for Sun Wu to hold it in. The system message said that this was the fragment of the Dark Goddess's divine kingdom. When I thought about the system message that was attached to the core of the Yin Tiger, lowly creatures scattered in the fragments of the Fire God's divine kingdom, Sun Wu couldn't help but ponder once again, could it be that a lot of the so-called subdimensional space was this kind of shattered kingdom of the gods? What about the worlds of King of Thieves and Naruto, which are clearly anime productions? The makeup of this world is getting really confusing. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it for a while. Sun Wu was more concerned about the practical use of this thing. With a thought, he was back in his room on the bed again. Lin Jingjing was still there absorbing the crystal cores. He looked at the comforter on the bed and tried to get it into the subcore. With a thought, the quilt disappeared into thin air. With another movement, the quilt reappeared in its original position. Hey, it's not bad. Sun Wu's eyes lit up. Chapter 73 Battle Cool. Dragon Ball Demon? Although the quilt that was removed was stained with a faint, not-so-good-smelling dark scent, the storage feature was real. Moreover, the interior of this space was vast and boundless, not to mention the quilt, it was probably more than enough to stuff a mountain into it. In the future, when you go out, you no longer need to worry about things have no place to put, this is simply a must-have for traveling at home, killing people, and goods. Convenience is greatly enhanced by having such a huge on-the-go storage unit. And according to the feeling just now, the space was the same as it was during the previous trial period, it was possible to contain living things. And with the subdimensional core in his hands, no one else would be able to enter this space without permission in the future. This will also come in handy if you need to take someone on the run or hide them in the future. All in all, although this trial had many twists and turns and was almost slapped to death by the goddess, the rewards were still quite lucrative. Strength has been increased, skills have been upgraded, and a large storage space and a strategic deterrent fat have been picked up for nothing. He was directly qualified to enroll in the Star Martial Federation University, and he also had a relationship with the military. No loss at all. At that moment, the crystal core in Lin Jingjing's hand on the side gradually disappeared and merged into her body. Absorbing and transforming takes time, and the level 6 that a crystal core can reach is not achieved overnight. But the energy of the Inferno Tiger's crystal core was still majestic, a torrent of searing power rushing through her body, distinct from her original ice energy, yet coexisting wonderfully. The feeling of power filled her limbs, stronger than she had ever been before, making her tremble slightly, both with excitement and a sense of trepidation at the unknown. Will this power, will it stop her from being the vase that she is at the mercy of? Could she hold on to the man in front of her? Lin Jingjing slightly felt the nascent power of ice and fire intertwine within her body as she looked over at Sun Wu, who was resting with his eyes closed, her eyes flickering. Wan Yu's flawless face, that calm and confident demeanor, stuck in her heart like a needle. It couldn't wait any longer, never. She has to show her worth. Even if you can't bring him back to the level he was before, you have to make him remember himself. She looked to Sun Woo, who had his eyes closed to the side. The turmoil in her heart was forced down, and with a certain determination, she slowly crawled towards Sun Woo. She bit her lower lip lightly with her shell teeth, determination flashing in her eyes. Slender fingers brushed over Sun Woo's sturdy arms. Sun Woo's consciousness was immersed in the surging sensation brought about by his new power, calculating how to utilize this newly acquired space, when a sudden touch from his body interrupted his thoughts. It instantly ignited the extraordinarily vigorous chi and blood in his body due to the increase in power. He opened his eyes and looked over at the woman whose movements were clumsy but unusually bold, and cried a little. The Inferno Tiger Crystal Core has finished absorbing? Lin Jingjing's cheeks instantly reddened, but she didn't stop. Work hard for your ability to get to the top. She didn't want to go back to that orphanage, to that civilian neighborhood. Although his current power, with this level 6 Inferno Tiger Crystal, he could mix well even in the Magic City in the future. But isn't getting better the more important thing to strive for? This woman is really stimulated by Wan Yu? Strike that, too. Sun Woo's thoughts, which were originally somewhat agitated by the surge in power, seemed to have found a more direct outlet. He said no more, just matched her rhythm and let that ice and fire intertwine. The following morning, it was just slightly light. Sun Woo was woken up by the system beat that sounded in his head. Fighting. Yes. Congratulations to the host for conducting a battle that meets the combat sharpness rating. Detected the host fighting until almost exhausted. In order to prevent the host from dying of exhaustion, hereby releases the reward. Gain Immortal Bean X1, gain Medicine Bug X1. Sun Woo opened his eyes and looked at the system prompt on his retina, the corner of his mouth pulled uncontrollably. Fighting? And prevent me from dying of exhaustion? System, do you have a misunderstanding of the word fight? And what does almost mean? What do you mean, prevent me from being wasted? He subconsciously moved his back and felt no discomfort except for his mental fullness. This evaluation of the system is pure slander. Slander. He slandered me. However, that bit of dissatisfaction instantly dissipated when his eyes fell on the reward item. Combat Sharp Rewards. Sun 2. Cultivated by the legendary cat fairy who resides on the Tower of Corinthia, just one capsule can be eaten for 10 days without going hungry, and possesses a strong power of recovery. As long as a person is not dead, he or she can instantly regain strength and energy in extreme fatigue and realign the body to its optimal condition, but cannot cure autosomal diseases. Fairy beans. That's good stuff. Sun Woo's eyes glowed. This thing in the Dragon Ball world can be called a bug-level recovery props. How many times the desperate turnaround all rely on it? With this, the fight range can be pulled right up to full in the future, and the near-death upgrades can be much more efficient. It is. Sun Woo looked at the lonely green beans and muttered a little bit in his heart again. This battle sharp system, everything else is good, but it's just too stingy to be true at times. One for such a fierce battle? It's not enough to stuff your teeth. Next time I have a chance to go to the 120th dimension, I'll have to find that fat cat immortal to have a good exchange. Not gripping at 180 pounds of immortal beans down are sorry for their own body of scion blood. Never mind, something is better than nothing. Then it looked to another reward. Medicine Bug, collected and crafted from the death of bugs in the Dragon Ball Demon Realm, it instantly restores strength and energy in extreme fatigue and readjusts the body to its optimal state as long as the person is not dead. Dragon Ball Demon Realm? System, you're chasing such a new movie? That's another form of fairy beans. I don't know if there's a chance to go to the Great Demon Realm. That wholesale third eye seems pretty strong. Let's see if we can buy one when we get a chance. All those merging bugs, grooming bugs, and whatnot can be looked at. The Dragon Balls in the Demon Realm are also highly ranked, so I'll have to try to make a wish when I get a chance, too. And with the Demon Dragon Balls only needing 3, it looks like it's a little better to collect than the normal Dragon Balls too. With a thought, Sun Woo carefully deposited the rewarded immortal beans and pill insects into the system space. These are the cards that will save your life later. Early morning sunlight shone through the cracks in the curtains and landed on the queen-sized bed next to it. Lin Jingjing was curled up on her side, her long hair spread out on the pillow, her sleeping face serene. But upon closer inspection, there was a hint of undisguised fatigue between his eyebrows, and there were even faint dark circles under his eyes. The covers slipped off, revealing bare shoulders and delicate collarbones. Sun Woo glanced at it, recalling last night, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a satisfied arc. The woman had gone to great lengths to catch him. Oomph, who says I can't? The system knows. Look what it's wearing her out. Chapter 74 Sun Woo Must Die. Sun Woo was in a comfortable mood, and seeing that Lin Jingjing was indeed exhausted and didn't even notice him getting up, he didn't intend to wake her up. He quickly washed himself up, changed his clothes, and got ready to go out. I have to go back to the school today, and I have to collect back the star coin reward that Principal Lee promised earlier, as well as the official reward for the first place in this entry-level trial. A mosquito's leg is meat even if it's small, not to mention that the reward this time should be quite generous. At the same time, outside a VIP ward at the top medical hospital attached to the second martial arts high school in the Magic City district. Vice Principal Wang Ba's face was ironic, his eyes staring grimly at the electronic report on the tablet in his hand. There were only a few lines on there, and every word was like a needle in his heart. Patient Wang Hanjian, after brain tomography and mental force field detection, no organic damage was found, but the core memory area of the mental body showed a large blank area. Preliminary diagnosis, suspected to have suffered a high-intensity, directional mental shock, resulting in the forcible erasure of mental imprints and permanent loss of memory. Permanently lost. Wang Ba repeated the words in a low voice, his voice hoarse, as if his throat was stuffed with sand. Blank? Erase? Doesn't this mean that his son, his only son Wang Hanjian, whom he had high hopes for, has turned out to be an idiot with only a shell and no soul? Click the sturdy alloy tablet, in his hands, let out an unbearable groan, the edges began to twist and deform, and eventually he pinched it raw into an irregular metal lump. Sun Woo. Wang Ba squeezed this name out from between his teeth, his eyes tumbling with almost devouring hatred. He recalled the trial replay footage that the technical department had pulled out, that last stance that Sun Woo had put up before Wang Hanjian escaped on that wretched battlefield, the fierce tiger phantom beast fist. It must be that move. Sun Woo, you're so cruel. First in the entry trial? A bright future? Competed for by top universities? So what? Destroying his son would be the same as destroying his Wang Ba's future. It's a vendetta that's not shared. A flash of hideous killing intent flashed in Wang Ba's eyes. Genius? A genius who hadn't grown up, in the eyes of someone like him who held power and resources, was nothing more than a slightly stronger ant, and there were plenty of ways to pinch it if you wanted to. What about the Starfleet Federal University? What about military background? As long as he's secretive enough, who can find out about him? He took a deep breath, forced down his boiling murderous intent, and pushed open the door to the hospital room. On the hospital bed, Wang Hanjian was wearing a hospital gown and was holding a yellow plastic urinal, as if he was tasting something absolutely delicious. He stuck out his tongue and licked the mouth of the jug intently, drooling at the corners of his mouth and letting out a hefty giggle. When he saw Wang Ba come in, he just raised his head in bewilderment, and then lowered his head again to continue licking his precious urinal. Wang Ba's heart felt like it was being clutched hard by a big invisible hand, and it hurt so much that he could barely breathe. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was only cold determination. He turned violently and strutted out of the hospital room with a chill and an unshakable determination for revenge. Sun Woo, you must die. Pop. The crystal goblet crashed against the polished wall, instantly splitting apart and splashing the dark red liquor in all directions, leaving a blinding trail. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Wu Yifeng's forehead veins rippled like a frenzied beast, slamming everything within reach into the ground. Expensive decorations and customized furniture were reduced to a mess in the blink of an eye. The air smelled oddly of alcohol mixed with some kind of perfume. That Sun Woo, that ING Mudblood, killed Ito Ryunosuke? And ING took first place in the entry-level trials? Who is Ryunosuke Ito? The once-in-a-century genius of the Sakura district. Although the Wu family and the Ito family were not allies, they had had a few encounters, and he was well aware of the fact that Ito Ryunosuke's combat power was at least 5,000 or 6,000 to start with in the information that had flowed out prior to the trial, and it might even be higher. Ryunosuke Ito is the type of genius who needs little outside help to get into a top 10 university. He was able to go to Star Martial Federation University thanks to his uncle Wushan Military Region's connections. What makes Sun Woo? How could he possibly beat Ito Ryunosuke? But the damn live replay was right there, so clear that he couldn't fool himself. He remembered clearly that when Sun Woo broke through the four purple flame formation that he had carefully prepared, although it also shocked him, it was by no means as strong as this. How long has it been? A couple hours? Or less? Is this kid eating energy crystals for dinner? Thinking about this, Wu Weifeng's anger mixed into a trace of uncontrollable chill. That kind of boost is simply unheard of. Waste. Tang Xiaojie, you accomplished waste. Wu Weifeng violently kicked over the low table next to him and growled lowly through gritted teeth. If that fool hadn't exposed himself before he died, he could have dismissed the incident as an accident now, an episode that had nothing to do with him. It was a big deal for him to avoid Sun Wu and go away, so he could pretend that nothing happened, or he could secretly observe and look for opportunities. But now, it was all too late. Sun Wu knew he had sent them. With that kid's demonstrated jeer character, and that horrible growth rate. Wu Weifeng winced, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Can easily kill Ito Ryanosuk, that kill him Wu Weifeng. Isn't it really as easy as crushing an ant? No way. Absolutely not. He couldn't just sit around and wait. Previously, he had only invited that hitman of the Jin family, the snake donor of the 5th level of the martial arts path, to make a move, and now it seemed that that was simply not enough. In the face of this kind of demonic genius, one must take out a thunderous tactic and kill it with a single blow. He must not be given any chance to continue to grow. A vicious light flashed in Wu Weifeng's eyes, fear and killing intent intertwined and rolled over in his heart. Forcing himself to calm down, he walked to the corner of the room and picked up an encrypted communicator from a pile of rubble. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and dialed a number with somewhat shaky fingers. Hey, uncle. It's me, Weifeng. His voice carried a hint of imperceptible dryness and nervousness. I may have gotten into a little trouble, no, a lot of trouble. Wu Weifeng licked his dry lips and recounted the events, especially Sun Wu's unbelievable increase in strength and Tang Xiaojie's exposure of himself, as succinctly as possible yet with a few exaggerations. Right, uncle, I know I'm wrong, it's me who was too impulsive and underestimated that mudblood. It's scary how fast he's growing. I don't want to wait for him to grow up completely, and when that happens, I'm afraid it will bring trouble to the family. Yes, it's my fault, I shouldn't have. He gestured low. There was silence on the other end of the communicator for a long time, so long that Wu Weifeng almost thought the signal had broken. Chapter 75, Crisis Surges. Every second of silence was like a small, cold hammer on his taut nerves, and sweat slid down his temples, dripping with a soft thud on the wretched debris of the floor. He could even hear his heart beating wildly, thumping like it was trying to break free from his chest. Just when he could barely resist opening his mouth to plead again, a low and majestic voice finally sounded. Without the slightest fluctuation of emotions, it seemed to carry the force of 1,000 pounds, which pressed Wu Weifeng out of breath. Weifeng, I already know about the trouble you caused, I thought you wouldn't call me. Do you think that the clan would pay no attention to the entry-level trial? Wu Weifeng shuddered violently, almost instinctively trying to argue, Uncle, I. Shut up. The voice was still calm, but it carried an unquestionable command that idiot Tang Xiaojie shouted out your name, and it was even broadcasted live by the 100 Schools Union. Do you think my Wu family is deaf and blind? That Sun Wu, who killed Ito Ryanosuk, is the first in the current world to enter the rank trial. Being looked at by several top schools and the military at the same time. With all this news, I'm afraid even the ant selling buns on the street has heard about it by now. Wu Weifeng's face was a shade of red and a shade of white, a mixture of shame and fear. Your biggest mistake was not underestimating that Sun Wu, but the fact that before you made your move, you didn't thoroughly figure out his bottom line, not to mention that you didn't make all the preparations and wraps, and when you made your move, the power gathering wasn't enough. The voice on the other end of the calm paused, as if in deliberation, and yes, Uncle's lesson is right, it's me who took it for granted. Wu Weifeng's voice was tinged with tears, he was truly afraid. Now that several universities and the military are staring at that Sun Wu, trying to move him is no longer a problem that can be solved by sending a few assassins. Wu Weifeng's heart sank to the bottom. Could it be that there was nothing even his uncle could do? But the words turned, the voice returned to the previous calm. You can be the first time to think of giving me this phone call, rather than continue to fool around on your own, shows that your brain is not completely broken, still quite sane. Wu Weifeng held his breath and waited nervously for the following. Remember, the fire, you have to completely snuff it out when it just leaps up, don't wait for it to burn into a prairie fire, when it's too late to extinguish it, or even burn the whole woodland clean. A moment later, that low and majestic voice came again, carrying a determination that controlled everything. The blood instantly rose on Wu Weifeng's face, fear was replaced by ecstasy, he knew what his uncle meant when he said this. He gripped the communicator tightly, his knuckles white from the effort. I. Thank you, uncle. I will definitely remember this lesson and won't let you down. Well, that Sunwoo thing, I'll arrange for someone to take care of it. You settle down lately and stay out of trouble. The communication hung up, and the only sound left in the room was Wu Yifeng's ragged panting. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he looked at the mess all over the ground. Sunwoo, even if you are a demon or a genius, so what? In the face of absolute power and greater strength, you are ultimately just a bug that can be crushed at will. You're dead. A heavily guarded office in the Magic Capital Military Region branch. Wu Shan sat behind his wide desk, his fingertips glittering like diamonds as he tapped the desktop rhythmically, once, and then again. Spread out on the desktop was none other than the detailed report on Sunwoo, which was well documented from the first appearance of the Feihu Martial Arts Center to the astonishing performance in the Dark Bazaar dimension. Sunwoo. Wu Shan read the name in a low voice, his gaze as sharp as a falcon's, staring intently at the astonishing sets of data comparisons on the report. The Feihu Martial School defeated Chun Yi with a power assessment of just a few hundred battle points. The strength revealed in the 4 purple flames formation was already not bad, but it was limited to being surprising. But in the blink of an eye, just in a short time in that dark interdimensional world, he was able to decapitate Ito Ryanosuke, whose combat power was assessed at least at 5,000 or 6,000, and perhaps even close to 10,000 points. From hundreds to breaking 10,000, a span of energy levels in between, in less than 2 days? Even though Wu Shan was accustomed to seeing all kinds of geniuses and demons, he was stunned by this unimaginable growth rate. This is no longer a genius, it's a monster. 1% of template development. Can do this? Wu Shan's fingers paused for a moment, the refracted light of the diamond flashing a hint of complexity in his eyes. Subworld 120. Could that long underestimated world really be hiding some amazing secret? This Sunwoo, I'm afraid it's not just as simple as inheriting a powerful template. He couldn't help but think of that untalented nephew, Wu Yifeng. If it is not also Feng's first step to offend people to death, but also stupid enough to let people expose themselves to the family, such a young man with unlimited potential, if it can be collected into the Wu family to use. Wu Shan sighed softly and rubbed his brow. His sister entrusted Yifeng to him on her deathbed, and over the years he thought he had treated Yifeng well, even letting him change his last name to Wu, treating him as if he were his own son. Unfortunately, the favorable environment had ultimately raised him into a low-eyed, troublemaking dude. This time it's even more of a poke in the eye. Still, it's not stupid. At least when you realize you're completely unable to close, you know to hit the comms for help in the first place, instead of continuing to head-iron your way through it. The face of the Wu family, the safety of Yifeng, and this son was showed Jarius. This beam has been knotted to death, and there is no more possibility of resolving it. And such a deadly enemy with horrifying potential, letting him grow up would be the end of the Wu family, and of Yifeng. That's all. If you want to blame it on the fact that you come from a too ordinary background, yet you are a strange person, and you still don't know how to restrain yourself, and you've gotten in the way of the Wu family. This growth rate, this potential, coupled with the deadly enmity that Yifeng had already made. Keeping him would be a huge hidden danger to the Wu family and to Yifeng. Potential is no more than potential. It's the dead that pose no threat. The fire, which must be stamped out completely at the first sign of ignition. Wu Shan pressed an internal communication button on his desk. House Master. A figure silently appeared in the shadows of the office. The man was dressed in a black power suit, his body was stout and strong, his face was like a knife and axe chiseling, his eyes were as calm as water. It was one of the top dead soldiers that the Wu family had raised, Wu Jing. He didn't choose to awaken the inheritance like the others because participating in the inheritance would leave a record in the Federation. He took a different, more difficult and purer path: ancient martial arts. Refining flesh, sharpening skin, forging bones, casting dirt, moving blood, concentrating intent, embracing the Dan, stepping into heaven, passing on to God. Ancient martial arts 9 heavens, he had already reached the 6th condensation realm. In this era where inheritors were everywhere, although ancient martial artists were rare, those who had reached a high level of profundity often possessed unimaginable willpower of their inheritors. Wu Jing, Wu Shan's voice was calm and unruffled, no emotions could be heard, go run an errand. He pushed a briefing over to him, which only contained Sunwoo's name, photo, and information about his current known location. Dispose of him and leave no trace. Wu Jing picked up the briefing and swept his eyes over it without any questions, only answering in a deep voice, yes, family master. Remember, Wu Shan added, his voice a few points colder, whether you succeed or not, you will never have anything to do with the Wu family ever again. Yes. Family master. Wu Jing answered once again, his voice still calm, as if he was just accepting a perfectly normal task. After saying that, his figure flickered, once again blending into the shadows and quietly leaving as if he had never appeared. In the office, only Wu Shan was left. Sun Wu. He looked out the window, his gaze dark. Chapter 76. No licking there. Received transfer of 200 million star coins, current balance is 220130200. Looking at the long string of zeros that popped up on his communicator, Sun Wu grinned. More than 200 million star coins, a figure that was pleasing to look at. Although the Battle Sharp system only recognizes battle points and star coins can't be directly exchanged for experience, who would mind money? The official reward for the first place in this trial was indeed generous, plus President Li probably saw that he had been specially recruited by the Star Martial Federation University, which gave the school a good face, and in the future the allocation of federal resources would be tilted more toward the school. He also approved an additional outstanding student scholarship. The director of the enrollment office of the Star Wars Federal University also stuffed a meet and greet red envelope before leaving. The 7s and 7s added up to a round figure of 200 million out. In the future, food and clothing are expected to be covered by the university, and there doesn't seem to be much money to spend. Still, it's not the same feeling of security to have such a huge amount of money lying around in your account. Putting away his communicator, Sun Wu was in a good mood as he headed straight to the top medical hospital attached to the second martial arts high school in the Magic Capital District. Li Yi and Lu Balian were still lying there, so they had to go see how the recovery was going. Following the location Li Yi had sent earlier, Sun Wu found the VIP ward area. Pushing open the door to one of the wards, the sight inside caused him to stumble. In the hospital room, there was not only Li Yi, who was wrapped up like a mummy, but also his parents, who had a worried and slightly agitated face next to him. In the corner, Lu Balian, who had a cast on her leg, silently peeled an apple. Even more unexpectedly, there was another figure in a straight uniform who was looking out the window with his back to the door. General Ji? Why are you here? Sun Wu was a bit surprised. The uniformed figure turned around, and it was none other than the Western Theater General, Ji Hai, who had approached him alone in the school earlier. Oh, student Sun Wu is here. A gentle smile appeared on Ji Hai's face, completely lacking the sharpness from the previous negotiations. Come to see your friend? He briefly explained the reason for his visit. It turns out that the Western Theater is now in a period of talent scarcity and is in desperate need of fresh blood. Ji Hai saw Li Yi's astonishing performance and his fearlessness when he opened the 8 doors of transportation through the trial video, and felt that he was a promising talent, and decided to recruit him into the Western military region as well. It so happens that Sun Wu chose the Star Martial Federal University. Ji Hai will push the boat, use the military district relations, also for Li Yi to enter the Star Martial Federal University's special recruitment assessment quota. Though it's not a direct admission like Sun Wu, and the treatment isn't that great. However, as long as Li Yi could pass the examination, he would be able to enter this top institution for further study and have a bright future. This was tantamount to labeling Li Yi as the Western military region in advance. Li Yi's parents listened on the sidelines, their eyes red with excitement. Originally, their son was seriously injured like this. They were heartbroken and anxious, but they didn't expect the peaks and valleys to be given a chance to enter a top 10 university. Even if you don't end up getting in, if you can be seen by the military region, you'll still have an iron rice bowl in the future, and an iron rice bowl with a bright future. They thanked Ji Hai repeatedly. Ji Hai waved his hand and encouraged Li Yi a few more times before looking at Sun Wu. Mr. Sun Wu, from now on, you are alumni and the future pillars of my Western military region, so you should support each other. I have something to do. I'll go first. Feel free to contact me through the communicator if anything happens. When he finished, he simply left the hospital room. Sun Wu walked to the hospital bed, looked at Li Yi who only revealed his eyes and mouth, and hammered his uninjured shoulder. Okay you kid, smothered, also mixed into the star martial arts. Li Yi's eyes curved into crescent moons, and his voice came through the bandages in an urn. Hey, it's not because of your light from Brother Wu. Hiss, gently. Sun Wu smiled and exchanged a few more pleasantries with Li Yi's parents, looking at the genuine joy and gratitude on their faces. His heart was also happy for Li Yi. He then walked to the other side of the room, and Willow Balian looked up at him and handed over a peeled apple. Sun Wu took a bite and asked, "How are you?" "The leg is fine, the medicine one you gave is very good." Lu Balian pointed at her leg, her tone calm. Her injuries were much lighter than Li Yi's and she recovered quickly. After confirming that both of them were unharmed, Sun Wu excused himself and left. He next planned to go to the Fei Hu Martial Arts Center to see Lu Xiuhu and the others, and say hello to Lu Hu in the meantime. Not there. No licking there. That's where you pee. As he passed a specially numbered VIP room, evocative voices faintly emanated from within. Sun Wu's footsteps subconsciously slowed down, glancing sideways through the observation window on the door. Just see the hospital bed, Wang Hanjian wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown, holding a yellow plastic urinal tightly in his arms. He was sticking out his tongue and licking the spout of the jug intently, with crystal drool hanging from the corners of his mouth, and occasionally letting out a heh-heh giggle. A young nurse next to him was full of black lines and tried to take the urinal away, but he was guarded by Wang Hanjian and babbled to show his dissatisfaction. The corner of Sun Wu's mouth pulled. It looks like that punch didn't kill him at the time, but demented him. Self-inflicted. Sun Wu shook his head, no longer paying attention to the farce over there, and turned to leave the medical center. This area was close to schools and hospitals, and usually had a lot of foot traffic, but today, for some reason, the road seemed extraordinarily cold. Just as he reached the middle of a section of street that was empty with high walls on both sides, a slight fluctuation of energy suddenly came from above his head. Buzz. A huge, opaque black energy shield, like an inverted bowl, soundlessly descended from the sky, instantly enveloping him completely along with the tens of meters of street beneath his feet. The edges of the shroud fit perfectly with the ground, and the energy flowed, completely isolating the inside and outside. Sun Wu's footsteps lurched as he looked up at the energy barrier that emitted a dangerous aura, his eyes instantly becoming sharp. Here comes trouble. How dare you make a move in the city of Mordor district? The nerve. I wonder who it is. Wu Yifeng. Or is it Sakura district's revenge? Federal law was limited in its ability to bind these lineages, but in urban areas, basic decency still had to be taken into account. To directly block off the street with an energy shield like this to make a move was a bit too arrogant. Unless the other party is emboldened or has a surefire way to erase all traces. Who? Too sneaky to come out and meet someone? Sun Wu's voice echoed in the empty streets, and his cheap perception was like invisible tentacles, instantly spreading out and scrutinizing every inch of space within the shroud. However, the result of the perception feedback was a dead silence. Besides himself, there was actually no second living person's breath. Boom! 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 A dull crash sounded abruptly, and the asphalt ground under Sun Wu's feet arched upward and chafed without warning. Immediately afterward, 3 pitch-black coffins broke out of the ground and slowly erected themselves in front of him with an earthy and chilly aura. On the lids of 2 of the coffins, each was engraved with an ancient seal character. First, second. Chapter 77, Obscene Earth Reincarnation. Sun Wu's eyes suddenly froze. This look, this text. Filthy Earth Transmutation? He almost blurted out. The scene in front of him was too much like that forbidden psychic technique he remembered from the Naruto world. Especially the 2 coffins engraved with first and second are too obvious. HM? I didn't think you, a civilian who hasn't even touched much of the inheritance, would even recognize this art? At that moment, the lid of the 3rd coffin without any marking creaked and slid back, from which a figure slowly walked out. The visitor had long black hair that was casually draped over his shoulders, his face was too pale to be alive, his skin was covered with bizarre black runic patterns, and his pair of vertical pupils flickered with an inhumanly cold light, just like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. As soon as he appeared, he stretched out an unusually long and thin tongue and slowly licked around his own cheeks and the corners of his mouth, his movements emanating an indescribably evil and grim feeling. Sorry about that, someone paid a lot of money for your life. He looked at Sun Wu, his snake pupils filled with indifference. It just so happens that you seem to have killed a few of my gene families and profitable losers the other day, so using this reason to report it to the Ministry of Law and Order would be a good way to get a name for the division. His long tongue flicked nimbly through the air again, seeming to savor the taste of something, his eyes so cold that there was not a trace of warmth in them. I've seen your video in the trial, it seems like you're still some kind of once-in-a-century genius? It's a pity. You shouldn't have messed with that young master of the Wu family. A fallen genius is nothing. I don't know which high-ranking person you are. You have to let me die, right? Wu Yifeng. Sun Wu had just the right amount of gravity on his face, seemingly subdued by the other party's name and methods. Secretly, however, he catalyzed his cheap perception to the extreme, scanning every single energy fluctuation around him like a radar. The combat sharpness system didn't have any combat power hints, and she sensed couldn't find any living person's scent. This guy in front of him, 9 times out of 10, was just a puppet or a doppelganger. It was imperative to find out where his original body was hidden as soon as possible. There's no harm in telling you, you'll be a dead man soon anyway. It's just as well, it's been a while since I've had a good conversation with someone. The visitor seemed to enjoy Sun Wu's appearance as a lamb to be slaughtered, a teasing smile pulling out from his pale face. You can call me Snake Confessor. Kid, give up resisting, be a good boy and let me take you and suffer less. I don't want to ruin this perfect body of yours. I've inherited the template of Ninja War's world's most powerful boss, Orochimaru. While Sun Wu continued to immobilize and expand the range of his chi perception, carefully distinguishing the abnormalities in the flow of energy, he almost failed to tense his expression when he heard the other party's words. Orochimaru? The most powerful boss in the world of Ninja Wars? When did he get that title? Which one of Pain, Bringer, Spot, and Kagaya is not bigger than his platoon? Sun Wu had the right amount of shock on his face, as if he was intimidated by the name most powerful boss. Seeing this, the Snake Confessor was indeed even more pleased with himself, as if he was trying to show off his insight and power, and his words opened up at once. What? Taken aback? It's no wonder, how can you commoners who don't have the chance to enter the subworld know how to be truly powerful? I'm a Gene family offering, my status is honored, so naturally I have the opportunity to frequent the sublime world. I saw with my own eyes, in that ninja war world, Orochimaru-sama was able to defeat the 3rd generation Naruto of the Kiba ninja village in the Land of Fire, the strongest ninja village at that time, with his own strength. You can even summon and manipulate the legendary god of the shinobi world, Hatsune Mikoto, at any time. Do you understand the power to turn your hand over and treat the strong like playthings? The more the snake donor talked, the more excited he became, and even a sickly blush appeared on his pale face, as if he was immersed in the splendor he had depicted. He was originally an inconspicuous civilian in the Magic City district, and had always been subjected to oppression and bullying. Luckily awakening to the Orochimaru legacy, he climbed step by step to the 5th level of the martial arts with the weirdness of the template and his own drilling, and was eventually taken in by the Gene family as an envoy. After that, he was given a textbook within a top 10 university. In the book, he happened to see a fragmentary record of Orochimaru's use of filth and earth transmutation to defeat the 3rd Naruto, as well as the manipulation of the 1st and 2nd generations. It made him ecstatic, thinking he had glimpsed the truth. It turned out that his template was actually the strongest in that world. It was important to know that the Federation had previously had a strong person who had awakened the 1st generation Naruto template, and now had long since stepped into the 9th level for many years, and might even have stepped onto the path of the gods by now. But such a Hatsuyo was able to be controlled by Orochimaru. Since then, he has taken himself as the successor of the strongest boss and feels that he has a bright future ahead of him. This time, he agreed to Wu Weifeng's request, in addition to the generous payment. More importantly, Wu Weifeng told him that this Sun Wu had excellent qualifications and unlimited potential, and was the perfect vessel for taking over the body and carrying out the uncorporeal reincarnation. Thinking of being able to obtain such a young, full of potential body, the snake provider looked at Sun Wu more and more like he was looking at a precious collection that was about to arrive. Sun Wu's eyes oddly surveyed the strongest boss successor in front of him. This guy is afraid that in which nook and cranny of the sub-genre world watched a few abridged version of the battle video, and really thought that he had touched the ceiling? Also ninja versus the world's strongest boss? Orochimaru himself would have to lick his face with his tongue in embarrassment to hear that. He frantically spat in his heart, but his face still maintained its gravity, the range of his chi perception spreading and penetrating farther and farther silently like mercury, carefully capturing every trace of abnormal energy trajectory. If he couldn't find his body again, his actor's self-cultivation would soon be strained. Snake Confessor looked at Sun Wu half a day without saying anything, and only thought that he was scared silly by his hefty reputation, and a sickly smugness appeared on his pale face. However, he seemed to have sensed something as well, and those vertical pupils narrowed slightly as a grim light flickered. Humph, trying to stall for time? Childish idea. In the face of absolute power, any struggle was futile. Since you can't accept your fate obediently, I'll have to do it myself and make you feel despair. Before the words left his mouth, boom. Boom. With 2 muffled sounds, the lid of the coffin engraved with the words 1st and 2nd popped open. 2 figures stepped out from it. It was the 1st generation Naruto and 2nd generation Naruto that came out of the filthy earth reincarnation. Only their eyes are empty and lifeless, their movements are stiff, like puppets on strings, completely lacking the half of the legendary shinobi twins, not to mention the briefly recovered consciousness in the original. It seems that this is the end of the snake offering skill. Kizuna Tree Realm Descent. Suetun Suiryu Bom Jutsu. Chapter 78, The First Battle of the King's Fist. Without the slightest delay, the two puppets attacked according to the will of the snake confessor. The ground trembled, and thick trees rose up, intertwining and twisting, strangling towards Sun Wu like a giant python. At the same time, the roaring water dragon whistled out, carrying a wave like might, blocking all of Sun Wu's retreating paths. Just in the nick of time, the corners of Sun Wu's mouth hooked up slightly, and his cheap perception finally captured the target. Inside a hidden building a dozen kilometers away, a gloomy aura was echoing the golem in front of him. Found it. A system alert followed. Strong enemy detected, current enemy combat power is 2 million, victory will earn you 2 million battle points. $2 million? That's quite a look for him. Sun Wu laughed coldly in his heart, martial arts 5th level goalkeeper? Now that we've found the right man, it's time for this farce to end. The light in Sun Wu's eyes flashed, no longer having the slightest reservation, his body's breath instantly erupted like a volcano. Sun Fist. The piercingly strong light suddenly erupted, like a blazing sun descending, instantly engulfing the entire street. The first and second generation puppets bore the brunt of this, their stiff bodies jolted and their movements instantly froze. The snake offering, who was more than 10 kilometers away, only felt a white blur in front of his eyes, his brain went blank, and his eyes were as if they were being burned by a red-hot iron, with intense pain, and he couldn't see anything anymore. The Sun Fist's upgraded must-hit special effect across a distance of more than 10 kilometers also brightened his eyes. Before the snake confessor could recover from the excruciating pain of being blinded by the bright light, an even more terrifying crisis had already descended. Boundary King's Fist. Fierce Tiger Phantom Beast Fist. Sun Wu shouted angrily, his body was instantly wrapped in a berserk red aura, his muscles bulged, his veins rippled, and a terrifying sense of power filled his entire body. He condensed all his strength into his fist, and a fierce tiger phantom beast silhouette rose up as he blasted out with a punch. Knowing that the filth transmutation had the property of not dying, he turned directly to using the mighty tiger phantom beast fist to attack the soul. Though these filth transmogrified bodies seem a bit demented, not as animated as in the original. What the hell? How is it possible? Snake Confessor barely regained a sliver of vision during the brief gap in the glare, but was horrified to find that the connection between himself and the three obscene earth transmutation puppets had been completely severed at the same time. How is that possible? His obscene earth transmutation technique could never be easily broken unless it was a soul power of the same level or a higher level sealing technique. Moreover, in that profile, Sun Wu was only a martial arts first or second level student. How could he have erupted such a terrifying power fluctuation? Alarm bells went off in his mind, frantically warning him, but it was too late to do anything about it. Boo! The air was torn apart, and a red stream of light pierced right through the energy shield as if it was instantaneous. With terrifying speed, he sped towards his location. Put! The snake confessor only felt a pain in his chest, and when he looked down, he incredulously realized that his chest had been directly penetrated, and a bowl-sized bloody hole appeared, penetrating front and back. He turned his head with great difficulty, and with the last of his strength, he looked towards the figure that was covered in an outward red aura and descended like a god of war, his eyes filled with endless shock and unwillingness. How can you? How can you? Bang! The snake confessor's body planted itself helplessly on the ground, the light in his vertical pupils rapidly dimming, completely losing its vitality. He had thought of 10,000 possibilities, but he had never imagined that he would die at the hands of Sun Wu. Defeat a powerful enemy and gain 2 million battle points. Current battle points, 2,020,000. The system beep sounded in his head, and the red aura on Sun Wu's body dissipated. His body swayed and he barely managed to stand still, kneeling on one knee, panting violently, bean-sized beads of sweat dripping down like rain. In that instant just now, he directly turned on the 20-fold increase of the Boundary King's fist. Although it only lasted for a few seconds, the load on the body, however, had reached its limit. He felt as if the bones in his entire body were about to fall apart, his muscles tore, his meridians were broken by inches, and his internal organs were emitting an unbearable wail, as if they were about to completely collapse in the next second. If it wasn't for the powerful recovery ability brought by his Scion bloodline and the passive effect of battle renewal pseudo forcing him to hang on to his breath, he was afraid that he would really have to perform a Rokushin dissolution on the spot. Sun Wu stood up with strong support and looked around, confirming that the snake confessor was completely dead before he exhaled a long breath of turbid air and smiled wearily. It's a real pain in the ass. This Realm King's fist 20 times, the power is really fierce, and the aftermath is also really deadly. Just turned it on for a few seconds back and forth and that was it. Looks like it's better to take it easy in the future until it's absolutely necessary. Gonna have to keep the fairy beans in my mouth next time, just in case. He endured the severe pain of his bones falling apart and braced himself to search the corpse of the snake confessor. The guy was so poor, he felt halfway around his body. Aside from the clothes, which were not cheap to look at, they were only in a hidden pocket close to his arms. Flipping out an oddly styled Kiba forehead protector, the scratches on the metal piece seemed to represent renegade status. This snake donor still covered it as if it were a treasure before he died, and Sun Wu casually threw it into the system to appraise it. Subworld Anchor. Pairing a subdimensional altar with the corresponding subdimensional core activates and travels to the subdimensional world time node to which the anchor point is anchored. Current anchor point belongs to God's country mimic Naruto world. Current anchor time, when Orochimaru killed the third Naruto. Divine Kingdom mimicry? What the hell? Sun Wu looked at the information identified by the system and pondered. Sounds like a ticket to a specific subworld, at a specific point in time? Is there a point in time when Orochimaru killed the third Naruto? Meaning I'm able to go into Naruto world at this time? And you need the Sublime Altar and Sublime Core to go along with it? The Sublime Core he did know. What's a dimensional altar? Could it be the altar at the entrance to the entrance exam? That's a pretty harsh offer. I can't figure it out for now, so I'll put it away for now. Ask someone about it sometime, maybe you can use it later or sell it for a good price. After settling the spoils of war, Sun Wu looked at the dead body of the snake confessor in front of him, as well as the several surrounding surveillance probes that had obviously been aimed at his side, and for a while, he was also in a dilemma. Just now, in order to have a quick battle, he had directly exploded the 20x Boundary King fist, and he didn't have the time to make any cover-up. Now the man is killed, but how do we collect this mess? The snake confessor was a Jin family confessor and was invited by the Wu family, so there was a lot of involvement behind the scenes. He relied on the Jin family Wu family backing, taking the previous son who killed a few minions of the Jin family reason to find the door. The death is also counted as a master of the name. But what about Sun Wu's side? You can't say, he tried to take my body, so I killed him back, can you? Even if I did, who would believe me? Blatantly killing a rank 5 martial artist with status in the city, even if one was justified, it could easily become unjustified and troublesome. He didn't want to go against the officials. TCH, and someone to wipe their ass with. Sun Wu muttered and dialed Ji-Hai's communicator without hesitation. I've just recognized the thighs, so I don't have to use them. He explained his situation succinctly, and that he and the people were from the Wu family, the Jin family. There was silence on the other side of the communication for a few seconds, and only Ji-Hai's calm voice came through. Got it, stay put, I'll be right there. It's quite efficient. Sun Wu put away his communicator and sat down slowly against the wall, grasping for time to recover his strength. The recovery power of the Scion bloodline is indeed perverse, coupled with the effect of battle continuation pseudo. The torn muscles and meridians in the body are rapidly healing, although it is still too early to fully recover, but at least it's not as unsteady as it was a moment ago. Not long after, a strong air-braking sound came from far and near. An upright figure in military uniform landed beside Sun Wu like a cannonball. It was Ji-Hai. Chapter 79 Ji-Hai Strikes. Ji-Hai landed on the ground without a sound, swept a glance at the snake confessor's corpse on the ground, then looked at Sun Wu's slightly pale face and breath that hadn't completely calmed down, and frowned imperceptibly. However, he did not immediately ask Sun Wu, but his eyes steeply sharpened, violently turning to a seemingly ordinary residential building not far away, and drank in a deep voice. What man? Sneaky, get out. Before the words fell, a terrifying and overwhelming aura erupted from Ji-Hai like a tsunami, instantly sweeping in all directions. The air seemed to freeze, and the invisible pressure was as heavy as a mountain, pressing hard on every corner. Rao Sun Wu's base battle power was as high as 100,000 at the moment, and after the Boundary King's fist, he even briefly touched the level of 2 million. Also by this sudden domineering aura impacted the heart-choked, actually vaguely have a kind of want to bow down to the illusion. If he hadn't already been resting paralyzed against the wall, he probably would have collapsed. It felt like facing a real flood beast, small and powerless. Even if he had 2 million combat power just now, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to hold out this time to fall to the ground, right? Overlord color hegemony? Sun Wu's heart shook wildly. This big brother was hiding deep enough. Almost at the same time that Ji-Hai's aura erupted, the wall of the residential building hundreds of meters away shattered with a loud bang. A black shadow wearing a black power suit with an athletic figure shot out like an arrow out of a string. Without looking back, he flew desperately toward the distance at an astonishingly fast speed. Humph. Still want to run in front of this general? Jihai let out a cold snort, not even looking at the fleeing figure, just casually raising his right hand and fiercely blasting out a fist into the empty space. Click, click, click. A toothache-inducing cracking sound rang out, and the space in front of Jihai's fist was actually like shattered glass, with spiderweb-like cracks suddenly surfacing and rapidly spreading in all directions. Shock fruit? Sun Wu's eyes went wide. A dominant color hegemony with the shock fruit? This combination of white beards have to look at it and say straight to the insiders. What's this General G story? Are all the generals in the Western theater this tough? He thought that even if the one who came over for enrollment should not be a strong person. The black figure that had already scurried hundreds of meters away seemed to be viciously clutched by a large invisible hand, and the space around his body violently twisted and shook. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. His body exploded with blood like fireworks, and with a plop, he planted himself in midair and fell to the ground, alive or dead. Jihai withdrew his fists and aura, and the suffocating pressure around him instantly disappeared. As if he had just casually swatted a fly, he stepped into the air a few steps without changing his color, walked to the place where the black shadow had fallen, picked it up with one hand, and threw it in front of Sun Wu like a piece of trash. You recognize? This guy was just hiding in the shadows with a strong malicious intent. He should be coming for you, why don't you ask? I'm not going to tell you guys anything. Ah! The man who was thrown on the ground still had a breath left, and when he heard Jihai's words, he roared out, dirty blood mixed with broken internal organs gushing out from his mouth and nose. Then his pupils suddenly dilated, his head drooped helplessly, and his breath was severed. Cut off your own heart? Dead soldiers? Seeing this, Jihai probed the corpse up and down and said, at least ancient martial arts level 6, a killing technique, this configuration is somewhat like the dead soldiers of those families. What hornet's nest have you, boy, stirred up? Sun Wu looked at the man on the ground, his heart was a moment of fear followed by a moment of gratitude. Just now, when his 20 times Boundary King fist erupted, he had used up almost all of his physical strength and was extremely mentally exhausted, and his chi perception had not been liberalized, so he did not even notice that there was such an old six hiding a few hundred meters away. If not for Jihai's timely arrival, I'm afraid I'd really have to use that lying dog card. I don't recognize it, Sun Wu gasped and shook his head, his voice still a bit weak, but looking at this situation, it's 80% that it's those guys from the Wu family or the Jin family again. The Wu family and the Jin family. Jihai mused, frowning slightly. The Wu family has some roots in the Magic Capital military department, and although the Jin family is worse, they are also the groundlings of the Magic Capital district. As someone from the Western War Zone, it's out of order for me to directly intervene in the affairs of the families within the jurisdiction of the Southern War Zone, and it's prone to cause unnecessary trouble. He looked at Sun Wu, his expression serious for a few moments. I'm making a move this time, as a way to set up an example for you and deter those curmudgeons. But with this kind of thing, I can't just happen to be there every time. On the Wu family side, the local military department is involved, so it's even worse for me to take direct action. You're like a bright light in the night right now. It's so solid. Go to the Star Martial Federation University as soon as possible, and when you get there, at least no one will dare to mess around with it on the surface. It's directly under the Federation there, and even within the military district, you have to play by the rules. After Jihai finished speaking, his gaze inadvertently swept over the already cold body of the snake confessor next to him. This corpse was complete, but because it was an inheritor, the template power dissipated after death, and it was impossible to tell the exact strength level. However, since it was solved by the Sun Wu kid, I guess the strength is not much higher, and I guess it's just a Wudao second or third level? To be able to make Sun Wu go through so much effort, it seems that this kid is still a bit young in terms of actual combat experience. Jihai secretly evaluated in his heart, completely unaware of how wrong he was in this judgment. How could he have thought that the young man in front of him, who seemed to be just a little off his game, had just erupted with a terrifying power that was enough to kill 2 million combat powerhouses in seconds? Without further ado, he reached out and grabbed Sun Wu's arm, and a soft but irresistible force came from him. In the next second, Sun Wu only felt the wind whistling in his ears, the scenery in front of his eyes flew backward, and the whole person was like being carried by a high-speed train, rushing straight into the clouds. This speed. Sun Wu secretly staggered, not knowing how many times faster than his own air dance technique. Is this the strength of a top-tier powerhouse? It didn't take long for the two to land on the roof of the Magic City District Hospital. Ji-hai carried Sunwoo and found Li Yi's VIP ward with ease, pushed the door in, and casually threw Sunwoo, who was still a little weak-legged, onto another empty bed next to him. In the hospital room, wrapped into a mummy, Li Yi is looking at the ceiling with his eyes open, saw Sunwoo was thrown in, eyes instantly round, want to talk but by the bandage strangled enough, can only make a sound. Ji-hai ignored the difficult pair in the hospital bed and said to Sunwoo, "I'll issue a statement in the name of the Western military region to knock out certain restless forces. But the cure is worse than the disease. You will move as soon as possible to report to Star Wolf Federal University. Your situation is special, I have already greeted, do not have to wait for the Unified College Entrance Examination, at any time you can apply for enrollment procedures. When you go over there, settle down and improve your strength first." Chapter 80 50 million experience values. Ji-hai's gaze lingered on Sunwoo for a moment, and then swept a glance at Li Yi, who was motionless on the bed next to him. His eyes were complicated and difficult to understand, as if he was assessing the risk and value of something. Fumbling backhandedly through his uniform pocket, he pulled out an item and casually tossed it in Sunwoo's direction. The object traced an arc and landed precisely in Sunwoo's spread-out palm. It was slightly cool in the hand, with a warm texture, like some kind of jade, yet with a strange energy fluctuation. It was irregularly shaped, with sharp edges, and had a soft milky white color throughout, and under the ward lights, a shimmering light seemed to flow from within, not blinding, but deep. "Take it, I can help you once, I can't help you twice." Ji-hai's voice is still calm. "This thing counts as my personal loan to you. When you have a future success, remember to return me one back. Don't lose it, and don't show it to just anyone. It's pretty rare. As for what exactly it is, when you arrive at the Star Martial Federation University, you will naturally be exposed to the relevant knowledge and will know how to use it." The words fell, Ji-hai no longer stayed, turned around and left in big strides. The sound of military boots hitting the ground echoed in the corridor and quickly disappeared, leaving the two wounded in the hospital room to look at each other if Li Yi's mummy look is considered looking. Sunwoo laboriously raised his arm and brought the crystal to his eyes. The aches and pains in his body continued to scream, and the aftereffects of the Boundary King's fist made him tired of even moving a finger. Still, he steeled himself and rummaged around, studying the palm-sized shard. It didn't feel like metal or ordinary stone, and the sense of internalized energy was very peculiar, yet it couldn't be clearly captured by his chi perception. After studying for half a day and not having a clue, Sunwoo skimmed his lips and cursed Riddler. He didn't have the energy to play guessing games right now. With a thought, he directly collected this mysterious fragment into the system space, and at the same time gave the appraisal command. In the next second, the familiar system prompt box popped up, and a few lines of golden text clearly surfaced in his mind. Advanced Energy Crystals, Advanced Divine Power Crystals Fragments. Quality, Rare. Source, a relic of a broken god's kingdom. Effects, containing pure essence of divine power. After absorbing it, it can directly increase the existing experience value of the current bound inheritance template by 50%, with no side effects. 50%? Sunwoo's eyes instantly glazed over and he barely managed to bounce off the bed. If he still has the strength to play. He violently sucked in a breath of cool air, and it even pulled the injured area in his chest, causing him to grimace in pain, but this bit of pain was completely unable to cover the wild shock inside his heart. Boosts experience value by 50%. How much does he need to upgrade now? A whole billion. One bite of this thing and it fills right up halfway? 50 million experience points just arrived? Sunwoo exploded in his heart. What a goldmine of percentage boosts. This is not a rare thing, this is simply a miracle drug. Ji-hai, this guy, is too generous? Or is it something that doesn't really count in the eyes of the military bigwigs? What did he just say? Give one back when you graduate? Where would we find such a treasure to give back to him? Sunwoo can't wait to rush out now, hold Ji-hai's thighs and ask clearly, what level of treasure is this high-level energy crystal core in the end? Are there any more of them? What's the wholesale price? Can you get more? Unfortunately, the idea is rich and the reality is bone dry. He was now struggling to get out of bed and take 2 steps, not to mention catching up with Ji-hai. My body was sore and weak as if I had been run over by a truck. One could only look blearily at the crystal core in the system space that was emitting a tantalizing glow, calculating in his heart when it would be most cost-effective to use it up. The mummy next to him, Li Yi, seemed to sense his agitation, and made a couple of indistinct noises in his throat, his tongue wriggling laboriously as he tried to lick a gap in the tightly wrapped bandages. Seeing that Sunwoo didn't respond for half a day, he became even more anxious, his head bobbing vigorously, like a wind-up silkworm. Sun Wu was amused by his comical appearance and turned his head sideways, shouting, "For your soul? What do you want to say?" "But ahem, Takeshi." Li Yi finally licked open the slit a bit, and spit spewed out accompanied by a slurred. What are you giggling about? Picked up money?" His pain. With this excitement, he tore his wound again and sucked in a cold breath in pain. "Pick up money?" "Pretty much." His voice dripped with weakness, favoring a bit of unconcealable excitement. "I just slaughtered a martial arts level 5 expert by hand, so I'm a bit off my game." "Huh?" Li Yi's eyes were as wide as brass bells, and then he had a look of, "Who are you kidding? Pull yourself together. As you are now, you'll fall down when the wind blows, and you're still killing 5th level experts? Bragging is not a good idea." He paused, his tone tinged with concern. "Seriously, who did this to you?" Obviously, he didn't believe Sun Wu's bull at all, and just thought it was this kid talking nonsense again, and was more concerned about the origin of his injuries. Sun Wu shrugged and didn't explain any further. He didn't want Li Yi to know that it was the Wu family that brought in the trouble to add to his mental burden. This account will naturally find the Wu family later with interest to ask back. He was so weak now, but his heart was happy. 50 million experience points. This was swifter than how many ferocious beasts he had tired to kill. Waiting for this breath, must find out, Ji-Hai, that piece of advanced energy crystal core. In the end, what is the origin? There is not. The next few days were a rare quiet day at the hospital. Perhaps the previous warning from Grand Admiral Ji-Hai had worked, or perhaps the Wu and Jin families had been temporarily subdued by the death of the Snake Confessor. In any case, the winds and waves were calm, and no further attacks were encountered. Sun Wu's recovery speed was perverse. The Scion bloodline, coupled with the combat renewal pseudo-base, combined with the hospital's top-notch medical resources. In just 3 days, he was already alive and well, except for a slight mental exhaustion. The injuries on his body were almost healed, and he even felt that much stronger than before he was injured. In contrast, Li Yi is more grounded. Despite enjoying the same VIP treatment and premium medication, the aftermath of his forcefully opened 6 doors was no joke. It was a full week in bed before I could barely get off the floor and remove the creepy bandages. During the period, Lu Belian almost every day to visit, tea and water, peeling fruits and feeding, take care of everything. See Sun Wu or for Li Yi this kid toothache. Lin Jingjing naturally wasn't idle either, only that her attentiveness was placed more on Sun Wu. Pouring tea and water, asking for warmth, that kind of tenderness and thoughtfulness, compared to the next ward almost became a Siamese twins Li Yi and Lu Belian, but also not the slightest bit behind. Occasionally in the dead of night, taking advantage of Li Yi's side snoring like thunder, or Lu Belian's temporary departure gap, Lin Jingjing would blush and quietly come over to Sun Wu's bedside. Using her frozen fruit ability, she secretly cools down and lets out a fire for little Sun Wu. Sun Wu is happy to enjoy this free service, but the mouth always have to tease a few sentences, looking at her shy and angry look, but also to the boring life of the recovery of the injury to add a bit of fun. Chapter 81, Higher Education Examination, Enrollment. The days of peace and quiet always fly by, and before you know it, it's the day of the college entrance exam. The high school entrance examination of the Federation was very different from Sun Wu's previous life. It is more like an ultimate trial combining intelligence, strength, and luck. All candidates will be uniformly transported to a huge virtual space constructed by the Federation at great expense, mimicking the rules of the real dimensional world. This virtual space has a complete social structure, historical background, and even lives a large number of aborigines composed of energy, who have their own thoughts and behavioral logic, no different from real people. The task of the candidate is to find the different being in this huge simulation world. It could be a son of fortune with a special mission, or a key item containing the origin of the world. And the gauntlet space will mimic the real subspace, suppressing forces that do not conform to the laws of the world. For example, most worlds suppress technological items. Except for some special worlds, such as Iron Man World and Mecha Wars. What is generally universal in subspace is the power of the physical body, the physical arts. The prototype of the world of this high school is also said to be real, called the Tuki City War. This information, naturally, was what Sun Wu had soft-pedaled and utilized his racial gift of thick skin to wheedle from Grand Admiral Ji-Hai. According to Ji-Hai's words, the reason why the Federation took such great pains to organize this form of college entrance examination, its fundamental purpose is still for the kind of energy crystals previously given to Sun Wu. Whether it was low-level, intermediate-level or high-level, these crystals were the key resources that drove the Federation's cultivation system at a high speed, and their strategic value was extremely high. The most stable way to obtain the nucleus is to find and recycle those children of fortune or key items in the secondary world. By taking them away from the subdimension they belong to, the rules of the world will automatically transform them into pure energy cores. The college entrance examination is essentially a preview of the screening of treasure hunters. In this simulation space, candidates have two broad passages. One is to rely on the brain, through observation, reasoning, and interaction with the Aborigines to analyze the direction of history and find out the hidden destiny protagonist or key props. The other, much simpler and rougher clearing. Since I can't find which one is the target, I'll just chart everyone. Anyway, there is only one goal: kill it at the end, and the system will naturally prompt you to succeed. After all, although this simulation space was as huge as a giant city, it ultimately had boundaries. For many martial artists who believed in the supremacy of power, it was more direct and efficient to speak with their fists than to bother their brains playing puzzle games. At the end, a special person will score you for the way you pass through the space, and those who meet the score will be able to travel to various universities. And Sun Wu did not have to take the college entrance exam, and their type of early enrollment students were assembled in advance. While Li Yi and the others were taking the entrance exam, Sun Wu had already followed the people from Star Martial University who had come to pick him up and stepped onto the military shuttle of the Star Martial Federal University. The interior of the shuttle was spacious and comfortable, starting up with almost no noise or bumps, and the speed was so fast that the scenery outside the window flew backward, soon leaving the outline of the Magic City district behind. Sun Wu leaned back on the comfortable seat and watched the rain clouds fly by outside the window. From a small chaperone struggling to survive, to a genius who was now in the limelight and being specially recruited by a top university, all this happened in just half a month. This world was far more exciting and dangerous than he had ever imagined. Now this status of a road guide was like a hanging sword, always reminding him not to let up. Star Martial Federal University, Jihai's promise. This seems to be the optimal choice for now, but what the future holds is ultimately up to you. He clenched his fists, feeling the power rushing through his body and the abundant energy that had just returned. College? I'm coming. The shuttle broke through the rainy clouds and sped off toward the distant skyline. Blue Water Planet, Star Martial Federation University branch. The shuttle hovered smoothly and eventually landed in the central plaza of a very futuristic complex. Towering skyscrapers shimmer with streams of color, airborne railcars weave silently, and pedestrians on the ground are scantily clad and in a hurry. This is not like a university branch, it is clearly an independent city that concentrates the top technology and prosperity. Compared to some of the prosperous parts of the Magic City district, it is even a few points better. It's like a futuristic metropolis from some technological work of a previous life. Sun Wu followed the capable female admissions clerk through the flow of people, eventually stopping in front of an ancient altar that looked out of place. The style of this altar immediately reminded him of the one he had when he awakened his inheritance, only that this one in front of him was even more magnificent, and the stone material was permeated with an ineffable sense of vicissitude, as if it had carried endless years. The real university campus is located within a separate subworld. The enrollment officer pointed to the altar. You stand on it and it will teleport you to the entrance of the campus. Remember, when you go in, report directly to Mr. Li Mu, the freshman combat officer. He was specially greeted by General Ji and will be responsible for arranging you. Sun Wu nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the cold stone surface of the altar. The familiar feeling of weightlessness hit me, the light flashed, and the scene in front of me changed instantly. The rainy blue mercury disappeared, replaced by a cloudless blue sky and air that was too fresh to be true. He appeared in the middle of a mountain, surrounded by what looked like a huge platform made of mountains with their tops cut off. A huge, majestic school gate stood in front of us, as if connecting heaven and earth. Above the school gate, an ancient and heavy plaque hangs, on which 4 big words are written in dragon's flight. Star Fury Federation. Each word seemed to contain some kind of unspeakable majestic greatness, and just looking at it made the mind sway. Sun Wu's gaze was involuntarily attracted to those 4 words, and in an instant, he felt his consciousness being pulled by an invisible force, falling into a strange spiritual illusion. In the illusion, an old man with white hair and immortal style was waving a brush and splashing ink, and between the strokes of the brush and the snake, it was the 4 big words Star Martial Federation. Every stroke that fell was accompanied by a thunderous momentum, and a vast and boundless pressure crushed like substance, shocking Sun Wu's mind and soul. He felt his spiritual energy drain away as crazily as a floodgate opening, and a stabbing pain came from his brain, as if he was going to completely hiccup in the next second. What the hell? You can look at a college sign and still kill yourself? Sun Wu was horrified in his heart, desperately wanting to break free from this spiritual bondage, but found himself as if he was stuck in a quagmire. It was incredibly difficult to even move a little bit, not to mention mobilizing the chi in his body or the Boundary King's fist. This power level was too high, completely beyond his current range of response. System! System, save me! He hurriedly called out to the system in his mind, trying to find a silver lining. Chapter 82, Old Friends. Hey! Wake up! What's wrong with you? You're a freshman, right? Just at the moment when Sunwoo felt that his consciousness was about to blur and was ready to defy all odds and let the system throw the goddess panties out to smash everything around him. A slightly frivolous voice was injected into his mind like a clear spring, instantly dispelling the terrifying pressure. The illusion shattered, and Sunwoo snapped back to his senses, only to feel a splitting headache, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He gasped and looked in the direction the voice had come from. A young man wearing the uniform of the Star Martial Federation University was standing not far away, his hands in his pockets, sizing him up with interest, and his age appeared to be a year or two older than Sunwoo. I say dude, you've got a lot of nerve, don't you? The young man took a few steps closer and scanned. Didn't your family tell you that this sign at our school is a divine text left by the first principal? It was specifically used to suppress the sublime ferocious beasts and contained his old man's martial will. You're a freshman, how dare you stare at me without anyone to protect you? Aren't you afraid of running out of mental energy and becoming an idiot on the spot? The person's name is Lu Xing, just returned to the school from the family compound. Far away from the school saw a person standing in front of the school stupidly, to the school's signboard deep love gaze, at a glance as inexperienced freshman. He was sure, at this hour without school uniforms, and dared to run to the school gate alone. Enlightenment, 80% of which went through the back door or the family energy through the sky of the children of the world. Although the divine text of the first-generation principle wasn't so great that it could really suppress a person to death, it was a sure thing that he would be disgraced if his spiritual power was overdrawn and he fainted and lay here for a few days. Thinking of this, Lu Xing hurriedly went up and woke him up. It's not a big deal to say a word of caution, it's not a big deal to sell a favor, so why not? As Sunwoo listened to the other party's continuous spewing of words and looked at the plaque that was still emitting inexplicable pressure, his heart palpitated and his face could not help but show a trace of embarrassment. Good Lord, I almost died before I got out of the school and planted myself in front of the school. This college life is really full of surprises, scares. The terrifying spiritual pressure just now didn't look like it would leave him alive. He was truly feeling like he was going to die. My name is Lu Xing, sophomore, Federation faction, Lu family. Lu Xing looked Sunwoo up and down with a few moments of curiosity and inquiry in his eyes. This performance of Sunwoo, surprisingly, he didn't even know about the old principal's divine text signboard. Definitely not the founding family's gang, it should be the Federation faction as well. What about you, buddy? You look familiar. What family? Sunwoo, thanks for just now, huh? Sunwoo simply returned, no family, ordinary student. Lu Xing raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile, and did not poke at it. All right, regular student. Come on then, I'll show you in. He muttered in his heart, these days, what ordinary student could wander to the entrance of Star Martial School alone at this time of the day and still gawk at the divine text signboard? Load, keep loading. The two walked side by side toward the looming school gates. Crossing the curtain of light at the doorway that rippled like water waves, as if instantly penetrating an invisible barrier, the clamor of boisterous human voices and the rich energy sent came to the surface, very different from the silence outside the door. A huge square beyond imagination opened up before his eyes, with white jade paving the ground, and he couldn't see the edge of it at a glance. People came and went on the square, wearing all kinds of clothes, some were in a hurry, some were talking in groups, and from time to time streams of light crossed in the air. Apparently there were people with high cultivation level who were traveling in the air. By the way, do you have an arranged reception teacher for the new students to report to? Lu Xing casually asked. It seems like I was informed to look for a teacher named Li Mu. Sunwoo recalled the words of the enrollment clerk earlier. Li Mu? Lu Xing stumbled on his feet and almost didn't trip. Snapping his head around to look at Sunwoo, his eyes glazed over, war god Li Mu? His tone changed as he looked at Sunwoo's calm expression that seemed to be talking about the next-door Wang Dajie. Dude. You're still pretending with me. The strongest person in the combat department who stepped onto the path of God, Li Mu. One of the top instructors in the entire Federation faction. His old man personally received you as a freshman? You're telling me you're a regular student? Sunwoo looked at Lu Xing's expression of having seen a ghost and frowned slightly, somewhat bewildered. Is Li Mu very good? Ji Hai didn't tell him in detail, and let an enrollment clerk tell him that he had greeted him. Lu Xing looked at his innocent appearance, the corner of his mouth twitched, secretly rolled his eyes, and in his heart cut, not bothering to ask again. This kid must be out of some big family, shelved to pretend. Just then, a commotion came from not far in front of the square, and a group of people formed a circle. The sound of a vague argument came out, attracting the attention of the two men. Lu Xing nudged his mouth. Here, see, it's these guys again. Those who can come in at this point in time are basically founding families or the sons of the forces that depend on them, and each one of them has their eyes set high. There was a hint of disdain in his tone, obviously not surprised by this kind of scene. The founding families, the forces and families left behind by the group of people who followed the university's first president in his conquest of the secondary worlds in the centuries. The roots of those families were spread all over the various dimensional worlds, and their forces were disjointed and far from being comparable to some of the local powerhouses in the current world. The two of them walked a little closer, only to see that in the center of the crowd, a few young men and women with gorgeous clothes and extraordinary aura were surrounding a girl with a slender figure. None of them wore school uniforms, so they should all be freshmen like Sun Wu. Ms. Wang, it's just a matter of adding a communication friend, it's just a matter of lifting a hand, so why turn people away? A tall, sword-browed, starry-eyed young man with a head full of dazzling blonde hair was speaking with a smile. His tone was gentle, but his eyes carried an unquestionable sense of oppression. His tailored, luxurious trench coat stood out in the crowd. And the girl he hit on. Sun Wu's eyes stared slightly. It's Wang Yu? That missy from the White Crane Martial Arts School, Wang Zhengdao's granddaughter. Why is she here too? At this moment, Wang Yu's pretty face was filled with undisguised annoyance and a hint of sulking. She had been full of joy and had used her grandfather's connections to get the charter qualification for the Star Martial Federation University in advance, wanting to come over to the Orientation Plaza earlier, perhaps to give Sun Wu a surprise. Who knew that just when I got to the place, I'd be stuck with these flies? The blonde-haired youth in front of him, as well as the ones beside him, were the core sons or important side branches of the founding families of several universities, with frighteningly deep backgrounds. Although her White Crane Martial Arts School was considered first class in the Magic Capital District, it was simply not enough compared to these behemoths. Several illusory Beast Fist martial arts schools had joined together, and perhaps they could barely talk to one of them as equals. She didn't want to mess with these people at all. That's right, Sister Wang. Next to the blonde youth, a beautiful young girl dressed like a doll in a gorgeous Rococo-style tutu laughed helpfully with a sweet voice. Brother Chen took the initiative once in a while, don't you even give this face? Adding a friend won't do anything. Sorry, I have a boyfriend and don't want to add anyone else. Wang Yu still opened her mouth to rebuff. Chapter 83, There's my boyfriend. Miss Wang, can you really not get acquainted? Chen Kai's face still maintained that gentle expression as he smiled and asked again. Kai is sincere, I've never seen him pay so much attention to someone. Sister Wang, don't use such a fake excuse. Where's your boyfriend? Why haven't you seen him so far? Does it mean that we should let such a big beauty like Sister Wang report to work all by herself without coming to pick her up? Her tone was coquettish, but her words were thorny, obviously deliberately squeezing Wang Yu. Although he and Chen Kai were both surnamed Chen, Chen Kai was in the matriarchal line, but she was only a few generations away from the side branch, so it could be said that there was basically no blood relationship. So on weekdays he has been touting Chen Kai, thinking of evening the relationship and being able to get to the top. But I don't know why Chen Kai has always been unforgiving to her, but today he is unprecedentedly so obsessed with this Wang Yu? That could make her jealous. Wang Yu was so furious that her pretty face turned red and she was about to snap, but out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the outskirts of the crowd, where a familiar figure was standing with another young man wearing a star martial uniform, seemingly watching the action. It's him? Sun Wo? Wang Yu was first stunned, then a complex emotion of surprise and joy surged through her heart, and immediately afterward, a bold thought bubbled up. Almost subconsciously, she raised her hand and pointed at Sun Wu outside the crowd, her voice clear and loud, "My boyfriend is there." For a moment, the room was silent. Everyone's gazes, including Chen Kai and Chen Xian, turned in unison to the direction Wang Yu was pointing to. On the other hand, Lu Xing was still gossiping about something with Sun Wu. Isn't that the Wang family's eldest lady? Lu Xing narrowed his eyes and recognized the girl surrounded in the middle as Wang Yu. He'd brushed up on her news on the internet in the present world when he arrived, the jewel of the White Crane Martial Arts Center. TCH, it's a pity that the cosmic illusory Beast Fist lineage. I've heard that something went wrong with their inherited subplot and broke the connection, causing their phantom beasts to grow weaker and weaker. Otherwise it would have been able to arm wrestle the founding families back in the day. Now the tetrads can only languish in the present world. He skimmed his lips and watched as Wang Yu was pestered by those guys who didn't look like they could be messed with. With her face value, I guess she's bound to be on the freshman school flower ranking again. Now she's in trouble, and she's probably going to be annoyed. But that Chen Kai was annoying though, with his pretentious face. But don't I remember him not being close to women? Lu Xing stroked his chin and muttered as he looked at the blonde-haired young man pressing on step by step, and then looked at Wang Yu's obvious impatience but not good enough to be offended. If I knew her, I might be able to go up and relieve myself, heroically or something. He was just thinking about it. After all, those few people on the other side's families, he didn't want to provoke them for nothing. He turned his head to share the gossip with Sun Wu, but he realized that Sun Wu's gaze had also fallen on Wang Yu, with an unspoken meaning in his eyes. Hey, what? You got your eye on someone? Lu Xing elbowed Sun Wu and squeezed his eyebrows. Big beautiful girl, oh, do you want to go up and save the beauty heroically? Maybe if you are righteous, the beauty will fall in love with you? In Lu Xing's heart, Sun Wu was also the son of some big family who didn't know where he came from, and it was just the right time to fight with that group of founding families. His words had not yet left his mouth. There's my boyfriend. A crisp voice rang out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Lu Xing subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice, right into countless probing lines of sight. Me? He pointed at himself, his face full of astonishment, but immediately reacted that Wang Yu's finger had clearly crossed over him and landed on Sun Wu next to him. He snapped his head around to look at Sun Wu, his eyes glazed over. You're her boyfriend? Lu Xing's mouth was wide open, looking at Wang Yu and then at Sun Wu who had an innocent face beside him, his expression brilliantly varied. UING. 10,000 grass mud horses ran through Lu Xing's heart. Well. This kid, he's shelving the pretense again. Lu Xing heart that angry just now they are still here to analyze the head of the road, said what the hero to save the beauty, the results of the main lord and the side of the tucked hand to watch the show? You've been talking about this for a long time, but you're just looking at me to make fun of me, aren't you? He glanced askance at Sun Wu's face that had little expression, cursing the kid who might be stealing joy in his heart. On that side, Chen Kai followed Wang Yu's finger and his gaze first landed on Sun Wu, his brows frowning a few imperceptible times. Who's this? The man was dressed in ordinary clothes, couldn't see the depths, and didn't feel like a big shot except for being a bit more handsome. But the eyes of Lu Xing, Chen Kai next to him were cold. Lu Xing? Chen Kai recognized Lu Xing, and the gentle expression on his face broke, vaguely mixed with a trace of, I don't know where the jealousy came from, Are you Wang Yu's boyfriend? How come I didn't know you wimps had this kind of luck? You got beat up by my brother in the pirate world last year, and you've forgotten the pain so quickly? Chen Xian also recognized Lu Xing and covered her mouth with an exaggerated ya. Isn't this that Lu Xing from the Lu family? I hear your Federation faction has been having a hard time lately. You've lost a few more positions on the Western Front, haven't you? And have the leisure to pick up girls here? The conflict between the Federation factions and the founding families has a long history and is almost an open secret. The former are mostly made up of the top military and government officials of the current world and their families, an advocate holding onto the current world to fend off the ferocious beasts and subdimensional invasions. The latter were the descendants of the earliest batch of subdimensional explorers, who held a great deal of resources and secrets of the subdimensional worlds, and were more inclined to give up the present world, which was riddled with holes, and migrate as a whole to safer subdimensional worlds. The two sides have never stopped fighting each other. When Lu Xing heard this, the playful expression on his face tightened for a few moments, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a mocking arc that did not show any weakness. Yo, isn't this the Chen family's youngest master? What, instead of being the king of the earth in your family's exclusive subworld, you came here to block the door of the Welcome Plaza? Is it because you want to experience the life of us mortals? Is it to reminisce? Recall your wandering days when you were astray? He patted Sun Wu on the shoulder, with a brotherly look that. You really think Chen Xian is you? What? Chen Xian will inherit the family business and give you a few more pieces of sublime shards? Oops, found bastard, poor Gee, it's really sad to hear that. The Chen family was one of the patriarchs at the time of the founding of the Star Martial Federal University. The family rules are strict and it has always been the eldest son who inherits everything. Unless the other first son showed talent and ability far beyond that of the eldest son, it could change. Chen Kai was said to have been the son of his birth mother back then in the present world, and was not received into his own family's subgenre until after the death of his birth mother in his teens. So his peers have always mocked him as a bastard. Chen Kai's half-brother, Chen Xian, was gifted and talented, having reached the 5th level of ancient martial arts in his sophomore year, and the inheritance template had also awakened to the 5th level of the martial arts path, and was recognized as a supreme genius. In this way, Chen Kai basically had no chance with the position of family head in his life. Seek death. Chen Kai's face was completely ironic, veins bulging at the corners of his forehead. Being rejected by Wang Yu, and having his scars uncovered by Lu Xing, a guy from the opposite faction. A great anger rose in his heart for no apparent reason. A strange energy fluctuation suddenly exploded from his body, setting off an invisible wave of air that blew the hair of the few surrounding freshmen who leaned close to him up. A silver-white crescent moon quietly appeared in the middle of his forehead. His eyes almost spewed out fire as he stared at Lu Xing dead in the face. Lu Xing, it's not your turn to judge how my brother is. Today, I'll teach you, a thing that doesn't know the heights of heaven, a good lesson on behalf of the elders of your family. The several followers beside him also immediately stepped forward, all of them looking unkind, their energy surging, staring intently at Lu Xing. The atmosphere instantly tightened to the extreme. While Lu Xing smiled contemptuously, his eyes swept away the dangling energy from a moment ago, and his body drummed with energy. Hee, do you really think you're Chen Xian? If I can't beat Chen Xian, I can't do anything about you? Chapter 84 Li Mu. Wang Yu also did not expect things to get out of control to this point. Her palms were slightly sweaty and her heart was anxious, but at this moment, she could only bite her lower lip and stand in place, forcing herself to be calm. She quickly calculated whether she should immediately contact her grandfather's old friend who served as the vice principal of Star Martial Arts. Sun Wu narrowed his eyes slightly, his breath flowing darkly within his body. Just now, he had already planned to go up and help Wang Yu out, and it wasn't unacceptable for things to suddenly change like this. Although his body hadn't fully recovered to its peak yet, these guys in front of him, if they really moved, it would only be a matter of a qigong wave. Especially that Chen Kai, although the energy fluctuation wasn't weak, it was only at a level a little stronger than that Ito Ryanosuke from before. Just then, a calm voice rang out abruptly, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. What are all gathered here for? Is Welcome Square a place for fighting? The voice was not loud, but it carried a kind of unquestionable majesty, making the originally tense atmosphere instantly stagnate. The crowd followed the sound and saw that a middle-aged man wearing a plain Chinese mountain suit, looking like an ordinary person, had appeared not far away at some point. He had an ordinary face, medium build, a pot head, nothing out of the ordinary, and a pair of black thick-rimmed glasses, but the eyes under the glasses were as deep as the starry sky, as if they could see through people's hearts. When Chen Kai saw the visitor, the energy aura on his body instantly tightened up cleanly, and he hurriedly bowed and saluted, Teacher Li Mu. What brings you here? Chen Xian and a few other followers were also startled and lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. Mr. Li Mu? Lu Xing was also startled and hurriedly pulled Sun Wu's sleeve and whispered. It's really Mr. Li Mu. God's path powerhouse Hurry up and have a better attitude. Sun Wu sniffed and motionlessly sized up this teacher Li Mu. Was this the person General Ji Hai had specifically explained he was looking for? Li Mu's gaze calmly swept over Chen Kai, Wang Yu, Lu Xing, and finally paused on Sun Wu for that brief moment. Chen Kai, take your people and leave, don't get in the way of the new students reporting here. Although these few people were this year's freshmen, Li Mu, who often dealt with these founding families, had long recognized a few of them. Yes. Chen Kai deeply glanced at Wang Yu again and walked out of the square without looking back. As Chen Kai's group left, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, and the atmosphere in the square eased quite a bit. The expression on Lu Xing's face that he was ready to do battle hadn't been completely retracted, and he turned his head to look at Sun Wu with eyes like he was looking at some rare species. He moved closer and lowered his voice, his tone tinged with a touch of incredulity and a hint of flattery. Dude. No, son. You play really The real man doesn't show his face. The god of war, Li Mu, is here to pick you up? This background of yours? TSK, unfathomable Sun Wu was a bit teary-eyed by this back-and-forth contrast of his, but didn't bother to explain anything, it just happened. He also hadn't received word that said Li Mu would pick him up in person. Coincidence? Brother son, you're too much of a coincidence. Lu Xing squeezed his eyebrows, then remembered something and patted his head. Oops, just watching the fun, I haven't even started my sophomore year yet. Mr. Sun, can you give me a way to communicate with you? From now on, if you need anything at school, I'll be at your beck and call. Not to mention, I'm well informed about everything at the school, and I'm sure there's something you're not familiar with when you first get here, so just call me." He numbly pulled up his own communication light screen and looked at Sunwoo with an expectant face. Multiple friends have more paths, especially this kind of background may be heavenly. Even Limu, God of War, gave face to the ordinary students. Sunwoo nodded and added contact information to each other. "Let's go. Brother Sun, Sister Wangyu, I'll leave first. I'll contact you when I have time." Lu Xing waved his hand at the two men and bowed respectfully towards Limu again before running off in a huff. In the square, only Sunwoo, Wangyu, and Limu remained. Wangyu, who had dared to identify Sunwoo as her boyfriend in public just now, was like a deflated ball of leather at the moment, her head lowered, her white neck flushed with a layer of tantalizing pink. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the corner of her coat, her eyes averted, not daring to look at Sunwoo at all. Just now, that one time, it was completely in a hurry, or a subconscious impulse. Now that I've calmed down, I can only feel my face burning and my heart pounding. Will he think he's being too casual? Will he get angry? Sunwoo looked at her like this and felt a little funny and helpless in his heart. This Missy, her guts are sometimes big and sometimes small. Cough. Limu coughed lightly, breaking the slightly awkward silence. He looked at Wangyu, his tone gentle. "Student Wangyu, right? The granddaughter of Wang Zhanggao of the White Crane Martial School?" "Ha? Yes, Teacher Limu." Wangyu jerked her head up and responded somewhat nervously. "Well, your enrollment procedures have been instructed by the Vice-Chancellor. There are special people in charge. Just go directly to the new student reception over there." Limu pointed to a building on the other side of the square. "There's nothing more for you here, go ahead." "Oh, good." Wangyu was like being pardoned, sneaking a glance at Sunwoo and realizing that he was looking at her, her cheeks burned even hotter, and she hurriedly answered, almost jogging away. Only after watching Wangyu's hastily departing back did Limu turn his head and resurvey Sunwoo. His gaze was calm, yet it seemed to penetrate everything. "Sunwoo-san, come with me." Limu didn't ask more questions about what had just happened, he just calmly turned around and signaled Sunwoo to follow. Sunwoo nodded and followed behind Limu. The two men walked forward and backward through the huge, empty orientation plaza. The campus of the Star Martial Federation University was even more massive and shocking than Sunwoo had imagined. After the plaza, there is a main road that is so wide that it can accommodate 100 hovercrafts, and on both sides of the road are buildings of different styles, some full of classical flavor with flying eaves and arches, while others are very futuristic and technological, with smooth lines and glittering metallic luster. In the air from time to time, there were students wearing school uniforms riding various strange flying machines or directly flying in the air, cutting through a stream of light. The two eventually came to a relatively quiet area where several cleanly styled apartment buildings stood. "This is your dormitory, a single room with full internal facilities and a separate cultivation room." Limu handed Sunwoo a card. "This is an access card and an identity card, which you will need to use in most places on campus in the future." Sunwoo took the card and said thank you. Limu led Sunwoo into one of the apartment buildings, took the elevator to a floor, and swiped his card to open the door of a dormitory. The room was not big, but it was clean and tidy, with a living room, bedroom, bathroom, and a small cultivation room. The sparrow was small but complete. Through the windows, you can see the rolling hills in the distance and the magnificent complex of buildings looming in the farther distance. Chapter 85, Set a small goal, go to the Dragon Balls to collect the 7 Dragon Balls. You should familiarize yourself with the environment first. Limu walked into the room, but had no intention of leaving immediately. He took a seat in the chair by the window and adjusted the thick-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose that looked a little old. "There's something that needs to be explained to you ahead of time." With a slight movement in his heart, Sunwoo casually placed his backpack on the empty bed next to him, and also pulled over a chair and sat down opposite Limu, waiting for the following. Limu looked out the window at the scene of the vibrant and energetic school district, and his gaze seemed to drift a bit before he withdrew his sight for a moment and landed on Sunwoo, speaking in a flat tone. "Student Sunwoo, you were able to enter Star Martial early this time, not through the regular special recruitment process. This is something that Kai should have mentioned to you, right?" "Yes, General G talked to me." Sunwoo responded. Listening to this middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, who could even be said to be a bit rustic, so casually calling that domineering Western theater General Xiao Hai, it still felt a bit marvelous. "That's good." Limu nodded. "Tomorrow, Tianai, Kyoto, Mordor, and Shenzhou Wushu University, the relevant personnel from these 4 universities will arrive at our Star Martial. As per the default rules of several families, since all expressed interest in you, or rather, in the 120th subworld behind you in the first place. Although you ended up choosing our Star Marshal, according to the rules, they are also allowed to pay a price to participate in this quest. The location is set to be our Star Wu, and tomorrow an exploratory operation will be opened against the 120th subdimension, in which you, as a wayfarer, will participate. What do I need to do with the road guide? Sun Wu asked. This was basically the same information he had heard from Ji-hai before, but he wanted to know the specific details of the operation. You don't have to do anything. Li Mu's reply was crisp and clear. Don't have to do anything? Sun Wu was indeed a bit surprised. Right. Li Mu pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses calm and unperturbed. The energy level of that subworld 120 behind you is very high, and we currently know very little about its interior. Your main, and only, role is to act as a stabilizing coordinate and key. As long as you exist within that subworld, we will be able to maintain the stability of the entrance channel and ensure that the exploration team can enter and return safely. He looked at Sun Wu and continued to explain, so, you just need to follow the team in, and then in that subworld. Well, just think of it as sightseeing with the team. Just walk around and make sure you are safe. The main tasks of this quest include preliminary scouting, intelligence gathering, dealing with possible dangers, and even fighting if necessary. All will be handled by top tutors and senior elite students sent by the other 4 universities, as well as a few experienced seniors selected by us at Star Martial Arts University. They're the ones who are going to be the mainstay of this operation. Li Mu paused, as if he wanted Sun Wu to understand his position more clearly. Your presence is more of a, well, critical knockout piece. As soon as the first door is opened, the mission can proceed. So, your first priority is to keep yourself safe. It doesn't require you to fight, much less engage in any risky behavior. Understand? Sun Wu nodded, but muttered in his heart. To put it bluntly, it's a living GPS. This mission is extremely low risk for you, rather a good opportunity. Li Mu seemed to see Sun Wu's possible misgivings and continued. As long as the mission is completed successfully and the team returns safely, you, as the road leader, will receive a direct sublime reward. Similar in nature to the final rewards of the entry trial you participated in earlier, but in a different form. It would not be directly infused with energy, but would be condensed into an energy core based on the energy level of the secondary world and the initial results of the exploration. As for what an energy crystal core is, it will be covered in detail in the school's curriculum when you return. It's an extremely important strategic material for the Federation. Energy crystal core? Sun Wu's mind moved, remembering the piece Ji-hai had slipped him. Without moving, he took out the milky white irregular crystal from the system space, grasped it in the palm of his hand, and handed it to Li Mu to spread out in front of him. Teacher, is that what you're talking about? Li Mu's gaze landed on the crystal core in Sun Wu's hand, and a trace of obvious surprise, one could even say dismay, finally appeared on his face, which had always been ancient and unperturbed. He leaned forward slightly and took a closer look. Advanced energy crystal core? His brows unconsciously furrowed as he looked at Sun Wu. Did Xiao Hai give you this? Aside from Ji-hai, he couldn't think of anyone else who would give something of this grade to a freshly enrolled student. Li Mu then shook his head gently as if he had thought of something, his tone resuming its previous flatness, only that there seemed to be something more in the depths of his eyes. No, what you've acquired at the end of this mission naturally won't be this kind of high-class goods. To obtain a high-level energy crystal core, one usually needed to explore the subworld deeply and find and acquire the key item or son of chi of that world before it could be condensed. You're just acting as a pathfinder this time, going in for a quick experience and coming out, and according to the rules, you'll only get a guaranteed low-grade energy crystal. Sort of a hard-earned paycheck, and this guaranteed reward for first-time entry is only once per subworld for the same person. Low-grade energy crystals? Hard labor? Sun Wu weighed this piece of high-grade goods containing 50 million experience value in his hand, and then thought about the low-grade hard work fee in Li Mu's words, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a bit. The gap, it's a bit big. What is the key item in the Dragon Ball world? I think it's the Dragon Balls, right? Sons of Chi, Son Goku, and Vegeta count, right? But going in and grabbing the Dragon Balls would be a good try, fighting these two? Sun Wu secretly dismissed the idea. Li Mu looked at the high-level crystal core in Sun Wu's hand, and his mind was also racing with thoughts. That kid, Ji-hai, actually gave it all to this teenager? This crystal nucleus, which had a not-so-small assisting role in impacting the bottleneck after the 9th level and stepping into the divine path, he kept it for himself and didn't use it, but gave it to Sun Wu. It seemed that Ji Hai's regard for this little guy far exceeded his own previous prediction. Is it because of the specificity of subdimension 120? Or was this Sun Wu himself, with a value that even he had not seen through? He didn't delve any deeper and pulled the topic back. Anyway, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, gather at the teleportation array area in the orientation plaza. Someone will be there to meet you when the time comes. Today you'll rest, get in shape, and familiarize yourself with the campus. If you need anything for your life, you can contact the logistics department of the academy through your ID card. Li Mu stood up and seemed to have explained everything that needed to be explained. He took one last look at Sun Wu and without saying anything more, he turned around and left the dormitory. The room was quiet once again, leaving Sun Wu alone. He rubbed the high-level energy crystal core in his hand, feeling the surging power contained within it, and recalling Li Mu's words just now. It seems that the value of this road guide is higher than expected. But Sun Wu looked down at the crystal core in his hand. How can you take only a low-level crystal core? How can you swipe another high-level energy core? Together with this one in his hand, he immediately rose one level on the spot, directly completing the reward task. Get that Super Saiyan transformation. It's decided. Let's set a small goal first. Sun Wu put the crystal core away and stretched, his bones crackling softly. Get the Dragon Balls first, and try to see if wishing has any effect on him. Chapter 86, Entering the Dragon Ball World. Early the next morning, on the orientation square within Star Martial University's secondary campus, a huge building similar to the trial altar that Sun Wu had seen before, yet even more grandiose, loomed up. Sun Wu looked at the altar filled with mysterious runes and couldn't help but be curious in his heart. Where exactly do these creations that can travel through dimensions originate? Unfortunately, it is never mentioned, either in textbooks or in the words of others. It seems that I have to ask the teacher Li Mu for some advice when I have the chance. As an existence above the 9th level, he should know about these hidden secrets, right? At this moment, the square was already crowded. In addition to the leading instructors and their elite students from the 4 schools of Tianhai, Kyoto, Mordor, and Divine State Martial University, there were also quite a few senior students and teachers from Star Martial's own school who had gathered here, obviously attracted by this exploration operation. What on earth is the 120th subdimension about this time? Isn't it rumored to be just a low-level world? Why is it making such a big deal out of it? Quick look! Is that in Ruoyu from Kyoto University? She's the exchange student this time? I remember she's about to graduate, right? I've long heard that she's stepped into the 9th level of martial arts. More than that. The teacher leading the team over at the Divine State Martial Arts University is a genuine Divine Path second-step powerhouse. Exploring a new dimension actually requires a bigwig of this level to personally come out? This is amateurish of you, isn't it? A Divine Path powerhouse, that's an existence that breaks through the 9th level and touches the threshold of divinity, able to exert their full power in the vast majority of worlds without being suppressed by the local rules. I guess it's the first time we've explored the area, and all the families have sent their crushing characters to lead the team, seeking a safe bet. Gee, the welfare of this freshman class is too good, isn't it? With so many bigwigs escorting you, it must be safe to go in and wander around and get rewards. Thinking back to when we first entered the subworld, we were almost whisked away by the natives to the point of losing our pants. We were so envious. The onlookers were murmuring, their words filled with curiosity and envy. Above the altar, the teams from the major schools had assembled. After a busy operation by several technicians dressed in Star Martial University's overalls, the leaders of several universities each stepped forward and each took out a crystal. These crystals converged and fused in the air, eventually embedding themselves steadily into the groove at the top of the altar. Sun Wu noticed that the crystals they took out seemed to be similar to his own sublime core, but were considerably smaller. Sun Wu, stand in the center of the altar. Li Mu stood at the edge of the altar and signaled to Sun Wu. He was responsible for presiding over the opening of the altar and would not enter with the group. Sun Wu stepped forward as instructed. As he stepped into the core area of the altar, the entire altar suddenly lit up with a blinding glow, and a complicated and arcane magic formation slowly emerged and rotated in the sky above the altar. Immediately after that, a twisting and fluctuating space door quietly opened in the center of the magic formation. Alright, positioning is complete, everyone can enter. Li Mu's voice came out clearly. This time, because it is a preliminary exploration, the resources and subdimensional core fragments invested by each family will only be able to maintain the channel for 1 day. After a day, the portal will automatically recall everyone. As the words fell, the leading teachers of several universities took the lead in leading their respective students and stepped into that space door in turn. Sunwoo also followed the group from Star Martial University and stepped in. After a brief flash of light and a sense of spatial distortion, Sunwoo realized that he and the crowd from Star Martial University were already in the air above a bustling modern city. Underfoot are skyscrapers lined up, and in the air there are all kinds of strange flying machines shuttling to and fro, a highly developed scene. Everyone was stunned by the sight in front of them. No one had expected that this newly discovered dimension was not the expected barbaric otherworld or fantasy continent, but a world with an extremely high level of technology. Sunwoo looked at the familiar domed buildings and capsule-shaped flying machines below, and a name instantly jumped into his mind: Capital of the West? This is clearly the city where Bulma's family capsule company is located in the Dragon Ball world. He subconsciously looked around, but realized that only the people from Star Martial University were there, and there was no sign of the teams from the other 4 universities. Where are the people from the other schools? Sunwoo wondered in his heart. At this time, Wang Yu, who had been quietly keeping an eye on Sunwoo, saw his confusion and softly leaned over to explain. "Woo, are you looking for someone else?" Seeing Sunwoo nod his head, Wang Yu continued, "There's several universities, they should have brought special anchor points with them. So the point in time and the initial position that we entered, it may not be the same as them." Anchor point? Sunwoo immediately recalled the Kiba forehead protector that had popped out when he had killed the snake priest of the Jin family, and the word anchor point seemed to be mentioned in the introduction. Well, Wang Yu nodded in confirmation. It's likely that they brought someone else with this number 120 subdimensional inheritance template with them in their team. Anchor points are usually created with the appropriate legacy template. And you, Sunwoo, are a living anchor point in your own right. The point in time we enter will be tied to the timeline of the template character you inherited in this world, and generally won't be off by too much time. And while they do stray from their position due to the presence of anchors in the group, they usually don't stray too much. Mentioning the template, Sunwoo's mind moved and immediately checked his inheritance interface. This look made his eyes round. Current world, Kamakuni Mimic World Dragon Ball. World rule compatibility detected. Inheritance template Inferior Warrior Monkey King restriction lifted. The current template development degree is synchronized with the legacy template. Current legacy, Inferior Scion Warrior Monkey King. Battle liberated. Current subdimension 120 detected. Battle energy level is the current world combat power. Name, Sunwoo. Current battle power, approximately 1 million energy levels equivalent to 416 Dragon Ball battle power. Is the current legacy template enabled? On the system panel, his number that represented the current world's combat energy level actually surged from the previous 100,000 to 1 million. And in parentheses, a new value appears: 416. That's exactly what his Dragon Ball World combat points are. 416 points. Sunwoo remembered clearly that this happened to be Sun Wukon's combat power when he was in the same battle with Raditz. Could it be that the current point in time is the period of Lei ties? Sunwoo speculated in his mind. And if we go by that conversion, 1 million present-day battle energy levels is roughly equal to about 400 points of Dragon Ball battle power? He noticed another option at the end: enable legacy templates. Enable inheritance template in the corresponding subworld when the inheritance template development reaches 100% currently fulfilled. The host may choose to enable the legacy template, temporarily gaining access to everything the character of that template has. This includes, but is not limited to, physical appearance, bloodline, combat skills, and combat experience. This status can be turned on or off at any time. Oh? There's such a good thing? Sunwoo's eyes lit up. Chapter 87, The Scion Attack. Sun Wukon's combat skills and experience, that was fought out over and over again in battles, far from being comparable to his own, which would only take and release waves. If he could borrow it temporarily, his combat power could definitely be raised by a notch. I just wonder, will I inherit a heart attack along with it? He thought silently. Sunwoo was eager to try out this new feature right away, but after looking around at his teachers and classmates, he resisted the urge. It's crowded, so I'd better wait until I find a place where no one is around to secretly study it. Just then, the lead teacher and a few seniors from Star Martial University had already made their move. They quickly set up a communications channel covering all personnel present and shared information, while activating various scanning equipment to analyze environmental and energy readings. It's finally confirmed that it's a technologically peculiar high martial world. Soon, they managed to access the network of this world using their portable devices and began to quickly gather intelligence. The world's first martial arts association, martial artist, Chi. These keywords quickly entered their vision, making them realize that there were powerful individuals in this world that far exceeded their initial predictions. Found it. Sun Wu, the name of that inheritance template of yours, Sun Wukong? It's the champion of the 23rd world's first martial arts tournament. But the information shows that he's dead? A senior in charge of intelligence gathering reported with a frown. Dead? The lead teacher pondered for a moment. It seems that this Sun Wukong is not the current son of Chi in this realm. Keep checking and look for other known powerhouses in this world. The winner of the 22nd Budokai, Tiansen Rice, this one deserves attention. The 21st champion, Jackie Chan? Leave that one to me to find out. The great demon king of Piccolo? The former ruler of the world? No trace is known now, but someone very similar to him has been seen out in the wasteland. I'll look for this man. Animals that shapeshift? Flaming mountain bull demons? There should be something wrong with these paranormal phenomena as well. Here, I'll check it out. There are multiple layers of structure in this dimension. I'll check out the other dimensional layers. Boo! A dull thud suddenly came from the distance, accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground. Sun Wu followed the sound and looked, only to see that one of the teachers leading the team withdrew his palm, and in the center of his palm, a bit of light as bright as the moon was slowly fading away, as if he had incorporated a miniature white moon into his body. It's Mr. Wu Gang. A senior student beside him whispered, and Sun Wu listened to a few sentences, and roughly understood that this divine path powerhouse seemed to have mastered some kind of divine power related to the moon, and that the shadow of the moon in the palm just now was not illusory, but a manifestation of some kind of real existence. The moon shadow in the palm just now was not illusory, but a manifestation of some real existence. The energy of this world is very active. Teacher Wu Gang opened his mouth. His voice was calm but carried a hint of undetectable astonishment. The rule suppression that is often found in other subdimensional worlds can hardly be felt. Everyone heard, have sensed their own, and indeed found that in this world, the power flowing in the body seems to break free from the invisible shackles, far more surging than usual, and even the ancient martial arts outside the inheritance of the power, has become extraordinarily solid and easy to mobilize. Normally, when they entered the other dimension, their power would often be suppressed to the energy level corresponding to the inheritance template, and their hands would be tied, relying more on pure ancient martial arts techniques. But here, it was as if even the air was fueling their might. Teacher Wu Gang's actions just now before casually closing his hand was clearly a test. That loud bang was the aftermath of his casual strike, which had directly obliterated a small half of a not-so-small hill at the edge of the city. This kind of might, if in the current world, I'm afraid that even a reinforced building would be difficult to shake. Strange phenomenon, record it first. Teacher Wu Gang looked to several other teachers and seniors. Initially, either the energy level of this realm is extremely high, and the rules are having some sort of reverse increase on us, or the material composition of this realm is unusually fragile. No words were needed, and after a brief exchange of eye contact, the plan of exploration had taken shape. Experienced teachers and seniors quickly recognized the direction of their goals. The lead teacher and several experienced sophomore and junior seniors each claimed a goal. 11:38 a.m. local time, Mr. Wu Gang glanced at some sort of device. In 1 hour, rendezvous in place and exchange intel. Keep communications open. As soon as the words fell, several silhouettes shot up into the sky without hesitation, turning into streams of light that tore through the air and shot off in different directions of the city. Several teachers were even more unpredictable. Waving their hands, they created a rippling space door in the air, and with a single step, their silhouettes disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, there was only one martial arts level 6 counselor left in place to watch over Sun Wu's group of freshmen. The information shared in the communicator flowed by, and Sun Wu's eyes settled on one of them. Sun Wukong, deceased? Heart pounding. Then this is after the Raditz invasion. Goku should still be practicing on the planet Kai at this moment. This means that Vegeta and Nappa should be coming soon? In the street below, a pedestrian casually tossed out a universal capsule and conjured a flying car out of thin air. Right. Capsule Corporation, Bulma. Dragon Ball Radar. He immediately searched the shared information and quickly found entries for the Capsule Corporation, its founder, Dr. Briefer, and his daughter, Bulma. Sun Wu walked towards the one staying named Counselor Chen Xiao and made up an excuse. Counselor Chen, I sense that the chi of this world has a connection with ancient martial arts, and I want to go explore it alone. That counselor Chen glanced at him with a lack of interest. Your road guide role has been completed, move around on your own, don't run too far and pay attention to safety. The attitude was perfunctory, obviously not taking Sun Wu, a non-family member, to heart. As the counselor who participated in this mission, he was aware of the actual identity of Sun Wu's origin. It's just a tool guy, it doesn't affect the big picture. Now that it has stabilized into this 120th subdimension, it doesn't matter what happens to Sun Wu. Just bring it back safely. Sun Wu didn't care, this attitude in turn facilitated him to get away. He flew straight to the Capsule Corporation's headquarters, the iconic huge domed building in the West Capital. However, after some searching, Bulma is not here. Where did the man go? Just as Sun Wu was pondering, the sky was abruptly torn apart by two blazing trajectories. It wasn't an unusual craft, but more like two meteors trailing long flames, swooping straight at a city next to the capital of the West. Not long after that craft disappeared into the sky, a white light brighter than the sun erupted in the next city over. The terrifying energy impact caused the air to distort. A huge mushroom cloud rose and expanded over the neighboring city, engulfing everything. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, there were still white lights and waves of air from the explosions that rippled through several cities. In just a few breaths of time, the bustling city at the end of the view completely disappeared from the horizon, leaving behind only a vast plain of scorched, dead silence. On top of the flattened and scorched ruins, a large and a small figure wearing peculiar combat suits hovered in midair. Chapter 88 Fighting Naba. Naba. You stupid bastard. Such massive destruction will affect the sale price of this planet. The short scion's tone was cold, his eyes sharp as knives. Ahahaha, Vegeta, the big, bald man laughed dryly and hastily turned his head to look away, pressing his finger on the monocle-type device in his left eye, we'd better find the Dragon Balls first. Trying to change the subject, he activated the combat power detector. Beep. The highest combatant on the planet would be the guy who took out Raditz, right? Naba muttered, let me see. Where the strongest is. The numbers on the detector jumped fast. 981, 1220, 1083, TSK, they're all trash. But to think there's over 1,000 of them? Looks like this is the Narmation? Wait. What is this? Naba's voice rose steeply, with incredulous consternation. Beside him, Vegeta blushed, what's all the fuss about? Vegeta, look at this direction. Naba pointed to the direction of the western capital where Sun Wu and the others had landed earlier, the fighting power. Over here isn't quite right. Vegeta's brow furrowed slightly as he swept his eyes over the numbers synchronized on the lenses of his own detector. 36, 80, 116, 416, 3,815. Over 3,000 combatants? A flash of surprise flashed through Vegeta's eyes. Just a short distance away, there's a guy with a combat power of over 3,000? Is he the strongest person on this planet? Before the words left his mouth, Vegeta's figure had turned into a blur of residual shadow, tearing through the air and sprinting in the direction of that high-energy reaction, not even bothering to pay attention to Naba behind him anymore. On the other side, the edge of the western capital. Chen, the counselor of Xingwu University who had stayed behind, was frowning as he flipped through the news materials he had downloaded from the local network. He was alarmed by the sudden and terrifying energy fluctuations in the distance, and didn't wait for him to find news related to the previous explosion on the internet. There was a palpitatingly powerful energy fluctuation rapidly approaching from the direction of the explosion, and at once the alarm bells rang loudly in Chen Zhao's heart. What is it? Are they the indigenous powerhouses of this world? Did they cause the explosion just now? He rose abruptly, his nerves tense. Although it was just a simple task of watching over the new students, many of these students had deep backgrounds, and if something happened under his watch, even if the school rules could protect him on the surface, there would be no shortage of trouble in the shadows. Swish! With almost no warning, the skylight dimmed slightly, and a large and two small figures that emitted a shocking sense of oppression had already appeared above the crowd. Vegeta hovered in mid-air with his arms clasped over his chest, his eyes coldly sweeping over the group of oddly dressed people below him behind the dark green lenses of his combat power detector, as if he were observing a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. His attention only lingered for a moment on the strong man with a combat power of barely 4,000, the rest were just ants. Naba grinned and moved his muscles with a crackling pop. His stubby fingers pressed on the detector again, confirming that top reading. Hey, 3,800 more? Looks like you guys are the ones who took out Raditz? Naba spoke in a jarring tone of undisguised contempt, and the What a bunch of pathetically weak natives, that loser Leitais is a disgrace to a science. He looked down at the tense-looking Chen Xiao and a group of obviously student-like young men on the ground and laughed sardonically. But it doesn't matter, let this lord entertain you guys who don't know what's good for you. Chen Xiao's face was grave, and the energy in his body quietly worked to protect Wang Yu and the other group of freshmen behind him. He could clearly feel the terrifying oppression emanating from the two uninvited guests above his head, especially the short one, whose aura was even more unfathomable, as if he was a dormant ferocious beast. These two guys are by no means good. Chen Xiao was on guard in his heart. The way the energy fluctuates is very different from ours. Are these the indigenous powerhouses of this dimensional world? Two strong men, do we have some kind of misunderstanding? We don't know any of the raditses you're talking about. Chen Xiao tried to communicate, hoping to avoid conflict. Oh? Like that? But it's okay if you don't recognize it. Naba waved his hand carelessly. I'll take care of you guys while I can before I get to the others. Let's start you off with some appetizers. He hemmed and hawed, pulling out a few dried seeds from the pouch at his waist and casually tossing them to the ground. The seeds fell to the ground and he pulled out a vial to drop a few drops of liquid. The seeds quickly burrowed into the soil like living creatures, and the ground bulged into a few pockets of earth, which then exploded violently. Kiki! 6 turquoise-colored, ugly and hideous-looking creatures like humanoid monsters crawled out of the earth. They bobbed their heads, their scarlet eyes flashing with bloodlust, and let out ear-piercing screams that made a few freshmen unable to resist taking half a step back. Go on! Tear this trash apart! Naba gave the order with a big wave of his hand. And you, let this lord himself play with you. Naba flew over and looked at Chen Xiao in front of him with his hands clasped on his chest. And the 6 cultivators shrieked strangely, transforming into 6 green residual shadows, pouncing on the students from different directions with a fishy wind. Humph! Chen Xiao snorted coldly. As a counselor of Star Martial University and a strong martial arts level 6, would he be intimidated by such a small scene? Just now, he didn't want to fight, he just didn't want to cause trouble. It didn't mean that he was afraid. Only to see that his body shape did not move, his right hand and fingers like a sword, to the pouncing cultivated people in the air repeatedly point. Shoo! 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 6 condensed to the extreme white chi finger winds broke through the air, hitting each cultivator's forehead with unparalleled precision. Put! Like poking 6 water bags filled with putrid liquid, the 6 raging cultivators didn't even have time to get close before they exploded into a mass of green sap in mid-air, and a fishy odor filled the air. The whole process was rabbit-like, clean and fast. Before the onlookers could react, the threat had been lifted, and the eyes that looked at Chen Xiao were suddenly filled with admiration. The smile on Nabal's face froze, replaced by a hint of surprise and annoyance. To actually be able to instantly take out my cultivator? Looks like you guys, you're slightly stronger than I thought. He craned his neck, making a crunching sound, and his eyes became fierce. But to help them while fighting my lord? Such a lack of regard for my Naba? Before the words left his mouth, Naba's figure violently disappeared from its original spot. Chen Xiao's pupils suddenly shrunk, almost instinctively raising his perception to the extreme, while his arms crossed to protect his body, and the energy in his body exploded without reservation. Boom! A massive force fiercely bombarded Chen Xiao's blocking arms, emitting a dull thud. He only felt a violent force coming through his arms, shocking his blood and chi. His arms were in severe pain, the ground under his feet instantly cracked and sank, and his entire body slid backward uncontrollably for dozens of meters before he barely managed to stabilize his stance. As the smoke and dust cleared, Nabana's burly figure appeared where Chen Xiao had originally stood, a cruel smile on his face. Nice reaction, native. What a strong power. Chen Xiao shook off his somewhat numb arms, his heart appalled. The strength of this bald big man far exceeded his expectations. This pure physical strength was simply unlike that of a human. It's not over yet. Naba laughed and charged up again, his huge fist carrying a whistling that tore through the air, aiming straight for Chen Xiao's face. The speed was astonishingly fast. Chapter 89 Diamond Stardust Fist. Chen Xiao did not dare to be slow, his body swayed, narrowly avoiding the fist, while a palm blade containing the unique martial arts techniques of the Star Martial Federation sliced at Naba's ribs like a gazelle hanging from a horn. This palm condensed his 6th level martial arts cultivation and sought to strike a heavy blow. Bang! The palm blade slashed solidly at Naba's side waist, but it was as if it had cut into tough leather, only making a muffled sound. Naba's figure only slightly lurched, not even frowning, backhanded elbow towards Chen Zhao's solar plexus. The action is rough but effective. The two instantly entangled together, fists and feet intersected, chi energy erupted, each collision issued a deafening roar, the violent airwaves spread in all directions, blowing the freshmen in the distance to the east and west, and had to transport their own strength to resist. Sun Wu had already rushed to the edge of the battlefield at this time because he was worried about Wang Yu, his eyes locked onto the battlefield. Is this the collision of present world power and the natives of the sub-dimension? Sun Wu secretly pondered. Calculated on the basis of my 1 million combat energy level as 416 points of Dragon Ball combat power. Counselor Chen Xiao looked at it according to the previous information. It was Martial Dao level 6, which is 520 million combat energy levels. Converted into Dragon Ball combat power, it should be between 2080-8320 points. Even if you take a middle value, it's still 4 or 5,000. This Naba's detector also reads over 3,800. It was reasonable to say that Mr. Chen shouldn't be struggling so much even if he couldn't crush it. And, in the message shared on the communication channel earlier, it was mentioned that their power seemed to have been increased in the Dragon Ball world? A group of freshmen nervously watched the battle, their hands all clenched tightly, their palms covered in sweat. In the field, the battle became more and more intense. Naba's attacks were wide open, fierce and overbearing, and each strike was powerful, as if it was going to shatter space. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, was agile in his stance and subtle in his moves, constantly utilizing his skills to unload and counterattack, trying to find his opponent's breaks. However, as time passed, Chen Xiao's heart sank a little. Something's not right. The more he fought, the more alarmed. According to the information from the previous probe, it's only right that his attack power has increased quite a bit in this world. At this moment, as a martial arts level 6 with a whopping 913-4630 combat energy level, he could only slightly stalemate? But this bald man in front of him was not only surprisingly powerful, his defense was even more amazing. Several times his own attacks had clearly hit the vitals, but with little effect, as if the opponent's body was made of steel. On the contrary, the other party's furious attack, even with the rules to weaken, still let him feel a huge pressure. Every hard catch shocked his blood, internal organs vaguely painful. It simply doesn't make sense. Where did Chen Xiao know how perverse the physique of the fighting nation of the Dragon Ball world scions was? Juvenile scions can take bullets hard by virtue of their thick skin. The strain he felt at the moment was the result of the combination of differences in world rules and differences in individual strength. It can't be delayed any longer. Chen Xiao's eyes stared, glancing at the short scion next to him who had been standing coldly by since the beginning, as motionless as a statue, and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. The short guy gave him a feeling that he was 100 times more dangerous than this bald guy. The bald guy had to be dealt with quickly or the consequences would be unimaginable. He made a backward jump and swung his hands in a strange gesture, as if he were a bird flapping up its wings. Diamond Stardust Fist. Chen Xiao no longer held back, shouting angrily. The energy in his body surged madly, converging on his right fist. A white bird constellation's silhouette appeared behind it. This was the manifestation of fully activating the inheritance ability. With this punch, he had utilized a double stack of ancient martial arts and inheritance. His fist lit up with a piercing white light, as if he was holding a star that was about to explode, and with an unrelenting momentum, he met the heavy fist that Naba swung again. Somewhat interesting. A trace of excitement flashed in Naba's eyes, and without flickering or avoiding, he similarly poured his entire body's strength into his fist and fiercely blasted out. Boom! The two fists containing terrifying energy collided blatantly. A shockwave visible to the naked eye violently spread out centered on the two, lifting the ground up another layer. The blinding light caused everyone to subconsciously close their eyes. The light dispersed, only to see Chen Xiao staggering back a few steps, a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth, his right arm trembling slightly, obviously also enduring a tremendous amount of recoil. Naba, on the other hand, across from him, was in a much more dismal state. His arm, which had been blasting against Chen Xiao, showed an unnatural distortion, and his entire right arm hung down limply, the bones obviously broken, and there was even a white bone stubble piercing through the skin, dripping with blood. Aha! Naba let out a pained roar, his face filled with disbelief and fury. You bastard! Actually dared to injure my lord! Chen Xiao forced himself to endure the sharp pain in his arm and the churning of his chi and blood, but his eyes were dead set on the short man who hadn't moved. The all-out strike just now, although it heavily injured Naba, he himself was also greatly consumed and had suffered internal injuries. But even so, the bald man's vitality was still terrifyingly vigorous, and with just a broken arm, his breath didn't weaken much. What was even more frightening was that the short guy named Vegeta just watched coldly from the beginning. It was as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him, and even the corners of his mouth curled up in an imperceptible sneer when Naba was injured. Monsters! These two guys are monsters. Chen Zhao's heart completely sank to the bottom. With this world increasing attack so greatly, this bald guy is already so difficult to deal with. That short guy is definitely not something I can handle. Such a terrifying fighting ability was more powerful than most of the worlds they had explored in the past. Looking at them, it seemed like they were just two miscellaneous soldiers dressed as soldiers, and I shuddered to think how powerful the people behind them were. If he could return alive this time, he would definitely have to apply for a divine path powerhouse to purge this realm. There can be no more hesitation. Chen Zhao didn't move and took a step back, pulling away from Naba and activating the emergency communication device hidden within his combat suit. His fingers flew over the communication interface, and a message asking for help poured frantically into Star Martial University's internal communication channel. Urgent call for help. Emergency call for assistance. Coordinates 4396, 777. Encountered two high-intensity indigenous attacks. Repeatedly, two high-intensity indigenous attacks were encountered. One of them had a combat power far beyond what was expected, suspected to be at the 7th level or even higher standard. Requesting immediate support from all nearby teachers and seniors of 7th grade and above. Immediate support. Please respond if you receive. The situation is critical. Freshmen from all the major families are here, requesting support at the highest level. Warning. The target individual has extremely strong defense and recovery power, please be careful. The series of urgent messages were like a stone sinking into the sea, receiving no response for the time being. At this time, the God's Path powerhouse leading the Star Martial Federation had already gone to a different dimension of this world, and he didn't know if he would be able to receive his message. The other few sophomores and juniors were actually about the same battle power as him. Most of them were at the 5th or 6th level of martial arts. Chen Zhao's heart was beating like a drum, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He eyed Naba, who was covering his broken arm and roaring in rage ahead of him, warily, while keeping a death grip on the Vegeta who was giving him death threats out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 90, Vegeta takes action. Aha! Naba covered his broken arm and let out an earth-shattering roar, the muscles in his face twisting from the intense pain and rage that. You damned natives! Dare to injure this great master! Unforgivable! The aura on his body swelled violently, blazing like a substantial flame, and the earth beneath his feet could not withstand the force and once again crumbled and sank. Naba, who originally only had a broken arm, had a breath that, instead of weakening, climbed up. Naba's muscles bulged and the whole man grew in size. Oh no! Chen Zhao was horrified in his heart. The other party could even raise his power? He held back his internal injuries and tried to pull away, but it was too late. Die for me! There was only mad killing intent left in Naba's eyes, and his only remaining left arm carried a berserk power that far exceeded that of before, ignoring his own injuries and smashing into Chen Zhao like a meteorite. The speed was so fast and the power was so fierce that Chen Zhao could not even raise the thought of dodging. But Chen Zhao only felt an irresistible huge force crashing into his chest, his body protection energy instantly shattered, and his entire body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. Blood spurted wildly from his mouth, and he smashed hard into the ruins in the distance, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust, his life and death unknown. This all happened too quickly. From the time Naba became furious to the time Chen Zhao fell to the ground with serious injuries, it was only in the blink of an eye. The freshmen left behind were completely dumbfounded, fear and despair written all over their faces. Even the powerful teacher Chen Zhao was beaten like this in a single shot, and those of them. Just then, Vegeta, who had been watching coldly, made a slight movement of his gaze behind the dark green detector lenses. As if he had found some interesting prey, the corner of his mouth curved into a cold arc, and his sight suddenly turned to an inconspicuous corner at the edge of the square. There's another guy who hides his breath? Combat power. Meh, it's still weak, but it seems a little stronger than these remaining losers. Vegeta wasn't even interested in paying attention to Naba and the scared students. As far as he was concerned, any potential, unknown threat should be removed at the first opportunity. Without any warning, Vegeta's figure instantly disappeared from its spot. Sunwoo was currently hiding behind a collapsed billboard, his mind shaken. Chen Xiaoxiao's tragic situation caused his heart to tighten, while he was also rapidly thinking of countermeasures. At this point Vegeta and Naba had just come to Earth, And in the original one was 18,000 and the other 4,000 combatants? Based on the previous 1 million energy levels equaling 416 Dragon Ball battle power. That would make Vegeta equal to mid to high level 7, and Nappa a level 6? Exclamation point. Just then, a flash of warning flashed through Sun Wu's heart. An extreme sense of crisis instantly wrapped around Sun Wu's heart like an icy viper. He didn't even have time to make any reaction, a black shadow that was so fast that it had already appeared in front of him. Bang! The heavy blow fiercely bombarded Sun Wu's abdomen, and intense pain instantly swept through his entire body, as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. It was like he was back in that pre-crossing time when he was hit by that big delivery truck and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. It crashed through a billboard and collapsed a few more crumbling walls one after another before landing heavily in the exact center of the battlefield, a mouthful of blood spurting out with a sweetness in his throat. With great difficulty, he tried to get up, but found that his spine seemed to be all broken and he could not exert himself. Takeshi! A voice full of panic cut through the air. Wang Yu's sight was dead ahead, and when she got a good look at the figure in the field that was being beaten over by Vegeta, it made her blood instantly freeze. It was Sun Wu who had just walked away. It was as if the heart was clenched by a large invisible hand. Almost subconsciously, she rushed forward, defiantly opening her arms and blocking in front of Sun Wu, facing the short man who took a step forward and reeked of death. No! Forbid you to hurt him! Wang Yu's voice was tinged with trembling, and her body was spasming with muscle spasms and shaking slightly from the aura of fear that Vegeta was radiating. However, her eyes were unusually determined, and she stared at Vegeta dead in the face, not flinching in the slightest. Flowing blade of fire. Accompanied by a clear shout, crimson light blossomed from her hand, the Zanpakuto condensed, and fiery flames rose around her, forming a swaying curtain of fire. Vegeta frowned imperceptibly, a hint of impatience and contempt showing in his eyes. Like looking at a praying mantis that doesn't know how to get in front of the wheel. Head, mole feelings? What a bore. And after Sun Wu was unable to stand up after 2 attempts, his heart flared with anger. Sure can't have the original filter. Vegeta during this period was simply not human. Almost died. Vegeta's blow just now directly triggered Sun Wu's passive battle renewal. Without this passive, he might have died just now? Sun Wu slunk to the ground and coughed out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, and when he looked up, he saw Wang Yu's thin but stubborn back. She was clearly scared to death, yet she still held herself back. A flood of unspeakable emotions came over me, shame, anger, and a touch of something inexplicable. Are you kidding me? Sun Wu clenched his teeth and struggled to stand up. I, Sun Wu, have to let a woman stand in front of me for protection? This is too embarrassing. The never-submissive wariness in the Scion's bloodline, catalyzed by humiliation and anger, erupted like a volcano. Couldn't care less anymore. System. He growled in his mind, used the Super Saiyan 1 experience card. Super Saiyan 1 transformation, required battle power is 3 million battle power in Dragon Ball World. The current combat power is 416 points, which does not meet the Saiyan transformation requirements. The ice-cold tone was like cold water on the head, dousing the flames that had been ignited in his heart. The system remained motionless, only mechanically repeating the prompt that it could not transform. Just then, the corner of Vegeta's mouth curved into a cruel arc. In that case, let you see with your own eyes how she died because of you, and I wonder how you'll look? Before his words fell, Vegeta casually raised his hand and a Qigong wave was thrown towards Wang Yu. That was nothing more than a casual strike from him, yet it was enough to easily obliterate this weak fellow. However, just at the moment when the Qigong wave was about to engulf Wang Yu, a figure violently rushed out from the crowd of freshmen and righteously blocked the trajectory of the Qigong wave. Boom! The shockwave of the explosion instantly engulfed the figure, smoke and dust filled the air, and the air currents wrapped around Wang Yu's body swayed violently. Ha! Vegeta was slightly stunned and slightly surprised. There's even someone else grabbing for death? The smoke and dust gradually cleared, but the sight in front of them froze everyone in their tracks. Brother Kai. In the crowd of freshmen, Chen Xin let out an incredulous exclamation. The one who suddenly rushed out and blocked in front of Wang Yu was actually Chen Kai. In the center of the field, the youth, who was enveloped by an inheritance shadow with long, flowing hair, slowly collapsed limply to the ground, and the silver crescent moon on his forehead dimmed and dissipated. You. Wang Yu's hand holding the Zanpakuto trembled slightly. She couldn't understand how this Chen Kai, who had pestered her yesterday, could do so much. Don't you remember me? Chapter 91 The Prince's Shock. Chen Kai's body went limp, his vision began to blur, and the world spun skyward. The pain receded like a tidal wave, leaving behind a dull ache that lingered longer and settled in the bones. It was like he was back on that dirty street corner, covered in bruises and curled up on the cold ground. A small hand, with careful warmth, gently touched his swollen cheek. "Are you an angel?" He remembered asking that as if he were, his voice hoarse and muffled. "No, the voice was clear and crisp, like a wind chime. "I'm White Crane Marshal Skulda. This medicine is for you, it can cure your injuries." A small vial of medicine was shoved into his hand with a cool herbal scent. "Don't mess with them next time, they're mean. Foul. More than fierce. Those men took his mother's life and left him on the side of the road like garbage. But this girl in front of her, she didn't have the ferocity of those men in her eyes, only clean concern. Thank you. I will repay you." He uttered the words with all his strength, the most solemn promise of a humble child. After being received into that cold subterranean ancestral land of the Chen family, he thought he would never see the warmth of that present-day street corner again. But just yesterday, just in that group of freshmen, he saw that face again. Wang Yu. The little girl who applied medicine to him in his memory overlapped with the pavilion figure in front of him. "Heh. So that's payback, right?" The thought was like a candle in the wind, wavering for a moment before finally falling silent. Chen Kai's consciousness completely fell into boundless darkness. Stupid. Vegeta was unconcerned with the sudden appearance of Griffin's life or death, and didn't even look at him again. With a flash of his body, he once again appeared in front of Wang Yu, his fist wrapped in the aura of death, pointing directly at her body. With Vegeta's power at this moment, there was absolutely no chance of Wang Yu surviving. This time, there would be no one to take the knife for her. Sun Wu's heart sank, the situation was critical to the extreme. He didn't know why Chen Kai suddenly sacrificed his life to save him, but he understood that the only person he could rely on now was himself. "System!" he cried out in his mind. The legacy panel didn't budge. "Forget it. If it doesn't work, we can only forcefully turn on the 50x Realm King's fist to fight for our lives. There are still fairy beans and medicine worms, so you should be able to eat on your own." Sun Wu's eyes were heavy as he took out the immortal beans from the system space. "Ding, local Heaven's Way is not cooperating. The battle sharp system is online on behalf of the fight. Please wait." A familiar system beep sounded, and immediately afterward, an energy arm appeared out of thin air once again, and this time, it probed directly into the void. When the arm was withdrawn, there was a surprisingly large figure in his hand. The figure wore a hat with a clock pattern on its head, as if it were made of gold. Underneath the hat was long blue hair, and underneath the long hair was a pair of elfin-pointed ears. That turned out to be a woman in a strange fuchsia-colored costume. The king god of the realm of time, Ios? Sun Wu's afterglow caught a glimpse of that figure, and his heart shook. Isn't this a character from Dragon Ball Heroes? You can pull out the homunculus character system too, huh? Only at this moment, this realm of time god Ios had dull eyes, as if he was a vegetable, far from having any spirit to speak of. Smash Varuto. Sun Wu seemed to have heard a strange sound. A single energy gear appeared in the space around them, and a wave of light spread out in all directions, centering on the king god of time Ios, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Time froze in an instant. Vegeta's fist stalled in front of Wang Yu's body, a trace of cruel smile still remaining on his face, but he was as stiff and motionless as a statue. The flames rising from Wang Yu's flowing blade Ruofu also stilled, fixed in mid-air, and everything fell into absolute stillness. This is time stopping? The entire world was silent, and only Sun Wu's consciousness was still functioning. In the darkness, it was as if he heard a vague sound of battle coming from the void. The entire space was as if the water was being shaken with gusts of distorted ripples. Sun Wu felt as if a long time had passed before the system beep finally sounded again. Battle! Yes. Local Tendo is not cooperating and has been resolved by this system. The host is assured that from now on there will be no more aftermath of the heavenly Tao. In the depths of Sun Wu's consciousness, that small number 1 panel that had been as quiet as a chicken since awakening the inheritance panel suddenly shattered and dissipated into countless points of light at this moment. What's the situation? The inheritance panel is gone? How am I supposed to fight Vegeta then? The combat sharp system is officially online. Currently using template, Scion Inferior Warrior Sun Wukong. Combat Strength, 416. Use the Super Scion Form 1 experience card. That energy arm carried the king god of time, Ios, whose eyes suddenly became animated, snapping back from the vegetative-like appearance he had just had. After she scanned her surroundings, a look of surprise appeared in her eyes, and then sensing her situation, the look turned back to horror in an instant, and then she was tucked back into the void by the energy arm. As the king god of time, Ios, disappeared into the void, the frozen time, once again, began to flow. Buzz! An indescribably terrifying power, like a volcano erupting, suddenly surged within Sun Wu's body. Golden aura flames rose to the sky, instantly dispersing the smoke and dust that filled the air and wrapping his body completely. His hair stood up at the roots, turning from black to dazzling golden yellow like a burning flame, and his pupils transformed into a sharp turquoise. The originally shriveled breath was now soaring wildly like a rocket. Super Saiyan form opens. Battle power increased by 50 times. Current state, Super Saiyan mimicry. Perhaps this was not a true Super Saiyan transformation, and the sense of oppression emanating from Sun Wu's body at this moment was nowhere near as astounding as it was in the original when Goku first transformed in Namek. But he no longer had time for that. In a flash of lightning, Sun Wu's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had flashed to Vegeta's side like a ghost, and lightly stopped Vegeta's powerful punch with one hand. Boom! A low muffled sound exploded like thunder. Vegeta's complexion suddenly froze as he looked incredulously at what was happening in front of him. His attack had been blocked once again? When he saw that the one who caught his attack was actually Sun Wu, who he had just defeated with a punch. Anger began to burn in his chest. I didn't realize that you were hiding this kind of power? Just as Vegeta spoke. Beep beep pop. A piercing alarm sounded suddenly, and the lenses of the combat power detector on Vegeta's face exploded violently, apparently detecting horrific energy beyond its range. Vegeta's pupils suddenly contracted, shock finally surfacing on his face. He clearly felt that the weakling in front of him, who had just been hit by him with a heavy blow, had his breath instantly skyrocketed to the point where he was on a par with himself. And the last reading before the probe exploded was 20,000? How is that possible? One should know that his combat power at the moment was only 18,000. Chapter 92 Gaelic Canon, 40,000 battle power. Sun Wu didn't say much. The Super Saiyan experience card was frantically consuming the S-cells in his body, and time was running out. His entire body shook as a powerful to suffocating air pressure spread out like substance. The terrifying might even cause the distant, laughing Nabatu, who was walking towards Chen Shao, to stall in his movements and twist his head in shock. How is that possible? Although the combat power detector on the face of that Ba had been shattered in the battle with Chen Shao, it did not prevent him from sensing the appalling power within Sun Wu at this moment. This aura, in his perception, was even a few points stronger than Vegeta? Even, enough to be compared to some of the elite warriors under the command of King Frieza the Great? This planet, how could there be such a powerful being? Chen Shao, who had collapsed in the rubble, raised his head with difficulty, his gaze locked onto the figure in the field that was entangled in golden aura, his heart and mind shaking violently. This student? Didn't he come from a current world civilian background and merely luckily awakened a world inheritance with good potential? The message he received also made it clear that Sun Wu was only acting as a secondary coordinate on this trip. But now, the pressure radiating from Sun Wu's body felt like it had at least reached the middle to upper 7th level of the martial Dao. How is that possible? An inheritor returning to the subworld of his or her inheritance would unlock the full power, that much he was aware of. This was also the reason why he agreed to Sun Wu acting alone. After all, although this subdivision had a high energy level, Sun Wu should be able to protect himself without fear after unlocking his inherited power. But usually, fully unlocking the template and being able to reach the 2nd or 3rd level of martial arts would be quite good. To be able to have 4 or 5 levels of battle power, that was already the standard for a top-tier inheritance world. Most of those few subworlds of the Federation that are highly prolific in terms of quality legacy are of that caliber. After the legacy is awakened, a development degree of 100% is the foundation, and further up depends on individual talent and effort. The Federation is not without its share of geniuses who have transcended its limits. The Kyoto University's Hiroshi Duanmu, who refused to be recruited by the founding family and resolutely joined the Federal Military District, developed his Tekken Carp heritage to more than 1000%, far exceeding the theoretical upper limit of the template. There is also the mysterious first generation of Naruto inheritor, but also with their own strength, hard to raise the entire ninja world inheritance rating to the top of the A class. However, even for amazing and talented characters like them, they had never heard of anyone who could explode with such an appalling power on their first return to the inheritance world. Look at Sun Wu's current stance. This power. Chen Xiao even doubt that he can catch a punch from him in his full strength. Moreover, according to previous information, the template character that Sun Wu awakened has long been dead in this world. This meant that he was not the son of heaven's destiny in this realm, and he was already strong to this extent. Then, how terrifying should the true heaven's destined son of this world be? I'm afraid that the power level of this world is far beyond everyone's estimation, and may even reach the strength of the SSS-class giants and monsters subworld back then? The more Chen Xiao thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Taking advantage of the fact that Naba was shocked by Sun Wu's aura, he quietly picked up his communicator and his fingers flew over it, frantically sending out a message that carried the highest level of warning. And the center of the battlefield. Sun Wu slowly broke Vegeta's arm, inch by inch, to the side. Blonde hair. Could it be? Vegeta's pupils plummeted, shock mixed with disbelief as an ancient legend buried deep in the memories of the Scion bloodline came to mind. Feeling the immense force coming from his arm, as if he could crush the stars, Vegeta's voice took on an undisguised anger for the first time. The guy in front of me had a shape that was not Scion-like at all. Why could he explode with such terrifying power after taking a blow from himself? Moreover, why does this breath cause a throbbing and confirmation originating from instinct to come from the depths of his blood? The legendary Super Scion? That's not possible. On what grounds? On what grounds? He, the prince of the Scions, was not even the first to become a Super Scion? Wanyu stared blankly at the back figure in front of her that was bathed in golden light, feeling that familiar yet unfamiliar, or shakingly powerful aura, and for a moment, she actually forgot to breathe. Sun Wu glanced at Wanyu who was blocking in front of him, his eyes softened for a brief moment, then his figure moved steeply, grabbed Vegeta's arm and, like flinging a piece of trash, threw the Scion prince ruthlessly high into the air. Bang, 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 bang. The golden meteor and the black figure instantly collided fiercely in the air, so fast that they only left behind blurry residual shadows. Deafening roars and piercing sparks of energy erupted with every fist and foot clash. Berserk airwaves swept in all directions like a substantial hurricane, plowing the earth below with a shocking gully. Vegeta, in mid-air, was able to fight off a couple of them at first. It was soon completely reduced to a broken sandbag, being wildly ravaged by Sun Wu in the sky. Speed, strength, skill, all around suppressed, actually the slightest bit unable to fight back. Damn it! Damn it! Vegeta let out a defiant growl as the storm of blows rained down on him. He couldn't accept that he, a Scion prince, would be beaten so badly by a nameless person who came out of nowhere. Don't underestimate me. Seeing a tiny gap in one of Sun Wu's attacks, Vegeta finally roared in anger and broke free from the suffocating combo. Even if you destroy this planet, you must die. He no longer cared how much the planet could be sold for, nor did he think about the existence of the Dragon Balls, he only thought about wanting Sun Wu to die. The back of his right hand rested on the palm of his left hand, making a gesture of storing up his strength, and the energy of his entire body surged crazily, converging between his hands. Galley Cannon! Vegeta's body erupted with deep purple energy flames rising up to the sky, a terrifying wave of energy that condensed all of his anger and pride, with an aura of destroying everything, tearing through the sky and charging straight at Sun Wu below. The blow was enough to destroy the planet. He believed that this strike would be able to completely blow away the guy in front of him who had luckily transformed. Sun Wu looked at the instantly approaching torrent of purple energy, his eyes filled with wariness. It was the first time since he crossed over that he felt his blood boiling. In the past battles, it was basically him crushing his enemies in seconds. It was the first time he had ever fought so fist to fist. Never before has combat been so exhilarating. King's Fist of the Realm, open. Current combat strength, 40,000. He slowly stood up straight, the golden aura flame intertwined and fused with the crimson energy unique to the Realm King's Fist, like two colored flames blazing around him, emitting crackling and popping explosions, and the rubble under his feet all levitated and trembled under this power. A standard turtle pai qigong starting stance was set up, and a dazzling blue energy ball of light gathered and compressed crazily in his palm. Drink! A blue-white torrent of energy erupted and met the purple gay-like cannon head-on. Chapter 93 Giant Ape Vegeta. The two destructive energies collided brazenly in the air, emitting ear-piercing shrill whistles and a stalemate. A terrifying energy storm raged, and the sky seemed to be torn in half. The surrounding buildings were shaken by the energy aftermath and kept crumbling and flying around. The ground also shattered from the pressure of the energy. Vegeta's anger and resentment peaked as he watched his jutsu being blocked. How can it be? I'm a Scion Prince. Vegeta. Perhaps it was the extreme anger that inspired potential. Vegeta's aura surged once again. The purple energy pillar violently advanced a short distance forward, surprisingly topping Sun Wu's turtle Pai Qigong wave for a moment. Damn it! I'm a Scion Prince. Don't underestimate me too much. Ya waha. Sun Wu's face also showed excitement as he watched the stalemated energy against the waves. King's Fist of the Realm, 3x open. In an instant, Sun Wu's size skyrocketed by a circle, and his aura doubled once again. The turtle Pai Qigong wave in his hand suddenly erupted into an even more brilliant light, and the column of energy swelled violently like an open floodgate. Didn't anyone tell you not to go toe-to-toe with the Sun family? That unrivaled power instantly crushed the still recalcitrant Gallic cannon, completely drowning Vegeta's face, which was filled with shock and disbelief, in a destructive glow. Deafening explosions rang out. The smoke and dust in the air slowly dispersed, and a body covered in tattered combat uniforms and charred black and smoking, like a puppet with broken strings, fell down powerlessly from the heights. It's Vegeta. Nappa watched in disbelief as Vegeta smashed down to the ground in the distance like a dead dog, the shock in his heart almost stopping his mind. How is it possible? Vegeta-sama. Actually lost? His lanky frame began to shake uncontrollably. Lord Vegeta, unexpectedly defeated? That egotistical Scion Prince was defeated by a planetary native? Fear flooded Nabal's mind like a tidal wave, drowning what was left of his sanity. He turned around violently, his scarlet eyes staring deathly at the girl not far away, who was holding a long flaming sword. Yeah, get her. Use her to threaten the blonde monster. That monster cares about this woman. As the thought flashed by, Naba's huge body had already acted, his body instantly coming in front of Wang Yu. The bushy palm of his hand grabbed straight at Wang Yu. However, as soon as his fingertips touched the corner of Wang Yu's coat, a golden lightning bolt tore through the air and straddled between the two. Naba only felt that his wrist was tightened, as if it was welded by an iron hoop, and he was unable to move. He looked down in shock and crashed into a pair of cold turquoise eyes. It's the blonde. When did he get here? Sun Wu's face sank like water, and the 5 fingers that clutched Naba's wrist suddenly exerted force. Ka-ching! The gut-wrenching bone cracks reached the ears of the crowd. Naba let out a beastly hiss from the pain. The right arm that had barely just recovered after the fight with Chen Xiao was once again heavily damaged. This time, the bones were all completely shattered, and even with a Scion physique, it was unlikely that they would grow back anytime soon. Naba's intact left arm swung instinctively. Sun Wu, however, didn't give him any chance. Grabbing the arm of that broken wrist, he sent it forward as violently as throwing a javelin, and at the same time, he clenched his fist, and the Golden Flame and Crimson Realm King's fist power wrapped around the fist blade, and struck straight out. Heaven and earth penetrating fist. Put. The fist easily penetrated through Naba's thick chest and came out through his body from the back. The golden red energy raged madly within Naba, strangling all life. Naba's face froze, his eyes instantly widened, pain and panic intertwined, his huge body shook twice, and his vitality rapidly faded. Sun Wu's eyes were cold, casually flinging away Naba's body, his palm aimed at the falling body, and blue Qigong waves poured out. Boom! The Qigong wave engulfed Naba, and the explosion blew up high in the sky without leaving a trace. Clean as a whistle, Naba should never think of recovering from his injuries again. After doing this, Sun Wu gasped slightly, and his golden flame stirred slightly. The Super Psi Plus Boundary King fist had consumed far more than expected, and there weren't many S cells left in the body. In the ruins in the distance, Vegeta, who had been scorched by the Kamehameha Chakra wave, moved with difficulty, and the last thing that flashed in his eyes was determination. Though I didn't want to turn into that ghost form, there was nothing I could do about it this time. He scanned the sky for half a day and didn't see the moon. These people had destroyed the moon in advance? It is important to realize that even during the day, the moon is still there, only hidden by the light of the sun. As it is. He did his best to raise his palm to the sky and coalesced an energy ball of eerie white light. The ball of energy pulsed as if it were alive, and then shot high into the sky, exploding into a disturbing full moon that hung in the daytime. Oh no! Sun Wu's heart skipped a beat, the exhilaration of the exciting battle fading, before he remembered that Vegeta still had this underhanded move. Almost instantly, Vegeta looked up at the artificial moon and let out an inhuman hiss. Bones made a toothsome popping sound, muscle fibers madly ripped and reorganized, and black hair spread all over his body like a plague. His body expanded rapidly in the field of vision, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a hideous giant ape tens of meters tall with red pupils and fangs, towering above the ruins. Roar! The roar transformed into a substantial wave of sound, tearing through the air, wrapped in pure destructive while sweeping in all directions. The berserk, bloodthirsty aura covered the sky and pressed down on people. Giant ape form, 10 times the combat power. At this time Vegeta's combat power soared to a terrifying 180,000. The golden aura within Sun Wu's body shook for a moment. There was very little time left on the Super Sai experience card, and the load from the Triple Realm King's fist had already caused the body to groan with an unbearable burden. The freshmen present, along with Chen Xiao who was barely holding on, had all the blood faded from their faces, leaving only utter despair. The hope that had just been raised was completely crushed by this beast that crawled out of hell. Wan Yu tightly gripped the flowing blade Ruo fire, no warmth could be felt on the hilt, and she could even feel her hand trembling slightly. The pressure emanating from this giant ape was 10 times greater than that of the humanoid Vegeta before, and its mere presence was enough to stifle any thoughts of resistance. Should I turn on the tenfold King's Fist? Will the body hold up? Or try to see if you can cut off his tail? The previous immortal being had already been swallowed by Sun Wu when he activated the Super Saiyan experience card. Otherwise there was no way he could have recovered so quickly from an injury that had broken his spine at the time. At this point, there was still one pillbug left, and it could also barely break out a high multiplier of Boundary King's Fist. Sun Wu clenched his teeth as the energy in his body began to stir, ready to forcefully activate the Boundary King Fist regardless of the consequences. Just then. Buzz. The sky, as if calm water had been thrown into a stone, swept away in a circle of silent ripples. Several silhouettes walked out from the center of the ripples and stood still in midair. Chapter 94, Vegeta's Death. The person at the head of the group was none other than the teacher Wu Gang who had left earlier. He looked calm, only that some kind of lingering haze seemed to have settled between his eyebrows, and the several teachers and students behind him, most of them also had unstable breaths, and had obviously just experienced a vicious battle. Wu Gang's gaze skimmed over the wretched battlefield below, sweeping over the severely injured Chen Xiao and the stunned newborns, and finally settling on the giant ape roaring up to the sky, his brows frowning for a few unnoticeable moments. Roar! The giant ape Vegeta sensed the new threat in the sky, and a ferocious light was revealed in the huge pupils of the beast. Without hesitation, he swung out a huge fist. The air was compressed and distorted wherever the fist blade passed through, smashing into Wu Gang and the others with a force that was enough to crack mountains. In the face of this heaven-destroying strike, Wu Gang just calmly raised his right hand, 5 fingers spread out, and gently held it in a false grip against the huge fist that smashed in. In an instant, a layer of clear light as bright as the moon appeared out of nowhere, like a huge, translucent bubble that wrapped the entirety of the berserk giant ape. The giant ape's movements suddenly froze, as if it was caught in solidified amber. The giant fist that was strong enough to destroy the city stopped in midair, and no matter how much it hissed and struggled and its muscles gnarled, it could no longer advance a single bit. Divine power. Below, in Chen Zhao's almost deflated body, he saw the moonlight that wrapped the giant ape in the sky, and his eyes erupted with the ecstasy of the aftermath of the robbery. It's Mr. Wu Gang back. We're saved. Wu Gang didn't even give the imprisoned giant ape a second glance as his gaze swept below, his voice clearly and sharply reaching everyone's ears. Chen Xiao, count the number of people and prepare to evacuate. Immediately. Only after the words fell did he return his sight to the giant ape that was still struggling in vain, his eyes indifferent as if he was looking at a dead thing, and his 5 fingers clenched violently. Ka-ching! The moonlight bubble that wrapped around the giant ape suddenly contracted, making a sound as crisp and terrifying as crushing a nut. The huge, berserk giant ape Vegeta didn't even manage to let out a complete scream before his entire body was instantly crushed and collapsed under that invisible force. Flesh, blood, bones, hair. All the matter that made up its existence was crushed into the tiniest particles in an instant. Eventually, the moonlight dispersed, leaving only a fist-sized, crystalline irregular crystal emitting a faint purple light in its place, quietly suspended in Wu Gang's palm. Sun Wu watched this scene with his eyes, and his heart and mind were greatly impacted. Is this the power of a God's Path powerhouse? Such a terrifying giant ape Vegeta, but to be wiped out so lightly? Not even a trace left behind? Wu Gang was a bit surprised to put away this high-level energy crystal core, not realizing that this orangutan was a key person in this world. Wu Gang's gaze landed on Sun Wu below, who had lifted his super race state, his face pale and his breath unsteady, and a flash of color swept across his eyes, But he didn't ask any more questions. Everyone, return immediately. Wu Gang ordered again, the urgency in his tone even greater. This is not the time to ask about the past of what happened. They had two other horrible enemies behind them chasing them. The corner of Wu Gang's eye twitched slightly at the thought of the two weirdos with the broomstick head and the toilet plunger head. With a slight movement of his figure, a soft force rolled up the severely injured Chen Xiao and Chen Kai, whose life and death were unknown, while wrapping up all the new students, including Sun Wu and Wang Yu, and transformed into a stream of light, instantly rushing towards the spatial coordinates from whence he came. As if passing through a layer of shaking water mirrors, the scenery in front of everyone's eyes suddenly changed. Beneath his feet was the familiar stone slab of the altar, surrounded by the architectural silhouettes of Star Martial University, and the air was filled with a scent unique to the present world, no longer filled with smoke and blood. Students and faculty who had heard the news gathered around the plaza and whispered. Nerves taut to the breaking point suddenly loosened, and a sense of relief from the aftermath of the robbery swept over each and every one of them. However, the oppressive and heavy atmosphere in the square quickly washed away this short-lived peace of mind. Around the altar, there were not only people from Star Martial University, but also teams from the other 4 universities. Or rather, the remnants. Most of them were pale, many of them carrying injuries. Their eyes staring vacantly into the void. The once uniform group became fragmented, and an aura of despair and fear permeated the area. School Sister and Ruayu and the others encountered a green monster called Sharu. Too strong, School Sister she. A girl from Kyoto University covered her face and sobbed uncontrollably, the latter words choking in her throat. Next to him, a male student from Tianhai University had a dull gaze and his body was shaking uncontrollably. Wei went to a strange place. Tried to catch a local for questioning. Out came a skinny purple cat. Naked and hairless. Just a moment. The godly road teacher who was leading the group. He winced so violently that the words that followed turned into a whimper of uncertain significance. One by one, the bad news came. The joint exploration of the 5 schools, which was supposed to be a feast for discovering new subgenres, turned into a complete disaster. The Kyoto, Tianhai, and Shenzhou martial arts universities suffered heavy losses, nearly wiping out their entire armies, and even some of the strong divine pathmasters who had led their teams had fallen. In comparison, although there were teachers injured on the Xingwu side, Chen Xiao was seriously injured, and Chen Kai's life and death were unknown. Surprisingly, it was already the side with the lightest losses. Medical personnel quickly came forward and carried Chen Kai away for emergency treatment. The commotion here has alerted the school's top brass. This joint exploration turned out to be such a big loss, something none of the parties had expected. Immediately, someone from the top of the school appeared and dismissed the surrounding students, bringing Sun Wu and Chen Xiao's group into the special conference room. Chen Xiao, who had slightly stabilized his injuries, was pale as he reported everything that had happened to them in the western capital in front of the several school executives who had rushed in on the news. In particular, how Sun Wu transformed into his golden form and fought off his strong enemies alone, even defeating one of them. In a flash, the gazes of all those present, with shock, doubt and inquiry, focused in unison on the teenager who had just regained his black hair and black pupils, and whose face was pale from overexertion. A freshman? The student with an ordinary background who serves only as a guide? Surprisingly, in that world that was like purgatory, he had erupted with a power that was enough to rival the 7th level of the martial arts path? Subdivision 120. Energy level assessment is absolutely wrong. A Star Martial Senior's face turned blue, his voice trembling slightly from excitement. The divine path fell, and Ruoyu, the peak of the 9th level, was killed in battle. And the hairless cat. This is definitely SSS grade. Maybe even higher. That demon realm kiosk Wu gang and the others encountered was also extremely bizarre. The other man answered, his tone grave, and he frowned as he flipped through the footage Wu gang had brought back. A seemingly ordinary shopkeeper's ant, after putting on that one eye, can easily force back the second step of God's path. This subworld 120, the things hidden are too terrifying. I propose to send a message to the headmaster, who sleeps in the long river of time, that this world deserves the intervention of a godly powerhouse. I suspect this may be a new giants and monsters kind of world. This time it couldn't be like before, when he had been careless and had actually had the world closed by the natives, resulting in not being able to control the subdimensional core. This world's energy level is so high, so maybe the divine kingdom that gave birth to the world belongs to one of the higher gods. Chapter 95 Exposing the Dark Goddess's Bottoms. And if this world can grow to such a point, there's no guarantee that a few other universities won't have the same mindset. I think we need to get a head start. The murmurs of several teachers subsided, and eventually some sort of consensus was reached. Sunwoo was placed back in his dormitory to await notification. I had just stepped into the room, and before I could catch my breath, the doorbell rang abruptly. His heart fluttered. Within the range of his chi sense, there was a void outside the door, no fluctuation of any breath. The alert was instantly raised. However, when he glanced at the surveillance screen at the door and saw Mr. Li Mu and an old man with a strange face, his taut nerves only loosened a little. Opening the door, Li Mu and the old man walked in. Student Sun Woo, Li Mu did not exchange pleasantries when he entered the room and directly took out an energy crystal core from his pocket and handed it to Sun Woo. This is considered compensation for this mission. The crystal core emitted a faint purple light and was slightly cool to the touch. Sun Woo took it, and his pupils shrunk as his eyes touched the core. Inside that, it seemed to be sealed with a blurry and raging giant ape silhouette, the one left behind by Mr. Wu Gang after he killed Vegeta. This time the situation was unique. With a forced evacuation, many processes were waived and due rewards were not paid out as they should have been. You also didn't get the energy crystals that you were supposed to get with Sublime Return. After deliberations above, it was decided that this high-level energy crystal core would be given directly to you. You have contributed a great deal in this incident, this is what you deserve. Li Mu added. This crystal core was very different from the one Ji Hai had given him before. Does it seem strange that it's not quite like the energy cores you've seen before? Li Mu saw Sun Wu's confusion and began to explain. Unusual energy crystals are pure energy aggregates. But this one is different. That giant ape should be a more dominant character in that world of yours. He should have left a deep mark on the course of history in the subgenre to which he belongs. Therefore, in addition to energy, it contains a unique information state. He paused and continued. This information state, after special processing, can be used as a primer during the awakening of the inheritance. Many of the so-called top-level inheritances in the current world are derived from this. Of course, the truly topmost batch was firmly held by those founding families to cultivate their core strength. For example, your counselor Chen Xiao, his Shiratori Saints Glacier legacy is the result of a primer that the Chen family obtained from an SS-ranked subworld. The ones that are widely circulated on the market, such as the legacy of the ninja and pirate worlds. Although it's also good, but the main win is in the amount of tube, its 100% liberation after most of the level is only 3 or 4, compared with those really secret high-end inheritance. In the end, it's a step behind. Li Mu's words unveiled a deeper corner of the inheritance system for Sun Wu. No wonder this 120th subdivision has attracted so many people to rise up. If you don't need it, you can look for those people in the world who have mastered this technology to divest you of this information state, and according to the strength of that great ape, it should be considered a top-notch inheritance. It can be traded for at least a mid-level energy crystal core out there. Sun Wu muttered in his heart that he couldn't give this to anyone else. Vegeta is someone who looks underpowered right now, but is also someone who can barely keep up with Goku's pace later on. Even if the comparison should be compared with Hua, if compared with the Naruto pirates those worlds, even if it has just come to the earth, Vegeta is also 1v50 without taking a breath of existence. Speaking of which, Li Mu's words changed, surveying Sun Wu with a hint of a smile. Returning to the present world, the power should have been resuppressed, right? Are you used to this feeling of falling from the clouds? Sun Wu sniffed, but he was stunned. Suppression? He did not feel a significant loss of power. Aside from the Super Saiyan form and the Realm King's fist status being lifted, the increase was gone, but the feeling of power in his body after the surge was still clearly present, just lurking. He subconsciously looked at his panel. Name, Sun Wu. Currently loading template, Inferior Scion Warrior Monkey King. Current level, Level 1. Current battle strength, 416. First class? And yet the combat power is still 416? What's going on here? He tried to call out to the system in his mind, but it was stone cold and unresponsive. This battle cool system only seems to bubble up in life and death situations. Although the level showed anomalies, the power stayed solidly. The reason for this could only be left to be explored later. Seeing that Sun Wu seemed to be pondering something, Li Mu continued. There is no need to be impatient. It is the norm for inheritors to return to the present world with limited power, and they can only be fully liberated by entering the corresponding inherited subgenre. You have far exceeded expectations this time. Originally, you were only useful as a subdimensional coordinate, but now, your potential has forced the higher-ups to re-evaluate. They're taking you more seriously. He spoke frankly, without the slightest concealment. This, Li Mu sidled up and formally introduced the old man beside him who had been silent, is the school's vice principal, Lin Tiancheng. He came here this time because he wanted to meet you in person to see if you have the possibility of stepping onto the divine path in the future. Inheritance martial artist, the inheritance is good or bad, basically restricts a person's way forward, even if the heavenly talent, limited by the inheritance panel, it is difficult to go very high. The Commonwealth back then that civilian genius Duan Muhong was like that, he developed quickly and reached the 9th level of martial arts before he graduated from university, and then he was stuck there for almost half of his life. It's because of that pirate world template of his that the upper limit is such that he's already tending to the limit of his development to this extent. Your template in the performance of this operation is surprisingly a level 7 combatant after 100% development, so it can be said that the potential is limitless. Only then did Sun Wu focus his attention fully on this old man. Strangely enough, just a moment ago when Li Mu was talking to him, he had subconsciously ignored the existence of this vice principal. It's as if the other person's figure fades and disappears as attention shifts. If not for Li Mu pointing it out at this moment, he would almost think that the side was empty. It was an ineffable sense of subtlety that made Sun Wu's heart secretly astonished. This vice principal, what level of existence is he? Although teacher Li Mu's breath was also introverted, making it difficult to perceive the depth, at least the form was clearly visible. This old man, on the other hand, seemed as if he would blend into the air at any moment, requiring him to concentrate all his mind to barely capture his outline. Just then, Lin Tiancheng opened his mouth, and although his demeanor was showing his age, his voice was unusually young and calm, yet it seemed to carry some sort of power that pierced through the heart. Little student, on you, are you carrying a divine weapon? The moment the words fell, the hairs on Sun Wu's body stood up in sweat, an extreme sense of crisis surged to his heart, the energy in his body was almost about to explode uncontrollably, and the thought of opening the 100-fold Boundary King's fist flashed by. However, before he could make any movement, an invisible force had already filled the air. The air in the dormitory seemed to freeze, and next to him, Mr. Li Mu maintained his listening stance, his eyes and movements halted as if the pause button had been pressed. The entire space fell into an eerie stillness, and only Sun Wu and the old man were unaffected. There's no need to be nervous, the old man's face remained expressionless, his tone flat, he can't hear our conversation. I'm just a little curious. Forcibly suppressing the urge to fight for his life, Sun Wu knew very well that, not to mention 100 times, even if he turned on the 1,000 times Realm King's fist, I'm afraid that it would only be a mantis in front of such an unfathomable existence. Since the other party was just asking questions, there might be room for things to turn around. He did have one thing on him that counted as an artifact, the fat piece of the Dark Goddess. Dark Goddess of the Stars wore armor lower lining. But how did he sense it? Could he see through system space? Chapter 96, the other gods are nothing more than that. Countless thoughts thundered through, weighing the pros and cons. In the end, facing this unfathomable old man, Sun Wu chose to be honest. Principal, I did get a divine artifact by chance, but I don't dare to take it out easily. Once it is taken out, it will immediately attract the deity's attack. Oh? The light in Lin Tiancheng's eyes flickered as if he had captured some key clue, his tone remained flat, I wonder which deity? Dark Goddess, Belinda. Sun Wu told him truthfully, in front of absolute strength, hiding was meaningless, anyway, looking at Lin Tiancheng's appearance it didn't seem like he wanted to harm him. Surprisingly, it's her? Lin Tiancheng sniffed and fell into a short silence, thoughts seeming to flow underneath his cloudy eyes, the master of the eternal night. Belinda. He seemed to be recalling some long-ago message, murmuring to himself. The kingdom of God was shattered and forced to lie dormant in the river of time. Just what kind of divine artifact is it that deserves her to strike across the barriers of time and space even at any cost? A thought surfaced in Lin Tiancheng's mind, if he could invoke Belinda's attack. Perhaps, it would be possible to use this to lock down the coordinates of her hiding in the river of time. He looked at Sun Wu once again, his gaze carrying an unquestionable meaning. Mr. Sun, could you take out that divine artifact and let me take a look at it? Sun Wu's face changed slightly, remembering that time when he almost died, he hesitated. Headmaster, that goddess's attack is extraordinary, are you sure? He wasn't sure if Tuzi's dad could save his life again, what if Tuzi's dad didn't work? No need to worry. Lin Tiancheng didn't say much, he just stood there calmly. In the next moment, a vast and majestic, substance-like divine aura quietly spread out from within his body. The terror of this breath was actually no less than the pressure Sun Wu felt when he faced Belinda's divine punishment. The entire space of the dormitory was shaking slightly, as if it would collapse under this divine might at any moment, and if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Tiancheng had deliberately tightened his grip and created spatial barriers to stabilize the space around him, I'm afraid that he would have long since been reduced to pieces. She is a deity. Lin Tiancheng withdrew his breath, the pressure around him suddenly disappeared. He looked at Sun Wu, his tone was calm but carried unrivaled confidence. Lin Tiancheng, why wouldn't I be? He paused, as if to unveil a layer of the world. Student Sun, it seems that there are some things that you should understand. The old gods are not the only ones in this world. The first principle of our 10 top academies is the one who walks the earth, the new god. The old gods are those 12 main gods who once dominated this world, but now have mostly fallen or fallen silent. The new gods, on the other hand, are existences that have risen to power after exploring countless dimensions and acquiring fragments of divine kingdoms, origins and powers, and ultimately overthrowing the rule of the old gods. Only, those old gods, before their defeat, used the strange crystals left behind by the gods of creation to distort the historical trajectory of countless dimensional worlds, turning them into the various types of dimensional worlds that you are familiar with today, which are light and strange. And all of us, whether we are the new gods or the remnants of the old gods or you, the inheritors, are after the core scattered in those worlds, the fragments of the origin left behind by the creator gods. Getting them gives you the chance to forge true immortality. Sun Wu received a large pile of information at once, feeling that his brain was not enough. So that's how these anime worlds came to be? The leftover crystals of the creator god? Is the creator god a pre-traveler? He shook his head and pushed the tumultuous thoughts down as he looked at the old man in front of him. It's a matter of life and limb, so I'd better double check. Principal, I really took it out? Here. No problem? Naturally, don't worry with me. Lin Tiancheng naturally answered with his mouth full in front of Sun Wu. If it was the dark goddess in her heyday, he was naturally inferior. But that dark goddess Belinda had long ago had her divine kingdom shattered, and now, like him, she was a lower deity at the end of the divine path who had yet to hold up her divine kingdom. Even if there was a gap, across so much space and time, an ordinary divine punishment, he still had the confidence to solve it with his hands. Naturally, you can't say no in front of your students. Immediately, Sun Wu no longer hesitated, and with a thought, the silky fabric with a strange touch appeared in his palm. A small mass of lace, lying still. Lin Tiancheng's gaze landed on the object, and for the first time, his expression appeared visibly dismayed. What kind of artifact is this? His brows furrowed slightly as his mind flashed through Belinda's iconic artifacts such as the Spindle of Eternal Silence and the Star Battle Armor, but none of them corresponded to this compact object in his hand. Seeing this, Sun Wu slightly awkwardly pinched the ends and gently pulled them, showing the liner, complete, in front of Lin Tiancheng. Lin Tiancheng's eyes stared, as if he had finally recognized the true nature of this divine artifact, but he didn't even have time to open his mouth. Boom! A sudden change occurred. The entire sky above Star Marshall University darkened without warning. An incomparably thick, black as ink pillar of light tore through the clouds, carrying the terrifying will to destroy everything as it coalesced. Rumble! It smashed directly into the place where Sun Wu's dormitory was located. A terrifying aura of destruction instantly filled the entire dormitory, and the spatial barrier Lin Tiancheng had created earlier let out an unbearable groan. That pure dark energy was far stronger than Lin Tiancheng had initially predicted. Lin Tiancheng was thinking of maintaining a high man's demeanor in front of Sun Wu, and had just made a big commitment to do so. Who would have thought that what Sun Wu had pulled out was actually the dark goddess Belinda's personal belongings? This is no longer an ordinary theft of a divine artifact, this is provocation. It's humiliation. The dark pillar of light that blasted down from the 9 heavens contained not only the power of divine punishment, but also Belinda's monstrous hatred of burning her essence and killing the blasphemer at any cost. His face changed dramatically, and he cursed in his heart. This Belinda really is a former superior god. Even if the divine kingdom is broken and fell, the power of this hateful strike is not trivial. I was too big for my own good. He had only just completed the 9 steps of the divine path to ascend to the inferior divine realm and stabilize the inferior divine realm. Compared to this kind of lower god existence where the old gods had fallen, there was ultimately a shortfall in terms of the bottom line. But the pussy has already been played out. How can he show his cowardice in front of the students at this moment? A small carving skill, how dare you show off? Lin Tiancheng forced himself to stay calm and snorted coldly. The divine power in his body erupted without reservation, and a light that was equally vast and majestic but carried a divine and orderly aura surged out from his body, instantly coalescing in front of him into a complex and arcane golden light shield. Above the light shield, countless divine patterns flowed, as if they contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth. Boom! The pitch-black light pillar and the golden light shield collided blatantly. There were no earth-shattering explosions, only toothsome sounds of energy annihilation and crushing. The light pillars were like the sharpest spears, crazily impacting the light shield. The light shield, on the other hand, was like the strongest wall, resisting it to the death. The two distinctly different divine powers frantically expended against each other, and the space within the dormitory was completely distorted, as if it would collapse into a singularity at any moment. Next to him, Teacher Limu remained in his previous stance, frozen in time and space, oblivious to this heaven-destroying sight. Chapter 97 The Goddess of Shame. Sunwoo only felt that his breath stopped. The scene in front of him exceeded the limits of his cognition. Before, he was directly killed by that black divine punishment in seconds, and he didn't even have time to see its full appearance clearly. Is this a divine-level encounter? The aftershocks alone were enough to make him go up in smoke countless times. At the corner of Lin Tiancheng's forehead, a thin bead of sweat faintly seeped out, but he forcefully suppressed the churning qi and blood in his body and maintained the stability of the light shield. He could feel that the power projected by his opponent across endless space and time was weakening rapidly, and it was clear that Belinda was also unable to sustain this level of origin consumption for a long time. Finally, after a few seconds of stalemate, the pitch-black pillar of light ran out of energy and unwillingly dissipated into the air. The golden light shield dispersed as well. Calmness returned to the dormitory, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Only the two distinctly different auras of divine power that remained in the air testify to the thrilling scene just now. Cough. Lin Tiancheng coughed softly, dusting the non-existent dust on his sleeves as if nothing had happened, as if he had just casually swatted a fly to death. He glanced at the lining in Sun Wu's hand that still emitted a faint starlight and a tantalizing fragrance, and the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. It seems that this goddess, Your Highness, is not in a good temper. He commented in a flat tone, as if the heaven-destroying blow just now was just a minor one. This thing is quite troublesome. It is better to put it away, so as not to attract unnecessary prying eyes again. Sun Wu hurriedly took this hot potato back into the system space. He could see clearly that this vice principal just now was definitely not as relaxed as he appeared to be. That golden light shield ended up being a bit unstable. Of course, there should have been room for maneuver. After all, that strange force field around it that masked breath and spatial stability had never been lifted. Otherwise, it was feared that the entire school would be destroyed by the aftermath of this attack. Lin Tiancheng obviously didn't want to linger on this topic, much less stay here for a second longer. He forced down a hint of fishy sweetness in his throat, maintaining his high manly demeanor. Mr. Sun Wu, you did well this time. Changing the subject, he removed from his arms an ordinary-looking card and a scroll that. Here's your admission voucher to the inner sanctum and a list of recommended courses. Inner courtyard? Sun Wu wondered. Well, Lin Tiancheng nodded and explained smoothly, Star Martial University is divided into inner and outer courtyards. The outer academy is where you pass the federal entrance exam and are normally enrolled as students. The inner courtyard, on the other hand, was a place for the children of the major founding families, as well as the top geniuses recommended from within the Federation, to learn and cultivate. The resources, the faculty, the level of exposure there are far beyond that of an outside institution. He handed the card and scroll to Sun Wu, with the potential you've shown this time, as well as this special chance of yours, entering the inner courtyard is the right thing to do. This schedule of courses is my initial screening for you based on your situation. And, in a few days, someone from another university should be coming over, and they'll be able to get you a spot into the subworld they control under their hands. Those worlds have been explored so many times that they basically don't have what's going on in this 120th dimension today. Sun Wu received the card and scroll, and his hand sank slightly into the card, which flowed with strange energy patterns. Alright, Lin Tiancheng seemed a bit impatient. I need to report this matter immediately to assess the impact of this incident. You can familiarize yourself with the environment first, and with this card you can enter the inner courtyard area. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Tiancheng's figure instantly disappeared from the spot as if it had merged into the air. The force that had solidified space and time also dispersed. Teacher Limu blinked and looked at Sun Wu with some bewilderment. Where's the vice principal? Did something happen just now? Sun Wu looked at the brand new vouchers and course schedule in his hands, and remembering the earth-shattering divine punishment just now, as well as the vice principal's seemingly breezy but actually probably suffocating internal injuries departure, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but tickle up with an odd smile. It seems that the vice principal has paid a small price to put on this show. Meanwhile, deep within Star Martial University, a heavily guarded quiet room inscribed with countless isolation spell formations. Just now also immortal-style Vice Principal Lin Tiancheng, but at this moment a flushed face, can no longer hold back, puff sound, sprayed out a mouthful of blood with a light golden color. The blood spilled onto the ground, actually emitting a ZZ sound, etching out small pits in the ground covered with divine patterns. Cough cough. Damn Belinda. Lin Tiancheng leaned against the wall, his breath shriveled up quite a bit, his face full of obscurity. This crazy. Even used her origin divine power for a pair of broken pants. It almost turned over in the gutter. The origin divine power was using a little bit less for these old gods who were now sleeping with broken divine kingdoms, and basically had no means of recovery. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, a flash of fear and annoyance in his eyes. However, you're going to pay a price for striking out this time, huh? Then the face changed again. There really is a price to pay for pretending in front of students. With a bitter smile, he sat down on his knees and began to regulate his breathing to recover from the internal injuries he had just suffered from forcibly receiving the divine punishment. Just that face, how it looked a little green. Just now, I forgot to ask that kid how he shielded himself from that crazy-ass divine thought lock? Lin Tiancheng rubbed his brow. Forget it, let's talk about it next time. Somewhere in the tributaries of the long river of time, a woman with a delicate figure and long hair like a waterfall was staring at the slowly dissipating dark divine power in her palm, icy fury burning under her eyes. Damn! Is that Denizen? One of those new gods? Dark goddess Belinda's knuckles pinched white. She was one of the 12 main gods, the lord of eternal night and darkness, but in her slumber, an unknown being had stolen her personal belongings. Strange shame. Until now, an empty feeling of shame remained in that violated area, which could only barely be covered by divine power illusionary clothing. But how could this thin layer of energy block the prying eyes of an existence of the same rank? She had the intention to temporarily create one, but now that she no longer had a divine kingdom or a sublime core, without these materials, an ordinary divine artifact created would not be able to withstand the erosion of time in this long river of time. That thieving son of a, that's just abominable. But at the moment, the strong desire for revenge must be suppressed. The coordinates have been exposed and must be moved immediately. Otherwise, those new gods with a keen sense of smell were afraid that they would soon follow the traces of the divine power fluctuations just now. Belinda's eyes were somber as her form merged into the deeper turbulence of time. On the other hand, the culprit, Sun Wu, took the admission notice from the inner courtyard, finished the report, and was heading to the dormitory. The scene on campus was as usual, with students laughing and joking, and not the slightest trace of the traces left behind by the shocking encounter with the gods a few minutes ago. It seemed like that vice principal did have heavenly means, and was actually able to perfectly mask all the fluctuations under that kind of tier of confrontation. This power is palpitating. Back in the dormitory, the door was closed, shutting out the hustle and bustle of the outside world. The taut string in Sun Wu's heart only slightly relaxed. He couldn't wait to sink his mind and start checking his system panel. Chapter 98: A New Legacy. First, he checked his panel. Name, Sun Wu. Currently loading template, Inferior Scion Warrior Monkey King. Current level, Level 1. Current battle strength, 416. Battle sharp reward, laying down dog card, battle renewal passive, medicine worm X1. The whole system interface becomes very refreshing. No, where's my rank? Wasn't I at martial arts level 4? And what about my many skills? What about my King's Fist, Kame School's Ki Kung Fu, dancing in the air, and Ki Circle Chop? But even though he couldn't see his skills, Sun Wu felt that he could still use them with a thought. As he studied the system for half a day, he finally realized what was going on at the moment. In addition to the rewards given out by the battle system, everything else related to the inheritance was stuffed under the template Inferior Scion Warrior Monkey King. Tap in and there will be a subdirectory that holds all the current skills. But the level display in those skills all but disappeared. But based on what Sun Wu actually felt, it seemed as if all of those levels were full. The feeling given to Sun Wu right now was that the combat sharpness system had directly given that local inheritance small panel a dry break. Then he packed and bagged all his stuff and shoved it right back together for himself. Moreover, this inheritance template was now more like a transformation card that could be used at any time in general, and could be directly opened whenever one wanted to use it. This first level, he now understood, was his own level. No matter how high the level of the inheritance template is, it's still not your own. Just like that serpent confessor, once he died, the power that had been condensed by these inheritances would dissipate, and also return to the original subworld with the power that he had worked so hard to develop for decades, causing Ji-Hai to only think he was a second or third level weakling when he saw his body. And this first level, somewhat like the ancient martial artists of the current world, it was a power that one had worked out on one's own, and would not disappear because the inheritance template could not be used one day. That's why ancient martial artists are able to remain unoppressed in all the subworlds. Instead, the inherited power will only shine in its own world of origin. Looks like the inheritance in this meta world isn't for everyone for nothing. According to what Vice Principal Lin Tiancheng had said earlier, it was estimated that this inheritance panel was also some sort of means to revive the old gods, right? Unceasingly letting people refine and cultivate, waiting to die to recover the power of the martial artists and the inheritance who have cultivated their whole life, so as to strengthen themselves? That now the system has given me the monopoly to pack this inheritance directly to myself. So what does that mean? I don't have to upgrade? What about these two? The two high-level energy crystal cores appeared in Sun Wu's hand, one given by Ji-Hai and one burst out after Vegeta's death. These two were originally reserved for inheritance upgrades, and now the inheritance panel just exploded without him upgrading it. Advanced Divine Power Crystal and Fragment detected. Is it fused? That's when an unseen prompt popped up. Without much hesitation, Sun Wu directly nodded yes. A brilliant burst of energy appeared from the two advanced divine power crystalline fragments and was thrown into Sun Wu's body. It just felt like the body was changing like crazy, a completely different feeling than before when I first inherited the template. It was as if one's essence was being positively uplifted, every cell in one's body was cheering, and one's spirit was becoming more and more invigorated. Name, Sun Wu. Currently loading template 1-2, Inferior Scion Warrior Monkey King, empty. Current level, level 2. Current combat strength, 420. Sun Wu felt his body in relief, but realized that his combat power hadn't increased much. I can't believe it's only 4 more points? But he noticed a new change on the system. Current loading template 1-2? What's that supposed to mean? Immediately focus your intention on it. That's when another prompt popped up. Detected that the host has a new legacy, Prince Scion Vegeta Great Ape Form. Current legacy loading slot 1-2, is a new legacy being loaded? Sun Wu was stunned. This meant that he could obtain a new inheritance? Can we have 2 legacies? There was no further hesitation at that moment. Confirm loading. Current loading template 2-2. Inferior Scion Warrior Monkey King. Prince Scion Vegeta Great Ape Form. The loading was successful and Sun Wu tried it out immediately. It was found that only one legacy could be running at the same time. So it directly displaces to Vegeta's form. Is it fully transformed? Including shape, size, etc. Sun Wu checked the introduction and still clicked no first. This inheritance is the same as the Monkey King's inheritance that just entered Dragon Ball before. You can choose to inherit the shape and everything, or you can choose to inherit only the power. Considering it's still in the dorms, I won't make such a big deal out of it. As a stream of light flashed by, Sun Wu felt a sea change in his power. Current battle strength, 180,000. Current skills, Galley Cannon, Ultimate Flash, Big Bang Attack, Key Round Chop, Prince Battle Technique, Artificial Moon, Self-Explosion, Finger Piercing Wave, Dirty Fireworks, Quick Learn. Take off. Sun Wu immediately felt that the power of his entire body had doubled countless times. This was the 180,000 combat power that was difficult to achieve even before opening the Scion transformation, and the Realm King's Fist That's 180,000 in the Dragon Ball world, not the Federation's combat energy level. But, alas, Goku's skills can't be brought over. If only Goku's skills were available for Vegeta as a template? How sick would that be? Vegeta with 180,000 combat power, who else can stop me when I turn on the Fist of the Realm? But one can only think about it. Is it a fusion of legacies? Just as Sun Wu was regretting that he couldn't take old base template and use old Sun's skills, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. And fusion? What's the fusion? Veget or Goget? Instantly click yes. Scion Inferior Warrior Monkey King, 1% complete. Scion Prince Vegeta, 3% complete. Insufficient completeness of inheritance template, missing fusion material, this fusion is not completed. No, are you kidding me? Rejoice in vain. Instantly, he tapped on the prompt and realized that the prerequisite for fusion was to unlock more forms of these two templates. A completeness of 50 or more is required to start a fusion. Goku and Vegeta are both pre-existing. One is from the period after Raditz' death and the other is from the period when he first came to Earth, both fragmented information states that do not meet the criteria for fusion. Meaning he needs to go to the Dragon Ball world again? Forget it, this could only go on later. This boost was already terrifying, and Sunwoo wasn't an unsatisfied person. But I just wonder if you won't have to defeat their Super Saiyan forms or something to get the pieces afterward? That would be too much pressure. Speaking of Super Saiyans, the Saiyan you've been pining for seems to be gone? The legacy panels are busted, so what about that previous reward? Mission, breakthrough to level 4. Reward, Super Saiyan Form 1. Just as Sunwoo was pondering, he found another hint that was previously hidden underneath. This mission is still here? And it seems to have removed so much of the legacy-related stuff. But this time it's become 2 levels short of transforming into a Super Saiyan again. Tough. Luckily, it seems that upgrading now can be done not only by divine power crystals, but also by self-cultivation? Sunwoo immediately stopped hesitating and found an empty space in the room, so he prepared to cultivate the mighty Tiger Illusory Beast Fist 2. But after looking at it for half a day before realizing the problem, why is this mighty Tiger Illusory Beast Fist categorized under the inheritance template? And it's still a separate column, and there's no leveling up skills to full level like the Saiyan template. Alone. Isn't this the Federation's ancient martial arts training method? Was there some trick to it that he didn't know about? After checking for half a day without a result, Sunwoo helplessly accepted the dilemma that he unexpectedly did not even have a cultivation technique. Never mind. I think I have a class in a month. Universities are supposed to teach cultivation, right? So annoying. A lot of previous chapters have been reviewed, changed half a day to put out. The following 2 chapters will be updated during the day. Chapter 99, Subspace, Intelligence First. A week later, in the inner courtyard of Star Martial University, inside a classroom with a different style. Sunwoo's fingertips traced across the virtual light screen in front of him, his eyes sweeping over the information entries listed on it. The greatest threat to the ninja world, the Uchiha. Pirate world's apex battle power, Bucky the Clown. The ultimate villain of the Iron Man universe, the Thor of Thunder. Iron Man world, Black Widow's husband is the Hulk? 666, Sunwoo couldn't help but deduct 6. Continuously in his heart. The class is called Introduction to Subworld Intelligence. Where is all this intel coming from? He seriously wondered if the one who had provided the Black Widow's intel had looked at something he shouldn't have. On the podium, a female teacher with a slender figure and sensible temperament was controlling the rhythm of the classroom, and her voice echoed clearly in the classroom through the amplification array. Remember, class, in subspace, intelligence comes first. Our purpose, primarily, is twofold. She flicked her wrist and a flowing crystal core appeared on the light screen. 1. Obtaining energy crystal cores. This is the foundation for us to raise our energy level and break through the realm. The acquisition is relatively straightforward, and we call it sublime looting. Find a classmate who has the corresponding world's heritage as a coordinate, enter that dimension, defeat a key character, or find a specific item, and you'll have a chance to obtain it. The mode of sublime plundering is the traditional approach to entering the sublime. You killed some important character in it, like... She seemed to be weighing her words, the giant ape-eyed native that was killed by teacher Wu Gang in the last subdimension 120 mission. Theoretically, he would still exist at that point in time when the next time someone enters with the coordinates of the 120th dimensional legacy. When the inheritor leaves, the world goes back. So, there's a chance to go back into that point in time and repeatedly brush Vegeta's inheritance pieces? Sunwoo's mind moved slightly. And the second purpose, the female teacher's tone sank a few notches, is to search for something even more precious, and more central to world origin, but... The pattern of the crystal core on the light screen was hidden, and in its place was a ball of light that was chaotic and uncertain, as if it contained infinite mysteries. He is something that everyone, even the strongest of the divine path, is also after. Obtaining the world origin requires opening the origin scramble. It required the intervention of a true deity-level powerhouse to forcibly anchor the long history of that dimensional world with supreme greatness, fixing it from its shifting possibilities. In this way, we can access a unique and true sub-history through an anchor point or inheritor. In insta-scramble mode, she said with a hint of gravity in her voice, the world of the subaltern becomes the world of real existence. When a character dies, he or she is completely extinct, with no chance for a do-over. All items gained from it can be taken out of the subdimension and are no longer in the information state that needs to be deciphered in loot mode. The source of the world is hidden somewhere in this real history. However, bear in mind that if one were to employ the crude means of subdimensional plunder in this mode and attempt to slaughter the world in search of its origin, it would most likely trigger the world to revolt, leading to a complete collapse. All who enter are doomed, and the dimension will disappear forever. Once a world collapses, not only does it mean the loss of valuable resource points, but the power of all those who have received the inheritance of that world will also be greatly weakened or even disappear. Historically, several subdimensions with great potential have been destroyed as a result, with incalculable losses. There are even rumors that the unnatural annihilation of such worlds seems to nourish certain dormant ancient existences. The classroom was silent, and many of the students had shock written all over their faces. Does that ancient existence refer to the old gods that Vice Principal Lin Tiancheng talked about? Sun Wu remembered that conversation. So, the female teacher wrapped up the conversation. At this stage, the main purpose of the school allowing everyone to participate in the subplot is to gather as much information as possible. Learn about the power system, the key players, and where history is going. Keep these in mind. Prepare yourself for when the origin scramble opens in the future, and be able to seize that key item that leads to the divine level in one fell swoop. Of course, every subworld has a tolerance limit. Depending on the energy level, the highest currently known could only accommodate a strong person of the 9th step of the divine path. A true deity cannot descend in person. Sun Wu silently digested the huge amount of information. The energy crystal core was only the foundation, the world origin was the ultimate goal. It's just that this intelligence in front of me is so wrong. Just as he was bellyaching. Critical information detected. Battle Sharp system activated. Mission, acquisition of world origin. Reward, a brand new path to God. Ha! What's with the system coming out of nowhere? A whole new path to God? What does that mean? It sounds like it has something to do with that divine path after level 9? A few moments of research yielded no other hints than this bear quest and reward. Sun Wu could only press his doubts for the time being. The female teacher at the podium continued, everyone familiarize yourself with the information at hand. Probably next week, your first entrance test will begin. Just in time for this term's origin scramble targeting the ninja world. At that time, you students of the inner academy will go with those students of the outer academy who came up through the entrance examination. Please be sure to be prepared. Most of you here are from families with perhaps even stronger legacies. But the students of the outer academy have experienced the baptism of high school, and may not be inferior to you in terms of practical experience in world exploration. This ninja world, we've been exploring it for decades with sub-dimensional looting, and we have most of the basic information. Its energy level was not high, and the strongest of the divine paths one step could only barely enter, so this time, it would be treated as the 10 courts competition. Not only our Star Martial University, but the other 9 schools, and even some of the lower-ranked academies, will send people to participate. Given that this is the first time you are participating in the Origin Scramble, here are a few more notes to emphasize. Upon entering an Origin Scramble world, you will be given an identity as a native of that subworld as a disguise. All people will be randomly dropped into different points in time and different places in this long, fixed history. After the opening of the Origin Scramble, the flow of time in that dimension will be different from that of the main world. Maybe you spend hundreds of years inside and only a few minutes outside. There's no fairness in that. There have been lucky people who appeared near the origin shard as soon as they entered. Others have been dropped hundreds of years before the story begins, and until they die of old age they fail to touch the main characters, let alone find the origin. In this mode, unless you are a native inheritor of that dimension, those who enter are suppressed by varying degrees of power. You must flexibly utilize what you have learned in the intelligence class to establish contact with key players in the subworld as early as possible, which will not only help to probe the location of the origin shard, but also compete for a head start against competitors from other schools and other powers. Sun Wu's heart stirred as he listened. Force suppression? Random drop? After entering, how much of one's full power and template would be left? Is it going to be a blank slate opening? Chapter 100, Analog Space. If people are curious about how much the Origin War suppresses everyone, they can go to the school's simulation space and experiment. Seeing that most of the many students, except for a small number who had long been exposed to this knowledge in their families, had a hard look on their faces, the female lecturer opened her mouth and added. The simulation space is a man-made space unique to the university, and is overall similar to the high school space, which is a separate world. The bell rang for the end of the course and the students left the classroom in twos and threes, most with a mixture of excitement and gravity on their faces. The ninja world, the origin competition, the 10-school competition. These words combined together are enough to ignite the hot blood of any young cadet. Sunwoo was still replaying in his mind the top-secret information that his teacher had just shown him as he gathered the virtual light screen. Uzumaki is the ultimate threat? Bucky the Clown is the pirate apex? Thor is Iron Man's archenemy? Black Widow's husband is the Hulk? This intelligence slots so much that he doesn't know where to spit from. If we really go on a mission based on this information, I'm afraid we won't even know how we'll die. Sunwoo shook his head, crying and laughing. He recalled what Vice Principal Lin Tianchang had mentioned earlier, that these worlds were formed by the old gods after twisting the trajectory of history with the Genesis crystals. Perhaps it is this distortion that leads to great difficulty and bias in intelligence gathering? Is it possible that the history that each entrant sees is just a fragment of a myriad of possibilities? Only by opening the origin scramble and anchoring the river of history by a deity-level powerhouse can one enter a unique and real dimension. True history. Sunwoo chewed on the word and remembered the system's mission again. Mission, acquisition of world origin. Reward, a brand new path to God. A whole new path to God. According to what he had just searched in the school's database, after the 9 steps of the divine path came the lower gods, and after that came the upper gods who exalted the divine kingdom. Every divine path has an end and is exclusive. Those who come after must defeat those who came before them in order to move on. Does a brand new divine path mean an unobstructed path that leads straight to the final rank? That seems kinda tempting. It was just that the power suppression and random placement in the origin scramble mode gave him a bit of a headache. How much power can one's 2 main templates Son Goku and Great Ape Vegeta still exert under this kind of suppression? Especially with Great Ape Vegeta's combat power of up to 180,000, it would be a lot of fun if he was suppressed to a few thousand or even a few hundred. And that random drop. In case you really are thrown back hundreds of years before the story begins, as the teacher said, it would be a real scream. He didn't want to be a savage for hundreds of years in a strange ancient world and end up not even seeing the shadow of the main character. There must be some preparations. Sunwoo made up his mind. He followed the information he found and arrived at the entrance of the simulation space. The building itself is unimpressive, not much different from the other school buildings on campus, except for the heads of people gathered at the entrance, which indicates the unusual nature of this place. The air was filled with whispers and a certain pressurized restlessness. Apparently, what the teacher had just revealed in the classroom had ignited the curiosity and good nature of many of the students, all of them wanting to come and try out how much the origin scramble had suppressed them. In the crowd, Sunwoo saw a few faces from the same classroom in the inner courtyard and also caught a glimpse of a slightly familiar figure. Chen Xin. The girl who followed Chen Kai. He remembered that Chen Kai had lived and died after blocking the attack for Wanyu. Could it be that Chen Kai had not survived in the end? Vegeta's blow was not bad, but Sunwoo did perceive at that time that Chen Kai still had a trace of weak breath, and if he was rescued in time, he might still be saved? Thoughts flashed by and the line had taken his turn. An invisible film of light swept over itself and a mechanical confirmation sounded. Dropping star Marshall University Inner Academy freshman, Sunwoo. Eligible for access, assigned as room 4399. Hand over your ID card and step inside the building. As if passing through a curtain of water, the scene in front of him suddenly displaces. He found himself at the bottom of a vast space, looking upward into a dense, beehive-like structure, with countless space doors labeled with door numbers shimmering with shimmering light. There were already a number of students around who were looking for their respective destinations against their ID cards. Sunwoo quickly found the door that belonged to him, 43rd row, number 99. Pushing the door, the familiar weightlessness of teleportation wrapped around his body. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in an empty void, and the only thing that was left was an operating display screen quietly suspended in front of him. Fingertip touches the screen and the interface lights up. The first thing that popped up was an eye-catching announcement. Combat Power Value System Update. The announcement details one of the most significant recent changes in the Commonwealth. Based on the information brought back from the 120th dimension, several top universities teamed up to recreate its worldview and adopted its measure of combat power, which quickly became the new official benchmark. The old system of martial arts rankings was replaced by a more intuitive numerical value. The new battle class divisions are clearly listed. Budo Level 1, below 41.6 combat power. Budo Level 2, 41.6 208 combat power. Budo Level 3, 208 832 combat power. Budo Level 8, 10,400,000 260,000 combat power. Wudao Level 9, 260,000 8,320,000 combat power. Directly move the Dragon Ball's combat power system over? Sun Wu's heart was clear. Closing the announcement, the main interface was revealed, and there was a real-time scrolling battle power ranking. The new standards have just been announced, and countless students are frantically testing at various testing sites, with names and numbers bouncing off the lists. Analog Space Battle Ranking Star Martial Arts University. In addition to our school's mini-list, there is a general list that includes all colleges and universities. Whether it's the overall list or each school's sub-list, most of the top 10 positions show anonymous, and only the cold numbers indicate their power. First place on the overall list, Junior, anonymous, 16 million combat power. Second place on the overall list, Senior, anonymous, 14 million combat power. 16 million? Sun Wu looked at that number and secretly estimated that this could already go through a few moves with second stage Frisia, I'm afraid. Translated, it was definitely a divine path powerhouse above the 9th level. What school is so far gone that they haven't even graduated yet? The chat window at the bottom of the list is unusually active. Holy, $16 million? Is this still human? My 900 battle power feels like I'm going to heaven. Don't compare yourself to those animals on the list, the top few places must be monsters from that mysterious top 5 university. Just look at your school's list, the overall list is too scary. Yushan from Divine State Martial Arts University, freshman 820 battle power, almost level 4, bull. Kyoto's Gu Qinghan is what's called fierce, 1600 plus in his freshman year, mid-level 5. I'm only in my junior year of college and I'm just in the 5th grade, man to man. Sun Wu swept a glance and stopped paying attention. Chapter 101, Kaneki Ken? He had a system panel and his combat strength was clear, there was no need to confirm it through the tester here. He directly chose on the console, open the simulation test, Origin Scramble. The command was given, and the surrounding nothingness began to twist and mold. The current world simulation is Bakuman World. Current world Origin Scramble rule, suppression of non-flesh-based inheritance powers, no effect on purely flesh-enhanced and ancient martial artists. The moment the electronic tone fell, an invisible heaviness descended, as if putting a heavy shackle on the body. The rushing chi in his body was forcibly suppressed and silenced, unable to penetrate his body, let alone condense into qigong waves or support flight. Bakuro World? Tokyo Bakuro? He remembers that the world seems to have broken or been completely taken over by some power. Most of the environments where the simulation space can simulate an origin contest are such worlds where the contest has ended. Strangely enough, although the chi was suppressed, his combat power value of up to 180,000 after switching to the Vegeta template didn't seem to have been affected, and it was still filling his limbs and bones. Is there a combat test? Yes. The imaginary force measuring device did not appear, instead, a human figure coalesced out of thin air in front of Sun Wu. White hair, red pupils, and a few blood-red hirsute behind him flared like spines. It is the protagonist of the Bakuro world, Kaneki Ken's image, but it is only a virtual projection. As soon as it was formed, Kaneki Ken pounced with a powerful momentum. Sun Wu casually swung a punch with only the current strength of his physical body. Put! Jean Mayan's figure was like a balloon that had been punctured, instantly bursting into a cloud of blood mist. Immediately afterward, the blood mist regrouped and once again condensed into a human form. The combat power assessment in the Origin Scramble suppression environment of the combat power quiz is approximately 180,000. Sure enough, it didn't get squashed much. Sun Wu's heart was certain. Is it because the Scion bloodline itself focuses on being physically strong, or is it a special feature of the system? He then tried switching simulations of several other recorded Origin contested worlds with different suppression rules. The results are much the same. Most skills that rely on outward energy, such as Qigong wave and dancing in the air, are restricted, but power that erupts purely from the physical body is virtually unaffected. The results of the combat effectiveness test will be recorded. The Origin Scramble suppression premise is 180,000 combatants. Do you choose to remain anonymous? Anonymous. With his purpose achieved and a bottom in his heart, Sun Wu no longer stayed and chose to exit the simulation space. He turned around and left the room, not noticing that the moment he chose to remain anonymous, the chat area of the Analog Space public channel completely exploded due to the sudden appearance of that Origin Scramble, Freshman, Anonymous, Combat Strength 180,000 record. Did you guys see that? That test record just now. 180,000 combat power under Origin Scramble suppression? Did I blink? 180,000? Sure it wasn't an extra million typed in? Freshman year, Anonymous. Anonymous again. Freshman year again. Are all of this year's freshman class monsters? Wait a minute, an Origin contest suppression. That means that this 180,000 is almost purely fleshly power? What the hell kind of humanoid ferocious beast is this? Damn, before that Kyoto's Guqinghan 1600 or so battle power is already outrageous enough, this 180,000. I doubt it's any teacher sneaking in to test it, right? No way. Teachers have special testing lanes, they don't go through student entrances, and the system labeled it freshman year. Hiss. This is a good fight for the origin of the ninja world. I wonder which school this big guy is from. Anonymous bigot begs for a cover. Take me flying. Sun Wu knew nothing of the storm in the outside world. With the results of the test just now, he was very confident about the upcoming trip to the Ninja World Origin Scramble. Power suppression? The effect on him was minimal. As long as the Scion's physical strength was still there, even if he couldn't fly through the sky and release Qigong waves, with just his fists and feet, he was confident that he could walk sideways in that world. 1,800,000 combat power, even in the early stages of the Dragon Ball world, was enough to crush most opponents, let alone the Naruto world where the upper limit of energy levels was far lower than that of Dragon Ball. The only thing he needs to think about now is what point in time he will be randomly dropped into after entering that world, and how to find the so-called source of the world as soon as possible. Sun Wu didn't pay attention to this. At this moment, he was soaking in the library of the inner courtyard. The library of the Star Martial University's inner courtyard was far from being comparable to that of the outer courtyard. Not only did it have a vast sea of martial arts techniques and energy utilization skills, but it also had a large number of documented literature on various subworlds. Sun Wu's goal is clear. The first is to find a suitable cultivation technique for himself, and the second is to collect as much information about the ninja world as possible, even those records that seem to be unreliable. He first tried to find a cultivation technique. The mighty tiger illusory beast fist was categorized under the Sun Wukong template, and he was now in dire need of a dharma that could refine his own essence. However, although there were many techniques in the library of the inner courtyard, most of them required a specific bloodline, attribute, or prerequisites in order to cultivate them, or the starting point was too high, often requiring a foundation of level 5 or 6 in the martial arts. After flipping through the pages for a long time, he helplessly realized that there didn't seem to be a feat that was universal and could be used to quickly get started and build a good foundation. It's really strange that the basic body forging techniques and energy channeling methods popularized by the Federation are not available in the Inner Academy instead? Sun Wu was a bit puzzled. Later on, I asked the library management AI and realized that by default, all students in the inner courtyard have family inheritance or secret techniques from their masters, and the basic techniques are not included because they are considered to be inefficient. Come on, it looks like the cultivation thing can only be put on hold for a while, until we get into the ninja world first. So he turned his focus to the ninja world of information. He soon realized that there was something odd about the library's account of the ninja world. In a document labeled 17th Exploration Team Top Secret Report Mutilated, it was clearly written. Target codenamed Naruto, suspected to have mastered the mouth transportation Upanishad, powerful enough to force enemies to repent and give up resistance, recommended to be classified as an S-class threat. Another notebook of exchange scholars of Shinsuo University records. The subject of the observation, Uchiha Sasuke, has long been obsessed with pursuing his older brother and is suspected of having a serious brother-love complex, whose ultimate goal may not be vengeance, and is suspected to be an orthopedic non-tongue. There's also an old Herald's journal that's even more outrageous. The natives call their land Kiba, and the strongest person in the area, the first Naruto, specializes in Kizuna, and is rumored to be able to roll out a Gundam with his bare hands. It is said that he can make a Gundam with his bare hands, and his fighting style is similar to that of mecha manipulation, but those who have awakened this legacy do not have such a manifestation for the time being. Sun Wu looked out of the corner of his eye. What's all this? This Naruto world, what kind of game is being played by the seniors? He closed a report on Kakashi's face speculation and secret research under the mask, and felt his perception was shocked. Finally, a useful thing to see in an open source. In the Origin War, there are fixed time anchors with access to anchor time periods. Anchor point? He pulled out a Kiba Rebel forehead protector from his system space. This was something that the snake offering had popped out at the time. I never had a chance to ask someone what it was for, but I didn't realize it was for this use. I don't know how in the world the snake confessor got his hands on it. This stuff is kinda hard to get in the profile. Chapter 102, Entering Naruto. The week slipped by. And today, a week later, is the day that this Origin War will begin. The central square of Star Martial University's inner courtyard was exceptionally different today. Crowds of people filled almost every inch of the open space. The disciples of the inner courtyard mixed with a large number of students from the outer courtyard dressed in uniform combat uniforms, and the air was filled with an overwhelming tension and excitement. Not far away, the teams from Kyoto University, Tianhai University, and Divine Martial Arts University were lined up in their own separate formations, clearly separated from each other. The slightly lower-ranked Sakura University and Central State University had also sent teams to occupy positions on the edges of the square, eager to get a piece of the pie in this scramble. It is not, however, these hordes of squares that are the most striking. In several corners of the plaza, there were 5 figures standing independently of each other. They had no companions, no flags, and were all alone, but they had an aura like no one else, separated from all the other teams by an invisible distance. These were the people sent by those top 5 ranked top academies. One man, that's a team. Sun Wu's gaze swept over these lone figures, and a trace of curiosity flooded his heart. He has not been able to find any public information on the names of these 5 universities, as if they were shrouded in a layer of fog. Everyone knew that there were 10 major academies in the Federation, but the names of the top 5 were like a taboo that no one mentioned. At the edge of the plaza, teams from other universities can be seen: Kyoto University, Tenkai University, Shinshubude. 11th ranked Sakura University and 12th ranked Central State University, who were previously trying to move up the ladder, are also in the mix. Sun Wu mingled in Star Wu's group and saw Wang Yu. She was still in her capable attire, carrying that long flaming sword, with calm eyes and a beautiful appearance. The two men met eyes briefly and nodded in greeting. Sun Wu unexpectedly saw Li Yi in Star Martial University's group. Li Yi had already passed the special admission test and entered the outer courtyard of Star Martial University. Lin Jingjing heard him say that he had gotten into the 12th Central State University, but she wasn't qualified to come to this Origin contest at that school. Willow White Lotus then took the test even farther and went to the 19th ranked university. A huge silver arch suddenly appeared in the sky that was slowly coalescing and taking shape. Inside the arch was a deep rotating nebula that emitted a powerful spatial fluctuation. The atmosphere over the square gradually solidified, and the clamor lowered. Everyone's gazes, unanimously, went to the sky. 5 figures appeared above the silver archway without a sound, as if they had existed there since ancient times. The leader of the group was the vice president of Star Martial University, Lin Tianchang, who was still in an old-fashioned manner, but at the moment, he stood there in a stagnant state, with an unspeakable majesty. Standing side by side with him were 4 other old men with equally unfathomable auras, representing Kyoto, Tianhai, Magic Capital, and Divine State Martial University. These 5 people, they were the head honchos of the top academy in the Federation nowadays, at least at the level of vice principal. Sun Wu tilted his head and looked up with a slight aura in his heart. The last time Lin Tianchang had struck out alone, it was already that earth-shattering, but now that 5 existences of the same level had gathered together, what kind of scene would it be? He secretly glanced at Lin Tianchang and realized that this vice principal's face was calm, as if he had completely recovered from that small injury last time, or rather, on this kind of occasion, he would never show the slightest bit of abnormality. Gentlemen, the hour has arrived. Lin Tianchang's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly traveled into the ears of everyone in the square, carrying an unquestionable majesty. The remaining 4 old men nodded slightly. In the next moment, all 5 of them raised their hands at the same time, palms upwards. Buzz! Terrifying fluctuations that could not be described in words instantly spread out. It was as if the sky had turned into a huge curtain, and 5 distinct, yet equally vast and majestic strands of divine power rushed up into the sky, like 5 huge dragons running through the heavens and earth, stabbing straight into that rotating nebula arch. For a moment, the light of the entire world seemed to be distorted. The students on the square only felt an unspeakably heavy pressure squeezing in from all directions, as if they were in a 10,000 fathom deep sea, and even breathing became difficult. Those with slightly weaker strength were already white and shaky. The 5 strands of divine power were not mere energy impacts, they intertwined and collided inside the archway, seemingly plucking some kind of invisible strings. In the void, it seemed as if countless blurred images flashed by ancient cities, fighting ninjas, roaring-tailed beasts. That is the ninja world, countless chaotic, bifurcated fragments of the timeline. The ninja world is a fragment of numerous chaotic and bifurcated timelines. The divine power of the 5 vice principles was like 5 invisible hands, forcibly fishing and sifting through these chaotic fragments of time, and finally locking in a relatively stable and complete backbone of history. Set. Lin Tiancheng spat out a word from his mouth as if it were a word. The 5 strands of divine power shook violently, and the chosen long river of history instantly solidified, as if it had been completely yanked out of its illusory possibilities, transforming into a clearly visible, strangely glowing river silhouette that ran through the silver-colored archway. The nebula inside the archway stopped spinning, and in its place was a stable, softly glowing white entrance, across from which loomed the sight of a very different world. History is anchored. The entrance is stable and can last for 12 standard hours. Another old man's loud voice resounded through the square. After doing so, the 5 vice principals simultaneously withdrew their hands, and the divine pressure in the air suddenly disappeared, but the long river of history's shadow running through heaven and earth and the stable spatial entrance signaled the reality of the greatness that had just occurred. Many of the students were then relieved, gasping for air, with shock and awe still on their faces. All school teams, enter in order. Lin Tiancheng ordered. The first to act were the 5 representatives of the top academies who had traveled independently and exceptionally. They didn't even interact with the other school's students, and with a flash of their bodies, they transformed into 5 streams of light, and without hesitation, they threw themselves into the soft white light and disappeared. Immediately after that, Star Martial University's team began to move. Star Martial Outer Academy, Teams A through F, enter. A leading teacher commanded in a loud voice. The students of the Outer Academy stepped into the archway in order according to the pre-arranged line. This was followed by teams from several other universities, Kyoto, Tenkai, and Shinshubude. They have an equally large number of students who enter in orderly batches. Finally, it was the turn of the students of the Star Martial Inner Academy. Inner courtyard, depart. Sunwoo took a deep breath and followed the crowd into the portal that connected to another world. The moment he passed through the door of light, a strange sense of weightlessness came over him, as if his soul had been stripped from his body and thrown into a rushing torrent of information. A myriad of disorganized images, sounds, and fragments of emotion hit his consciousness that belonged to fixed pieces of history. He tightly guarded his mind while reaching his hand into the system space and gripping that cold Konoha Rebel forehead protector. Time anchor token detected, Kiba Renegade Protector. Anchor time period, Konoha Collapse Plan, Death of the Third Naruto. The drop coordinates are being adjusted according to the tokens. The drop is on. Unknown anchor point interference occurs, time period of placement changed, 4th Shinobi War. Before Sunwoo could react, a huge pulling force came from him, yanking him violently out of that flood of information, and his eyes suddenly went black, his consciousness falling into a brief chaos. Chapter 103, The 4th Shinobi World War, Sakura University. Consciousness broke free from the brief chaos and Sunwoo's eyes snapped open. Darkness, but no stars in sight. Instead of the expected broken walls of Kiba village, what came into view was some sort of thick tree root. Countless huge, eerily glowing tree roots wrapped him in layers and bound him tightly, and a weak but persistent suction was trying to extract something from his body. He twisted his head to look around and the sight was even more appalling. Dense tree roots spread across the land, creating a forest of despair. Many figures wearing ninja vests and various types of forehead protectors were similarly trapped in the roots of the trees, but they were in a miserable condition. The body was shriveled, like bacon that had been drained of all moisture, and the eyes were rounded, residual fear and unwillingness before death. Hiss. This welcome ceremony is a bit chic. Sunwoo grinned. He immediately recalled that last prompt from the system before entering the light gate. Unknown anchor point interference occurs, drop time period changed, 4th Shinobi War. The 4th Shinobi World War? And then look at the huge tree roots that cover the sky and the life energy extracting properties. Divine Tree. Unlimited monthly reads? Several keywords flashed through Sunwoo's mind. That's a point in time that could be so much further back than the Kiba collapse plan. And by the looks of it, it was already the most critical moment of the battle, with the Divine Tree descending to start absorbing chakra. What's going on? Why am I here? Gather. Gather quickly. Ito Koen is already rushing. A voice came abruptly from below, interrupting his thoughts. Sunwoo looked down and saw a man in a Konoha ninja uniform standing on the ground looking this way. Almost at the same time, the bound ninjas on the several branches around Sun Wu broke free and landed lightly on the ground. Hey! Why are you still hanging on? Come down! One of them noticed Sun Wu, who was still trapped, and his tone was tinged with a bit of impatience. The power is suppressed so much. You can't even break free from these roots? You've been slacking on your anti-interference training, haven't you? Never mind, who made me kind? Before the words fell, the man leapt up, and at some point there was an extra handful of bittersweet in his hand, and with a flash of cold light, he chopped off a few of the thick tree roots that were entangling Sun Wu. Sun Wu dropped down smoothly and blended into the crowd, moving forward after them. Listening to the sporadic conversations around him, he only gradually pieced together the situation at hand. This group of people, surprisingly, was Sakura University's team. They seem to have used some special means to forcibly pull all the team members to the same point in time with the intention of executing some major plan. As for the Origin Scramble mode, all participants would be given an aboriginal identity as a disguise, and this unfamiliar ninja face he was wearing at the moment actually caused them to mistakenly think that he was also a member of Sakura University. That snake confessor popped the Konoha Renegade Protector Amulet, and it's from the Sakura district? Looks like they're in cahoots, huh? Soon the crowd assembled in a secluded spot. The leader standing in front of the crowd, a grim-faced youth, scanned the number of people present with an unpleasant tone. How come there are only so many left? Anchor point traction is that bad? He cleared his throat and swept his gaze sharply over the crowd. Gentlemen! This trip is about whether or not our Sakura sector can break free from the shackles of the Federation and become independent. In this battle, we, Sakura University, must be among the top 10 and hold the right to speak. Therefore, the origin fragment of the ninja world is not ours. His voice rose steeply, with a frenzied demagoguery. And I, Makoto Ito, will surely be the first student from Sakura University to step onto the path of God. It will also be the first future deity of the Sakura district. You, all of you, will be my most relied upon squad. Ito! 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 The crowd erupted into a frenzy of shouts, arms raised in the air, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited. Sun Wu also raised his hand perfunctorily, mixing in. Makoto Ito? The name made his heart flutter slightly. Wasn't this the brother of the Ito Ryunosuke that he had casually slaughtered? It's a coincidence. The enemy's plan, it seems, is on a large scale. And they were so sure that they could find the origin fragment. Could it be that they possessed some special information or means? Since they weren't exposed for the time being, it might be a good idea to follow them to see how things went, and then make a decision when the time was right. Wouldn't it be nice to just pick the peach when the time comes? As expected, this group of Sakura University students had a clear goal in mind, and had obviously planned this area long ago. They traveled quickly through the shadows at the edge of the battlefield, eventually stopping on the outskirts of a fierce battlefield. Sun Wu's gaze was cast to the center of the battlefield. There, several figures were fiercely exchanging blows. Rokurumote Uchihazan, and Mighty Kai, who opens the death gate. Next to him were Lee and others watching anxiously. In addition to these original characters, there were also two figures with not-so-weak auras roaming around the edge of the battlefield, and although they were wearing ninja attire, the out-of-place aura allowed Sun Wu to determine that they were likewise outsiders and not natives. Get ready! Ito Makoto bellowed lowly, excitement and greed flashing in his eyes. Kai is going to open the 8 gates. Prepare to take over Yuki Hazen. As soon as the words left their mouths, the surrounding Sakura University students made a bizarre move. They began to dry heave. Everyone except Sun Wu spat a small, glittering, metallic part out of their mouths. The ninja who had helped Sun Wu out earlier froze again when he saw that he made no move. No way? You even lost the parts for the fusion sublimator? It's a good thing I brought enough spares this time, or you'd be completely wasted. Watching the crowd quickly turn in and put together the spit-out parts, Sun Wu realized. It is extremely difficult to bring in foreign items in the Origin Scramble mode, and usually only intimate apparel is spared. Sakura University came up with this method of breaking down a key instrument into countless tiny parts, allowing the team to swallow them and smuggle them in. They even prepared 7 or 8 sets of parts to ensure success. Even so, the parts spat out by so many people only ended up putting together 2 complete implements. One of them was held in the hands of Ito Makoto, that shape. Actually somewhat like Obu Atman's transformer? Sun Wu looked a little confused. Alas, it's a shame to spell out just 2. The man next to him seemed to have some regrets, explaining to Sun Wu to himself, this thing is the cutting-edge technology of our Sakura district, capable of fusing additional inheritance templates and exploding into a stronger power. You don't even know that? How do you listen in class? His eyes towards Sunwoo took on a hint of suspicion, but Sunwoo's indigenous appearance at the moment and the point in time when they arrived together eventually dispelled his doubts. At that moment, Makoto Ito pressed the fusion sublimator in his hand to his chest. One person came out of the crowd, put his hand over the sublimator, and a vague shadow of the inheritance template appeared on his body. Sunwoo recognized it. It was the first-generation Naruto Senjuma. With a flash, the shadow disappeared into the sublimator. After the blinding white light, the device in Ito Makoto's hand glowed inwardly. Ha ha ha! Perfect! Ito Makoto laughed loudly, and two clear shadows of his legacy emerged behind him. One was Uchiha Zebra, and the other was the first-generation Naruto that he had just merged into. Our research was indeed correct. The so-called ninjutsu and devil fruits of these subworlds are all just appearances. Its essence, after all, is the mimicry of the law of divine power. With true divine power, you can erase these false information states. A crazy light flashed in his eyes. Good. We'll do it right away when Uchiha Zebra is injured by Kai's kick. Wash away his consciousness with the special divine power crystals, and I will receive this perfect body. The students of Sakura University erupted into louder cheers. In their opinion, fusing the two major inheritance templates of Hatsune Makoto and Spot, and then seizing the body of this Naruto's biggest boss, Rokuta Spot, would be an invincible existence. The body of the six paths is immune to all attacks except senjutsu and physical arts, and while they, the ninja inheritors, are not suppressed in this world, students from other schools are weakened by the rules of the origin. At that time, even if the origin fragment wasn't on Uchiha-zan, their power at that time could be invincible in the world to slowly search for it. The origin fragment, already in the bag. The gods of the Sakura district are about to be born. Sakura University is about to rise. Chapter 104 Makoto Rokuto Ito. So that's what these Sakura district guys have planned? Taking over Yukihama's? In the frenzied atmosphere, Sunwoo silently took a few steps back, shielding the crowd to his body. So that's the plan these Sakura guys have? To take over Utsubame? In the frenzied atmosphere, Sunwoo silently took a few steps back, hiding himself behind the crowd. Nightcap. In the center of the battlefield, blood-colored steam wrapped around Kai's body like an angry dragon, and with that kick, it was as if even space itself had been twisted and dented. I, Uchiha Spot. May I call you the strongest? Rokuto Ban's voice carried a hint of incredulous admiration. Boom! After the loud sound, Rokuto-zan's figure flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, half of his body annihilated under the terrifying impact and turned into nothingness. It's now! Extreme fervor erupted in Makoto Ito's eyes as he violently pressed the fusion sublimator in his hand. A strange light flickered, and the two inherited silhouettes on his body that represented Uchiha Zebra and Shikuma were like water and milk melting together, instantly merging into one. He slammed his hands together. Immortal technique. True thousands of hands. The top transforms the Buddha. As he did, four people simultaneously stepped out of the crowd in the Sakura district, each with a different inherited shadow illuminated on their bodies. It was clearly the Naruto of the 2nd through 5th generations. The earth roared as a 1,000-handed Buddha statue so massive that it covered the sky rose up from beneath Ito Makoto's feet. Those four Naruto inheritors leapt onto the Buddha statue and injected their own chakra into it without reservation. The change was sudden. The originally dense 1,000 hands suddenly disappeared, and in its place, a palpitatingly huge blue chakra gathered at the top of the Buddha statue's head. At the same time, the Buddha statue's two main arms were covered with a solid layer of golden chakra gloves that shone with a blinding light. The whole statue of Buddha is no longer dull, and actually reveals a kind of spirituality and pressure that is almost alive. Makoto Ito no longer waited, maneuvering this strangely shaped Buddha statue, a huge palm covered with golden gloves, and slapping down hard towards Rokuto Ban, who had just stabilized his form and whose body had not yet fully recovered. Humph! Where did that little rascal come from and dare to covet the origin fragment? Just as the huge palm was about to fall, a cold and violent shout rang out. Two figures appeared like ghosts on the side of the giant palm, and they were the two outsiders that Sunwoo had noticed earlier. From Sakura University? One of them took a good look at the costumes of Ito Makoto and the others on the statue, and the corners of his mouth hooked up with a touch of undisguised contempt. Who gave you the guts? The visitors were none other than the students of Tianhai University and Divine Martial Arts University. The two of them were similarly randomly teleported here to witness the birth of Rokuto Spot, and they wanted to wait for an opportunity to see if they could kill Spot to burst out the origin fragment, but they didn't expect to kill such a group of people from an unorthodox university halfway. As geniuses from the top 10 academies in the Federation, they naturally looked down on the 11th ranked Sakura University. Both are the best of the freshmen. Ancient martial arts and inheritance both stepped into the threshold of the 5th level, originally regarded each other as the main competitor, but at this moment was interrupted by this group of fish plan. Ha ha! My cherry blossom district will rise today. You two guys who are in the way, die for me. Ito Makoto was in a state of madness, not even talking nonsense with them, maneuvering the great Buddha to swing his other golden giant fist, smashing into those two like a meteorite falling from the sky. Zhao Fei, how about teaming up to clear out this trash first? Another person suggested. I agree. This guy is too much of an eyesore. Ranishu, you watch, I'll do it. A blurry Uchiha clan's shadow suddenly emerged from the youth named Zhao Fei. Karen. A terrifying thunder light linked heaven and earth, transforming into a lightning unicorn that slashed directly onto the great Buddha's fist. Boom! The Buddha's fist was actually hardened by this thunderbolt and crumbled. Trash is trash after all. Zhao Fei's face was full of arrogance, and he was about to capitalize on his victory. It's not over yet. Ito Makoto hissed. Buzz! A massive purple energy skeleton appeared out of thin air and quickly covered wooden Buddha's body, transforming into a set of hideous and mighty purple armor. Suzanne can. It worked. Ha ha ha. Suzaku Daibutsu. This is our true power. Ito Makoto laughed maniacally. It doesn't matter which top 10 university you are from. All of you die for me. This time, the origin fragment is destined to belong to our Sakura University. The relief on Zhao Fei and Renisu's faces instantly disappeared, replaced by a thick concentration. After that purple Suzaku armor covered the wooden Buddha, the aura it emitted actually skyrocketed more than several times. What the hell is this? How could his aura have skyrocketed so much? How could he have two inheritance void shadows? Waves of terror rose in both of their hearts at the same time. Boo! Without waiting for Zhao Fei to react, the huge Buddha statue clad in purple armor displayed a speed and agility that was completely inconsistent with its size. A huge purple and gold interlaced fist tore through the air and came after it, ruthlessly smashing into Zhao Fei's side. Poof! Zhao Fei was struck by lightning and his entire body flew out horizontally like a broken sack. Immediately after that, the Buddha statue's other fist did not stop and smashed at Renisu, who tried to support from the side but was a step too slow. Another muffled sound. Renisu stepped in Zhao Fei's footsteps. Both of them were smashed into the ground almost simultaneously. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible, instantly beaten into a dying meat cake. Zhao Fei and Renisu's eyes were filled with incredulous horror. Both of them had their heritage from this ninja world, so the suppression of the origin contest was very small for them. There was no way that the so-called shadow class attacks of this world could have dealt such a heavy blow to them. This terrifying wooden Buddha. This power has definitely surpassed the boundaries of the 5th level. Ito Makoto didn't even bother to look at the two students from the top 10 institutions who didn't know whether they were alive or dead. He maneuvered the Suzaku Daibutsu and relocked his gaze on Rokudo-zan, who had been temporarily suppressed by the Kabutsu main body. Normal Kitsune naturally couldn't seal a Rokudo-level existence, but they, the outsiders, with a template development that far exceeded that of the natives, had hardened this power to the extreme. And what Ito Makoto really needed was not Spot's power, but what this body carried, that supreme rule of the 6 paths. Ito Makoto pulled out a crystal from his pocket that emitted a strange light and was very different from ordinary energy cores, and pressed it to his forehead without hesitation. In the next moment, his body transformed into countless particles of light, and like a flood that broke the dike, he violently rushed into Rokudo-zan's body. At the same time, at the edge of the battlefield, among the ninja corpses that had been drained of their life force by the divine tree, a pair of eyes was cautiously peering through the cracks, watching this shocking scene. His name is Fan Quan, a student at Central State University. His heritage is not of the combat type, but a technological creation used for documentation, a camera robot. Since he didn't make it to a top 10 college, his mind wasn't on improving himself or his fighting abilities. At the moment, his eyes were the highest definition lenses, recording everything that happened on the battlefield in minute detail. He felt like his blood was boiling. It's going to be a fortune. It's amazing that the Sakura district has mastered this forbidden technique of fusing heritages. And made such terrible weapons of war. Big cold. Big cold. Sakura University had actually crushed the top geniuses of Tian High and Divine Martial Arts University head-on. If this goes out on video. Fan Quan had already begun to fantasize about the image of himself becoming a headline-breaking contributor and marrying the popular and beautiful reporter, Lu Ruyan. Chapter 105: The Terrifying Ito Makoto. Rumble. The body of Rokudo-zan, who was pressed down by the huge palm of the wooden Buddha, trembled violently, and an unspeakably terrifying aura suddenly erupted. The body that was originally half broken by the night kai, after countless light particles poured in, it was insanely repaired and expanded at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. The Black Seeker's jade surrounds his body, his white robe is windless, and the demonic red light of the reincarnation Sharingan eyes on his forehead reflects heaven and earth, and an overriding pressure instantly sweeps across the entire battlefield. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ito Makoto, who had taken over Rokudo-ban's body, let out a laugh that was insane to the extreme. He felt the unprecedented surge of power in his body, and the feeling of being in control of everything and overlooking all living beings mesmerized him. This is the power of the Six Paths. This is the power of God. He slowly raised his hand, and with a gentle grip, space seemed to tremble slightly. He stood atop the head of the Suzaku Daibutsu, his gaze contemptuously sweeping over Zhao Fei and Renishu, who were severely injured and in a sorry state below. Two losers, how dare they block my Sakura district's path to rise? Ito Makoto's voice became low and authoritative, with the indifference characteristic of Rokudoban. I was going to leave you guys alive to see what kind of cards the school has behind you. Now it seems to be nothing more than that. He raised his finger, and a pitch-black Dao-seeking jade coalesced at his fingertip, the aura of destruction causing the air to freeze. It's over. Bastard! Zhao Fei struggled to get up and coughed out a mouthful of bloody foam, his eyes filled with humiliation. Renishu also gritted his teeth, holding onto a piece of broken stone and barely standing, his face as white as paper. They were the heavenly prides of Tianhai University and Divine State Martial Arts University. How had they ever suffered such humiliation? I can't believe I was forced into such a situation by the Sakura University students I've always despised. Still want to kill us? Really think you've got us? Zhao Fei's eyes went cold and a hint of determination flashed across his face. Renishu also made up his mind, and the two of them looked at each other and pulled out an object from their arms at the same time. Those were two crystals that emitted a faint divine light, crystal clear, as if there were rivers of stars flowing within. This is... Ito Makoto's pupils shrunk slightly. He could feel what was contained in that crystal. It was the same source as the power of the Six Paths spot that he had taken control of and seized. It was the aura that belonged to the strongest of the God's path. The life-preserving base card given by the teacher was not intended to be wasted in this kind of place. Renishu whispered, his tone carrying helplessness. However, it is worth it to slaughter you, a guy who does not know the sky and the earth. This divine power crystal contained the understanding of the divine nature as well as a trace of divine nature of the strongest person of the divine path, and when used in this world it could temporarily alleviate the suppressive force of the origin contention. It was equivalent to acquiring the characteristics of a strong person on the divine path. But after using this thing, it was easy to be rejected by the origin subdimension, and might even be backfired. Divine Power Crystallization Solution. Zhao Fei roared and took the lead in crushing the crystal in his hand. Buzz! A majestic divine power that far exceeded their own energy level instantly erupted, surging into Zhao Fei's body like a tidal wave. The injuries on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the power of the inheritance on his body climbed up as if it had broken free from its shackles. A Susanoo appeared on Zhao Fei's body, emitting a palpitating pressure. Inferno Kagetsuchi Life. Zhao Fei shot a huge black arrow that tore through the atmosphere and went straight for Ito Makoto. The power of this strike had clearly surpassed the 5th level of martial arts, and was even infinitely close to the 7th level. Almost at the same time, Renishu also crushed the crystals. His aura similarly skyrocketed, and a blurry 9-tailed silhouette emerged behind him. Tailed Beast Jade. He clasped his palms together and violently launched them forward as a terrifying ball of blood-red energy appeared, aiming straight at Ito Makoto. Two attacks that contained some of the might of a divine path powerhouse came sandwiched from two directions with a horrifying sound that was enough to cause any shadow-level powerhouse to instantly fly into oblivion. The frenzy on the faces of the Sakura University students in the distance was instantly replaced by horror when they saw this scene. What's that? How did their power suddenly become so strong? Divine power crystals? Could it be a treasure given by the gods? Not good. Ito-sama is in danger. Impossible. Ito-sama has fused the Six Paths spot and is invincible. Look. What's that? Fanquan, who had been hiding in the shadows and secretly filming, was even more excited and trembling, and the camera was locked dead on the center of the battlefield. Big news. Absolute big news. The bottom card of the top 10 universities. Divine Power Crystals. He felt that this time he went out and popped something that could really take him off. However, in the face of this pincer attack that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, Ito Makoto, who was suspended in mid-air, had a sneering cold smile on his face. Shinobi's ability? Oh, in this world, only the power of the 6 paths is the strongest, the others are but the light of a glowing fire. He didn't even dodge, just calmly held out his hands. God Earth Burst Star. The pitch-black gravitational core appeared in his palm, and a brutal and incomparable suction force suddenly erupted. The tailed beast Jade and Gargoyle Earth Fate were like being captured by a black hole, involuntarily twisting and contorting as they madly surged towards those two ever-expanding pitch-black spheres. Rumble. The two powerful attack energies, along with a large amount of surrounding rubble, roots, and even battlefield debris, were forcefully absorbed and compressed, ultimately forming two huge rocky spheres that hovered on both sides of Ito Makoto, slowly rotating. And Makoto Ito himself, unharmed. What? Zhao Fei and either Su simultaneously lost their voices and exclaimed, their eyes glazing over. Their strongest card, an attack that contained part of the power of a God's Path powerhouse, had been so lightly diffused? You didn't even touch the other guy's coat? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zhao Fei was in a state of madness. Even if the power of the 6 paths restrains ninjutsu, it's impossible to completely ignore the divine impact. It's the Tao-seeking Jade. Ranishu's face turned white and his voice trembled. He used the Tao-seeking Jade to cancel out the energy from our attack, and then used the Wanxiang Heavenly Guy to control the aftermath. This guy, his control over the power of the 6 paths is so skillful? Ito Makoto looked at the two men's desperate expressions playfully, as if he was admiring the struggles of a mole cricket. Now, it's my turn. With a thought, the Tao-seeking Jade that surrounded his body shot out, transforming into several black rods that instantly pierced through Zhao Fei's and either Su's bodies at a speed that surpassed the limits of vision, pinning them to the ground in death. Ah! The two of them let out agonizing screams, the crystallized divine energy in their bodies leaking out as wildly as a dike-breaking flood, but they were unable to repair the wounds that had been penetrated by the black rod, not to mention being unable to break free from that bizarre bondage. Why? Why is it like this? Zhao Fei's eyes were filled with incomprehension and despair. The body of the 6 paths is immune to ninjutsu jutsu. Could it even be partially immune to attacks derived from divine power? Muttered Reneki Asahi as his consciousness began to blur. Ito Makoto walked slowly over to the two men, looking down on them from above. Sadly, you know nothing of true power. We, Sakura District, are destined to rise this time. Chapter 106, There's no door to hell, you're breaking in. He raised his foot and aimed it at Zhao Fei's head. Go in peace, your school will thank you for the paltry offering for the rise of my Sakura District. Right at this moment, the residual divine crystalline energy in Zhao Fei and Renisu's bodies seemed to have triggered some sort of mechanism. Swish! A strange light wrapped the two men like an eggshell. Now Makoto Ito in Rokudo mode was surprisingly unable to shake the curtain of light from the bauble at all. Ito Makoto frowned slightly, then thought of something to abandon the two turtle shells, Divine Power Asylum? Count yourselves lucky. He didn't think about breaking this Divine Power Shelter's light shield. Divine Power Shelter was a power unique to those who were stronger than the second step of the Divine Path. Those without divinity basically can't attack those in the asylum. This was Sakura University's shortcoming right now, not having a single God's Path powerhouse so far. But that will all change after this origin scramble. They, the Sakura sector, had found a terrifying ancient stone giant in a splintered small world. The higher-ups detected the terrifying power in the stone statue, and it was just a matter of the origin shard to activate it. He didn't pay any more attention to the two who fled, and his gaze turned to the group of Sakura University students below who were on the verge of fainting from excitement. Rejoice! From this day forward, I, Ito Makoto, am the new Rokudo. The origin of the ninja world will belong to our Sakura University. Long live Lord Ito. Long live Sakura University. Lord Rokudo is invincible. Mountainous cheers rang out. On the other side, Naruto rushed into the battlefield, and the first thing he saw was Kai-sensei, who was breathless and on the verge of death. His heart tightened, and he immediately stepped forward to lend a helping hand, pulling Kai-sensei back a little from the brink of death. Temporarily stabilizing Kai-sensei's condition, Naruto had a moment to raise his eyes and survey the battlefield, which was chaotic to the extreme. The previous aura, of Uchiha Zebra that brought endless despair, seems to have changed? No, the person was still there, but the spot that stood there had a very different feeling, as if it was only wearing that outer layer, and inside it was filled with a cold, unfamiliar, and even more terrifying pressure. What the hell happened just now? And what about that huge 1,000-handed Buddha statue that appeared out of nowhere? How did it easily suppress Bam? Before the doubts in his head could be sorted out, an even more jaw-dropping scene followed. The existence that took over Zan's body, almost with a wave of his hand, beat the other two ninjas who did not know where they came from to the ground on the verge of death, and the disparity of their strength was like a mountain crushing through the dust. And the jutsu. Naruto pupils suddenly contracted when the jutsu used by those two people was defeated. The nature and form of the energy in it was incredibly similar to some of his and Sasuke's moves, but both the layers of power and the power of the outbursts were far beyond their knowledge. What kind of people are these? And just as everyone's attention was drawn to Ito Makoto, Sun Woo, who had been mingling with the crowd and playing quail, had a light in his eyes. He noticed that the other fusion sublimator, which had been assembled from the parts spat out by the Sakura University students, was now lying quietly on a relatively clean piece of ground not far away, seemingly shaken to the side because of the aftermath of the battle just now. Sun Woo's body was slightly sideways, seemingly inadvertently moving a few steps that way, taking advantage of the gap between the crowd's wild cries, his toes gently hooked, while bending down and pretending to straighten his pants legs. In a flash of lightning, the fusion sublimator with its glittering metallic luster had been copied in his hands and tucked into his arms in the process. However, the small action of his did not completely hide from everyone's eyes. Hey! What are you doing? That Sakura University student who had previously helped Sun Woo to release the tree root binding happened to be standing not far from Sun Woo. He had just felt that there was something wrong with Sun Woo, and at this moment, he could see it even more clearly, and immediately pointed at Sun Woo in a stern voice. What's that in your hand? That's a spare fusion ascender. Hand it over. This shout instantly cooled down the frenzied atmosphere. Everyone's gazes, including the unstoppable Ito Makoto in mid-air, focused on Sun Woo in unison. Ito Makoto's eyebrows instantly knitted into a lump, and a cold light exploded from his chakra-writing eyes. This guy, when did he get mixed up? He's not one of us? Who are you? Ito Makoto's voice was cold and piercing with a strong killing intent. Put down what you're holding, for me. Sun Woo looked at the faces around him that had changed from frenzy to shock, anger, and caution, and then looked up at the six paths Ito Makoto, who was hovering in the air and emitting a terrifying pressure, and knew that his disguise had been completely exposed. Instead of putting it down, he directly collected the fusion sublimator into the system space with a lightning-fast momentum. Are you kidding? I can't spit out what's in my hands. Disposable fusion sublimator. A special technological item produced by the god country of mimetic light, which can be used in most dimensions, temporarily fusing the power of 2 or less legacy templates for 1 hour. Good stuff. Sun Woo glanced at the identification prompt given by the system. There's still an Ultraman thing going on in these worlds? Huh? Ito Makoto's face suddenly changed as he clearly felt the aura of that item disappear out of thin air. This guy has space equipment on him? No, even if it was space equipment, it was impossible to isolate his senses. Seek death. Ito Makoto was completely enraged. No matter who this guy was, daring to grab something under his nose was the biggest provocation to him. He flexed his fingers and a black rod of seeking jade that was condensed to the extreme appeared in front of Sun Woo as if it was instantaneous, stabbing him straight in the center of his brow. The speed and power far exceeded that of the attack on Zhao Fei and Renisu just now. In the face of this surefire strike, Sun Woo was surprisingly calm. He slowly raised his head to meet Ito Makoto's icy gaze, and a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Alas! He sighed softly, as if lamenting the fact that he couldn't continue to keep a low profile. Never mind, I had forgotten all about you, and now that you've bumped yourself into it, go and keep your good brother company. A simple straight punch from Sun Woo, without any light effects or energy fluctuations. A flat, meaty fist greeted the incoming black rod of Seeker Jade. Click. The Seeking Jade was like a glass rod crashing into the hard wall. Boom. The sound exploded. It was as if the pause button had been pressed the moment Sun Woo's fist shattered the black rod of the Seeking Jade. The crisp cracking sound stung in the dead silence of the battlefield. The Sakura University students who had previously been wildly shouting because of Ito Makoto's display of Rokudo's divine might had expressions on their faces that looked like poorly made wax statues that had been frozen, instantly solidifying from extreme adoration to incomprehensible horror. Their mouths were open, but they couldn't make any sound. Their eyes were wide open, staring at the strange figure that had shattered their god's attack with a single punch. Chapter 107, One Punch, One Night Kai. Naruto, in the distance, had just stabilized Kai's injuries and was about to analyze the situation when his pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of pinpoints. 6-road immortal mode gives him super strong perception. Let him clearly see just now that punch. There is not the slightest chakra fluctuation, there is no trace of immortal art, that is a pure to the extreme, condensed to the horror of power. A power so brute that it was enough to tear apart the rules. Fan Quan, who was lurking on the sidelines, recording everything with a special camera droid, shook his hand so violently that the lens shook violently, almost revealing his position. His heart was beating so wildly that it almost popped out of his throat. What is this? With his bare hands. Crushed the Tao-seeking jade with his bare hands? Uchiha Zebra is the current strongest boss in the shinobi world, known from the current intelligence of the major schools. His Rokudu mode was immune to jutsu and super resistant to physical jutsu. This guy from nowhere, one punch directly ate up the Seeking Jade? He forced down his excitement and held the camera dead steady, knowing that he had captured something 100 times more powerful than expected. Makoto Ito, or rather Ito Makoto, who was occupying Rokudu-zan's body, for the first time, the arrogance and indifference on his face cracked. He could clearly feel that the strike just now was not a fluke, and the power contained in his opponent's fist was like a condensed star, directly crushing his Tao-seeking jade. This was not only an attack that was broken, but also a blatant desecration of the 6 paths of divine might that he had just built up. His face was on fire, as if he had been slapped hard. Impossible! Ito Makoto roared out, the demonic red light in his reincarnation rider's eye spinning crazily, the power of the 6 paths catalyzing unreservedly, the terrifying pressure rising once again. Wheeled tombside prison. Invisible shadows, the existence of another world, followed his will, like the best assassins, silently attacking Sun Wu's dead center. This is Rokudu-zan's exclusive pupil technique, invisible and defenseless. However, in the face of this invisible strike, it was as if Sun Wu had eyes behind him. Just at the moment when that shadow was about to touch his body was slightly sidestepped at an extremely tiny, yet wonderful angle, narrowly avoiding the trajectory of the attack. He didn't even turn his head back, bringing up a fierce fist wind with his backhand, and casually swinging it towards the empty space. Boo! A dull air-popping sound rang out, and that originally invisible shadow of the wheel tomb even looked like it had been hit by a substantial hammer, emitting a faintly audible distorted wail and instantly collapsing and disappearing. What? Ito Makoto was completely shocked. The wheel tombside prison was actually dispersed by the wind of the fist? What kind of monster is this guy? Anger and disbelief completely ignited Ito Makoto's sanity. He gave up on continuing his attempts at senjutsu, and Rokudu-zan's body erupted with speed and strength that surpassed common sense, carrying the giant wooden man and charging boldly at Sun Wu, choosing to fight in close quarters. He just didn't believe that this perfect body, which had fused the body of an immortal and the eyes of an immortal, along with the top transforming Buddha and the Suzaku Wei suit, would still lose in pure physical arts. Dang! Sun Wu didn't dodge, and similarly swung his fist to meet him. The two fists collided in mid-air. There were no brilliant light effects, only a dull thud like a siege hammer hitting a city gate. Terrifying airwaves spread wildly with the two as the center, plowing the ground with a deep furrow. Ito Makoto only felt an unimaginably huge force coming from his opponent's fist, shocking his entire arm, and inside Rokudu-zan's tough and incomparable body, his bones seemed to be wailing with an unbearable weight. Boom! The Suzaku Wei suit that enveloped the Daibutsu first couldn't support it and disintegrated. It was followed by the huge wooden Buddha statue, which also shattered inch by inch. Soon only the 6-doctored Ito Makoto was left in mid-air to continue sparring with Sun Wu. The students of Sakura University had been completely dumbfounded. They watched the invincible Rokudu Ito-sama in their hearts. That existence that had fused the primordial generation and the spot, had taken over the body of the 6 paths, and should have swept away everything, was at this moment actually being pressed to the ground and rubbed by a stranger who had appeared out of nowhere, using the purest of punches and kicks. That devastating power completely shattered their newly established illusions and fervor. The myth of invincibility was shattered and replaced by bone-deep fear and bewilderment. How could Ito-sama he? Someone murmured, his voice trembling. Who the hell is that guy? Naruto watched in shock. In 6 paths Sennin mode, he could clearly perceive the non-chakra, pure to the extreme, terrifying power within Sun Wu's body. Each eruption was like a volcano erupting, furious and direct. He even had a feeling that if he let this man go all out, he was afraid that the destructive power of each punch would surpass that of Mr. Kai's Night Kai. This person, definitely not from this world. Who the hell is he? Is he an enemy or a friend? Strong scruples welled up. It can't be. It's impossible. Ito Makoto was filled with disbelief. He could feel that as the Buddha crumbled, the perfect body of the six-path spot was also being constantly damaged by the other party's seemingly ordinary fists, and every collision was like hitting porcelain that was about to break. You used the divine power crystals too? Nope. Your power wasn't suppressed at all. What kind of monster are you? Ito Makoto attacked frantically while trying to make sense of the unthinkable situation. Why was the suppression of the rules of the origin scramble ineffective against this guy? Why was his physical strength so strong to such an extent that he could even harden his six paths body and ignore some of the six paths rules? Fear, uncontrollably, began to spread through his mind. Ah! Ito Makoto let out a defiant roar and jerked back, his hands clasped together once more. He knew that with pure physical skill, he had lost. In a desperate attempt, he forcibly communicated with the earth veins beneath his feet, trying to invoke the power of the divine tree that had just recently descended and was frantically absorbing chakra. Immortal Dharma God Tree Realm Birthday. Rumble. The earth trembled violently, and countless hideous and twisted giant trees that were 100 times thicker than ordinary trees rose up, just like ancient pythons that had come to life, covering the sky and the sun, crazily twining and squeezing towards Sun Wu. This was the ultimate Kizuna that had invoked part of the divine tree's origin, and its power far exceeded that of the previous True Thousand Hands. In the face of this heaven-destroying scene, Sun Wu didn't even raise his eyelids. He just casually swung up his arms, bringing up a terrifying storm of fist pressure. Phew! The invisible hurricane swept out, and those huge trees that were tough enough to strangle tailed beasts were easily torn, twisted, and shattered the moment they came into contact with the wind of the fists, just like rotting paper that had met the flames. Wood chips flew in the sky like a brown blizzard. In the face of absolute power, all skill is vanity. All means have been exhausted. The wheel tomb was broken. Physical skills are suppressed. The strongest senjutsu, Kizuna, was casually smashed by the other party like swatting a fly. Ito Makoto hovered dumbfounded in mid-air, looking at the figure below that broke through all of his attacks as if he were walking idly, and finally woke up completely from his power-inflated ecstasy. The emotion named fear, like an icy tide, completely flooded his mind for the first time. What the hell is this guy's deal? Chapter 108 The Mighty of the Top 5 Universities, Estes. At that moment, Sun Wu stopped moving and moved his wrist, making a soft click sound. He looked up, to the wretched and disorganized Makoto Ito, in a tone so flat that it sounded like he was asking what the weather was like today. That's it? A single sentence, like the sharpest knife, pierced hard into Ito Makoto's heart. Is this the power of the six paths that you're so proud of? The corner of Sun Wu's mouth hooked up with a sneer if anything, not even the qualifications to make me slightly more serious, This Ito Makoto was too weak to break through the base power defense brought by the Vegeta template alone. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Wu's figure suddenly disappeared from its original location. Fast. So fast that even Rokuduzan's reincarnation Sharingan eyes could only catch a blur. So fast that even Rokuduzan's reincarnation Sharingan eyes could only capture a blurry residual shadow. In the next instant, he had appeared in front of Ito Makoto, close at hand. Ito Makoto's pupils shrunk violently, panic written all over his face as he subconsciously tried to raise his arm, urging the Tao-seeking jade that surrounded his body to defend. But, it's too late. Sun Wu ignored his terrified eyes, ignored his futile defensive maneuvers, and threw a straight punch that looked plain and simple, without any energy special effects. Simply, but with the power to break the sky, it was blown solidly on top of the chest of Rokuduzan. Boom click. The Seeker's jade that surrounded Ito Makoto's body was like thin ice that had been hit by a hammer and shattered in response. Sun Wu's fist did not have any lag and directly printed on Rokuduban's chest. The terrifying power was like a volcano that had been accumulating for billions of years, suddenly erupting. Through the fist, it brutally poured into Six Paths Spot's body. Click. Click 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 click. Dense, spiderweb-like cracks, centered on Sun Wu's fist, instantly covered Rokuduzan's entire body. His strong body, which was made up of fragments of the god tree and the cells of the pillars, was at the moment like a piece of porcelain that was about to break completely. In Ito Makoto's eyes, only boundless shock, unwillingness and despair remained. He could clearly feel his body collapsing, and his consciousness was rapidly lapsing like a candle in the wind. The last thought flashed through my mind, I fused Hatsunio and Zan and took over the body of the Six Paths. I'm supposed to be a god. Surprisingly, I would die here. The power of the fist was about to completely explode, annihilating this shell along with Ito Makoto's consciousness. Just in the nick of time. Swish! Two figures, as if they were instantaneous, appeared on Sun Wu's left and right sides without warning. They stretched out their palms, one on the left and one on the right, and surprisingly pressed with unparalleled precision on top of Sun Wu's fist that was about to completely penetrate Rokuto-zan's body. Thud! An even more terrifying shockwave of power centered on the point of contact between the three and spread out in all directions with a bang. Even space seemed to ripple with ripples visible to the naked eye. Sun Wu's eyebrows snapped up. The visitors were not in ninja attire, and the aura they exuded was out of place in this world, and even farther from the power of the 6 paths that Ito Makoto had borrowed. What came from the palm that pressed down on his fist was a more condensed and pure, carrying a texture that seemed to be above the rules of this world. Their appearance made the air around them seem to become sticky and frozen, and an invisible bit of suppression descended quietly. Sun Wu's eyebrows snapped up. So strong. It was never the borrowed, flimsy power of Makoto Ito. He raised his eyes. On the left was a woman in a blue and white toned, tailored Imperial General's uniform. Ice blue long hair fell down to his waist, and the eyes under the brim of his hat were like 10,000 years of immutable ice, cold and sharp, and at this moment, they were surveying him with interest, and the corners of their mouths seemed to have hooked up into a slight and imperceptible arc. The uniform on her chest was open, revealing a large snow-white tower with a blood-red mark imprinted in the center of a deep mountain stream. Her temperament was icy cold, yet she carried an almost demonic charm, as if she was a flower of death blooming in the ice fields of the far north. On the right was a tall man, dressed more like a noble of some ancient kingdom, only with a techie battle dino that was out of place in this attire, and an undisguised arrogance and contempt on his face. He didn't even look squarely at Sun Wu, his gaze just casually swept over the nearly collapsed Ito Makoto as if he was looking at a used tool. The aura emanating from his body was domineering and flamboyant, as if he was a born king who viewed all living beings as ants. God's way strongman. Sun Wu had seen Mr. Wu Gang strike before, and the feeling these two gave him was surprisingly no worse than Mr. Wu Gang. The pressure emanating from these two men made Sun Wu feel truly threatened in this world for the first time. The 180,000 combatants that Vegeta's template had brought with it seemed a bit inadequate in front of the other side. Waste. The arrogant man was the first to speak. His voice was not loud but carried an undeniable majesty, aiming straight at the almost unconscious Ito Makoto. You can't even do this little thing right, and you almost ruined the plan. The people at Sakura University are really a bunch of trash that can't be handed out. That's all it takes to join the Upper 10 conference? His words were mean and direct, not caring in the slightest about the surrounding Sakura University students whose faces were pale and whose faith was crumbling. The woman with long icy blue hair, on the other hand, her gaze rested on Sun Wu, her eyes tinged with curiosity, her red lips slightly opened, and her voice was clear and cold. Pure physical strength? How could you explode to this extent under the suppression of the origin? It's kind of fun. Her eyes looked like she was admiring an interesting piece of prey. Ito Makoto's lax consciousness seemed to be stimulated by these words, and he rolled his eyeballs with difficulty to look at the two people who had suddenly appeared, his lips wriggling as if he wanted to say something, but he could only let out a ho-ho air sound. Lords! Estes withdrew her gaze and glanced at the man beside her. You take care of this nuisance first, we still need this vessel to awaken the woman. The woman? The container? Sun Wu's heart fluttered as he captured the key information. They knew of Otsutsuki Kagaya's existence? Didn't all the intel from the university say that the boss was Uchiha Zebra? Humph, Estes, you're nothing but a doppelganger, you and I are only in a cooperative relationship, don't use such a commanding tone to speak to me. The man named Lord snorted coldly and finally turned his gaze to Sun Wu, the look as if he was looking at a fly that had intruded into the banquet hall. He reached up and pressed the combat tester on his face. Beep, a string of values appeared on the lens. 180,000 combat power? Not bad, in the lower 5 courts, your qualifications are considered good. But kid, no matter what nook or cranny you came out of, if you dare to meddle in the affairs of our upper 5 courts, you're just asking for death. 4. This is the difference between a god and a mortal. Chapter 109, The Unrivaled Warrior of the World in the Z Era. Bejeweled. The Lord took a step forward, and a terrifying aura that far surpassed the previous Ito Makoto 6 paths mode exploded. It wasn't a mere power pressure, it was more like a kind of crushing from the level of life. The air seemed to freeze, the earth was trembling slightly, and everyone watching the battle from afar seemed to be pressurized by an invisible mountain, all of them falling to the ground. Those people from Sakura University were all like rolling gourds, blown away by the aura and fell to the ground. This is no longer a mere quantitative change, but a qualitative leap. The power of a God's Path powerhouse was as terrifying as it was. Going to the 5th house? Sun Wu frowned slightly. The top 5 schools in this top 10 ranked institutions, even their names seemed to have little public information. It was really mysterious. Not to mention the lord in front of him who exuded the aura of a powerful man of the divine path, the woman with long ice blue hair on the side. How Sun Wu looked at her felt familiar. Estes? It always feels like I've heard it somewhere. This blue-haired image of an imperial military uniform, Sun Wu vaguely remembered, seemed to be a character from some anime as well. Isn't she a top 5 college student though? Why is it an anime character? Is it possible that characters from these secondary worlds can appear in the present world? But this was not the time to think about that. That lord's aura at the moment was clearly aimed at himself, and his aura alone was surprisingly suppressing his 180,000 battle force from moving. He looked at the fusion sublimator lying in the system space with a playful smile on his face, as if he hadn't felt the slightest bit of the aura that was enough to crush the mountains. Beat up the little one, and here comes the old one? No, by the looks of it, you guys are the ones behind this, aren't you? As he spoke, he secretly communicated with the system, and at the same time, he sank his mind into the fusion sublimator that he had just received in his arms. Disposable fusion sublimator. A special technological item produced by the god country of mimetic light, which can be used in most dimensions, temporarily fusing the power of 2 or less legacy templates for 1 hour. Currently fusible templates: Inferior Saiyan Warrior Son Goku Battle Power 416, Saiyan Prince Vegeta Battle Power 180,000. Estimated combat power after fusion, 74,880,000 combat power multiplied. 74,888,000. This was the bottom line that Sun Wu was still standing calmly right now. Seek death. The Lord was clearly angered by Sun Wu's relaxed attitude. How dare a mere mortal who has not even set foot on the path of the gods be so arrogant in front of him? He didn't even bother to draw the sword at his waist, he just casually raised his right hand, spreading his 5 fingers wide and giving a false grip to Sun Wu. There was no earth-shattering convergence of energy, nor were there flashy light and shadow effects. However, Sun Wu felt the space around him tighten violently, and an invisible but irresistible terrifying force squeezed from all directions, as if it was going to crush him hard into pieces. Lords, don't crush him to death, I still want to study it. Estes reminded from the side, her tone flat as if she was discussing how to deal with an experimental mouse. Oomph, just a mole cricket. The Lord was unimpressed, but the force on his hand seemed to slow down a touch. The crushing force was no longer instantly fatal, but had turned into a slow but more torturous crushing. Click here. Click here. Sun Wu could even hear his bones groaning with the sound of being overwhelmed, and the strong flesh of Vegeta's template looked fragile in front of this power. Zhao Fei and Ren Ishu, who fell on the ground, showed shocked faces in the protection of that divine light, not expecting that the mysterious strongman who could crush the 6 paths of Ito Makoto to be defenseless in front of this man. And, by the looks of him, he seems to be the one behind Ito Makoto? He still had the strength of a divine path powerhouse. If he struck out at them, the 2 of them were afraid that their life-preserving shields wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was too easy for a God's Path powerhouse of the same level to destroy this divine blessing. At the edge of the divine tree, leaning against the cover of several corpses, Fan Quan, who was lurking in the pile of corpses, didn't even dare to take a breath, his eyes transforming into a camera to faithfully record this scene. He felt like he was about to suffocate. The events of today, the twists and turns, each one was enough to shake the entire Federation. I didn't realize that someone from a previously godforsaken top 5 university had shown up. Right at the moment when Sun Wu was trapped by the power, he no longer hesitated and roared low in his heart, fusion. Buzz. An imperceptible light lit up from Sun Wu's arms, instantly enveloping him. The power of the lower-level Saiyan Son Goku, and the power of the Saiyan Prince Great Ape Vegeta, began a marvelous mingling at this moment through that magical device. Not simply superimposed, but sublimated like a chemical reaction. A far more berserk, deeper, and more terrifying breath than the previous Vegeta template, like a flood beast that has been sleeping for billions of years, suddenly awakened. Boom! The spatial squeezing force that was originally enough to crush even steel into powder, when it came into contact with this newborn force, it was like fragile thin ice that shattered in response. For the first time, the arrogance and contempt on the Lord's face froze. A trace of unbelievable astonishment also flashed through Estes' ice-blue pupils. Both of them felt at the same time that the figure that was originally like a mole cricket in their eyes was experiencing a crazy surge in breath at an unimaginable speed. The data in the combat power tester on the Lord's face was also jumping wildly. 180,000. 1 million. 10 million. 50 million. In the end, that raging aura stabilized at a level that made even the Lord feel palpitations. 74,888,000. How is this possible? The Lord subconsciously increased the invisible binding force, but the pressure that was enough to crush steel just a moment ago was now like a breeze brushing over an obstinate stone, unable to shake it in the slightest. Without divinity. How can a mortal's power reach this level? The alarm bells in his heart rang frantically. Most of the strongest people who had taken a step on the divine path only hovered around 10 or 20 million in combat power, and this monster in front of him who had no divinity had a power value that was actually several times that of theirs. This combat dynamometer is malfunctioning? The Lord's first thought was that there was something wrong with this newly issued combat power instrument. And as the light dissipated, it was no longer the normal ninja face that stood in place. In its place, there was a handsome face with a bit of evil, a bit of cynicism, yet full of absolute confidence. The upturned corners of the mouth, the eyes that burned with crazy battle intent, seemed to announce the coming of a legend. If anyone has ever watched Dragon Ball, they would know that the gangly visage in front of them is the legend of legends in the Dragon Ball world, the strongest warrior of Generation Z. Vegeta. He moved his wrists, his bones making a crisp popping sound, and his eyes locked on the grim-faced Lord, grinning, revealing his morose white teeth. Warm-ups, over. Now, it's my turn. Chapter 110, King of Thieves, Gordy, Roger? The wild and unruly smile on the corner of bejeweled form Sun Wu's mouth had not yet dissipated, and his figure had already approached the drastically changed face of the Lord as if he were moving in an instant. Too slow. 2 words lightly spoken, like the whisper of death. Immediately after that, there was a furious storm of attacks. Boom. 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 The intensive sound of clashing fists and feet was like the most urgent war drums, frantically beating in the silent battlefield. The Lord who had originally carried the mighty pressure of a God's Path powerhouse and attempted to crush everything with his aura was completely reduced to a human-shaped sandbag at this moment. No, more like a leather ball. Sun Wu's figure transformed into an uncatchable stream of light, flashing rapidly around the Lord. Every punch, every kick, contained a terrifying power that was enough to break apart mountains and rivers, and solidly bombarded the Lord's body. Lord tries to block, try to counter by trying to close the distance. However, in the face of absolute speed and power, all his movements seemed clumsy and futile. His arm had just been raised when Sun Wu's fist had already smashed into his chest. His saber was just an inch out of its sheath when Sun Wu's whip leg had already swept into his waist and ribs. Dang! The Lord was like being hit by a high-speed train, and his entire body bowed and flew backwards, plowing a deep furrow into the ground. However, before he could land, Sun Wu's figure had already ghostly appeared at his landing point, and with a clean uppercut, he once again blasted him into midair. Boom! Another heavy leg, slashing down like a battle axe, slammed the Lord, who had just risen to the top, hard into the earth, stirring up smoke and dust. The Sakura University students in the distance had looked completely dumbfounded, and one by one, they were paralyzed and trembling. The God's Path powerhouse who was towering over them a moment ago, treating them like ants and controlling Ito Makoto's life and death, was now being brutally beaten like a doll by that mysterious man? This subversive scene completely shattered their psychological defenses. Gulp! Van Quan, who was lurking in the pile of corpses, swallowed hard, his hand holding the camera droid trembling slightly from overexertion. The camera was deadlocked on the blurry figure in the center of the battlefield, and he felt that his heart was about to be unable to withstand this succession of stimuli. This wasn't big news anymore. This was a shocking secret that was enough to rewrite the power landscape of the Federation. Estes, who had been standing by the side with an ice-cold temperament, seemed to have seen something peculiar at this moment, and a trace of color flashed through her ice-blue eyes. As she looked at the Lord who was being ravaged by Sun Wu, the trace of any curvature at the corner of her mouth seemed to widen by a few points, and the meaning of amusement in her eyes became even more intense. This man who came out of nowhere had grown in power in a way and intensity that was beyond her expectations. But you're still just mortal after all. What's next? But with another heavy blow, the Lord finally couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of golden blood, blood that contained the power of divinity. He fell to the ground like a broken sack, smashing a huge crater. Sun Wu's figure slowly fell down, hovering at the edge of the pit, looking down at the wretched Lord at the bottom of the pit. He didn't pursue immediately. The huge power brought by the fusion was like rushing magma, surging in his body, and a desire to fight originating from the Saiyan bloodline was burning. This feeling of pure power collision is really exciting. The tyranny brought about by the giant ape Vegeta template and the thrill of battle pursued by the Monkey King template spawned an almost frenzied will to fight in Vegeta's fused form. However, to Sun Wu's surprise, the lord at the bottom of the pit struggled to stand up. He wiped away the golden blood at the corner of his mouth and straightened up his somewhat messy nobleman's clothes. Except for a slightly disorganized breath and some extra dust on his face, his body was surprisingly unharmed. Even the parts that had just been the focus of Sun Wu's punches and kicks, the clothing did not have the slightest breakage, as if the stormy and violent beating just now had only tickled him. Sun Wu frowned slightly, and the smile on his face tightened for a few moments. It's not right. Each of his strikes just now contained enough power to blow up an asteroid. Even if the other party was a God's Path powerhouse with amazing flesh strength, it was impossible to carry so many hard blows without even a decent injury. The Lord raised his head and looked at the Monkey King, that lofty arrogance reappearing on his face, anger tinged with a hint of pity. Foolish mortal. He laughed coldly, his voice carrying a strange penetrating power. Do you think you can challenge the majesty of the divine path with brute force? He stretched out his hand, and a faint but golden ray of light emanating an immortal aura emerged from his palm. I'm the one who stepped onto the divine path, comprehending the rules and touching the divine nature. Divinity, the essence that is above all mortal power. What can you do even if you have more than 70 million combatants? Still nothing more than a slightly stronger ant in my eyes. Divinity is indestructible, and it's hard to injure a mortal body. Your attack can't even break my defense. The Lord's voice carried the absolute confidence of a. No matter how strong your power is, it is ultimately the power of a mortal. How can you shake the realm of a god? So it is. It dawned on Sun Wu that this was the reliance of a strong person of the divine path? Bit suppression and damage reduction from divinity? Is that so? Sun Wu moved his wrists, making a crackling sound, and his battle spirit became even higher. I see that you didn't spit out blood just now, did you? In other words, as long as you can't break through that turtle shell of yours, spitting a mouthful of blood won't kill you. That spit in 10,000 mouths would kill you, wouldn't it? Arrogant. The Lord was completely enraged by Sun Wu's contemptuous attitude. Without further ado, his body sank slightly, assuming a posture of drawing his sword, and the saber at his waist began to hum. At the same time, a blurry but endless domineering shadow slowly emerged behind him. It was the silhouette of a man wearing a captain's hat and a red overcoat with a bold smile on his lips. That's... Sun Wu's pupils shrunk. This vapor, he recognized. Surprisingly. King of Thieves, Gore D. Roger? The legacies of the top 5 universities were truly extraordinary, so much so that even an existence of this level could serve as a legacy template. Buzz. The Lord violently unsheathed his sword. In an instant, heaven and earth lost their colors. A black blade light that was condensed to the extreme, as if it could cut through cause and effect, like the thunder of creation that broke through the chaos, suddenly flashed. Around the light of the blade, countless streaks of black as ink lightning were entwined, emitting crackling and popping explosions and emitting a palpitating aura of destruction. Above the sky, the clouds, which had been dispersed more or less by the aftermath of the previous battle, were completely torn apart and shattered under this blade, revealing an even deeper and emptier starry sky. The terrifying blade intent locked on the Sun Wu. It wasn't just a chopping attack on a physical level, but also contained a will to cut through all rules and be overbearing and unparalleled. Divine evasion. The Lord's voice was like rolling thunder, resounding through the heavens and earth. This slash brought together his divine power as a strong member of the divine path, as well as the pinnacle of the mysteries in the Pirate King Roger's legacy. Its power was enough to instantly level a planet. In the face of this destructive slash, the Saiyan blood in Sun Wu's body completely boiled. After fusing the giant ape Vegeta template, the berserk and belligerent factor that was deeply hidden in his bloodline was infinitely amplified, and at this moment, there was not the slightest bit of fear in his eyes, but only the burning intent to fight. Even, under the influence of the bejeweled template, an inexplicable sense of excitement welled up in his bones, an urge to collide with a strong enemy and crush all obstacles. Hiding? Why are you hiding? He grinned a cocky, blazing smile. His right fist was clenched tightly, and he did not use any fancy energy techniques, but simply condensed the terrifying combat power in his body, which was as high as 74,888,000,000, into a single point without reservation. Then, meeting the black blade light that tore through the heavens and earth, he blasted out with a fist. Divine avoidance? God shuns me, Sun Wu not shunned. Chapter 111, God Avoidance. The Lord's voice was like rolling thunder, resounding through the heavens and earth. This slash brought together his divine power as a strong member of the divine path, as well as the pinnacle of the mysteries in the Pirate King Roger's legacy. Its power was enough to instantly level the surface of a planet. In the face of this destructive slash, the Scion blood in Sun Wu's body completely boiled. After fusing the giant ape Vegeta template, the berserk and belligerent factor that was deeply hidden in his bloodline was infinitely amplified, and at this moment, there was not the slightest bit of fear in his eyes, but only the burning intent to fight. Even, under the influence of the bejeweled template, an inexplicable sense of excitement welled up in his bones, an urge to collide with a strong enemy and crush all obstacles. Hiding? Why are you hiding? He grinned a cocky, blazing smile. His right fist was clenched tightly, and he did not use any fancy energy techniques, but simply condensed the terrifying combat power in his body, which was as high as 74,888,000,000, into a single point without reservation. Then, meeting the black blade light that tore through the heavens and earth, he blasted out with a fist. Divine avoidance? God shuns me, Sun Wu not shunned. On the one hand, there was an overwhelming blade light that tore through space, wrapped in destructive black lightning, and was so ferocious and overbearing that it seemed as if it wanted to cut off everything in the world along with the rules. On the other hand, it was just a plain-looking fist without any energy glow entwined around it, simple and direct, even appearing a bit plain. Extreme splendor and extreme simplicity form an incomparably stark, if not somewhat absurd, cutthroat feeling at this moment. These two very different scenes were deeply imprinted in the eyes of every living being still conscious on the battlefield. Those paralyzed Sakura University students, who had just recovered from the shock of Rokudo Ito being brutally beaten, were now shocked by the even more unimaginable sight in front of them. That's Lord's divine avoidance. The legendary Pirate King Roger's pinnacle stance. A student lost his voice and screamed, his voice twisted and distorted by fear. When Lord headed to the Sakura district, he struck out and killed the then vice-chancellor of Sakura University with just a single slash, instantly silencing the entire Sakura district. And at this moment, Lord used this blade again. He even tried to catch it with his fist? Is he crazy? Why? Why does his fist look so ordinary? Not even a single energy fluctuation? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can the power of a mortal possibly fight against the rule chop of a God's Path powerhouse? I must be dreaming. Yes, this must be a nightmare created by infinite moon reading. Murmurs of horror, skepticism, and disbelief filled the crowd as their newly collapsed worldviews were now being crushed to smithereens. Zhao Fei and Ren Su, who were protected by the divine power light shield and collapsed on the ground, were even more dumbfounded, almost forgetting the severe pain on their bodies. Their mentors were divine path powerhouses, so they naturally knew more about the terror of divine path powerhouses. This lord, I'm afraid that his strength is not below that of their mentor, and an attack that contains the power of rules is basically a descending blow for those without divinity. But why, this person who hadn't stepped into the divine path was able to resist? Unarmed. Hard to shake God avoidance? Zhao Fei muttered, his eyes filled with incomprehensible shock. That was a strike that contained the rules of divinity. Pure power, can it really do that? Ranishu's face turned white as he stared deathly at the fist that was swung out. Monster. This guy is definitely a monster. His power, it doesn't conform to common sense at all. When did the Federation produce such a demon? On the other side of the battlefield, Naruto, who had just stabilized Kai's injuries, had a frantic warning from his senses in Rokudo Sennin mode. He clearly saw that seemingly ordinary fist contains enough to make the stars tremble horror energy, pure, condensed, violent. So scary. Naruto couldn't help but take half a step back, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. In immortal mode, the will of nature was frantically signaling him, as if the world was about to be destroyed. This kind of feeling is even more terrifying than the power that Grandpa Rokudo passed over in his mind. What kind of power is this? Sasuke beside him, his chakra eyes were also filled with gravity as he gripped his Kusanagi sword tightly. Kakashi and Sakura and others even more atmosphere do not dare to gasp, just that fist swung out brought up invisible air pressure, let them feel a burst of suffocation. As for Ito Makoto, who was on the verge of collapsing and blurring his consciousness from Sun Wu's punch, his remaining thoughts captured the plain and simple fist shadow, as well as the black blade light that cut through the heavens and earth. Boundless despair and a sense of absurdity completely engulfed him. It turns out that the power of the 6 paths that one is proud of and has taken great pains to seize is really Nothing in front of these real monsters. Fist. He really connected with his fist. Fan Quan, who was hiding in a distant pile of corpses, was so excited that he almost manifested his own inherited shadow, the lens in his eyes locked dead on the center point of the collision. Film it. It has to be filmed. This is an exclusive. Fist-breaking god avoidance. This was a cross-level battle against a God's Path powerhouse. If this video goes out, the whole federation is going to blow up. My name, Fan Quan, is destined to resound. Ruyan Lu. Wait for me. He had already begun to fantasize about the scenario where he was on his way to the top of his life with this video. It was at this moment when all eyes and minds were divided. The plain and unadorned fist finally collided head-on with the domineering and overwhelming blade light that was wrapped in black lightning. No earth-shattering energy blasts. There are no brilliant, eye-catching light effects. Even the voice seemed a little dull. Dang. It was as if two stars had ruthlessly collided together at speeds beyond the speed of light. Again, it was as if the first thunder of the opening of the heavens had been forcibly compressed into a square inch. Time, in this moment, seemed to have been pressed on the pause button. The black blade light, which was enough to cut through cause and effect and tear through space, suddenly solidified the moment it came into contact with the fist. The pitch-black lightning that wrapped around the blade light and emitted a destructive aura was as if it had been strangled by a large, invisible hand, crackling and snapping, but it could not advance a single bit further. Immediately after. Click. An extremely subtle, yet clear sound of shattering rang out into everyone's ears. As the first crack appeared on top of the perfect glaze. The solidified black blade light, from the center point of contact with the fist, surfaced a fine crack. Then, there was the second course, and the third. The cracks were like spider webs, spreading wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just the blink of an eye, the divine avoidance blade light, which was originally unrivaled in power and seemed to be able to annihilate everything, was covered with dense cracks, like a porcelain that was about to completely shatter. No. No way. For the first time, the arrogance and confidence on the Lord's face was replaced by horror. Chapter 112 God, Immortal? He could clearly feel his strongest strike infused with the power of divinity and Roger's inheritance. The divine avoidance that was strong enough to injure a strong person of the same level on the divine path. Surprisingly by the other party with pure meat fists, head-on block, even, is collapsing? He tried to urge more divine power to maintain the light of the blade, trying to crush his opponents with the power of rules. However, in front of that seemingly ordinary fist, the divine power that he was proud of, the rules that he had comprehended, seemed to have encountered some kind of absolute existence that was even more brutal and unreasonable. That power, ignoring the rules, ignoring divinity, crushed everything with the purest, most direct and violent gesture, pure power. Give me the shred. Kai King's Fist 3x. The red aura of his body instantly flared up for a split second. Sun Wu let out a low cry from his mouth, and the power in his fist suddenly erupted once again. Boom. A loud sound that was dull to the extreme, but seemed to shatter the soul. The black blade light that was covered in cracks could no longer maintain its form, and like a glass mountain detonated by billions of tons of explosives, it exploded. Countless black shards of blade light mixed with pitch-black lightning, splattering wildly in all directions. Each of the fragments contained a shocking amount of energy, cutting a bottomless gully into the ground and instantly chopping off and annihilating the branches of several divine trees in the distance that were too late to dodge. The terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions with the collision point as the center. Smoke, dust, broken rocks, broken wood. Everything was caught up in it, forming a huge tornado that connected to the sky and the earth. And at the center of this energy storm, Sun Wu's figure stood proudly, the fist that he had swung out slowly retracted, and on top of the fist's blade, there was not even a trace of white marks left behind. He didn't even wiggle his coat. On the contrary, the Lord was as if he had been hit hard in the chest by an invisible giant hammer, and his entire body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. The saber in his hand let out an unbearable wail, and a few tiny cracks even surfaced on the blade. But when he was in midair, the Lord could no longer suppress his chi and blood, violently spewing out a large mouthful of even more dense and piercing golden blood. Incredulous shock and bewilderment were written all over his face. God shuns. Being broken? Blown out head-on with his fists, by a mortal who hadn't even stepped on the path of a god? Put. The Lord's body smashed into the ground like a meteorite, stirring up a sky of smoke and dust and leaving behind a human-shaped deep pit. The smoke slowly cleared and the lord at the bottom of the pit struggled and staggered to his feet. The nobleman's costume on his body had completely shattered, revealing the close-fitting, shimmering, strange inner armor inside, but even this apparently extraordinary inner armor was currently covered in fine cracks. More golden blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, his face was as pale as paper, the hand holding his saber was trembling slightly, and the few cracks on the saber were especially blinding. He raised his head and looked towards Sun Wu, who was suspended in mid-air and had not even messed up his hair, his eyes filled with uncontrollable shock and confusion. God Shun was actually blasted to pieces head-on? How is that possible? How is that possible? This person had actually used pure physical arts, pure flesh, and pure strength to break his own rule-containing power of divinity? The Lord's mind roared as countless memory fragments tumbled over. He recalled how many geniuses of the same divine path who faced his divine evasion, which contained Roger's overbearing will and his own rules of divinity, either dodged in a mess or were injured even with full-force defense in the competition within the alliance of higher beings. With this move, he had even cut through the defensive divine art of a lower god in a cross-border mission with a hard cut. That was his greatest reliance, the backbone of his position as an elite of the upper five courts, overlooking all beings. But today, just now, this blade, which was enough to behead a god, was used by a mortal who hadn't even set foot on the threshold of the god's path. A hard, brutal blowout with a mediocre-looking fist. The other party's power, pure to the extreme, berserk to the extreme, as if ignoring the boundaries of the rules, directly from the most fundamental level, with the absolute force, crushed his proud skills and way. He was so proud of his skill and Tao. This completely overturned his perceptions and shook the power system he had always believed in. An emotion called fear, like an icy viper, crept up his spine, sending chills down his body. Sun Wu landed not far in front of the Lord, his hands clasping his chest, his mouth hanging with Vegeta's signature smile as if he was taunting his opponent. He, who had fused the Vegeta and Son Goku templates, was now high on battle spirit, and as he looked at his opponent's disoriented appearance, a thrill of battle belonging to a scion welled up in his heart. Sun Wu was still being suppressed by this world origin contention and couldn't release Qigong waves, but this instead made him gradually enjoy the exhilarating feeling of punching to the bone. Perhaps it was the Scion bloodline that made him enjoy the fight more and more. What? God's power is so small? This light question was like the most vicious curse, piercing the Lord's heart. Small? He was a powerful man of the divine path, a genius of the alliance of higher beings, and he was actually taunted by a mortal about his power being small? The intense feeling of humiliation instantly overpowered the fear, making the Lord almost lose his mind. He raised his head violently, his scarlet eyes glaring deathly at Sun Wu, an almost maniacal hideousness surfacing on his face. Asshole! What do you know? The Lord hissed and growled, his voice slightly pitchy from the excitement. Even if you got lucky and broke my divine evasion, so what? He forcibly straightened his spine, trying to find a trace of dignity that belonged to a strong man, even though his hand holding the knife shook even more. I am an existence that has stepped onto the divine path. My body has long been quenched by divinity. If the divinity is not extinguished and the rules are not destroyed, I will not die or be injured. The Lord growled in color, trying to build a last mental defense with words that, no matter how strong your power is, it is ultimately mortal power. You can never really hurt me. Much less kill me. He spoke decisively, as if he was cheering himself up, but the slightly trembling line of his voice revealed his inner weakness and uncertainty. Yes, divinity can drastically mitigate non-divine damage, and the suppression of bitterness is an insurmountable rift. But is really absolutely unkillable? He recalled the terrifying power that still shook him through his divine protection when his fist collided with the blade light just now, causing his chi and blood to churn and his internal organs to tingle. Thinking about the mouthful of golden blood he had spewed. Like the guy in front of me said before. One mouthful of blood is fine. What about 10,000 mouthfuls? The thought was like the devil's whisper, ringing in the back of his mind and sending shivers down his spine. Oh? Is that so? Sun Wu raised an eyebrow, the mocking look on his face intensifying. Chapter 113 Estes strikes. Never kill? Why do I remember that a certain god, just now, seemed to have vomited blood? He stretched out a finger and pointed at the golden blood remaining at the corner of the Lord's mouth, his smile wide but with a hint of icy teasing. It seems that this turtle shell of your divinity isn't completely leak-free. If you can't punch through it, why don't you just throw more punches? Sun Wu moved his wrists, making a crackling sound, and the battle spirit in his eyes rose again. Don't worry, I have nothing else but strength and time. Just the thing to try with you, to see if your so-called divinity can spell you back after beating you to a pulp. These words, like ice water poured over his head, instantly extinguished the last trace of fluke that the Lord had just ignited. Fear once again overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. He looked at the man with the nuclear goodness smile in front of him and felt as if he had become a demon from hell. This guy is serious. He really wanted to beat himself alive. You crazy person. The Lord's voice trembled with fear, and he subconsciously took half a step back. Crazy? Maybe. Sun Wu grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. However, to be able to pull down the high and mighty god and step on his feet, this feeling, it's quite good. Before the words fell, his figure disappeared once again. Not good. Alarm bells rang loudly in the Lord's heart, and without thinking, the remaining divine power surged madly, attempting to dodge instantaneously. However, his reaction was fast and Sun Wu's speed was even faster. Boo! A fist, as if it had broken through the limits of space and time, came after and solidly imprinted itself on the Lord's abdomen. Ah! The Lord let out a miserable scream. The whole person once again flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, his body curled up into a shrimp in midair, and another mouthful of golden blood sprayed out wildly. This time, he could clearly feel that the power contained in his opponent's fist was even more violent and cohesive than before. The force savagely tore at his divine defense, and although most of it was counteracted, a small portion of it still penetrated, impacting his internal organs and bringing about heartbreaking pain. Damn! His power seems to have gotten stronger again? The Lord's heart was filled with horror and despair. In the distance, Estes, who had been coldly watching, had a strange color in her ice-blue eyes. She watched with interest as the Lord, who was being ravaged by Sun Wu like a sandbag, and the hint of curvature at the corner of her mouth grew even larger. Funny, really funny. Pure power can even reach such a point, and even vaguely have signs of touching the rule barriers. What is this man, really? She whispered to herself, a hunting gleam in her eyes. He's so strong, though. I kind of like it, it's pretty cool too. As for Zhao Fei and Renée Su, who were protected by the divine power light shield, they were already completely numb. They looked at Lord, who had been unbeatable earlier and had crushed Ito Makoto in the blink of an eye. At the moment, he was being pressed by that mysterious man on the ground and blasted and hammered, not even able to fight back. It just felt like my worldview had been repeatedly crushed and shattered to the point of no return. Is this really a power that a mortal can possess? Zhao Fei muttered, his voice dry. Shouldn't we be happy that we are not his enemy? Ran Ishu said with a palpitating heart. And Fan Quan, who was hiding in the pile of corpses, was so excited at the moment that he was about to pass out. Got it. It's all on camera. Fist breaks God's avoidance. Storming the God's Path powerhouse. Ha ha ha. Developed. I, Fan Quan, am going to be rich. He covered his mouth to death, afraid that he would burst out laughing, and the camera robot Legacy Voxel, shaking slightly from his excitement, faithfully recorded the scene that was enough to overturn the Federation's perception. Boom! 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 Dull blows sounded like dense drumbeats, resounding continuously on the battlefield. Again and again the Lord was blasted away, again and again he struggled to get up, and then again and again he was knocked down by heavier punches. His divine defense was indeed powerful, and each time, it was able to counteract the vast majority of the power from Sun Wu's fists, allowing him to not be instantly killed in seconds. But, as Sun Wu said, if you can't get through, just throw more punches. With each attack, there was so much power that was able to penetrate the defense, and when accumulated, the damage was still considerable. The Lord felt his consciousness begin to blur, the divine power in his body was rapidly depleting, and even maintaining his divine defense was becoming more and more strained. The inner armor on his body had long since completely crumbled, and the exposed skin was covered with bruises and tiny wounds, and although it slowly recovered under the effect of divinity, the speed of recovery was far from keeping up with the speed of the injuries. If this continues, he will really be killed alive. No. I can't die here. A strong desire to survive fueled the last of the Lord's potential, and a flash of frantic determination flashed in his eyes. Estes! Don't make a move yet? Lord Horihia gave the order. He let out a mournful hiss toward the blue-haired woman watching the battle from afar, with a sense of desperation and final madness. However, Estes just stood still, her ice-blue eyes watching with interest the Lord who was being ravaged by Sun Wu like a ragdoll. The playful arc at the corner of her mouth was even a few points deeper, as if she had no intention of interfering at all, but instead seemed to be enjoying a wonderful gladiatorial fight. Just as Sun Wu was about to swing his fist again and completely beat the Lord into unconsciousness, an extreme chill filled the air from Estes' direction without warning. It wasn't an ordinary low temperature, but an absolute zero that seemed to freeze the soul and stagnate time and space. The hairs on Sun Wu's body stood up in sweat, and the sharp intuition brought by the upwards of 70 million combat power in his fusion form frantically warned him. Almost instinctively, he gave up chasing after the Lord. His figure stormed back, instantly pulling away tens of meters, staring with a guarded face at the blue-haired woman who was walking slowly. Ice-blue frosty splendor centered on Estes, spreading noiselessly like ripples, and wherever it passed, the air froze, the drifting smoke and dust stood still, and even the light seemed to become sticky and sluggish. The Lord, who was still struggling at the bottom of the pit, instantly stiffened in his movements, the expression of pain on his face was fixed, and his entire body was like a worm sealed into amber. What a bizarre power! Sun Wu's heart fluttered. The aura emanating from this woman's body, purely from the intensity of her energy, didn't seem to be much stronger than the Lord just now, both being in the realm of a step on the divine path. However, the feeling she gave Sun Wu was far more dangerous than the Lord. That kind of danger even vaguely reminded him of the feeling of powerlessness he felt when he was in school, facing Vice Principal Lin Tianchang. Especially that icy blue spread just now, it was by no means comparable to Lin Jingjing's kind of freezing fruit ability. It was a more essential and overbearing kind of freezing, as if it were going to completely stop the movement of all the fundamental particles that made up the world. Time freezes on the physical level. Sun Wu estimated that his fused 70 million or so combat power was not enough to break through as easily as he had crushed the Lord, I'm afraid. Must be careful. Chapter 114, Earthlings. Era Estes stopped and stood next to the frozen Lord, cocking her head as she surveyed Sun Wu, her eyes running over his fused Vegette face, and... Little brother, your appearance has changed yet, much smoother than that ninja-looking guy just now. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently tapped the blood-colored mark on the whiteness of her chest, and that mark seemed to twist and distort slightly with her movements, adding a few more demonic touches. However, I'm more curious. Estes' ice blue eyes narrowed slightly, like a cat spotting prey. You seem to recognize me in this body? Even know the power of this demonic essence of mine? She took 2 steps forward, her high-heeled boots making a crisp sound on the ground, each step accompanied by a spread of cold air. This incarnation of my puppet, Estes, should be the first time I've left that tiny subworld and come to the present world. And that world, too, is controlled by my god alone, so no one has ever been there. How did you know? There was innocent curiosity on her face, but a hint of morbid excitement and inquiry flickered in the depths of her eyes. Sun Wu's heart pounded, but his face managed to remain calm. Estes, the villainous big boss in Zeno Red Hitomi. This woman is really the queen of the jitterbugs. And she's a puppet? What's that supposed to mean? Isn't that a real person in front of you? Estes watched Sun Wu's subtle change in expression and seemed to catch something. Her eyes snapped open and a sickly smile that bordered on mania appeared on her face. Ah! I remember. She clapped her hands together excitedly, as if she'd figured out some crucial point. My god once mentioned that there are some special existences that are able to cognize us projections from the subdimensions and know where these subdimensional history towards. They are called. Her voice carried a strange seductive power as she stared intently into Sun Wu's eyes. Earthling? The moment the last 3 words fell, Sun Wu only felt a chill go straight from his tailbone to the sky. It was as if the blood in his body had frozen at that moment. How does she know about Earth? The identity of the traveler is revealed? Oh. Seeing Sun Wu's instantly stiff reaction, the look of surprise on Estes' face completely erupted, just like a child who had gotten his most beloved toy, so excited that his cheeks flushed red. Surprisingly true? That's great. My god will be so happy. She opened her arms violently, her icy blue pupils glowing with madness. In that case, please. Stay. God Advent. Buzz. In an instant, the icy blue light that was still slowly spreading erupted like a flood that broke the dike. With Estes as the center, a huge, ice-blue field that covered several kilometers in a circle instantly took shape. Heaven and earth lost their colors and everything froze. Whether it was the air, the earth, the ninjas watching the battle from afar, the shivering Sakura University students, or even the Lord who had just regained a sliver of his consciousness, all of them were completely frozen in this instant. It was as if time had been forced to press the pause button at this moment, and the entire world was transformed into a static icy blue painting. Sun Wu was also enveloped by this terrifying freezing power. His body was as if he had been plunged into solidified cement, and even his thinking seemed to have become sluggish. He could feel every particle that made up his body stop vibrating under the force. At the same time as this absolutely static field took shape, a far more terrifying and vast aura began to brew in the sky above, far more terrifying and vast than when the dark goddess Belinda had previously sent down divine punishment. Click! The sky shattered as if it was a mirror, and a huge spatial crack was forcefully torn open. Behind the rift was the deep, boundless, unknown void, with the vague outline of something ineffable and unimaginably large slowly approaching. A true, divine kingdom, high above the void, seems to be forcing its way down to this world. Just as that spatial rift widened to the extreme, and the aura of the divine kingdom was about to completely penetrate the barriers between the two worlds, rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire Naruto world, or the foundation that made up this world, shook violently and violently. It was as if a sleeping ancient will had been awakened. An indescribable will that transcended time and space suddenly descended from the deepest part of the Naruto world. Buzz! Wherever that will passed through, Estes ice blue field, which was enough to freeze space and time, was like thin ice under the sunlight, shattering inch by inch and dissipating instantly. All the frozen people and things returned to normal, but the terror and bewilderment on their faces were frozen forever. Immediately afterward, a huge shadow that was blurry yet seemed to fill the entire heaven and earth slowly emerged in the sky. The shadow couldn't see the exact face, but it emitted an ancient, vast, world origin-like aura. The silhouette merely calmly raised its hand and gently pressed it towards the spatial crack that was about to completely open up. Boo! A soft sound like a bubble bursting. The spatial crack that emanated a terrifying divine might and connected to the divine kingdom was hard pressed back by this palm. Smoothed out. As if it never existed. The wildly sickly smile on Esta's face instantly solidified, replaced by disbelieving consternation and a hint of scorn? Void? She seemed to recognize the origins of the shadow, and there was an imperceptible gravity in her voice. After smoothing out the spatial cracks, the gigantic shadow called nothingness seemed to have pierced through endless space and time and landed on Sun Wu. In the next moment, Sun Wu felt that everything around him was once again still. But this time, instead of the icy freeze that Estes had, it was a gentler, yet more irresistible force. Aside from him and that gigantic shadow, the entire world had become absolutely still. A calm, ancient voice without the slightest hint of emotional coloring resounded directly in the depths of Sun Wu's consciousness. Outsider. No, I should call you Earthling. Sun Wu's heart set off shocking waves. Another one who knew about Earth? There is no need to be alarmed. The voice didn't waver, I mean no harm. In fact, I've been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. I am named Void, or rather, I was once the supreme god of this universal dimension named Void. It is the guardian of this world and the created. The voice paused and began to slowly narrate a dusty history that was enough to overturn Sun Wu's perception. Endless ages ago, God the Father, the being you might call God of creation, awoke in the chaos and created this vast multiverse. Chapter 115, The Past and Present Life of the Federation. He took the supreme divinity from nothingness and molded 5 supreme beings to rule the fundamental laws of the universe. Subsequently, the 12 principal gods were created to act in loco parentis. However, after a number of epochs, Father God was nowhere to be found, leaving behind only a creation crystal that contained the mysteries of creation. And then after that is the beginning of the disaster. The vapid voice seemed to take on a trace of imperceptible heaviness. Tens of thousands of years ago, a world that did not belong to this universe of ours, like an out-of-control star, forced its way through the cosmic barriers from the outside and crashed into the world created by Father God. That's the present world in which your federation is now located. Federal. Present day. Outsiders? Sun Wu's consciousness was vibrating wildly. With them came 24 powerful outer gods. They covet the legacy left by God the Father and seek to seize control of this universe. A great war that swept across the entire 10,000 realms subdimensional universe broke out. In the end, in order to protect the origin of the universe from being completely eroded by external gods, our 5 supreme gods chose to shatter themselves, fusing themselves with the creation crystals and transforming themselves into countless fragments of origin that were scattered and hidden in various dimensional worlds. Waiting for those who were destined to follow the rules left behind by Father God to collect them, in the hope that someone in the future will be able to retrace the path of the Most High. And after the Genesis crystals shattered, we received instructions that Father God left in the founding crystals. It was as if Father God had known that there would be this calamity. When the crystal of creation shattered, the power left inside gave me the name Otanashi Sesshomaru and placed me in this world called Naruto, leaving me with a mission. If one day, one encounters someone who can cognize information about the nature of this world and asks if he or she is from Earth. If so, deliver this to him. Along with the words, a bit of shimmering light floated out from the void and hovered in front of Sun Wu. Is that a shard that looks plain, yet seems to contain the mysteries of an entire world? This is the origin fragment, which is part of the building blocks that make up the cornerstone of this great universe. In addition to our few broken and returning supreme gods, the 12 lord gods also fell in that battle, their divine kingdoms fell in rank, and in order to avoid the pursuit of the outer gods, they have disappeared into the long river of history of the various dimensional worlds to live on. As for those invading outer gods, in the end only 5 survived. These 5 outer gods, having tampered with the history of the present world and erased the traces of the existence of God the Father and God the Most High, have molded themselves into new gods. They established the present-day Star Martial Federation 100 years ago and set up 5 universities, and their true purpose is to cultivate you so-called heavenly prides as cannon fodder and tools for exploring the various dimensional worlds and searching for origin fragments. 5 universities? Aren't there 10 top 10 universities? It seemed to have seen Sun Wu's doubt. Sesshomaru Otsutsuki, the god of nothingness, explained. Only that top 5 university creators are that bunch of outside gods. The so-called new gods of the present World Federation, they are nothing more than the lower gods that have been born from your present World Federation in the last 100 years with the tacit approval and even support of the outer gods, that is, the controllers of the bottom 5 ranked universities. Although they are equally hungry for the power left behind by God the Father, they are still, in essence, pawns of the outer gods. This woman. Otanashi Sesshomaru's voice pointed towards Estes, who was frozen in place. She is not a real living being, but a bilocation created by one of those 5 outer gods, the creator of the 5th-ranked Court of the Dimensional Kings, the outer god named Halhea, modeled after the natives of a certain dimensional world. Whether it's the outer gods or the new gods, they are frantically searching for and collecting the various relics and origin fragments left behind by the Father God and the Supreme God in an attempt to refine them, complement themselves, and peer into the higher realms. The reason why Estes and that pirate template kid appeared here is because they mistakenly believed that the origin fragment of this world was sealed in the body of that woman named Otanashi Kagaya. They want to seize this Rokudu Ban's body as a vessel to awaken Kagaya and then seize the shards. But they're wrong. The fragment of the origin of this world has always been with me. The silhouette of Otanashi Sesshomaru silently looked at the shard that emitted a shimmering light in front of Sun Wu. Now it belongs to you. Of course, not every fragment of the Supreme God of every world still has its own consciousness. I am an exception. God the Father seems to like this world so much that the creation crystals individually endowed me with a personality. Also, be careful to keep the secret that you are from Earth. That gang of outer gods, who seem to have learned information from certain origin fragments that were looted by them, have also begun to pay attention to people from Earth. After giving you the origin fragment, this world and I will gradually return to nothingness and everything will disappear. I will use the authority of the void to void all information about this woman, and she will become what she was at the beginning. All sense of existence associated with her would be void. Even if it was the ascended god, Horia, wouldn't know about what happened today. I will also cleanse the memories of these people around me, so remember not to reveal your information in the future. As for this origin fragment, you will naturally remember all of this when you reach godhood in the future. After saying that, without waiting for Sun Wu to speak, the shadowy figure reached out and brushed his hand from the sky, emitting a strange light. Countless thin lines appeared on Estes' body extending outward, some connecting to the people around her, one connecting to Sun Wu, and countless others connecting to the distant unreadable void. As the shadow's large hand waved over, these invisible threads broke and returned to nothingness. Estes transformed into a ray of light that gradually condensed into a 7-colored gem, and together with the origin fragment, it disappeared into Sun Wu's body. Did fate bet on you too? The moment the origin fragment was thrown into Sun Wu's body, the silhouette let out an unexpected query and then disappeared. What is this? However, after the light didn't enter Sun Wu's body, the voice appeared for the first time to have violent mood swings, as if it had perceived something unbelievable. The light that had just merged into Sun Wu's body instantly sprang outward from his body, as if trying to break free from the muddy swamp, but was suddenly and instantly ripped into Sun Wu's body by some sort of force. The light disappeared after a few moments. Everything around them returned to normal as well. In a flash, time began to flow again. You can't kill me. I'm a student of the Higher Life Alliance. You dare to kill me, and your school will suffer because of you. The Lord was still hissing as hard as he could. Sun Wu, however, realized that the Lord seemed to have forgotten about Estes. Before that, he was screaming at her for help. Wait a minute? Who's Estes? Chapter 116 Void Authority. Sun Wu suddenly felt as if he had forgotten something. What are you doing? Oh, right. The reinforcements from Makoto Ito and I, this lord, are battling against each other. Battle spirit surged to his heart. Sun Wu clenched his fists, ready to finish off the lord with a single punch. The host has been detected to be under the influence of an unknown authority power. It is being eliminated, please wait. Huh? Why did the system pop up all of a sudden? Sun Wu was at a loss. Name of authority, Void. Source, Supreme Spirit Void. The effects of the authority have been eliminated. Mission, the origin shard has been obtained. Bonus, a brand new divine path has been issued, to be chosen. With the system prompt, a large amount of memories flooded into his mind. Sun Wu paused briefly to sort out the causes and consequences. What was that just now? Sun Wu's heart was horrified beyond words. This feeling was too terrifying. He had just lost all his memories instantly, logically forgetting Estes, and everything the god of nothingness had said. If it wasn't for the system, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know what happened right now, and would only think that I had defeated a lord of the upper fifth house. Sun Wu looked to the system space. A 7-colored gem appeared there. Alchemy Golem Stone. A golem stone crafted by the god of alchemy Levenbeck on a whim, which can be activated when injected into the information state, copying all memories, abilities in the information state. Strength level cap, first step on the divine path. Is this the 7-colored gem that Estes transformed into, the work of the god of alchemy? And who is the god of alchemy? One of those 5 outer gods? I wonder where it ranks. The supreme god's void consciousness. A body of consciousness that contains the memories of an entire Naruto movie, as well as a small amount of divine knowledge called Void, with an interface that can manipulate the authority of the current world called Void. Current state is frozen, will resume activity when system space is removed. Something else, however, made Sun Wu freeze. This is? The god of nothingness entered the body and was caught by the system? This guy also said that he would dissipate after giving the origin fragment to himself? If it wasn't for the system, would it have let him hide in his body? It felt like he had an agenda too, not like a good one. Sun Wu once again looked at the system space. No way? The system? Where's my origin fragment? There were just a few things in the space grid, and Sun Wu looked at them one by one for half a day without seeing the origin fragment. He clearly remembered the god of nothingness giving it to himself. Perhaps tired of being asked by Sun Wu, the system finally responded. The origin shard has been misappropriated and the reward has been issued pending selection. God's path selection. There are 2 ways to give out rewards depending on the current host. 1. Acquire a divine path associated with the host that has been tread by previous generations and has reached up to the upper true god level. 2. A brand new god's path. The current world has not been explored before the road to reach the end of the unknown limit, maybe the lower god, may also be higher than the upper true god. The 2 choices were in front of him. Sun Wu had a hard time deciding for a moment, and between the turns of his thoughts, he decided to put the matter on hold and solve the immediate trouble before saying anything. When the Lord saw Sun Wu stop and his color changed, he thought that the other party had scruples and forced down the fear and hatred in his heart and squeezed out a smile. Don't worry, as long as you don't kill me, this can only be considered a normal sparring session in our origin battle, there won't be any major incidents. His tone was fawning and curt, trying to stabilize the bogeyman in front of him. After all, ever since he was born in the God's kingdom and walked the Commonwealth, he had never suffered such a strange humiliation as today's, nor had he ever been so close to death. Sorry, I got lost in thought just now. Sun Wu returned to his senses, his gaze fell on the Lord and a morose smile appeared on his face. I'll send you on your way now. The smile on the Lord's face froze instantly as panic overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. No! You can't! I am the Lord of the Higher Life Divine Court. I'm a citizen in the kingdom of God, you can't kill me or the Divine Court won't spare you. He shouted at the top of his lungs, moving out of the way of his last resort. What responded to him was Sun Wu's waveless voice and the sudden burst of terrifying power. Boundary King's Fist 5x. Boo! With a flash of scarlet aura, the fist carried a devastating force, and in the Lord's desperate and incredulous gaze, it completely shattered his remaining divine defense, blasting his entire body into a mist of diffused blood. Higher Life Divine Court? What is that place? Sun Wu shook his hand carelessly, as if he had just swatted a fly, and turned his head to look at Ito Makoto, who was paralyzed not far away. Ito Makoto had witnessed the entire process of the Lord being instantly obliterated, and at this moment, his liver and guts were cracking, with nothing but extreme horror in his eyes. That Lord, who seemed to him to be high and untouchable, had died just like that? Seeing Sun Wu's gaze cast, Ito Makoto rolled around and tried to back away, incoherently begging for mercy. Big brother. Big brother. I was wrong before, that Fusion Sublimator is considered a filial tribute to Big Brother. We have no grudges in the past, no grudges in the recent past. There's no need to drive us to extinction. If Big Brother still wants it, spare my life and I'll go back and get you a few more. What do you think? Oh? You guys still have a lot of this Fusion Sublimator? Sun Wu paused slightly in his steps, unimpressed by Ito Makoto's plea for mercy, but the message in his words made him stay attentive. The Fusion Sublimator thing was really good. If it wasn't for it, it would have been hard to predict the victory or defeat when facing two powerful people who were one step along the divine path today. It would naturally be good if you had the opportunity to get a few more as a base card. He would naturally head to the Sakura area later to get it himself. But that doesn't mean letting Makoto Ito off the hook. No grudges in the past? Sun Wu looked at him with a playful smile. Then you're wrong. Between us, we have a deep hatred, yo. He meant it. Your own brother died like that? You don't intend to take revenge? Brother? Wasn't Ito Ryanosuke killed by that Sun Wu guy? This time, he investigated that Ji-Hai from that military region helped him kill the Golden Snake provider that he had worked with before. It also purposely towed the anchor point where the Golden Snake had previously carried it, and had expected to take care of the student named Sun Wu along the way. Ito Makoto jolted, seemingly remembering some crucial information. His pupils suddenly shrunk, shock and fear crawling on his face, and he lost his voice. You are. Boo! Not waiting for him to finish, there was another punch. Ito Makoto's voice came to an abrupt end as his consciousness sank completely into eternal darkness. After solving the two troubles, Sun Wu walked towards the two light eggs wrapped in divine light. Zhaofei and Renisu inside the light shield were pale and shaking like chaff. Big brother. Big brother. No. We were just passing by. Big brother. Don't kill us. We're blind and deaf, we don't know anything. After witnessing Sun Wu blast the God's Path Powerhouse Lord without changing his face, and casually crush Ito Makoto to death, the two men's souls were scattered at the moment, leaving them with only the most primitive instincts to survive. However, Sun Wu's footsteps did not stop in front of them, and he straightly stepped past the light shield towards a pile of messy corpses not far away. Chapter 117, The End of the World. There, still hiding, was a little mouse that hadn't moved from its nest since a while ago. Buzz. Fan Quan hid in the gap between a few corpses, only to feel an icy chill creeping up his spine, his blood on the verge of freezing. He's coming. The monster came at himself. Fear was like an icy tide, instantly drowning his sanity. He wanted to run, to scream, but his body felt like it was nailed in place, unable to move. The only thing that was still working mechanically was the legacy figment in his eyes, the camera robot. The camera locked dead center on the step-by-step figure. The face with a touch of evil, a touch of cynicism, yet full of absolute confidence, was becoming clearer and clearer in the camera. The jet is so powerful that it seems to suck in one's soul through the icy lens. Shoot. Shoot it. Van Quan's teeth were chattering frantically, his lips trembling, but he continued to maintain the angle of the camera in depth. This face must be photographed well. This is enough to turn everything upside down. It's worth it. Even if he died here today, as long as this video could get out, his name, Fan Quan, was destined to go down in the annals of federal history along with this mysterious strongman. Just when Sun Wu was only a dozen meters away from the pile of corpses, and Fan Quan could almost smell death. The change is steep. Click. It was as if the sound of something breaking rang out, not from a specific object, but from the entire world. The sky, the earth, the divine trees, the corpses. All of them began to glow with an illusory, colorful halo. Immediately afterward, these things, like sand paintings that had lost their support, began to disintegrate, turning into countless tiny, strangely glowing particles that drifted upward. This, Zhao Fei and Renisu watched in horror as their hands and feet began to become transparent and particleized as well. Is the world disappearing? All of them noticed the horrific change. The earth beneath their feet was turning into flowing crumbs of light. The Sakura University students in the distance even let out screams of despair as they watched everything around them, including themselves, being reduced to points of light of nothingness. Sunwoo stopped his steps and looked at the world that was breaking up like a dream bubble, his eyebrows slightly raised. Did the god of nothingness say that when the origin fragment is taken, this world will return to nothingness? He wasn't too flustered, he just felt a little bad that he hadn't had a chance to torture the kid who had been filming and find out what he knew. Sunwoo lifted the inheritance fusion the moment before he returned to the present world. Going back with Vegeta's overly conspicuous face was tantamount to asking for trouble. The lords in Ito Makoto who had just been pinched to death had forces behind them, so if they were blocked at the resurrection point based on their looks, it would be a lot of fun. Not to mention there was Estes, and while the void claimed to have erased her traces, who was to say that there weren't more clever means of tracing them? Wasn't it because of the system that he remembered all the truths that had been erased by the nothingness? The 7 colored particles of light were like a river of stars breaking through a dike, instantly sweeping through the entire Naruto world, devouring everything visible and invisible. Buzz. A slight sense of weightlessness accompanied by a dizzying distortion of space, and the blinding light faded quickly. Sunwoo felt his feet regain solidity and found himself in the familiar center square of the Star Martial Federation University. The huge sculpture of the school's emblem reflected the light in the afternoon sun, surrounded by a bustling crowd of people, most of whom had a mixture of bewilderment and unresolved trepidation lingering on their faces. The heaven-destroying power within his body receded like a tidal wave, and the bejeweled form brought about by the fusion sublimator disappeared completely. A brief moment of weakness ensued, but more than anything else, it was the excitement and unfulfilled desire that lingered in his blood after the earlier intense battle. After moving his arms and legs to make sure he had regained his original appearance, he squeezed into the chaotic crowd without moving, bowing his head slightly and pretending to be as stunned as the people around him. Back. Really back. What the hell just happened? The world just disappeared? Where's Makoto Ito? And that guy who's super fierce. Where did people go? The origin shard. Who got it? Did anyone see who got it in the end? The plaza was instantly like an exploding frying pan, and the students who had survived the robbery were talking with a mixture of fear, confusion, and even a hint of inexplicable excitement on their faces. Of course, there are always those picture-perfect guys who don't seem to take what just happened when the world fell apart at all seriously. Holy! What's going on back there? Whose hand took the shard so fast? My black earth. So close. So close to touching the leg. No, my Daisy. It's pure love. I managed to get in a timeline this time when Daisy was a kid, and I've just gotten her favorability level up. Which goddamned person screwed up the world? My Tsunade. Woohoo! My youth is over. I say, aren't you guys who play Sub-Zero pushback a little too much for your tastes? I saw a guy with Kankuro's face in the sand-hidden village ripping off old Lady Chio. It is said that some upperclassmen, after having no hope of advancing in their own strength, become completely addicted to subdimensional looting, viewing it as a game that can be repeatedly rated. They take advantage of the characteristics of each subgenre reset in character memory recall to figure out the target character's personality and experience, and play the perfect role in the next entry, thus achieving the purpose of the raid. I didn't realize that there were already such senior players among the freshmen. In contrast, most of the students who had experienced the thrilling battle for the origin, especially those who had witnessed the final scene of the world collapsing, still had palpitations and pale faces at this moment. And on the high platform at the edge of the plaza, several vice principals of the lower 5 institutes looked differently, maintaining a superficial calm. Xia Weibing, the vice-chancellor of Magic City University, straightened his straightened suit and swept his eyes sharply over the returning crowd of students below, as if he was carefully searching for a specific target. Huang Xiaotian, the vice president of Divine State Martial Arts University, had his hands behind his back, his face stoic, but a hint of anticipation swept imperceptibly through the depths of his eyes. Lin Tianchang, the vice-chancellor of Star Martial Federal University, had the most bland expression, only occasionally casting his gaze in the direction of the vice-chancellors of Kyoto University and Tianhai University. Xian Kuan, the vice president of Tianhai University, stroked his chin with a thoughtful inquiry on his face. Jin Hai, the vice president of Kyoto University, still maintained his gentle demeanor, but his fingers tapped unconsciously on the armrest. They are all waiting for the final result. This time, the Naruto World Origin Scramble was very different from the past. Chapter 118, Bamami, Eren, Io. Those few truly towering great figures of the upper five courts, true god-level existences. It had been signaled through some channel before the mission began. This ninja world's energy level is not high, the birth of the origin fragments for them is like chicken ribs, it is not worth to personally play, so gift to the next 5 houses to fight on their own. Of course, the upper 5 houses still sent 5 representatives in symbolically, but this undoubtedly gave the lower 5 houses a great opportunity. Whosoever student could finally capture this origin fragment would be counted as a credit, and the fragment would naturally belong to that school. As for the meritorious students themselves, perhaps a few high-quality energy crystal cores, or some credits and resource rewards, will be enough to get rid of them. After all, for the vast majority of students, origin fragments are far less useful than direct resources. Principal Lin, did your school students make any gains this time? Huang Xiaotian of the Divine State Martial Dao spoke seemingly casually, but his gaze swept over Lin Tiancheng without a trace. Lin Tiancheng smiled slightly and gently shook his head. Principal Huang is joking. How could such a coincidence happen so easily? On the contrary, your school, I heard that the elites sent out this time are of extraordinary strength. How did that Zhao Fei student perform? Huang Xiaotian snorted, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at Zhao Fei, the leader of his school in the crowd. Zhao Fei was the best of the freshman class, having reached the 5th level of martial arts, and was even given a life-preserving divine power crystal by his mentor before he set off. The several vice principals were polite and pleasant on the surface, but their words were full of temptation and wit that only an existence of the same level could understand. This time, although the origin fragments were not worth mentioning to a true god, to them, vice principals at the inferior god level, they were still rare treasures, enough to make their respective bases 1 point thicker. Who could not be impressed? The hubbub in the plaza grew louder as students exchanged stories about their experiences in that ninja world, sharing all sorts of information, either thrilling or bizarre, while speculating on the final outcome. Zhao Fei and Ren Su were mixed in the crowd, their faces still pale and essay. And they subconsciously glanced at each other, and both saw in each other's eyes the celebration of the aftermath of the robbery and a deep afterthought. The power of that mysterious strong man was too terrifying. Luckily the other party didn't seem to have much interest in these two small characters of theirs. Only, they were a bit strange. It was logical that someone should have gotten the origin fragment before the world would end, but how come the big guy who had the most hope of getting the fragment was nowhere to be seen? Although those people at the scene didn't know that it was Sun Wu who had gotten the origin fragment, according to the time when the Sun Wu bejeweled image was in great power, there should be no one stronger than this big man in that world. They scanned back and forth through the crowd of freshmen and couldn't find the impressive figure. Fan Quan, meanwhile, was huddled in an inconspicuous corner, clutching his chest, where his camera droid core storage unit was stored. He didn't dare to meet anyone's eyes, especially those of the vice principals on the high platform, for fear that the uncontrollable excitement and fear on his face would reveal something. From the moment he appeared in the plaza, he began desperately trying to transmit the recorded video footage through his personal communicator towards the encrypted private cloud in his forum homepage. He was well aware of the value of the videos, and understood their potential risks a moment too late and they would likely be detected and stopped by some force. The battle footage of the students of the upper 5 academies, especially the scene of that mysterious powerhouse violently beating up the God's Path powerhouse, this was definitely superb news that could ignite the entire federal network. Fan Quan had already begun to fantasize about his bright future of soaring to the top of his life with these exclusive videos. I'll marry Ruyan Lu. Wait for me. Sun Wu, on the other hand, was like an even more ordinary student, mingling in the crowd, slightly lowering his head, seemingly listening attentively to the surrounding classmates' comments, but actually perking up his ears to catch all the useful information. The atmosphere in the square was gradually pushed to a climax, and everyone's gazes, whether intentional or unintentional, slowly began to converge on the high platform. Who is the winner of the origin fragment? Hey, speaking of which, where are those people from the upper 5th academy? How come we didn't see any of them come out? Yeah, I remember they went in first, right? There were 5 or 4 of them in total? I can't remember. I think it's 4, isn't it? I remember 4, but it's strange, why are there only 4 people in upper 5? It can't be that the people from the upper 5th house have taken it again this time, can it? I don't think any of us said we got the shard, did we? The students' murmurs had not yet subsided when the soon-to-be dissipated space door in the center of the square suddenly burst into another violent energy fluctuation, attracting everyone's attention. The three figures were repelled out and staggered a few steps before they could stand still. The first one to stabilize his form was a young man wearing ordinary casual clothes, but his skin, all over his body, was densely inscribed with countless constantly flowing golden magic array runes, exuding an esoteric and bizarre aura. His gaze was as sharp as a falcon as it swiftly swept across the plaza, finally landing on the two figures that had also just solidified behind him, his brows frowning imperceptibly. "Bamami, Aaron, by the looks of you, you didn't get it either?" He spoke, his voice taking on a metallic quality, as if he was a bit surprised by the outcome. Right behind her, a young girl with a double ponytail in the shape of a golden yellow drill, a tiny bowler hat with two flower-shaped soul gems set into the rim, and a gorgeous yellow skirt stood firm. She let out a soft hum and raised her hand to stroke the brim of her hat, her large, watery eyes sweeping across the room and finally settling on another person. "Io? Aaron? Even you two came back empty-handed? So it's a success for the Lord? That surprises me a bit." Her tone held a hint of imperceptible displeasure. When she finished, her brows unconsciously furrowed, always feeling as if there was some particularly disgusting person she had forgotten, and her heart was inexplicably a bit annoyed. The last to appear was a handsome, almost neutral-looking blonde young man with skin as fair as fine porcelain and a holy aura. He listened to the young girl's words, and the corners of his mouth curved up in a faint arc. "Bamame, your Witch of the Heavens Academy has deep roots. Have you gotten fewer origin fragments? You're that upset that someone else beat you to it this time? How dare I be unhappy, yo, Aaron-sama." Banami rolled her eyes, her tone exaggerated, and "Your Garden of the Gods is a large family with forces spread across the heavens, so naturally you don't see this sesame-sized resource. But then why are you still here to grab this bit of soup and water from us little people?" Chapter 119 The Lord is Dead? She didn't seem to want to say much, her eyes slipped around the square, didn't find the person she was looking for, and then she threw back her trademark drilled ponytail, stepped on her tiny shoes, and walked straight through the crowd without looking back. That gesture was as if he didn't care about the attribution of this so-called origin fragment. Aaron didn't think much of Baimai's entrapment, and just nodded slightly at the rune-covered AIO as a greeting. The next moment, his back swish sound, violently opened a pair of huge and white feather light wings. The wings of light flapped gently, bringing up soft air currents, causing countless students below to let out earth-shattering exclamations and envious screams. In the midst of the clamor, Aaron's figure shot up into the sky and instantly disappeared into the heavens, leaving behind only a few feathers of energy that slowly drifted down and dissipated. This faction, this strength, silently highlights the insurmountable gulf between the upper fifth and other schools. Only the rune youth named Io remained, who stayed where he was with his arms folded over his chest in amusement. Instead of leaving immediately, he acted like an ordinary spectator, his eyes darting between the returning students and the vice principals on the raised platform. His relationship with the Lord was quite okay, and this time when the Lord got the origin fragment, he himself could have the cheek to dabble in the light and participate in the origin together. However, time passed by, and there was a constant stream of students stabilizing themselves from the aftermath of the dimensional passage and blending into the crowd in the plaza. The subdued and curious look on Io's face faded. He watched as the light of the space door grew dimmer and dimmer, and the energy fluctuations subsided until it finally closed completely and turned into nothingness. The Lord, who never showed up. The expression on Io's face froze. What's going on? The space door had completely closed, which meant that the battle for the origin had ended. The Lord is not out yet? But the sight of that world dissipating and collapsing into countless light particles just now was real. That was the signature phenomenon that only happened when the origin core was taken away, and he had personally experienced it more than once and would never recognize it. The origin shard was indeed taken. Not the Kingpin? Who could that be? An absurd, yet sinking thought crept into his mind. Could it be that? Aio's eyes suddenly sharpened, and the golden runes in the depths of his pupils spun rapidly. The elites of the upper 5 academies have had an accident in the battle for the origin of a low-energy level world in the district? How is this possible? How many years has it been since this happened? So much so that he subconsciously didn't even think about the possibility of death just now. His gaze once again swept over the noisy, bewildered, and even a bit thankful students in the square, as well as the vice presidents of the lower 5 institutes who were pretending to be calm on the high platform, but with anticipation hidden under their eyes. The clamor on the square did not subside due to the departure of several heavenly prides from the upper 5 courtyards, but instead became more and more noisy. So, who the hell took the origin shard? I don't know, I've asked around and no one seems to recognize it. Could it be that one of the big boys is hiding? Not wanting to be exposed? It's possible, after all, this time even the people who went to the fifth house returned empty-handed. But isn't there someone from upper fifth who hasn't returned? There's only like 3 of them, right? Students mingled, their eyes darting through the crowd, trying to catch a hint of unusual excitement or nervousness on a particular face, but never coming up with anything. The origin fragment was like a stone sinking into the sea and was nowhere to be seen. Sunwoo blended in with the crowd and pressed the brim of his hat a little lower, silently listening to the chatter around him. He could feel that the gazes of the several vice principals on the high platform were like searchlights as they began to unabashedly scan the entire square. Principal Lin, have you contacted the students in your school? Huang Xiaotian asked Lin Tianchang without moving. Lin Tianchang shook his head slightly, his tone flat, no clear news yet. What about Principal Huang's side? Neither. Huang Xiaotian's gaze slightly condensed as he turned to Xia Weibing, the vice-chancellor of Mordor University who had been silent. Chancellor Xia? Xia Weibing pushed up his glasses. Mordor University didn't gain anything this time. Several vice presidents of the lower 5 academies exchanged a glance with each other, all seeing the gravity and doubt in each other's eyes. Just then, Aio, the youth who had remained in place, the one with golden runes inscribed all over his body, slowly walked to the front of the high platform. Headmasters, he spoke, his voice carrying a hint of imperceptible heaviness, several of us, none of us have gotten the origin fragment. When these words came out, a suppressed gasp rang out from the students below. Not even those who went up to the 5th courtyard got it? Aio paused, his gaze sweeping across the square, finally settling on a certain direction, his voice a few moments lower. And, lords, it didn't come out. I'm afraid. Have fallen in that world. Boom. This news was like a thunderbolt, exploding on the high stage and in the crowd at the same time. Fallen? The elite of the upper 5 courts, a God's Path powerhouse, had died in a mere subworld with a low energy level? The calmness on the faces of the several vice principals could no longer be maintained, and they all revealed looks of shock. They knew very well that the students sent out by the upper 5 courts were at the lowest level of cultivation of 1 step on the divine path. This Naruto world has an entry restriction that prevents stronger people from entering, and a step on the God's path should have been an existence that crushed everything in this world. How could he die? Classmate AIOU, are you sure? Lin Tianchang asked with a dry voice. Io nodded, little expression on his face. The space door has closed and he has not returned. Also, I confirmed with both Bamami and Aaron that we did not have a conflict with him. He probably died at the hands of someone else. Death by other people's hands? Who? Who else in this world could kill a divine path powerhouse? For a moment, everyone's gazes, including AIOU's, were like sharp swords as they swept towards the thousands of students in the square once again. This time, their eyes were sharper and more scrutinizing, not sparing a single sign of suspicion. Soon, their gazes coincidentally focused on the edge of the plaza, the small group of Sakura University students who were gathered together, looking flustered, eyes averted, and out of place with the other students. Students of Sakura University, Vice President of Kyoto University Jinhai spoke gently, but his tone carried an undeniable pressure. Looking at you, you seem to know something? The bodies of the few Sakura University students who were named trembled violently, their faces instantly turning pale. One of the students, who looked like the leader, finally couldn't help but open his mouth as his lips trembled under Jinhai's gentle but seemingly penetrating gaze that forced him to look at him. It's Ito Kuan. Ito Makoto Senpai. Makoto Ito killed the Lord? No. Not. Chapter 120, The Shock of the Crowd. He broke off and incoherently told the story of how Ito Makoto had seized Uzumaki in the trial, the grand plan of the Sakura district, and even seriously injured Zhao Fei of Divine Martial Arts University and Reni Su of Tianhai University. Zhao Fei. Rani Xiu. Huang Xiaotian immediately drank. In the crowd, Zhao Fei and Reni Su, whose faces were still pale, looked at each other and walked out stiffly. Principal Wang, Principal Jin, Zhao Fei took a deep breath and confirmed the words of the Sakura University student, we were indeed attacked by Ito Makoto's attack and almost lost our lives. Renishu added, his voice carrying a hint of trembling after the robbery, Ito Makoto was very strong, we are no match. And then? Xia Weibing pursued, what happened to Ito Makoto? Later. Zhao Fei gulped, a trace of incredulous palpitations flashing in his eyes. Later, a mysterious person suddenly appeared. Runishu took over, his voice still trembling. That person is very strong. He seems to have a grudge against Ito Makoto, and without saying a few words, he punched Ito Makoto half to death with a few punches. What? The vice principals on the high platform and AIO simultaneously paled. They had heard about Ito Makoto's strength. Although not as strong as a God's Path powerhouse, he was definitely at the top amongst the freshmen, and to be defeated by a few punches? More than that. Zhao Fei's voice rose steeply, carrying an uncontrollable fear. That Lord of the upper fifth house. It's that Lord of the higher life divine court. He fought that mystery man later too. What's the result? Io pressed sharply, golden runes flashing rapidly in his pupils. The result? Enisu closed his eyes, as if he didn't want to recall that horrible scene. The Lord was also killed by that mysterious man. The Lord released a horrible move called Divine Avoidance, all of which were shattered by that man's fists, flesh, and brute force. How can? This time, Aio's exclamation of surprise spread throughout the square. Aio was struck by lightning and staggered back half a step, absurdity and incredulity written all over his face. As a man who had competed with the Lord all the way as well as an enemy and a friend, he was naturally aware of the Lord's power. A mortal who hadn't even stepped onto the path of a god used his fists to beat to death a heavenly lord from the higher life divine court who had taken a step onto the path of a god? It also defeated the divine avoidance, which is said to be avoided even by the gods. How is that possible? What about the suppression of bits from divinity? What about the crushing power of the rules? That's the biggest thing a God's Path powerhouse can rely on. The reason why the strongest of the divine paths could dominate and vaguely have the momentum that all under the divine paths were mole crickets was because of the horrifying weakening ability of divinity against the damage of godlessness. How can pure power break through such boundaries? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Aioyu lost his voice and roared lowly. He and the Lord's strength was in between. He knew the Lord's power and the toughness of the divine defense. How can the power of a mortal harm a strong person of the divine path? Are you guys looking at this the wrong way? Zhao Fei and Renisu shook their heads in succession. Absolutely right. We saw it with our own eyes. Before that Lord died, he even shouted that he was a student of the higher life divine court, telling that person not to kill him. Aioyu and several vice principals were in a state of great shock and confusion, and the scene was dead silent, with only the sound of ragged breathing remaining. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd. Quick look! The 10 Courts Forum. Someone posted a video. Seriously? A video of the Origin battle? Let's see. It's true. The headline is Fist Breaks God's Avoidance. Mysterious strongman violently beats up her fifth house heavenly pride. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Countless students opened their personal terminals with their hands and feet and flooded into the 10 Courts Forum. A slightly shaky, but unusually clear video was topped as the most popular. The video begins with the very scene of Ito Makoto being easily defeated by an unassuming ninja figure with a forehead protector. The scene then switched, and the figure suddenly turned into a hair-rooted, handsome lookalike, and engaged in a shocking duel with the Lord who emanated a divine light. The most shocking scene is that the Lord fully exerted the God of Void, the black blade light that tore the world domineering, but was the other side of a seemingly mediocre fist front block, and then inches broken. Immediately after that, there was the image of the Lord being repeatedly ravaged by that figure like a sandbag, and finally being blown into a bloody mist by a single punch. Throughout the square, a needle could be heard. All those who saw the video were as if they had been cast in a fixation spell, with extreme shock frozen on their faces. The comments section of the forum instantly exploded. Comment 1, I'm dropping a turtle. Who is this? A little too fierce? 3 punches to Makoto Ito? Comment 2, opened up, right? The 2 that Ito Makoto violently beat before, seems to be our school's Renisua. Isn't he this year's newcomer king? The battle test ranked in the top 5 of our school's freshman year. This comparison, this guy who defeated Ito Makoto was so scary. Comment 3, in the front, what's that Ito Makoto, the one in the back who was killed as the Lord of the Higher Life Divine Court? Most of you are probably from the off-campus houses of various universities and don't know the ropes. Although these upper 5 colleges are in the same top 10, their quantum level can be completely different from ours. It's us, the sons of the family, who know the horrors of this. Comment number 4, confirmed, the one who was beaten up in front was Ito Makoto, and Zhaofei of Shinshu Budo and Renisu of Tenkai were also injured by him. The blonde in the back is the Lord. So, who the hell is this mystery man? Which school? Comment 5, this power is too outrageous. There's no divine fluctuation in him at all. Purely relying on physical strength to beat up a God's Path powerhouse? This is not scientific. Comment 6, what do you know upstairs? It's called absolute power. 1 power to 10. It's awesome. Requesting contact information for the big guy. Io stared dead at the video screen, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpricks. He clearly saw that mysterious person had not used any divine power since the beginning, and had completely relied on that terrifying to unimaginable physical strength and combat skills to hard grind the Lord to death. How is it possible that pure power can really override the rules? The Lord's divine defense had been pierced through in such a brutal manner? What kind of monster is this guy? Io turned inside out, a chill surging through him uncontrollably. He asked himself that if he were to face this person in the video, he was afraid that he wouldn't end up much better than the Lord. Moreover, the Lord's move, divine avoidance, was a rare skill that had developed the power of the inheritance template to the level of apotheosis, and he had even used this move to split the defensive technique of a lower god who hadn't cared about his attack. Surprisingly, it was shattered by that mysterious man's punch with the front of his flesh? The several vice principals on the high platform similarly watched their hearts and minds shake dramatically and looked at each other in dismay. Which academy is this son actually a student of? Lin Tiancheng muttered, his eyes filled with inquiry and shock. Such terrifying physical strength is simply unheard of. Could it be some sort of special physique or inheritance? Huang Xiaotian frowned. With a mortal body, against the path of the deity. This is simply breaking common sense. Jin Hai's tone also lost its usual calmness. A demonic student who was able to kill a God's Path powerhouse with a non-God's Path body. Chapter 121, Missing One? This news was even more powerful than the attribution of the origin fragment. The origin fragment was certainly precious, but the energy level of this ninja world was placed there, so how much substantial enhancement could absorbing it give to them, the inferior gods? At best, it's icing on the cake. But a student with such horrible potential is worth something completely different. All the major schools had their own controlled subworlds, and some of them had even been completely refined as if they were their own backyard gardens. If this student could be taken under his wing, wouldn't he be able to gain the upper hand in future battles for higher energy level origins? Especially in those special worlds where there was a suppression of divine power, this kind of pure physical strength was simply priceless. For a time, the gazes of the several vice principals on the high platform became burning, like hungry wolves spotting a fat lamb, scanning repeatedly among the thousands of students below, itching to immediately pull out the figure from that video and examine it for its true identity. Everyone was praying frantically in their hearts it must not be a student from our school. Xian Kuan, the vice president of Tianhai University, stroked his chin, his eyes colorful. He slowly played the image of Sun Wu's fist shattering the god's dodge over and over again, and saw his heart burning with the absolute power of that unreasonable. Tianhai University's core resource place, the Beastman world, was precisely based on physical combat, and over the years the competition for the origin had been repeatedly thwarted, just short of a strong physical body that could break the stalemate. If we can get this kid. No, even if he is not a student of Tianhai, spend some cost to borrow it, won't it be just around the corner to raid the orc world? Xian Kuan's breathing was a little ragged. The students on the square didn't think about all the twists and turns, they were still immersed in the great shock of the video. Holy! Who is this dude? It's too fierce. Fist-busting divine skill. This special effect. Isn't right, is this a real ING hit? The god avoidance of the Lord Ah. I've heard the big man in the family say that it can cut down gods. Upstairs don't blow it. Although the Lord is a God road powerhouse, but the god avoidance cannot be able to behead the god still depends on the situation, but by the mortal with a fist to burst. This is indeed outrageous. His mother to outrageous open the door, outrageous to the home. Where did the video come from? Who shot it? Is it any longer? The part where he beat up Ito Makoto was awesome. Kneel down and ask for the big guy's contact info. I want to give him a monkey. Ahem, watch out upstairs, maybe the big guy is mixed up among us. There were exclamations of surprise, strange cries, and the sound of sucking in cold air. On the high platform, several vice principals were forcing themselves to stay calm and were also watching the video over and over again, trying to dig out more information from it. Everyone, have you noticed a detail? Xia Weibing, the vice president of Magic City University, pushed up his glasses, his gaze sharp behind the lenses. In the video, both this mystery man and the Lord have looked in the direction of the right side of the camera several times during the fight in unison, with obvious wariness. The crowd froze and rushed to take a closer look again. Sure enough, in between the intense fighting, both men's eyes did briefly glance in the same empty direction, and that was by no means a normal observation in battle. Could it be that there was a third person present at that time? Huang Xiaotian, vice president of Divine State Martial Arts University, frowned. But there's nothing in the video. Kim Hei, vice president of Kyoto University, was also confused. Could it be the shooter? Lin Tianchang, the vice-chancellor of Star Martial Federation University, casually guessed, but felt it was unlikely himself. How could the sneak peeker have the guts to put two powerful men in a fierce battle on alert at the same time? Not like that. The sandguards shook their heads. Their reaction is more like, there exists some existence over there that is scary enough to even threaten their lives. This discovery made several vice principals' hearts flutter. An existence that could make even that mysterious student in the video and the Lord of a Step on the Divine Path feel intimidated? What level would that be? But didn't this world limit the entry cap to 1 step on the Divine Path? Speaking of which, Lin Tiancheng stroked his chin. His nature that likes to be in the limelight makes him always want to show that he is more perceptive than others. Don't you all think it's a little strange? I always feel like I'm forgetting something important. The heavenly pride of the upper 5 courtyards returned empty-handed. The fragments are nowhere to be found, and the Lord also died inside. This thing is bizarre everywhere. Wait. Go to the 5th Academy. Jin Hai, the vice president of Kyoto University, looked like he had been hit on the head by something and jerked his head up, his face suddenly changing. How come only 4 people seem to have come to the upper 5th Academy this time? At these words, AIOU and the several vice principals on the high platform instantly froze, as if they had been collectively cast in a fixation spell. Yeah. The upper 5 houses had always had one person from each of the 5 families, and this had been the practice for many years. How come there are only 4 of them this time? Where's the 5th man? Which school didn't send anyone? The top-ranked Garden of the Gods sent Aaron. The second-ranked Demoness of the Heavens sends out Banamii. The third-ranked Alchemy Paradise sends Io. The fourth-ranked Higher Life Divine Court sent out the Lord. Where's the 5th-ranked Court of Dimensions guy? Jin Hai's words were not very loud, but like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, they stirred up a storm on the high platform. What about the 5th-ranked Court of Dimensions? The question was like a bolt of lightning, instantly splitting the fog that had enveloped the crowd. Yeah. Go up to the 5th house. We have always been in the same boat, and we have always worked together, so how can we be missing a family? Who is the representative sent by the subterranean court this time? Why is it that from start to finish, they didn't even realize that one person was missing? The color of blood on AIOU's face faded cleanly with a swish, and the golden runes in the depths of his pupils rotated frantically, as if he was trying his best to recall something, but only captured a vague blank. He opened his mouth, his throat dry, unable to utter a word. The several vice principals on the platform were even struck by lightning, violently stood up straight and looked at each other, their eyes full of unbelievable horror. The blandness on Lin Tiancheng's face disappeared and was replaced by a stony expression. Huang Xiaotian's hands behind his back unconsciously clenched, his knuckles turning white. Xia Weibing's hand holding his glasses trembled slightly, his gaze cold and frightening under the lenses. Xian Kuan's movement of stroking his chin froze, and the probing on his face turned into deep scorn. Although Jin Hai was the first to point it out, the gentle smile on his face at this moment also completely disappeared, leaving only seriousness. Silence. Deadly silence enveloped the high platform. It was a stark contrast to the still noisy and chaotic students in the square below. Those students were still hotly discussing the video of the mysterious powerhouse and speculating about the whereabouts of the origin fragment, completely unaware of the violent inner storms that these usually high and mighty figures on the high platform were experiencing at this moment. Their memories were tampered with. This cognizance was like an icy viper that instantly seized everyone's heart. Chapter 122. Who are they? Vice-Chancellor of the lower 5 houses of the Star Martial Federation. Shenzhou Budo, Mordor University, Tianhai University, Kyoto University, and Star Martial Federation University. Which one of them is not in existence that can shake a party with the stomp of a foot? They had long since completed the 9 steps of the divine path and condensed their godhoods, and although they were only inferior gods, they were already true deities, controlling the rules and overlooking the mortal world. But it was an existence like theirs that had a part of their key memories wiped out by some unknown force without a sound in the same event. And it's not just one person, it's all of the people who went into that world, maybe even including them at the top who stayed outside, who were affected. It's a no-brainer. It's not simply oblivion. Sandguard's voice was low and hoarse, breaking the suffocating silence that. At our level, the will of the soul has long been connected to the Godhead, and it is impossible for unusual spiritual interference or even laws to do this, let alone on such a large scale. It's authority. Lin Tiancheng interjected, his voice carrying a hint of imperceptible trembling. Only the power of authority that involves the origin of the universe can so brutally and silently tamper with reality and erase existence. Authority. These 2 words seemed to carry the force of 1,000 pounds, weighing down the crowd. Although the elder gods were powerful and exalted the divine kingdom, they only reigned within the realm of the laws under their control. Trying to erase the specific memories of a group of god-level existences and countless students on such a large scale, across world barriers, and with such precision, while still not causing any detection. Even the few true god principles of the upper 5 courts were afraid that it would be difficult to do so. Behind this, there must be a higher level of power involved. Thinking of this layer, the faces of the several vice principals became even more ugly, and the bit of fire in their hearts that had been ignited by the possibility of discovering a super genius was instantly doused by a pot of ice water. The origin shard? The mysterious student who shattered God's avoidance with his fist? It's certainly enticing, and the potential is certainly unlimited. But compared to this terrifying power that can tamper with the memories of the gods at will, it seems to be less important. That student. Huang Xiaotian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. For the time being, there is no need to look for it. Such an amazing talent, as long as it is still in the federal system, sooner or later, it will come to the fore, and he can't hide it. Jean Hai nodded, regaining a hint of warmth and elegance, but the depths of his eyes were filled with gravity. That's right. It was imperative to find out the source of this memory tampering. This force is too terrible. Who is it targeting? What is the purpose? Xian Koan also gathered his thoughts and said in a deep voice, "This matter must be reported immediately. This is beyond what we can handle. We must ask the principals, or even unite with the upper 5 to conduct a thorough investigation." Io nodded his head with a pale face. He didn't care at all about the death of the Lord or the belonging of the origin shard now. Those are minor details compared to a bizarre event that could involve authority or even a higher plane of existence. He even felt a twinge of gratitude that he had only been wiped of a memory and not died in it for unknown reasons like the Lord. Or like that unlucky guy from the Sublime Court, even the traces of having existed have been erased. The atmosphere on the high platform was oppressive to the extreme. Several vice principals and AIO exchanged glances and reached a silent consensus. The search for that mysterious student can be put on hold. Anyway, the person is among these thousands of students, and can't run away from the temple. However, this memory-wiping incident involving the power of authority was like a poisonous thorn that penetrated deeply into their hearts, making them feel uneasy. The truth hidden behind this was far more important than winning or losing a battle for the origin. They have to find out who or what is directing this silent oblivion under their noses. The atmosphere on the high platform was as heavy as substance, and the exchanges between the several vice principals and AIOU were filled with horror and scorn. Sun Wu had been silently paying attention to this group of principals, and at this moment, he had also discovered the clues from 3 of them. This nothingness is not reliable at all, and it's only been a short time since someone noticed something was wrong. It was true that he was right to show himself in Veget's appearance at that time, or else he would have been in a bunch of trouble this time. The students below were slow to notice a hint of something wrong from the frenzied chatter, though gradually. Why was there no announcement of the ownership of the origin fragment? Why did even the pride of the upper 5 courts look abnormal? However, no one dared to come forward and pursue the matter at such a time. In the end, it was Lin Tiancheng, the vice-chancellor of the Star Martial Federal University, who took the lead in breaking the silence, barely regaining his usual subdued stance and clearing his throat, his voice spreading across the plaza through the amplification equipment. This origin scramble is officially over. The school will be notified of the relevant matters. Students, return to your dormitories in an orderly fashion to recuperate. Also, temporary vacation for a month, and wait for the subsequent start of the school year. The words were brief, even a little perfunctory. There was no recognition, no summary, and no mention of any specific details about the origin shard or the fall of the lords. The students looked at each other, confusion and unanswered questions filled the air. But the vice principal's order could not be questioned, and the crowd began to flow slowly, gradually dispersing with a full belly of suspicion and the fatigue of a hijacked life. Aioyu took a deep look at the chaotic crowd below, and then glanced at the several vice principals on the high platform who were preoccupied, and ultimately said nothing, just a flash of golden runic light around his body, and his figure abruptly disappeared in place. He had to immediately report everything that had happened here to Alchemy Land, especially the bizarre events regarding memory tampering and the disappearance of the unknown representative of the Sublime Court. The crowd on the square gradually thinned out, and only the 10 Courts Forum remained hot. That's it? Who the hell took the shard, huh? I don't know, what's going on here at school? A tiger's head. Whatever, I came back alive anyway. That fist-shattering god-avoiding big guy was so top-notch. I watched the video 100 times. Has any big brother analyzed what kind of inheritance that mysterious person used? Pure flesh body technique? I've never seen such a fierce one. Those grandsons from the Sakura district have fallen this time. Ito Makoto died, deserved it. I've seen them for a long time, and I saw them flaunting their skills every day before my high school entrance exams, saying that they were going to reverse the trend. I vaguely remember that brother of his who was known as Sakura's future duo with him before, and both of them ended up dead. Be careful upstairs, the people in the Cherry Blossom district are afraid they're going to go crazy, so watch out for trouble. What's wrong? Why is there a vacation all of a sudden? I just started school here. Vacation is not good? Go home and pretend to be I came over after the high school entrance exam and got into the top 10, I haven't pretended enough in front of my buddies. Various discussions, speculations, and analyses boiled over on the virtual network, temporarily diluting the uneasiness brought about by the bizarre fallout in reality. Sun Wu, on the other hand, had long since taken advantage of the crowd's commotion to break away from the group without a word. He walked briskly through the familiar paths of the campus and returned to his single dormitory. Click. The sound of the door lock falling cut off the outside noise. The familiar room with its simple furnishings brings an unspeakable sense of reassurance. Sun Wu casually threw his jacket on the chair, and his whole body sank heavily into the soft sofa, letting out a long breath of relief. The taut nerves loosened a little, but the waves in his mind were far from calm. Chapter 123 Choice of God's Path. He opened his personal terminal and habitually clicked on the 10 Courts Forum. As expected, the one with the headline Fist Breaks God's Avoidance. Mysterious powerhouse violently beats the pride of the upper 5 academies. The post was already at the top, followed by a string of bright red explosion characters. Looking at the figure in the video that was topping the bejeweled look and killing people, as well as the various comments of awe, speculation, and worship that came in like a tidal wave below, the corner of Sun Wu's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a playful arc. A sense of vigilance rises as vanity is satisfied. That sneak peeker. While the video made a name for him, it also came with a huge risk. It was a good thing that he had diffused himself in time, and the image of Vegette was so different from the man himself that no one should be able to connect him to the man in the video for a while. However, I'm afraid that the Higher Life Divine Court and the Sakura District have already put the image of Vegette on the highest level of the kill list. Trouble, Sun Wu muttered, closing the noisy forum. His mind sank into his mind, and his consciousness landed on the system interface. Within the system space, the 2 newly obtained items were silently suspended. Alchemy Golem Stone. Source, handmade by Levenbach, God of Alchemy. Effects, after injecting a complete information state, it can activate and perfectly copy all the memories, abilities, and personalities of that information state. Strength level cap, first step on the divine path. Note, this is a blank canvas with quite a bit of potential, but please be aware that perfect reproduction also means perfect weaknesses. The colorful gems flowed with a strange luster. This thing needed an energy crystal core similar to the kind Vegeta had dropped earlier, and by injecting the information state in it, one could get a perfect replica puppet with strength up to 1 step on the god's path. Sort of a nice undercard, used well, it might be a nice boost in a pinch. The prerequisite is that one has to take out a strong person who is 1 step on the divine path and strip their information state. The fusion ascender was gone, and with just this current 180,000 combatants, it was simply a nightmare to think of hunting a step on the divine path. Eyes turned to another object. The Supreme God's void consciousness frozen. Quality, Supreme Defective. Source, Supreme God of Nothingness Sesshomaru Otogi. Effect, contains all of the history of an entire subworld called Naruto, as well as an extremely faint hint of the Void origin. Possesses the authority to manipulate the current world's authority interface called Void. Status, has been forcibly frozen by the system, will resume autonomous activities after removing the system space. Remarks, it seems he tried to sleep over inside you, but was discovered by a stronger landlord. Looking at this faintly glowing body of consciousness, Sunwoo was subtle. God of the Void, Sesshomaru Otsutsuki. The calm and vast voice of the nothingness is still echoing in my ears. I have been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. And the sudden cry of surprise when I finally merged into my body. This guy, he really doesn't have a good heart. Saying that the origin fragment would dissipate after handing it over to himself, it turned out to be an idea to take over a magpie's nest, wanting to rely on his own body. Is it to take over? Or is he using himself as some kind of coordinate or hotbed? If not for the existence of the system, forcibly pulled it out and froze it, he was afraid that he would still be kept in the dark, and might one day be eaten by this former supreme god. Old Ingbi, Sunwoo spat in a low voice. The body of consciousness itself, however, is of truly amazing value. The complete Naruto world memory information is of little use to him, at best he can look at it as an anime when he is bored and review the plot. But the weak, but highly essential nothingness of the origin, and the authority of that world interface. This was a terrifying power that could make those vice principals outside turn pale. Right now he didn't know how to utilize it, and he didn't dare to take out the system space, but it was definitely a crushing treasure. As for the origin fragment, system hints have been smiled by it. Sunwoo skimmed his lips. What the system grabbed for must be something good. However, from the time he crossed over to now, the system had saved him more than once, and without the system, he would have been cold long ago. Just give it. Now, for the main event. God's Path selection. The two options are clear-cut in front of you. Option 1, inherit the divine path. Description, obtain an ancient divine path that is highly compatible with the host's current state and where a previous person once successfully ascended to the upper true god rank. Advantages, clear and traceable path, with a guaranteed upper limit of upper true god. Disadvantage, the divine path may have been occupied by the old gods or other existences, and there may be obstacles in the way, requiring the defeat of the blockers in order to continue to advance. Option 2, opening the divine path. Description, based on the host's characteristics, open up a brand new divine path that has never existed in this side of the universe. Advantages, the path of the gods is unique, no predecessor is in the way, and the upper limit of potential is unknown, may be lower than the upper gods, or may far exceed them. Disadvantages, the road ahead is unknown and full of variables, no experience to refer to, extremely high risk. Inheriting the divine path, steady, with the upper limit clearly visible, at least the currently known apex, the upper true god. But the downside is also clear, the old gods are blocking the way, and the new gods are going to have to go for broke if they want to get to the top. One already knew the harsh truth of this world, with the eyeing outer gods on the outside and the lingering but deep-rooted old gods on the inside. Choosing a divine path with a lord was tantamount to exposing oneself to those old monsters in advance. Opening up the divine path is risky and the road ahead is uncertain. It was possible to get halfway there and realize it was a dead end, stuck at a certain realm, unable to move, unable to even become a lower god. But that temptation is just as deadly, unique, uncontested, and with an unknown ceiling. Upper limit unknown. Those 4 words are like magic. Think about those foreign gods, think about the Father God, creation God in the mouth of nothingness, and then think about the broken creation crystal and the fallen supreme god. This universe, there are far more secrets than one could imagine. Sunwoo's eyes flickered. He's not a man at heart who is content and willing to go through the motions and follow someone else's old ways. Blazing a whole new path. The risk was certainly unpredictable, but that unknown itself was enough to ignite all his ambitions. What if the end of this road can go beyond the upper true gods, can touch the supreme level such as nothingness and fate, and even glimpse the mystery of creation? That Horia behind Estes, and the void, where did they know about Earth? Do they know, and does that mean there's a possibility of going back on their own? Sunwoo shook his head. He actually didn't have that much attachment to Earth. Growing up in an orphanage, unattached, just a couple of brothers who grew up together on their bare asses is still ironic. If I really wanted to go back, my biggest thought would probably be to find the driver of the big heavy truck that ran the red light and sent him to this world, so that he could also taste what it would be like to be punched into a speed bump by himself. Risk? Has he ever been afraid of that? Riches and riches. Since the system had given this option, it meant that it was not 10 deaths. System, I choose 2. Open up a new God path. Chapter 124, King O? Deja? Choice confirmed, opening the divine path. Generating a brand new God path. Based on the host's current state, potential, soul traits, and already fused template. The current abilities possessed by the host that can be traced back to the divine level are Saiyan Son Goku, Vegeta, and Mighty Tiger Phantom Beastfist. Current capacity traceability. Saiyan inheritance, destruction. The essence of this ability is derived from a fragment of the god of destruction, Yak, from the world of Dragon Ball, which was transformed into the world of Dragon Ball by the second-class system, Genesis Simulator. Fierce Tiger Phantom Beastfist, life. The essence of this ability is derived from the fragment of the godhead of the supreme godlife in the world dimension, which has been transformed into the Otter universe by the second-class system, Creation Simulator. The essence of the ability comes from the godhead fragment of life in the universal dimension. The authority of the life lineage has been born to those at the end of the divine path, and cannot be traced back, so it is abandoned. Destruction of the divine path traceback successful, new divine path being generated. God's path generated. Current divine path rule, damage next phase, destruction. Damage, current trait, suppresses abilities such as regeneration and immortality of the life faculty, and adds additional damage when attacking other divine defenses. The current host's level is not up to par and cannot utilize the divine abilities within the divine path. According to the conversion, the minimum battle power required for the host to invoke the divinity ability is 8,320,000. Collecting origin fragments can upgrade and widen the divine path. After Sunwoo made his choice, the system box popped up a bunch of prompts, which contained information that made Sunwoo secretly smack his lips. Sunwoo sat on the sofa, his consciousness immersed in the system interface, repeatedly chewing on the information about the new god's path. Damage. Sunwoo whispered the word. It sounded ominous and overbearing. The effect is straightforward, restraining all those fancy life-saving abilities and dealing extra damage to divine defenses. It was simply a divine path tailor-made for battle, and it complemented his Saiyan template fighting style rather well. Only, that minimum battle power requirement 8,320,000 looked at the corner of Sunwoo's eyes. That's a number that happens to be the upper limit of a level 9 warcaster. In other words, in order to truly utilize the power of this, damaged, divine path and touch the trace of divinity, one would have to at least reach the peak of rank 9, the level where one's half foot was on the threshold of the divine path. It's a long way to go, sighed Sunwoo. He only had 180,000 battle power now, and was still 100,000 miles away from 8,320,000. It seems that this unique divine path cannot be counted on in the short term. But it seems like it's tough for others to step into the path of God? It's not bad that he's sort of already booked to enter the path of God. And, having thought that the future of this divine path was uncertain, seeing that the origin fragments were to be collected later, Sunwoo's heart was greatly assured. The system was indeed still invincible, mentioning the subsequent need for origin fragments. Wasn't this implying that as long as he could get the fragments, the system would be able to help him pave the way forward? End of God's road? I'll help you clear the way meant to be. He settled his mind, his attention returning to the information that had just popped up when the system traced back to the past, and that was the thing that really shook him to the core. Saiyan inheritance, destruction. Fierce Tiger Phantom Beastfist, life. The authority of the life lineage has been born to those at the end of the divine path, and cannot be traced back, so it is abandoned. A little too much information. Universal Sublime, Sunwoo rubbed his chin. This term was mentioned by Sesshomaru Otanashi, the god of nothingness. According to Sesshomaru, their original universe, as well as those such as Naruto, King of Thieves and other worlds, all belong to the universal dimension. Sounds like the handiwork of the missing father god of creation. This 10,000 worlds dimension should be the universe that he is currently living in, which contains countless anime, movie and television worlds. But what the hell is this universal divine realm? The name makes me feel that it's not the same system as worldwide dimensions. Yak, the god of destruction? Never even heard of it. Could it be that there are other universes or divine realms out there besides this universal dimension universe? Is this god of destruction one of the gang of 24 outer gods that came to attack? The source of that mighty tiger phantom beastfist below also genuinely surprised Sunwoo. He had always thought that the mighty tiger illusory beastfist was the ancient martial arts method of Old Man Lu's martial arts school. After all this time, it's the cosmic phantom beastfist of the Ultraman world? The genus is a bit taut for Sun Wu. Subconsciously, he activated the mighty tiger illusory beast fist technique. A tiger spirit manifested around his body. Sun Wu looked at the illusory tiger spirit in front of him and pondered in his heart. In other words, this thing used to be a cosmic phantom beast? Electricity strike white tiger fist, fire flame red dragon fist, Gundam breaking bull fist, flying Jing crane fist, phantom water snake fist, high-speed freezing leopard fist, and earth escape magic scorpion fist. Sun Wu recalled the names of those cosmic phantom beast fist techniques from the memory Ultraman. So this looks like Wang Zhao's electric white tiger fist? What happened to saying that the first cosmic phantom fighter outside of D60 was Regulos? How did it turn into Lu Shai-Tian? Sun Wu then thought that this world had already opened the Origin War, and immediately went online to check it out. As it turns out, the world named Giants and Monsters by the university suddenly disappeared a long time ago, and it is said that some powerful natives of the subdimension closed off the entire world within the world. Cut off the connection between the subworld and the outside. This in turn led to the entire people who had obtained the inheritance of this world to keep weakening and eventually die out. The once 5 elements illusory beast fist faction was also a large force that was straight out of the strength of the founding families of the major schools in the beginning. There was once a record of one of his disciples exploding a 5-step powerhouse on the divine path with a single move of the shadowless flame red dragon kick. After the closure of the outer universe, the phantom beasts were not as good as the previous generation, so naturally the generation was weaker than the previous one. Now reduced to becoming a second or third-rate small family in the local district of the present world. Then, seeing that the essence of this ultraverse is the life of the Supreme God, and that the man at the end of the divine path has been born. Combine that with the information that we just saw that the natives closed the world. Sun Wu could not help but be stunned. This subworld was actually an indigenous character produced within a subworld that had witnessed the Tao and become a god? I just don't know who it is. King O? Prince? Or is it Deja, the king of cosmic throwbacks? It seems that the characters in these secondary worlds also have a chance to get the origin shards to become real people after the Origin War is opened? After seeing that later that Ultraverse comes from the Life Supreme God Shard transformation. Sun Wu suddenly remembered the Inferno Tiger crystals and Sublime Core that he had previously obtained. The system's identification suffix at the time had mentioned similar source information that vaguely pointed to fragments of the divine kingdoms of certain fallen gods. Many of these so-called sub-dimensional small worlds were themselves the remains of those old gods' divine kingdoms after they were shattered and fused with the creation crystals to evolve into them? The ones that didn't fuse the creation crystals were the likes of Dark Heterodyne, the original world, with a style that favored the masters of the once godly kingdoms. The ones that incorporate the Genesis crystals become worlds like Naruto, Pirates, and the Ultraverse? Chapter 125, Old Folks with the Same System? That would go right with that nothingness statement. The 12 main gods' divine kingdoms fell and were transformed into old gods, and their powers and fragments of their divine kingdoms were scattered everywhere, forming these worlds or the treasures in them. But what really made Sun Wu's scalp feel numb was another term mentioned by the system, Genesis Simulator. The Void speaks of the crystallization of creation, the legacy of God the Father. But here's the battle-smart system, and there's a Genesis Simulator? And it's specifically labeled as a second-class system? System? Sun Wu's mind moved slightly. Creation crystal, creation simulator, is it the same thing? The system interface was silent, only bolding the 2 retrospective messages again. Transformed by the second-class system Genesis Simulator. The answer is self-evident. In the system's judgment, the root cause that aroused the covetousness of the gods, the creation crystal known as the creation simulator, was only a second-class product. Sun Wu only felt a chill run up his spine. The god of creation is the supreme being who is suspected to have created the world dimension and left behind a legacy that has caused endless disputes. He has a system too. Moreover, it's a thing rated as second class by the system itself? This thought made Sun Wu's heart beat wildly and uncontrollably. He remembered the Void's last warning about Earth, and how the outer gods seemed to be on the lookout for people from Earth as well. Could it be that the god of creation is also an old-timer from Earth? A former traveler with a Genesis Simulator system? The idea is so bizarre, yet it seems like a key to unlocking so many mysteries. Why are there so many subworlds originating from Earth's civic works? If the god of creation is really an Earthling who traveled with a system, then the creation simulator he left behind is rated as a second-class product. Sun Wu subconsciously looked toward the simple-to-plain interface in his mind. That, 2Z Dad. How many grades do you count? The interface has no ripples. Seeing that the system didn't give a damn about himself, Sunwoo could only give up. Well, what's the point of thinking about it? It just works. At least so far, the ability displayed by this system of his own could be really not weak. Identifying everything, stripping and fusing, even the consciousness body of the Supreme God can be grabbed at will, frozen at will, and can be traced back to the existence of the creation simulator. Now that I think back, it looks like Daddy Tuzi blew up a small local system before this. Sunwoo thought back to the time when he first activated the Scion experience card, the small panel that refused to let himself transform. That little panel did look and feel like the system, only weaker. Sunwoo felt that his family's father of the unification of the sun, how not worse than that second class. However, on second thought, a creation god with a second-class system was able to create such a magnificent and complex 10,000-world subdimension, leaving behind a legacy that would make the Supreme God, the Outer Gods, and the Old Gods all break their heads. Does that still exist with a first-class, or even higher-level system? This water under the stars, it's unfathomably deep. By choosing to open up a brand new, God path by himself, he seemed to have avoided the perilous path of battling with the Old Gods, but I'm afraid that what he would have to face in the future would be far more than just the Old Gods. Universe of gods, 10,000 realms of subdivisions, creation gods, outer gods, old gods, new gods, supreme gods. There are also different levels of systems? The disorganized thoughts gave Sunwoo a bit of a headache. He shrugged it off, putting these overly grand and distant questions down for the moment. You have to eat your food one bite at a time, and you have to take one step at a time. The most crucial thing at the moment was still to improve his strength. 180,000 combatants might have been considered outstanding among the freshmen. But after experiencing the Naruto world line, especially after seeing the power of the God's Path powerhouses and even killing one with his own hands, that power was stretched thin. The harvest this time could not be described as unproductive. Both the alchemy puppet stone and the void consciousness body had endless potential. More importantly, the divine path is chosen and the direction forward is clear. But as clear as the direction is, you have to be strong enough to go. A few of his earlier thoughts came back to him. First, the cherry blossom area is a must-walk. The fusion sublimator thing was just too good to use. In his hands it was simply an advantageous weapon for the reverse-felling divine path, and more of it would be better. Secondly, one has to get a proper cultivation technique. I can't count on this side of the school, and it just so happens that I'm going to the Cherry Blossom District, so why don't I make a trip back to the present world on the way, and ask Old Man Lou if he still has any more good stuff in the bottom of his suitcase there. He didn't believe that the cosmic phantom beast fist, which had come from such a big place, didn't have something in the bottom of the box? Finally. Nowadays the strength is not what it used to be, there are some old scores, and it is time to clear up and settle them. 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Even though it's not 30 years now, 30 days is quite a lot, isn't it? Today his strength is sky high. That Wu Feng, when he was attacked by the snake provider, if he didn't have the Boundary King fist he might really have to be hit hard. Now, he should let his Wu family see if that Wu Shan's shining fruit could preserve that Wu Feng. Let's see if that diamond is harder or your own Scion fist is harder. There was also that black-clothed dead man who appeared later. If not for Ji-Hai's strong hand, I'm afraid that I would really have to be planted in the hands of that black-clothed dead man. Although there was no evidence that it was sent by the Wu family, of the forces that were feuding at the time, the Wu family was the most powerful. If he doesn't take the blame, who will? Now that he has a big fist, reason is naturally above the fist. With his thoughts clear, Sunwoo smoothly clicked on the 10 Courts forum again. The temporary identity of Vegette has undoubtedly gained notoriety as the shocking video has festered. Of course, most people still only know the mysterious strong man, but not his name. As long as he didn't take the initiative to expose himself, this identity could serve as a trump card hidden in the shadows, playing a miraculous effect at critical moments. At this point, he has 2 inheritance templates of his own, and he can switch between Son Goku and Vegeta's looks at any time, and with Vegette, that's 3 vests. You can't have too much of this vest stuff, and it's a lot easier to get a lot of things done. It would also be useful for grabbing the origin fragment later on. Looking at the still raging comments below the video, Sunwoo turned off the terminal and stood up from the sofa, moving his slightly stiff muscles. Gotta get that strength up soon. He walked toward the bathroom, ready to wash up and rest. And at this moment, within a certain special space, in a strange building that seemed to be cast in ancient copper, Io was standing in the center of a magic formation. The dark red runes on the spell formation fluctuated for a while, and a strange power flowed out. Aaron, did you find out anything about that subworld? Especially in terms of memories. Aio summoned through the divine power spell, his voice grave. Chapter 126 talks of the gods at the top of the world. At this time, Aaron and the others, they had all returned to their own schools, and the communicator couldn't communicate across worlds, so they could only use special methods. Memories? Nothing special. Aaron's voice remained indifferent, even tinged with impatience. The Lord is dead, the shard is gone, it's as simple as that. That kind of low-energy world is not worth wasting time on. Don't waste your resources over something like this, I still have to save this divine pattern energy for cultivation. Communication was then interrupted. Aio shook his head helplessly. Aaron always had this condescending look about him. He tried again to contact Bamami of the Witches of the Heavens. Hello? Io? What can I do for my lady? Bamami's voice was still meta with a touch of sass. Bamame, about today's origin scramble, do you have the feeling that you forgot something? Aio weighed his words. Forgot something? There was a few seconds of silence on Bamami's end, as if she was reminiscing. Seems to be forgetting something. Lords, the dumbass deserved to die. But besides him, it seems like a particularly nasty guy has disappeared as well? Who the heck is coming from? Can't think of any more, it's annoying. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Disgusting guy? Aio's heart fluttered with the description, which was most likely that representative of the sublime royal court whose existence had been erased. Even a spiritually powerful magical girl like Bamami could only recall a vague feeling of disgust, but couldn't recall a specific person, reinforcing the fact that the memory had been tampered with. I see, thanks. Io cut off the communication, his face growing stony. He no longer hesitated and organized all the information about this origin battle, including the video of that mysterious strong man, the fall of the Lord, and most crucially, the tampering of everyone's memories and the disappearance of the representative of the sublime royal court. Through encrypted channels, it was reported to the principal of Alchemy Land, Levenbach. Alchemy Paradise, suspended above the void in a vast kingdom of gods made of gears and glaze. Dressed in a platinum-trimmed research suit and with meticulous hair, Levenbach was focused on mixing a tube of potion that glowed with the light of the stars. When he received Io's report, he didn't care at first. A district of a low-energy level world's origin scramble, the death of a student who had taken a step on the divine path, although rare, was not completely impossible, perhaps encountering the special underpinnings of some world's natives. However, when he read the part about memory tampering and the disappearance of the representative of the Sublime Court, especially when Aio mentioned that even a lower god at the level of the vice-chancellor of the lower house of the five houses had been affected, Levenbach's hand that was mixing the potion gave a violent start. Snap! The precious test tube came out of his hand and fell on the polished, mirror-like ground, splashing the star like glowing liquid in all directions, only to be disintegrated and absorbed by an invisible force the moment it touched the ground. Shock and disbelief were written all over Levenbach's azure eyes. I'm affected too? He whispered, the subdued look on his face instantly disappearing without a trace. The moment he knew this information, he realized that there was also a very tiny gap in his memory that he probably wouldn't have even noticed without this report from Io. It was just a glimmer, but it should never, ever be in his consciousness. And it was by no means something that an inferior god or even an ordinary upper god could do. This tactic directly touches the underlying rules of the universe. Damn, it's actually so hidden. Levenbach cursed as he immediately put down the research in his hands, his divine power surged, and countless points of light lit up from the center console of the vast god's kingdom. Without the slightest hesitation, he sent out an emergency divine communication to 4 other existences of the same level in succession. The Court of the Sublime Kingdom, a bizarre divine realm where projections of countless anime, game, and movie worlds surround like stars. Principal Homo Haya, an existence with the appearance of a girl next door but with eyes that seemed to reflect billions of births and deaths, was lazily leaning back on her throne, flipping through a comic book titled Full Hunter. Aya, where did the creator god of the 10,000 realms come from? The worlds he created are so interesting, I really want to get my hands on all of them. Haminya muttered to herself, a playful smile curling the corners of her mouth as if she was quite interested in one of the manga's plots. The worlds created by the creator gods of this universal sublime realm were all particularly interesting, much more fun than the worlds of their Huanyu divine realm. Each world seems like a story, and all are particularly interesting. She'd enjoyed letting her students explore a wide variety of secondary worlds over the past 100 years, and then he'd take them on, and the ones that were particularly interesting would be taken under her wing. Suddenly, she frowned slightly and put down the comic book, her white fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. Strange. Seems like something is interfering with my perception. Is it an illusion? She murmured, always feeling as if something wasn't quite right, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. She was an upper-level true god and was in charge of some of the spatial and subdimensional authority. Her perception was extremely sharp and she caught a hint of an extremely subtle sense of incongruity, as if there was an invisible force brushing over her divine kingdom, wanting to tamper with or cover up something. Just then, Levenbach's divine communication requested access. Levenbach? What's so urgent? Haminya picked up the communication with a hint of lethargy in her tone. Homo Haya. Something's wrong. Levenbach's voice carried an unprecedented gravity. The Ninja World Origin Scramble that just ended, the representative I sent, AIO, reported that the student sent by the Higher Life Divine Court died. What's more, the memories of all the participants, including a few inferior gods, regarding the representatives that your sublime royal court sent out this time were erased by some kind of power. Think back, are you missing someone on your side of? The lethargy on Homo Haya's face instantly disappeared, and the girl next door-like temperament vanished, replaced by the majesty and coldness of a superior deity. A river of stars flowed through her azure-colored eyes, instantly retracing the recent dispatch records of the Sublime Court's personnel, and a single name crossed her mind like a shooting star. The puppet stone you gave me before is gone. She spat out, her voice icy cold. The golem stone, a means of making characters from those subgenres appear in the present only when she encounters a particularly favorite character. She likes to collect all kinds of characters, infuse and copy their abilities and personalities into the golem stone, and take them out to play with them when she's not doing anything. She didn't have any memories of the man in her head right now, but he did have one of his golem stones missing. That is, something did affect her. Combining Levenbach's information with the anomaly he had just sensed, the answer was calling out. The power of authority. Homer Haya and Levenbach said almost simultaneously. Immediately afterward, Adam of the Garden of the Gods, Rose of the Witches of the Heavens, and Gusto of the Higher Life Divine Court, three existences that had also exalted their divine kingdoms, also successively accessed the communication. 5 true gods, 5 of the topmost existences of the Federation, their divine thoughts were intertwined at this moment, and the atmosphere was grave to the extreme. To be able to achieve such a degree, to silently erase the traces of the existence of a divine path powerhouse, and to interfere with the perceptions and memories of a number of true gods and inferior gods such as ourselves. Only the Supreme God who holds the appropriate authority. Adam, the principal of the Garden of the Gods, had a voice that was majestic and holy. Chapter 127 Gusta's True Identity. But the 5 supreme gods of this universe, destiny, life, death, eternity, and void, died with the 9 supreme gods of our Huanyu divine realm in that battle tens of thousands of years ago, shattering their divine frames. The authority was scattered and integrated into the 10,000 realms, which gave a few of us the chance to rise. Rose, the final demoness, had a flirtatious but piercingly cold voice. Could it be that a supreme god has revived in our Huanyu divine realm? Haminya tapped her fingers lightly on the throne, making a rhythmic sound that broke the slightly dull atmosphere. If that's the case, it's not going to be fun. The few of them who still had their current dominance were those who didn't have a supreme being above them. Now that the resources of the world were in their hands, if someone came to get a piece of the pie, they would not agree. Unlike Higher Life Divine Court's headmaster Gusta, his voice couldn't be heard to ripple. If our Huanyu Divine Realm's supreme god were to revive, it would never be as silent as this. Moreover, the erasure of traces of existence is more like the handiwork of the nothingness or destiny of this 10,000 worlds subdimension. But how do they recover when they are most thoroughly broken? Gusta's tone hit a point of certainty that came from nowhere. It's those old gods. Levenbach of Alchemy Land intoned but surely. Although the 12 Lord Gods have broken their divine kingdoms and fallen from their realms, after all, they once ruled over the elemental laws, and their heritage still exists. After languishing for all these years, who knows how much power they have secretly accumulated and how many fragments of authority they have recovered. This time, I'm afraid that I want to use the small scene of the Origin Scramble to test our reactions. Humph, thieving bunch of rats. Homo Haya's voice carried coldness. Hiding in the gutter isn't enough, trying to make waves? Do you really think that we are just for show? Whatever they intend to do, the use of the power of authority is of a very different nature. Adam's voice carried an unquestionable majesty. It must be thoroughly investigated. At the same time, each of them will strengthen their guards. Those guys, I'm afraid they won't stop there. It's just the right time to take this opportunity to pull out those rats hiding in the long history of the subworld. The 5 true gods reached a consensus, and the light intertwined by their divine thoughts slowly dispersed. The magnificent divine country within the higher life divine court reverted to the silence of eternity. The gravity and worry on Gusta's face quietly hid, and the corners of her mouth curved up into a very faint arc with a bit of bystander's mockery. Old gods? The resurrection of the high god? He laughed coldly in his heart, a bunch of fools blinded by appearances. They're still paranoid about that little tampered with memory, and they're even starting to get on each other's nerves. Yet no one knew that the true core of this storm, the source that had triggered the fluctuation in authority, was none other than him, the Chancellor of the Higher Life Divine Court, the former Supreme God Void. In that duel 10,000 years ago, as a Void Supreme God, how could one truly fall? The 12 upper true gods were still able to give up their divine kingdoms to survive, and the Supreme God's methods would only be more secretive. He had long ago driven most of his divine sense into the body of this Huan Yu God realm's superior god Gusto and successfully seized his body. That's good. Gusta leaned against the ornate seat woven from the branches of the Tree of Life, her fingertips tapping on the armrests with a crisp, rhythmic sound. Leave it to them to follow up on those nebulous leads just. Deep within his eyes, the suppressed burning heat almost boiled over, the primal desire for power, the ambition to be whole again. The largest piece of the void authority puzzle I left behind in the universal subdivision has finally delivered itself to my door. He could clearly sense that the power fluctuation that erased his memories was of the same origin as him, and although weak, it was astonishingly pure. It was the nothingness. Back then, in order to fake death and get away, occupying Gusta's body, although he managed to avoid the siege of the gods of the Huan Yu God realm, he was also completely cut off from the 10,000 realms subdimension as a result, and lost his sense of the void authority. Now, this unexpected appearance of fluctuation is like a lighthouse in the darkness. Just follow the wisp of fluctuation, find the body of consciousness that triggered it all, bring it back under control, and absorb that crucial thread of origin. His power would be far beyond the limits of this current shell, enough to allow him to regain control of the void authority of the 10,000 realms subdimension. At that time, not to mention the other true gods, even that garden of the gods Adam, who was at the forefront, would no longer be able to suppress him. The so-called alliance between the 5 great outer gods was nothing more than a stopgap measure. The dark contest never stops. Whoever is the first to take that step and retrieve the supreme bit will dominate the new landscape. Gusto was convinced of this, and was even a little grateful to the little man who had stirred up the storm. Had it not been for this, there was no telling when his scattered fragments of consciousness would have been passively sensed. With this confidence and anticipation, Gusta closed her eyes. The divine mind sank into the deepest part of the Godhead, carefully touching that special soul node established with the scattered consciousness bodies known only to him. This was a backhanded trick he had laid down when he was a supreme god, a link based on soul essence that could theoretically transcend most blockages. The confident divine thoughts probed out like silk threads, following the remnants of the fluctuation of the void authority just now, reaching out to the direction in the sense. What awaited him, however, was not the expected response. The note of that soul with high hopes was connected as if it were a dead, cold abyss. No matter how much he concentrated his mind, how much he pushed his divine power to call out and sense, he could not get the slightest feedback. It's as if that part of the consciousness that carries the authority of nothingness has completely disappeared? Or rather, completely cut off by some greater power that he could not comprehend. How can it be? Gusta's eyes snapped open, and for the first time, those azure eyes, accustomed to gentleness and majesty, were filled with shock and disbelief. The absolute confidence of being nothingness was like being hit by a heavy hammer at this moment. He knew the other fragments of his consciousness like the back of his hand, and the power of the void was naturally suited to taking over, voiding away everything about the other person and then turtling them up. He was very sure that his side was definitely the most powerful one among the split consciousness bodies, and there couldn't possibly be an existence stronger than his own. That is to say, some other being has thwarted itself? Who was it? Who had truncated his connection to his shard? The other high gods have revived? It couldn't be. If it was fate or eternity, he wouldn't be unaware of it. The old gods? They should not be able to do so, otherwise they would have shown up long ago. Did. It seems that it's necessary to look into everything that happened in that ninja world. Gusta's fingertips moved slightly, and an extremely obscure divine power fluctuation was like a stone thrown into the water, passing out noiselessly and landing precisely in a certain side hall in the divine kingdom. Achilles. His voice was icy as he relayed new instructions to his most trusted lieutenant: go find out all the details of that ninja world, the origin war. The dead student, and the man who killed him. Full information, immediately. No matter who was behind it, if you dare to touch his things, you have to be prepared to bear the wrath of nothingness. He would like to see what kind of god was there that dared to take food from the mouth of a tiger under his nose.